Chapter 1. The Swordsman System on June 1st, 1519, in the year of the sea circle, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the East Sea, the 16th Division of the Navy guarded its waters. The sky was unusually dark, shrouded in thick clouds that hung low, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The wind howled mercilessly, heralding the imminent arrival of the storm. May they return safely. A woman from Apple Village stood beneath the eaves, gazing out at the sea, silently praying for her husband, son, brother, and sisters-in-law who had ventured out to fish. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began to fall the next morning. After the rain had cleared, a figure crawled up on the beach, his complexion pale, lips purple, and drenched to the bone. Where am I? Rocky found himself on the shore, bewildered suddenly. A sharp pain pierced his head, a flood of memories surged forth after standing in place for a while. Rocky was astonished to discover that he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece. The original owner of this body was also named Rocky, but he had perished in a maritime storm, allowing Rocky to take over to his delight. Rocky discovered that he had brought with him a swordsman system. At that moment, a chime resonated in his mind. System prompt. A good quality sword has been detected nearby. Rare, accompanied by the will of a swordsmith triggering beginner task. Acquire the good quality sword. Time limit. 3 days task reward. Beginner gift pack. Unlocking the swordsmanship chapter of the swordsman system, a good quality sword. A smile gradually spread across Rocky's face. He was an avid fan of One Piece and was well acquainted with the lore of swords in that world. In One Piece, swords and blades are not differentiated. Furthermore, swords are categorized by rank. The finest are known as supreme great swords, followed by great swords, and then good quality swords. Though the good quality sword ranks third, it is immensely valuable, with only 50 in existence worldwide. You must find this good quality sword. Rocky was resolute. But where to search? On the beach, he shivered from the cold and, guided by his memories, began walking home while conversing with the system. Please clarify the definition of nearby. System. Within the boundaries of Apple Village, that's quite a large area. Any hints? The system's voice was cold. None. System. Do you have no conscience? Apple Village is vast, and a sword is so small. How am I to find it? The system offered no reply. What if I cannot find it within 3 days? System. Host will be unbound, and the previous host will fend for himself. How can it be like this? Rocky was taken aback. He must locate the good quality sword. Otherwise, what would distinguish a transmigrator without a background or golden finger from a mere fish out of water? Rocky rummaged through the original owner's memories and discovered that he had no recollection whatsoever of a good quality sword residing in the village. Thus, he resolved to return home, first to address his basic needs. Mother. I have returned. Rocky approached the entrance of his home, gazing at the middle-aged woman waiting under the eaves. His eyes welled with emotion, and he called out. In his previous life, he had only lived to the age of 20, an orphan who had never known the warmth of parental love. At this moment, the sudden presence of a mother overwhelmed him with feelings he could scarcely contain. Rocky. The woman rushed towards him, inspecting him with a mixture of relief and affection. Thank goodness you are safe. Were you cold? I've kept the bathwater warm, and your clothes are ready. Hurry and wash up. Rocky nodded with a smile, feeling a profound sense of comfort in having a mother to care for him after bathing and changing into fresh attire. His mother presented him with a steaming bowl of noodles, smiling as she said, "You must be famished. This is your favorite egg noodles. I fried 2 eggs just for you." Wow, mother, you know me so well, Rocky exclaimed as he eagerly dug into the bowl of noodles. Rocky, why didn't your father and uncle return with you? His mother hesitated before finally asking. A sudden heaviness settled in Rocky's heart. A violent storm had ravaged their fishing boat at sea, scattering the 4 souls aboard. The original owner of this body had tragically perished, and he knew little of the fate of the others. With a resolute expression, Rocky replied, "Mother, you know my swimming skills cannot compare to father's or uncle's. Since I have returned, they must be safe as well." Indeed, his mother responded, although the worry etched on her face remained unchanged. Concerned about his mission, Rocky inquired, "Mother, do you know if anyone in our village possesses a sword?" "A sword? What sort of sword?" his mother asked, puzzled. "The kind used by pirates and bounty hunters to take lives. Why do you ask such a thing?" After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. "It's nothing, mother. I am full. I will go check if father has returned." Rocky fabricated an excuse and dashed out of the yard toward the home of the village elder, determined to find that swift blade. Before long, his father, Otto, returned, weary and worn. "Aaliyah, has Rocky come back?" Otto inquired upon seeing Rocky's mother. "He has returned. Wasn't he supposed to fetch you?" Relief washed over Otto, and a smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Thank the heavens, have my brother and sister-in-law returned?" Otto continued as he entered the yard. "Not yet," Aaliyah replied, her face clouded with concern. "Damn it. Otto cursed bitterly. The storm was too fierce yesterday. It completely destroyed our fishing boat, and I became separated from my brother and sister-in-law. What will we do about the protection fee for this month, now that the boat is lost? We have only 10 days left. Elia sighed, her expression filled with sorrow. Damn it, Otto growled in frustration. Those cursed fishmen. Stop cursing and think of a solution. The hot water is ready to go. Wash up while I prepare a meal for you, Elia said empathetically as she stepped forward to help Otto out of his drenched clothing. As Otto shed his garments, he pondered on his way to the bathroom and suddenly exclaimed, Go fetch Lottie to join us for breakfast. We cannot rely on a 13-year-old girl to prepare a meal worthy of our appetites. Shortly thereafter, Lottie returned with a crestfallen expression, muttering, Not even the elders in the village have heard of it. Where am I to find it? Upon returning home, he learned from his mother that his father had come back, prompting Lottie to hastily inquire after him, only to be informed that his father had already taken a group up the mountain to chop wood. The urgency lay in the fact that in 10 days, the fishermen from the Alone Pirates would arrive to collect protection fees, necessitating the construction of a new boat for fishing. Otherwise, they would be unable to pay the fees, with dire consequences looming. At noon, Ilya prepared the meal. Lottie, go call Lottie and your father back for lunch. Certainly. Lottie, who was assisting his mother with the fire, promptly rose to summon his father from the back mountain, and then dashed to the neighboring courtyard. Suddenly, a system notification resonated. Detected a good blade. The good blade is nearby. Lottie was taken aback. How splendid. How splendid. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. The novice task was not set to helm mode. He scanned his surroundings but saw no swords. Just as he called out for his sister, Lottie was a strikingly beautiful maiden, for years younger than Lottie. Lottie looked at Lottie and inquired, Sister, do you have sword home? A sword? Lottie furrowed her brows slightly, a flicker of realization crossing her face. The other day, I picked up a sword while collecting seashells by the seaside. But how did you know? Lottie feigned an air of mystery. If you bring out the sword, I shall tell you. Lottie immediately dashed back to her room and returned with a long sword in hand. Lottie gazed at the sword. Lottie held it, measured about 1 meter in length, lacking a sheath, with a white grip adorned with simple golden stars, and the blade was gray with a width of approximately 1 centimeter. Is this the good blade? Lottie inquired as he took the long sword. The good blade felt heavy in his grasp, forged from solid steel, weighing at least 7 to 8 pounds. While he could lift it, it was not something he could wield with proficiency. Lottie examined the blade closely and noticed the words white flower inscribed at the top of the grip. However, upon acquiring the sword, the system remained silent. Lottie communicated with the system discreetly. System, I have acquired the sword. Why is there no notification of task completion? The system replied, Is this your sword? After a moment's hesitation, Lottie summoned his courage, gazing at Lottie with a sheepish expression. Sister, I saw you pick up this sword the other day, and I find it quite appealing. Would you be willing to give it to me? Chapter 2. The daunting first task. This sword is of no use to me, but I painstakingly found it. Brother, what do you have to offer in exchange? Lottie looked at Lottie, her large eyes blinking innocently. One cannot take advantage of their sister's possessions without reason, Rocky stated earnestly. So, speak your desires plainly. Whatever I can provide, I shall, and even if I cannot at this moment, I promise to make amends in the future. All right. Lottie's large eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I have yet to decide what I want, so you may give it to me once I've made up my mind. With that, she skipped away toward Rocky's small courtyard. At that moment, Rocky received a system notification. Beginner's task completed. The Swordmaster System's swordsmanship chapter has been unlocked. Beginner's gift package includes basic swordsmanship knowledge and principles, sword identification ability to discern the quality of swords by sight, dual invitation effective against a single target, who cannot refuse upon examining the quality of the fine swift sword in his hand. Rocky effortlessly recognized it as a good swift sword. However, this knowledge seemed rather trivial. As for the dual invitation, it appeared to be a reckless skill who would willingly challenge others to combat without cause. Regarding the entry-level swordsmanship principles, the moment Rocky acquired this knowledge, he understood that it merely granted him theoretical understanding akin to that of a novice swordsman. Indeed, it was theoretical knowledge that encompassed a broad spectrum, including dueling etiquette, various swordsmanship terminologies, and even practical experiences of sword fighters. In essence, Rocky had instantaneously transformed into a character reminiscent of Wang Yun, yet it seemed of little use. Although Rocky was well versed in the techniques of striking, generating power, and accurately hitting a target, he found himself incapable of executing these skills. To illustrate, mind, I have mastered swordsmanship. Hand, no, you have not. System, why are you so inadequate? Other systems allow users to master skills instantaneously without regard for reason, yet you have merely granted me theoretical knowledge. System. Settings. Rocky sighed in resignation and returned home for lunch. After the meal, Lottie hurriedly abandoned her dishes to wait at the village entrance for their parents' return. Rocky, let's go up the mountain to chop wood this afternoon, Otto said to Rocky after lunch, right? Rocky replied without a moment's hesitation, and Otto's words brought him back to the pressing reality. In 10 days, the Arlong pirates would arrive to collect their protection fee. Their family of 3 owed a total of 30,000 berries. I know that Nami's family was charged a protection fee of 100,000 for adults and 50,000 for children, but at that time the Arlong pirates had just arrived, and it was evident that they could not possibly demand such amounts each month thereafter. So I've adjusted it to 1,000 per person per month in the later stages should misfortune befall uncle and aunt. Adding Lottie to the equation would increase the sum to 40,000 berries. Failing to pay this amount would result in dire consequences, unless they chose to flee. However, escaping was clearly the least desirable option. No one wished to relocate to an unfamiliar place for the rest of their lives, especially without sufficient funds for moving at present. The most pressing issue facing the Rocky family is their lack of funds to pay the protection fee. They must devise a means to earn money swiftly, otherwise they will not be able to withstand the threat posed by the fishmen. How to earn money, one might wonder. Theft and robbery are not options. They need a legitimate means of income. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck Rocky. He gazed at the white blossom, in his hand a fine sword that could undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Moreover, the blade was excessively sharp and heavy, making it impractical for him to wield it. Present as a novice, he would be better served practicing with a wooden sword, which is lighter and less likely to cause injury. He could sell the sword now and repurchase it later when he had sufficient funds. Rocky had no doubts about this plan. He was a man with a system, and earning money would surely become simple once he grew stronger. However, he feared that the selling process would result in being grossly underpaid. He was uncertain whether the locals could recognize the sword's true worth, but he was certain they could not afford to pay a high price. Nevertheless, at this juncture, he could not afford to ponder such matters. It was imperative to gather enough money to cover this month's protection fee and navigate through this predicament. Just as Rocky prepared to discuss this matter with his parents, he recalled that the sword had been found by his sister, Lottie. If it turned out to be of little value, gifting it to him would not matter yet. If it were valuable, his parents would undoubtedly insist he return it. I should sell it myself, he resolved. Once it's converted into cash, even if I return to Lottie, I can still borrow it to pay the protection fee. With this determination, he found a cloth to wrap the white blossom securely. Dad, I have something important to attend to. I won't be going up the mountain with you today, Rocky called out, not waiting for his parents' response before darting out of the small courtyard and heading toward Hogtown. Hogtown is where the Navy's 16th Division is stationed. Colonel Mouse has allowed the errant pirate crew to govern 20 villages, but they are prohibited from encroaching upon the town itself. Upon arriving in Hogtown, Rocky first inquired with a neighbor from Apple Village who sold fish. He learned about the character of the owner of the town's sole knife shop, and he was instantly elated to discover that the proprietor of this tool shop was also from Apple Village. Rocky quickly located Langa's knife shop, conveniently situated next to a renowned swordsmanship dojo called Quick Sword Dojo, a well-known landmark in Hogtown. Entering Langa's knife shop, he found the place deserted, with only the owner reclining in a chair, fanning himself in a half-slumber. Good day, sir, Rocky greeted. The owner immediately opened his eyes, flipped over from his chair, and stood with a smile. The proprietor was a man of around 50, with an unremarkable face, a prominent nose, and thinning gray hair, rather ordinary appearance. Yet he did not belittle Rocky due to his youth. Instead, he approached with a warm smile. Young man, you are quite the dashing figure, distinguished guest, I see. Rocky returned the smile. Do you buy swords here? Indeed so. You have come to sell a sword? The owner scrutinized Rocky carefully before remarking. However, I only purchase quality blades. I have no interest in ordinary tools. The expression on his face seemed to convey disbelief, as if to say, a lad like you could hardly possess the treasure I seek. Rocky noticed the shift in the owner's demeanor and understood he was indeed just a poor boy. Here you go. Rocky handed the white flower wrapped in cloth to the proprietor. I shall examine this blade, the proprietor replied, then bent down to unwrap the cloth encasing the white flower. As the hilt was revealed, his gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, exquisite craftsmanship. Then, the proprietor's attention was suddenly drawn to the inscription white flower on the hilt, causing his eyes to brighten. The characters were carved with precision, displaying an elegant beauty. Pulling out the sword, the proprietor scrutinized the blade meticulously, lightly flicking it with his finger, producing a remarkably clear sound. What a fine sword, he murmured to himself, and as he traced his finger along the edge, it was inadvertently cut, blood seeping forth. However, as the blood flowed over the blade, it did not linger in the slightest, as if it had fallen from the sky, directly cascading to the ground, leaving no trace upon the sword's edge. What a remarkable sword! The proprietor skillfully wrapped the bandage around his injured finger and turned to Rocky, his eyes glinting with enthusiasm. Such an exquisite weapon. If the young gentleman truly intends to sell it, I assure you I will offer a price that will satisfy you. Sell it? Rocky could hardly conceal his delight, responding with certainty. While this sword is indeed magnificent, it lacks a sheath, and the prospect of having one custom-made later is rather cumbersome. I shall offer you 150,000 berries. Agreed. Rocky nodded without hesitation. He was acutely aware that the sword's worth exceeded 150,000 berries. However, that was of little concern. He was a man with a system, and he could always repurchase it later when he had the funds. For now, it was essential to resolve his immediate predicament. A most agreeable transaction. The proprietor returned the sword to Rocky and turned to enter the back room to retrieve the money. Here is 150,000 berries. Please, sir, do count it. Rock nodded, confirming the amount was correct before handing the sword to the owner. He neatly stowed the money away and began to make his way toward the exit. At that moment, two towering figures suddenly entered the shop. Upon catching sight of the newcomers, Rocky's pupils dilated in shock. The two individuals who entered were unmistakably fishmen. One was the octopus fishman, Jinba, a cadre of the Arlong pirate crew, while the other, a ribbonfish fishman, remained unfamiliar to Rocky. Leave at once, you lowly human. The ribbonfish fishman barked at Rocky. Rocky swiftly cleared the path, and Xiao Ba and his companion paid him no further heed as they approached their boss. Fishman pirates. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Rocky's eyes as he cast a glance at Xiao Ba and his companion. The Arlong pirates had ruthlessly ruled over Apple Village for 7 long years, during which the villagers had endured a life that was scarcely bearable. All thanks to those despicable fishman pirates. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted him. Murderous intent detected within the host. Hunting task initiated. Eliminate the belt-fish fishman. Time limit, 15 days. Task rewards, system points, shop unlock. The Swordmaster System's physical training chapter has been activated. Rock blinked, assessing the disparity in strength between the two sides, and gritted his teeth. System, this is deliberate on your part. I never intended to slay that merman. The system replied, no, you did contemplate it. All right. I did think about it. But why are there no quest items? Other systems provide their hosts with such aids. The system retorted, you already possess the fundamentals of swordsmanship. If you cannot dispatch a mere mackerel within 15 days, it merely indicates a lack of effort and talent on your part. I can only gently bid you farewell. Why are you saying goodbye again? Haven't we successfully bound already? If I fail the task, you can punish me. Alone in the world of pirates, without the system, he would likely remain a mere fish. The system's cold notification chimed in. If you cannot even complete such a task, it is best to settle for an ordinary life. A swordsman is not suited for you. Realized that the system was not what he had envisioned. He must strive harder. Chapter 3, Days of Sword Training. As Rocky regained his senses, he heard Xiao Ba exclaim in admiration, what a splendid sword. Curiosity sparked within Rocky as he turned to behold Xiao Ba, who wielded a sword, the illustrious Liang Kuai Dao, known as Bai Hua. With a deft flourish of his claw, Xiao Ba effortlessly cleaved a sword-testing stone in twain. Casting a satisfied glance towards the proprietor. How much? The esteemed merman, with discerning eyes, replied, this is the crown jewel of our establishment and is not for sale. However, if you are insistent, I shall reluctantly part with it for 3 million berries. 3 million berries? Deal. Raven, pay him. Xiao Ba, exuding an air of affluence, gestured grandly, prompting the nearby bandfish merman to promptly produce the funds. Here are 300,000 berries. The remaining 270,000 I have not brought with me. You may collect it at a long paradise. Raven counted out 300,000 berries and handed them to the shopkeeper, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. That is agreeable, the knife shop owner replied, his expression sour but resigned, knowing he dared not oppose them. Many had previously attempted to resist the might of the Arlong pirate crew's fishmen, and those unfortunate souls had met their demise. Those scoundrels continue to exploit the innocent here. When I am strong enough, I shall surely rid the world of their menace, Rocky thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yet feeling powerless. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to return home. The system merely offered support. True strength lay in his own endeavors. He needed to practice his swordsmanship diligently, striving to complete his tasks, retain the system, and then unleash his fury upon the world. Upon arriving home, he was met with a scolding from his mother, yet Rocky bore it with equanimity. He presented her with 150,000 berries, leaving her in a daze as he ascended the mountain, wooden sword in hand. Rocky discovered a grand tree and took out a pen to inscribe a few black dots upon its surface. Subsequently, he grasped his wooden sword and, aiming at the dots, thrust it forward with fervor. This technique was derived from the rudimentary swordsmanship knowledge bestowed upon him by the system. With a whoosh, the sword tip lunged forth. Yet it missed the mark by approximately 3 centimeters. Although my intention was to strike the dot, the execution faltered significantly. How could I achieve precision? According to the system's teachings, mastery of bodily control is paramount, accompanied by countless repetitions. The essence of swordsmanship can be distilled into 7 fundamental techniques: chopping, thrusting, sweeping, flicking, stabbing, slashing, and intercepting. Chopping, thrusting, slashing, and stabbing lean towards offense, while flicking, sweeping, and intercepting are defensive maneuvers. As the ancient saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. I must eliminate that merman within 15 days, thus I shall focus solely on honing my offensive skills for the time being. Rocky held his breath, his body bracing itself. Rocky understood the essence of the sword technique, yet his practice was insufficient to unleash its full potential. Thus, he thrust repeatedly, slashed repeatedly, flicked repeatedly, and pointed repeatedly. The monotony was overwhelming, the fatigue relentless. Without the experience of rigorous training, one cannot fathom the sheer exhaustion of sustained practice. His body ached, and his spirit felt wearied. Lacking the requisite perseverance and fervor, he could have easily faltered. Nonetheless, Rocky gritted his teeth and persevered. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. He could sense his strikes becoming increasingly fluid, his posture inching closer to perfection with each attempt. By dusk, his arms felt so heavy he could barely lift them, and the tip of his wooden sword was damaged from relentless piercing. Upon returning home, Rocky received delightful news. His uncle and aunt had returned safely. That evening, he immersed his swollen right hand in warm water to stimulate circulation, while also explaining the origin of the 150,000 berries. His father, Odo, had returned the entire sum, and his elder brother had received a refund of 30,000, which conveniently alleviated the family's pressing financial concerns. Following Rocky's intervention, the urgent matter of paying protection fees had been resolved, yet he could not afford to rest. His tasks remained unfinished. The next day, Odo inquired after breakfast, "Rocky, would you like to accompany me to the mountains to chop wood?" "I'm not going. I need to practice my swordsmanship." "Practice swordsmanship? Will that put food on the table? Engaging in such frivolities from dawn till dusk?" "It can. Just tell me how you practiced. You had no master to instruct you." "Father, please refrain from questioning. Allow me to train for the next half-month. Your support during this time is all I need. If I fail to progress, I shall return to fishing earnestly," Rocky asserted stubbornly. Only parents offer unwavering support to their children. Odo paused for a moment, then nodded. "Vok, the village chief's son, is learning swordsmanship at the Quick Sword Dojo in Hogtown. If you truly wish to learn, inquire about the tuition. I will find a way to assist you. I won't spend money. I'll train on my own." "Enough, father, just trust me. Off you go." After Rocky departed, Odo turned to his wife, a flicker of perplexity crossing his face. "Do you not feel that our son is transformed into a different person?" "It is your fault," she retorted. "Had you not summoned him to fish, he would not have encountered the storm, and thus his character would not have undergone such a dramatic change." Ilya shot Odo a glare, gazing out the door, and continued, "Rocky's transformation has its merits. He is now more spirited and possesses a sweeter tongue than before." For 6 or 7 consecutive days, Rocky dedicated himself to rigorous training, focusing solely on offensive sword techniques. The results of his efforts were substantial, marking a notable achievement. However, the more he practiced, the more he realized that merely honing his skills in isolation would not suffice to vanquish a fisherman with strength approximately tenfold that of an average adult, especially one seasoned in battle like a fishman pirate. Practical combat experience was imperative. As Rocky pondered this, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Previously, when he sold knives, he had noticed a nearby dojo for swift swordsmanship. Perhaps he could challenge them, much like Zoro in his youth. Engaging in a dojo challenge might even lead to an opportunity to join the school and receive mentorship. Training alongside senior and junior disciples, even a little sister, would undoubtedly be far more gratifying than monotonously stabbing tree trunks alone. With resolve, Rocky grasped his wooden sword and sprinted toward Hogtown. Just as he was about to exit the village, he paused. A challenge could be a significant event for a dojo. What if, instead of encountering a benevolent master, he faced someone with a temperament akin to Doflamingo? One must know oneself and one's opponent to emerge victorious in battle. Rocky made his way to the village chief's residence, the sun just beginning to rise. Walker should be at home, since Walker was practicing swordsmanship at the Swift Sword Dojo. Rocky decided to first inquire about the dojo's true nature. Upon arriving at the chief's door, Rocky shouted for Walker. A young man, roughly the same age as Rocky, emerged. He possessed a head of shimmering golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage. Yet, regrettably, his skin, like Rocky's, bore the healthy hue of wheat, which did little to enhance his looks. Dressed in the white attire of the Swift Sword Dojo, Walker looked at Rocky and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast? Come in and join me." "I have already eaten," Rocky replied. "You ate so early? Why not have a bit more?" Walker suggested. "No need. I'll wait for you to finish," Rocky responded. "All right." Walker retreated momentarily, returning with a bowl of noodles, devouring them eagerly and speaking with his mouth full. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening." "I've been practicing swordplay lately," Rocky stated, patting the wooden sword at his waist. "I feel I have made some progress, but I lack an opponent to test my skills. I know you study at the Swift Sword Dojo, so I came to challenge you and see how I measure up." "You've been practicing swordsmanship? For how long?" Walker inquired, quickly swallowing a mouthful of noodles. "1 week," Rocky replied. Walker spat out his noodles in disbelief, failing to wipe his mouth as he stared at Rocky incredulously. "A week, and you think you've made progress? You must be joking. There is no need for a duel. Even with one hand, I could easily defeat you." Rocky felt somewhat speechless. He couldn't possibly explain to Walker that he was a man with a system, unlike a mere common player like him. "We won't know until we fight. Perhaps I could hold my own with one hand," Rocky chuckled. "No way. I overslept today and need to head to the dojo immediately." "I don't have time to play with you," Walker declined, continuing to consume his noodles. "Is it really impossible? Can we not at least try today?" "Today is really not feasible. Let us do it tomorrow," Walker insisted. Chapter 4. The Challenge. Walker, come and face me, Rocky shouted at Walker, who was still engrossed in his meal, activating his dual invitation skill. With a loud crash, the bowl of noodles toppled to the ground, splattering broth everywhere. Walker looked at Rocky with a fierce gaze, scratching his head as he said, "For some reason, I have an overwhelming urge to give you a beating. Wait here. I'll be right back." With that, Walker picked up the bowl and chopsticks, hurried inside to wipe his mouth, and emerged wielding his wooden sword. "Walker, be careful on your way," his mother called out. "Okay, Mom." At the seaside, Rock stood poised with his sword, facing Walker, his spirit taut with tension, his heart racing. This was his inaugural battle. "Rock, I'm coming for you," Walker declared, raising his wooden sword high and charging towards him. He intends to strike. Observing Walker's movements, Rock instinctively discerned his intention, swiftly sidestepping to the left and executing a horizontal sweep with his sword. He possessed the rudiments of swordsmanship, replete with knowledge and experience akin to a seasoned warrior engaging in a match against a lesser opponent. A mere glance was sufficient to anticipate his adversary's maneuvers. Crack! Walker was taken aback by Rock's swift evasion and counterattack, landing a solid blow to his midsection with the wooden sword. "You have some skill, Rock. I shall take this seriously." Walker focused intently on Rock, gripping his wooden sword tightly, his steps steady as he circled around him. "Huh!" With a fierce shout, Walker lunged forward, thrusting his sword directly at Rock's chest. As Rocky's pupils constricted, his keen gaze discerned the sword intent emanating from Walker's wooden sword, as well as the stance in which it was held. In an instant, he surmised that Walker had prepared 2 maneuvers. Should the first strike fail, he would sweep horizontally with his sword. Without hesitation, Rocky thrust his wooden sword upward in a defensive maneuver. The upward flick was a fundamental sword technique, primarily defensive in nature. Although he had not practiced it in recent days, he instinctively understood its necessity for defense. With a sharp clash, their swords met. Rocky's wooden sword pressed against Walker's, sending it soaring upward and effectively neutralizing Walker's attack. At that moment, inspiration struck Rocky like a bolt of lightning. Seizing the momentum from his upward flick, he leaped into the air, aiming his wooden sword directly at Walker's chest with precision. The thrust, a technique he had practiced countless times the previous week, was second nature to him. He was confident that he would strike true. With a resounding thud, the wooden sword made contact with Walker's chest, causing him to lean backward and teeter on the brink of falling. Rock swiftly grasped Walker's arm, exclaiming, "Are you instructing me? Please refrain. It serves no purpose." Walker blinked in surprise, retorting, "I certainly did not instruct you." Yet, to his dismay, he had consecutively lost 2 rounds. What could possibly be the reason? It was utterly unfathomable. Determined not to succumb to misfortune, he resolved to continue. Rubbing his pained chest, Walker assumed his combat stance once more. What followed was a relentless onslaught, as Rock's proficiency only increased with each exchange. With an extensive reservoir of knowledge, he had merely lacked practical experience. However, as the sparring progressed, his swordsmanship blossomed, rendering him nearly invincible. "Rock, I must pursue swordsmanship training," Walker declared, exasperated. "Let us go together," Rock responded. "What is your intention?" Walker inquired. "I seek to engage with more formidable opponents to enhance my skills," Rock replied earnestly. Walker hesitated. Scrutinizing Rock, "How did you cultivate your swordsmanship? Is there a hidden master guiding you?" "Hidden master? I trained on my own," Rock asserted. "You must be deceiving me," Walker remarked skeptically. "After training for a week, I, having trained for a year, find myself outmatched by you. Why is that surprising? I possess an innate talent for swordplay." "Which you do not," Rock chuckled. "Can we not maintain a cordial exchange?" Walker lamented, flipping the table in frustration. However, he was cognizant of Rock's familial circumstances and had never heard of him studying swordsmanship before. Reluctantly, he conceded that Rock's talent indeed surpassed his own. "By the way, I cannot recall why I initially agreed to engage in combat with you. Do you remember?" Walker inquired, scratching his head, having originally intended to decline Rock's challenge. Rock clasped Walker's shoulder with a grin, saying, "Given the strength of our bond, is there any hesitation in your willingness to lend me a hand?" Walker blinked, sensing an underlying unease. "Alas, Walker, do you think my inquiry about seeking counsel on swordsmanship from others at the Swiftblade Dojo will be met with approval from your master?" "Certainly," Walker replied with unwavering confidence. "The headmaster is particularly generous when it comes to exchanges of sword techniques at the dojo." Swiftblade Dojo. Rock and Walker entered together. "Apologies, esteemed curator, for my tardiness," Walker said, bowing in apology to the curator. Rocky gazed at the master of the dojo, an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, sporting a receding hairline and disheveled golden locks. A deep scar ran from his left forehead to his right chin, giving his visage a rather fearsome appearance. He was clad in the uniform of the Quick Sword Martial Arts Academy, wielding a wooden sword with his only left hand. "Why are you late?" the master rasped. "My friend and I engaged in a sparring session, which delayed us," Walker replied earnestly. "The students will extend their study time today to make up for the missed content." "Proceed," the master commanded. "Yes, master," Walker inclined his head, casting a glance at Rocky before quietly stepping back. "Hello, esteemed elder," Rocky addressed, his smile gentle. "I wish to spar with your students. Might I have your permission?" "Why not?" the master replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Pray tell, how long have you been practicing swordsmanship? I would like to find you a worthy opponent." "Just a week," Rocky stated. The master frowned slightly. "What? You dare to challenge with merely a week's practice? Are you here to cause trouble?" "Walker, who is your friend?" Before the master could continue, the students murmured their discontent. It was understandable. Rocky, at merely 17 years of age, with a youthful visage, claimed to have practiced for only 7 days. Such assertions inevitably raised doubts. "Silence." The master's voice, though hoarse and soft, commanded immediate attention. He turned to Walker. "Did Rocky emerge victorious in your duel?" "Indeed," Walker nodded. "He truly has only practiced for a week. I trust he would not deceive me." A profound silence enveloped the room. The notion of someone defeating a practitioner of a year's experience after just a week of training was astounding. The master's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Had he possibly encountered a prodigy of swordsmanship? All eyes in the Quick Sword Martial Arts Academy converged on Rocky, eager to discern his prowess. The master inquired, "Are you here seeking victory or defeat?" Rock blinked, having merely sought to engage in a friendly exchange to enhance his practical experience. The outcome of victory or defeat was of little concern to him, though triumph was undeniably more gratifying. Regardless of the result, his intention was simply to refine his swordsmanship through practice with others, as his skills had been developed solely through personal trial and error, leaving him wanting for real combat experience. Rock responded earnestly, "Is this a jest?" Everyone within the Rapid Blade Academy paused in disbelief. Had he truly bested Walker, who had trained diligently for a year, after merely a week of self-practice? Was there any semblance of fairness in such an outcome? Walker could only manage a wry smile, for it was now clear to all the discomfort he had just experienced. "Your talent is indeed enviable," the Academy master remarked, turning to one of the disciples. "Alan, step forth to challenge Rock." "Yes, master," Alan acknowledged with a nod, stepping forward and gesturing towards Rock with an inviting motion. Alan was renowned among their cohort as the most formidable, leading many to speculate whether he could prevail against this exceptionally gifted newcomer. I believe Alan will surely emerge victorious. Someone commented, while another affirmed, indeed, that lad has only trained for a mere 7 days. Alan's foundation is far more solid. Disregarding the disciples' discourse, Rock turned to the Academy Master and, with sincerity, expressed, "My swordsmanship is a product of my own practice, and I am unfamiliar with the formal rules of dueling. If there are any improprieties in my conduct, I kindly ask for your guidance." The Academy Master smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. Rocky gazed at Alan, a youth of similar age. With his short black hair, sharp eyebrows, and striking features, he stood tall, approximately 2 meters in height, even surpassing Rocky. The disciples of the Sword Dojo cleared a space around them, and the dojo master stepped aside, allowing the stage to be set for Rocky and Alan. Alan performed a gesture of respect towards Rocky, who reciprocated in kind. "As a guest, I shall not hold back," Alan said. Gripping his wooden sword and assuming a defensive posture, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. "Very well, I shall not be courteous," Rocky declared as he charged toward Alan, wooden sword in hand. Chapter 5. Growing bolder in battle, Rocky dashed forward, gripping the wooden sword with both hands. Its tip directed skyward at a precise angle of 45 degrees. As he approached, he unleashed a powerful downward strike, not in a straightforward manner, but rather sweeping from the upper right to the lower left. Alan's gaze sharpened as he raised his sword to counter. Crack! The two wooden swords collided with a resounding impact. Rock raised his right foot and kicked forcefully, only to be met with an unexpected resistance as Alan exerted pressure on his sword, a powerful force emanating from it. Rocky lifted one foot, and his balance immediately faltered, causing him to tumble backward. Bang! Rocky fell to the ground with a thud, his rear end painfully crushed. Is this what they call genius? Hardly. Alan observed the fallen Rocky with an expressionless face, his voice laced with coldness. This guy possesses immense strength. Rocky rolled over and got back on his feet, rubbing his sore backside, and with wooden sword in hand, he gazed at Alan. Let's have a fair exchange. This time, you attack. You are no match for me. I refuse to waste my energy on you, Alan retorted, sheathing his sword, his tone as frigid as ever. I haven't lost yet. Rocky pondered the earlier situation, realizing he could not defeat Alan, yet he could continue to fight, honing his skills through their engagement. Thus, he silently initiated a duel invitation. Let us continue. Alan blinked, unable to contain himself, remarked, "You are quite bothersome. I can't help but want to give you a beating." With that, Alan charged at Rocky, sword in hand. The onlookers were taken aback. Alan, known for his reclusive and proud demeanor, was now acting like a child who had suddenly changed his mind. Rocky truly was a source of trouble. It was inexplicable how he had agreed to the sparring invitation earlier that morning. Walker found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Alan swung his sword down upon Rocky, his strikes swift and powerful. In a moment of instinct, Rocky thrust his wooden sword forward, opting for a mutually destructive maneuver. However, Alan, quick to react, swiftly turned aside. Had he not, the speed at which he approached would have rendered him grievously injured by the wooden blade. Remarkably, this seemingly unavoidable heavy strike was inadvertently evaded by Rocky. The master of the arena narrowed his eyes, realizing that given Rocky's earlier display of skill, he should not have escaped the blow, indicating that Rocky's combat techniques were indeed superior to Alan's. That was a close call. A shiver ran down Rocky's spine. Had that heavy strike landed squarely, his left hand would have been rendered useless. This realization extinguished the fantasies lingering in his mind. He sought to refine his abilities, not to subject himself to unnecessary torment. Stop, stop. Let us cease this. Rocky called out urgently. I cannot prevail against you. Presently, Rocky operated with a kingly awareness and golden finesse, while Alan possessed both diamond-level skill and awareness, an insurmountable gap that left Rocky at a distinct disadvantage. Rock then turned to the curator and said, Alan is truly formidable. I am no match for him. Could I possibly have a different opponent? The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Rocky found himself in a predicament, with only 8 days remaining until the deadline for the task of slaying the merman. He could not afford to sustain serious injuries. The repercussions would be dire. Failure to complete the mission would result in the system abandoning him, leaving him to languish in a state of mediocrity. The innkeeper remained silent. Suddenly, Rocky grasped the crux of the matter. He was not a student of the Swordsmanship Academy, so why should the master arrange suitable opponents for him? Moreover, in the days to come, he intended to visit the academy for practical combat, and it was evident that the master could not unconditionally acquiesce to such an audacious request. Master, does my enrollment here grant me the liberty to challenge anyone at will? Rocky gazed earnestly at the master, who nodded in affirmation. Splendid. Accompanied by the master, Rocky discussed the fees and completed the necessary formalities. Deciding to study for 1 month at a tuition of 10,000 berries, he borrowed the sum from his uncle and promptly paid the tuition. In the ensuing days, Rocky engaged in intense practical training at the academy, fervently leveling up to synchronize his skills with his awareness. After several days of combat, the academy's members could not help but acknowledge Rocky's exceptional talent as they observed his continuous improvement in strength. A foe he was unable to defeat an hour prior was soon bested by him. How infuriating. The master, closely observing Rocky, noted that although he appeared inexperienced, his combat acumen was remarkably profound, often employing techniques that seasoned swordsmen would utilize to prevail. Furthermore, Rocky wielded his sword with a fluid grace that belied his novice status. Despite his ordinary physique indicating he had only recently embarked on his swordsmanship journey, 6 days later, through unwavering dedication, Rocky's skills became increasingly refined. Yet his heart grew ever more restless. The clash with the fishman was a gamble where his life was at stake. Success would safeguard the system and, combined with his efforts, greatly elevate his prospects for greatness. Failure would mean an immediate end. Alan, let us duel once more. Rocky initiated a duel invitation, leaving Alan with no choice but to comply. I am coming, Rocky shouted, gripping 2 wooden swords firmly in both hands as he charged at Alan. This was his meticulously devised strategy. Both the fishman and Alan possessed a common trait. Their strength far exceeded Rocky's, necessitating a victory through skill. Thus, he resolutely decided to employ dual swords, having acquired knowledge of their usage. After 2 days of relentless practice, he had become proficient. The pace of this fellow's progress was nothing short of astonishing. Alan, fully focused, braced himself as he anticipated Rocky's cross-slashing wooden swords, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He raised his wooden sword to defend against the impending strikes. As Rocky's twin swords clashed with Alan's wooden sword, he swiftly rotated his wrist, opting not to resist Alan's dual blades, but instead to launch a flanking assault, aiming for Alan's neck. Alan's gaze sharpened, and he promptly bent backward to evade, slashing diagonally downward with his wooden sword to thwart Rocky's attack, while simultaneously exerting force with his legs to retreat. Haha, it's a stalemate. Rocky chuckled with pride, advancing a significant step forward, wielding his left sword in a downward strike while directing his right sword towards Alan's waist. Damn it. Alan discerned Rocky's intentions. The heavy downward swing of his left sword aimed to intercept the strike to his midsection, should he attempt to block with his sword. The right sword would inevitably land a blow on his waist. Alan had no choice but to drop down, rolling to the side while executing a horizontal slash to disrupt Rocky's advance, all the while straining to rise again. Little did he know, Rocky remained stationary, wearing a grin as he awaited Alan's resurgence. You infuriating fellow, Alan muttered under his breath, panting heavily, yet refrained from any grand gestures, instead contemplating his strategy. He had never encountered an opponent wielding dual swords, and his instructor had never imparted techniques for dealing with such foes, leaving him somewhat bewildered. If Alan's swordsmanship surpassed Rocky's, no matter how many swords Rocky wielded, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion, much like Zoro in his childhood battles against Kuina, unable to prevail against 1 sword, 2 swords, or even 3. However, Rocky possessed foundational knowledge of swordsmanship and its intricacies, having honed his skills through 12 arduous days of practice, effectively rendering him akin to a physically weaker swordsman. His swordsmanship far exceeded that of Alan, making it exceedingly challenging for Alan to cope. Alan, the number of individuals who wield dual swords is scarce. Your inability to counter them stems from your instructor's lack of guidance, the master remarked. Rocky, your independent mastery of the dual sword technique brings me great joy as your teacher. Today, I shall accompany you in your sword practice. All the students at the Quick Sword Dojo ceased their activities, and Alan quietly stepped aside, yielding the stage to Rocky and the master. Clearly, in the ensuing battle, valuable lessons on countering dual swords would be gleaned, and everyone watched with rapt attention. Master, please instruct me. Rocky inhaled deeply, gripping his wooden swords tightly, and charged towards the master. Chapter 6, Departure. Alone based the battle with the director, omitted. Rocky has gained immensely, having been persistently challenged. He has been fervently striving to reclaim his prowess, and his rewards are indeed substantial. The curator has made it abundantly clear that his current swordsmanship is woefully inadequate compared to his reservoir of knowledge. There remains considerable room for improvement in various aspects. Regrettably, time is no longer on his side. Only 2 days remain until the deadline for the task. Due to the uncertainty of locating the last fish-like creature, Lavin, in one fell swoop, Rocky has opted to reserve an additional day as a precaution. Rock requested leave from the curator to return home. Alan noticed the troubled expression on Rock's face as he departed and also sought permission from the curator to leave. Humph, 2 days of self-taught mastery of dual swords? I find that hard to believe. I shall uncover the identity of your master. Alan followed Rock closely. Rocky returned home and, within the confines of his room, began to compose a farewell letter. Though he had resolutely made up his mind, he found himself suddenly unable to put pen to paper, as a thought whispered to him to abandon this perilous task. The undertaking was fraught with danger, truly a gamble with his very life. Regardless of victory or defeat, the possibility of losing his life loomed large. A mundane life, after all, is sufficient to be lived just once. An opportunity has presented itself before me. I must seize it. I yearn for strength, for a new life. What is life without a gamble? I shall give it my all. Taking a deep breath, Rocky began to write, "Dear Dad and Mom, I am embarking on a significant endeavor that will determine my fate. Please do not worry excessively. I shall return within 2 days. Should I fail to return in that time, it shall mean I will never come back. If I do not return, I can only express my regret. I truly wish to live. Mom and Dad, I love you." He placed the neatly folded letter on his desk and cast a furtive glance at his mother, who was busy washing clothes, and his father, who was occupied in the yard commissioning a boat. With resolute determination, he slipped out of his room. His purpose was not to return home, and he was relieved that he had not given up. Alan exhaled deeply and silently followed him. Once outside, Rocky suddenly paused. The adage to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, echoed in his mind. He realized he was still in need of a sword. It would be absurd to rely on a wooden sword to take a life. His current level was insufficient for such an endeavor. What to do? Suddenly, Rocky felt a surge of panic. He had dedicated himself to daily sword practice, striving for mastery in his technique. Yet he had overlooked a crucial aspect: the splendid blade. White Blossom was clearly a gift from the system at the outset. However, his beginning was far from fortunate. He had previously been compelled to gather funds for a protection fee, which led him to reluctantly part with it. "System, what should I do? I am without a sword," Rocky implored helplessly. A mere ordinary great sword would cost thousands of berries, and with his impoverished circumstances, he found himself unable to purchase even one. Wait. Perhaps he could borrow from his uncle. The money from the sale of White Blossom had previously been given to his uncle by his parents. As the thought flickered through Rocky's mind, the system spoke up. "System, good quick blade, white flower, that was the first sword I arranged for you." "You sold it?" Rocky replied sheepishly. "Yes, I sold it." "System, as a swordsman, how could you part with your sword? That was a means of urgent assistance. After all, a sword is not more precious than life, is it? Selling it is of no use to your anger now. Why not help me devise a solution?" Rocky, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded, "System brother, please assist your unfortunate host." The system sighed. "Seeing your plight, I shall grant you an opportunity to wield a fine sword." Rocky's eyes lit up. Could it be that feigning poverty and misfortune actually bore fruit? How wonderful this was. Indeed, systems are fond of their hosts, he chuckled. What a magnificent sword. Rocky beamed with joy. The great blade of 21 crafts. The system elucidated, "This shall be a one-time offer, not to be repeated." "Thank you immensely," Rocky exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his hand, and to his astonishment, a dagger materialized. This blade was remarkably heavy, more than twice the weight of a common one. As he drew it from its sheath, he beheld its dark purple blade, adorned with chaotic serrated edges and intricate crimson patterns. The renowned technique of blade recognition was activated within Rocky, and before his eyes appeared a line of text: Autumn Water, Black Blade. Great knife, 21 crafts. Rocky was taken aback. The Black Blade, Chioshue, was it not the renowned sword of the master swordsman, Ryoma? And Ryoma's corpse should currently lie aboard the fearsome three-masted ship of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line's first half. How could this blade possibly be here? Unable to contain his curiosity, Rocky inquired. System, the great blade is indeed a famed weapon with an owner. It cannot be surreptitiously taken from its master for your use. This particular sword, however, resides in the hands of a zombie. I pilfered it, but during the day, zombies dare not venture into the sunlight, so my theft remains unimpeded. This explanation was satisfactory. Rocky examined Qiu Shui, although it was heavy. He had gained some strength in recent days, so lifting it was not overly burdensome. What a stunning black blade. He longed to possess it forever. Rocky asked, I must return it once I am done, correct? The system rolled its eyes in silence. What do you think? Well, I possess a system, and I shall surely never lack for exquisite blades in the future. Yes, that settles it. Grasping Qiu Shui, Rocky sighed. The dual-wielding swordsmanship I practiced for the past 2 days is now of no use. He set aside his miscellaneous thoughts and headed towards the village of Caucasia. What had just transpired? Alan stood frozen in place, witnessing the sudden appearance of a legendary sword in Rocky's hand. Is Luffy a monster? For 17 years. Alan's worldview nearly shattered. However, this only intensified his curiosity about Luffy, prompting him to continue his pursuit. Alas, he would never again witness such a wondrous scene, nor unravel its mysteries. Apple Village borders Cocoa Village. Although Luffy had seldom ventured there, he could easily find his way. Moreover, he was well aware of the infamous location of Arlong Park. Prepared and nearing noon, Luffy stealthily approached Arlong Park. What could this mean? Why would Luffy venture into Arlong Park? Did he intend to confront Arlong? Alan was increasingly perplexed. Luffy had once admitted defeat to him, proving he was not a foolhardy individual rashly seeking trouble alone. Watching Luffy slip behind the outer wall of Arlong Park, Alan's curiosity was on the verge of exploding. Arlong Park encompassed approximately 10 acres, featuring only one grand entrance, while the remaining perimeter was fortified with 3-meter-high walls. The park was inhabited solely by members of the Arlong Pirates, and finding the notorious fishman would require 2 methods. One was relatively reliable: stealthily infiltrate the park, locate the fishman, and follow him until an opportune moment for an ambush arose. The second method relied purely on fortune, wandering outside Arlong Park in hopes of a chance encounter. While the first approach seemed perilous, the risks were comparably similar. In the event of a confrontation, Luffy questioned whether he could best the fishman, rendering both methods equally hazardous. Waiting outside presented a dismally low probability of success. Thus, with his life on the line, Luffy hefted a large stone and scaled the 3-meter-high white wall at the rear of Arlong Park. At that moment, atop the towering main building of Arlong Park, a window suddenly swung open, revealing a figure stretching her body. Her silhouette was curvaceous and undeniably alluring. After toiling for so long, she finally completed her drawing and felt ravenous. The figure gazed intently towards a distant house in Cocoa Village. Moments later, determination flickered in her eyes. My dear villagers, wait for me. I will earn 100 million berries to redeem Cocoa Village. This figure was Nami, having just finished a nautical chart. As her gaze withdrew, she unexpectedly caught sight of Luffy standing atop the outer wall of Arlong Park, and her heart raced. Armed with a blade, was this young man a bounty hunter? Was he here to eliminate Arlong? Nami's mind suddenly buzzed with recollection. 7 years prior, when Arlong first arrived, numerous bounty hunters were drawn to the allure of his bounty of 20 million berries, seeking to eliminate him. Consequently, all the bounty hunters were vanquished by Arlong's pirate crew. At that time, these hunters clung to the hope of claiming the reward for Arlong's demise, while also seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades who had previously ventured alone and met their demise. Thus, they banded together in teams to confront the formidable foe. Yet, once again, the bounty hunters faced complete annihilation. From that moment onward, despair settled upon the hearts of bounty hunters regarding Arlong Park. Seasoned hunters would caution fledgling novices against provoking Arlong's crew, leading to a prolonged absence of bounty hunters daring to challenge them over the years. This is a courageous young man. I cannot allow him to perish. Nami resolved instantly and dashed down the stairs. Chapter 7. The Mission in Progress. Rocky crawled along the fence, catching sight of the merrymaking merman, yet failing to detect his true target, the ribbonfish merman, Raven. Patience was paramount. Haste could lead to exposure, and the consequence could be the loss of his very life. A nervous tremor coursed through Rocky's body, and he took several deep breaths to regain his composure. At that moment, a voice, faint as a whisper, urged him, quickly, climb down the wall. Do not let the merman discover you. Rocky was taken aback, instinctively bowing his head and bumping it against the railing. His hand slipped, and he suddenly tumbled over the wall, landing with a resounding thud, his backside painfully splintered. Goodness! He had been discovered. Rocky sat on the ground, frozen in place, his heart pounding fiercely. Being discovered meant the end of his life. Now, it was a matter of fighting with all he had. Even in death, he would take someone down with him. Upon the realization of his impending demise, Rocky's eyes instantly welled with tears. In a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, drawing his renowned blade, autumn water, with unwavering focus fixed upon the surrounding wall. At that moment, a figure leaped from the second floor of the Along Paradise main building, landing deftly atop the wall. Rocky noticed the young woman and was momentarily taken aback. She was a girl clad in a simple short-sleeved striped top and a slightly faded, knee-length skirt, paired with sturdy flat shoes typically worn by those engaged in labor. The girl possessed an enchanting charm, her gem-like orange eyes set against her delicate features. Her bright, slightly curled short hair cascaded gracefully over her exquisite, fair collarbone, while her skin, pale as jade, was subtly accentuated by a healthy blush acquired from prolonged exposure to the sea. Under the warm midday sun, she radiated a captivating warmth and brilliance. Despite her youth, her figure was undeniably striking. Her well-proportioned upper body filled the modest short-sleeved top, creating a captivating sight, while her long legs, barely concealed by the skirt, were mesmerizingly fair. Rocky stood in a daze, captivated by the girl before him. She bore an unmistakable resemblance to Nami. "Goodness, Nami!" Rocky exclaimed, suddenly recalling the feminine voice he had instructed himself to keep hidden from the fishmen. Nami was the only female member of the Arlong pirates. "Do you know me?" Nami, gracefully disregarding the incomprehensible exclamation, leaped down from the wall to stand in front of Rocky, offering him a subtle smile. "You are quite renowned," Rocky thought to himself. Discreetly sheathing his prized blade, Chioshui, as new plans began to form in his mind. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to infiltrate Arlong Park and eliminate the fishman leader. However, if Nami were to lend her assistance, the odds would undoubtedly be in his favor. "Are you a bounty hunter?" Nami's large eyes fixed on Rocky, scrutinizing his expression. A master of reading people, the little cat burglar had amassed countless achievements over the years. "No," Rocky replied, to which Nami furrowed her brow, crossing her arms. "Then what brings you here?" Rock glanced around before leaning closer to Nami's ear, whispering, "I am here to eliminate a member of the Arlong pirates." In response, Nami swiftly retrieved a 3-section staff from her dimensional pocket, seamlessly assembling it in an instant and sweeping it towards Rock, declaring, "Arlong has no time to entertain insignificant characters like you." Locke brandished his sword, forcefully pushing it away just as the contact was made with the staff, compelling Nami to press against the surrounding wall. "Why resort to violence? I have no intention of killing you, you lunatic." Nami glared at Locke, her voice a low hiss. "Are you aware of the perilous endeavor you are undertaking?" "I am well aware, especially since you are here," Locke replied with a grin. This scene unfolded before Nami, who perceived it as utterly deranged. She could not help but threaten, "You madman, get lost. If you do not leave, I shall call for help." "You wouldn't dare." Locke chuckled. "You despise fishmen. You wish for their complete annihilation." Nami's expression shifted multiple times. She found Locke inscrutable, while he seemed to possess a profound understanding of her, which instilled an overwhelming sense of insecurity. She commanded, "You cannot defeat Arlong. You will perish. Leave this place at once." With that, Nami turned to depart. "I am not foolish enough to provoke Arlong. I have stated my purpose, to eliminate a mere member of the Arlong pirates." Locke quickly approached Nami's side and whispered, "His name is Raven." "Huh, how do you intend to accomplish that? Will you charge into the paradise and meet your doom?" Nami retorted, turning to cast a scornful glance at Locke. Rocky exuded an air of confidence, declaring, "Lure out the merman named Raven, and I shall eliminate him." "On what grounds?" Nami retorted, her wide eyes fixed intently on Rocky. "Firstly, you harbor a deep-seated enmity towards mermen, and aiding me in his demise would weigh lightly upon your conscience. Secondly, I shall offer you 30 million berries as remuneration. Do you truly possess 30 million berries?" Nami's countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she replied, "How can you prove your capability to vanquish Raven and that you possess such wealth?" "The famed sword, Chioshui," Rocky smirked, revealing the black blade he held. "It is one of the 21 renowned swords in existence, each valued at over 10 million berries, yet they are rarely available for purchase." Coupled with my prowess, in a swift motion, he executed a technique known as one-sword style, drawing slash, swinging the blade towards a tree with a trunk wider than a barrel. With a resounding slice, Chioshui effortlessly severed the trunk, causing the massive tree to crash to the ground. Nami stared in astonishment. To fell a tree with a single stroke was no feat achievable by an ordinary individual. While the swiftness of the blade played a role, the wielder's strength could not be overlooked. Locke sheathed his sword, the blade meeting the scabbard with a pleasing chime that resonated in the ears. Nami, a professional pirate thief, had heard tales of the famed great sword, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed at Chioshui. "After the deed is done, will you gift it to me?" "Indeed. Upon completion, I shall bestow upon you this renowned blade, Qiu Shui, and I shall not go back on my word. Locke replied with solemnity, for Qiu Shui was not his to claim. Moreover, Qiu Shui would eventually be exchanged by the system for the zombie Longma. Thus Locke was merely weaving a grand illusion for Nami. Of course, Locke would not expect Nami's assistance without recompense. I only need a little over 10 million berries to amass a total of 100 million. With this great sword, I shall soon gather enough to redeem the village. Nami mused, her face radiant with joy, appearing utterly charming. This young man seems rather formidable, surely. He will not encounter peril. It seems he will be fine, and I shall profit from acquiring this esteemed sword, Haki. However, how will this young man conclude matters after slaying the fishman Lavin? Nami's meticulous mind whirled through various scenarios in an instant. Have you truly thought this through? Even if you can slay Lavin, the entire Arlong pirates will pursue you. Nami warned gravely. Rest assured, I am prepared to risk my life for this. Very well. I shall accept. Nami nodded earnestly, smiling as she extended her fair right hand. To a pleasant collaboration, Locke gently clasped Nami's small hand. In the distance, Alan had been covertly observing Locke and Nami. How audacious of Locke to seek trouble with Arlong. So that scoundrel is indeed one of Arlong's men. Alan's ire intensified, his teeth grinding audibly. There can be no doubt. That woman is part of the Arlong pirates, and Locke's intimate conversation with her, even shaking hands, confirms it. Alan convinced himself, then reflected, I understand now. Locke's swordsmanship must have been taught by that octopus creature from the Arlong pirates. That octopus wields 8 blades. So it is no surprise that he instructed Locke in the dual-wielding technique. Indeed, how could a mere impoverished youth suddenly possess a renowned sword? The more Alan pondered, the more alarmed he became, his expression shifting multiple times before he promptly departed the scene. Having arranged all matters with Nami, Locke concealed himself behind Arlong Park. Awaiting the emergence of the fishman Lavin, the bait Nami would lure out. As the sun set, Locke observed a fishman exiting through the main gate of Arlong Park. Precisely the one he had anticipated. Lavin, the bandfish fishman. Lavin was headed towards Kokasia village. Excellent. Locke inhaled deeply and hastened to follow. Chapter 8. Slaying Lavin. The bandfish fishman typically exhibited average prowess, and there were no tales of his exceptional might. Surely, that fellow Locke could manage him. In the realm of Airland, Nami occasionally cast her gaze towards the direction of Koko village. Her heart was heavy with concern. A fraction of her anxiety stemmed from worry for Raki's safety, while the greater part was driven by the fear that he might fail and lose the formidable blade. Persevere, for heroes emerge from youth. Raki, you can do it. Nami silently prayed, her hands clasped over her heart. Meanwhile, in Apple Village, Odo, having discovered Raki's farewell letter, was scouring the hills and valleys in search of his son, hoping to bring him back. At home, Ilya was fervently praying for her son's safe return. Raki followed the fishman Raven, his heart racing, and his hands and feet trembling slightly with anxiety. This marked his first intent to kill. Never mind, he thought, this creature is not human. I shall perceive him merely as a fish. Raki swallowed hard, taking several deep breaths. He dashed swiftly, maneuvering to encircle and ambush his target. Before long, Raven reached the midpoint between Alone Paradise and Kokasia village, a place where a scuffle had erupted, rendering both sides deaf and blind to one another. What sound was that? As Raven continued his march, he suddenly heard a thudding noise. This sound was unmistakably not that of insects. It resembled the beating of a human heart, instantly heightening his alertness. Who is there? Raven scanned his surroundings, unsheathing his curved dagger, cautiously advancing forward. However, it was too long before he spotted a youth, no older than 17 or 18, wielding a sword ahead on the path. Where did this brat come from? Raven paused slightly. The common folk on this island had long been subdued under their control, and bounty hunters had already suffered and would not return. Yet, here stood a young man, boldly obstructing his path. Hey, kid, if you wish to live, step aside quickly. Raven brandished his blade at the youth. Step aside. I have come to kill you. Raki inhaled deeply, his gaze steady as he spoke. Raven scrutinized Raki, a mere boy who was shorter and less robust than he, dared to claim he could slay him? Ha ha. Raven laughed heartily. You ignorant brat. I am a noble fishman, and you, a lowly human, possess no capability to defeat me. Capability? Why not test it and find out? Raki took a deep breath, drawing his sword, holding the sheath in his left hand and the blade in his right. With one sword, he could still employ a dual-wielding technique. Quite impressive indeed. Raven continued to mock, yet such skill would be futile against him. Ignoring the taunts of the fisherman, Rocky believed that swiftness was the true path to victory. Every passing minute increased the likelihood of failure. Die. With a fierce determination, Rocky charged forward, his blade and its sheath slicing toward the fisherman's neck. Seeking death, the fisherman, Raven, let out a sinister laugh upon witnessing this. Instead of attempting to intercept Rocky's assault, he swung his curved blade directly at him. With a swift flick of his wrist, Rocky maneuvered the scabbard to block Raven's curved blade, while Chioshui lunged directly towards Raven's chest. Raven's pupils constricted. He abruptly accelerated his scimitar, colliding with the scabbard, then twisted his wrist to angle the blade downward forcefully, perfectly meeting the tip of Rocky's Chioshui. Intriguing. Raven chuckled mischievously, raising a foot to kick Rocky's sword and scabbard aside, swinging his curved blade in a wide arc aimed straight at Rocky's head. Loki remained motionless from the waist down, his body swiftly pivoting to the left. His left hand thrust the sword sheath, aiming directly at Ravel's waist, while his right hand forcefully swung the autumn water, engaging in a fierce clash with the fisherman's curved blade. Could the autumn water, a national treasure forged by the esteemed craftsmanship of the 21 artisans of Wano Kuni, possibly falter? With a resounding clang, the two blades collided. The autumn water penetrated the curved blade's body. However, the thickness of the curved blade proved to be a formidable barrier, and Loki's strength fell short. Although Ravel did not exert his full power, he managed to withstand the blow without succumbing. In that moment, Loki's left hand, with the sword sheath extended, was seized by Ravel's left hand. The strength of Rocky pales in comparison to that of Lavin. The scabbard was effortlessly yanked away by Lavin and cast aside. You possess nothing but a mere treasure blade. Let us see how you intend to slay me. Lavin retracted his curved sword and continued to slash fiercely at Rocky. The momentum of Lavin's strikes was both heavy and swift. Should Rocky be struck even once, he would undoubtedly be finished. How vexing. As Rocky dodged to the side, he attempted to counter with his sword, yet he continually found himself at a disadvantage. The realization struck him. How I wish I had practiced more in preparation for this moment. As he fell into a defensive position, seeking an opportunity, he soon recognized that his defensive skills were woefully inadequate. In his earlier sword training, he had solely focused on offensive techniques. Although he had encountered defensive maneuvers in subsequent practice, he had never given them due consideration, leaving his swordsmanship perpetually lacking. Alas, is my life to end here? Gazing at the fierce onslaught of the fisherman, a sense of despair began to seep into Rocky's heart, yet his defensive stance grew increasingly resolute. Clenching his teeth, he recalled the defensive principles he had studied, striving desperately to fend off Lavin's powerful strikes. Time and again, he managed to deflect the weighty blows of Lavin's sword. Under the pressure of impending death, Rocky learned quickly. His defensive techniques became increasingly adept, yet he discovered that his strength was insufficient. The might of humanity could not stand against that of the fishmen. After several minutes of fierce combat, Rocky met each of Lavin's fierce slashes with all his might. But his stamina waned rapidly. Even if he were to perish, he would take a piece of Lavin with him. With bloodshot eyes, Rocky fought fiercely, even contemplating a counterattack. Yet reality was cruel. His strength faltered, his defensive effectiveness diminished, and soon he found himself with a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. Throughout the battle, hormones surged within Rocky's body. Though he bled profusely, he felt no pain, remaining steadfast in his defense, while offense became his obsession. You're running out of energy, aren't you? Lavin, the fishman, laughed heartily. This level of combat is merely a warm-up for us fishmen, yet you are already exhausted. Do you see? This is the insurmountable gap between the lowly humans and the noble fishmen. Curse you, fishman scoundrel. Rocky roared, still exerting every ounce of strength to defend against Lavin's swordplay. In the next moment, another wound appeared on his chest. Excessive blood loss began to cloud his vision. Fortunately, his defensive techniques had grown increasingly refined, compensating somewhat for his diminishing stamina. Enough of this game. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Lavin's voice turned icy. Prepare to die, human wretch. With both hands gripping the hilt, the fishman Lavin swung his sword down upon Rocky with full force. Rocky's pupils dilated in response to an overwhelming sense of impending danger, a visceral instinct inherent to all living beings. Rocky gritted his teeth fiercely, recalling the techniques that surfaced in his mind. With both hands gripping the esteemed sword, Autumn Water, he intercepted the curved blade's edge. Autumn Water seamlessly sliced through the blade, and with all his might, Rocky pulled the renowned sword. The curved blade shattered significantly, its trajectory forcibly altered. Rocky swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Panting heavily as if drawing air into a bellows, Rocky gasped for breath, his throat parched. To his dismay, his full-force strike had missed its target, inciting the ire of the fishman, Raven, who furiously swung his blade once more, exclaiming, "Die." At that moment, Rocky suddenly heard a crisp notification sound. System, ding. Detection indicates that the host has fully mastered basic swordsmanship, achieving the rank of swordsman. Reward, 1 roulette draw. Before Rocky, a spinning roulette wheel emerged instantly. A surge of joy coursed through Rocky, lightening his entire being as he swiftly turned to flee. At that moment, the roulette gradually came to a halt, the pointer indicating a segment emblazoned with the words, "Guaranteed swordsmanship." Instantly, Rocky's mind was flooded with an introduction to this extraordinary technique. When employed, it elevates the user's observation haki to a level surpassing that of their adversary, exclusively for the user, and cannot be imparted to others. "You little rascal, halt at once," came the furious roar of the fishman, Lavin, from behind. Rocky contemplated the recently acquired swordsmanship, blinking in disbelief. Is it truly infallible? Without hesitation, he executed the technique. Instantly, he felt a humanoid luminescence rapidly approaching from behind. Observation haki. A wave of astonishment surged within Rocky. The system was indeed remarkable. Now aware of the movements of the merman, Lavin, he felt a surge of confidence. Focusing intently on Lavin's chest as he mentally devised his attack strategy. With a swift turn, he lunged. Lavin, seasoned in pursuit, anticipated Rocky's potential counterattack. Observing Rocky's motion, he remained unfazed, delivering a swift downward slash, sneering, "With your level of skill, you dare to ambush me? Utterly foolish." However, his actions had already been anticipated by Rocky. As Rocky turned to strike, he simultaneously maneuvered his feet to evade the descending blade, ultimately thrusting his sword, Autumn Water, forward. Thud. The blade pierced Lavin's chest, sinking 3 to 4 inches into flesh. How is this possible? Lavin's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively swung his blade in a horizontal slash, retreating to the right to evade being impaled by Rocky. "Huh, did you think I couldn't kill you?" Rocky exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Momentarily forgetting his previous predicament, his murderous intent surging. This only heightened Lavin's sense of panic. Subsequently, Lavin was horrified to discover that his actions had once again been read by his opponent. Rocky drew his sword with haste and lunged forward, striking with precision. The blade pierced through the abdomen of the merman Lavin, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could it be possible? How could he anticipate my backward leap? Has this imp been possessed by a divine entity? Lavin, having endured 2 blows, was thrown into a state of panic. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and fled. A remarkably rational choice in the face of overwhelming odds. "Help! Brother Alung, save me." The instinct to survive propelled Lavin into a frantic retreat. "Curse you, merman. Stand your ground." Rocky seethed in frustration, yet remained motionless, gasping for breath as he leaned on his sword. Although his swordsmanship was formidable, the use of observation haki was not a skill he possessed innately, and it drained his stamina considerably. How could that wretch not only survive but also flee with such swiftness? After a brief respite, Rocky gathered his strength and pursued Lavin, who was now gravely wounded. Only a final blow was needed to seal the deal. However, if he failed to land that strike, all would be lost. "Stop right there. You are a noble merman. How can you endure the humiliation of being hunted by an ordinary human? Face me in battle." Rocky sprinted forward, closing the distance between them to mere meters, yet those meters felt insurmountable, as Lavin's back remained tantalizingly out of reach. "Help! Brother Alung." Lavin dared not halt. Dignity meant nothing when life was at stake. Suddenly, an idea struck Rocky. He still possessed a divine skill, dual invitation, that he had rarely employed. Typically, he reserved it, knowing that while dueling could be exhilarating, defeat often led to dire consequences. "Come back here, you merman." Rocky resolutely activated the dual invitation. As Lavin ran, he suddenly froze, his body rigid and his expression one of sheer horror. Though his instincts urged him to flee, he found himself unable to control his own body. What sorcery was this? Lavin's mind was in turmoil, and after several futile attempts to escape, despair enveloped him. An opportunity presented itself. Observing Lavin's disorientation and stiffened movements, Rocky seized the moment and hurled his sword, Autumn Water, with all his might. This throw was executed with the assurance of his marksmanship, rendering concerns of accuracy moot. After the throw, Rocky collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Chapter 9. Rescue with a piercing sound. The renowned sword Autumn Water penetrated Lavin's body. Lavin let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground. "Help! Brother Alung." Lavin sprawled on the ground, extending his hand in a desperate grasp for life's fleeting hope. Rocky, panting heavily, struggled to control his body as he pushed himself up from the ground. Before he could fully regain his composure, he spotted a merman rushing toward him with incredible speed. This merman was familiar to Rocky. He was a cadre from Aolung's pirate crew, named Geo, who was followed by several peculiar-looking mermen. Damn it! Rocky's teeth chattered incessantly as he reluctantly crouched and fled towards Cocoa West Village. Brother, how are you? Geo approached Raven's side. Noticing a long black knife protruding from his back, the ground stained with blood, and the wound incessantly bleeding. The sight pained his heart to the point of near suffocation. Chio, you must avenge me. Raven lay on the ground, his bloodied hands gripping Chio's tightly, his face a tapestry of agony and the joy of being saved. The young lad appeared to be around 17 or 18, having suffered 2 stabs to the chest. I understand, Chio replied. Raven, we will take you to receive medical attention immediately. Nodding, Chio rose and surveyed the surroundings, the sunset's last rays piercing his eyes, rendering the situation unclear. Rest assured, Raven, anyone who dares to offend our lone pirate crew, even if they sprout wings, shall not escape. Rock crouched low, distancing himself from the battlefield, tightening his garments to prevent the blood from dripping onto the road as he hastened along the main path. Damn it, is that fishman still alive? As he fled, Rock gritted his teeth, recalling how Lavin, the fishman, had withstood 3 strikes, being pierced twice yet still clinging to life. His resilience rivaled that of Luffy. It seemed that my chances in this life were utterly bleak. With a sigh, Rock lamented his predicament. If Lavin were to perish, the mission would be deemed a failure, and the system would abandon him, leaving him grievously injured and uncertain of escaping the wrath of the Arlong pirates. It truly felt like he had reached a dead end. Suddenly, an idea struck Rock. System, swiftly return the autumn water to the dragon horse zombie. System, understood. Meanwhile, the barely conscious Lavin was being carried towards Arlong Park by 2 fishmen, who incessantly conversed with him to prevent him from slipping into unconsciousness. At that moment, the famed sword autumn water, which had pierced Lavin, unexpectedly vanished. Splurt. Blood gushed forth from Lavin's wounds like a dam bursting, as Lavin, already on the brink of collapse, violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt the warmth of life draining away, darkness gradually enveloping his vision. A melodious chime akin to celestial music resonated in Rocky's ears. The system announced, "Ding dong, task completed. System points awarded, store unlocked." The Swordmaster System's martial arts chapter has commenced. Amidst the towering mountains and cascading waters, where doubt prevails, a glimmer of hope emerges, revealing yet another village. Rock let out a long sigh of relief, having secured the system that bestowed upon him boundless confidence. Even his footsteps became considerably lighter. As Rocky approached the settlement near Cocoa West Village, he immediately altered his course towards the fields. The errant pirate crew had long established a formidable reputation in this area. Seeking assistance in the village could very well lead to betrayal. The sun descended, shrouding the sky in darkness, and Rocky felt increasingly feeble. The exhilaration from completing his mission had all but dissipated. Excessive blood loss and exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, rendering his steps laborious and fraught with difficulty. How infuriating! Must I preserve the system only to meet my demise? Gritting his teeth, Rocky suddenly beheld a multitude of citrus trees, their branches adorned with greenish-yellow fruits. Rocky blinked his lips, suddenly yearning for Luffy's physique, where after sustaining severe injuries, all one needed was a hearty meal and a good night's sleep to recuperate. Rocky plucked several large citrus fruits, their immaturity rendering them exceedingly sour. Nevertheless, they provided him with a modicum of hydration, while the tartness invigorated his spirit, allowing him to traverse the citrus grove with renewed energy. After what felt like an eternity, a glimmer appeared in Rocky's blurred vision, along with a moving point. "Save me," he cried, mustering the last of his strength, before darkness enveloped him and he collapsed. Meanwhile, the lifeless body of Raven was transported back, laid out before the main building of Arlong Park. Arlong and his band of pirates stood solemnly before the corpse, their expressions grim. "That fellow Rocky truly took down this fishman," one remarked. Nami gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never witnessed a deceased fishman before. Even when the Arlong pirates first arrived in Cocoa West Village, not a single fishman had perished despite the bounty hunters who sought to hunt them down. Yet, Rocky succeeded. Truly astonishing. Shortly thereafter, darkness enveloped the land completely, and Geo returned with several other fishmen. "Geo, who killed our kin?" Aaron inquired, his voice frigid. Raven mentioned before his demise that it was a lad around 17 or 18 who bore 2 wounds to his chest. Gio replied. Did you manage to gather any information upon your pursuit? Aaron pressed further. Cocoa West Village, Gio answered. One of our brethren, drawn by the scent of blood, tracked the boy to the mountains of Cocoa West Village. However, as night had fallen, I led our kin back. So, that boy did not enter Cocoa West Village? Aaron frowned, contemplating the implications. If he had fled to the mountains, it would pose significant complications. Fishmen are inherently aquatic beings, although capable of surviving on land. They generally harbor a profound aversion to forests and mountains. Pursuing someone into the mountains is an arduous and unwelcome task for them. Nami, where do you think that boy might go? Aaron turned to Nami, who leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, observing the scene. His avoidance of Cocoa West Village suggests he is gravely injured. A lightly wounded individual would flee along the main road and would not venture into the mountains. As for where he might go once in the mountains, only the gods could know, Nami replied calmly. You deduce that the boy is severely wounded? Aaron waved his hand dismissively. Our kind has always preyed upon the lowly commoners. No ordinary person dares to offend us. Yet now, that despicable brat has shattered this unbreakable rule. Tomorrow, centered around Cocoa West Village, we shall lie in wait at the surrounding villages for that boy. We must capture him and avenge our fallen kin. Yes, Brother Aaron. But please, ensure you stay far enough away to avoid capture, Nami cautioned, her brow furrowed. Worry creeping back for Rocky. The following morning, Rocky opened his eyes to behold the ceiling above him. Turning his head, he noticed the blanket draped over his body and, upon lifting it, discovered that the wound on his chest had been hastily bandaged. I am saved. Rocky licked his parched lips, yearning for a sip of water. At that moment, the sounds of cooking emanated from another room. Ouch, it hurts. Struggling to sit up, he spotted a glass of water on the nightstand and eagerly lifted it to his lips, taking a generous gulp. I should check if the newly unlocked martial arts chapter can aid my escape from this perilous situation. System, what on earth is this newly unlocked martial arts chapter? System, the martial arts chapter is not an enigma but rather another functional module of this system. A person who solely masters swordsmanship yet possesses a frail physique can never become a great swordsman. The martial arts chapter is specifically designed to enhance the host's physical condition and martial prowess. Ah, I see. Rocky nodded. Filled with anticipation, the swordsmanship chapter granted me the ability to identify renowned swords, introductory sword techniques, and duel invitations. What gifts shall this martial arts chapter bestow upon me? System, you are mistaken. The sword recognition and duel invitations were part of the novice package. This time, you have acquired the energy training technique. What? Energy training technique? What is that? System, in this world, there exists a unique energy within the air. Inhaling it can bolster one's physique. Otherwise, how could the Navy's 6 styles, which allows an ordinary individual to transcend the physical limits of humanity through training, possibly exist? The energy training technique enables the host to absorb this special energy and strengthen their constitution. Now I understand. Meanwhile, outside Kokoyashi village, a figure named Gio, accompanied by a group of fishmen, was following the tracks discovered the previous night, drawing ever closer to the orange grove of the Noki family. Chapter 10. Did you expect this? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside the room. With a creak, a shadow pushed the door open and entered. Rocky ceased his communication with the system and turned to see a young girl entering. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, with soft, wavy lavender hair styled short, adorned with a red ribbon featuring a bow. Her sun-kissed skin was particularly striking, and her delicately featured face was undeniably beautiful. Have you awakened? Noki Gao inquired, gazing up at Rocky with a smile. My name is Noki Gao. You fainted in front of my house last night, and I was the one who rescued you. I am Rocky. Thank you very much, he replied, nodding in gratitude, slightly embarrassed as he glanced at Noki Gao. You were cooking just now, weren't you? Your culinary skills are remarkable. The aroma wafting through the air has stirred my appetite. Breakfast is ready. Just get dressed and rise. Noki Gao replied with a sweet smile, removing her apron and hanging it on the clothing rack in the room. She wore a light yellow tank top, revealing a purple tattoo on her chest and right shoulder. Rocky glanced around, only to find a pile of garments stacked atop the bedside table on the left. However, upon closer inspection, the colors and styles unmistakably indicated they were women's clothing. Me wear this? Rocky exclaimed, directing a look of helplessness towards Noki. According to the sayings on Earth, women's clothing is either worn 0 times or countless times. Rocky was utterly averse to initiating this endeavor. Noki playfully nodded and shrugged, saying, "There are no men in my household, and your clothes are drenched in blood and unfit for wear, so you will have to make do with this. I'll make sure to buy you a proper outfit when I have the time to venture into town." Rocky nodded, hesitating for a moment in discomfort before conceding, "All right. I'll be out shortly. Make haste. Breakfast will get cold," Noki replied as she closed the door. Rocky retrieved the pile of clothing and spread it out, a white V-neck t-shirt, a pair of black pencil pants, and a white lace skirt. Rocky picked up the lace garment, his brow furrowing in discontent. It was a tad too small. After all, it was merely an article of clothing. If I can slay a merman, surely I can don an outfit? With determination, Rocky gritted his teeth and swiftly dressed, realizing that even the trousers felt somewhat constricting. Snap! Loki pushed the door open and stepped outside. To his surprise, Noki turned around and gasped. Loki was wearing her clothes quite fittingly, due to excessive blood loss. His face was pale, and with a change in hairstyle and some makeup, his mother would hardly recognize him. Loki's handsome features made it easy for him to blend in among women. "Is something amiss?" Loki inquired, gazing at Noki. "No, just having a meal," she replied, leaving a spot for him but not serving any food. "This is porridge I specially made for you," Noki said, handing him a bowl filled with vegetables and generous chunks of meat. "Thank you," Loki responded, lifting the bowl and glancing at Noki. "I shall begin." Then, to Naka's astonishment, he finished the entire bowl in just a few bites. "Is there more?" he asked. "Yes," she answered. "Loki, what happened to your wounds?" "I killed a fishman. And of course, that scoundrel left me with a little memento," Loki said proudly. The one who saved him was Noki, Nami's sister, who, true to her character in the original story, would never betray Loki. "A fishman?" Naka's eyes widened in shock, her expression turning blank. "Is it from the Arlong pirates?" "Indeed." Loki nodded. Naka's face paled, her demeanor suddenly anxious. A silence fell between them. "The Arlong pirates will definitely come to Kokoyashi village to hunt for you. Do you have a plan?" Noki asked seriously, looking intently at Loki. "Aren't you going to drive me away?" "You truly are a good person, Noki," Loki said earnestly. "Once again, thank you. I don't have a good plan. For the most part, I'll have to play a game of hide and seek with the fishmen." "I understand. The situation is urgent. I shall go to the village to assess the situation. If it's clear, I will take you away from here." With that, Noki promptly exited. Reflecting on Naka's earlier reaction, Loki wondered if he truly looked good in women-esque clothing. Returning to the previous room, he noticed a mirror he had previously avoided. It was then he realized, seeing his reflection, a smile crept upon his lips. Being handsome has its advantages. "Loki, hurry up and prepare." Naka's anxious voice called from outside. "Fishmen are approaching from the orange grove. You need to hide quickly." "They are chasing us? How is that possible?" Loki was bewildered. Just yesterday, he had not been in dire straits and had taken precautions to avoid detection, leaving no traces behind. Could it be that the fishmen were akin to dogs, able to track his scent even after a night's passage? The gravity of the situation dawned upon him. He must destroy the bloodied clothing. Additionally, he needed to mask the scent, perhaps with perfume, and then he would have to flee deep into the woods to evade capture. Each of these 3 steps was crucial. However, time was running out. In a moment of panic, Loki suddenly conceived a method that left no room for retreat. Rocky gazed at Nokigao, who was running with beads of sweat adorning his brow, and felt a surge of emotion as he exclaimed, "Nokigao, I have conceived a brilliant idea." Rock shared his thoughts with Nokigao, who blinked and appraised him from head to toe before nodding in agreement. "It's worth a try." Rocky and Nokigao swiftly entered the room. Moments later, Rocky found himself once again before the mirror. Scrutinizing his reflection, his sword-like eyebrows had been meticulously reshaped into delicate willow leaves. His complexion was transformed to a fair and enchanting hue with an unknown powder. His lips adorned with lipstick, and he wore a golden wig, exuding the allure of a fragrant, statuesque beauty. Although his legs were somewhat stout, complemented by alluring leg hair, the pencil pants he donned artfully concealed them, while a scarf discreetly masked his Adam's apple and gloves adorned his hands, rendering him nearly flawless. Nokigao gazed at Rocky, her large eyes blinking, a slight furrow in her brow, sensing an underlying awkwardness. "Oh, you like a bosom. No wonder it feels a bit off," Nokigao exclaimed, hastily dashing out to fetch 2 oranges, returning to toss a bra at Rocky, urging him to don it himself. Despite the discomfort of his injured chest, propping up 2 oranges was the only recourse left. When faced with the choice of life or becoming a cross-dressing sensation, Rocky resolutely opted for the former. Knock, knock, knock. A loud rapping echoed from outside. Hurry up, open the door. Chio, accompanied by 2 fishmen, pounded on Nokigao's door with fervor. Don't speak when they arrive. It should be manageable, Nokigao whispered to Rocky before responding. Coming. With a creak, Nokigao swung the door open. Oh, Chio, what brings you here? Nami's figure appeared in the distance. The trio turned to face Nami, with Chio explaining, we traced the scent and followed it here. The trail vanished in the orange grove. And the scent dissipated within this house, so we came to investigate. Nokigao would never harbor the perpetrator responsible for the murder of fishmen. Nami hurried over. Nami! Nokigao exclaimed upon seeing her, a smile illuminating her face. Thank heavens, you have returned safely. Rocky arrived at the door, where he found Nami engaged in a kiss with a merman named Chio, alongside a grouper merman and a large yellowfish merman. Noki, who is she? Nami inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Nami, this is my newly acquainted friend, Lottie, Noki introduced. Nami, my sister, a bit of a wild child. Hello, Nami replied, blinking her eyes. Feeling that Lottie seemed somewhat familiar, her thoughts drifting to someone else as she extended her fair right hand. Are you trying to tease me? Rocky felt a surge of anxiety. Speaking could betray her. Thus, she extended her hand, adorned with a sheer white glove, to shake hands with Nami, while pointing to her throat, which was obscured by a scarf, casting a glance at Noki. Lottie caught a chill last night and has a sore throat, Noki quickly explained. My apologies, Nami replied with an apologetic smile, glancing at both Noki and Rocky. During their handshake, she sensed that Lottie was a man, immediately deducing that this was Rocky. Hey, aren't you all supposed to search Naka's house? Please, go inside, Nami directed Gio and the others. Gio led his team through the house, but they found nothing. Rocky's bloodstained clothes had been burned, leaving no trace. Have you seen an injured young man? Gio inquired, approaching Noki and Rocky. No, Noki promptly shook her head in response. I suspect you may have been played by that fellow. He likely darted into the orange grove to obscure your view. He could very well be in Gosa Town tending to his wounds right now, Nami suddenly mocked. Let us go, Gio announced as he prepared to leave, but then raised his hand to signal a stop. You stay here to keep watch. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes, brother Gio, the grouper merman replied. Gio and the yellowfish merman departed, leaving the grouper merman lingering at Naka's doorstep. Well done, Rocky, Nami observed, gazing at Lottie. I didn't recognize you earlier. Nami, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Rocky said with a cheerful smile. Let us cut to the chase. Where's the big knife? Hand it over. Or else, Nami warned with a cunning smile. Arlong is searching for you everywhere. Do you believe I want to report you? Chapter 11. The art of energy cultivation. It's gone. I don't know where it ended up, Rocky said, looking at Nami with utmost sincerity. Despite Nami's exceptional ability to read people, she could discern no hint of deception, as if the big knife had genuinely been lost, and Rocky was not lying. After a moment of silence, Nami insisted, I don't care. Our agreement is unbreakable. You must fulfill your promise. I will, but you need to extend the deadline. Rocky replied, glancing at her, suggesting, look at me now. I'm so poor I can't even afford clothes. What are you two discussing? Noki asked suspiciously, gazing at Rocky and Nami. Noki, this is a matter between him and me. You need not concern yourself with it. After Nami finished speaking with Nojiko, she pulled Luffy out of the room and into another one. Clarify where you misplaced the big knife. I shall seek it, she insisted, resting her hand on her forehead. Otherwise, heaven knows how long it will take for you to repay me. I truly do not know where it fell, Luffy replied, shrugging his shoulders, aware yet feeling that sharing this knowledge would be futile. Then tell me the route you took from Arlong Park to here, and I shall search along the way. Nami suggested, blinking her eyes. If you wish to find it, go ahead. The fishmen followed my trail from the orange grove. If you trace their footsteps, you may indeed locate it, Luffy responded with a forced grin. You had better hope I succeed in finding it, Nami warned, shaking her fist playfully at Luffy. Otherwise, you shall be in dire straits. With that, she hurriedly exited the room. What was your agreement with Nami? Nojiko approached Luffy. Nothing of consequence, he replied nonchalantly. Speak quickly, or I shall report you, Nojiko teased, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. If I refuse to speak, you wouldn't dare report me, Luffy retorted, feigning indifference. Hey, fishman, Nojiko called out loudly. Rocky exclaimed in astonishment. Do not mention it, Nokigao. Allow me to share something with you. As the fisherman stationed at Nokigao's doorstep entered, Nokigao inquired if he desired any water, subsequently bidding farewell to the fisherman. Rocky then earnestly conveyed his agreement with Nami to Nokigao. You must ensure that this 30 million berries reaches Nami. Trust is paramount. Nokigao nodded, affirming. Even in the absence of funds, I shall devise a means to acquire them. I will certainly fulfill this obligation. Rocky nodded with conviction. For he was a man endowed with a system, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, and could not afford to betray others for a mere 30 million berries. Nokigao, would you be so kind as to see if you can leave the village? I wish to convey a message to my parents. Indeed, your injuries are severe. Rest at home. I shall depart immediately. Nokigao, perceiving the urgency within Rocky's heart, promptly exited the room. Once Nokigao had left, Rocky resumed his dialogue with the system. System, how does one utilize the energy cultivation technique? The system responded. It enhances your daily training. Even if you refrain from training, your physique will gradually improve due to the energy cultivation technique, while your active training will expedite this process. Rocky blinked, pondering. So my rate of growth entirely hinges on my own diligence? The system affirmed, indeed. Overjoyed, Rocky smiled widely. The notion that mere existence could lead to strength was exhilarating. Although this enhancement paled in comparison to the monstrous physique of figures like Big Mom and Kaido, it was still remarkably formidable. If he failed to ascend to the pinnacle of combat prowess in the pirate world under such circumstances, it would be solely his own shortcoming. In that moment, Rocky was imbued with determination. After a brief contemplation, he began practicing Tai Chi, a discipline he had once dabbled in during his university days. His movements felt somewhat awkward, and in parts he could not recall, he had to innovate. Yet, as he completed a sequence, a warmth surged through him, and even the pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. The system was indeed impressive. With renewed vigor, Rocky continued his training. Before long, Noki entered the room. Observing Rocky as he leisurely practiced his martial arts, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes, though she chose not to interrupt him. Rocky was gathering his strength, preparing for another round, when he suddenly heard Nokigao's voice exclaim, Rocky, what are you doing? You're back. You must have had quite the ordeal. Rocky, in high spirits, replied with a smile, I was practicing my boxing. Oh, I went to check, and it turns out that the village only allows entry and not exit. The youths in the village are being taken to the entrance for health inspections. In that case, Rocky said, I may have to stay at your place for a while longer, Nokigao. That is perfectly fine. It's just me at home anyway. It gets rather lonely. Having you here is just what I need. My dear sister, Nokigao chuckled. Rocky was forced to contemplate his current identity as a cross-dressing sensation, and his expression darkened in dismay. All right. There's no need to let anger worsen your injuries. When Nami returns, I will have her inform your parents. As she is capable of leaving the village, Noki reassured, patting Rocky on the shoulder. As noon approached, Nami stormed back, pulling Rocky aside. Rocky, if you don't provide me with an explanation, you will soon realize my formidable nature, Nami declared as she entered the room. Her face flushed with fury and her fists clenched. I will repay you 30 million berries, but I truly have no idea where my precious sword has gone, Rocky stammered. What will you use to repay me? Nami retorted, her teeth gritted as she glared at him. You are a pirate thief. We could simply rob other pirates together and split the spoils. I will gather the funds to repay you, Rocky suggested. Nami furrowed her brow, contemplating the idea. Given your current state, perhaps accompanying me on such escapades is feasible. This is not possible. I swear I will never don women's clothing again, Rocky declared defiantly. His neck stiffening. Then how do you expect to join me in thievery? Nami questioned, her teeth clenched as she raised her fist. Why not? We could become bounty hunters instead, Rocky proposed, gazing at Nami. Absolutely not, Nami countered, shaking her head. You have no idea of the ferocity of pirates. Confronting them directly is exceedingly perilous. Trust me, Rocky was earnest in his conviction. With his newfound swordsmanship and the enhancement from energy cultivation techniques, he believed he could elevate his capabilities before Nami found suitable pirates to confront. At that point, as long as he faced pirates without access to lethal firearms, he was confident in his ability to prevail. Moreover, defeating pirates would yield system rewards in the form of points, which could be accumulated and exchanged for powerful skills, allowing him to vanquish even stronger foes and amass further points in a beneficial cycle. He envisioned a future where he could soon stand atop the pirate world, relishing the thought. However, unbeknownst to Rocky, once he became a swordmaster, defeating monsters would no longer yield point rewards. Very well, next time you shall accompany me. And you will prove your worth, Nami remarked after a moment's reflection, nodding in agreement. Rock displayed a smile. Having endured the perilous task of confronting the Fishman Raven, He had, in a sense, faced the trials of life and death. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had transformed, and he found himself less fearful of taking lives and confronting mortality. Nami, I now have a request to make of you. Loki informed Nami of his intention to visit Apple Village to ensure his parents' safety, to which Nami readily agreed to depart that evening. As the Arlong pirates began to make their moves, news of the death of a fisherman within their ranks swiftly permeated the surrounding 20 villages and 3 small towns. Most villagers were filled with trepidation, fearing any association with the murderer, yet secretly, they felt a sense of relief. There were also those with a broader perspective who recognized that the audacity to resist Arlong's tyranny signified the potential end of his oppressive reign. Though the likelihood remained exceedingly slim, a glimmer of hope persisted, did it not? Chapter 12, Nami's Arrangements. Afternoon. Rocky has been practicing Tai Chi, and under the influence of the system's energy cultivation techniques, his training requires virtually no physical exertion. In fact, the more he practices, the lighter he feels. However, while his body may not tire, his spirit can. After all, cultivation is a monotonous and solitary endeavor, lacking the joyful engagement that games provide. Even playing games can lead to mental fatigue, let alone the rigors of cultivation. Yet, Rocky is not like an ordinary person. The immense pressure from the Arlong pirates compels him to forego rest. By the next day, his scars had nearly healed, the wounds itching intensely. The world of pirates differs greatly from reality. The air is saturated with unique energy, rendering the notion of healing injuries over 100 days utterly unfounded. For an average person, recovering from injuries like Rocky's would take merely a fortnight. His continuous absorption of special energy during training results in a recovery rate that is simply incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. By the 3rd day, Rocky's wounds had fully healed, astonishing Noki. The blockade imposed by the Arlong pirates around the neighboring villages remained unchanged for the following 3 days. Time passed, and days rolled by. At Arlong Park, after several days of gathering information, Nami had pinpointed a newly emerged pirate crew, whose captain had a bounty of 500,000 belly. Such low-tier vessels had been easily navigable for her since she was 13 or 14. Now, they held little allure for her. Yet, this time was different. She and Rocky were facing an entire pirate crew directly. While Rocky could eliminate a fisherman, confronting a whole pirate crew posed a significant challenge. The difficulty and danger associated with bounty hunting far surpassed her previous escapades of infiltrating pirate crews for thievery, necessitating utmost caution. On the 1st floor of Arlong Park, Arlong reclined on a beach chair, a glass of coconut juice resting beside him, with his subordinate, Ju, standing nearby. Brother Arlong, there has been no word from that brat who killed our brethren. Furthermore, our compatriots are growing impatient, voicing their grievances and wishing to give up, Ju stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Arlong took a sip of his coconut juice, his brow furrowing slightly. He was unafraid of any adversary in the East Sea when it came to a direct confrontation. This confidence stemmed from his identity as a fisherman hailing from the Grand Line. However, the enemy lurked in the shadows, and he had no means to identify them. The primary issue was that fishmen regarded ordinary humans as inferior, with rampant racial discrimination. Their aim was not to dominate ordinary people but to enslave them. Lacking the support of the populace made it impossible to seize control, thus they could not establish an intelligence network, leaving them powerless against the hidden Rocky. For the fishmen, accustomed to indulgence, the days spent under the blockade were a stark contrast to their usual lives of pleasure. Just a few days of confinement had already dulled their fervor for revenge, replaced by a desire for enjoyment, leading many fishmen to resist continuing the blockade. Faced with this situation, Arlong had no choice but to swallow his pride. No need to maintain the blockade any longer. Let the brothers return. A long sigh escaped Arlong as he solemnly vowed, however, should that little rascal dare to show his face again, I shall ensure he meets his demise beneath the waves. Indeed, Cho responded, delighted, as he departed. Nami returned to Nojiko's home, bearing the good news of the lifted blockade. Rosai was assisting Nojiko in tending to the orange grove. With Rosai's robust presence, the task had become remarkably manageable. As Nami approached, she naturally joined in the efforts. Rosai, the target has been identified. The bounty stands at 500,000 berries. Are you up to the challenge? Nami casually inquired. Why wouldn't I be? Rosai replied, reflecting on his progress over the past 10 days, his confidence swelling. 1,000,000 berries would pose no problem. Very well, Arlong has ordered the blockade lifted. We can hunt today, Nami stated nonchalantly. Be cautious. Nojiko, observing the agreement between Rosai and Nami, offered a weary reminder. She had long ceased to advise Nami on such matters. After all these years, she had never succeeded in dissuading her, especially now that two were conspiring together. After lunch, Rosai followed Nami to the sea, their destination being Shabandi town. This town was situated on an island, positioned along several crucial maritime routes, making it a hub of accessibility. Its primary economic sustenance derived from supplying passing vessels, resulting in a thriving economy. Across the seas to the north, south, east, and west, merchants, travelers, pirates, and navy alike relied on charts and compasses to navigate fixed routes, saving both time and resources. Shabandi town was indeed located at such a pivotal maritime crossroads. In the afternoon, aboard the ship bound for Shabandi Island, Rocky leaned against the railing, savoring the ocean breeze. Nami was inside the VIP cabin, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a portly gentleman. Moments later, Nami returned, her face aglow with joy. "Did you reap great rewards?" Rocky inquired, his gaze fixed on her. With a radiant smile, Nami reached into her fourth-dimensional pocket, producing a wallet containing a stack of banknotes, each bearing the denomination of 1,000 berries, amounting to several 100,000 berries. "Impressive," Rocky exclaimed, kneeling in admiration and giving her a thumbs up. "It's her." A rich voice suddenly resonated from behind. Rocky and Nami simultaneously turned around, only to see a middle-aged, corpulent man, standing at about 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, approaching them with 2 bodyguards and a uniformed security personnel. It was her. "Just a moment ago, she spoke with me, and shortly thereafter, my wallet vanished. She must have stolen it," the oily man exclaimed, pointing at Nami with unyielding certainty. Instantly, the other individuals on the deck turned their attention towards them. It is in human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and most onlookers revel in the chaos. "Madam, I must insist that you retrieve your belongings for this gentleman to identify," the security guard said, his gaze fixated on Nami's chest, given her short skirt and V-neck t-shirt. The only conceivable place to conceal items was indeed there. "On what grounds?" Rocky interjected, his voice firm. He knew Nami to be a kind-hearted and delightful young woman. This scoundrel could not possibly be a suitable target for her. "What right does he have to demand that my friend publicly reveal her personal items?" Rocky glared at the security guard, his eyes icy. "What do you mean by this? Our boss is a person of considerable standing. Do you truly believe he would slander a village girl?" The 2 bodyguards behind the middle-aged man stepped forward. Rocky cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged, greasy man, who was fixated on Nami's chest, his gaze laden with insidious intent. As a man himself, Rocky could readily comprehend the desires that flickered within the man's eyes. He yearned for Nami's corporeal form. It must have been a serendipitous encounter, Rocky surmised, likely ignited by Nami's act of pilfering the man's wallet. After the theft, Nami had departed, but the man, unwilling to let the matter rest, conveniently discovered his wallet was missing and promptly pursued her. What to do now? Rocky furrowed his brow. Never mind, he thought. With such a trivial character, it would be better to act than to engage in pointless banter. A country bumpkin? Rocky concocted a flimsy excuse and, raising his fist, struck down a nearby bodyguard. He glanced at the fallen figure and warned, "Continue to speak, and I shall break your legs." "How dare you?" The middle-aged man glared, his fury igniting as he turned to another bodyguard beside him. "What are you waiting for? Go on, beat the scoundrel to a pulp." The bodyguard, clad in black, drew a baton from his waist and swung it at Rocky. Sidestepping the attack, Rocky retaliated with a powerful punch, sending this bodyguard crashing to the ground as well. "You wretched fool, my friend is not someone you can covet." Rocky stepped forward, grasping the greasy man's shirt and lifting him off the ground, a sinister smile dancing upon his lips. "This time, I spare you to keep my hands clean. Should you dare to provoke me again, you will learn the true meaning of cruelty." With that, he flung the man aside and turned away with an air of nonchalance. "Mark my words, you little scoundrel," the middle-aged man huffed in anger, glaring at the 2 moaning bodyguards on the ground. "You 2 imbeciles, still here making fools of yourselves? Get up." Click. The sound of a shutter echoed. "Perfect." Rocky turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where a young man, approximately 20 years of age, stood holding a camera. Adorned with a black top hat and dressed in a white shirt paired with a brown vest, he held a camera phone in his hand, while a notebook was tucked at his waist. The shutter sound that had just echoed was indeed emitted from the camera phone he wielded, its lens aimed directly at Nami, who was leaning against the railing with a smile. Chapter 13. The Bounty Hunter emerges. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Nami felt a surge of joy at the sight of someone admiring her beauty. As the young man lowered the camera phone, his face became visible. Though his features were rather ordinary, his striking blue eyes held an extraordinary charm. "Beautiful lady, encountering you is a privilege," he approached with a warm smile. "My name is Linus Tavaz, a reporter. Might I be even more fortunate to learn your name?" "I am Nami," she replied, extending her fair hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Reporter." Linus Tavaz gazed at Nami's outstretched hand, his smile growing even more radiant as he quickly reached out to shake it. Following a courteous exchange, it was evident that Linus Tavaz had no intention of departing. Rocky leaned against the railing, savoring the sea breeze, contemplating that there was no need to engage with someone like Tavaz. Soon, the ship arrived at its destination. "Mr. Tavaz, it has truly been a pleasure conversing with you. But alas, my journey has reached its conclusion," Nami declared, concluding the conversation. "Farewell." With that, Nami and Rocky disembarked. "Miss Nami, may I be so bold as to inquire about your next endeavor? Perhaps our paths may align," Linus Tavaz pursued, eager to engage with the captivating young woman. Understanding his intentions, Nami felt a surge of joy and replied, "We plan to explore leisurely. If you are free, you are welcome to join us." Linus Tavaz's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "How fortuitous. I am a journalist, tasked with covering significant news events. However, I cannot always predict where such occurrences will arise, so I am keen to wander and seek out potential stories." Rocky and Linus Tavaz strolled along the coastal streets, following Nami, who was captivated by the moored vessels, while Tavaz's attention was solely on Nami. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in black stealthily trailed behind them, a bodyguard of the rather rotund man they had encountered earlier. After wandering along the coastline for quite some time, they had yet to catch sight of their target pirate ship, nor had they stumbled upon any sword shop. "Nami, I urgently need to procure a sword," Rocky stated, catching up to her. "If memory serves me correctly, I know the location of a knife shop." Linus Tavaz chimed in. "Please, lead the way." Rocky gestured graciously to Tavaz. "Nami, could you lend me some money for the sword?" Rocky approached her. "Absolutely not," Nami replied without hesitation. "Threefold interest," Rocky retorted. Nami's demeanor shifted, a playful grin spreading across her face. "What kind of relationship do we have? It's merely a matter of purchasing a sword. How could I possibly refuse you?" Linus Tavaz guided Rocky and Nami to the front of the knife shop. "Look, is that not our target's pirate ship?" Rocky pointed to a small vessel docked at the shore, reminiscent in size to the Going Merry, the first ship of Luffy and his crew. The pirate flag displayed a black background, adorned with a white skull and two crossed bones, beneath which lay the letter X. "Are you bounty hunters?" Linus Tavaz gazed incredulously at Rocky and Nami. "Are you afraid? If so, you should leave quickly. A fierce battle awaits us." Rocky chuckled. "At that moment, no one will be able to shield you. One misstep, and the Grim Reaper may just invite you for tea." Linus Tavaz blinked, a hint of panic flashing across his face. He had never witnessed the scene of bounty hunters hunting pirates, and, after indulging in a vivid imagination, he envisioned the process to be perilously thrilling. However, weighing his aspirations as the greatest journalist against his fear, especially with Nami showing no trepidation, he resolved not to appear cowardly and risk losing his chance to pursue her. With newfound resolve, he donned a facade of composure and declared with a smile, "I shall stand at a distance and be a spectator. I do not believe the pirates, entangled with you, will have the energy to trouble me." Rocky smiled, remaining noncommittal. A pirate crew freshly emerged from the sea would not possess formidable fighting prowess. Typically, they could only unleash about 80 to 90% of their true capabilities. In contrast, an experienced old pirate might exert an extraordinary strength, perhaps even exceeding their full potential by an additional 10 to 20%. Thus, Rocky was likely capable of handling them. After procuring a suitable sword, Rocky and Nami made their way to the shoreline, where two members of the pirate crew remained. Lacking firearms, they were swiftly subdued by Rocky. From their confessions, Rocky gleaned information about their captain, who had ventured out with his subordinates to procure food, medicine, and weapons. This revelation posed a potential challenge for Rocky. Through more than 10 days of rigorous energy cultivation, Rocky's physical constitution had improved significantly, boasting a strength approximately 7 to 8 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with his swordsmanship at a swordsman level, Rocky's abilities were commendable for someone of his age, surpassing at least 99% of his peers. However, even Rocky could not withstand bullets. If the pirates acquired firearms, his only option would be to flee. At that moment, not far from the pirate ship, two men, one elderly and one young, both armed with pistols and swords, approached the vessel. Passers-by instinctively cleared the way for the duo. "Mom, why are we moving to the side of the road?" a young boy innocently inquired, gazing up at his mother. "Those two uncles are bounty hunters. They are going to eliminate the pirates and do a good deed for the people. We should let them pass quickly to prevent the pirates from escaping," the mother replied, a hint of apprehension in her eyes, a natural fear that ordinary individuals feel in the presence of the powerful. The young bounty hunter noticed Rocky and Nami waiting by the pirate ship, alongside two bound and incapacitated pirate lackeys. "Master, we've encountered fellow hunters. Shabby Town is my territory," the elder bounty hunter scoffed. "Let us go teach those disrespectful newcomers a lesson." Both bounty hunters observed Rocky, who likewise recognized the two men advancing toward the pirate ship. Their conspicuous firearms immediately put him on high alert. He kicked one of the pirates on the ground and demanded, "Are those two your captain?" The pirate, feeling a surge of hope upon hearing that someone was approaching, looked up and quickly realized that the individuals were not their captain. Spotting the pistols at their waists, he understood that Rocky was wary of the newcomers and promptly devised a scheme. He shouted towards the approaching bounty hunters, "Captain, hurry and save us. We have been captured by these two bounty hunter friends." Rocky was taken aback, casting a glance at Nami beside him, his eyes conveying a singular message. Even if they were not foes, they could hardly be allies. "Should we make a discreet exit? That man is among them." Nami scrutinized the newcomers, her brow furrowing slightly. The older of the two was none other than the most renowned bounty hunter from Shabby Town, Dennis Rich. "I am unfamiliar with the younger one." "Oh." Rocky exhaled with relief. "There is no need for alarm. Protocol dictates that precedence matters." "But you." Rocky delivered a hefty kick to the pirate beneath him. "How dare you deceive me? I'll shatter your teeth." The battered pirate stared in bewilderment at the approaching duo. Dennis Rich, he had heard the captain mention him before, a legendary bounty hunter who had single-handedly taken down pirates with bounties exceeding 5 million berries. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. Another formidable adversary has arrived. Despair flickered in the pirate's eyes. Chapter 14. Instant annihilation. The two bounty hunters drew ever closer, and Rocky focused intently on them, relieved that they showed no signs of aggression. The older bounty hunter appeared to be in his 40s, with unkempt black hair tied back, a long face, and skin bronzed from years of seafaring under the sun. His cheeks were adorned with stubble, and his sharp eyes glinted with intensity. Beside him stood a younger man, likely in his early 20s, with a head of short, curly brown hair, a well-defined round face, and a complexion significantly fairer than that of Dennis Rich. He too sported a modestly grown beard. Both bounty hunters stood nearly 2 meters tall, towering over Rocky. Each was equipped with a pistol and a katana at their waists. Rocky possesses an unparalleled skill in identifying renowned swords. With a mere glance, no exceptional blade can escape his scrutiny. The katana worn by Dennis Ritchie is a fine weapon, aptly named Gale, while the young bounty hunter's sword, though commendable, pales slightly in comparison to Gale. The youthful bounty hunter cast a glance at Rocky, Nami, and Linus Torvalds, who was still busy capturing photographs from a distance, and remarked, "I presume you three are not mere tourists here for a photo op." "Certainly not," Rocky replied. "We are bounty hunters like yourselves, here to hunt down pirates." The young bounty hunter erupted into laughter, and after a moment, still smiling, turned to Rocky, saying, "You naive rookie, do you comprehend the strength of this band of pirates? They are not adversaries you can contend with. You should leave at once. Everything has its order. Do you intend to cut in line?" Rocky responded with a calm demeanor. "Order?" The young man scoffed. "I see you are the newcomers. I have refrained from holding your ignorance of the rules against you, even offering a kind reminder. Yet, here you are, not only ungrateful, but also discussing order with me. Do you even know whose territory this is?" Rock furrowed his brow. Are pirate hunters really dividing territories? Is such a thing even conceivable? If there truly exists a rule among pirate hunters regarding territorial division, then so be it. One must adhere to the customs of their profession. Obstinate newcomers often find themselves battered and bruised. Only by adapting to the times can one hope to thrive. However, the question remains, are these two merely trying to intimidate him, or is there some veracity to their claims? Rocky gazed at Nami and inquired, "Is there a regulation among bounty hunters regarding territorial divisions? I have not heard of such a thing. It is likely a recent development." Nami's expression turned grave as she responded that Dennis Ritchie is exceptionally formidable and quite renowned in this area. Many pirate crews have fallen victim to him. We must not provoke him. No. Rocky shook his head and turned to Dennis Ritchie and his companion, declaring, "I hereby proclaim that this territory now belongs to me. If you wish for me to vacate, you must first defeat me. The purpose of Rocky's journey appears to be the eradication of pirates, yet in essence, it serves to showcase his prowess to Nami. Engaging in a skirmish with 2 bounty hunters would equally fulfill this objective. Ha ha ha, Dennis Rich exclaimed, laughing heartily as he pointed at Rocky. Such arrogance in youth is not a virtue. Iris, go and teach this young lad a lesson. Yes, master. Iris replied with a nod, scrutinizing Rocky before casually inquiring, how old are you this year? How long have you been training? Rock furrowed his brow slightly and replied, 17. I've been practicing swordsmanship for a month. Wow, you're impressive, he remarked, though young. You possess quite the audacity to venture out on your own after merely a month of training. Ares chuckled in disbelief, at a loss for words. Having accompanied his master for 2 years and participated in over 20 battles of varying magnitudes, he had only just secured his master's consent to undertake this solo endeavor. I'm not someone who lacks awareness, Rock cautioned. Let me advise you not to underestimate me. He sought to demonstrate his prowess to Nami. If he were to defeat his opponent in a single strike, it would indeed validate his strength, but it would likely foster animosity between them, which would be unwise. As Rocky's words fell upon Iris's ears, the latter was greatly displeased. What do you mean by looking down on me? I am not without the means to do so. Iris possessed an unwavering confidence in the strength he had painstakingly cultivated over 2 years. Not only did he have the formidable guidance of Dennis Rich, but he also honed his combat skills through real-world experience. Enough with the trivialities. Do I really need a stubborn rookie like you to teach me about fighting? With a huff, Iris drew his katana, discarding its sheath and gripping it tightly with both hands. Come on, I shall not bully you. I will allow you 3 strikes first. He pointed the blade at Rocky, exuding an air of self-assurance. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its utmost strength. Rocky unsheathed his katana, one hand gripping the blade while the other held the sheath. Don't underestimate me. You might just find yourself in trouble. Iris frowned at Rocky. You've only trained with the sword for a month. It would be pointless for me to fight you. Instead, unleash your most powerful technique against me. If I fail to block or evade it, then you win. My most powerful technique will undoubtedly obliterate you, Rocky retorted confidently. The precision of his swordsmanship was guaranteed to strike true, rendering any form of Haki or the 6 styles of the Marines utterly ineffective. You truly are a headache. You rascal. Just use your technique. If you lose, you lose. Do you think I cannot bear to lose? Iris snapped in frustration. Very well. Rocky slowly approached Iris. Sheathing his blade, shifting into a half-squat stance. He placed his left hand on the sheath behind him, while his right hand hovered in front. The drawing technique, do you also possess the skill, boy? Iris observed Rocky's movements, his initial disdain diminishing slightly. The drawing technique was a swordsmanship style characterized by its singular focus on a lethal strike. However, unbeknownst to Iris, Rocky's drawing technique diverged from the conventional. Due to the elegance of the stance aligning with Rocky's aesthetic sensibilities, he had integrated his guaranteed strike technique into his drawing style. Consequently, Rocky's drawing technique was both resplendent and practical, having become an essential skill for him in various endeavors. Are you ready? Rocky inquired. I was ready long ago. Hurry up. One sword style, twin dragon flash. With a swift motion, a brilliant light flashed. Rock wielded his sword, its blade aimed menacingly at Iris's head. Startled by Roche's remarkable skill, Iris swiftly sidestepped to the left. However, in the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation against his neck. The blade of Rocky's knife was poised against Iris's neck. Its edge turned inward. Iris stood in stunned silence, completely frozen in shock. Rocky had surprisingly anticipated his movements from the very beginning, had he not held back. His opponent would have met a grim fate. Is Rocky truly that formidable? Nami expressed her astonishment. Incredible! Mr. Rocky's swordsmanship is remarkably exquisite. Linus gazed at Rocky in awe, unable to suppress his admiration. I concede. Rocky sheathed his sword, a gentle smile gracing his face as he glanced back at Nami. Eris's expression turned somber. Just moments ago, Rocky's assault had been so swift that it had caught him completely off guard. He could hardly defend himself with his blade, resorting instead to a desperate leap to the left. Yet, Rocky effortlessly matched his movements, using the back of his blade to intercept him. Eris realized that his evasive maneuver had consumed all his strength, and he could not have been any swifter. The fact that his opponent could keep pace and still possess the energy to deflect him was a clear indication. He was no match for this young man. It was a testament to his own inadequacies, a truth he could not deny. However, recalling how Rocky had warned him several times not to underestimate his opponent, Eris felt a wave of shame wash over him. He quickly turned to approach his mentor, Dennis Rich. Chapter 15. Rocky versus Dennis Rich. Earlier, while Rocky, Nami, and Linus Tavaz awaited the return of the pirates by the seaside, a cloaked bodyguard trailing them promptly contacted his employer to report the situation. "Just two bounty hunters whose names I've never even heard," he said dismissively. "Wait there. I will bring some men over." On the other end of the line, a rotund, greasy middle-aged man scoffed. "No matter who you are, once you step into Shabby Town, even a dragon must bow to me. Everyone, drop what you're doing and grab your gear. Follow me." With a sweeping gesture, the middle-aged man commanded, and soon, over 30 burly men from the shipyard gathered, all ready for a brawl, equipped with considerable strength. "Let us move." Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, the large contingent marched determinedly towards the coastline where Rocky was situated. Eris returned to his mentor, Dennis Rich, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame, his head bowed low. His usual pride vanished. "Young man, this is what they call there are always greater heights beyond the heavens," Dennis Rich remarked with a grin as he observed his dejected pupil. "What are your thoughts now?" Eris fell silent. "Are you too afraid to speak the truth?" Dennis Rich sighed in disappointment. "I just want to find a crevice to hide in," Eris muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Fool, you still dare to call others thick-headed newcomers. I see you are the real novice." Dennis Rich frowned. In this world, the talents of individuals vary greatly. However, talent does not equate to strength. It is the effort one puts in that truly matters. Just because you cannot defeat him now does not mean you will always be at a disadvantage. As long as you exert sufficient effort, who dares to claim that you cannot surpass him? Iris remained with her head bowed, fully aware of the truth. Yet the current sentiment she harbored could not simply be alleviated by a mere platitude. "Since you have defeated my student," Dennis Ritchie grinned, gazing at Rocky, "then let it be my duty to discipline you, this unruly newcomer." Rocky couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this a mistake? Are they truly intervening in a conflict among the younger generation? Well, under the same roof, one must yield. Rocky had no choice but to concede. "I understand your desire to teach me a lesson. However, I have one condition. We shall engage in a single move. If you can withstand my drawing technique, I shall admit defeat. Should I lose, I will promptly apologize and leave." The technique known as the sure-hit swordplay was Rocky's most formidable skill at this stage. If he could not overcome Dennis Rich through a fair fight, surrender would be the wisest option, for the sure-hit swordplay was incredibly taxing on his stamina, limiting its use to only a few attempts. "Very well." Dennis Rich contemplated for a moment. There is little satisfaction in bullying a younger opponent. Rocky, do exercise caution. Nami restrained herself from cautioning further. Dennis Rich is exceptionally formidable. "I am aware. I will be cautious," Rocky affirmed with a nod, taking a deep breath as he approached Dennis Rich, sword in hand. As he stood before Dennis Rich, an immense pressure enveloped him. Though not as oppressive as a mountain, it felt akin to facing a fierce tiger. At that moment, Rocky realized he was unequivocally outmatched by the man before him. "I likely cannot best you, senior, so please be mindful not to harm me." "Especially since I have not injured your student," Rocky remarked, his survival instincts kicking in as he raised his hand in caution. He then assumed the striking pose for his drawing technique. One sword style, Dragon Flash. With a flash, his blade cut through the air as he unleashed his attack. Dennis Rich's gaze sharpened. Rocky's speed appeared markedly different to him than it did to Iris. While indeed swift, it was not sufficient. Dennis Rich raised his blade to counter, his own knife moving with a speed that surpassed Rocky's strike. Logically, intercepting Rocky's blade should have been a certainty. Yet, an inexplicable occurrence ensued. Rocky's swordsmanship has transformed. With a flick of his wrist, Rocky transformed his into a direct thrust, skillfully evading the blade of Dennis Leach and aiming straight for his chest. Upon witnessing Rocky's sudden change in technique, Dennis Leach's eyes widened, his mind struggling to catch up. The opponent's strike was executed with astonishing speed. Such a rapid alteration in tactics was exceedingly challenging. If Rocky had not anticipated Dennis's defensive maneuver and tailored his attack accordingly, it could only mean that his reflexes were alarmingly sharp, coupled with an astonishing agility. The act of changing one's technique mid-combat effectively meant relinquishing the momentum of the previous strike. This force could only be countered through sheer resilience, after which other techniques could be employed. The swordsmanship of drawing the blade hinged upon delivering a decisive blow, necessitating immense power, making the act of altering one's technique akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, Rocky's transition was executed with such fluidity that it suggested one plausible explanation. Dennis's defensive move had been foreseen by his adversary. What to do? Dennis Leach found himself bereft of time to devise a countermeasure. Instinctively, he resorted to his ultimate life-saving technique. With a rush, a layer of black armor enveloped his skin. Clang! The sword of Rocky plunged into Dennis Ritchie's chest, only to be thwarted by the black armor. Rocky was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Dennis Ritchie's sword had already swung in front of Rocky, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, the blade struck him. Instantly, Rocky felt as though he had been rammed by a frenzied rhinoceros, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the sea over 10 meters away. "Rocky, are you all right?" Nami screamed, rushing towards him in haste. Rocky was merely knocked away, not injured by a blade. Though he felt excruciating pain in his chest, he was not gravely harmed and immediately stood up after falling into the sea. "I admit defeat against that black-armored foe," Rocky said, bowing respectfully to Dennis Leach. "I sincerely thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy. Your power is formidable, and I shall adhere to your rules and take my leave." "You are mistaken. I did not intend to show mercy. It is simply because you did not harm my student that I cannot bring myself to harm you," Dennis Leach replied, dismissively waving his hand. "By the way, who is your master?" Dennis Leach inquired, turning his gaze towards Rocky. S. lips curled into a subtle smirk as he replied, "Waski." "Waski?" Dennis Ritchie furrowed his brow. But in the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. It was not unusual for some masters to prefer anonymity, remaining unrecognized. Dennis Ritchie approached his student, his hand resting on his chest where the sword had pierced, still throbbing with pain. A hint of resignation crossed his face. "Ares, your defeat was not unjust. That fellow is a combat prodigy. He possesses the uncanny ability to anticipate his opponent's defensive maneuvers. Had I not transformed in time, I might have found myself with that sword buried in my chest." "What?" Ares exclaimed in disbelief. "Master, you were almost harmed by him?" "Harmed? That is out of the question. His sword could not penetrate the armor I donned upon transformation. He is still quite weak." Dennis Ritchie narrowed his eyes, observing the trio of departing figures. "However, this fellow will undoubtedly become formidable in the future." Chapter 16. The misjudgment of the newspaper. Let us rewind time a bit. On the streets bordering the coastline, a corpulent middle-aged man, his demeanor exuding grease, wielded a baseball bat, flanked by over 30 muscular brutes, each brandishing their own weapons. The aura emanating from this formidable group was overwhelming, causing pedestrians to swiftly retreat to the sidelines. "Boss, that young man is right up ahead. It seems we need not intervene. He has offended the monster, Dennis Ritchie." The bodyguard trailing Rocky reported to the greasy middle-aged man. The man erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. After Dennis deals with that kid, we shall have our turn." With that, the imposing entourage advanced with menace. Soon after, they beheld several individuals along the coastline. "That kid dares to challenge Dennis's favorite student?" "What?" Dennis's student was instantly defeated. "Look, Dennis is about to teach that kid a lesson." "Good heavens. Am I seeing things? I actually witnessed Dennis, that monster, landing a hit. How is this possible? To be struck by Dennis and still rise to one's feet. It's over. That kid is approaching. Boss, should we engage?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down the middle-aged man's forehead as he hesitated. "Boss, I wish to take leave. My wife is giving birth, and I must be by her side." "Boss, I too wish to take leave. My wife is also in labor." A bewildered onlooker asked, "Are your wives the same person?" "Yes, no, well, not exactly. Our wives are giving birth on the same day," the man quickly clarified. "All right then, today. Everyone is off." The middle-aged man waved his hand grandly, pointing towards Rocky by the seaside. "In life, it is paramount to possess magnanimity. That young man bears no significant grudge against me, so let this matter rest. Come, I shall treat everyone to a meal." As Rocky, Nami, and Lenistawaz departed from the beach, the significance of their stay in Shabby Town faded for Rocky and Nami, prompting their decision to return. Lenistawaz casually concocted a reason to continue following Nami. Upon arriving in Hogtown, Rocky and Nami parted ways to return to their respective homes. Lenistawaz, still yearning to accompany Nami, was met with her stern rebuke. "Rocky, why has Nami suddenly taken a disliking to my presence?" Lenistawaz lamented, hastening to catch up with Rocky on his journey back to Apple Village. "Rocky, do you wish to pursue her?" "Abandon that thought. She will not entertain such notions in the near future." "Why?" Linus Tavaz replied incredulously. "How can you ascertain her thoughts? Moreover, considering my sister's temperament, women's affections are notoriously fickle." "Well then, go ahead. I wish you the best of luck." Rocky chuckled softly before turning to return home. Linus Tavaz remained rooted to the spot, furrowing his brow and murmuring almost to himself, Given Rocky's demeanor, he does not seem like my rival. He has no reason to deceive me. This suggests that Miss Nami must harbor some unspoken troubles. After all, everything was perfectly fine before. There is no reason for her sudden disinterest in my company. I must unravel this mystery. Linus Tavaz's expression softened as he hastened down the path towards Nami. Upon arriving home, Rocky was first enveloped in his mother's embrace. Seeing her son return safe and sound, her worries dissipated. Then came his father, brandishing a stick thicker than Rocky's arm, chasing him through the village. For over a decade, the illustrious reputation of Rocky in Apple Village has been tarnished. However, he remains largely indifferent to this, finding a sense of touch instead. The lack of parental care in his previous life has fostered his independent character, which is why, after the blockade of the village by the errant pirate crew was lifted, he did not rush back to report his safety. A tranquil day passed. On the following day, Rocky nestled at home, engrossed in his training. System, ever since I eliminated the fisherman, you have ceased to assign me any tasks, and I have yet to receive any points. Is the point shop merely a fade? During his training, Rocky engaged in dialogue with the system. He had previously explored the system shop, and the items within were nothing short of extraordinary. For instance, the dark fruit, which has yet to be devoured by Blackbeard, and the supreme great sword, both of which are coveted treasures. Naturally, the redemption prices were exorbitantly high, rendering them unattainable for Rocky. There were, however, some more affordable items, such as the stamina fruit, which could fully restore one's stamina with just a single consumption, enabling one to endure an additional hour even in extreme conditions. The system offers 3 avenues for earning points. First, the host will receive points as a reward for diligent training. Second, defeating enemies using one's swordsmanship will yield points. Third, completing system tasks will also result in point rewards. Is diligent training truly the path to earning points? Then why have I not received any? Rocky pondered, perplexed. Am I not training hard enough? The system replied, isn't it evident? I do not withhold points. What constitutes diligent training? Rocky inquired. Training for over 12 hours daily. 12 hours. Rocky exclaimed, taken aback. He had never reached such a duration. To my knowledge, the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk, trained for 16 hours daily before mastering his swordsmanship. Roronoa Zaro trains for 18 hours a day. Do you still consider 12 hours excessive? The system's tone was cold. If those superior to you exert even more effort, by what means do you expect to catch up? All right, I understand. Rocky nodded, then continued to ask, why did I not receive any points for defeating Dennis's apprentice? The host does not earn points for defeating enemies using skills provided by the system. With this clarification, Rocky's confusion dissipated, and he immediately immersed himself in training. The next day, Rocky successfully trained for 12 hours and earned a single point, though meager. He understood that small accumulations could lead to significant gains, as he needed to train daily to earn points. Rocky grew disinterested in visiting the Quick Sword Dojo in Hog Town, finding the travel time excessive. Moreover, there was little purpose in going, as the dojo's students could no longer match his prowess. In the ensuing days, Rocky's training routine remained serene. Yet, amidst his tranquil days, a newspaper emerged, disrupting the ecological balance of certain waters under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division, causing ripples in the stillness. The newspaper in question is the East Sea Daily, a publication collaboratively issued by several nations in the East Sea, primarily featuring significant events from various countries in the region. However, this time, the East Sea Daily has surprisingly published an article concerning the Arlong Pirates' dominion over 20 villages surrounding Cocoa West Village, prominently displayed in the most conspicuous position. This revelation has sparked fervent discussions across the East Sea regarding the Arlong Pirates. Many are perplexed as to how a pirate crew could exert control over nearly 20 villages for an extended period of 7 years. Gradually, public opinion began to point towards the 16th Division of the Navy. After all, it is unreasonable for the Navy to have neglected the notorious Arlong Pirates for such a prolonged duration. Meanwhile, Rocky, who was diligently training at home, remained utterly oblivious to these events. Chapter 17, Colonel Mouse at Arlong Park. Beneath the eaves of the main building, Arlong sat across from a naval colonel at a wooden table. Behind Arlong stood his officers, the fishman Kissing and the fishman Crocodile. The naval colonel opposite Arlong was tall and slender, with a somewhat ashen complexion, sporting 2 mouse-like whiskers on his cheeks and a hat adorned with mouse ears. His leering gaze resembled that of a large rodent. He was none other than Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division. 3 naval guards stood rigidly behind him. What is the meaning of this? Arlong exclaimed, slapping a newspaper onto the table. Brother Arlong, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. This is the East Sea Daily, and I cannot prevent its publication. On the contrary, this newspaper indirectly reflects my incompetence or suggests that we have a deal, which is highly detrimental to me. Do you think I would refrain from stopping it if I could? I certainly do not wish to jeopardize my promotion and earnings. Colonel Mouse replied darkly. He was equally vexed, as the newspaper had thrust him into a precarious spotlight, where a careless word could lead to his ruin. What do you intend to do? Arlong inquired, gazing intently at Colonel Mouse. Firstly, my superior has clarified that the Arlong pirates' control over the villages is due to the villagers' failure to seek help. Our military was unaware. Secondly, I will bring forces to encircle you. What? Do you realize what you're saying? Arlong glared angrily. Squeak, squeak, Brother Arlong, please allow me to finish, Mouse continued unhurriedly. When I bring my men to surround you, we will draw out the scoundrel responsible for the article. Finally, you should capture the woman mentioned in the newspaper and execute her as a warning to others. The remaining villagers will naturally refrain from seeking assistance again. Squeak, squeak. Ha ha ha. Colonel Mouse is indeed the most astute naval officer I know, Arlong laughed heartily. Then I shall take my leave for now, Colonel Mouse said, rising to depart. Upon hearing this, Nami subtly stepped back. Nami, if I recall correctly, the woman interviewed is your nominal sister. You wouldn't be considering warning her, would you? Aaron turned to glare at Nami, his eyes glinting with malice. Nami froze in place. Take Nami back to her room, until this matter is resolved. Do not allow her to wander, Aaron commanded casually. Nami's complexion paled, her teeth chattered incessantly, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She yearned to resist, yet found herself incapable of action. She understood that any act of defiance at this juncture would be futile. In the village of Kokoyashi, a middle-aged man sprinted towards Nojiko's orchard, clutching a newspaper. Clad in a police uniform, he wore a brown cap adorned with a small windmill, and his face bore countless scars that made him appear somewhat fearsome. He was Achan, the village constable, an indomitable and resilient man. Not good. Nojiko, Achan shouted as he reached the small cottage within the orchard, breathless from his exertion. What is it, Mr. Achan? Nojiko hastily emerged upon hearing his call. Look at this newspaper. How could you testify against the Arlong pirates? They will kill you, Achan urged. Before they discover this, you must escape across the sea. It is the only way to preserve your life. Nojiko took the newspaper and glanced at it, bewildered. Oh, Nojiko, you must see. I have publicly exposed the malevolent deeds of the Arlong pirates through this paper. It won't be long before the Navy sends forces to eliminate this band of pirates. And you and Nami will be saved, Linus Tavaz exclaimed joyfully as he approached, brandishing a newspaper. Nojiko and Achan turned to him. Oh, Miss Nojiko, you already received this paper? Linus was taken aback upon noticing the newspaper in Nojiko's hands, and then observed her pale countenance. What's wrong? Miss Nojiko, are you not happy? Sir, you may have misunderstood. This newspaper features Nojiko's photograph. The Arlong pirates will surely not spare her. Achan interjected to clarify. The Arlong pirates are too preoccupied with their own troubles to concern themselves with Miss Nojiko. The entire East Blue is now aware of them, and the pressure from the Navy is immense. They will soon come to rescue and eradicate the Arlong pirates. You need not worry, Linus stated confidently. However, Nojiko and Achan's expressions remained serious. Linus blinked, sensing something amiss, yet he believed his plan to be flawless, unable to pinpoint any possible flaws. If you are exceedingly worried, you could seek refuge at the hotel in my town until the Navy has dealt with the Arlong pirates, Linus suggested, scratching his head. At this point, Nojiko, you must hide and wait to assess the situation. Aegean nodded and spoke. The following day, another newspaper was published after a deliberate manipulation. This edition explained why Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division was oblivious to the fact that the Arlong pirates were dominating the villagers. According to the report, the villagers had failed to seek assistance from the Navy, leaving them completely uninformed. The Navy assured that they would promptly eradicate the Arlong pirates without mercy. However, the villagers of Koko West Village, who had suffered greatly at the hands of the Arlong pirates, were far from appreciative. Their cries for help had been more frequent than Colonel Mouse's meals, and the claim of ignorance was met with skepticism. Nevertheless, this newspaper was not intended for the likes of the Koko West villagers. The Navy, as the guardians of order upon the seas, could not afford to lose credibility. As the newsprint was delivered across the East Sea by messenger birds, Colonel Mouse's warship sailed towards Koko West Village. The approaching Navy vessel captured the villagers' attention. Despite their despair regarding the Navy's 16th Division, the arrival of the warship instilled a flicker of hope, as it seemed plausible that the Navy would indeed come to confront the pirates, given the widespread knowledge of the Arlong pirates' threats to 20 villages, including Coco West. News of the Navy's arrival spread swiftly. Led by the village chief and the village guard, Aegean, numerous villagers gathered at the village entrance to welcome them. Once the warship docked, Colonel Mouse descended with 4 Navy soldiers. "Welcome, Colonel," the village chief greeted. "It is my duty," Colonel Mouse replied politely, inquiring, "Where is the reporter who covered the Arlong pirate story? Before I engage in the operation against them, I must ensure his safety and prevent him from falling victim to the pirates." Furthermore, he expressed hope that this operation would be reported, serving to intimidate the pirates of the East Sea. Mr. Aegean furrowed his brow, harboring doubts about Colonel Mouse's sincerity. However, he reasoned that given the public nature of the situation, the colonel might not dare to play tricks. "Colonel, I know where he resides. I will take you there." Aegean hesitated but ultimately chose to trust the Navy this once, a decision that would later weigh heavily on his conscience. Chapter 18. The Rescue in Progress. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Rocky was sprinting around the village in training. "That scoundrel Colonel Mouse has shifted the blame onto us. His conscience must have been devoured by a dog," the village chief exclaimed, brandishing a newspaper in anger. "However, given the magnitude of this incident, I refuse to believe the Navy will remain indifferent. This time, those fishmen will surely be eradicated." Standing beside the chief, Alan gazed at the newspaper but expressed a contrasting viewpoint. "What has transpired? How could the Navy possibly confront the Arlong pirates?" Rocky felt a surge of curiosity and approached closer. "Rocky, wow, I haven't seen you in over a month. Where have you been?" Alan inquired immediately upon spotting him. "I went to visit relatives," Rocky replied flippantly. He glanced at the newspaper, which reported on the Navy's attempts to shift blame, an incoherent article that left him puzzled. "What on earth is going on?" he questioned. "Just wait. I'll fetch you another newspaper, and you'll understand," Alan said. His family was the only one in Apple Village that consistently subscribed to the newspaper. The other fishermen and fruit growers had little interest in such publications. Midway through reading the paper, Rocky's expression shifted dramatically. "Linus Tavaz, that scoundrel, is he out of his mind?" He cursed silently upon seeing the reporter's byline. The front page featured a photo of Nokigo. Was it to ensure that the Arlong pirates wouldn't confuse the name with the person? Did that fool not realize this could endanger Nokigo? Rocky fervently hoped that Colonel Mouse would confront the Arlong pirates under this immense pressure. If that were the case, the pirates might temporarily overlook Nokigo. "Alan, thank you, but I must take my leave," Rocky said, hastily making his way home. With no one at home, his parents had gone fishing to support his sword training. He left behind a letter that might serve as a farewell. Grabbing his katana, he swiftly set off towards Kokoyashi village. Given the vengeful nature of the Arlong pirates, Nokigo was likely in grave danger. Not long ago, Nokigo had saved his life. And now that Nokigo was in trouble, he could not stand idly by. Rocky ran from Apple Village to Kokoyashi village, a feat he had never dared to imagine before. Yet this time he accomplished it without feeling overly fatigued. Unbeknownst to him, his physical conditioning was rapidly improving due to his rigorous training of over 12 hours each day. Arriving at Nokigo's orchard cabin, Rocky took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The sound echoed in the stillness, but there was no response at all. Rocky's heart raced wildly. Impossible. Nami would never simply watch as Nokigo was harmed. She must have sought refuge elsewhere. Rocky blinked, a mix of speculation and anxiety coursing through him. "Nokigo? Are you home?" "It's me, Rocky," he called out tentatively. "Rocky?" A voice echoed faintly from a distance, barely discernible. "Who is it?" Rocky turned towards the source, and after a moment, Nami emerged, breathless and drenched in sweat, clearly having run from afar. "Is Nokigo not home?" Nami panted, her urgency evident. "There's no one here." Rocky's expression grew grave. "I don't know if she's hiding or if those ruffians from Arlong have captured her." "Nokigo is in hiding. I managed to sneak away from Arlong Park." Nami exhaled with relief, having spent an entire night plotting her escape from the top floor of that fortress. If the Navy hadn't been pursuing Arlong, Nokigo would likely have been targeted by the fishmen by now. She could be anywhere, and we must find her first. "There is someone who must know where Nokigo is," Nami asserted, her thoughts turning to Mr. Aiken. "Let us go find her." Without a moment to spare, Nami urged Rocky as they dashed towards the village, coincidentally crossing paths with villagers returning from the village entrance. Upon witnessing the situation, both Losai and Nami felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Nami stepped forward to inquire, her expression fluctuating between worry and tension. Mr. Ajian had taken the Navy to search for Nokigao. Nami remarked to Losai, the entire East China Sea is now aware of the matters concerning the Arlong pirate crew. Colonel Mouse should no longer dare to conspire with them. Let us hope so, Losai replied. After inquiring about the direction in which Mr. Ajian had departed, Losai and Nami immediately set off in pursuit. With the Navy's presence, many witnesses lined the route, and without much effort, the pair soon reached the seaside, where they encountered Mr. Ajian bidding farewell to the Navy and the warships that had already set sail. Nami asked, Mr. Ajian, did the Navy take Nokigao and Linastava's with them? Ajian nodded and replied, Colonel Mouse took Nokigao and that reporter to protect them from the persecution of the Arlong pirate crew. I cannot rest easy. I must go and see for myself. Nami's gaze swept across the port, and upon spotting a suitable single-masted boat, she promptly leaped aboard. Rocky swiftly untied the ropes securing the small sailboat and leaped aboard. Such a diminutive vessel could not hope to catch up with the warship. Ajian's words drifted away with the sea breeze and the sailboat's forward momentum. Nami's sailing skills surpassed Rocky's significantly as she deftly adjusted the sails to maximize thrust, gradually closing the distance between the small boat and the warship. On board the warship, Colonel Mouse reclined comfortably in the command room on the second deck, a wide-eyed telephone bug sitting on his desk. Brother Along, I have captured that woman from the newspaper, and that scoundrel reporter is no exception. I shall bring them over. Remember our agreement. Make it look convincing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Along replied, ha ha ha. Splendid work. I appreciate a sensible human like you. Colonel Mouse responded, very well then, with a decisive click. He hung up the phone and waved at the door, prompting an aide to enter promptly. Colonel Mouse instructed with a hint of nonchalance, be courteous to that reporter. Do not let anything slip. Yes, it was easy to get an article published in the East Sea Daily, for that reporter was no ordinary person. Colonel Mouse stroked his whiskers, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Such matters as dealing with reporters were best left to Along. A brawny fellow with a simple mind, he had no desire to offend a powerful figure. Meanwhile, did you notice? Rocky, the warship is not heading towards the naval base. Although Nami was at the helm, she could still discern the warship's course amidst the vast ocean. The warship was sailing towards Along's paradise. The Navy's claims were false. I am deeply concerned for Nokigao's safety. Nami gazed anxiously at the advancing warship, her face reflecting her worry. Ever since Belmere was slain by Along, Nokigao was her only remaining family. Nokigao could not be harmed, especially not in her presence. In that moment, Rocky and Nami's emotions were strikingly similar. Nokigao had saved Rocky's life, a debt of gratitude that only those who have faced death could truly comprehend. Even if saving Nokigao required sacrificing his own life, he would not hesitate. Chapter 19. The proactive attack of the Along pirate crew. The journey from Gosa Town to Along's paradise by sea would take approximately an hour. Traveling by land would be slightly quicker. However, even if Rocky and Nami arrived early at Along's paradise, it would serve little purpose, as there was no feasible way to storm Along's paradise and rescue Nokigao. Nevertheless, Rocky and Nami continued to follow the warship, selectively forgetting the near-zero probability of their rescue mission success. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from beneath the sea, unnoticed by Rocky, but Nami's expression changed in an instant. Oh no, it's Mumu. Is Along planning to strike the warship? Nami murmured. Mumu was a colossal manatee brought from the first half of the Grand Line by the Arlong pirates to the East Blue. Its size was so immense that even its eyeballs were larger than those of an ordinary adult human, and its combat prowess was astonishing. In the original narrative, Mumu effortlessly demolished the entire Gosa town. This beast was gluttonous and ferocious, yet it served as a combatant for the Arlong pirates and typically refrained from causing chaos. Therefore, upon hearing Mumu's voice, Nami surmised that Arlong might launch an attack on the warship. What is happening? You think the Arlong pirates might strike the warship? Rocky exclaimed, taken aback. That is absurd. Arlong and the Rat are allies. Could it be an act? On the warship, Noki and Linus, who were not naval soldiers, could only wander the deck. However, they were treated exceptionally well. Sitting under a sunshade and enjoying the sea breeze, their table was adorned with juice. Surrounding them were several naval soldiers for protection, which made Noki and Linus feel quite comfortable, particularly Noki, whose impression of the Navy improved significantly. It is often said that a villain is deemed to be reforming if they perform a single good deed, while a good person, upon committing even one misdeed, is swiftly stripped of their virtuous reputation without question. In the next moment, a tremendous roar erupted. The sea heaved as a massive creature emerged from the depths. Surpassing the height of the warship, its form resembling that of a gentle cow. All on the deck were immediately captivated by the commotion, only to be left utterly astonished. With a thunderous bellow, the behemoth crashed against the side of the warship. The vessel tilted perilously under the weight of the creature, the motion occurring with alarming swiftness, as if premeditated. Consequently, the naval soldiers standing beside Noki and Linus lost their footing and tumbled, instinctively grasping for anything to steady themselves. In the ensuing chaos, Noki and Linus found themselves caught by their ankles, and due to the severe tilt of the warship, they inadvertently plunged into the sea. Though all could swim, there was no cause for panic. Yet, upon entering the water, they discovered not only the giant beast, but also more than a dozen assorted fishmen. All members of the Arlong pirates. Humans could hardly compete with fishmen in the ocean, and the naval soldiers, along with Noki and Linus, were swiftly subdued by the pirates. At this juncture, the colossal creature vanished beneath the waves, while the Arlong pirates surfaced. Naval forces. If you do not wish for your soldiers and these two humans to drown, retreat immediately, shouted Ironbone, a cadre of the Arlong pirates, standing in the water facing the warship. Following this, Colonel Rat, adhering to the principle of everything for the people, ordered a retreat. This was entirely logical, providing an explanation for all involved. I believe I have deduced their intentions. Those scoundrels. Rocky had been closely observing the warship, and he could discern some of the happenings on board. He had previously witnessed the incident when Noki Gao and Linus fell into the water. In that instant, he came to a resolute conclusion. It was all an elaborate charade. The notion of protecting Noki Gao and Linus was nothing but a ruse, devised merely to find a plausible means to hand them over to Aaron. Subsequently, Colonel Mouse found a temporary justification for withholding his forces, for after all, the hostages were in the hands of the enemy. Meanwhile, the Aaron pirate crew could exact their vengeance on Noki Gao and Linus, while simultaneously setting an example to deter others. Should any other naval forces attempt to encircle the Aaron pirate crew, Mouse would undoubtedly communicate with Aaron, ensuring that the reinforcements could never successfully trap the fishman pirates in the vast, unforgiving sea. Ultimately, everything would fade into obscurity, allowing Aaron to continue his reign over the villagers, while Mouse persisted in his lucrative dealings. What a cunning scheme indeed. Rocky shared his conjecture with Nami regarding the manipulation of the ship, and upon careful reflection, Nami found his hypothesis exceedingly plausible. It was undoubtedly a shrewd calculation. There existed but one means to thwart their scheme, Nami declared. That is to rescue Nokigo and Linus. Rocky glanced at Nami, and they exchanged a knowing nod. Linus, with his casual ability to publish articles in the East Sea Daily, was undoubtedly a journalist of considerable influence. If they could liberate him and Nokigo, they could expose the nefarious dealings between the Arlong pirates and Colonel Mouse, thereby ensuring the failure of their plans. However, extricating Nokigo and Linus from the clutches of the Arlong pirates was no small feat if Rocky were afforded a little more time to develop his strength. He would dare to confront Arlong head-on, eliminating him entirely. After all, in the face of absolute power, schemes and conspiracies are but mere jest. Nami, do you possess any means? The situation is dire. We must hasten to rescue Nokigo and Linus. Rocky expressed his frustration, feeling somewhat intellectually inadequate, unable to devise a viable strategy. Do not fret, our immediate concern is to follow swiftly. Shortly thereafter, the two landed. Following their earlier tailing, they could ascertain one crucial fact. Nokigo and Linus Tavaz, along with several naval soldiers, had been taken back to Arlong Park by the fishmen. Rocky, you wait here. I shall return to Arlong Park to assess the situation. You sneaked out. What if? No need for concern. Arlong still requires me to chart the seas. He would not harm me. Nami managed a strained smile. Very well, I shall return now. After Nami departed, Rocky waited anxiously, yet she did not return, and a sense of foreboding engulfed him. Just as he resolved to investigate Arlong Park, he suddenly heard some commotion. He crouched and listened for a moment, then beheld a large wave of fishmen pirates escorting Nokigo and Linus Tavaz along the road leading from Arlong Park to Coco West Village. Among them were many familiar faces to Rocky: Arlong, the Cadre Shaba wielding a gleaming knife, Cadre Kruby, and Ju. It was the entire elite force of the Arlong pirates mobilized. Nami was absent. Rocky scrutinized the scene, his brow furrowing. If I rescue Nami, I might discern Arlong's nefarious intentions. Once the members of the Arlong pirates had moved on, Rocky unsheathed his sword and dashed towards Arlong Park. Chapter 20. The Rescue. Having just witnessed the elite force of the Arlong pirates heading towards Cocoa West Village, Rocky felt emboldened. He boldly entered the gates of the park with sword in hand. There, at the foot of the main building, he observed 3 fishmen engaged in a game of cards, a table laden with fine wine and delicacies, reveling in their merriment. "You brat, whoever you are, be gone," a grotesque, rotund green fishman shouted at the unexpected guest. "Rocky, is that you?" Nami's voice emerged from the main building adorned with the grand inscription of Arlong Park. Though faint, it was distinctly heard by Luffy, as well as the 3 fishmen. "Hey, you fishmen scoundrels, you are surrounded. Surrender promptly, and I may spare your lives," Luffy bellowed. "Little brat, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" The stout green fishman rose, striding towards Luffy with imposing steps. For an ordinary individual, confronting a fishman towering 3 to 4 meters, particularly one of such formidable stature, would evoke an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to standing before a mountain. Rocky no longer harbors such sentiments. "Do you not believe in the supernatural?" As Rocky gazed at the approaching merman, a slight smirk graced his lips. "Then go ahead and perish. Do not indulge in fantasies. Do you truly think that a lowly creature of your kind can bring about my demise?" The rotund merman let out a derisive chuckle and hurled a punch at Rocky. The sword of Rocky flashed in an instant, a brilliant gleam that was almost imperceptible to the eye of the corpulent fishman. Realizing that something dire was unfolding, he hastily raised his hand to shield himself. Pff. Locke's sword cleaved through the arm of the merman. Though his muscles and bones were sturdier than those of an ordinary man, they were still severed by Locke's strike. "You refuse to surrender?" Locke grinned, launching his second assault without hesitation. The majority would falter in the face of pain, losing their combat effectiveness. The stout merman, with his arm now severed, let out a wretched wail. Seizing this opportunity, Locke thrust his sword directly into the merman's chest, then twisted it sharply. The rotund merman coughed up frothy blood, gazing at Locke with wide, incredulous eyes. "Underestimating me comes at the cost of your life." Locke, unfazed after slaying the merman, withdrew his blade as the creature collapsed. All of this transpired in a mere few seconds. A system notification chimed. "Merman pirate slain, 1 point earned." The remaining 2 mermen, momentarily stunned, soon became enraged and charged forward. Subsequently, Locke earned 2 additional points. "Nami, where are you? I have come to rescue you," Locke called out as he entered the main building. "I am on the 3rd floor," came her reply. Rocky ascended to the 3rd floor, gazing at the iron lock on the door as he sheathed his katana. He was not yet capable of cutting through iron. Such prowess required attuning to the breath of the metal, a hallmark of a true swordsman. At present, he could only perceive the iron's chilling coldness. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks against the door until, at last, it succumbed to the strain and swung open. "Quick, I have devised a plan," Nami exclaimed as she dashed out of the confined room. "What plan? And is Arlong truly leading Noki and the others to Cocoa West Village?" Rocky articulated all his lingering doubts. "Yes, that scoundrel Arlong intends to slaughter Noki and Linistovas in Cocoa West Village to serve as a warning to others. They will summon the villagers from nearby Apple Village and Pineapple Village. We still have time. Not much time. When I arrived, they were nearly at Cocoa West Village." Rocky urged. "What shall we do?" "Burn this place down," Nami replied, "to thwart the enemy's rescue efforts. When Arlong's crew returns to extinguish the flames, their numbers will dwindle, providing us an opportunity to rescue Noki. If memory serves, all the nautical charts you've drawn over the years are in the attic. Are you truly willing to burn them?" "Who cares about such things?" Nami retorted, her eyes brimming with tears as she shouted defiantly. "Hurry, ignite the flames." The Arlong Park main building erupted in fire, the towering gray smoke twisting and swirling chaotically in the ocean breeze, spreading outward in all directions. The blaze intensified, swiftly engulfing the 1st floor and soon reaching the 2nd and 3rd floors. "Quick, let us save Noki." Luffy and Nami hurriedly made their way toward Cocoa Village. Meanwhile, in Cocoa Village, the Arlong pirates had seized a vast expanse of land, binding Nojiko and Linus Tavaz in the center of it. As an increasing throng of villagers gathered around, not only from Cocoa Village, but also from Apple Village and Pineapple Village, I knew for certain that the Arlong pirates would not spare Nojiko. It was all that fool's fault for dragging Nojiko into this predicament. The villagers watched Nojiko, whose face was etched with despair. Their hearts ached for her, each yearning to rescue her, yet their strength was insufficient. The Arlong pirates were beyond their capacity to resist. Any futile defiance would merely lead to their demise, devoid of any meaning. The one who felt the most anguish was Akin. Although Bellem-ri had not entrusted him with the care of Nojiko and Nami before her demise, he had always held a deep affection for Bellem-ri, treating Nojiko and Nami as his own. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Nojiko faced death. Akin gritted his teeth, longing to rebel recklessly. But the Arlong pirates had established a rule. If one resisted, the entire village would suffer. How could he bear the weight of an entire village's fate? Miss Nojiko, I'm so sorry. I have brought this upon you. Linus Tavaz sighed, lowering his head. It's all right. This is not your fault, Nojiko replied. Though her heart was burdened with concern for Nami, she had an inkling that, come what may, Nami would come to her rescue. Look, what is that enormous cloud of smoke over there? Indeed, it seems to be in the direction of Arlong Park. Do you think someone has taken the opportunity to burn down his lair while the Arlong pirates are away? Impossible. The fishmen wouldn't be so foolish as to leave their home unguarded. It's likely just a fire in the woods. The colossal flames also drew the attention of the members of the Arlong pirates. Shiohachi, go out to sea and see what exactly is ablaze. Not good, Brother Arlong. Our paradise is on fire. What? At that revelation, everyone present was stunned. Arlong Park was truly ablaze. Who had the audacity to provoke the tiger? Were they courting death? Shiohachi, gather the brothers and follow me. Crocodile, you stay here to supervise. When the time comes, execute those two humans. Arlong, not contemplating further, was inherently a muscular brute with a simple mind. Immediately, the fishmen divided into two groups. Arlong took 3/4 of them to swiftly return to Arlong Park to extinguish the flames. Observing the dwindling number of fishmen, Akin's inner desire surged once more. He turned to the villagers of Koko Village and declared, let us fight. We are many. We can surely rescue Nojiko. I share your sentiment. Nojiko has grown up before my eyes. I cannot stand idly by while she faces death, preserving my own life in cowardice. A villager proclaimed, we, the inhabitants of Koko West Village, have been here for generations. We are one family. Indeed, even if it means perishing alongside the fishmen, we must rescue Nokigao. After all these years, let us fight once more. Regardless, even if one person battles, all shall bear responsibility. Absolutely, we shall engage in combat. The villagers of Koko West Village were filled with fervor as they gazed upon the dwindling number of fish pirates. Their spirits ignited. Let us fight together. As long as we eradicate this band of fishmen, no one will know whether we intervened. The residents of neighboring villages, also tormented by the Arlong pirates, felt their blood stir at the sight of Koko West Village rising in defiance. Fight. Save Nokigao. Annihilate this group of fishmen. Chapter 21. A timely rescue. Hey. Are you all planning a rebellion? The soft-boned fishman, Kruby, observed the increasingly agitated villagers with keen interest. He appeared utterly unconcerned by their insurrection. The remaining fishmen shared his demeanor, showing no signs of worry and even a hint of anticipation. Everyone, fight. Eliminate these wretched fishmen. The fishmen underestimated the villagers, and the latter were determined to showcase their might. Onward, to battle. The villagers charged at the fish pirate crew. Comrades, be cautious. If we eliminate them, there will be no one left to pay protection fees. Kruby sneered as he advised his fellow fish pirates. Thus, chaos ensued, the scene devolving into a tumultuous melee. Soon, the skirmish concluded, leaving only the ordinary villagers sprawled upon the ground. The strength of a typical fishman is tenfold that of an ordinary human. Not to mention the seasoned fighters of the Arlong pirates, whose extensive combat experience rendered them formidable opponents. In a bare-handed confrontation, mere humans stood no chance against them. You inferior humans are truly foolish. Remember, the fishman race is the most noble of all, far beyond your pitiful antics, Kruby declared, surveying the defeated villagers with a triumphant smirk. He believed this display to be more effective than merely intimidating these foolish lower beings. Nevertheless, he still had tasks assigned by Arlong to fulfill. Approaching Nokigao and Linistawaz, Kruby casually twirled a pistol in his hand and remarked, if you have any final words. Now is the time to speak. Mr. Fishman, may I implore you for a favor? Linistawaz gazed up at the lofty Kruby, his face marked with desperation. I hope you will spare Miss Nokigao. She bears no responsibility in this matter. Abandon such futile fantasies. If there are no final words, I shall take action. Nokigao looked up at Kruby. I wish to see Nami one last time. That is not permissible. Kruby refused. Thus, devoid of any last words, he prepared to send them on their way. He loaded his pistol and aimed it at Nojiko's chest. Stop. Akin struggled to rise, shouting, if you dare to kill her, I will end you first. You insolent fool. Kruby glanced at Akin, whose body was marred with scars, and suddenly remembered that this man had protected Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir. 7 years prior, the scars on his body were inflicted by Kruby himself. Do you wish to endure that again? This time, I shall shatter your bones, and we shall see if you can still stand. Kruby holstered his pistol, cracking his knuckles ominously. Mr. Aiken, no? You can't withstand this. Nojiko cried out. This is futile. You cannot do this. Nami still needs you. Nami has grown. She no longer requires protection. Aiken managed a faint smile, believing that as long as he could buy time, Nami and that other young man would undoubtedly come to rescue Nojiko. Dare to smile? You look down upon me. Kruby glared with fury, raising his fist to strike Aiken. Already severely injured, Aiken could not withstand the force and speed of Kruby's punch. Bang! Aiken was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Mr. Aiken! Nojiko screamed. Are you all right? Fool! Kruby turned, drawing his gun and aiming it at Nojiko. You should worry about yourself. Fishman scum. Cease this. A commanding voice rang out from behind, unmistakably youthful. Who could it be? Kruby pivoted in anger, spotting the approaching figures of Nami and Luffy. His brow furrowed. Nami's presence here signified trouble. Do you wish to save her? Kruby sneered, a look of defiance crossing his face. Come. Let us see whether your speed surpasses that of the bullet. At that moment, Luffy and Nami were still several dozen meters away. With more than a dozen fishmen pirates blocking their path, rescuing her would be no easy feat. Nami, do you remember what Belmir said? She advised against hating the era of your birth and to never forget to maintain a strong smile. Do not let my plight render your years of effort in vain. Be strong. Nami. Nojiko called out desperately, trying to stop Nami from rushing to her aid. No, you cannot die. I will not allow it. Nami shouted at Kruby. Kruby, do not kill Nojiko. I can buy her life with berries, 100 million, 200 million, whatever it takes. Under normal circumstances, I would accept your offer. But not this time. Why not? Nami pleaded. If the money is insufficient, I can add more. Just let her go. No amount of money suffices. This foolish woman dares to openly defy the rules and must face the consequences she deserves. As Kruby noticed Losai and Nami drawing near, he swiftly prepared to fire. Mr. Fishman, I have one final request. Please, kill me first, then Miss Nokigo. Linus shouted urgently. You wish to die first? Kruby glanced at Linus Tavaz and grinned. I can certainly grant you that. Kruby aimed his gun at Linus Tavaz's head, and at that moment, Losai and Nami had already rushed forward, if he hesitated any longer. Unforeseen events could transpire. Though the likelihood was nearly negligible, he was a meticulous individual. Gazing down the dark barrel of the flintlock pistol, Linus felt no fear. Instead, a slight smile crept onto his lips. He had bought a little more time, increasing Miss Nokigo's chances of salvation. Just as Kruby's finger tightened on the trigger, Linus called out, Kruby, don't kill him. Fight me instead. Suddenly struck by an idea, Losai shouted, invoking his skill duel invitation, disregarding its potential efficacy. Upon hearing this, Kruby's hand, poised to pull the trigger, came to an abrupt halt as he turned to face Losai, almost as if compelled by some unseen force. You little human, are you challenging me? Kruby questioned, bewildered by the sudden urge to engage in combat with the boy before him. Let this be a lesson in the consequences of provoking us. A fishman pirate stepped forward. Typically, the boss refrained from intervening, as doing so would undermine the purpose of having subordinates. No, fighting you holds no interest for me, Losai replied with a smirk, chuckling. I could take on 10 of you. You arrogant little brat. The fishman pirate leaped forward, charging at Losai. Rock furrowed his brow. Could it be that the duel invitation had expired? Nava, stand down. Kruby commanded with an authoritative tone. The fishman Nava halted abruptly, turning to face Kruby with an expression of reluctance and confusion. Brother Kruby, this arrogant little brat could be dispatched with a single punch from you. Why bother with such effort? Indeed, Brother Kruby, there is no need for your trouble. A mere character like this would be effortlessly dealt with by Nava. Brother Kruby, allow Nava to handle this. Such a weak human is hardly worth your effort. The fishman pirates echoed in agreement. The primary reason for their confidence lay in Rock's deceptively youthful appearance. At just 18, coupled with his slight physique, it was difficult to convince anyone of his strength. Though this little brat might not even withstand a single punch from me, I yearn for a proper fight with him. What? Are you all disregarding my wishes? Chapter 22. Rock takes action. The multitude of fishman pirates fell silent, ceasing their attempts to dissuade Kruby. Fighting you would be rather entertaining, Rock declared, gazing at Kruby as he drew his katana and discarded the sheath onto the ground. the blade was unremarkable. The sheath could not serve as a weapon in its own right. An epic clash was imminent. "Rock, is that you?" Upon hearing the sound, Rocky turned towards its source and locked eyes with his father, Otto. Both were momentarily taken aback, while beside his father, his mother wore an expression of disbelief. Initially, they could not fathom that the young man boldly confronting the fishman before them was indeed their son, despite his silhouette and voice being strikingly identical. Yet, unable to restrain themselves, they called out to him, prompting Rocky to turn around. This revelation proved too much for the people of Apple Village to comprehend. When did Luffy become audacious enough to confront the fishman pirates, or rather, their formidable officers, without fear of death? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. "Luffy, defeat those damned fishmen," roared Oda, urging him on. Ilya, rallying her support, exclaimed, "Luffy, you must give it your all. Mother believes in you. You can do it. Go for it." The villagers who had previously been knocked down began to cheer for Luffy as well. "Luffy, you can do it." Nami clenched her fists, aware that it was impossible to rescue Noki from the blockade of over a dozen fishmen. Their only hope rested on Luffy. Linus Tavaz looked towards Luffy, pleading, "Mr. Luffy, I beg you." Having witnessed Luffy's strength, he felt the odds of rescue were slim, yet not entirely absent. Noki and Linus Tavaz both turned their gazes to Luffy, imploring, "Please, I want to live. Rest assured, I've got this." Luffy nodded at Noki and Linus Tavaz. "I will certainly save you. Do you see? So many hopes are pinned on me," Luffy declared, turning to face Crocodile with a confident smile. "Thus, I will give my utmost. You are destined to lose. Your demise is inevitable." "Huh, you talk too much." Crocodile scoffed, charging at Luffy, his right fist clenched. Rocky brandished his knife and charged forward. In response, Kirby unleashed a punch towards Rocky's figure. The speed of this punch was astonishing, so rapid that an ordinary person would be unable to react in time. Kirby, a junior under the renowned sea warrior Jinbei, embodied the traditional fighting style of the Fishman tribe and was a master of Fishman karate, holding a remarkable rank of 40. If this punch were delivered underwater, its power would be even more formidable. Rock swiftly sidestepped to the right, evading the punch, and then thrust his saber forward. With a clang, Kirby's fist missed its target, yet Rock managed to pierce Kirby's chest with his sword. However, it produced a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone. The tip of Rocky's sword failed to pierce through Kirby's skin. Kirby laughed heartily. "Little brat, is this attack merely a tickle to me?" Although Kirby is a cartilaginous fishman, through years of rigorous training, his skin has acquired a texture akin to steel, as unyielding as iron. "You imbecile, you celebrate too soon. It was I who struck you. Not the other way around, fool." Rocky ceased his idle chatter and launched an aggressive offensive, stepping forth with determination as he swung his sword toward Kirby. With a sinister grin, Kirby retorted, "The reason I missed earlier was that once my fist connects, your demise is assured. I was merely toying with you. Now, allow me to demonstrate the formidable prowess of the Fishman." Kirby raised his hand to block the descending blade aimed at him. Clang! The blade met Kirby's arm, yet it failed to pierce through his flesh. Rocky took 2 quick steps back, evading the retaliatory strike from Kirby. It was uncertain whether that fellow had exerted his full strength. Rocky meticulously analyzed the recent tentative exchange, convinced that if Kirby's capabilities were merely as observed, he could not only easily defeat him, but would assuredly do so. However, vanquishing Kirby did not equate to rescuing Nokigao. On the contrary, successfully liberating Nokigao necessitated the defeat of Kirby. The distinction lay in the fact that if Kirby were bested first, the Fishman pirates might eliminate Nokigao. Conversely, rescuing Nokigao first would also require overcoming Kirby to escape this place. Yet in doing so, Nokigao's life would no longer be in jeopardy, allowing Rocky to fight without reservations. Thus, Rocky resolved to temporarily conceal his full strength, feigning weakness in order to seek an opportunity to save Nokigao first. "Kid, what are you pondering?" Kirby sneered, a mocking smile gracing his face. "Do you not wish to save your friend? Come, defeat me. Are you perhaps afraid? How could I possibly fear a dead fish?" Rocky scoffed, no longer evading, and unleashed a swift strike with his sword. Heh. Kirby believed that Rocky had fallen for his taunts, a smirk appearing on his face as he hurled a punch towards the oncoming blade. Clang! The fist met the edge of the sword. Rocky felt a powerful force surge towards him, causing him to instinctively retreat. He staggered back over 10 steps, nearly losing his balance. "Come on, I refuse to be defeated," Rocky shouted, resolutely standing his ground, awaiting the approach of Kirby. "Ha ha ha, this is amusing." Kirby laughed heartily, raising his fists. With a series of quick movements, his fists, as large as sandbags, descended upon Haki. Haki raised his sword in defiance, only to be struck back several meters, his breath becoming erratic. I will continue. I will surely defeat you. Though Haki's spirit appeared unyielded, it was evident to all present that he was at a disadvantage. The young lad was clearly no match for Brother Kruby, however. The fact that he could withstand a blow from him was commendable in itself. Brother Kruby was indeed formidable. The fishermen pirates erupted in cheers for the dominating Kruby. Alas, the fisherman officer was too powerful. Haki stood no chance. Haki, you can do it. The villagers, too weary to fight, watched with concern as Haki faltered in the battle. Dear, please find a way to save our son. Elia, filled with anguish as she witnessed her son being beaten, clutched Otto's sleeve tightly, wishing she could shield him from harm herself. What can I do? Otto sighed deeply, unable even to rise from his place. His voice filled with despair as he shouted, I can only watch helplessly as my son is bullied. I am not a worthy father. However, unbeknownst to the cheering fishermen pirates, the anxious villagers, Nami, and even Kruby himself, an important detail went unnoticed. Despite being pushed back by a powerful strike, Haki had drawn closer to Nokigo. Kruby launched another assault, and Haki feigned defeat, inching ever closer to Nokigo and Linus. Suddenly, Kruby realized that Haki had inadvertently maneuvered himself near Nokigo, while the fishermen pirates who had been guarding Nokigo stepped aside to clear the battlefield for themselves. This shift sparked a sense of unease within him. Enough of this. Kruby's figure flickered as he accelerated toward Haki, bellowing, You brat, die. Haki cast a glance at the swiftly approaching Kruby, a smile spreading across his face. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped several meters, landing before Nokigo and Linus Devaz, lifting them effortlessly. In a series of agile movements, Haki swiftly brought Nokigo and Linus behind Nami, all while under the bewildered gaze of the onlookers. By placing Nokigo behind Nami, the fishman pirates would hesitate to fire upon the duo, knowing full well that any attack would risk hitting Nami. The only option to eliminate Nokigo would be to confront Haki directly, unless they could vanquish him. Nokigo would remain safe. Nami, ensure their protection, Haki instructed as he set Nokigo and Linus down, before turning to face Kruby, his sword raised and a sense of carefree confidence illuminating his face. You scoundrel, you may have had your moment of bravado, but do not presume that I am incapable of defeating you. Chapter 23. Successful rescue. Kruby, seemingly undeterred by Haki's spirited demeanor, chose to ignore him and fixated his gaze upon Nami, Nokigo, and Linus. With Nami positioned protectively in front of Nokigo and Linus, he hesitated to issue a command to attack, recognizing that Nami held an equal status within their pirate crew. You foolish child. Do you believe that saving them now will make any difference? Kruby taunted Haki with a mocking grin before turning to his fellow fishmen, gesturing grandly. Brothers, seize that woman and the boy. Yes. The fishman pirates charged towards Nami and her companions, their faces twisted into sinister grins. Do you think you can capture my friends without first defeating me? Haki interjected, stepping protectively in front of Nami and the others, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his lips. You truly underestimate me. Now, let me show you the consequences of your folly. Haki leaped forth with his blade drawn, swiftly closing the distance to confront the fastest of the fishermen pirates. Upon reaching the formidable foe, Haki, without uttering a word, delivered a powerful downward strike. The force of the blow was immense, imbued with an unstoppable sword momentum. The fisherman pirate hastily raised his blade in defense. The momentum of Haki's blade transformed in an instant, the trajectory of the sword shifting slightly. The fishermen pirates were caught off guard, and in a heartbeat, their heads fell. A swift execution. Ha ha. Haki laughed heartily. Come at me all together, he declared, pointing his sword at the multitude of fishermen pirates. A wild and unrestrained madness gleaming in his eyes. Perfect. Let us finish this decisively. The fishermen pirates of the Arlong crew, seasoned from countless battles, were not easily intimidated by Haki's current display of bloodlust. They maintained a semblance of composure, charging towards Nami and her companions as per Crocodile's orders. Meanwhile, Crocodile swiftly advanced towards Haki, his murderous intent palpable. You little brat, die. Crocodile roared, launching a powerful punch at Haki. 1,000 tiles of the righteous fist. Haki smiled sheepishly and, facing Kruby's fist, struck with his sword. Eschewing flamboyant techniques, he summoned all his strength. With a sharp sound, Kruby's fist was cleaved by the blade, the edge penetrating deeply, nearly severing it. Of course, had the battlefield been submerged, Haki's sword would have scarcely grazed Kruby's fist. Alas, there are no hypotheticals in war. Did you truly believe your skin was as resilient as iron? Roki scoffed, retracting his katana. In an instant, Kirby's right fist was drenched in blood. You scoundrel! Kirby seethed with fury, his left hand reaching for his sidearm. One misstep leads to utter defeat. Roki bellowed with laughter, activating his system skill, the unerring sword technique. Focusing on Kirby's throat, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword with precision, leaving Kirby no room for evasion. The blade pierced Kirby's neck, and in a swift motion, Roki altered his strike, the edge slicing through Kirby's throat. The carotid artery was severed, and blood gushed forth from Kirby's neck. His expression a haunting blend of disbelief and terror, as if encountering a specter in broad daylight. Roki struck decisively and ruthlessly, his blade executing a masterful arc that swiftly severed Kirby's head from his body. The entire act transpired in no more than 10 seconds. Kirby lay lifeless, utterly beyond revival. Now it is your turn. Roki turned to face the merman pirates encircling Nami and her companions. You wretched fishmen. The mermen spun around, only to be met with the sight of Kirby's dismembered form, leaving them momentarily stunned. In an instant, the eyes of the merman pirates turned crimson with rage. Kill. Slay that brat. Avenge Brother Kirby. Over a dozen mermen surged forward in a frenzied charge. The sheer force of their advance was overwhelming. Under ordinary circumstances, Roki would have found himself unable to withstand such an onslaught. For the chaos of a group assault is vastly different from a one-on-one duel. At this moment, Roki could not perceive the incoming attacks from his blind spots, rendering him vulnerable to significant peril. Yet, faced with the threat of death, nay, annihilation, he chose to cast aside his fears. His thoughts were consumed solely by the imperative to eradicate these merman pirates. Come forth. I fear nothing. Roki flashed a carefree smile and charged forward, initiating the attack. As a swordsman, one must embody the spirit of a true warrior. For instance, the scars upon one's back are a swordsman's disgrace. No matter the adversary, drawing one's sword is the only course of action. Roki surged into the ranks of the fisherman pirates like a relentless killing machine. With each movement, his lethal prowess was unleashed, and one by one, the fisherman pirates fell. Moments later, Roki felled the last of his foes and surveyed the scene, a smile breaking across his face as he beheld the fallen adversaries. Victory! He stood still, panting heavily, overwhelmed with relief. What a tremendous triumph! It was truly unexpected. This young lad, whom I had watched grow up, had evolved into such a formidable force without my realization. Though this battle was won, the slaughter of so many fishmen would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Arlong and his crew. We must consider our next course of action. Everyone, our immediate priority is to tend to the wounded. As for the impending retaliation from the Arlong pirates, I shall take care of that, Nami declared resolutely. Upon hearing those words, Roki immediately recalled the time when his parents had been severely beaten and hurried over to inquire about their welfare. We are all fine, but some are not so fortunate. Roki, you must assist in transporting the critically injured for treatment, Otto urged. Otto was indeed a man of exceptional kindness, embodying a rare selflessness in such dire circumstances. Mr. Aiken, please wake up. Nami and Nojiko were gathered anxiously around Aiken. Earlier, Aiken had been knocked unconscious by Kirby's full-force punch. Nami, Nojiko, allow me to examine Aiken. The village doctor, accompanied by another lightly injured man, approached. Nami and Nojiko promptly assisted the doctor in checking Aiken's condition. With a heavy sigh after his examination, the doctor lamented, Aiken is unlikely to survive. He is barely clinging to life. Unless he is rushed immediately to the hospital in Gosa Town, his chances are grim. Is there truly no hope for Mr. Aiken? Nojiko gazed at the doctor, biting her lip, tears shimmering in her large eyes. Had it not been for Belmir's teachings that girls must also be strong, she would have wept like any ordinary girl. The doctor sighed again. Aiken's injuries are far too severe. His internal organs have been ruptured, and with internal bleedings, even divine intervention could not guarantee his survival. Nami and Nojiko looked at Aiken's pale visage, each lost in silence as the memories of their childhood with him flooded their minds, tears streaming down their cheeks unbidden. There must be a way to save him. Roki interjected, stepping forward to gently pat Nami and Nojiko on the shoulders. Here, feed him this fruit. He opened his palm to reveal a small red fruit resembling a cherry tomato. All right. Nami nodded, disregarding the truth of Roki's words and her desperation, and carefully pried open Aiken's mouth to crush the fruit and insert it inside. A miraculous event unfolded. The fruit melted instantly upon contact. Aiken's complexion regained its rosy hue, and his eyes fluttered open, albeit filled with confusion. Chapter 24. The movement of carp, how could this be? The doctor stared in disbelief at Aiken. His eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring, what was that fruit? How could it possibly heal Aiken's internal injuries in an instant? It hasn't healed him. It merely preserved his life for now. The injuries remain. Rocky diverted the conversation. If the strength fruit truly possessed the miraculous ability to heal injuries instantly, its exchange value would be exorbitantly high. This strength fruit had cost Rocky 20 points in the system shop, capable of restoring vitality in an instant and potentially extending endurance for an additional hour in extreme circumstances. Having defeated Kruby had rewarded him with 10 points. And the defeat of over a dozen Fishman pirates had each granted him additional points, totaling over 30 points accumulated. The recent exchange for stamina fruits consumed a significant portion of my points. To be frank, Rocky felt quite pained by it. However, if it could save a life, it would indeed be worth it. After a thorough examination of Aegean's condition, the doctor finally realized the urgency. They needed to hasten Aegean to the town's hospital, for there was still hope for salvation. Rocky knelt down, urging, place Mr. Aegean upon my back. I am swift. Do not run too quickly. Aegean cannot withstand such turmoil. The doctor cautioned hastily. Just as Aegean, recently awakened, was still somewhat disoriented, he regained his senses upon being hoisted by Rocky. Nami no Kigo, Aegean exclaimed in shock, his body suddenly jerking as he shouted, what is happening? Mr. Aegean, rest assured that no Kigo is safe. Do not be curious or anxious. We shall reveal everything once you have recovered. Nami spoke softly, offering Aegean a glimmer of hope for survival. A smile of relief graced Aegean's face. Being saved was enough. Everyone, we must swiftly depart. The Arlong pirates will return shortly, Rocky urged, then turned to Nami, inquiring, what is the plan for our conclusion? You take no Kigo and your parents across the sea while I remain to explain. Arlong will not harm me nor indiscriminately slaughter other villagers, Nami replied nonchalantly, her resilient demeanor stirring empathy. Very well. It shall not be long before I grow stronger. Then I shall return for you, and perhaps deal with Arlong. Rocky nodded earnestly before turning away. Wait. Rocky turned back, inquiring, what is the matter? Thank you, Rocky, Nami exclaimed, offering him a sweet smile before dashing forward to peck him on the cheek, then swiftly running away. This scene caught Linus off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned, as if the world around him had shifted. Let us go, Rocky said, brushing his fingers over the spot where Nami had kissed him, a broad grin spreading across his face as he strode toward the direction of Gosa Town. Linus followed closely behind, supporting the injured Odo in silence as they made their way. Upon reaching Gosa Town, arrangements were made for Mr. Aegean, and together with Rocky's family and Nokigao, Linus boarded the ferry to depart, heading straight for Shabi Town. Linus, it's your turn to perform now, Rocky said, approaching Linus on the deck with a glass of lemonade in hand, as the sea breeze tousled their hair. Rocky, do you think I could learn swordsmanship from you? Linus asked, seemingly oblivious to Rocky's earlier words, posing the question in return. Rock blinked, pondering what Linus was up to. I am uncertain, but we shall discover the truth through experimentation. You might just be a prodigy in swordsmanship, Rock mused, recalling the character Kobe from the original One Piece. Initially timid and frail, Kobe proved to be a gem, possessing talents that eclipsed even Roche's own extraordinary abilities. In a mere 2 months, from the moment he began training aboard the ship under the guidance of the venerable Garp to his fateful encounter with Luffy and Water 7, Kobe had undergone a remarkable transformation, mastering even the 6 powers of the Marines. Such talent, Rock thought, was beyond even his own augmented capabilities. Never mind. My passion lies in reporting, he continued. By the way, did you mention something earlier? I apologize, I did not catch that. Linus, adjusting his demeanor, looked at Rock with a hint of regret. Do what you excel at. Expose the collusion between Arlong and Captain Mouse. Indeed, that is imperative. I once placed my trust in the Marines, only to discover that a Marine captain was colluding with pirates, Linus exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. The memories of their previous encounters still sent shivers down his spine. Had Rock not arrived in time, he and Nokigao would have perished. This time, I intend to exaggerate my report. I refuse to believe the Marines would dare protect that scoundrel, Captain Mouse. Linus huffed. Fear not. Even if the Marines continue to shield Captain Mouse and fail to dispatch forces against Arlong's crew, their days of evasion are numbered. Roche's eyes sparkled with resolve. Linus gazed at Rock, sensing a newfound confidence radiating from him. In that moment, he believed Rock could accomplish anything he set his mind to. At Arlong Park, The flames had long been extinguished. Arlong stood upon the charred remains of his once thriving domain, veins bulging on his forehead. "Where's Nami?" Arlong demanded. "Brother Arlong, we could not locate Nami. She must have escaped," came the reply. "We should search Cocoa West Village. We need to retrieve Nami, as all the navigational charts have been destroyed, and only she can recreate them." Arlong suppressed his rage. His anger was not solely directed at the destruction of Arlong Park. He had the means to rebuild, perhaps even erect a grander establishment. What truly infuriated him was the act of burning down his paradise. It was a blatant provocation. Shortly thereafter, Nami returned to Arlong Park, bearing the grim news of the complete annihilation of Crocodile and his crew. The entirety of the Arlong pirates surged towards Cocoa West Village. And in an instant, Arlong's eyes blazed with fury. "Brother Arlong, look. There are words over here." A fishman collecting bodies suddenly called out. "Do not let your guard down. I have remained by your side. Should you falter, I shall claim your lives." A sinister laugh echoed. "Do you wish to know my identity? I shall not reveal it." "Oh, by the way, it was I who dispatched that fishman over a month ago." The blood-written words taunted them. Infuriating. With a furious roar, Arlong appeared utterly deranged. Nami struggled to suppress her laughter. Those words were indeed her creation. 3 days later, a fresh edition of the East Blue Daily reignited fervor among Colonel Mouse and the Arlong pirates. This publication vividly and dramatically recounted the harrowing ordeal of a victimized journalist, evoking gasps of horror from readers and tears from onlookers. It was evident that Rocky was genuinely taken aback. The newspaper could convey narratives akin to those found in novels. The truth could no longer be concealed. The information reported in the newspaper swiftly reached the Navy headquarters. However, after a thorough investigation, the Navy concluded that Colonel Mouse was unjustly accused, asserting that his inaction was a measure to protect hostages. Yet, an elderly man from the East Blue remained unconvinced by this narrative. In the office of the Fleet Admiral at Navy headquarters, the door was forcefully flung open with a resounding bang. "Sengoku, I must head to the East Blue on a mission," Karp exclaimed as he slammed a copy of the East Blue Daily onto Sengoku's desk. "Going back to see your grandson?" Sengoku replied, barely lifting his head, his tone indifferent. Karp burst into laughter. After so many years of partnership, Sengoku knew him all too well. "Granted," Sengoku nodded. He understood Karp's intent, to obliterate the Arlong pirates while simultaneously investigating Colonel Mouse and perhaps catching a glimpse of his grandson. 7 years prior, after the death of Commodore Brin Brin during an assault on the Arlong pirates, the Navy had attempted a second siege, which ultimately failed due to the elusive nature of the Arlong crew. Were it not for this historical context, Sengoku would never have permitted someone of Karp's stature to undertake a mission in the East Blue. Given that the journey from Marineford to the East Blue, even aboard the most advanced warships taking the shortest route, would consume no less than 10 to 20 days. A round trip would waste over a month of Karp's valuable time. Chapter 25. The Bounty Hunter Rising Star in the office of Colonel Mouse at the 16th Division of the East Blue Navy. A photograph clipped from the newspaper adorned the desk. The image depicted a dashing young man, none other than Rocky himself. Linus had reported on this incident, and Rocky was inescapably linked to it. Naturally, a close-up of him was included. Linus extolled Rocky, bestowing upon him the title of Bounty Hunter Rising Star. According to Linus, it was more profitable to exaggerate the truth. Even if only half of it was believed, it would still yield substantial gains. This young man, originally the son of a fisherman from Apple Village, raised questions about how he could suddenly possess the strength to rival Arlong's crew. With a contemplative stroke of his whiskers, Mouse pondered, could it be due to a devil fruit? Most likely, it was indeed a devil fruit. Becoming a master swordsman is not achieved overnight. In the heart of Captain Mouse, a resolution took shape, to refrain from contacting the Arlong pirates for the time being. Likewise, Arlong perused the newspaper and discerned the identity of the individual who had been relentlessly targeting him. This young rascal had already amassed considerable strength. Arlong gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling irate yet powerless to eliminate Rocky, and thus reluctantly commanded, during the reconstruction of the paradise, no one is permitted to wander aimlessly. This order stemmed largely from Nami's lingering words. Had Arlong been aware that Rocky's current strategy involved a clandestine period of growth, he might have been driven to the brink of fury. Meanwhile, far away in Shabby Town, Dennis and his apprentice chanced upon the same newspaper. The mere notion that Rocky had boldly declared war on the Arlong pirates ignited a fervor within Dennis. How audacious of that boy to confront the Arlong pirates. On this front, I find myself lacking. With a deep sigh, Dennis felt a pang of sorrow flash through his eyes. In certain respects, he was indeed a coward. That fellow's strength has grown to the point where he could eliminate a cadre of the Arlong pirates, muttered Ellis, his spirits dampened. The last defeat at the hands of Rocky left him feeling resentful, and he had toiled diligently in training ever since. Yet now, he discovered that the gap between them had not only failed to narrow but had, in fact, widened. How infuriating. At the Hogtown Quicksword Dojo, the East Blue Daily was passed among the students. Upon reading, each one stood agape in astonishment. A month ago, Rocky was still learning swordsmanship alongside them. Yet he has now joined the Arlong pirates and emerged victorious. Is there any justice in this world? I have misjudged Rocky. He is not one of the Arlong pirates. Upon seeing the newspaper, Alan immediately realized that his previous surveillance of Rocky was a mere illusion, a trick played by his own imagination. At this rate of growth, Rocky will soon reach the level where he can defeat Arlong. Truly, the youth are formidable. The curator, caressing his severed arm, spoke softly in relief. In the town of Shabi, Rocky diligently honed his skills, devoting approximately 18 hours each day to training, which rapidly enhanced his physical prowess. Gradually, he came to the realization that his swordsmanship had become insufficient. The irreconcilable conflict between his lagging swordsmanship and his ever-increasing physical capabilities led him to encounter a bottleneck in his progress. He decided to exchange for the theoretical knowledge of a swordmaster within the system. The system responded, exchange successful, points -30, compared to the stamina fruits. The knowledge of swordsmanship was relatively inexpensive, as the system was inherently a swordmaster system, making the exchange for sword-related skills quite affordable. After a profound enlightenment, Rocky acquired the theoretical knowledge at the swordmaster level, understanding the path required to elevate from a swordsman to a swordmaster. His current task was to engage in systematic training. By thoroughly grasping the theoretical knowledge of the swordmaster realm, he would be able to evolve into a swordmaster himself. The time anticipated for this endeavor would be roughly equivalent to his previous journey from a novice to the swordsman realm, as he was now training twice as diligently as before. With renewed determination, Rocky encouraged himself and began a new day of training. Meanwhile, Otto and Ilya found themselves feeling quite bored, particularly Otto, who, after fishing for 2 or 3 decades, found it difficult to adapt to a life devoid of fishing. In contrast, the young Rocky adapted swiftly, spending his days wandering with Linus in search of newsworthy material. Time slipped away like a carefree husky, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. Rocky discovered that his path to becoming a swordmaster was as arduous as his journey as a swordsman. He once again encountered a bottleneck in his swordsmanship. This was primarily due to the fact that he had been training alone during this period, lacking the opportunity for practical combat with opponents, which hindered his ability to practice certain techniques, resulting in a self-imposed isolation in his training. Consequently, he struggled to fully comprehend various aspects of the art. Thus, he resolved to travel to Cocoa West Village in search of Nami. He was still short by over 30 million berries and wondered if, during this time, his wealth had compounded into 4 or 5 million. Outside the walls of Arlong Park, Loki called out to the cat several times. Shortly thereafter, Nami arrived to meet him behind the amusement park. You came. Nami recalled Loki's words, her heart brimming with joy. Yes, but this time I am not here to kill Arlong. After explaining, Loki extended his hand to Nami, inviting her. Do you have some time? Let us set sail together to hunt pirates. Fearing that Nami might decline, Loki revealed another incentive. If we score some treasure, I will return it to you directly. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes sparkled like stars. Let us go, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she strode toward the sea. Now, aren't you going to prepare anything? Loki was taken aback. Nami and Loki arrived in Syrup Village, first meeting with Nokigo. Following this, Loki accompanied Nami to sea, their destination being a harbor in the Kingdom of Columbia. Although Linus clamored to join them, Nami did not acquiesce. At the harbor in Syrup Village, just as Loki and Nami were about to purchase tickets, Loki suddenly noticed 2 individuals, Dennis Rich and Alice. It was due to these 2 that he had abandoned his hunt in Syrup Village. Nami, we've run into Dennis Rich again. Loki observed the 2 from a distance, a glint of battle spirit in his eyes, though they had yet to notice him. Are you eager for another fight with him? Nami, with a sly smile dancing on her lips, replied, they are the local bullies of Syrup Village. It would be wise to follow them for now. If they find pirates, you can confront him then. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. If you win, you can intercept the bounty, saving us the trouble of searching for pirates. Awakened by Nami's words, Loki found her reasoning compelling. Previously, when he and Nami had set their sights on a pirate crew, they were thwarted by Dennis, leaving him deeply dissatisfied, yet he had chosen to hold back due to Dennis Rich's formidable prowess. "Let us go." The two stealthily followed after them. Suddenly, Linus caught up to them. Ignoring the sidelong glances from Rocky and Nami, Dennis casually remarked, "What a coincidence. I also wish to head this way." Thus, the three of them followed Dennis, Rich, and Ellis. The duo was utterly oblivious to the fact that someone from Shabby Town was tailing them. As they strolled nonchalantly along the coastline towards a secluded cove, anchored in the bay was a medium-sized vessel, adorned with a black flag emblazoned with a white pirate insignia. Perched atop the mast crow's nest was a pirate, seemingly dozing off. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the rhythmic sound of the waves. "Ellis, go eliminate the pirate left on the ship," Dennis instructed, glancing at his disciple. With a stealthy approach, Ellis crept towards the pirate ship and deftly leapt aboard. Moments later, the sounds of battle erupted from the vessel. Shortly thereafter, Ellis emerged, bloodied and wielding a dripping katana. Dennis nodded in satisfaction. Ever since that encounter with the young man named Rocky, Ellis had been determined to prove himself, training relentlessly and neglecting even his prized sword. "Long time no see, Dennis." Rocky's voice rang out. The two turned in astonishment, their expressions shifting to shock as they beheld Rocky approaching with a grin. "I declare this territory as my own. If you wish to hunt pirates here, you must first defeat me." Rocky's gaze locked onto Dennis Rich, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Chapter 26. The pirate. Dennis paused, taken aback. A month prior, this young lad named Rocky had uttered similar words, only to plead for a mere sparring match when the time came to engage. He had acquiesced, showing mercy. How could such timidity transform into arrogance in just 1 month? Is he courting disaster? The boy was audacious, blissfully unaware of the world's vastness. Dennis scoffed disdainfully. "Do not presume that defeating a fisherman captain makes you invincible." With a grin, Rocky retorted, "Youth is synonymous with boldness. If one only undertakes tasks with absolute certainty, what is the point?" Implicitly, he conveyed that while he may not have complete confidence, the possibility of victory over Dennis was not beyond reach. "You truly believe you can best me? How amusing." Dennis chuckled, as though he had heard a delightful jest. To Rocky, this derision felt overtly mocking. "Just a month ago, I vanquished Kruby. After nearly a month of fervent training, my strength is beyond your imagination." Rocky's thoughts crystallized as he prepared his response. "Enough with the chatter, senior. Let us see whose strength prevails." "Young man, your name is Rocky, is it? Are you bold enough to challenge me first?" Ellis interjected. Locke gazed upon his vanquished foe, Ellis, who bore an expression of unwavering defiance. "Since you wish to proceed, then let it be as you desire," Locke declared, gesturing for him to continue. With a deep breath, Ellis drew his saber from his waist, gripping it firmly with both hands, aiming it squarely at Locke. Although Rocky felt an unwavering confidence in his victory, he refrained from arrogance, drawing his great sword and casting aside its sheath. This scenario was reminiscent of a video game, wherein Ellis represented the minions. Only by vanquishing these lesser foes could one confront the ultimate boss. A moment's carelessness against the minions could lead to a significant loss of face. Ellis circled around Rocky slowly, searching for an opportunity akin to the dance of love. "The pirates have returned," Dennis suddenly remarked. Rocky and Ellis were momentarily taken aback, both halting their actions as they emerged from behind a large stone, glancing back. They beheld a group of approximately 20 individuals approaching the pirate ship, at the forefront of which stood a burly man clad in a striking black coat, with a curved blade sheathed at his waist. "The pirates have returned. Nami, Linus, you two should retreat further away," Rocky urged immediately. Nami and Linus, possessing the sense of urgency, swiftly distanced themselves, recognizing that such a direct confrontation was ill-suited for them. "Rocky, since our previous skirmish did not reach a conclusion, perhaps we could alter our approach," Ellis suggested, turning to Rocky. "Let us compete on who can vanquish the most pirates. More in number? That hardly seems equitable. The challenge of defeating the captain is markedly different from dispatching the minions," Rocky replied nonchalantly. "Then let us contest to see who can eliminate their captain first." "Agreed. Victory is surely mine," Rocky declared with unwavering confidence. Onward, Rock and Ellis dashed forward, both wielding swords, exuding an air of lethal intent. The pirates momentarily froze, quickly realizing that Rock and Ellis were bounty hunters. The pirate captain glanced at them, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. He could not recall their names and scoffed derisively. "A pair of inconspicuous bounty hunters dare to challenge me? truly blind to their own insignificance. He swiftly reached into his coat, retrieving a flintlock pistol and expertly loading it with practiced speed. Upon witnessing the captain draw his weapon, Rock and Ellis were momentarily taken aback, but their instincts kicked in as they rolled aside, seeking refuge behind a large stone. Just moments ago, they had confidently declared their intent to slay the pirate captain, yet now they found themselves in a disheveled retreat. The sudden turn of events struck them like a whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. The captain fired 3 shots, each striking the stone that shielded Rock and Ellis. Ha! How amusing it is that such oddities exist among bounty hunters. The captain bellowed, gesturing to his crew. My lads, these 2 foolish bounty hunters will inevitably meet their demise at the hands of real pirates. Why not do a good deed and expedite their journey to the afterlife? With a resounding cheer, the pirates rallied to their captain's command and charged forth. The pirate captain approached the stone where Rock and Ellis were hiding, gripping his pistol with caution. Come out and face your doom, my friends. He laughed heartily, beckoning his crew to advance. Several pirates began to flank the stone from the side when, unexpectedly, Dennis Rich emerged from his previous hiding spot. The sight of an additional figure startled the pirates, and they instinctively turned to look. Then, a collective shock swept over them. While Ellis was sheltered under Dennis's protection and thus did not recognize Rock, it was quite normal. Roche's fame had been established through the East Sea Daily, a publication many deemed unworthy of their attention. However, they could not possibly be unaware of the formidable Dennis, a nemesis to pirates who had landed in Shabby Town. Those who failed to acknowledge such an adversary were long since deceased. Seizing the fleeting moment of confusion among the pirates, Rock and Ellis leaped from behind the stone simultaneously. Die! Ellis shouted as he propelled himself forward, landing before the pirate captain and delivering a swift strike. The captain's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand in defense. Yet it proved futile. Ellis's blade surged forward, intercepting the captain's pistol just before he could aim it. A sharp clang echoed as the pistol flew from the captain's grasp. Had he not reacted swiftly to release his hold, he would have been injured. Impressive lad, the captain exclaimed involuntarily, hastily drawing his own sword to counter Ellis's assault and force him back. He then cast a sidelong glance at Rock, surprised that this young lad had not joined Ellis in the ambush. Rock refrains from striking because this pirate is unworthy of his ambush. Child, surrender without resistance. Ellis shouted fiercely, brandishing his blade as he charged forward once more. Rocky remained motionless, not due to a lack of desire to win, but rather because he had discerned the formidable prowess of Child from the latter's deft maneuver that had effortlessly repelled Ellis. If Ellis had not made significant progress over the past month, defeat was inevitable. Dennis, observing from the sidelines, recognized this as well, but chose not to intervene. Confident that Child, even if victorious, would not dare to slay Ellis, especially with Rocky watching closely. As Ellis charged forward, the pirates behind Child prepared to intervene. Child raised a hand, signaling them to refrain, and wielding his curved blade, he struck directly at Ellis's advance. The clash of steel rang out. Ellis's katana was severed cleanly in 2, the tip flying off and embedding itself in a nearby rock. The curved blade was inherently designed for slashing, and it was unsurprising that Ellis's katana succumbed to such force. Seizing the moment when Ellis was momentarily stunned by the loss of his weapon, Child delivered a powerful kick to Ellis's midsection, sending him hurtling against the very rock he had used as cover. You scoundrel, Ellis grunted, poised to retaliate, only to find Child swiftly closing in, his imposing figure surprisingly agile. In a desperate attempt, Ellis swung his broken sword and leaped aside. However, Child anticipated Ellis's intent, delivering a heavy blow that intercepted him, followed by a powerful fist that struck Ellis squarely in the chest. In an unfortunate turn, Child seized Ellis by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Dennis Rich, is this your disciple? Spare me, and I shall do the same for him, Child called out to Dennis, who stood aloof, observing the unfolding spectacle with an air of indifference. Chapter 27. Do you truly believe you can best me? Despite witnessing his student in peril, Dennis remained unperturbed, confident in Rocky's eventual intervention, opting to bide his time. Indeed, Rocky soon interjected, Hey, big guy, we haven't had our bout yet. Child glanced at Rocky, a mocking smile gracing his features. Earlier, you lacked the courage to ambush me alongside him, yet now that he is within my grasp, you choose this moment to make a show, little brat. Do not act coy after gaining an advantage. Rocky, fine, I shall not ambush you. Yet you presume me to be timid. Rocky snorted in irritation. You'll know soon enough if you're merely putting on a show. I'm waiting. Child nonchalantly dug at his nose. Dennis Leach, Are you deaf? Did you hear that? Release me, and I shall let your disciple go. Child continued to address Dennis Leach. Yet, Dennis remained silent. Child frowned. Could it be that this fellow was not truly Dennis Leach's disciple? Or was that old coot Leach trying to deceive him? In a flash of thought, Child pressed his knife against Ellis's throat and shouted at Dennis, "If he is not your disciple, I shall kill him. At worst, we shall perish together. If you kill him, you shall all meet your demise," Rocky interjected calmly. He is indeed Dennis Leach's disciple. However, after years of traversing the world, Dennis is not accustomed to threats. Using his disciple against him won't work. What do you propose? Child inquired, glancing at Rocky. You and I shall engage in combat. If you defeat me, you will have 2 hostages, Rocky suggested with a sly grin. But if you lose, there will be nothing left to discuss. Recognizing he could not retreat, Child contemplated capturing the boy alongside Ellis. Even if that old coot Dennis sought revenge, he could take out a couple more of his disciples. Since you wish to battle, I shall oblige, Child declared. I've been waiting for this very moment. Upon hearing Rocky's response, Child's expression darkened, and he cackled. Boy, you have chosen the wrong path. You underestimate me. Rocky felt an inexplicable anger. Why did every adversary he faced seem to belittle him, simply because of his youth? Fools will pay for their arrogance. Child laughed derisively, dismissing Rocky's threat. What makes you think you can defeat me? Oh, I certainly can, Rocky retorted with a cold smirk. Child erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You are but a mere child. Hey, Child, do you think Rocky cannot defeat you? He has taken down members of the Arlong Pirates. Can you? Ellis recalled the time he had underestimated Rocky due to his age and had been soundly beaten. Unable to contain his indignation on Rocky's behalf, Child's eyes widened. He knew of the Arlong Pirates, a group of monstrous fishmen whose strength was formidable. The pirates and bounty hunters of these waters dared not provoke them. A glance at Rocky revealed that this young, slender figure had indeed slain a member of the Arlong crew. If you doubt it, just check the East Blue Daily from over 20 days ago, Ellis continued. Now do you comprehend my prowess? Rock proudly lifted his small face, the pride evident upon it. In his previous life, he lived for 20 years, and in this life, he has reached 18. However, these years cannot be simply added together. He remains the same young man who never graduated from university. Untouched by the harsh realities of the world, still possessing a hint of youthful innocence. Stop talking nonsense, Sprat. Show me your strength, Child shouted. Casting aside the Ellis in his hand, he held a modicum of belief that Rock had slain a cadre of the errant pirate crew. But to voice such thoughts would diminish his own imposing aura, which is detrimental in the arena of battle. Come on, Rock said, gazing at the pirate before him, mentally rehearsing the stance required to defeat him, convinced that a swift kill would be the most impressive. He grasped the sheath with his left hand and the hilt with his right, striking a pose for a draw-and-slash-technique. Arrogant little brat, Child scoffed, feeling the sting of mockery from Roche's stance. The draw-and-slash-technique is predicated on a single decisive strike. A miss could easily backfire. To employ such a maneuver exudes confidence in one's control over the battle, hinting at a disdain for the opponent. Of course, the interpretation of this technique varies by individual. For Rock, he never intended to mock. He merely thought the act of defeating an enemy with a draw-and-slash was impressively stylish. Nevertheless, Child did not lose his composure despite the perceived insult. With Dennis Rich standing before him, he could not afford any missteps that could jeopardize the entire pirate crew. With both hands firmly gripping his curved blade, he warily observed Rock, cautiously maneuvering around him in search of an opening. Upon circling behind Rock, Child was taken aback to find that Rock had not turned around, prompting a hearty laugh from him. He surged forward, delivering a powerful strike, his blade descending heavily. Are you still alive? Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Rock immediately unleashed his precise swordsmanship, utilizing the system to sense the imminent attack from behind. In an instant, he exerted force with his feet, waist, and hands, pivoting to draw his sword. A flash of steel illuminated the air. Blood splattered from Child's chest, while his blade struck the earth beside Rock instead. Clang! Rocky sheathed his blade with a fluid motion, exuding an air of effortless grace. Child gazed in disbelief at the slender wound stretching from his lower abdomen to his chest. How many years had it been? How many years since he had suffered such a decisive defeat, with not even a glimmer of resistance? That old coot Dennis could never achieve such a swift kill. How could this young boy possess such formidable skill? As Child's thoughts flickered, Rocky charged into the pirate ranks. The pirates were still reeling from the shock of their leader's swift demise, allowing Rocky to easily rescue Ellis, who had been held captive as a bargaining chip. Dennis, I've saved your apprentice. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Rocky inquired, directing his gaze toward Dennis. This question jolted Dennis back to reality. He too had been taken aback by Rocky's sword-drawing technique. The stark contrast between what he had witnessed just a month prior and Rocky's present prowess was striking. I concede this round to you, Dennis remarked coolly. Rock nodded, acknowledging the situation. Can you still fight? He inquired, as he helped Ellis to his feet. Ellis, however, was engulfed in sorrow. Though he was capable of continuing the battle, this encounter with the pirates was a gift to Rock, and thus, he felt no need to intervene further. I am unfamiliar with this pirate crew. What manner of individuals are they? Upon gaining insight into the nature of Child's group, Rock effortlessly and decisively eliminated them all. It is said that taking the lives of 20 or 30 individuals at once poses a challenge to one's psyche. Yet, for reasons unknown to him, Rock felt no inner turmoil. Chapter 28, The Duel with Dennis Again. Rock contemplated for a moment, realizing that he was not entirely indifferent to the act of killing. Firstly, slaying adversaries would yield him points. It is often said that joy invigorates the spirit. Having earned over 30 points, Roche's mood was undeniably elevated. Secondly, these pirates deserve their fate. Any vessel that hoists the pirate flag is indeed a pirate, and every pirate must be prepared for the eventuality of being eradicated by bounty hunters or the Navy. As for Luffy and his crew, they too are pirates, albeit their actions predominantly lean towards the virtuous. If one were to meticulously scrutinize their plundering, it would be remiss to overlook the incident on Icefire Island, where Zoro and his companions had indeed seized winter garments from Kettle and others. Moreover, some members of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet are, in fact, genuine pirates. Rocky looked at Ellis and chuckled. Let us consider the recent match as my victory. I must admit, at present, I am indeed inferior to you. However, I shall strive to improve, and in the future, the outcome may be different. Ellis, with a composed expression, retorted stubbornly. So, does that mean I am your imaginary rival? That certainly brings me joy, Rocky laughed heartily. Yet, surpassing me will be quite a challenge. For instance, I train for approximately 18 hours each day. Ellis was left utterly astounded, and Dennis was equally flabbergasted. 18 hours of training each day? How is that even feasible? The human body is not made of iron. How could one possibly endure such a grueling regimen? Rocky is capable of training for 18 hours a day, a feat that Ellis believes is only possible due to Rocky's innate talent. The current situation reveals a stark reality. Those more gifted than you are also working harder. A tinge of despair blossoms within Ellis. As time progresses, the gap between him and Rocky will only widen. He will never surpass Rocky. Hey, don't be disheartened. Rocky reminds him. Find a suitable devil fruit, and you might just surpass me in an instant. Ah, such a thing as a devil fruit exists. Ellis's eyes brighten anew. Recalling how Master Dennis gained invincibility after consuming a devil fruit, earning him great renown across these waters, he now sees a glimmer of hope to surpass Rocky through the devil fruit. Seeing Ellis regain his confidence, Rocky smiles with a hint of satisfaction. Encouraging others to strive upward is indeed fulfilling. Come on, Dennis, let us exchange a few blows, Rocky says, turning his gaze to Dennis Ritchie. You're Rocky, aren't you? Dennis Ritchie nods in approval. The newspapers say you've declared war on the Arlong pirates, yet here you are hunting pirates. The timing isn't right. Rocky shrugs, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. If circumstances allowed, he would indeed prefer to deal with that scoundrel Arlong sooner, but his strength does not permit it. It's a matter of strength, then, Dennis Ritchie remarks coolly. Only those who have fought Arlong know his true capabilities. I'm curious how you, this arrogant young man, assess your own strength as inferior to Arlong's. Arrogant? Rocky blinks in surprise. Where have I displayed arrogance? I act with great prudence. This persona simply cannot be allowed to falter. He is determined to become a notable figure in the East Blue, and he must prepare his reputation early on. A thought flickers through his mind as he continues to articulate his thoughts. Knowing he cannot divulge to Dennis Ritchie that he is well aware of most of the main plot lines involving the Pirate King, foreknowledge is a powerful asset. In truth, I am a meticulous individual. I typically strike with a degree of certainty, Rocky states, finally organizing his words. Dennis Ritchie lets out a soft sigh. Had he been more cautious in the past, he would not have suffered such a defeat at the hands of the Arlong pirates. Back then, he and his best friend were brimming with confidence, believing their failure to conquer the Arlong pirates was due to the incompetence of the pirate hunters they had joined. With unwavering resolve, they set out to hunt Arlong, only for him to return in disarray, while his friend was lost to the waves. Later, by a stroke of fortune, He consumed a devil fruit that significantly augmented his power, leading him to attempt a second assault on Arlong. Yet again, he faced a crushing defeat. Were it not for the formidable defenses granted by the devil fruit's power, he would not have returned at all. After barely escaping a second time, his spirit was shattered. He settled in Shabby Town as a bounty hunter, never venturing beyond its borders again. Come on, young Rocky, Dennis Ritchie draws his swift blade, Windstorm. Let me witness your strength. All right, I'm ready. Rocky charged forward with his sword drawn, thrusting it towards Dennis's chest. In response, Dennis swiftly drew his blade, intercepting Rocky's thrust with the swiftness of a gale. As Rocky unleashed his new move, his sword swept across with precision. Dennis deftly sidestepped, and the fierce wind struck out violently. The blade sliced through the air with remarkable speed, producing a sharp whooshing sound. Rock swiftly raised his sword to block. After more than a month of training, his strength had significantly increased, and he felt confident in confronting Dennis, likely even winning the contest. However, Rock refrained from doing so. His venture to hunt pirates was motivated by a desire to refine his swordsmanship, having reached a plateau in his skills. As he successfully parried Dennis's powerful strike, Rock adjusted his grip, dissipating the force and stepping back 2 paces. What's the matter with you? Dennis scoffed coldly. Where's that decisive and fierce swordplay you displayed when you took down Child? You certainly aren't utilizing your full strength either, Rock shrugged. Naturally, he could not divulge that he was merely using this encounter to hone his skills, as such a revelation would be quite hurtful. And you claim not to be arrogant, Dennis retorted, somewhat irritated, believing that Rock misunderstood the term arrogance. Possessing the power of a devil fruit, he could transform into a black-armored beast in times of peril. His armor as hard as iron, capable of protecting his vital points. Yet, Rock, lacking any means of escape, appeared to be holding back, which was reckless. A single strike from him could lead to severe injury or even death. No, I know my limits. Let us continue. Rocky and Dennis engaged in a fierce struggle. With each strike, Rocky's sword became increasingly formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation in Dennis. He could ascertain that the force behind Rocky's attacks remained unchanged. It was his swordsmanship that had evolved. His skills were undeniably improving. This was nothing short of astonishing. As the battle progressed, his opponent grew stronger. Who could withstand such an onslaught? The innate talent exhibited by this individual was truly terrifying. Dennis felt a surge of alarm as his defenses became progressively more challenging to maintain. In contrast, Rocky unleashed a barrage of sharp and distinctly different sword techniques, showcasing a broad array of skills. Whether on the offensive or defensive, he became increasingly adept, as if he had transcended the role of a mere swordsman to become a true swordmaster. Transformation was imperative. Unable to contain himself any longer, Dennis Rich succumbed to the necessity of unleashing his full potential. In an instant, he was enveloped in black armor, tearing through his shirt, while a sleek, dark tail erupted from behind him. His head transformed into that of a lizard, resembling a colossal black reptile. Chapter 29. The Hammer of Dennis after his metamorphosis. Dennis's defenses became impenetrable, rendering bullets ineffective against him. A glimmer of hope illuminated Iris's face upon witnessing Dennis's transformation into a black-armored beast. This time, Rocky was destined for defeat. But what was happening? Linus stared in awe at the transformed Dennis. Could he truly be a legendary user of the devil fruit? The East Sea, known as the most tranquil region among the 4 seas and the Grand Line, possessed a unique dichotomy of both the lowest lows and the highest highs. Here, the users of the devil fruit were rarer than those endowed with Conqueror's Haki, and many denizens of the East Sea regarded the devil fruit as mere folklore. Could Rocky triumph over a devil fruit user? Linus expressed his concerns. Have faith in Rocky, he has always been capable of miracles, Nami said, though her face betrayed an unintentional display of anxiety as she remained focused on the unfolding battle. The conflict raged on. Following his transformation, Dennis's physical defenses soared. Even when Rocky's sword tip grazed his skin, it merely left a faint mark. Rocky's strikes could not penetrate his armor. Although Dennis felt pain with each sword strike, it was not something he could reveal. Moreover, Dennis's scaly, black visage post-transformation concealed any semblance of emotion, leading Rocky to believe that his opponent felt nothing at all. Thus, Rocky was compelled to summon all his strength. Despite Dennis's enhanced power and agility as a beast, Rocky discovered that, when he exerted his full force, he was not at a disadvantage. In fact, Rocky was nearing the realm of sword mastery, and his swordsmanship exceeded that of Dennis by a notable margin. The sound of clanging metal echoed as Rocky's strikes relentlessly rained down upon Dennis. Rocky continues to overpower Dennis. Gradually, Rocky's swordsmanship becomes increasingly refined, and Dennis finds himself on the receiving end of relentless blows. How can this young lad's strength be so formidable? Dennis's mind is racing with disbelief. Although Rocky's strikes do not inflict harm upon him, they are undeniably uncomfortable. Previously, he had scorned Rocky as arrogant. But now he realizes that Rocky's confidence was not mere bravado, but rather a reflection of his genuine prowess. Did he think others were merely posturing? Others are indeed exceptionally skilled. Dennis feels a burning sensation on his face. Am I seeing things incorrectly? Even the teacher is being suppressed. Ellis watches the battle, his expression one of incredulity. He is well aware of Dennis's terrifying power after transformation. It is unfathomable that he could be subdued. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Rocky has truly made such significant progress in just 1 month? Ellis shakes his head. The thought of achieving such advancement in a mere 30 days is beyond his imagination. I concede, there is no point in continuing. I have lost this round. Dennis abruptly steps back, sheathing his sword as he addresses Rocky. What? You're giving up? Rocky blinks, a fleeting look of regret passing across his face, before sincerely acknowledging acceptance. Seeing the flicker of regret on Rocky's face only fuels Dennis's ire. Shouldn't he be elated for winning? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't best you, I would have made you understand the consequences of being smug after gaining an advantage. With a dark expression, Dennis strides away, and Ellis silently trails behind, wary of speaking. He knows that the teacher has just suffered a significant humiliation and is currently in no mood for provocation. However, Rocky genuinely feels a sense of regret. Dennis is a warrior with exceptional defensive capabilities. Engaging with him not only hones his swordsmanship, but also allows him to fight without fear of accidentally inflicting fatal harm. He is, without a doubt, the perfect whetstone. Unfortunately, that whetstone has slipped away, and Rocky has yet to fully grasp the theoretical knowledge of master-level swordsmanship required to become a true swordsman. Nami and Linus dash over, or rather, Nami is leading Linus in her swift pace. Let us clean up the battlefield, commence. Nami expertly rummages through the pirates, scavenging for spoils. Suddenly, Rocky notices that Dennis, who had walked a distance away, hesitates before turning back towards him. Loki gazed at Dennis, who, at that moment, displayed a calm demeanor, indicating that his anger had dissipated. Has the senior returned? Loki inquired tentatively. Dennis, he continued, are you planning to confront the Arlong pirates next? Dennis fixed his gaze upon Loki's eyes, posing the question directly. That is indeed the case, Loki replied without hesitation. Dennis nodded, inhaling deeply as he turned his gaze toward the horizon. Arlong is slightly stronger than you are now. However, if he has not improved over the past 6 years, the gap between you two will be minimal. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed senior, Loki said earnestly, bowing in thanks. Moreover, fishmen prefer not to venture into the mountains. Should you find yourself in peril, remember to retreat into the hills. Dennis added after a moment of contemplation. I shall remember that. Senior, is there anything else? Loki, akin to an eager student, awaited further insights from his mentor. You think this is like purchasing cabbage? Dennis quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Loki with a smirk. Senior, you have a history with the Arlong pirates, correct? I humbly request your assistance, Loki said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Dennis intently. What assistance do you seek? Well, I am on the verge of attaining the realm of the Swordmaster. I hope you can accompany me in my sword practice to help me achieve this goal. Loki expressed sincerely, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. A swordmaster? Dennis widened his eyes in astonishment. Yes, a swordmaster, Loki affirmed. Dennis stood frozen, akin to a statue, overwhelmed by the revelation. In the world of the Pirate King, swordsmen were broadly categorized into 3 tiers: swordsman, swordmaster, and grand swordmaster. Although the title of swordmaster was not the pinnacle, many spent their entire lives striving to attain it. Even a formidable warrior like Dennis had not reached that level. He once had the opportunity to become a swordmaster, but after acquiring the devil fruit, his focus waned, and he had not trained in recent years. How long have you been studying the sword? Dennis suddenly inquired. About 3 months, Loki replied. Dennis gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. The notion of nearly achieving the status of swordmaster in merely 3 months was astonishingly swift, so much so that he could scarcely fathom it. Come, I shall practice with you, Dennis declared, excitement welling within him at the prospect of witnessing the birth of a swordmaster. I shall forever remember your kindness, esteemed senior, Loki said earnestly, secretly marking another grudge against Arlong in his heart. Nami continued to tidy the battlefield, showing little interest in the duel between Loki and Dennis. Loki's safety seemed inconsequential compared to the value of the treasure, with only Ellis returning with a thirst for knowledge, watching intently. Dennis continuously fed techniques to Loki, enhancing his swordsmanship. I can feel it. The breath of steel. Rocky grasped the katana firmly in his hand. This blade had clashed countless times against Dennis's ironclad armor, enduring numerous fierce encounters with the razor-sharp swift blade known as Gale. The edge of the sword was marred with countless chips, both large and small. Rocky, though unable to physically gaze upon the blade, distinctly sensed the imperfection upon its edge. He felt the very breath of steel. Chapter 30. Breakthrough, Swordmaster System. Congratulations, host. On successfully transcending into the realm of the Swordmaster, you have earned one opportunity to spin the reward wheel. Before Rocky stood a constantly spinning wheel. His heart immediately raced with anticipation. He vividly recalled the moment he ascended to the rank of swordsman when he drew the fateful swordsmanship from the wheel. In recent days, had it not been for that infallible sword technique, he might have perished in his encounters with Kruby. What would it be this time? Rocky's heart was filled with trepidation as the roulette pointer gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt. It pointed to an area inscribed with 5 characters: swordsmanship essence, wind. In that fleeting moment of receiving the reward, Rocky was enveloped in the system's benevolence, experiencing an epiphany. Suddenly, he comprehended the true nature of the reward. Many formidable sword techniques, adorned with spectacular effects, necessitate that the swordsman grasp the corresponding essence of swordsmanship. For instance, one cannot execute Zoro's formidable wind-based sword techniques without mastering the manipulation of air to create wind, which in turn requires the swordsman to understand the essence of swordsmanship, wind. Senior Dennis, I have become a swordsman. Rocky beamed with a radiant smile, an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him. Is it really a breakthrough? Dennis looked at Rocky in astonishment. You've become a swordsman? Iris stared blankly at the exuberant Rocky. Indeed. Rocky joyfully nodded and dashed towards Nami and Linus, who were aboard the pirate ship collecting spoils, eager to share his elation. A swordsman? Nami blinked her large eyes. Though she did not fully grasp the significance of the term, she could see Rocky's joy reflected in her own happiness, and her smile grew even sweeter. Linus was left in awe. Teacher, how is it possible for Rocky to become a swordsman in just 3 months? Iris couldn't help but exclaim. Becoming a swordsman in 3 months is something only the legendary monsters of the New World, in the latter half of the Grand Line, could achieve. After some calculations, Nami remarked, this time we have accumulated a total of 3,657,321 berries. She gazed contentedly at the amassed berries and spoke to Rocky. Only over 3 million. Rocky replied, his enthusiasm waning. He had expected a far greater sum. Realizing that 3 million berries would scarcely suffice, not even enough to purchase the pirate ship itself. Not only that, the bounty on that child you defeated was 1,800,000 berries. Plus, this ship is conservatively estimated to be worth around 15 million berries, which brings our total to just over 20 million berries. Nami calculated joyfully, utterly elated with this significant windfall. With the 20 million berries gained from this venture, combined with the over 80 million berries she had already gathered, she had finally amassed 100 million berries. With this 100 million berries, she could redeem Kokoyasi village from Arlong. This sum represented liberation, it signified freedom. Soon, she would be able to laugh heartily, purchase beautiful clothes, indulge in delectable food she once yearned for but dared not touch, and pursue her dreams. Nami felt an exhilarating lightness, every cell in her body radiating joy. Rocky, does this mean all these berries are mine? Nami gazed at Rocky, her fair and delicate face alight with anticipation. Of course, and this isn't the end. I still owe you over 30 million berries. Rocky replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Rocky. Nami exclaimed as she rushed over to embrace him, her gratitude palpable. Linus looked on, utterly bewildered by Nami's exuberance over a mere return of funds. Jealousy stirred within him. I hope I didn't startle you. I was just overly excited, Nami said, releasing Rocky and momentarily flushing with embarrassment. Rocky offered a gentle smile in response. Our immediate objective is to claim the bounty for the pirate child's head, and subsequently, we shall sell this ship. Nami began to devise her plan with enthusiasm. Very well. In that case, you and Linus will handle the sale of the ship while I take care of the bounty exchange. I also need to purchase a new knife. Rocky raised his sword, its blade marred with numerous nicks, rendering it unusable. Indeed, Dennis is a local authority here and a friend of yours. He must have channels for bounty exchanges, Nami acknowledged. I should be able to manage the ship, So Linus and I will head to sell it first. There is only one shipyard in Shabby Town. We shall reconvene there. Sounds good. Rocky leaped from the pirate ship and approached Dennis and his companion. The shipyard at Shabby Town was bustling with activity. Nami skillfully navigated the pirate vessel into the bay where the shipyard was located, having prudently removed the pirate flag. Keen-eyed workers at the shipyard noticed the arrival of business and promptly hurried over with enthusiasm. After mooring the ship, Nami stepped out of the cockpit and onto the deck. "Where's the boss? I need to speak with your owner regarding a significant transaction," she stated directly to the shipyard workers. "What are the customer's requirements?" "You can discuss them with me first," a worker replied. "But you cannot make any decisions. I intend to sell this ship." The shipyard workers exchanged surprised glances, as Nami was unaware that the worker lacked the authority to finalize transactions, and he similarly doubted her capacity to make decisions regarding the sale. "Are you jesting?" the worker queried, craning his neck to look aboard the ship in search of the captain or first mate. "Stop looking. There is no one aboard." Nami discerned the worker's thoughts and bluntly pointed it out. The worker gazed at Nami and her companion in astonishment, momentarily taken aback before quickly responding, "Please come into the office and have a seat. I will inform the boss immediately." Nami and Linus were escorted to the reception area for tea. Moments later, the boss arrived. "I sincerely apologize for the wait." As their eyes met, both Nami and the boss recognized each other. This boss was the same middle-aged, oily man Nami had encountered during her first visit to Shabby Town, from whom she had stolen several 100,000 berries, and later, Rocky had pummeled his bodyguard when he came seeking retribution. What a predicament, Nami thought. "Well, my dear lady, we meet again," the middle-aged man sneered. "Last time you slipped away. Let us see how you manage this time." Nami displayed no sign of panic, while Linus instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of her. "What do you intend to do in broad daylight?" Linus demanded. Nami felt a twinge of gratitude at Linus's protective stance and confidently replied, "It's all right. They wouldn't dare." "Why wouldn't I dare?" the oily man retorted arrogantly. "This is different from last time. We are in the shipyard, my territory. If you are not afraid of being sliced into pieces by my associates, feel free to act." Nami countered with a cold laugh, exuding confidence. "Indeed. If you dare to strike, when Rocky arrives, it will be as easy as slaughtering a pig." Linus mirrored her demeanor, appearing utterly unperturbed. Their calmness sowed seeds of doubt in the adversary's mind. The oily man furrowed his brow, genuinely wary of the previous encounter with that young boy. Yet, having made his threat, he pondered whether he could retract it. At that moment, the shipyard worker who had first approached them discreetly exited the reception area. Chapter 31. A sword to frighten the coward boss. The brothers have been summoned. The worker, who had just slipped out of the reception room, returned with an air of feigned reliability. However, having not previously ventured out with the middle-aged greasy man, he was oblivious to Rocky's formidable prowess. Thus, he mistakenly assumed that their numbers would grant them invincibility, inadvertently placing his employer in a precarious situation. The middle-aged greasy man, having been betrayed by his own, found himself in an awkward predicament. With the gathered crowd, it would be a grave misstep to not display a semblance of arrogance. The middle-aged man relaxed his furrowed brow and sneered. "Why should I fear something that is mere fabrication? If you have the gall, summon your friends at once." Nami, glancing toward the throng of burly shipyard workers outside the reception room, felt a chill run down her spine, her brows knitting in anxiety. With such a gathering, what were their intentions? "Let me make it clear. My father is Duke Linus of the Kingdom of Columbia. Should you dare show me disrespect, prepare to face my father's wrath." Duke Linus, with a grave expression, positioned himself protectively in front of Nami. "Duke Linus? Huh. I tremble in fear," the middle-aged man scoffed. Regardless of the veracity of the Duke's title, with so many employees watching, he was resolute in his stance, prepared to deflect any blame onto the pirates if necessary. After all, it was not uncommon for bounty hunters to be slain by pirates. "Go," the middle-aged man signaled, and two hulking thugs surged toward Linus and Nami. "Damn it." Linus scanned his surroundings, grabbing a chair to shield Nami. "If anyone dares approach, I shall crush him." The two thugs, seasoned brawlers, recognized Linus's inexperience in combat and felt no trepidation. "Bastard, I'm going to strike," Linus shouted as he swung the chair toward one of the thugs, aiming for his head. The thug, grinning menacingly, extended his muscular arm, considerably thicker than average, reaching for Linus's arm with his enormous hand. Smack! Linus's chair shattered upon impact with the thug's arm, splintering into fragments that scattered about. Yet the thug remained unscathed. "You dare strike me?" The thug boomed, effortlessly lifting Linus by the collar as if he were a mere chick. Prepare to die. Grasping Linus. The burly man hurled him away, causing Linus to crash against the wall and collapse onto the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. Nami fared much better. Having dealt with pirates since childhood, this young beauty possessed a combat prowess that surpassed that of an ordinary individual. After retrieving a long staff from her fourth-dimensional pocket, she found herself able to hold her own against one of the large men for a while. However, with Linus incapacitated, another brute freed his hands and approached Nami. "Don't harm her," cautioned the middle-aged, greasy man nearby. The two large men paused momentarily, then relaxed their fists and lunged toward Nami. "Stop!" Nami exclaimed, observing the situation where escape was no longer an option. Frowning, she made a reluctant concession. "I have a ship worth at least 15 million berries. If you let us go, the ship is yours. Eliminating you would yield the same prize." The middle-aged, greasy man chuckled derisively. Nami replied, "Surely you understand the difference. If you dare to harm us, you will offend a young powerhouse of infinite potential. Think carefully about your choices. You think letting you go will erase our grievances?" The greasy man scoffed. "We have old scores to settle. Do not harbor such illusions." "How infuriating." Nami furrowed her brow, her eyes darting as she feigned a lack of struggle, beckoning the greasy man closer. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you." "Nami, no. Do not compromise with this scoundrel." Linus struggled to stand, his right arm hanging limply at his side, and his once smooth face marred by a deep bruise from the fall. "You brat, you're truly insufferable." The greasy man seethed, and immediately one of his observant lackeys rushed forward to seize Linus, landing several punches to his abdomen, rendering Linus nearly unconscious from the pain. "Stop hitting him. I will comply with whatever you desire." Nami quickly intervened. "Absolutely not. Even if I am beaten to death, you must not yield to them, Miss Nami." Linus gasped, raising his head to meet her gaze, his voice a desperate shout. "You fool." Nami's heart raced with anxiety. Her agreement with the greasy man was not a concession but a strategic delay until Rocky arrived. "Do not strike him again." Nami hurriedly positioned herself in front of Linus, arms outstretched to shield him. "Miss Nami." Linus looked at her protective form, and despite the pain coursing through him, a faint smile began to curve his lips. With Miss Nami by his side, even if he met an untimely end, what of it? "All right." The greasy man rubbed his hands together eagerly, eyeing Nami. "If you behave and allow me to bind you, I will release this lad." "Bind me?" Nami was an ordinary girl, and if she were restrained, she would indeed become a helpless prey on the chopping block. What should we do? Nami and Linus found themselves in a dire predicament. Suddenly, "Where are you?" "Nami and Linus?" A familiar voice emerged, akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through the boundless darkness of dawn, instilling hope within us. "Oh, what are you all gathered here for?" Rocky approached the shipyard, gazing at the multitude of workers gathered before the reception area. "Quick, seize her." The middle-aged, greasy man, unable to discern Rocky's identity, immediately grasped the glimmer of hope shining in Nami's eyes and issued the command. "Rocky, I am here." Nami cried out urgently. At that moment, two burly men rushed forward, and despite her struggles, Nami was swiftly subdued. "Come, let us meet that young man." The middle-aged man advanced toward Nami, drawing a dagger from his waist and pressing it against her throat. The employees outside the reception area parted to clear a path as the man and his two accomplices escorted Nami and Linus out. "It's you." Rocky recognized the greasy man holding Nami and Linus and immediately connected the dots. "Release them, or you shall face dire consequences." Rocky unsheathed his blade. "Put down the knife." The greasy man pressed the dagger firmly against Nami's fair neck, threatening, otherwise, she will meet her demise. "Rocky, no." Nami shouted with all her might. But then, a loud crash echoed. The knife in Rocky's hand clattered to the ground as he raised his arms in surrender. "If you have any grievances, direct them at me and spare them," he declared. "You brat, the last time you assaulted my men, it's your turn to experience the taste of defeat. Brothers, advance and overpower that little rascal." A formidable wave of shipyard workers, brandishing an array of shipbuilding tools, surged towards Rocky. At that moment, he retrieved his knife once more. One blade style, tornado. Rocky gripped his sword firmly, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a strike so rapid that the ordinary eye could scarcely perceive it. The blade sliced through the air, conjuring an immense, white whirlwind vortex from seemingly nothingness. The formation of this tempest was as swift as its movement. It swept through the vicinity with unrelenting force, whisking away dozens of shipyard workers who were caught in its furious embrace, twirling helplessly within the cyclone. As the momentum of the whirlwind began to wane, the workers were flung away, many rendered unconscious, while those who remained conscious feigned death and silent resignation. Rocky's first move, adorned with special effects, showcases remarkable power. The middle-aged, greasy man who had not made an appearance before, along with the two burly figures beside him, gazed intently at Rocky, their mouths forming a silent "Oh, release them, or face death." Rocky's piercing gaze traversed the desolate square, locking onto the middle-aged man. "What if I refuse?" the man retorted, his resolve faltering. "Ingrate." Rock let out a cold snort and swung his sword fiercely. With a whoosh, a pale blue sword aura shot out rapidly. The blade of energy sliced through the air, narrowly missing the middle-aged greasy man. The resulting gust striking his face with a stinging sensation, akin to the biting winter winds sweeping across a frigid sea. "Well, whatever. I'm not afraid of you," the middle-aged man stammered, his voice trembling. He wished to cower, yet the present circumstances dictated that yielding would cost him his life. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from behind. The middle-aged man and the burly fellow started in alarm, turning to witness a massive ship under construction cleaved in two by a single stroke of the sword. The severed edge was remarkably neat. Moreover, a distinct gash marred the wall behind the ship, evidence of the devastating strike. The onlookers gaped, their mouths forming perfect O's in disbelief. Chapter 32. Gathering 100 million berries. Seizing the moment while the middle-aged man was still dazed, Nami raised her hands, violently yanking the dagger from around her neck. She pivoted and delivered a sharp kick to the man's vulnerable area. "Ouch!" he squealed, clutching himself in agony. A sound reminiscent of a wounded pig. Even Rock felt a chill in his lower half. How could one possibly evade such an attack? Mastering armament Haki became imperative. "It's unnecessary. They wouldn't dare make a move against you now," Rock confidently remarked as he approached Nami, a smile gracing his lips. "They're utterly terrified." Nami blinked, her large eyes filled with confusion at Rock's assertion. "It's due to the aura. They fear me, so they dare not act," Rock elucidated. As a swordsman, his formidable presence could directly intimidate his adversaries, compelling them to abandon resistance, rendering them immobile. In essence, it was a fear born from an overwhelming advantage, similar to the effects of Conqueror's Haki, though less potent. For instance, in the original narrative, 2 years later in Punk Hazard, Zoro effortlessly defeated the natural-type Snow Fruit user Monet with a single stroke, all without employing Haki. It is widely known that natural-type users can typically only be captured through armament Haki, yet Zoro's overwhelming aura was sufficient to intimidate Monet into submission. While Rock might not be considered an unparalleled master, to the ordinary shipwrights, he appeared almost divine. His swordsman-level presence was more than adequate. "Come, let us rescue Linus." Maintaining his formidable aura against the foes, Rock advanced towards Linus. As Nami observed Rock approaching the middle-aged man and his companions, fear overtook their expressions, and she quickly comprehended the situation, hastening to free Linus. "Are you all right?" Nami asked, helping Linus to his feet. Gazing into Nami's delicate face, adorned with concern, Linus felt that the pain coursing through his body was trivial by comparison. He solemnly shook his head. "I'm fine. These minor injuries are nothing but a trifle to me." "Always putting on a brave front, yet you are far from being as formidable as Losai," Nami chided playfully, supporting Linus to a nearby spot. "So, how do you intend to conclude this?" Losai placed the blade against the neck of the middle-aged, greasy man. The man trembled and fell to his knees, raising his hands in supplication, gazing up at Losai. "Whatever you decide, I implore you to spare my life. I have elderly parents and young wife and children at home." "Such a cliché plea," Losai scoffed. "Do you presume you can deceive me with empty words? Your fate is sealed. Prepare to meet your end." In truth, Losai yearned to slay the man with a single stroke, yet he refrained, instead employing a series of relentless moves. "Nami, let us negotiate. Your leverage is his life." Losai turned to Nami. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately looked at Linus. "Linus, did you not just claim you were fine?" Linus nodded earnestly. "Then stay here for a moment." Nami beamed as she released Linus's support, her eyes sparkling as she rushed toward Losai. Thud! Linus fell to the ground, pain causing cold sweat to break forth, yet he remained silent, tears brimming in his eyes. Was Nami truly a devil? Observing Linus's plight stirred Losai's heart, prompting him to rush over and help him up. Nami's skills in extortion were beyond question. What was originally priced at 15 million berries was sold for 150 million berries. It remained a mystery what enchantment Nami had woven around the shipyard owner, who generously handed over cash without hesitation. Bearing two heavy leather cases, the seemingly frail girl unleashed an astonishing potential, appearing remarkably unfazed. Upon arriving at the residence of Nokigo and Losai's parents, Linus was placed under their care. When Losai and Nami returned with over 100 million berries in cash, everyone was astonished, momentarily at a loss as to how to spend it. Losai, when do you plan to deal with the Arlong pirates? Nami inquired as she approached him. When you redeem Cocoa Village. What? How did you come to know of this? Nami was taken aback, for aside from Nokigo, no one else was privy to this matter. Foolish child, do you think a child's actions can remain hidden from adults? The people of Cocoa Village are aware, they simply chose not to inform you. And I learned of it from them, Losai replied with a smile. A hint of shyness crossed Nami's face. I have gathered 100 million berries. I am preparing to return tomorrow to formally redeem Cocoa Village. There is no need to redeem the village. I could simply eliminate him, and that would resolve everything. You could then use that money to buy clothes and indulge in delicious food, Losai continued. Losai, you must understand that Arlong is a fish man. He can escape into the water, and you cannot hope to detain him. Nami insisted stubbornly. In that case, it is better for me to redeem the village. Rockwell, that makes sense. Arlong is determined to flee, and there is no guarantee anyone in the East Sea can keep him here. However, Nami, even if you manage to gather 100 million berries, Arlong will not allow you to redeem the village. Even if you redeem it today, he can easily reclaim it tomorrow. No. Nami shook her head expressionlessly, her tone lacking conviction. Though Arlong is wicked, he possesses one characteristic. He never deceives his own kind. He would never lie to me. Fool, you are human, and he is a fish man. Do you truly believe he considers you one of his own? Rocky continued, his confidence unwavering as he was well aware of the unfolding story. Even if he keeps his word, he will find a way to ensure you cannot gather 100 million berries. For instance, he could send Captain Mouse to confiscate your berries, claiming you are a thief and that these are proceeds of crime. Listening to Rocky, the astute Nami recognized the crux of the matter deep down. Yet she was reluctant to accept it. Rocky, please stop. I choose to trust Arlong one last time, Nami implored. Very well. However, if you insist on redeeming the village, you must wait until Linus has fully recovered. Arlong and Mouse will undoubtedly cause trouble. After a brief contemplation, Nami nodded. 5 days later, Linus was healed. During these 5 days, the affluent Nami, alongside Nojiko and Rocky's mother, indulged in daily shopping sprees, even traveling to the capital of the neighboring Kingdom of Columbia. The result was that the once impoverished Nami and Nojiko donned exquisite clothing, dresses, and shoes, each radiating beauty and charm, a delightful sight to behold. Rocky also changed into a new outfit. Particularly when he went shopping for clothes, he measured his height and discovered that he had already turned 18 and was nearing 19. Yet he continued to grow taller. He now stood at an impressive height of 198 centimeters, a stature he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Furthermore, his body was sculpted with seamless muscle definition, exuding an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. Without realizing it, he had transformed into the figure he had once dreamed of. Adorned in a fitting ensemble, he appeared as a remarkably handsome young man, walking down the street alongside Nami and Nojiko, effortlessly drawing the attention of passers-by. Chapter 33. Clearly arranged a few days later, Linus had fully recovered. During this time, Rocky earnestly reiterated the original plot concerning the quest to gather 100 million berries to redeem their village to Nami. However, his words failed to dispel her obsession. Stubbornly, Nami had organized a plan to seek out Arlong and negotiate for the redemption of Kokoyashi Village. Nevertheless, she seriously considered Rocky's speculations and devised a strategy in response. As soon as Linus regained his health, Rocky, along with his family, Nami, Linus, and Nojiko, set sail from Shabandi town, their destination now being Kokoyashi Village. Rocky decided to bring his parents along for 2 reasons. Firstly, they wished to return and revisit familiar places, and secondly, there was assurance that Cocoa Village would not be devoid of allies from the Arlong pirates, ensuring their safety upon return. Moreover, even if someone were to report their presence, it would be advantageous for the Arlong pirates to come rushing in, thereby saving them the trouble of a search. Upon reaching Cocoa Village, Nami proceeded towards Arlong Park, while Rocky's family returned to Apple Village. Nokigo and Linus followed the plan to transfer the 100 million berries that Nami had gathered. Nami paused before the entrance of Arlong Park, hesitating to step inside. Memories flashed through her mind like a rapid slideshow. A 10-year-old girl, managing to amass 100 million berries, an unimaginable feat for an ordinary person. After 7 long years, she had finally done it. But would Arlong honor his promise? Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she pushed open the gates of the park. After more than a month of renovations, Arlong Park had returned to its former glory. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, Nami entered the park, where she was immediately noticed by a group of fishmen. Nami, you're back. How much did you earn this time? Perhaps you've gathered the 100 million berries already. Haha. They teased, but Nami chose to ignore them. Making her way directly towards Arlong, who was lounging in a deck chair on the main floor. Arlong, I have gathered 100 million berries, Nami stated flatly, her expression void of joy or sorrow. The impact of her words was akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of shock among the fishmen. Gasps of disbelief echoed around her. She had truly achieved it. Was this some kind of jest? Previously, Bel-Emri had been killed by Arlong for failing to produce a mere 100,000 berries, illustrating how monumental even that sum was for an ordinary family. 100 million berries, after all, equated to 1,000 times that amount. The difficulty of such an endeavor was self-evident. Astounding. Nami, you have truly done it. Arlong opened his eyes, gazing at her with a look of profound admiration. So, will you fulfill your promise? Nami, suppressing all her hopes, asked with a stoic demeanor. Ahahaha. Of course. I have always been a man of my word to my own. Arlong laughed heartily, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Congratulations, my Nami. That's good to hear. I will return with the money immediately. Nami turned to leave. Nami, Arlong called out, stopping her. This is a momentous occasion. You cannot treat it so casually. He surveyed all the fishmen present. Today, we shall hold a feast to celebrate Nami's success in gathering 100 million berries to redeem Cocoa Village. Nami had wanted to say something more, but the clamoring of the fishmen drowned her voice, scattering her words into the crowd. A sudden thought surged within her. Could Raki's speculation be true? A notion she had previously refused to accept now seemed to be unfolding before her eyes. The surrounding fishmen busily prepared for the banquet, while Nami remained expressionless, standing in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere. Despite her heart feeling cold, she was unfazed. With Luffy's assistance, she had already devised precautionary measures. Soon, the festivities commenced, and Nami was pulled into a drinking spree, while Arlong retreated alone to the main building, entering his designated room. He retrieved a Din Din Mushi and dialed Captain Mouse. Captain. The Din Din Mushi opened its eyes, squinting with an unpleasant demeanor. What brings you to call, Arlong? The human girl, Nami, from my pirate crew, has amassed 100 million berries and now wishes to redeem her hometown village. What do you suggest I do? Understood, Arlong. I shall dispatch my men to seize her 100 million berries at once. Indeed, you possess an astute mind, as I anticipated. Afterward, I shall allocate 20 million berries to you. Rest assured, Arlong, this trivial matter is in capable hands. Upon receiving the location of Nami's stash, Captain Mouse promptly gathered his crew and set sail towards Cocoa West Village aboard the warship. On board, the captain's aide approached him, puzzled. Captain, why are we headed to Cocoa West Village? Have the higher-ups sent someone, and we are to put on a show? No. We are going to earn easy money. Inform the men to be enthusiastic. Once the task is complete, each shall receive 10,000 berries. You 50,000. Yes. The aide, elated, disregarded the reasoning and set out to boost the morale of the soldiers. Meanwhile, Luffy accompanied his parents on a stroll through Apple Village, proudly showcasing them to the villagers. Before returning to Cocoa West Village together, Rocky felt a sense of unease. He was certain that Aaron would inevitably follow the original storyline and have Captain Mouse seize Nami's 100 million berries. Upon arriving in Cocoa West Village, Linus and Nokiko had successfully transferred the money that Nami had hidden to Aegean's residence, finding an ideal location to conceal it. They left no trace along the way. Rocky deliberately treaded in a few footprints around the outskirts of Cocoa Village, meandering in a chaotic manner. Before long, some villagers noticed Colonel Mouse's warship approaching the village. Having made ample preparations, Rocky and his companions confidently followed the villagers to the village entrance to witness the unfolding spectacle. At the entrance, the warship was anchored. Impressive, Rocky. You truly anticipated this, exclaimed one villager. Do not be overly astonished. It is merely a basic operation. Were you in my position, you could have done the same. Rocky's pride surged as he candidly spoke the unembellished truth. Alas, no one believed him. Colonel Mouse, accompanied by his aide and several naval soldiers, disembarked from the warship. This time, the villagers were not like before. Their disappointment in Colonel Mouse had reached its zenith. They did not step forward to extend a warm welcome. "Hey, Naval Colonel. What brings you to our village? We do not welcome you." The village chief glared sternly at the mouse. Behind him, numerous villagers stood united, their expressions far from amiable. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," chuckled the mouse, squinting his eyes. "Indeed, we failed to protect those 2 villagers last time, and I offer my sincerest apologies." Yet, his words of contrition were mere lip service, as he swiftly changed the topic. "Villagers, whether you welcome me is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I fulfill my duty. I have come here for a significant matter. Cooperation from you is optional, but if you dare to obstruct my enforcement, do not blame me for being ungracious." Chapter 34. The humiliated mouse cooperate? "I will not," came the vehement reply. "When we were exploited by pirates, where were you? Now you speak of cooperation? I am sorry, your naval affairs have nothing to do with us ordinary folk." The Navy resembled the United Nations peacekeeping forces in the real world, lacking direct jurisdiction over the global populace. While requesting cooperation might be plausible, enforcing it was out of their authority. The villagers remained unaware of this nuance. They were simply displeased. However, Linus Tavaz was not oblivious. "Colonel Mouse, do you harbor any misconceptions regarding your authority?" Linus stepped forward, confronting Colonel Mouse without a hint of trepidation, calmly inquiring, "May I ask if the Navy possesses the right to demand cooperation from the villagers?" Colonel Mouse frowned, uncertain whether such a power existed within naval regulations. Yet, observing Linus's unwavering conviction, he suspected there was truth to it, which proved to be quite vexing. This young journalist evidently had influential backing, and he could not easily fabricate a reason to detain him. As Colonel Mouse fell silent, the villagers experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on them that the Navy had no right to insist on their cooperation. Fear dissipated. "Come on, let us enjoy ourselves. How could we not cooperate with naval affairs?" Rocky stepped forward, proclaiming, "The Navy is the guardian of the people, with unwavering dedication to upholding justice. I have never engaged in any unlawful activities. As a responsible citizen, I believe it is essential for me to cooperate with the Navy in their endeavors." It seemed as though Rocky spoke the truth. A flicker of anger crossed the eyes of Colonel Mouse, yet his face bore a forced smile. "Squeak, squeak. Please lead the way. I am in search of a girl named Nami." "Understood," Rocky replied with a grin that revealed his 8 teeth. "I happen to know the location of Nami's home. Allow me to escort you there." Rocky led the naval contingent to the Orange Grove cabin in Okigao, drawing the attention of the villagers. The rat, with unwavering conviction, dispatched his men to the location where Nami concealed her treasure. However, they discovered a vast pit, surrounded by numerous footprints. The desolate pit seemed to mock the rat and his companions, who sought to acquire easy wealth. A flicker of anxiety crossed the rat's eyes. Had the money been relocated? Was Arlong deceiving him? It seemed implausible. Arlong had no reason to mislead him. Yet, the girl named Nami had been detained by Arlong, leaving no time for her to transfer the treasure. Had they anticipated this? The rat seethed with frustration. Casting a glance at the guiding Rocky, realizing that this matter was inextricably linked to him, he had brought the rat here solely to witness his humiliation. This was blatant retribution. How could he possibly turn the tide? Colonel Rat furrowed his brow. He was not adept in combat, preferring to engage in calm contemplation. "Colonel, there are footprints over here." His aide interrupted his thoughts. The rat's eyes shifted. There shouldn't have been such blatant clues. They were likely toying with him. He looked toward Rocky and saw a flicker of panic flash across his face, feigning composure. This confirmed it. Arlong had notified him immediately, and he had promptly brought his men, leaving Nami's group little time to relocate the treasure. It was entirely normal to leave behind traces. How foolish. The rat smirked, stroking his whiskers, and laughed heartily. Those imbeciles transferring the ill-gotten gains have left such obvious traces. Squeak, squeak, let us go. Arlong led the naval soldiers following the trail, with the villagers trailing closely behind. Do you think these footprints were intentionally left behind or carelessly overlooked? Who knows, but I sincerely hope they were left on purpose. They pursued the footprints, eventually circling the village to arrive at a flat area where the tracks vanished. A wooden plank stood upright on the ground, inscribed with the words, "Do you desire my treasure? If so, it is all yours. Go and seek it, for I have placed all my riches there. It lies in Raftel." The villagers were perplexed by the message on the plank. However, the rat understood. Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, was a figure known to every naval officer, and the words inscribed were precisely those spoken by Roger before his demise. Once again, he had been outsmarted. The rat glared fiercely at Rocky, who was doubled over in laughter, pointing at the plank. Who could have done this? Attempting to mock us with the words of the Pirate King. How amusing. The villagers, grasping the jest, joined in the laughter, filling the air with a joyous atmosphere. Colonel Rat's anger surged, and he stood still for quite some time before regaining composure. Lacking the courage to confront pirates, he could only resort to catching petty thieves to salvage his performance. Truly, Colonel Rat excelled at his work. Rocky walked towards the village with his hands clasped behind his head, saying, "What do you mean? How dare a mere commoner lecture a naval colonel?" The mouse turned around, furious, and shouted, reaching for his gun at his waist. Rocky observed the movements of the mouse and could not help but sneer. Is it truly necessary for you to draw your weapon simply because I have spoken? Moreover, have I erred in my words? The mouse, gritting his teeth in fury, momentarily suppressed his anger and declared, "Let us depart. Farewell, useless navy." Indeed, how absurd it is that the navy dares to pursue thieves while shirking from confronting pirates. Colonel Mouse, seething with rage, swiftly departed from Cocoa West Village with his subordinates. As he watched the colonel's ship sail away, Rocky scoffed, "That wretched mouse. Should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure he faces retribution." On board the warship, Colonel Mouse sat in his office, the phone bug wide-eyed on the desk. "Mouse, have you accomplished the task?" Aaron's voice emanated from the phone bug. "Of course," Mouse replied, a sinister smile gracing his face. "Ah-ha-ha-ha. I shall send someone to collect the payment immediately." "Very well, my ship is anchored before Cocoa West Village." With a click, the phone bug fell silent. "Humph," Mouse scoffed, lifting his coffee for a sip. He had been deceived, and he was determined to ensure that Aaron would not have an easy time of it. As for the possibility of retaliation from the Aaron pirate crew, that was clearly out of the question. With Rocky present in Cocoa West Village, any intruders from Aaron's crew would likely meet their demise, and the deceased cannot speak. Even if Aaron were to inquire later, Mouse could easily fabricate a tale. Moreover, word had it that the elite forces dispatched from the Navy headquarters had already arrived in the East Sea and would soon commence their siege on the Aaron pirate crew. Although he had not gleaned the identity of these formidable individuals from the commander, did it truly matter? The Navy's elite were all monstrous figures, and annihilating a severely weakened and unprepared Aaron pirate crew would be a trivial task. Thus, it was evident that the Aaron pirate crew had but days left to survive. If he did not sever ties soon, he would face dire consequences. Chapter 35, Severing Aaron's Arm Once More. In Aaron's paradise, within Aaron's chamber, he hung up the phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nami was precisely the cartographer he had set his sights upon. Desire for freedom? How utterly impossible. Unless all the world's sea charts were completed, there was no way he would grant Nami her freedom. Aaron exited his chamber and entered the grand hall of the paradise, where a raucous banquet was in full swing. The pirates, in their revelry, danced wildly, and he called out to the inebriated Chu, who was staggering amidst the crowd. "That rascal Mouse has already secured the 100 million berries. Can you retrieve it?" "Not a problem, Brother Aaron," Chu replied, burping from the alcohol. "Where is it?" "At the entrance of Cocoa West Village." "Oh." Chu returned to the table and shouted to the other fishmen, "Chill the drinks for me. I shall be back shortly." "Of course, Brother Chu. By the time you return, the drinks will be perfectly chilled, and there will be more than enough to indulge." "Exactly how it should be." Gio nodded and approached the waterway that extended into the amusement park. With a splash, he jumped into the sea and swiftly swam towards Cocoa Village. Upon reaching the entrance of Cocoa Village, he noticed that many villagers had not departed, remaining vigilant against the potential return of Colonel Mouse. Soon, Gio arrived at the village's threshold, only to discover that there were no warships anchored on the surface of the sea. What could this mean? He rubbed his eyes and gazed intently once more, yet he could not even perceive the shadow of a military vessel. Had that rascal deceived Brother along? Gio shook his heavy head. This seemed implausible. 7 years ago, that Commodore Bryn had been effortlessly vanquished by them. Mouse was well aware of this. He understood the formidable strength of the long pirate crew and would undoubtedly refrain from confronting them directly. So what could possibly be the explanation? Perhaps they had not left the village at all. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he swam towards the shore. He had overlooked a crucial detail. If the warships were not at the shore, how could the Navy possibly be in the village? The alcohol he had consumed had clouded his judgment, leaving him unable to accurately assess the situation. As Gio set foot on the shore, he was immediately spotted by the villagers who remained there. "Hey, do you know where the Navy is?" Gio staggered toward the villagers. A fisherman. Upon hearing his voice, the villagers turned to look, their expressions filled with astonishment. "What brings the fisherman officer here? He just asked us where the Navy is." "Is he here to confront the Navy?" Or is he perhaps here because the Navy is seeking Nami's wealth at the behest of the A-Long pirate crew? We certainly did not inform the A-Long pirate crew. Moreover, they have not been present in our vicinity lately. The first possibility seems unlikely. Most likely, the second scenario holds true. Damn it, the A-Long pirate crew is truly nefarious. Let's keep him occupied while I go fetch Rocky. The villagers quickly deduced Gio's intentions and devised a strategy. The Navy is indeed in the village. Please wait a moment, esteemed fisherman. We will notify the Navy right away. Hurry up. I have little patience left. Gio belched and plopped down on the ground. Moments later, Rocky, donning a hat that obscured his face, arrived upon hearing the news. A throng of villagers followed him, some wielding harpoons, others brandishing hoes, sickles, hammers, and axes. Under Rocky's rallying call, they were prepared to resist. The spark igniting their determination was the absence of Nami, who had not returned. Rosai strode at the forefront of the resistance, observing the inebriated fisherman by the shore. Indeed, he was one of the officers of the A-Long pirates, known as Ju. Ju, with his volatile temperament, was the most irascible among the crew, often descending into madness without regard for anything. Over the years, numerous villagers who crossed him had met with a cruel fate at his hands. Taking advantage of the weak, he sought to claim lives. At present, Ju was thoroughly intoxicated, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. This was Rosai's opportunity. Hey, you scoundrel fisherman, what brings you here? Rosai signaled to the villagers behind him to refrain from advancing, as he himself approached Ju, sword in hand. Upon hearing Rosai's words, Ju turned his gaze, immediately taking note of the approaching Rosai and the villagers armed with various weapons behind him. Oh, do you intend to rebel? Ju's drunken stupor lifted slightly, his features contorting into a menacing grimace. Do not presume that because I am inebriated, you can act with impunity. I am fully aware. You all know the consequences of rebellion, so think carefully. Rock ignored Chio, lowering his hat brim as he pressed forward. Little brat. Chio let out a sinister laugh. Since you wish to perish, I shall escort you on your final journey. Come now, let us see who truly accompanies whom. A smirk graced Roche's lips. He had initially feared that Chio would recognize him and leap into the sea to flee, so he had donned a hat to obscure his face. Who would have thought that this foolish creature hadn't noticed his peculiar disguise at all? You think you can kill me? Chio burst into laughter. It has been ages since I encountered such audacious humanity. 6 or 7 years, perhaps. This little brat is the first to boast about wanting to slay me in all that time. Come, little one, let us see how you intend to do it. Chio beckoned to Rock with a wave of his hand. Now then. Rock removed his hat, his piercing gaze ablaze, a subtle smile gracing his features. Chio's entire being trembled, and he widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld Rock. You are that scoundrel named Rock. You are the one who killed my compatriot, Kruby. Chio's eyes reddened in an instant. I will take your life. With a swift motion, Chio inhaled deeply and then forcefully expelled 3 streams of saliva, which flew towards Rock with remarkable speed and precision, akin to bullets. You don't even consider fleeing? Rock chuckled. How delightful. Before his words had fully escaped, a sharp sound pierced the air as Rock propelled himself from his position, leaving a deep trench in the sand, a testament to his explosive power. Bayou. 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 Chio relentlessly targeted Rock, unleashing a torrent of saliva that rained down like a machine gun, creating numerous holes in the beach, yet failing to land a single shot on Rock. I represent justice and hereby pronounce your death sentence. Luo Chi rushed towards Chio, executing a swift sword technique. And in a flash of brilliance, Gio's head was sent soaring into the air. In that moment, Gio's eyes widened in terror, his face contorted with fear. Before consciousness uncontrollably slipped away, plunging into darkness, Gio, one of the 3 chief officers of the A-Long pirates, met his demise, and A-Long suffered yet another grievous loss. Locksheed his sword, glanced at the aftermath of the battle, and chuckled, easily vanquished. Chapter 36. The battle commences. How magnificent, both striking and reassuring. The young maidens among the villagers, captivated by Locke's swift defeat of Cho, sparkled with admiration in their eyes. I too wished to possess such strength as Locke. The young lads were equally mesmerized by Locke's prowess, nurturing ambitions to surpass him, yet their rationality held them back, leaving them yearning and envious. Everyone, the A-Long pirates have committed numerous atrocities. Today, I shall stand for justice and eradicate them. Who among you is willing to follow me? Locke turned, his piercing gaze settling upon the villagers. With Locke leading us, we have nothing to fear. Indeed, if one person resists, the burden falls upon us all. Let us unite and fight. Nami is still in the clutches of the Arlong pirates. We have watched her grow, and we cannot stand idly by. Let us go. We shall defeat the Arlong pirates and restore an era of peace. The villagers' spirits ignited, their fervor escalating. Aegean stepped forward, declaring, "It is settled. All men aged 17 to 50 shall join us to battle and vanquish the Arlong pirates." A chorus of agreement erupted from the villagers as Locke led them toward Arlong Park. The resistance against the Arlong pirates had officially begun. Soon after, Locke and his companions arrived at the side entrance of Arlong Park with a formidable presence. The main entrance faced the sea, and had it been otherwise, Locke would have undoubtedly chosen to enter through it. How to make an entrance that exudes grandeur? Locke turned to Mr. Jian beside him. "Let us charge straight through the door." Very well. Locke's idea was validated, and with newfound confidence, he approached the side door and raised his right foot, thrusting it forward with force. Bang! The side door of Arlong Park was shattered, the wooden panel crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The noise attracted the attention of the Fishman pirates, and under their watchful eyes, Locke entered Arlong Park, his expression icy and devoid of emotion. Behind him, numerous villagers wielded an assortment of weapons, entering alongside him with faces marked by fearless determination, silent yet resolute. "Where is Arlong? Come forth and face your demise." Locke halted and bellowed at the reveling Fishman pirates. "It's him, that little brat." A Fishman pirate recognized Locke, remembering all too well his defeat of Crocodile. And the entire Arlong crew harbored a deep-seated enmity toward him. They yearned to flay him alive. "You little brat, you dared to come. Everyone charge. Let us avenge Brother Crocodile. Vengeance! Vengeance! Let us rend this little brat into 1,000 pieces." Most of the Fishman pirates, having indulged in alcohol, were already in a state of confusion and impulsiveness. The sanctuary of their lair provided a false sense of security, leading them to overlook the audacity of Rocky's intrusion into their paradise. Their thirst for vengeance was ignited in an instant. The ruckus created by the Fishman pirates drew the attention of Nami and Arlong, who had been inside the house. It was well known that Nami had a high tolerance for alcohol. Although the fishmen were intoxicated, Nami's cheeks were merely flushed while her mind remained remarkably clear. "Rocky." Nami observed him and the villagers behind him, and instantly surmised the unfolding events, rushing towards Rocky. "Is someone attempting to seize my 100 million berries?" Nami gazed into Rocky's eyes. "Did you guess it?" Rocky replied, his heart aching as he looked at Nami, offering a reassuring smile. "But the money is safe. Just hand it over to me. I will defeat Arlong and grant you your freedom." "No." Nami stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion as she confronted Arlong. "Why do you speak without honor? Has the money been taken?" Arlong erupted into laughter. "Why do you ruin our agreement regarding the money? That is a promise more valuable than life itself." Nami could no longer contain her anger, questioning him vehemently. "Ruin our agreement? When did I breach our pact?" Arlong scoffed. He believed their initial agreement was that Nami would gather 100 million berries to redeem Cocoa Village, but it did not include him preventing her from collecting that sum. Therefore, he thought he had kept his word. Nami, gritting her teeth and glaring at Arlong, found herself momentarily speechless. Yet, her fury gradually transformed into a smile reminiscent of a certain boxer-esque meme. Arlong, taken aback by Nami's sudden change of expression, looked bewildered. "Nami, let me share some good news. Your money has been taken." Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brat, where's Chu?" He turned his fierce gaze toward Rocky. Just moments ago, this lad named Rocky had claimed Nami's money was secure, yet Chu had not returned, prompting Arlong to harbor ominous suspicions. "Humph. Do you think everyone is as naive as Nami to believe your nonsense? The rat merely played you for a fool. He never obtained the money, but deceived you into retrieving it, leading to the needless demise of your comrade, Chu." Rocky stepped closer to Nami, shielding her protectively. These words sent shockwaves through the atmosphere. Arlong's expression was nothing short of remarkable. He had never contemplated that the rat would dare deceive him, yet it had truly happened. Moreover, his comrade Chu had perished because of it. Rage ignited within him, burning fiercely. Arlong's face twisted in fury, his teeth clenched, as he pounded his fist against a stone pillar as thick as a grown man's waist. "You and the rat will both perish," Arlong bellowed, his eyes ablaze with wrath as he glanced back. "Shichibukai." Shaba approached, casting a disdainful glance at Rocky and his companions, remarking, "What a bunch of fools. Brother Arlong doesn't even need to lift a finger. That fellow is more than sufficient." Subsequently, Shaba pinched his elongated mouth and began to blow a series of notes, reminiscent of a horn. Instantly, the earth trembled. and the waters extending into the amusement park surged with waves. "It's that monster. It is approaching," the villagers of Coco West exclaimed, their faces betraying a palpable tension. "What is happening? What is going on?" Linus Tavaz expressed his alarm at the sudden earthquake, his countenance reflecting a sense of panic. Rocky remained utterly unperturbed by the sudden turn of events. As a time traveler well acquainted with the storyline, he recognized the creature responsible for the earthquake. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged from the sea, swiftly advancing through the waterway leading into the amusement park. As the towering wave approached, everyone hurriedly retreated, except for Xiao Ba, who stood resolutely in place, unfazed. "Ah, you all just wait to become that creature's bait," he bellowed, arms outstretched, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the sea monster. Chapter 37. Fierce battle with the monster Moo Moo. With a tremendous roar, a massive whirlpool emerged in the waterway extending into the park, its diameter exceeding 10 meters. The whirlpool spun relentlessly, the water's surface sinking ominously with a cacophony of sound. Suddenly, the suppressed surface of the whirlpool erupted, sending a tremendous surge of water skyward, compelling the onlookers to gaze upwards in awe. At last, after ascending approximately 20 meters, the torrent lost its upward momentum and crashed down with a resounding boom. A curtain of water cascaded down, revealing the monstrous being concealed within the torrent. It was an enormous creature resembling a cow, its entire body covered in scales, standing majestically above the water's surface. Its eyes, the size of dining tables, fixated on the crowd ashore, a human-like grin adorning its face. It bore an expression akin to that of a famished man who had not eaten for days, suddenly spotting a roasted chicken, eyes gleaming with desire. "A monster!" Linus gasped, staring at Moo Moo, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he instinctively took 2 steps back. He had long heard tales of the gigantic creatures roaming the vast ocean, yet he had never encountered one, and now he found himself thoroughly terrified. "Moo Moo." The manatee brought by the Arlong pirates from the Grand Line. "What are we to do? A creature of such magnitude is beyond human capability to contend with." The villagers gazed anxiously at the colossal sea cow, most of them succumbing to despair, abandoning any thoughts of resistance. "Moo Moo, take care of this little brat," Xiao Ba instructed cheerfully. For years, he had been the one to nurture Moo Moo, and within the Arlong pirates. Only Captain Arlong and Xiao Ba could command Moo Moo directly, others could only resort to force to compel the creature. Upon hearing Xiao Ba's command, Moo Moo nodded in understanding. In the pirate world, many animals possessed a level of intelligence they could not speak but could learn. Much like the manatee that would master the art of Haki 2 years hence, Moo Moo, reluctant to divert its gaze from the bountiful feast, fixed its keen eyes on the diminutive Rocky. A sudden glint of murderous intent filled its round, table-sized eyes as it opened its massive jaws, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth. The formidable size of those teeth made it abundantly clear here was a ferocious carnivore. Rocky cast a glance at the colossal sea beast before him. Letting out a light chuckle, it was merely a decorative pillow, incapable of withstanding even his most formidable strike. How he longed to possess the power of Conqueror's Haki. His mind wandered to various trivial thoughts. If only he had the power of a conqueror, a mere glare would send creatures like Moo Moo sprawling. A high, resonant call echoed, imbued with a wild and untamed spirit. With a resounding roar, Moo Moo launched an onslaught. As Rocky observed Moo Moo's aggressive advance, an audacious idea struck him. He did not draw his sword. Instead, bang! Moo Moo bit down at the very spot where Rocky stood. Countless fragments of stone erupted and scattered, crashing to the ground. The villagers of Kokoja stared in bewilderment at the place where Moo Moo had bitten as the dust began to settle. But where had Rocky gone? Surely he hadn't been captured in that bite. Anxiety gripped their hearts. Although they knew Rocky was not easily defeated, worry gnawed at them. Had that brute truly bitten him to death? Most of the inebriated fishermen pirates widened their bleary eyes in disbelief. They could not fathom that Rocky, who had vanquished Crocodile, would succumb so easily. Indeed, the next moment revealed the truth. What are you gnawing at the concrete ground for? A voice filled with confusion emanated from the rooftop. The onlookers directed their gaze towards the second floor of the Paradise main building, where they beheld Rocky perched upon the eaves. A seemingly ordinary katana hung steadily at his waist, yet in that moment, he had yet to draw his sword. Rocky is unharmed. The villagers are solely concerned for Rocky's safety, and upon witnessing this scene, they collectively exhale in relief. How did that young lad evade Moo Moo's assault? I could hardly discern it. This fellow is indeed a formidable opponent. We should join forces with Moo Moo shortly. The fishermen pirates murmured amongst themselves. Moo Moo glanced upwards at Rocky, perched upon the eaves of the second floor, his face contorted with an anthropomorphic rage. As he opened his mouth to lunge at Rocky once more, "This time, I shall test the extent of my strength," Rocky mused. During Moo Moo's previous attack, he had gauged his speed while exerting his utmost effort, and it was remarkably swift. If he were to now attempt to master the Navy's 6 styles technique of shave, it should pose little challenge. Although the Navy's shave appears magical, it is fundamentally a running technique. The greatest hurdle to mastering it lies in one's physical conditioning. With the enhancement provided by his energy cultivation methods, Rocky's physical prowess has surged at an astonishing rate, enabling him to reach a level of mastery over shave. Whoosh! Moo Moo launched a rapid assault. Concurrently, the Fishman pirates sprang into action, drawing their swords and fixating their predatory gazes upon Rocky the moment he touched down. They would swarm him. Smack! Moo Moo's massive jaws collided with Rocky's hands. No. Rocky thrust both hands forward, firmly grasping Moo Moo's upper jaw. Crackle! Rocky was pressed against the barrier, retreating continuously as his feet scraped against the balustrade and the ground of the main building. Stop it! With a thunderous roar, Rocky braced himself, his feet firmly planted as his arms bulged with muscle, veins prominent against his skin, resolutely resisting the onslaught of the formidable Moo Moo. The onlookers below were left in awe, witnessing Rocky engage in a titanic struggle against such a monstrous creature. Boom. Ultimately, Rocky was unable to prevail against Momo, being forcefully propelled into a room on the second floor. Ahem. Rocky rose to his feet, taking a couple of breaths to recalibrate his physical state. My strength remains insufficient. With a sigh, Rocky reflected on the formidable powers possessed by the strong in the pirate world. Carp could hurl iron balls larger than the Thousand Sunny, while Whitebeard could withstand the momentum of a colossal ship. As for Kaido, his almost supernatural strength was simply beyond comprehension. As thoughts flickered through his mind, whoosh! The figure of Rocky burst forth from the second-floor room, gracefully descending to the ground, severing all thoughts, and coldly gazing at the approaching merman pirates. "Rocky, are you all right?" Nami inquired anxiously as she observed his landing. "I am unscathed, but they are in trouble," Rocky replied, casting a glance at the merman pirates ahead, drawing his sword. "Prepare to face the tempest." Rocky's lips curled into a smirk as he tightened his grip on the sword, bending his elbow before swiftly unleashing a strike. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, conjuring the essence of wind. The sword energy crisscrossed violently, summoning a whirlwind that ensnared the Fishman pirates, propelling them away from their intended target. The howling hurricane sent the Fishman pirates flying in every direction, rendering them utterly incapable of combat in an instant. Upon surveying his handiwork, a faint smile graced Rocky's face as he approached the enormous sea cow, Moo, who stood impervious to the tempest. Moo widened his eyes in alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gazed at the approaching Rocky, who, to everyone's astonishment, turned and began swimming towards the sea. Truly, those who recognize the situation are wise. "Your little pet seems rather astute," Rocky remarked with a chuckle, directing his gaze at Arlong. Chapter 38. The final battle unfolds. "Hey, Moo, where do you think you're going?" shouted Little Eight, anxious as he watched the colossal beast retreat into the ocean. "Wait, Moo, just a moment." Moo paid him no heed, continuing his swim, albeit at a noticeably slower pace, as if hesitating. "Moo." Arlong's voice cut through the tension. "What on earth are you doing?" The moment Arlong's words fell, Moo hesitated in his motion. "If you wish to flee, I shall not hinder you." Arlong's voice was icy, laced with a thinly veiled threat. This seemingly innocuous statement struck Moo like a bombshell, amplifying his internal conflict about whether to escape. Suddenly, Moo pivoted, opening his massive jaws to bite down on Rocky, a glimmer of determination in his large eyes. He did not believe Rocky could defeat Arlong, thus he chose to yield to Arlong. "Is this your decision?" Rocky questioned as he faced the advancing behemoth, brandishing his sword. With a swift motion, the blade sliced across Moo's neck. Blood sprayed forth. Moo's colossal form plummeted into the water, and the surface was soon tainted with vivid crimson hues. However, what went unnoticed was that Moo, submerged beneath the surface, opened his eyes wide, brimming with vitality, gently paddling as he sank deeper into the ocean's embrace. Little Eight, observing the blood staining the water's surface, felt his eyes welling with tears. "You vile creature, you've slain Moo. You will pay dearly for this." His face contorted with fury as he glared at Rocky, roaring in rage. In a burst of determination, he leaped into action, brandishing 6 swords that simultaneously descended upon Rocky. Facing Little Eight's fierce onslaught, Rocky remained unfazed, his gaze calm and indifferent as he positioned his sword horizontally before him, prepared to meet the impending strike. Witnessing Rocky's unwavering stance, choosing to counter with a single sword, Little Eight scoffed inwardly. Fueled by his anger, he intensified his assault, intent on cleaving Rocky into 12 pieces with a single blow. However, when Rocky's sword clashed with Xiaoba's blade, the anticipated scene of 6 swords effortlessly severing Rocky's weapon and then descending like a torrent of destruction, with blood cascading and Rocky being cleaved into 12 pieces, failed to materialize. Instead, astonishingly, all 6 swords were entirely thwarted by a single blade. In a swift motion, Rocky's ordinary sword deflected the blade in Xiaoba's grasp, compelling it to alter its trajectory and intercept another sword wielded by Xiaoba, consequently blocking 6 of his blades. In the next heartbeat, Rocky expertly withdrew his sword, causing Xiaoba's 6 blades to strike nothing but air. At that moment, Rocky thrust his longsword forward, aiming directly for Xiaoba's throat. A sense of alarm surged within Xiaoba. He reacted without hesitation, propelling himself backward with force. Upon retreating, Xiaoba instantly began to spin in circles. This maneuver appeared somewhat amusing, yet as Xiaoba gained momentum, reminiscent of the fervor of love, Rocky discerned a flicker of threat. The moment had arrived. Xiaoba's ultimate technique, the 6 blades dance. Nearby, several fishermen pirates stirred from their slumber, their expressions ignited with excitement as they observed Xiaoba's relentless spinning. The 6 blades technique was an esoteric swordsmanship exclusive to the octopus fishmen, renowned for its formidable power. It was precisely this extraordinary skill, unfathomable to ordinary individuals, that had secured Xiaoba's position as an officer within the Arlong pirates. Confronted with Xiaoba's signature 6 blades dance, Rocky maintained his composure, bending his elbow and waiting for the frenzied Xiaoba to approach. In contrast, Rocky surged forward, his speed outpacing Xiaoba's. Clang! As Rocky's sword met Xiaoba's, the latter's spinning intensified, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. However, Rocky's blade merely grazed before retracting. He leaped to the side, evading the continuously rotating Xiaoba. Xiaoba's 6 blades danced triumphed through velocity and the sheer number of blades, relying on ceaseless rotation to shred his foes. Rocky quickly grasped the technique's essence. Thus, he gently extended his sword, then deftly sidestepped, guiding Xiaoba to accelerate forward. In that moment, Rocky positioned himself in Xiaoba's blind spot, enabling him to execute a true offensive maneuver against Xiaoba with astonishing ease. Puff! With a swift thrust, Losai pierced through the gaps between the 6 blades, embedding his sword deep into Xiaoba's back. Without a hint of restraint, Losai released the hilt and forcefully struck, driving the blade further into Xiaoba's body at an alarming speed, nearly puncturing through. A piercing scream escaped Xiaoba's lips, his eyes reflecting agony and terror, utterly astonished that his signature move, the 6 blades waltz, had not only failed to harm Losai but had instead left him grievously wounded. The awakened fishermen pirates, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of disbelief, some even exclaiming, "Impossible! Brother Xiaoba's 6 blades waltz has been shattered. Just how formidable is that young brat?" Xiaoba. Aolong's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. He was aware that Xiaoba could not contend with Losai, yet he never anticipated such a swift defeat, suffering severe injuries after just one move. "Damn brat! You shall pay for this." Aolong glared at the severely wounded Xiaoba, anger etched across his face. Gripping a formidable shark-toothed blade, he fixed a cold gaze upon Losai and approached him menacingly. "Enough of this distortion of truth." Rocky spoke with a tone of indifference. "You scoundrels have come to my homeland to wreak havoc. You are the ones who deserve to perish." Arlong scoffed. "Survival of the fittest. This world operates on such principles. It is entirely justifiable for us, the fishmen, to dominate a lesser race like humanity. Yet here you are, having reduced my subordinates to this state. As their elder brother, it is my duty to avenge them." "Lesser race? Are you jesting?" Rocky retorted. "GOLD, Roger, the Pirate King, the 4 emperors of the sea, the 3 admirals of the navy, are they not all human? Conversely, you fishmen, the most formidable among you, Jinbei, is merely one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Where do you derive the audacity to claim superiority over humanity?" Arlong, seething with rage, reflected on Rocky's words and realized that indeed, the world's most powerful beings appeared to be human. This revelation infuriated him further, and to make Rocky concede to his viewpoint, he resolved to employ the logic of force. "Die!" As soon as the words left his lips, Arlong lunged forward, brandishing his shark-toothed blade with a sweeping arc aimed directly at Rocky. "Ah, what was that you said? Survival of the fittest? You are indeed correct. Thus, today, I have come to eliminate you." Rocky spoke calmly, his feet erupting with energy as he lunged forward. Not to confront Aaron, but to charge at the severely injured Xiaoba. "Damn it, you little brat, you shall pay," Aaron exclaimed, swinging his blade through empty air. His furious gaze fixed upon Rocky, who was racing toward Xiaoba. Rocky approached Little Eight, but his intention was not to kill him. Little Eight had already been pierced by him and lost the ability to fight, rendering an immediate execution unnecessary. He came solely to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Rocky picked up the exquisite white knife that had fallen to the ground and turned to Arlong, sneering, "Do you think I intend to kill him? Absolutely not. I wish for your subordinates to witness your demise at my hands, just as you once did with Bel Emri before Nami." Chapter 39. The battle unfolds. "Do you intend to kill me?" Arlong scoffed. "I've roamed the East Sea for 7 years, and countless humans have sought my life. Devil fruit users, swordsmen, and skilled warriors abound. Yet here I stand, quite alive. You must understand, I am unlike them." Rocky retorted with a cold smile, silently adding the latter half of his thought, "For I am a man endowed with a system. Let me see just how different you truly are." Arlong snarled, suddenly leaping into action, wielding his massive shark-toothed blade with ferocity as he aimed a powerful strike at Rocky. "Since you are so eager for death, allow me to grant your wish." Rock calmly opened his mouth, gazing at the oncoming Aaron as he drew forth his gleaming blade. With a swift motion, he advanced. The massive cleaver, reminiscent of shark teeth, sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. Rocky swiftly sidestepped, evading Aaron's strike with remarkable speed, while simultaneously flicking his wrist, directing the white flower towards Aaron's chest. Aaron grunted, gripping the shark-toothed blade with both hands, turning the blade to block in front of him, intercepting the tip of Rocky's sword. Clang! Rocky thrust his sword, striking the massive shark-toothed blade. Instantly, he retracted his strength and flicked his wrist, the tip of his sword aiming directly for Along's head. Along, witnessing this, let out a furious roar and raised the enormous shark-toothed blade, astonishingly deflecting Rocky's sword. The force of the blow even bent Rocky's weapon, and had it not been for the exceptional craftsmanship of the white flower blade, the tip would likely have shattered. He blocked it. That brat's sword, truly worthy of being called Brother Along. Nearby, the awakened fishman pirates observed this spectacle with a surge of excitement. In comparison to Xiaoba, Along rightfully held the title of Elder Brother. His prowess was vastly superior, far beyond what Xiaoba could ever hope to match. In the arena, Rocky gathered his strength and glanced at Aaron, finally comprehending the rationale behind the formidable design of the shark-toothed greatsword. Aaron possessed immense power, capable of wielding the massive weapon with ease. The great blade not only delivered devastating blows but also facilitated effective blocking. "This greatsword is indeed quite practical," Rocky remarked nonchalantly. Aaron let out a grunt, firmly gripping the hilt of the greatsword and executing a swift, sweeping motion, sending the blade crashing down towards Rocky. "Unfortunately, it's futile against me," Rocky retorted, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap. "Is that so?" Aaron scoffed, abruptly rotating the hilt once more, preparing to flip the blade edge upward for a counterstrike. Truly a novice in swordplay. Seeing Aaron's actions, Rocky couldn't help but chuckle, swiftly thrusting his sword to pin the shark-toothed greatsword's blade. Drawing upon his strength, he descended with precision. At that moment, Aaron's greatsword had flipped halfway, yet Rocky's feet were already firmly planted on its massive blade. "Break for me." With a resounding roar, Rocky exerted every ounce of strength beneath his feet. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Rocky pressed down with both feet, exerting continuous force. However, Aaron, overly confident in his own strength, not only failed to follow the direction of Rocky's force but also continued to fervently swing the serrated blade. As a result, the blade snapped in half. "Little brat, do you think breaking my knife means you can win?" Aaron scoffed, casting aside the remaining half of the serrated blade and launching a punch towards Rocky. With a slight retreat, Rocky surged forward, his sword poised and aimed directly at Arlong's fist. "Humph. Does he think that his flesh and blood can withstand the edge of a blade without the mastery of Haki? Does he believe himself to be Big Mom? How absurd." In response to Rocky's sword, Arlong withdrew his fist but boldly leaned forward, opening his mouth wide to bite down ferociously on the gleaming blade. Witnessing Arlong's unconventional tactic, Rocky found himself both amused and bewildered. This fellow had the audacity to attempt to catch his sword with his teeth, displaying a rather peculiar line of thinking. Consequently, Rocky exerted greater force, thrusting the blade forward to determine whether Arlong's jaw was tougher or his sword's edge sharper. Clang! Rocky felt an immense force emanating from the white flower. He beheld in astonishment as Aaron clamped his jaws around the blade of the sword, and in disbelief. He continued to thrust the weapon forward, only to witness Aaron shatter the blade effortlessly. How could this be? Teeth capable of pulverizing steel. The villagers were rendered speechless. Scoundrel! Rocky exclaimed, consumed by rage upon seeing his treasured sword severed. With a surge of fury, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at Aaron's cheek. The impact was forceful, striking Aaron's face with a tremendous force that threatened to topple him. Despite his desperate effort to anchor himself, he was unable to prevent himself from being sent sprawling to the side. With a resounding crash, Aaron was propelled backward, crashing into the main building of the paradise. Clouds of dust swirling around him. Such terrifying biting power, capable of snapping even the finest blade. Rocky gazed mournfully at his beloved sword, filled with frustration. He had just reclaimed the white flower, yet before he could warm it in his grasp, the tip had shattered. The loss of the blade tip posed significant disadvantages for a swordsman. The four fundamental techniques, slash, thrust, cleave, and point, all relied on the tip, and now, with the tip broken and the edge still somewhat smooth, it was akin to losing the very essence of the sword. Rocky sighed, setting aside the white flower, and picked up the discarded shark-toothed sword that Arlong had carelessly thrown to the ground. The blade was lengthy, and even though it was broken in half, he managed to wield it with relative ease. Is this truly your full strength, little ghost? I must admit, I underestimated you. Arlong emerged from the main building. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, several of his sharp teeth shattered, casting a dark pall over his expression as he clenched his fists tightly. Look! Arlong's teeth have been shattered, exclaimed the villagers with delight. In that case, I shall unleash my true power, Arlong declared, thrusting his hand into his mouth and gripping his broken teeth with all his might before yanking them out forcefully. With a resounding crack, an entire set of teeth was extracted, which he casually discarded. To everyone's astonishment, a pristine set of sharp white teeth immediately grew in their place. It was as if he had consumed milk like Luffy and Brook, miraculously restoring his dental structure. Arlong's teeth have grown back. The villagers gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Rocky, too, was taken aback by Arlong's actions at first. I had forgotten you possessed such a trick, Rocky remarked, suppressing his astonishment and regaining his composure. Primarily, the events concerning Arlong were from the earliest chapters of the original narrative, and he could no longer recall the intricate details of Luffy's battle with him. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the innate power of the fishman race. Arlong laughed heartily. Heaven discriminates against humans. Luffy, the mightiest of the fishmen, is none other than the 7 warlords of the sea. Arlong, in a fit of rage, continued. Therefore, the absence of bestowed power upon you is a deliberate choice, compelling you to submit to the fishmen. You, a lesser race, have existed in a realm distinct from ours since the moment of your birth. Loki, the mightiest of fishmen, is none other than the warlord of the sea. How infuriating. I shall slay you. Arlong, unable to contain himself, reached into his mouth twice, extracting 2 sets of teeth and clenching them in his hand. Each time my teeth shatter, the new ones that grow back are even more formidable. Through years of combat, my teeth have become harder than steel. Die, you little brat. Clenching the 2 sets of teeth, Arlong leapt forward, lunging at Loki. Your method of honing your weapons is as unique as your fighting style. I must concede that I cannot match you. Loki stepped back a few paces, unable to suppress a laugh. Though the notion that extracting teeth strengthens them is amusing, witnessing it in another light feels rather ridiculous. You contrarian. Whatever I say, you must refute. Go to hell. Enraged, Arlong charged once more, his hands wielding the teeth as he snapped them toward Loki. Chapter 40, The Decimation of Arlong. Arlong soared towards him, and Loki observed the scene of his adversary wielding a set of shark teeth with both hands, finding it eerily familiar. What is it that evokes this sense of familiarity? Loki mused, bemused. Sometimes, despite strenuous effort, one simply cannot recall a thought. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, Arlong had closed the distance, his hands commanding the shark teeth to strike. Rocky brandished his sword with great vigor, the massive shark-toothed blade slicing through the air with an imposing presence. The clash of their weapons resonated as Arlong firmly grasped the 2 sets of shark teeth, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. With a resounding crack, the shark-toothed blade shattered under Arlong's grip, and with a powerful thrust, Rocky was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into a stone pillar. Not bad, little brat. You possess a strength that rivals a third of mine, Arlong boasted, his laughter echoing with pride. This exemplifies the vast disparity between humans and fishmen. Rocky turned around and let out a soft grunt. In terms of strength, he was still no match for Aaron. However, combat is not solely a test of brute force. After Aaron spoke, he lunged forward once more, charging at Rocky. Death. Rocky coiled his arm, gathering strength, and as Aaron approached, a swift arc of sword energy was unleashed. In an instant, the blade of energy reached Aaron, who widened his eyes and adopted a serious expression. He promptly extended his hands, using the shark teeth to intercept the oncoming strike. As the sword energy collided with the shark teeth, Aaron immediately sensed the fierce intensity of the blade and the overwhelming force transmitted to his hands. With a quick flick of his wrist, he deflected the strike, sending it off to the side. The diminished sword energy ultimately struck a stone pillar of the main building, carving a deep groove into its surface. The impact caused cracks to spiderweb across the pillar. Eventually, the structure succumbed, splintering apart. With this, along with the columns previously severed by Aaron and the ones broken by Haki, 3 of the 4 supporting pillars of the small pavilion in front of the main building had collapsed, unable to bear the weight any longer. The edifice was on the brink of collapse. Fall back. The fishermen, pirates, and villagers looked on in horror as the pavilion above fractured, debris raining down around them. Their faces etched with panic as they retreated to safety. The injured Xiaoba was carried away by the fishmen, his eyes wide in astonishment at the violent aftermath of the clash between Haki and Aaron. He had not anticipated such ferocity nor realized Haki's remarkable prowess, capable of withstanding Aaron's onslaught for so long. With a resounding crash, the loft in front of the main building caved in, prompting Haki and Aaron to retreat to safer ground. Well done, you managed to withstand my strike. Haki's lips curled into a smirk. Whoosh! He leaped into the air, his form almost transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Aaron. At this moment, the dust from the collapsing pavilion had yet to settle. The young lad, Aaron, was taken aback by Haki's formidable prowess. He had just endured the sword energy strike with his shark tooth. Although the weapon was remarkably resilient and successfully deflected the blow, the immense force from the impact had still left his wrist injured, rendering him somewhat powerless. He was compelled to steady his mind, fixating on the approaching Haki, and he cautiously maneuvered the shark tooth, launching a fierce bite in the direction of Haki's advance. A guaranteed hit in swordsmanship. Thud. Rock dodged the razor-sharp bite launched by Aaron's dual hands, while the shark tooth blade struck directly at Aaron's waist. However, fortune favored Aaron, for the spot where the blade made contact was precisely the area he had previously shattered with the shark tooth. Although he was hit, he was not cleaved in two. With a sharp crunch, Aaron swiftly turned his arm to bite down on the shark tooth blade, shattering the other 2 shark teeth with determination as he forcefully pushed the blade away. Rock withdrew to the side, panting heavily. The mastery of swordsmanship was immensely taxing on his stamina. Despite his current physical condition being far superior to that of his earlier days, the disparity in their levels rendered the exertion equally significant. Judging by the recent encounter, he could wield his sword no more than 4 times against Aaron. Hiss. Realizing that Rock had distanced himself and was momentarily safe, Aaron couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had been inexplicably struck by a blade, leaving his waist a gruesome mess and agony coursing through him. The prowess of Haki's swordsmanship is unmistakable. Once the level difference is not excessively in favor of Haki, he is bound to strike his opponent. In such circumstances, if one's defense is lacking or their health is insufficient, no one can withstand the blow. Alas, in the distance, Xiaoba witnessed a long being struck in the abdomen by Haki and silently cursed his misfortune. He turned to the nearby fishermen pirates and exclaimed, "This is bad. We must assist brother along." Understood. The fishermen pirates, having previously been swept aside by Haki's sword, now saw a long being suppressed and felt a cold sweat break out on their foreheads. Nevertheless, they charged forward without hesitation. Charge. A large wave of fishermen pirates brandished their weapons and rushed towards Haki. Humph. Do not think that only you fishmen can engage in a brawl. A Jian, noticing the movement of the fishermen pirates, raised his arm and called out, "Everyone, join in." The villagers immediately responded, seizing various weapons and advancing against the fishermen pirates. In the midst of the chaos, Along and Haki remained undisturbed by the commotion surrounding them, both cautiously observing one another. Another strike. Let us see if you survive. Haki inhaled deeply, leaping forward with his sword raised. Although his shark-toothed blade had yet to swing, his gaze was already fixated on Along's waist wound. "Come on." Along roared in anger, commanding his shark-toothed sword to bite at the approaching Haki. He refused to believe he would misjudge again. However, as Haki closed in and swung his blade, Along realized that he had once again failed to intercept Rocky's attack. Damn it! Along's pupils constricted. Realizing the imminent danger, he hurriedly attempted to dodge, but with his waist injury, his movements were far from coordinated. Moreover, Rocky's speed in wielding the shark-toothed sword was swift. How could he evade it? With a swift motion, the shark-toothed blade cleaved Along in two. And thus, it was over. Rock gasped for breath, leaning on his shark-toothed blade, as he gazed at Aaron, who was left with only his upper body. He continued to breathe heavily, emitting anguished cries. Very well. I shall grant you a swift and merciful end. Rocky inhaled deeply, his gaze steady as he regarded the severed head of Arlong on the ground. A faint smile gracing his lips as he brandished his shark-toothed blade. The head of Arlong rolled aside. Witnessing this scene, a profound silence enveloped the area. The fishmen pirates, locked in combat, and the villagers alike paused to direct their attention toward this moment. Time seemed to stand still, as disbelief washed over the faces of all present. Arlong was dead. Hailing from the Grand Line, he had dominated the East Blue for 7 years, escaping even the clutches of Kizaru, yet he had met his end. It was truly a cause for celebration. How could this be? How could brother Arlong be dead? The injured Hachon stared vacantly at the unfolding scene. Run. Yes. We must flee. The fishmen pirates suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. With Arlong gone, remaining here would only lead to their demise. Splash. 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 The sound of bodies hitting the water echoed as the fishmen pirates fled in disarray. Chapter 41. Aftermath. They run so swiftly. Rocky observed the fishmen pirates retreating in panic, a cold snort escaping him. After vanquishing Arlong, he still possessed a quarter of his strength and could have easily dealt with Arlong's underlings. However, they were not foolish enough to await their doom, each one diving into the sea in haste. The fishmen, favored by the ocean, knew their element well. Thus, Rocky relinquished the thought of pursuing them. If only I possessed Conqueror's Haki, none of those fishmen would have escaped. Rocky smirked, acknowledging that the Conqueror's Haki was a rare gift, one that even the formidable Garp lacked. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited within him. System, do you believe I can awaken the Conqueror's Haki? The system responded promptly and decisively, no. Such a blatant disregard for his aspirations. Could it not be a touch more diplomatic? The system retorted, it is what it is. Reflect upon yourself. What sort of king do you aspire to be? Strangely, he found himself devoid of such ambitions. Rocky felt a twinge of helplessness. Since his arrival in the pirate world, he harbored no desire to become the pirate king, the marine king, or even the mountain bandit king. His sole wish was to strengthen himself effortlessly and savor the charms of the pirate world. Alas, the thought of lacking the Conqueror's Haki and having to deal with minions was indeed tiresome. The system reminded him, as long as your character remains steadfast, it is possible to draw the Conqueror's Haki from the roulette. Rocky, by the way, system, I just defeated Along. I should have earned at least several dozen points, right? Why did I not receive a notification about my points being credited? System, host, you have now become a swordsman. Having transitioned beyond the novice phase, it is only natural that the previous rules no longer apply. Is there such a mechanism? System, indeed, there is. Rocky felt a sense of resignation. He decided to accept whatever the system dictated. After all, his current achievements were not solely the result of his own efforts, but rather significantly aided by the system. One must learn to be grateful, although expressing gratitude towards the system seemed somewhat futile. The system remarked, host, do not be astonished. This is merely standard procedure. Henceforth, your sources of points will continue to stem from 3 aspects. First, your diligent practice. If you meet the daily training requirements, you will receive point rewards. Second, by completing system tasks, you will earn point rewards. Third, by unlocking achievements within the system. You can attain point rewards upon reaching the corresponding milestones. Upon hearing this, Rocky's expression darkened. System, tell me, how long has it been since you assigned me any tasks? The system's tone was devoid of emotion. Do not blame me. Blame yourself, host. The issuance of tasks by this system may appear to be at its discretion, yet it is ultimately determined by the host. The crux lies in the host's profound yearning. When such a desire becomes exceedingly challenging to fulfill, the system will then assign tasks to motivate the host towards realization. Rocky nodded and remarked, what you mean is that although my inner desires are present at this stage, they can be easily fulfilled, hence you did not assign any tasks? The system replied, indeed, I was designed to assist individuals in their pursuit of progress. With such a system in place, it is challenging not to strive diligently. Rocky, feeling somewhat helpless, reflected on this. Yet deep down, he felt quite pleased. Although hard work is exhausting, the results are undeniably rewarding. Rocky engaged in conversation with the system for merely 2 or 3 minutes. While the villagers were enveloped in the immense joy of Aaron's slaying, and none came forth to disturb Rocky. Rocky regained his composure and bent down to retrieve the exquisite blade. By Wah! With a sigh. He reflected on how this very sword had ushered him into an extraordinary journey within the realm of piracy. After securing Bai Wah, Rocky made his way towards Nami and her companions. Rocky, strike a dashing pose next to Arlong. Linus called out, holding up a camera snail. Rocky instantly comprehended Linus's intention. He withdrew the broken white flower and approached the spot where Aaron had met his demise, feigning a gaze upon Aaron's lifeless body. His expression cold and his lips curling into a subtle smirk. Snap! The scene was frozen in time. Let me see, Rocky exclaimed joyfully as he dashed towards Linus. Casting a glance at the captured image, yet feeling somewhat dissatisfied, prompting him to take several more shots. Observing this, Noki was similarly intrigued and approached Rocky, suggesting, "Let us take a group photo." Rocky's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is a possibility, and I have an even better idea." Loki led Nami into the main hall of the amusement park, where he retrieved a bottle of red wine from the pirate world and poured himself a glass. Then asked Nami to fetch a cigar. Rocky found a spacious sofa and casually settled himself in the center, inviting Nami and Noki to sit on either side of him. He playfully suggested that if possible, they could rest their little heads on his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Noki blinked and remarked that she would gladly do so if Nami was willing. Nami confidently leaned her head against Rocky's shoulder. Seeing her sister's comfort, Noki felt there was no reason for her to be concerned. Rocky sat in the center, a beautiful dagger elegantly hanging from his waist, a glass of red wine in his left hand, and a cigar in his right. Nami and Nojiko flanked him, resembling delicate birds. Click. The moment was captured. After taking the photo, the photographer Linus expressed his desire to join, asking the two ladies to maintain their poses if possible. As soon as Linus finished speaking, Nami cast a sidelong glance at him. "Just this once, since today is a joyous occasion." "No," Nami firmly declined. Linus offered 100,000 berries. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have mentioned it." With Nami's encouragement, more villagers approached to take photos with Rocky. Odo and Ilya beamed with pride at their son's radiant glory, unable to contain their joy. A number of villagers even approached them, expressing their intentions to marry their daughters to Rocky. Once the photo session concluded, Nami led some villagers to clean up the battlefield. Over the years, the Arlong pirates had exploited the villagers, amassing considerable wealth. Although a significant portion had been spent on repairing the amusement park recently, there were still some treasures left. Before long, all the riches were gathered, totaling over 12 million berries. After a unanimous decision, it was agreed to inform the surrounding villages over the next 2 days to distribute the wealth. Next came the preparations for a grand feast. The village of Kokoyashi was filled with festivity, as villagers brought out delicacies they usually withheld. Coupled with the fine wine stored in the amusement park, everyone indulged in joyous feasting. The celebration continued into the deep of night, undisturbed by any interruptions. The fishman pirates, intimidated by Rocky, fled and did not dare to return for revenge. The following day unfolded. Early in the morning, Rocky rose with the sun, engaging in his running practice around the village. At the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Nami and Nojiko, who were preparing to embark on their journey. "Good morning," Rocky greeted them, halting his stride. "Are you already training this early?" Nojiko exclaimed in astonishment. "Hard work can compensate for lack of talent. My natural abilities are not exceptional. I must exert myself more than others," Rocky replied with a smile. Nojiko and Nami exchanged glances, unable to agree with Rocky's perspective. "Don't deceive us. We have witnessed your growth," they insisted. "We remember just 2 months ago when you were gravely injured by a mere fishman, and now you have effortlessly defeated Arlong. If that is what you call lacking talent, then hardly anyone possesses it. Nami, we are going to pay our respects to Belmir. Since you defeated Arlong, you should accompany us," Nami suggested, looking at Rocky. "Certainly," he agreed. Meanwhile, at the Navy's 16th Division, the drowsy Captain Mouse was roused from his slumber by a ringing phone. Initially ready to curse, he realized it was a call from the commander, reminding him that reinforcements sent from the Navy headquarters were on their way. Instantly alert, Captain Mouse summoned the soldiers of the base to board the warship and hastily set sail for Arlong Park. Of course, his mission was not to eliminate Arlong. Rather, it was merely for appearances, as failing to do so would be unacceptable. Chapter 42. The captain schemed the following morning. The village chief of Kokoyasi and Ijian rose early to share the joyous news with the villagers oppressed by the Arlong pirates. Arlong's crew had been vanquished, and they could come to collect their share of the bounty. In Apple Village, the chief, thrilled by the news, ran through the village with his son, Walker, spreading the joyous tidings. Walker, let me tell you, the Arlong pirates have been defeated by Rocky. We've been summoned to Arlong Park to divide the spoils. Are you joking? The Arlong pirates have been defeated? No joke. They have truly been eradicated. Really? Of course. Can't you see how elated I am? And I must tell you, it was our very own Rocky who took down Arlong. Is that even possible? Why not? I recognized early on that Rocky from the Udo family was no ordinary individual. The defeat of the Arlong pirates is incredibly joyous. By the way, did you say we are to go and collect our share of the bounty? Indeed, since Rocky vanquished Arlong, all the treasure belonging to the Arlong pirates has become his spoils, and he does not wish to keep it all to himself. He wants us to share in it. Udo has truly raised a remarkable son. The news of Arlong's murder and the subsequent distribution of his wealth at Arlong Paradise spread rapidly through the villages, soon reaching every household. Curiosity piqued, the villagers abandoned their chores and flocked to Arlong Paradise to witness the unfolding events. By around 10 o'clock in the morning, thousands had gathered from various villages, and upon seeing Arlong's corpse, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. The joy of liberation and newfound authority enveloped everyone present. They stood tall, their faces aglow with triumphant smiles. Arlong's head had been preserved, while his lifeless body became the target of collective disdain. While the villagers had once feared retribution from Arlong in life, in death they found an opportunity to vent their grievances. Where are the heroes who vanquished Arlong? People were continuously directed to Oder and Elliot to inquire about Rocky's whereabouts. Bewildered, they explained that they hadn't seen Rocky since early morning, their patience wearing thin. As more villagers gathered, the topic of wealth distribution emerged, but they decided to wait for Rocky's return. The rationale for his involvement was twofold. He had been the one to eliminate Arlong, and his presence would quell suspicions among a few that the villagers of Caucasia might withhold part of the treasure. At that moment, amidst the fervor of the villagers preparing for the distribution, they failed to notice a small naval vessel approaching Arlong Paradise from the sea. Inside the ship's second-floor office, a rat lounged in his chair, feet propped on the desk, cradling a communication device. Report, Colonel Boss, chirped the device. As you predicted, reinforcements from headquarters have arrived and have just conferred with us. Following your instructions, we informed them that you had gone to hunt down the pirates. Unsurprisingly, they immediately inquired about the location of Arlong Paradise, and they are now en route. The rat nodded with a smile. Do you know who the commanding officer of this reinforcement is? Unknown, but certainly a high-ranking individual. Their ship is considerably larger than ours, and they possess the audacity to adorn the bow of their vessel with a comical gray dog-ass head clutching a large bone. A dog-headed warship, the rat exclaimed, nearly toppling from his chair. After regaining his composure, he remarked nonchalantly, I see, you've done well this time. A reward awaits your return. Vice Admiral Garp? How could he possibly be coming for someone as insignificant as Arlong? The rat hung up the phone, rising with a furrowed brow, incredulous that the Navy would dispatch a legendary officer for such a minor figure. Yet, it might prove beneficial. Once Vice Admiral Garp took action, the Arlong pirate crew would undoubtedly face their demise. The mouse pondered. It is said that Admiral Garp is actually a boisterous, hot-headed old man with a penchant for brawling. However, wisdom comes with age, and I cannot feign too much. The mouse continued to deliberate, picking up the telephone snail to contact Aaron. With a click, the telephone snail opened its eyes. The mouse displayed a cunning smile akin to that of a wily fox. Brother Aaron, it is I, the mouse. The telephone snail's eyes momentarily froze, hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds before responding. It is the mouse. Brother Aaron has stepped out. What can I do for you? Since Aaron was unavailable, the mouse promptly hung up, his expression shifting between uncertainty and suspicion. Something was amiss. Previously, when he had swindled Aaron out of 100 million berries while confiscating Nami's funds, Aaron would have surely erupted in fury upon answering the call. That would have been the perfect moment to present his fabricated excuse. Yet, this call was not answered by Aaron, which raised significant doubts. The telephone snail he contacted was supposed to be Aaron's personal communicator. What was even more suspicious was that if any other fishmen had answered the call, based on his understanding of their temperament, they would have unleashed a torrent of curses, even more severe than Aaron's. Aaron's pirate crew must be in trouble. The mouse narrowed his eyes, stroking his whisker-like beard, as a rather improbable hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Come in. The mouse shouted. "Colonel, what are your orders?" The aide entered the room. "Full speed ahead," came the commanding reply. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Linus put down the telephone snail. Previously, Rocky had entrusted him with keeping an eye on this communicator because Aaron's clandestine partners might reach out to him. But why would it be the mouse? The last time, the mouse had betrayed Aaron. Clearly, relations between them had soured. Linus contemplated deeply, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. He recalled Nami mentioning that Aaron's crew had even annihilated a fleet commanded by a commodore. Thus, it seemed improbable that the mouse could have turned against Aaron without any support. What was the mouse's leverage? Why would he call after such a fallout? Suddenly, as Linus gazed into the distance, he noticed a ship's silhouette on the horizon. It appeared to be no ordinary vessel. The Navy had arrived? Linus's mind buzzed with alarm. This situation was undoubtedly complex. He immediately sought out Aiken. "Mr. Aiken, the Navy is here. I sense something significant is about to transpire." "Do you know where Rocky is gone?" "The Navy is here? What could they want?" Aiken instinctively inquired. Linus could not answer this question. Instead, he pointed out the approaching warship on the sea. The arrival of the Navy rarely bodes well. Aiken pondered briefly. "In that case, I shall seek out Rocky. He and Nami, along with Nojiko, have been missing since this morning. I have a good idea where they might be. You and the village chief should organize the others to prepare for the Navy." "Understood." Linus nodded and moved aside to retrieve his specialized recording device. With everything prepared, he cast a glance at the distant naval warship, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Should the Navy dare to act recklessly this time, he would ensure they understood his formidable prowess. Chapter 43. Unleashing Power. What does it mean to have taken your possessions? The mouse scoffed lightly, then leisurely remarked. "What I have seized are the ill-gotten gains of the Aaron pirate crew, and they rightfully belong to the government. I care not for your justifications. Regardless, if you have taken what is mine, you shall face the repercussions." Rocky retorted with a snort. "Rocky, I have recorded evidence of the mouse forcibly appropriating the villagers' treasures. The moral high ground is on our side," Linus whispered in reminder. Rocky nodded slightly, casting a glance at the rat, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was time to act without mercy. "One last chance," he declared. "Return the money and apologize to all the villagers, or face destruction and death." His gaze was indifferent, his voice as frigid as ice. "Kit, do you wish to oppose the Navy?" The rat's eyes narrowed as he waved his hand, prompting the nearby naval soldiers to raise their rifles, aiming directly at Rocky. In the face of dozens of menacing gun barrels, Rocky remained composed, unperturbed, poised to strike. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. System notification, task activated, eliminate the rat. Time limit, none. Task reward, 20 points. Rocky was taken aback. He had unexpectedly received a system task. Given the stringent triggering conditions of the current system tasks, did this not imply that exterminating the mouse was a rather formidable endeavor? However, eliminating a mouse seemed rather straightforward. Rocky's strategy was to first sever the main mast of the warship with a single strike, before subsequently issuing a challenge to summon the rat to its demise. At that moment, even if the rat's subordinates attempted to prevent their master from falling into Rocky's trap, the ship would not be able to escape far, leaving the rat with no means of flight. Suddenly, a realization struck Rocky, and he comprehended where the issue lay. Observing Rocky's momentary inaction, the rat became emboldened, laughing unabashedly. "If you insist on opposing the Navy, I wouldn't mind wasting a few bullets to turn you into a honeycomb." This ominous proclamation ignited a fierce counteroffensive within Rocky. He had already discerned the challenge in eliminating the rat. Yet, he had yet to devise a solution to this dilemma. And thus, he resolved to take a bold risk and test the waters. "Leave me be." In an instant, Rocky unsheathed his sword, and a flash of light erupted as a wave of sword energy surged forth. The swiftness of the strike was akin to thunder. Although the mice and their companions perceived the oncoming attack, they were unable to react in time before it struck its target. With a sharp sound, the strike sliced through the upper half of the mouse's warship, severing several wooden masts with ease. The masts collapsed with a cacophony of sounds, some plunging into the sea while others crashed onto the deck, throwing the ship into utter chaos. Now is the moment. Rocky leaped into the sea, poised to board the warship and vanquish the rodents. At that moment, he heard the mice urgently shout, "The cannons on the warship are primed, little rascal. Should you dare to attack, the cannonballs will directly descend upon a lone paradise." Upon hearing this, Rocky momentarily faltered, swiftly abandoning his intent to swim back to the ship and instead turned to swim away. The challenge of eliminating the rat lay precisely here. Even if he utilized his dual invitation skill to force the rat into a one-on-one confrontation, he could not prevent the rat's minions from intervening. What if they threatened the villagers with cannon fire? Although the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal, Rocky's parents and friends were present, and he would never permit their lives to be endangered. Everyone, let us retreat to a safe place. Our presence here will only hinder Rocky's fight, Linus exclaimed urgently. In truth, there was no need for his shout. Upon hearing the potential cannon fire from the Navy, the villagers instinctively began to withdraw, scrambling away in haste. The rat, witnessing Rocky's retreat and the villagers' panicked flight, let out a sigh of relief, casting a wary glance at the severed mast of the warship. A look of apprehension crossing his face. Had he not been prepared and adjusted the cannon's aim beforehand, he may well have found himself slain by Rocky's sword upon boarding the ship. The rat was not a combat-oriented individual, although he held the rank of colonel. He lacked the corresponding strength. As the warship altered its course and slowly sailed into the open sea, the rat's predicament gradually shifted from peril to safety. With a cold gaze, the rat observed Rocky standing guard at the entrance of Arlong Park, his voice icy as he declared, "This little brat dares to attack the Navy. And those damned villagers do nothing to intervene. They shall all be treated as obstacles to the Navy's operations, so fire the cannons. Fire." The rat's orders were relayed down the line. The naval soldiers manning the cannons were momentarily stunned upon receiving the command to fire. How could they dare to bombard a place filled with innocent civilians? What are you waiting for? Fire! The rat roared in fury. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. For cannons on either side of the warship unleashed their fiery tongues in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For cannonballs sliced through the air, whistling as they hurtled toward Arlong Park. You beast, how dare you? Rocky had already compromised and refrained from pursuing, yet that rascal mouse audaciously opened fire. This was truly an affront. Glancing at the incoming shells soaring through the air, a chill ran down Rocky's spine. If these shells were to land, the consequences were beyond his imagination. Halt this at once. With a fierce roar, Rocky gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a powerful strike. The essence of swordsmanship, wind. A whirlwind erupted instantaneously, spinning forward to intercept the incoming cannonballs. As the cannonballs were met with the tempest, their trajectories altered slightly, and their speed diminished. Yet, they continued their relentless course toward Airland. Infuriated, Rocky leapt into the air and struck down upon one of the cannonballs with his sword. As Rocky and the shattered cannonballs descended simultaneously, he swiftly turned his gaze, witnessing the remaining 3 shells crash into the depths of Along Paradise, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sight caused a twitch at the corner of Rocky's eye. The destructive capacity of artillery shells against ordinary individuals was indisputable. Rat. Blood for blood, you shall perish. Rocky clenched his teeth, an insatiable murderous intent emanating from him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This is the fate of those who dare to confront the Navy. The rat cackled with glee. Blood for blood? How utterly absurd. Little brat, awaken to the truth. You shall never have the chance to take my life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat exuded unparalleled confidence. Rocky wished to eliminate him, yet this was an impossibility. For now, he had to protect the villagers, leaving no room for personal vendettas. As for the future, it remained equally unfeasible. Firstly, Rocky could not possibly vanquish the rat under the watchful gaze of Captain Carp. Secondly, having obtained Aaron's head, the rat merely needed to falsely claim the credit for the kill. With such an accolade, a promotion was inevitable. Most likely to a prominent naval branch within the Grand Line, one commencing with the letter G. By then, even in the absence of Rear Admiral Carp, Rocky would find it impossible to reach him. That would be a substantial base, and locating him would prove challenging. As for forcibly eliminating him and escaping unscathed, it would require the strength of the 7 warlords. Did Rocky possess such power? Certainly not, thus ensuring his safety. System, is there any way? I must eliminate this scoundrel, regardless of the cost. Enraged, Rocky darkened his expression as he contacted the system. System, in response to the host's request. A special exception grants the host the use of Conqueror's Haki once. Cost, all current points of the host. In an instant, Rocky felt an overwhelming aura enveloping him, realizing that his power-up had been activated. The next moment, he focused on the warship, and an immense pressure emanated from him. Buzz. The speed at which this aura spread was unfathomable. Within moments, it swept across the warship. Bang, bang, bang. The naval soldiers aboard the warship were collectively rendered unconscious, collapsing one after another. Chapter 44. Slaying the Rat, Seeking Recommendations. What is happening? The rat was astonished to see several soldiers beside him suddenly fall into a deep slumber. Thankfully, they were not dead. He knelt beside the fallen sailors to inspect them and sighed in relief. If each of them had perished, it would have spelled significant trouble, especially with Rocky lurking behind him. The warship had only just sailed over 100 meters. This was far from a safe zone. Wake up, the rat urged, tapping the unconscious soldiers, yet received no response. Wake up, you fools. The rat, growing agitated, delivered a sharp slap. Crack. A distinct red handprint appeared on the soldier's face. Yet he remained unresponsive. What the hell? The rat cursed, shouting into the cabin. Someone, wake these guys up for me. Yet, the only response was an eerie silence. As if he were the sole conscious being aboard the entire vessel. What on earth is happening? Someone. The rat shouted in frustration. Alas, no one replied. Suddenly, a chill ran down the rat's spine, and a dreadful suspicion took root in his heart, fear beginning to spread within him. At that moment, there was no need to shout. Your subordinates have already been taken care of by me. A voice, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's summons, suddenly echoed behind the mouse, causing it to tremble in fear. Its body stiffened as it turned around. There stood Rocky, drenched and now upon the deck. His gaze as tranquil as that of one surveying a lifeless corpse. Impossible, it cannot be. Surely this is but an illusion. The mouse collapsed under the weight of despair. Its eyes glazed as it stared at Rocky, instinctively retreating step by step. How can it be impossible? Rocky chuckled, his voice chillingly cold. Spare my life, and I shall spare yours. I will return everything and atone to the villagers, compensating you with all my wealth. The mouse hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. It is too late. Loki uttered a faint remark. In the next instant, a flash of sword light severed the head of the rat. In his final moments, the rat gazed wide-eyed at Loki, filled with regret for his greed. Had he not succumbed to temptation, perhaps things would have been different. Alas, there are no ifs in life. The ancient wisdom that man perishes for wealth and birds for food has long been established. After eliminating the rat, Loki exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. The choking sensation in his chest dissipating, leaving him refreshed. The Conqueror's Haki truly possesses formidable power. Casting a glance at the unconscious Navy soldiers sprawled across the battleship's deck, a subtle smile graced his lips. Moments ago, the system had bestowed upon him an enhancement, granting him intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Unlike the rudimentary form, which lacks control over its targets, this intermediate version allowed Loki to incapacitate all the Navy soldiers except the rat. Regrettably, this operation, though exhilarating, proved to be a losing venture. He had expended all his previous points to activate the enhancement, and with the 20 points awarded for completing this mission, he had incurred a loss of over 20 points. However, the outcome was satisfactory, rendering the slight disappointment trivial. Unable to navigate the vast battleship alone, Loki anchored it and sailed back to a lone paradise. At that moment, the paradise was deserted, and following the footprints, Loki ventured into the mountains behind the park, where the villagers had gathered together. Rocky approached to greet, relieved that the cannonballs had been weakened after being intercepted by his hurricane. Upon landing, the shrapnel merely injured many. But fortunately, no one lost their life, and the wounded were promptly taken for treatment. Upon learning of the mouse's demise, the remaining villagers breathed a sigh of relief, flocking back to paradise, eager to retrieve the warship and distribute the spoils before any unforeseen complications arose. However, upon their return to Alon Paradise, they were met with the sight of another warship emerging from the distant sea. This vessel was considerably larger and more imposing than the mouse's ship, and perplexingly, the bow was adorned with a colossal dog's head clutching a bone. Rocky, the Navy has returned. What shall we do? Nami inquired, her expression grave as she gazed at the enormous warship on the horizon. Just moments before, she, along with Noki and Aegean, had finally made their way back after the battle between Rocky and the mouse. Fear not, should this naval commander dare to act inappropriately, I shall record it and ensure his notoriety. Linus scoffed. No need for that. Linus, the commander aboard that warship is already quite well known, Rocky replied with a smile. The owner of that vessel is Vice Admiral Karp. Vice Admiral Karp? Nami murmured softly, is he not the legendary naval hero? Indeed. Rocky nodded confidently, declaring, while other navies may succumb to decay, Karp will undoubtedly remain steadfast. The other villagers were primarily concerned about whether the newly arrived naval commander would bombard them, and if they would receive any compensation. Upon receiving satisfactory answers, they chose to place their trust in Rocky. Through several decisive actions, Rocky had garnered an unwavering sense of trust from the villagers. Rocky, if you eliminate the rat, will Rear Admiral Karp hold you accountable? Nami expressed her concerns. One must trust that a way will emerge as the journey unfolds. Let nature take its course, he replied. Soon, Karp's warship approached. On the deck, Karp, adorned with a canine headpiece, was wholeheartedly indulging in donuts. Beside him stood an officer wearing a Western-style top hat. Observing the throngs of villagers within Arlong Park and the warship anchored nearby, its mast severed. Rear Admiral Karp, it seems we have arrived late. Colonel Rat's ship has been seized, but it was not the Fishman pirates who captured it, Bogart reported to Karp. Oh, really? Karp mumbled through a mouthful of donut. We shall inquire to uncover the truth of the matter. The imposing canine-headed warship loomed before Arlong Park, exuding an overwhelming presence. Karp's aide effortlessly leaped from the ship's deck into the park, prompting astonishment among the onlookers. The vessel's considerable draft necessitated anchoring several dozen meters away from the park. Yet this individual managed to leap across with ease, a feat beyond even Rocky's capabilities. Excuse me, may I kindly inquire what exactly transpired? Bogart asked, removing his hat in a gesture of politeness. Rocky stepped forward to elucidate the entire sequence of events. In order to convince Bogart, Lynn especially produced a recording device and played the audio evidence for him. I believe I have grasped the situation. Now, how do we address the aftermath? Bogart glanced at the warship adjacent to the Paradise and stated, I need to consult with my superior. Upon returning to the ship, Bogart relayed everything to Karp. Upon hearing Bogart mention that Rocky possessed the Conqueror's Haki, Karp inadvertently spat out the chewed remnants of a donut. A young swordsman with the Conqueror's Haki, what a promising talent. Karp's eyes sparkled with interest. 2 years prior, when Ace set sail as a pirate, Karp's aspirations of molding him into an elite Navy officer had faltered. Yet, this Rocky, if nurtured properly, could undoubtedly become a distinguished member of the Navy in the future. Karp chuckled heartily, ha. To encounter such a promising individual. Let us go meet that young lad. Perhaps he will be inclined to join me in the Navy. But Karp, what about the rat you eliminated? Bogart inquired. A mere filthy rodent, its death is inconsequential, Karp waved dismissively. In comparison to a deceased rat, the living Rocky was of far greater importance. Chapter 45. Let us join the Navy, come. Let us meet that young fellow. Karp grinned widely and leaped to the bow of the ship with great vigor. Whoosh. Karp's robust figure soared with agility surpassing that of a bullet, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Bang. He landed forcefully, crashing onto the wall of the main entrance of the Paradise. The wall, unable to withstand the impact, crumbled beneath him. Unperturbed, Karp stepped down from the half-destroyed wall and surveyed the startled crowd before him, stating calmly, Which of you is Rocky? I wish to meet him. I am Rocky. He stepped forward, scrutinizing Admiral Karp closely. Karp bore a striking resemblance to his portrayal in the original work, clad in his naval uniform, yet his aura was distinctly different. While watching the animation, one might not perceive the terror emanating from this elder. It was only when Rocky stood before Karp that he truly felt the staggering gulf between his own abilities and the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, one that could only be described as insurmountable. When would this chasm transform into a path? A sense of anticipation welled up within Rocky. Likewise, Karp assessed Rocky, and after a mere glance, a smile spread across his face. Young lad, would you be interested in joining me in the Navy? Karp invited boisterously. Rocky blinked, taken aback by the audacity of the proposition. Should he acquiesce or decline? His fondness for the world of One Piece stemmed largely from its profound interpretations of dreams, freedom, and camaraderie. If he were to traverse into the realm of One Piece, his aspirations would closely mirror those of Luffy. He yearned to seek out kindred spirits and embark on adventures across the globe. However, the idea of becoming a pirate did not appeal to him, as it would inevitably lead to a life of peril, constantly pursued by the Navy or bounty hunters after being marked. Yet, the prospect of joining the Navy was equally uninviting. The Navy required strict adherence to orders, and one might wish to venture westward only to be commanded to head east instead. Rocky yearned to traverse the world with his sword in hand, eager to witness the splendor of life. Little one, what are you hesitating for? I can illuminate your doubts, chuckled Karp. Though his demeanor belied the cunning of a seasoned fox, this was a straightforward ploy. As long as my parents approve, I shall not venture far. Rocky replied with a smile. Karp's grin faltered. He was not adept at persuading others, relying instead on reason to sway opinions. Naturally, he could not employ such logic with Rocky's parents. Bogart, Karp called out with urgency. Bogart promptly returned, having heard the directive from his superior, and prepared to confer with Otto and Elia. However, Otto and Elia stepped forth, their expressions filled with warmth as they regarded Rocky. Dear child, whatever you wish to pursue, your father and mother will wholeheartedly support you. Over the days that had passed, they had discerned that since their son narrowly escaped the last maritime disaster, he had undergone a profound transformation, lacking education and exceptional vision themselves. They understood that allowing their son to determine his own destiny would be far superior to imposing their choices upon him. I believe being a naval officer lacks freedom. Rocky expressed his concerns, suggesting that if this issue could be resolved, he would be more than willing to embrace a naval career. Ha ha ha, what am I saying? Karp laughed heartily. Freedom is earned through one's own efforts. As long as you possess strength, who could possibly thwart your will? Karp was well versed in this truth. When Admiral Kong forbade him from pursuing Roger, he remained steadfast in his own path, and Kong had no recourse against him. This was due both to the duties he fulfilled and his formidable prowess, which commanded respect from those above him. Rocky nodded in agreement, understanding the reasoning. Just as Luffy perceives the Pirate King as the most liberated individual upon the vast seas, having ascended to the pinnacle of the world, who could possibly constrain the freedom of the Pirate King? Similarly, once one's strength reaches the utmost heights, who would dare disregard one's will? With this thought in mind, joining the Navy seemed entirely feasible. Moreover, with Captain Garp's invitation to enlist, he would undoubtedly receive the finest training. Mastering the Navy's 6 styles and Haki would surely not pose insurmountable challenges, especially under the guidance of instructors and the support of comrades. Such opportunities would undoubtedly facilitate his ascent to greater power, enabling him to live the life he truly desired. Grateful for Captain Garp's recognition, Rocky smiled gently and turned to the elders and fellow villagers behind him, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Everyone, I shall join the Navy. In the future, should you encounter any inadequate officers, please do not hesitate to inform me. I will stand up for you all." Splendid. The villagers had previously fretted over the possibility that after Rocky eliminated a mere rat, the Navy might send a similarly inept officer to oversee them, resulting in little change to their lives. However, with Rocky's decision to join the Navy, the situation would undoubtedly be different. Rocky's ascent to becoming a formidable naval commander was universally accepted by the villagers. With Rocky's presence, even the most timid of men would not dare to display their fangs, for they held him in high regard. Observing the villagers' sentiments, Karp felt a poignant sense of responsibility. He had heard tales of the mouse, who had allowed Arlong to dominate the surrounding villages for 7 long years, committing countless atrocities. The existence of such a disgrace within the Navy left Karp feeling ashamed, and he bowed to the villagers in apology, assuring them, "Rest assured, the naval officer who will succeed the mouse will undoubtedly be a competent leader. Should any further incidents arise, I shall bear the responsibility." Reassured by the promise of the naval hero, the villagers felt a renewed sense of security. After Rocky presided over the distribution of rewards, the villagers gradually departed from Arlong Park, marking the moment for Rocky to part ways with his parents and friends. "Son, we will always support you," Oda said, casting a loving glance at his wife and then at their son, who stood taller than him, his eyes filled with affection and pride. "Thank you, Dad and Mom," Rocky replied, embracing them, his usually strong demeanor faltering as he choked back emotion. "Uncle, Aunt, goodbye," he said. "Brother, you must become a great naval officer," Lodi whispered softly. "Indeed, that is imperative," Rocky affirmed, turning his gaze to Nami and the others. "Nami, no Kigo, Linus, farewell." Taking a deep breath, he smiled warmly. "Nami," she exclaimed, leaping into his arms and burying her head in his chest, choking back tears as she whispered, "Thank you, Rocky, truly thank you." "Why thank me? It feels as if we are strangers." "Helping friends is simply the right thing to do," Rocky replied gently, looking down at Nami. "Yes, we will always be friends." Nami inhaled deeply, her face transforming into a radiant smile. "Rocky, I wish you a brilliant future. When you become an outstanding naval commander, I will be genuinely happy for you." Indeed, Rocky embraced Nami, feeling a tinge of helplessness as he thought, "When I become an excellent naval commander, you may find it burdensome as well." "Take care, Rocky," Nokigo said, pulling him into a hug. "Rocky, tomorrow I will write an article to make you famous." As a way to commemorate your departure, Linus chuckled. He felt a flicker of happiness at Rocky's departure, for he always felt overshadowed by him. With Rocky around, he found it challenging to win Nami's affection. "By the way, our photo has yet to be developed," Nami suddenly exclaimed. "Indeed. What shall we do now that Rocky is about to leave?" Nokigo fretted. "Not a problem," Linus interjected confidently, patting his chest. "Leave it to me. Although I cannot guarantee that our photo will make it into the East Blue Daily, getting it published in the Victoria Kingdom Daily will be no issue. Rocky, you just need to arrange a subscription to the Victoria Daily, and then we can cut out the photo. Chapter 46. Renowned across the East Sea, stepping aboard Karp's dog-headed warship, Rocky cast a reluctant glance back at his parents and friends, waving farewell to them. Taking a deep breath, he turned around once more, gazing at the throngs gathered at the entrance of Arlong Park until they faded from view. This single turn marked the commencement of a new chapter in Rocky's life, setting sail alongside the warship. Initially, Karp's dog-headed vessel made a stop at Shabby Town, where Rocky procured a copy of the Victoria Kingdom Daily. Upon returning to the ship, he exhaled in relief and settled into a shaded spot, engaging in dialogue with the system. Following his conquest over Arlong, a new feature had emerged in the points marketplace, the points lottery, an unfamiliar concept to him. System, could you elucidate the rules of the points lottery? Rocky inquired, closing his eyes in a feigned slumber. System, the rules of the points lottery are quite straightforward. All skills or cultivation methods available for exchange in the points marketplace can be drawn from the lottery pool. However, one can only select a single skill or cultivation method to add to the prize pool at a time. Winning will directly grant you the chosen skill or cultivation method. Each lottery entry costs 1 point, and the probability of winning is fixed, calculated as the reciprocal of the exchange price of the prize in the points marketplace. Rocky, is the lottery entirely random, or are there items that can enhance the probability of winning? System, it is random, and there are no items that can increase the odds of winning. Rocky nodded. 1 point per attempt is not too expensive. I might as well give it a try. System, I wish to draw the Conqueror as Haki. Rocky reminisced about the exhilarating experience of effortlessly defeating minions with the Conqueror as Haki when he vanquished the rat. It was simply delightful. System, the exchange price for the Conqueror as Haki is 2,000 points, with a winning probability of 1 in 2,000. Best of luck, host. Thank you, Rocky replied politely, licking his lips. Before him appeared a large spinning wheel, divided into 2,000 segments, with a very thin red line marking one of them. If the pointer of the lottery wheel landed on the slender red line, it would signify a win. That line is exceedingly thin, Rocky exclaimed, initially unaware of the significance of 1 in 2,000, until he beheld the lottery wheel and realized how minuscule the odds truly were. Taking a deep breath, Rocky spun the wheel. The pointer whirled around, no win. Rocky blinked and said, System, once more. The system replied, wishing the host good luck. The lottery draw for the Rocky event did not yield a win. Rocky, this is the final time. System, I wish the host good fortune. Rocky, for the last time? System, I implore you to grant me one request. This time, do not support me. Instead, wish me ill fortune. System, I wish the host ill fortune. I participated in the lottery, yet I did not win. Rocky, I shall refrain from indulging further. Do I possess the qualities of a misfortunate individual? Rocky lamented the loss of his points, for he toiled for 18 hours daily, merely to earn a single point, and in a moment of folly, squandered 4 points, receiving nothing but 4 expressions of gratitude in return. Such dubious endeavors are mere illusions. Authentic exchanges are the true path to success. Rocky inhaled deeply and rose to engage in conversation with the soldiers aboard the warship, seeking solace for his troubled spirit. On the following day, Rocky intended to practice. But to his dismay, he discovered that there was no place for training aboard the vessel. The veterans explained that, during missions, maintaining the optimal state of each soldier was paramount, hence the absence of training while en route. Rest and recuperation were essential for achieving the best outcomes. After spending 2 or 3 days socializing with the naval personnel, Rocky became acquainted with everyone on the ship. He noted that the crew aboard Captain Karp's vessel had no regard for hierarchical distinctions. They interacted as if they were brothers and comrades. Even the strictest of officers, Bogart, exhibited no airs of authority, yet he commanded deep respect from all, as the prevailing ethos aboard Karp's ship was one of reason and rationality. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the warship reached the hometown of Vice Admiral Karp, the windmill town in the Kingdom of Goa. Karp returned home to visit his grandson, and as per tradition, the other naval soldiers remained aboard. Rocky, now an unassigned individual without any formal affiliation, found himself free from Bogart's jurisdiction and eagerly followed Karp ashore. Though he could not meet Luffy, he at least hoped to see Makino, who was likely to be Shank's companion, a matter that piqued Rocky's curiosity. Young man, why do you follow me? Karp turned to glance at Rocky. I wish to meet your grandson. Rocky replied candidly. Then come along, Karp smiled, and with a swift motion, he transformed into a blur, dashing into the distance. Locke cast a discerning glance, pondering whether such caution was truly necessary. It was likely due to the fact that he had raised his grandson in the lair of bandits, hence his apprehension about being discovered. With a sigh of resignation, Locke made his way towards the quaint little town. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon the bar owned by Marquino. Upon entering, he was greeted by the stunning visage of the proprietress, who was adorned in a delicate yellow dress that enhanced her beauty beyond the descriptions found in the original narrative. At that moment, Marquino was engaged in light conversation with 3 patrons seated at a table. Noticing Locke's arrival, she promptly approached to offer her hospitality. After glancing at the menu, Locke ordered a serving of seafood fried rice accompanied by a locally brewed beverage from Windmill Town. "Young man, you must be from out of town," remarked one of the diners, a tall man in his 30s with short, golden hair and a robust demeanor. "Indeed, your discernment is impressive," Locke replied, taking a seat at a table nearby to join the conversation. "Impressive? It merely feels unfamiliar," the golden-haired man modestly chuckled before continuing. "Are you here in Windmill Town to seek someone? If that is the case, feel free to ask me. There is no one here I don't know. Actually, I am not here to find anyone. I am a bounty hunter for pirates," Locke stated. "Ah," interjected a dark-haired man sitting beside the golden-haired individual. "So you too are a bounty hunter for pirates. What a coincidence. I am Garanon, also a bounty hunter. Indeed, we are all bounty hunters for pirates." The golden-haired man chimed in, introducing himself and the silent, slender man beside him. "I am Goslin, and our taciturn companion here is Ashar. Pleasure to meet you." "I am Locke," he replied. "Locke, you say? Your name bears a striking resemblance to that of the bounty hunter who dispatched a notorious pirate with a 20 million bounty, as reported in the East Sea Daily just 2 days prior." Rocky smiled widely, surprised that even the townsfolk of Windmill knew of him. Yet, why did they not recognize his visage, especially since his photograph had graced the pages of the Eastern Sea Daily? "Do you even read the newspaper?" Rocky inquired. Goslin and his companions exchanged knowing glances and replied in unison, "Who takes newspapers seriously? The content is hardly valuable." From where, then, had these 3 heard of the pirate hunter Rocky's exploits against Arlong? "I heard it at the tavern, over a drink," Goslin casually remarked. "Oh," Rocky nodded, poised to declare his identity and bask in the glory of his newfound fame, when Gary intervened, stating, "I can't help but feel that's a fabrication. I've heard tales of the formidable Arlong pirates. Even a naval brigadier would struggle against them." This newly emerged Rocky was previously unknown, so it's likely he had no hand in their downfall. "Nay," Rocky interjected, eager to clarify as Gary finished. "I specifically visited him in the Kingdom of Columbia a few days ago." As he spoke, Rocky gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes reflecting a sense of reverie. "He is the target of every pirate hunter in our realm, having single-handedly vanquished the Arlong pirates and restored the long-lost dignity of our kind. He shines so brilliantly, like a firefly in the dark of night." Goslin and his companions exchanged bewildered looks, silently pondering. Could this individual truly possess such charisma? It seemed this young man might well be one of his ardent admirers. Rocky continued to boast, declaring that in just over 3 months of training, he had already attained the status of a master swordsman. "What?" Ashaya, who had remained silent until now, suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "Are you saying that he became a master swordsman in merely 3 months of practice? I have been training for 13 years and am still just a swordsman, never able to touch the threshold of masterhood. I truly wish to converse with him face to face." Rock inadvertently cast a glance at Asha, blinking his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Gosling say, "My friend, have you come here upon hearing the news of the buggy pirates?" Rocky glanced at the silent Asha, contemplating offering her guidance later, and turned his attention to Goslin. "The buggy pirate crew? The infamous clown buggy with a bounty of 15 million? Indeed," Goslin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Yesterday, we received word that the buggy pirate crew has arrived in Baoshan Village, a subordinate of Windmill Town. We hurried back to prepare for a significant venture. Garanon invited. Since you are also a bounty hunter, why not join us on this endeavor? However, we must first gauge your abilities." "Not a problem at all," Rocky replied. Chapter 47, Treasure Hunt for Buggy. "What kind of assessment do you have in mind? A duel?" Rocky inquired with a smile, seizing the opportunity presented to him. "A fight is unnecessary." Goslin waved his hand dismissively, scrutinizing Rocky for a moment longer. "You are young, and your speed undoubtedly surpasses that of us older folks. Let us engage in a test of strength instead." "Sounds good. How shall we proceed?" Rocky responded enthusiastically. "You are quite confident, young man. Let us engage in an arm wrestling match." Goslin chuckled lightly, gesturing for the reticent Asha to join them. Asha possesses the least strength among us three. If you can best him, we shall embark on this grand venture together. Rock nodded in understanding. Indeed, if he were too feeble, why would the three strangers bother to include him? Come on, he said. Rock took a seat, pondered for a moment, and then extended his right hand. Asha sat down, her expression impassive as she reached out her right hand. When their hands met, both lifted their gazes to briefly meet each other's eyes. In that instant, they both sensed the calluses in the same spot on each other's hands, and it dawned upon them that they were both swordsmen, resulting in a tacit smile exchanged between them. Gosling, observing that both were prepared, called out, "Begin." Rock effortlessly toppled Asha, as if she had exerted no effort at all. Was it truly that easy to secure victory? Rock exclaimed in astonishment, only to realize he had spoken out of turn and hastily fell silent, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Judging by sheer strength, Asha was not formidable, and since Gosling and Garanon were Asha's companions, it stood to reason that they could not be significantly stronger than her. What then emboldened these three to contemplate challenging Baki? Surely, they must possess some unique means. Rock mused, suppressing his inner questions. Meanwhile, Garanon and Gosling, equally taken aback by the outcome, turned their gazes towards Asha. The usually reticent Asha felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "His strength is immense. I did not hold him back." Garanon and Gosling then directed their astonished looks toward Rock, their expressions reflecting even greater shock. Asha would never utter a falsehood, which only served to confirm that this young man truly possessed innate strength. After a brief pause, Gosling chuckled, "Welcome, young man. With your prowess, we shall undoubtedly prevail against Baki." Rocky smiled, harboring hope. However, Buck was not so easily manageable. Although Buck appeared to be a novice pirate with a mere bounty of 15 million, he was, in fact, a legendary figure cloaked in obscurity. Upon their first encounter, he had pierced the straw hat that Luffy inherited from Shanks, who in turn had received it from Roger, and subsequently exerted his powers to suppress the future world's greatest swordsman, Zoro. During their second meeting in Lobetown, he seized Luffy and nearly dispatched the future Pirate King with a single blow on Roger's former execution platform. Their third encounter was even more extraordinary, as he wreaked havoc and impelled down, rescuing countless formidable pirates and winning them over with his charismatic personality. Remarkably, during the Marineford War, the great Captain Buck stood in front of Luffy, deflecting hundreds of sword strikes from the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, without sustaining a scratch. He was the only man on that battlefield to withstand the devastating attacks of the three Marine admirals unscathed. This is the illustrious Captain Buck, a man reputed to possess the luck of the conqueror's Haki. After their meal, Rocky followed Gauss and the others towards Treasure Mountain Village, hands empty. "Brother, will you be all right in a fight with your hands empty?" Garanon cautioned. "It's fine, I practice martial arts," Rocky replied. At the seaside of Treasure Mountain Village, the four of them discovered Buck's colossal pirate ship. A few underlings were left aboard to guard the ship, but Gauss and his companions swiftly dealt with them, leaving no opportunity for Rocky to showcase his skills. Nevertheless, this allowed Rocky to closely observe Ashia's swordsmanship. Possessing all the theoretical knowledge of a swordsman and being a swordsman himself, he immediately identified the flaws in Ashia's technique. Based on Ashia's recent performance, he was still far from matching Dennis Rich. Rocky's curiosity deepened as he pondered the audacity of the three individuals who dared to target Buggy. Garanon incapacitated the three pirates, binding them securely and silencing their mouths. He turned to the last remaining pirate and demanded, "Now, reveal the whereabouts of your captain." Surrounded by the three formidable men, the pirate displayed no sign of fear, calmly responding, "Captain Buggy has ventured to Treasure Mountain Village, guided by the treasure map. I advise you to release us immediately, allowing this matter to fade into oblivion. Should you insist on pursuing Captain Buggy, you shall meet a grim fate." "Impudent fool," Garanon retorted as he delivered a fierce kick to the pirate, growling, "In what direction did your captain depart?" "How long ago?" "Straight ahead. If you're not afraid of death, go seek him out," the pirate defiantly replied, unwavering in his confidence about his captain. "Your incessant chatter is unbearable," Garanon exclaimed, delivering another kick that sent the pirate flying. Gosling then approached to bind the pirate's mouth as well. "Let us proceed," Gosling said as the three descended from the pirate ship, addressing Rocky. "Do you know which direction Buggy has taken?" "Indeed," Rocky affirmed. Locke nodded and followed the three companions as they pursued their path. After more than an hour of traversing rugged terrain, Locke and his companions arrived at the entrance of a cave nestled within the mountains. Standing before the cave were two pirates brandishing swords. Dressed in the garb of circus performers, clearly members of Buggy's pirate crew. Hey, you four. Halt. This territory is under the protection of Buggy's pirate crew. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, quickly vacate the premises. Indeed, we have found the right place. Let us advance. With a commanding shout from Gosling, the four surged forward. The two guards at the cave entrance sensed the impending danger. One charged forward while the other shouted into the cave to alert Buggy's crew. In a swift confrontation, the two were swiftly overpowered by Locke and his companions, yet their message had already penetrated the depths of the cave. Let us wait here. Buggy's crew will undoubtedly emerge, Gosling remarked, glancing at the dark abyss of the cave. They were ill-prepared, thus entering recklessly was not an option. Moments later, shouts echoed from within the cave, accompanied by the flicker of flames. Buggy's crew had spotted the four at the entrance, along with their two fallen comrades. Those who dare to challenge Captain Buggy are truly courting death, Buggy bellowed, assessing the situation with a furious glare. Capture the leader first. Everyone, charge. With a fierce cry, Gosling lunged toward Buggy. Without hesitation, Garin and Asha followed suit, while Locke, calmly and unhurriedly, picked up a sword discarded by one of Buggy's pirates and stepped forward. As the pirate hunters engaged, Kabaji and Machi, positioned beside Buggy, immediately sprang into action. Simultaneously, Buggy drew a dagger from each hand behind his back, his gloved wrists flicking the blades toward the fastest assailant, Gosling. With a deafening roar, Machi's lion unleashed a tremendous growl, momentarily stunning the trio. In the ensuing clash, Asha was swiftly felled by Kabaji's sword, Garin was pinned beneath the lioness' weight, and Gosling suffered the worst fate. Buggy's dagger was pressed against his throat, while the other plunged into his side. In an instant, he was dispatched. Roki was utterly astonished. He had previously assumed that Gosling and his companions possessed some extraordinary means. Otherwise, they would not have dared to confront Buggy, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Hence, he had been rather languid, refraining from striking immediately. Little did he anticipate that his three comrades were as tenacious as iron-headed warriors, daring to team up against a level 20 boss with their own level 10 prowess. Buggy's crew was equally taken aback, as they had not fathomed the formidable strength of the Buggy pirates. Although the trio had previously dealt with pirates boasting bounties of 10 million with relative ease, they were unaware that the overall strength of the Buggy pirates was indeed commensurate with the total bounty of 15 million. It is well known that a pirate's bounty is determined by the level of threat they pose, which can only partially reflect their true strength. Some, despite their weakness, can still command high bounties, such as the 8-year-old Nico Robin. Conversely, there are those who, despite their overwhelming prowess, remain obscure and even lack a bounty. Like Blackbeard and Chopper 2 years hence. The Buggy pirates, under the leadership of Captain Buggy, do not engage in pillaging villages due to his dream of treasure hunting. Thus, their bounty is not inflated but rather a true representation of their capabilities. Consequently, they found themselves in dire straits. Not only had they fallen, but they had also implicated young Roki in their predicament. Gosling and his companions exchanged guilty glances with Roki, who stood behind them. Buggy, let them go, Roki calmly commanded. Sword pointed at Buggy and his crew. Who do you think you are, demanding that I release them? Buggy scoffed disdainfully. Considering you refrained from attacking me just now, I shall offer you a word of advice. If you wish to live, you best vacate the premises swiftly. Yes, young Roki, you must flee. They outnumber us. Do not throw your life away for nothing, Gosling urged, held in check by Buggy's dagger. Run quickly. We three are surely doomed. If you can save yourself, do so. Garin echoed, his voice tinged with urgency. Upon hearing the words of Gosling and Buggy, Roki's lips curled into a slight smile. Though his comrades were fiercely stubborn, their urging him to escape in this perilous moment demonstrated their camaraderie, making them worthy of rescue. Moreover, it appeared that neither Gosling nor Buggy's crew recognized him, which provided a significant advantage in his endeavor to free them. One must note that Roki was young, of average height, and possessed an unremarkable physique, making him prone to being underestimated by adversaries. While being underestimated is generally an unpleasant experience, this time proved advantageous, as it allowed him to aid his companions. Buggy, dare you engage in a wager? If you duel with me and I prevail, you shall release them, Roki proposed, a faint smile gracing his features. Who are you to challenge Captain Buggy? If you wish to fight, come and face me. Kabaji let out a sinister chuckle and gestured to a pirate behind him, who immediately rushed over to keep watch over the injured Asha. Hurry, Rocky. You are no match for them. Garanon shouted anxiously. Rocky cast a glance at Bucky, who remained silent and wore a look of disdain, fully aware that his opponent underestimated him, showing no interest in his challenge. Is this a concern? Clearly, it is not. With a chuckle, Bucky taunted, "Are you afraid to fight me, Losai?" At that moment, he activated his duel invitation. The expression on Buggy's face shifted from amusement to seriousness as he called out to Kabeji, who was approaching Losai. "Kabeji, come back. This brat is mine to deal with." Kabeji hesitated upon hearing Buggy's command, casting a glance at his expression before silently retreating. "Kid, you just said you'd fight me, and if you win, I'll let the three of them go." Buggy gestured, and immediately, one of his pirates stepped forward to restrain Goslin. Turning to Losai, he inquired, "So, what if I win?" "I will not lose to you," Losai replied coolly. Ah, the youthful arrogance. Buggy couldn't help but reflect, recalling the days aboard Roger's ship when both he and Shanks, as inexperienced novices, dared to challenge the formidable Whitebeard. Was this scene reminiscent of that time? Reality had dealt him a harsh blow back then, and now it was his turn to impart a lesson to this headstrong young man. The thought stirred excitement within him. "Kid, brace yourself for the harsh truth," Buggy shouted, remaining stationary while wielding 3 daggers poised to strike. Hee. Losai chuckled lightly, charging at Buggy with his sword. His speed intentionally kept at a moderate pace. Alas, both Garanon and Goslin sighed deeply, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Losai being swiftly defeated by Buggy. In contrast, Asha was not concerned for Losai. Instead, he intently observed Losai's movements. Earlier, when Losai faced Buggy and his crew, Asha had sensed Losai was an exceptionally skilled swordsman. Though that impression was fleeting, likely due to Losai's deliberate suppression of his aura. Realizing this, Asha felt reassured, speculating that Losai possessed some unique abilities. Though he remained uncertain of their nature, this was not something he could divulge. Let Garanon and Goslin fret as they pleased. In the arena, Buggy's hands, gripping the daggers, approached with remarkable speed, far surpassing Losai's pace. Most likely, the kid would be defeated at first glance. Buggy's crew eagerly anticipated their captain's performance. However, as the daggers drew near, Losai suddenly unleashed his sword. In an instant, a flash of light revealed he had deftly disarmed one of Buggy's hands. And with a swift flourish, he redirected his blade to block Buggy's other hand. In the next moment, Losai surged forward, his speed dramatically increasing. Observers could easily discern that Losai's current velocity exceeded that of Buggy's dagger attacks. Garanon's eyes widened in astonishment, recognizing Losai as a masterful combatant. Asha, however, remained unfazed. He glanced at the bewildered Garanon, a hint of pride gracing his features. The kid was hiding his strength all along. He mused. Yet, what good was that concealment? He was a swordsman, and what Buggy feared the least was precisely that, swordsman. I believe that even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, would be unable to inflict harm upon Captain Buggy. Buggy's loyal companions continued to watch with rapt attention, showing no concern whatsoever for their captain's potential defeat. Buggy himself shares this sentiment. As he observes the rushing figure of Roronoa Zoro, he feels not a shred of anxiety, but rather an eagerness to witness the astonishment that will surely ensue when Zoro discovers that his blade cannot fell him. Swish. Rocky surged towards Buggy, his sword slicing through the air with the ferocity of thunder. Before anyone could react, Buggy's head was sent soaring, while the intricacies of Rocky's maneuver eluded them. The outcome was unmistakable. Buggy's small companions erupted in laughter, for they realized that the strike bore no consequence for their leader. Kid, what do you intend to do now that your attack has no effect on me? Yet, after severing Buggy's head, Rocky did not relent. Instead, he grasped Buggy's hair, twisting the severed head upwards. Swiftly, he evaded the impending grasp of Buggy's hands from behind and retreated with a sudden force. Tend to my friend's wounds, and then bring them to the ravine to negotiate for your captain. Otherwise, keep in mind that those with abilities harbor a fear of water, should you fail to comply. I would not hesitate to dispose of this fine head into the ravine to feed the fish. As Rocky's voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Buggy's little subordinates gazed in astonishment at Rocky, who nonchalantly departed while holding Buggy's head, rendered speechless. The very ability of Captain Buggy, the fruit of his division, had been turned against him by the enemy. This revelation struck Buggy with an overwhelming force, leaving him bewildered. His once invincible power had now become the most effective means of his own defeat. What in the world was happening? Buggy's head attempted to break free from Rocky's grasp. But alas, a few strands of hair were torn away in vain. Ha ha ha, delightful. Well done, Rocky. Gosling's jovial laughter erupted, and he turned to the pirates beside him, commanding, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and release me, tend to our wounds, or your captain's life will be in jeopardy." Naturally, Buggy's little subordinates were not intimidated by a mere captive like Gosling. They turned their gazes toward Buggy's head, which was being swung around by Rocky. "First, tend to those three, then change me back." Buggy shouted anxiously at his subordinates. "Hurry up. If I bleed to death, your captain will not survive either. Here they come." The ship's doctor from Buggy's crew hurried over with a small box to bandage the wounds of Gosling and his companions. Gosling, watching the direction in which Rocky had departed, felt an immense sense of relief. Truly, he had narrowly escaped a disastrous fate. Otherwise, he might have already met his end. Rocky is indeed a remarkable individual. Chapter 49, Divine Maneuvering, additional chapter for the Book City Friend. Taiji Panda, Rocky strolled through the woods, holding Bucky's head aloft. Bucky, far from exhibiting any signs of embarrassment after being struck, incessantly shouted, "Let go of me, if you dare." Those who recognize the situation are wise. "Do you truly believe I would release you?" Rocky replied with palpable irritation, then refrained from gripping my hair. Bucky retorted, "Oh." Rocky pinched Bucky's nose and lifted him up. "You might as well grab my hair," Bucky suggested. As they neared the edge of the ravine, Rocky shook the silent Bucky and asked, "Bucky, how do you perceive your luck?" "Why should I answer your question?" Bucky retorted. Please, don't tug at my eyelids." "I will answer you," he exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed. Loki paused his actions, chuckling softly. "If only you had been aware of your predicament sooner, we could have avoided this suffering." "Humph." Bucky let out a derisive snort, fixing a fierce glare upon Loki, inwardly vowing, "Once I escape this bind, I shall make you traverse mountains of blades and leap through rings of fire. My fortune has always favored me. Should you continue to restrain me, our fates shall be intertwined in a deadly dance." Bucky persisted in his bravado. "Your current fortune, however, is quite unfortunate." Loki casually introduced Bucky's face to a nearby tree with a forceful gesture. Bucky's anguished cries echoed through the forest as Loki approached the stream. Suddenly, an idea struck him with the force of inspiration, and he conceived a plan so extraordinary that, if executed successfully, it could truly be deemed divine intervention. Rocky carried Bucky's head to the edge of a small pond. The water in the pond was crystal clear and shallow, barely a meter deep, allowing a clear view of the white fine sand and translucent little shrimp at the bottom. Rocky held Buggy's head above the water's edge, chuckling. "Those with abilities are all afraid of water. Do not be deceived by the shallowness of this little pond. If I were to cast you in, your demise would be inevitable. So, Buggy, are you afraid?" "Yes," Buggy admitted, his bravado crumbling. Rocky was indeed correct. This small pond could easily claim his life. "From this moment onwards, you should pray," Rocky continued with a sly grin, engaging with the system to select a lottery draw. "Pray for what?" Buggy inquired, sensing the impending dread in Rocky's tone. "Pray that I win. If fortune does not favor me, you shall find yourself submerged in this pond." "Win?" Buggy was bewildered. "Do not ask questions. If your life is at stake, simply pray," Rocky replied, taking a deep breath and placing his Conqueror's Haki into the prize pool. "Given Buggy's luck with the Conqueror's Haki, I should be destined to win." With newfound determination, Rocky initiated the lottery draw. Ding. No win. What? How can this be? Rocky blinked in disbelief and turned to Buggy's head, which he held firmly. "Did you pray for my victory?" "Of course I prayed," Buggy replied with a serious facade, while inwardly thinking, "How could I possibly comply with your wishes? That would only portray me as someone who fears death. Let us try once more. If I do not win, then Buggy shall meet his watery end. I am curious to see if Buggy truly possesses the luck of the conqueror." Rocky expertly spun the lottery wheel once again. Ding. No win. Rocky's expression darkened instantly as he unceremoniously hurled Bucky into the pond. With a resounding splash, Bucky plummeted like a heavy stone, creating a flurry of bubbles on the water's surface. Though his mouth moved as if attempting to utter something, it was clear he was not pleading for help. Rocky swiftly pulled him out. Cough, cough, cough. Bucky greedily gasped for air. "What do you wish to convey?" "You may attempt once more. This time, I shall fervently pray for your success," Bucky stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Rocky casually submerged Bucky's head back into the water, retrieving him just as he was on the brink of drowning. Coldly, he remarked, "Bucky, you must comprehend your predicament. You are now my captive. I understand. Rest assured, this time I shall sincerely pray for your triumph," Bucky assured with remarkable sincerity. Rocky once again spun the pointer of the lottery wheel, its rapid rotation creating a blur as it whirled around. Gradually, the motion slowed, drawing ever closer to a fine red line. With a gentle chime, the pointer came to a steady halt just above the crimson mark. System, congratulations, host. You have drawn the Conqueror's Haki. Overwhelmed with joy, Rocky carefully set down Buggy's head and shouted toward the ravine, resembling a fool in his exuberance. Buggy, indeed, stared at Rocky with a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the source of his delight. Buggy, let us do it again. Pray that I win. Rocky lifted Bucky's head once more, his eyes gleaming with intensity, causing Bucky to shiver in trepidation. What do you intend to do with me? Bucky inquired, his voice trembling and lacking in confidence. Enough of your prattle. Hasten to pray, Rocky retorted as he reopened the lottery page, opting to include the observation Haki in the prize pool, and immediately spun the lottery wheel with excitement. Ding! No win. Rocky cast a menacing glance at Bucky, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's summons. Did you not pray? No, no, no. Bucky hastily refuted. I swear upon my life, I most certainly prayed. Rocky stared intently into Bucky's eyes, making him feel uneasy. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Absolutely not, Bucky replied with utmost sincerity. Then I shall try once more. Rocky spun the prize wheel again. Ding, nothing. With a flick of his wrist, Losai mercilessly tossed Buggy's head into the water, just as Buggy was on the brink of drowning. Losai retrieved him once more. If you dare deceive me again, I shall not save you next time, he warned. I truly did not deceive you, Buggy replied, his voice filled with desperation, for he had genuinely prayed just moments ago. Had he exhausted his luck for the day? Losai blinked, pondering that luck is an elusive concept, beyond human control. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, for he had already drawn the most coveted prize. Shifting his focus, he recalled the moment he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, which brought him joy anew. Before long, Buggy's underlings arrived at the creek with Gosling and his companions, perhaps due to their captain's perilous predicament. They tended to Gosling and his friends with utmost seriousness. We have bandaged them as you requested. Now release Captain Buggy, Kabeji called out to Losai. What is your hurry? Tell me, did you come to Treasure Mountain Village in search of treasure? Losai inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, a look of shock spread across Buggy's face, his heart aching profoundly. Glancing at the young man supporting him, he thought, is this fellow a devil? Does he truly wish to seize my treasure? And what of it? Kabeji responded. Have you found the treasure yet? Losai asked with a grin. Not yet. What do you intend to do? Loki chuckled. What do you think? Go retrieve the treasure, and along with my friends, we shall negotiate for your captain. Very well, Kabaji promptly agreed. Ha. Buggy opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from uttering anything. Ha ha ha. Loki laughed heartily, casting a glance at Buggy's head in his hand. Buggy, you have a splendid group of companions. I find myself quite envious. Chapter 50. The harvest now, let us deliberate on the terms of exchange. Loki addressed Kabaji and the others. What do you mean? Kabaji's crew was perplexed by Loki's intent. Oh, nothing, Loki shrugged nonchalantly. Stop. Buggy noticed the peculiar expression on Loki's face and quickly called for a halt. Upon further contemplation, Buggy realized that without a clear agreement on the exchange terms, he would be at a disadvantage. For instance, if the deal were to commence and this fellow's friends returned before he did, he could very well be snatched back, especially since his head was valued at 15 million berries. After a brief pause, Buggy's little brothers grasped what Loki meant by the exchange terms. You all confer among yourselves. Just devise a satisfactory exchange agreement, Loki remarked calmly. He felt no urgency, for Buggy was in his grasp, granting him an implicit veto power. Buggy's crew began to discuss, with Buggy himself participating in the deliberation. Moments later, they reached a consensus. The exchange would occur after the treasure was unearthed from Treasure Mountain Village. The location for the exchange would be by the seaside. The condition for the exchange was that Buggy's pirate crew would relinquish all long-range weaponry. The specific procedure for the exchange was as follows. Buggy's crew would first discard all firearms, then navigate their pirate ship out to sea, subsequently sending a small boat to return Gosling and his two companions to the shore. Meanwhile, Loki would release Buggy. Since Buggy's head could fly, it would autonomously return to the pirate ship. This arrangement ensured that Loki, who could not fly, would not interfere with Buggy's reunion with his crew. Moreover, without firearms, Buggy's pirate crew could not attack Gosling and his companions on their return trip. It was a mutually advantageous arrangement, and Loki nodded in agreement after a moment's reflection. Following this, Buggy's crew returned to the cavern of Treasure Mountain Village to excavate the treasure. At Loki's behest, Gosling and his companions accompanied Buggy's crew to prevent any deceit regarding the treasure's discovery. Loki, however, remained by the ravine. Time flew, and before long, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Buggy's little brothers and Goslin's trio returned to the ravine together. Goslin and his companions wore broad smiles, brimming with excitement, while Buggy's crew appeared sullen and despondent. They were weighed down by a large chest of treasure. Originally, these treasures belonged to them, but alas, due to Loki's presence, they were no longer theirs. The treasures lay right before them. The little brothers of Baki tossed a treasure chest before Rocky. At first glance, Rocky's eyes were drawn to a magnificent katana resting atop the chest. The inscription read, "1,000 slaughters, demon blade, good blade." This line suddenly appeared before Rocky's eyes, a manifestation of his passive skill, sword recognition. To encounter a good blade was indeed remarkable, Rocky mused. "What? That's a good blade?" Baki exclaimed, his eyes widening as he fixated on the dusty sword, barely discernible as a blade. He puzzled over how Rocky could perceive its quality. After some contemplation, Baki concluded that Rocky must be deliberately trying to irritate him. "It's merely a worthless old sword. If it were truly a good blade, I would devour it myself. Someone like you, lacking discernment, would likely discard a treasure upon finding it." Rocky let out a light scoff. 1,000 slaughters, what a splendid name. He picked up the treasured sword. Its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dust from its prolonged concealment in the cave, obscuring its original hue. Setting Baki's head aside, Rocky submerged 1,000 slaughters in a stream to cleanse it. As Rocky diligently washed the sword, Baki, still on the ground, exchanged furtive glances with his little brothers, who were eager to seize the opportunity to reclaim Baki's head while Rocky was distracted. However, the trio of Goslin kept a vigilant watch, preventing Baki's brothers from making any rash moves. Moments later, Rocky finished cleaning 1,000 slaughters. The sword, while not particularly striking in appearance, bore a decorative crack on the hilt, and lacked a crossguard or rivets. It featured a carved mouth, a shark-skin grip, and a wrapped handle, though age had rendered it tattered. Rocky considered discarding the damaged elements. The cross-shaped guard appeared quite simple. The blade was relatively long with a significant curve, adorned with 2 blood grooves and a typical flame-patterned steel edge. The entire sword measured approximately 1 meter in length. Rocky grasped the weapon. The 1,000 slaughters felt somewhat heavier than the white blossom, offering a slightly less satisfactory grip. However, his considerable strength rendered the issue negligible. With a swift stroke of his sword, Rocky effortlessly cleaved a large boulder by the water's edge in two. "What a fine blade," Rocky remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Remarkably, he exerted only a fraction of his strength, merely 20 to 30%, yet the sword effortlessly severed the stone, a testament to its razor-sharp edge. Witnessing this, Buggy felt a burning sensation on his face, and simultaneously, he sensed his heart bleeding. What a magnificent weapon, worth several million berries. In an instant, it was no longer his. Buggy seethed with resentment. He regretted underestimating Rocky from the outset. Had he not belittled Rocky, he would have seized the opportunity to claim this sword for himself. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. "Congratulations, young Rocky, on acquiring such a treasure," Gosling exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, congratulations," Gary chimed in eagerly. The taciturn Ash watched Rocky's radiant smile, understanding all too well the elation of a swordsman. Thus, he genuinely rejoiced for Rocky's fortune. Rocky himself is not one to be indifferent to fame and fortune. However, with the illustrious blade of the good knife before him, he finds little interest in the treasures contained within that chest. "Let us proceed. We can go for an exchange." Rocky, wielding the magnificent sword, proudly lifted Bucky's head and strode purposefully along the stream. At the seaside, Bucky's pirate ship hoisted the anchor thrown into the sea, discarding all the bullets from the ship's firearms into the depths. This was all overseen by Gosling and his companions. Subsequently, the pirate ship sailed out approximately 100 meters. At that moment, a small emergency boat was lowered from the ship. Gosling and his companions stood aboard, diligently paddling as the small vessel gradually approached the shore. "Release Captain Bucky," shouted Bucky's little mates, brandishing a loudspeaker at Rocky. Rocky is not a man of empty promises. He promptly hurled Buggy's head into the air. Once airborne, Buggy's head soared towards the pirate ship on the sea. Witnessing this scene, Buggy's little comrades breathed a sigh of relief. The rowing speed of Gosling and his companions was naturally inferior to that of Buggy's flying head. By the time Gosling and his companions had yet to land, Buggy's head had already reached the pirate ship. Successfully reattaching his head, Buggy cast a glance at Rocky on the table and the still unlit Gosling trio. He let out a cold chuckle and waved his hand, commanding his little comrades, bring forth my buggy bomb." Upon hearing this, Rocky blinked in surprise. Buggy bomb? It seems that in the original work, Buggy had invented this weapon. But why was it not discovered and discarded? Quickly, blow those three on the small boat to smithereens. Then topple that little brat on shore. Buggy roared, his humiliation palpable. Oh no. Gosling and his companions stared at the ominous cannon, dread filling their hearts. A cannon. Its power was such that even if they were uninjured, they might not withstand it, let alone now when all three were severely wounded. What to do? Were they truly to perish here? Chapter 51. Intimidation. I must admit, I am quite impressed that the cannon went undetected. Rocky gazed helplessly at the trio on the small boat. They truly were incompetent allies. How could such a large cannon possibly escape notice? On the small boat. Amidst their terror, Gosling and his companions were equally bewildered. By heaven's witness, they had thoroughly searched the storage room on the pirate ship, inspecting even the food storage and kitchen. Where on earth could that cannon be hidden? The answer was that the cannon had been concealed in Buggy's bedroom. Recently, Buggy had been engrossed in researching this so-called formidable buggy bomb. The storage room was not conducive for proper rest during development. So Buggy had transformed his bedroom into a workshop for crafting the buggy cannon. Who could have imagined this? Despairing little brat? Buggy gazed at Rocky on the shore, a smile of delight gracing his face. I shall make you watch helplessly as your friends are blasted to pieces by my cannon. Buggy's triumphant laughter echoed. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke me, is it? Rocky replied lightly, noncommittally. How could it not be? What means do you possess to thwart me? You shall see. Rocky responded, a smile adorning his face. He was resolute in his determination. I'll be watching. Buggy scoffed, dismissing the notion that Rocky could possibly prevent him from firing the cannon from over 100 meters away. A sudden, invisible wave surged forth from Rocky, its transmission swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it swept past the three members of Gosling aboard the small boat, as well as Buggy and his companions on the pirate ship. Thud, thud, Buggy's crew members collapsed to the deck, while Gosling and his companions instinctively fell to the ground, with the unfortunate Gosling tumbling directly into the sea. At present, Rocky's Conqueror's Haki was still in its rudimentary form, rendering him unable to select specific targets for intimidation. Yet the oppressive aura bore down on Buggy, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. He was acutely aware of this formidable force, the Conqueror's Haki. How could that boy possess such power? Buggy stared at Rocky on the shore as if he had encountered a ghost, his mind racing. The Conqueror's Haki is no mere trinket. It is a rare and extraordinary power bestowed only upon those with the qualities of a king. Could this young boy truly possess the essence of royalty? Buggy found it hard to believe. The owners of the Conqueror's Haki were exceedingly rare in the East Sea. He had not encountered a single one in all his years. What should he do now? Continue to fire? Without hesitation, Buggy dashed to the helm, preparing to make his escape. Just then, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the sea, propelling Buggy's pirate ship away into the distance. What? Rocky stood in astonishment, gazing at the pirate ship that was swept away by the fierce wind. He had intended to swim over, retrieve Gosling, and deal with Buggy. But suddenly a chilling gust whisked Buggy's ship away. Is this what they call the luck of the Conqueror's Haki? Upon reflection, although his own Conqueror's Haki appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to the sheer fortune associated with it. Sighing in resignation, Rocky swam towards the emergency boat, diving beneath the waves to rescue Gosling. Before returning to shore with him and the others, it was not until dusk that Gosling and the others finally regained consciousness. Rocky, what just transpired? I only recall an incomprehensible, soul-stirring force overwhelming me, after which I lost consciousness, Gosling remarked. Yes, how did you manage to save us? Both Gosling and Garanon inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Asha observed Rocky in silence, her reticence preventing her from voicing her thoughts. I possess the Conqueror's Haki, Rocky replied with a smile. However, the three individuals before him, akin to frogs in a well, exhibited no reaction. They remained oblivious to the concept of Conqueror's Haki, and even the notion of Haki itself was foreign to them. Rocky painstakingly elucidated the concept of Conqueror's Haki to them. Upon learning of the rarity of this formidable power, Gosling and his companions instinctively shouted 666 in unison, reveling in their successful display of bravado. This brought great joy to Rocky, while the trio, having miraculously escaped peril, shared in the happiness. Together, the four of them made their way back to Windmill Town. By the way, Rocky, are you not the infamous bounty hunter who recently vanquished the fishman Arlong? Ashia mustered the courage to inquire during their journey. With a sly grin, Rocky remained noncommittal. No wonder Rocky was so formidable, Gosling realized. Rocky, could you instruct me in swordsmanship? Ash continued to inquire. Certainly. After we return for dinner, I shall teach you tomorrow, Rocky replied with a smile. Upon their return to Windmill Town, the four were ravenously hungry and instinctively made their way to Machino's bar. However, upon arriving at the bar's entrance, they were astonished to find it brimming with patrons, even spilling out onto the street with several tables set up outside. The diners appeared disheveled, yet carefree, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of Rocky and his companions, as they indulged heartily in their feast and libations. Who are these people? Rocky asked Gosling, who stood beside him. Although the revelers displayed no overt hostility or menace, Rocky sensed an oppressive atmosphere, akin to an unarmed human facing a ferocious beast. He had experienced a similar sensation during his first encounter with Admiral Karp, though this time it felt far more intense. I have no idea. I don't recognize any of them, Gosling pondered. Windmill Town was hardly a tourist attraction, so he wondered what had drawn these individuals here. Regardless, they harbor no ill will towards us. Let's see if there's any food left inside. My stomach is quite empty, Rocky declared, leading Gosling and the others into Machino's bar. As they passed by the diners outside, Rocky noted their lack of unusual behavior. They were simply enjoying their meals and engaging in boisterous conversation, their heads never lifting. It was a sense of ease that Rocky understood well. Ever since he had grown stronger, he felt similarly when facing weaker foes, such as when encountering Arlong's lieutenant, Shachi. Who were these powerful individuals? Rocky's curiosity piqued. They could not possibly be pirates, for Admiral Karp's warship was docked in Windmill Town, and his lieutenant, Bogart, would never permit pirates to enter. He possessed the means to enforce such a prohibition, as did the naval soldiers aboard Karp's vessel. Could they be mounted bandits? Yet, bandits of such strength seemed improbable. The moment Rocky stepped into the tavern, enlightenment struck him. He spotted a man in a black cloak with red hair conversing with the barmaid, Machino. It was none other than the pirate emperor, red-haired Shanks. Chapter 52. The four emperors invite to drink. Oh dear, there truly is no room left in the tavern, Gosling lamented, surveying the crowded establishment. Every seat was occupied by Shanks' crew of pirates. Rocky cast a glance at Gosling beside him, pondering to himself, how can this fellow be so oblivious? Does he not recognize Shanks? Shanks had lingered in Windmill Town for an extended period when he encountered Luffy. Gosling had no valid reason for ignorance. Gosling, aren't you a local? How could you be unaware of the red-haired man conversing with the tavern owner? Rocky whispered close to Gosling's ear. Ah, we are not from Windmill Town. The three of us hail from the neighboring village. We have merely frequented this place over the years for drinks and have made many local friends, which is why we know quite a few people here. What's the matter, Rocky? Gosling replied nonchalantly. Nothing, nothing, Rocky responded with a resigned smile. Choosing not to inform Gosling that the red-haired man before them was none other than the Emperor of the New World, Shanks. Let us depart. There are no available seats anyway, Rocky suggested. But we cannot leave. Rocky, do you not realize that this tavern run by Machino serves the finest food in Windmill Town? If there are no seats, we shall stand and eat here, Gosling explained with a hint of exasperation. Machino hasn't disturbed you, has she? Gosling inquired with a smile as he approached the owner, Machino, who was engaged in conversation with Shanks. Rocky observed the situation and, with a resigned shake of his head, mused that sometimes ignorance is indeed bliss. No, it's Gosling. What would you like to eat? Machino glanced apologetically at Shanks before turning to Gosling. The usual, Gosling replied. Then turned to Rocky. What would you like to eat, brother Rocky? Under the watchful gaze of the formidable members of the red-haired pirates, Rocky approached the bar and picked up the menu, ordering a seafood dish identical to the one he had previously chosen. Hey, red-haired brother, who are you? Boisterously inquired Gosling, a sociable fellow who relished making new acquaintances, as he patted Shanks on the shoulder. I am Shanks, the red-haired captain replied with a smile, looking up at Gosling. Shanks. What a remarkable name, Gosling chuckled, adding, isn't your name exactly the same as that of one of the four emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks? As soon as he spoke, Gosling's expression shifted, suddenly realizing the significance of the man before him, who bore the name Shanks and sported the iconic crimson hair. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? Earlier that morning, they had failed to recognize Rocky due to their unexpected arrival in Windmill Village. Nevertheless, Shanks undoubtedly possessed the ability to roam freely across the New World. Traversing the ordinary East Blue was merely child's play for him. Gosling surveyed the patrons within the bar once more, and to his astonishment, he perceived a sense of strength emanating from each of them. "You are the Four Emperor, Shanks?" he asked in astonishment, gazing at the red-haired captain. "Do you know me?" Shanks replied, his expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. "The captain is a fool. Nearly everyone across the world has heard of our red-haired pirates," chuckled a hefty man beside Shanks, gnawing on a large piece of meat. His laughter was infectious, prompting the entire bar to erupt in mirth, including Shanks himself, who seemed to revel in the jovial atmosphere as though they jested about someone else. Such was the nature of this man, whose heart was as expansive as the ocean. Rocky, observing the laughter of Shanks, felt a twinge of sentimentality. "What should we do now, brother Rocky?" Goslin stammered, visibly trembling. His companion, Garanon, mirrored his anxiety, shaking nervously. "Fear not. Shanks and his crew would not target insignificant characters like us without cause," Rocky reassured, smiling. According to the portrayal of Shanks' character in the original narrative, he would never harm those who posed no threat to his comrades. "Yet this young man is no mere character," interjected the portly man who had previously jested about Shanks. He produced a newspaper, pointing at the image of a young man on the cover with his chubby finger, saying, "This young lad was able to defeat a pirate with a bounty of 20 million at just 18 years of age, even surpassing Shanks during his prime. What? He is even more formidable than the captain was back then? Does that make the captain appear weak?" joked one of the crew members of the red-haired pirates. Laughter once again filled the bar, suffusing the space with an atmosphere of joy. However, Goslin and his companions were left bewildered. Their perceptions of the camaraderie and mirth surrounding Shanks and his crew radically altered. "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth," Shanks remarked, casting a glance at Rocky. "To receive praise from one of the Four Emperors?" Suddenly, Losai felt a tinge of elation. No, it was merely that I exert myself more diligently than others," he replied with a subtle smile. "Losai, now that you are a pirate hunter, what do you aspire to do in the future?" Shanks inquired unexpectedly. "As a member of the Navy, I have already pledged my allegiance to Admiral Karp," Losai winked and added. "I see. By the way, you mentioned Admiral Karp. Has he returned to the East Blue?" Shanks asked, his expression growing serious as he looked at Losai. Rocky blinked and said, "Did you not notice the enormous warship in the harbor when your pirate vessel approached Windmill Town? Is that not the flagship of Rear Admiral Karp?" Shanks slapped his forehead, exclaiming in astonishment, "How careless of me. I failed to pay close attention as we passed by earlier." Rocky, the red-haired pirates indeed possessed the strength and audacity to disregard any naval vessel. "Rocky, do you know when Vice Admiral Garp will return?" Shanks inquired, his expression solemn. "The day after tomorrow." "Well, that's reassuring," Shanks replied, a smile returning to his face as he glanced at his comrades in the bar. "Vice Admiral Garp will be back the day after tomorrow, so we shall depart before then to avoid an encounter with him." "Are we staying a few more days?" Makino gazed at Shanks with reluctance. Shanks immediately waved his hand, declaring, "Brothers, I have suddenly decided we shall linger a few more days. After all, Vice Admiral Garp can do nothing against us." Laughter filled the bar, creating a joyous atmosphere. "Let us celebrate today with a drink." Shanks raised his cup towards Rocky and his companions. "Fate brought us together. Friends, let us drink." Invited by an emperor to drink? How touching. Yet, they hesitated to move. However, as the drinking continued, Rocky and his companions gradually relaxed and joined the members of the red-haired pirates in toasting one after another, especially the trio of Gauss, who felt immense joy each time they managed to outrank a member of the red-haired pirates, imagining themselves boasting to their juniors in the future. "Back in the day, I drank with the red-haired pirates and outlasted them." The next day at noon, Rocky awoke, surrounded by many who were still sound asleep, resembling dead pigs. Even Shanks was sprawled across the bar, snoring. Although these titans of the New World were deep in slumber, Rocky was confident that they would awaken at the slightest hint of danger. Quietly, he rose and made his way to the warship to freshen up. Chapter 53, Naval Headquarters Rocky. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he followed the sound and saw Bogart, Garp's aide, standing beside Makino's bar. "Where are you going?" Bogart asked in a stern tone. Rocky blinked at Bogart, pondering, what is he doing here? How long has he been here? "I'm heading back to the warship to freshen up." "Is there an issue?" Rocky replied. "No issue, but once you've washed up, don't return," Bogart said flatly, his words carrying an undeniable authority. Anyone could discern the underlying meaning. "Are you worried I might be led astray by the red-haired pirates?" Rocky chuckled lightly, acknowledging the possibility. Shanks was indeed a charismatic leader. It then dawned on Rocky why Bogart was present. As a competent naval officer, he could not tolerate the misdeeds of the red-haired pirates. However, he could not prevent their landing, so he had to follow them. Should the red-haired pirates pose a threat to innocent civilians, Bogart would undoubtedly intervene, regardless of his own safety. Then I shall take my leave to bid farewell to my newfound friends. Rocky glanced at Bogart. Go ahead with your newly made friends, Bogart said with an impassive expression. Upon returning to the tavern, Rocky roused the 3 members of Gosling. Bogart noticed that the friends Rocky referred to were the trio of Gosling, and he immediately felt reassured, continuing to observe the red-haired pirate crew without taking any action. Soon, the 4 of them exited the tavern together and made their way towards the warship. Rocky had previously promised Asha to instruct him in the art of swordsmanship, and he could not break that promise. On the beach, in accordance with their agreement, Rocky allowed Asha to practice his sword skills, personally guiding him. On the 3rd day, Karp returned to the warship. That red-haired lad was excessively arrogant. Upon learning that the red-haired pirates had ventured to Windmill Town, Karp clenched his fists tightly. For the past 3 days, Karp, the admiral, had been informed that the red-haired pirates remained in the tavern of Makino, exhibiting no unusual behavior, as reported by Bogart. If that lad is not taking any action, then let it be. We shall continue to monitor until he departs. Karp nodded in agreement. Rocky, I've heard you shared a drink with Shanks. Quite impressive, indeed, to have connections with one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Karp turned his gaze toward Rocky. Rocky, momentarily bewildered by Karp's true intentions, remained silent, fixated on him. What sort of man do you perceive him to be? Karp remarked with a scoff. A rather charismatic individual, Rocky candidly replied. Have you been so swiftly led astray by that scoundrel? Karp's massive fist cracked ominously as he clenched them tightly. Rocky widened his eyes and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I'm merely speaking the truth. Admiral Karp, upon reflection, considered how someone capable of becoming one of the 4 emperors, surrounded by a multitude of formidable allies, could possibly lack in personal charisma. Karp nodded in agreement. Recalling the tales that Shanks had once been a trainee crew member aboard the pirate King Roger's ship, a man renowned for his extraordinary charisma, it was hardly surprising that Shanks might have learned a thing or 2 from him. As long as that rascal hasn't led you astray. Otherwise I would have to educate you with the iron fist of love. Karp chuckled heartily. Rock glanced at the colossal fist of Captain Karp and timidly replied, Rest assured, Captain Karp, I shall remain aboard the ship and behave myself for the next few days. Ha ha ha. I truly admire clever youngsters like you, Karp chuckled, patting Rock on the shoulder with such force that it nearly dislocated his bones. 5 days later, the red-haired pirate crew set sail, accompanied by Karp's warship. Yet, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Neither party felt inclined to engage or acknowledge one another. The voyage across the sea was monotonous, and the journey from the East Blue to the Marine headquarters at Marineford would take no less than 20 days. During this time, Rock did not remain idle aboard Karp's vessel. Although there was no space for running, he diligently engaged in other forms of training, such as push-ups, squats, and frog jumps. However, Roche's tenacious spirit did not seem to inspire the other sailors aboard Karp's warship, save for Karp's aide, Bogart. The latter, noticing Roche's dedication, took a liking to him and occasionally practiced a few moves alongside him. As time passed, after more than 20 days, Karp's warship traversed the doldrums and crossed a significant portion of the first half of the Grand Line, finally arriving at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. The warship docked at Marineford's harbor, and the surrounding Marine soldiers saluted Karp as he disembarked. Upon stepping onto the grounds of the Marine headquarters, Rock was awestruck by the surrounding architecture. Since entering the world of pirates, he had not encountered such towering edifices. Yet the structures at Marine headquarters were unlike anything he had ever seen. They were immense, truly colossal, soaring over 150 meters in height, with the main structure resembling a rectangular prism, its width extending for hundreds of meters. Nevertheless, Karp did not intend to take Rock into the main building. He halted the procession, waved his hand, and summoned his aide, Bogart, who promptly approached Karp's side. Take Rock to the training camp, Karp instructed matter-of-factly. Understood, Captain Karp. Bogart replied, turning his gaze toward Rock. Rocky, with a heavy heart, was taken to the vast training camp of the naval headquarters. Like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, Rocky surveyed everything around him. Gradually, he became aware of an intriguing phenomenon. The training camp was divided into 2 distinct sections. On the left, numerous male soldiers were engaged in rigorous training, while on the right, a considerable number of female soldiers were honing their skills. The separation of genders and training seemed perplexing to Rocky, who sighed in contemplation. However, Bogart chose to disregard Rocky's nonsensical queries. Soon, Bogart led Rocky to the area where the male soldiers were training. This was a vast playground, where a formation of about 50 soldiers was jogging in unison. Bogart guided Rocky to a commanding officer stationed outside the training grounds. This officer was an imposing figure, towering over 3 meters tall, with a robust, sun-kissed complexion and a head of neatly cropped black hair. His square jaw and resolute expression exuded authority. Clad in a military green short-sleeved shirt, the muscular definition of his arms and well-developed chest was unmistakably evident. "Do not move from this spot," Bogart instructed Rocky before striding towards the instructor of the camp. Rocky paused thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the distant training ground where female soldiers were engaged in rigorous drills, but the distance rendered the scene indistinct. Turning his attention to the naval recruits running on the field, Rocky felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Military training, a term both familiar and foreign, evoked memories of life back on Earth. Lost in contemplation, he remained oblivious to the passage of time. "Next, you will follow this instructor for training," Bogart said as he approached Rocky, lightly patting him on the shoulder and interrupting his reverie. "This is the 1st Battalion, 3rd Company. Remember to put in your best effort. Do not tarnish General Kapu's reputation." "Understood," Rocky replied, snapping back to reality and nodding at Bogart, who responded with a subtle smile. Taking a deep breath, Rocky strode towards the imposing instructor. Chapter 54. Self-Introduction. The 1st Battalion, 3rd Company? How formidable could it be? Rocky pondered Bogart's words, realizing that this company was undoubtedly a prestigious training unit. "Regardless of its reputation, I shall strive to be its most distinguished member." Casting aside irrelevant thoughts, he donned a confident smile. "Greetings, sir. I am Rocky, here to report for duty," he announced, standing at attention beside the imposing instructor. He refrained from saluting, fearing that his execution might be subpar and lead to embarrassment. The instructor appraised Rocky with a discerning eye, remaining silent before simply stating, "Wait here for now." "Excuse me. Sir, may I inquire about the prowess of the 1st Battalion, 3rd Company? You are not aware of the significance of the 1st Battalion?" The instructor regarded Rocky with surprise. "I am not," Rocky admitted, shaking his head. "Firstly, the naval training camps comprise 5 battalions. The 1st Battalion is the finest among them." "I understand now. Thank you, sir," Rocky responded, his demeanor turning serious. Bogart had secured him a position in the highest-ranking training camp within the naval headquarters, an act of elevation and respect. He must not squander the goodwill extended to him. How formidable are the recruits of the 1st Battalion? Could anyone surpass my capabilities? Rocky mused inwardly, feeling uncertain about his current strengths in comparison to the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Yet, he was brimming with confidence that he could emerge as the best among them. Approximately an hour later, the naval recruits of the 1st Battalion ceased their weight-bearing runs and assembled before the imposing instructor. Rocky glanced at the soldiers before him, clad in uniforms that accentuated their dark complexions. He was uncertain how long they had been enduring their weighted runs, yet their exhausted appearances suggested they were utterly spent. Observing this, Rocky blinked. If they had only been running for an hour under such burdens, he mused that he might already surpass them in strength without even undergoing training. As Rocky gazed upon the trainees, they in turn regarded him, this newcomer with delicate features. "From this moment forth, Rocky shall be your comrade." The burly instructor surveyed the crowd, gesturing towards Rocky, and bellowed with vigor, "Welcome." A resounding applause erupted. In that instant, Rocky felt an overwhelming sense of honor. "Rocky, please introduce yourself." The imposing instructor then directed his attention towards him. Rock nodded, glanced at the sun, and then turned to the assembled trainees, taking a deep breath to gather his thoughts. "Good afternoon, comrades. My name is Rock. I am 18 years old. Hailing from Apple Village in the Kingdom of Eastern Sea, Colombia. I am a swordsman, and I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come." Applause erupted once more. "Rock is from the Eastern Sea?" murmured the trainees below. "It has been ages since anyone from the Eastern Sea has joined the 1st Battalion." "Indeed," the trainees whispered among themselves. After absorbing the theoretical knowledge imparted by the headquarters regarding this world, the trainees understood that the Eastern Sea was the most peaceful maritime region. The absence of conflict had stifled the emergence of formidable warriors. Thus, upon learning that Rock was from the Eastern Sea, they were taken aback, joining the 1st Battalion directly. "I wonder what Rock's abilities are. Were you not paying attention?" Rock claimed to be a swordsman, and a swordsman must possess considerable skill. But just how skilled is he? Who can say? Swordsman is merely a title. Rock's self-identification as a swordsman could mean he is exceptionally strong, or perhaps he is not a swordsman at all. The trainees continued their hushed murmurs, Silence, bellowed the burly instructor. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. Rocky instantly comprehended the esteemed authority of the imposing instructor beside him. Rocky, he began, the esteemed General Bogart has informed me of your exceptional capabilities and diligent nature. He has instructed me to focus solely on your military theoretical education, rather than your physical training. I am left to ponder, what precisely does he mean by exceptional? Therefore, let us put this to the test. Both the multitude of trainees and Rocky found themselves bewildered. The notion of neglecting physical training was utterly absurd. It is worth noting that within the training camp, 70% of the soldiers' training time is dedicated to physical conditioning. As for the method of assessment, I shall opt for the simplest and most straightforward approach. Rocky, I shall grant you 10 seconds. Should I fail to bring you down within this time frame, you may henceforth dictate your own physical training regimen. The burly instructor declared with utmost seriousness. Just 10 seconds? Rocky furrowed his brow, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. While he was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the imposing instructor before him, the notion that he could be subdued in a mere 10 seconds was an affront he could not accept, igniting a sense of indignation within him. Since the inception of his career, virtually every adversary had underestimated him, as if an invisible veil of diminished intellect had been cast over his opponents. Ding! Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Rocky's mind. A strong desire detected within the host. System task activated. Defeat Instructor Balza in a direct confrontation. Time limit, 1 year. Reward, 50 points. Upon receiving the system task, Rocky stood motionless, and the trainee soldiers, noticing the silence between him and the instructor, began to whisper among themselves. 10 seconds? Instructor Balza could defeat us in less than a second. Instructor Balza certainly holds Rocky in high regard. There was no denying that Rocky had been recommended into the 1st Regiment by General Bogart, suggesting he possessed considerable strength. However, many believed that Instructor Balza would emerge victorious. Indeed, Instructor Balza is well versed in the Navy's 6 styles. He could simply use shave to appear beside Rocky and strike him down with a finger jab, leading to Rocky's swift defeat. The entire process might take no longer than 2 seconds. As the system task concluded, Rocky regained his composure and confidently regarded Instructor Balza, calmly stating, "All right, Instructor, I will fight you." Judging by the system task that had been issued, it was evident that the gap in strength between him and the instructor was vast, making victory seem impossible. Yet, Rocky believed he could endure for at least 10 seconds against the instructor. He held great confidence in himself. After all, during the journey from the East Sea to the Navy headquarters, Rocky had not been idle. He had diligently trained for 18 hours each day. His current abilities surpassed those he had possessed when he defeated Arlong. Goodness, Rocky truly dares to challenge the instructor. The trainee soldiers resumed their chatter. Silence. Instructor Balza scanned his soldiers and commanded, "Rocky is someone brought in by General Bogart. He is not as weak as you presume. Even if he loses, he should at least last 6 or 7 seconds." The expressions of the Navy soldiers shifted, and they regarded Rocky with a newfound respect. In the world of One Piece, strength is the fundamental law of survival. Am I really only capable of lasting 6 or 7 seconds? I will strive to endure for a full 10. Rocky took a deep breath and clenched his fists. When others claim you cannot succeed, do not attempt to argue with them. Words alone cannot alter one's opinion. Instead, let your actions serve as proof. By the way, Instructor Balza, when you speak of knocking me down, do you mean merely to defeat me, or to incapacitate me so that I cannot rise again? Huh? You desire that kind of outcome? Instructor Balza shrugged, indicating his indifference. Regardless of the method, he was confident he could handle Rocky within 10 seconds. Then let us proceed with the latter. It should be simpler for you and a true challenge for me. Rocky responded with a calm gaze. Chapter 55, A Clash with the Instructor. Rocky seemed a touch arrogant. This was not mere arrogance, it was sheer audacity. Yet, it was understandable. The inexperienced often lack fear, and were we not once the same? Once Rocky faces the stern reprimand of Instructor Balza, he shall undoubtedly come to a realization. Is he simply too idle? Balza's icy gaze swept over the chattering recruits below, who promptly silenced themselves. Based on their understanding of Instructor Balza, they recognized that his earlier demeanor indicated genuine anger. It was unwise to provoke a tiger's whiskers further. Very well, Rocky. You possess pride and tenacity, qualities I admire, Balza said, cracking his knuckles ominously. Hey, you there? Step forward, he commanded, pointing to a recruit at the front of the line. Upon the recruit's approach, Balza produced a stopwatch and tossed it to him, instructing, "When we are ready." You shall shout start in time for 10 seconds. With a deep exhalation, Rocky drew his formidable sword, the demon blade Thousand Slaughters, setting the scabbard aside. I am ready, he declared. The recruit holding the stopwatch, upon hearing Rocky's affirmation, promptly pressed the button and called out loudly. He was confident that Instructor Balza was already prepared. Shave. As the recruit's voice faded, Instructor Balza's figure surged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that lunged at Rocky. Shave, one of the Navy's 6 styles, utilized a series of rapid foot strikes against the ground to generate explosive reactive force for swift movement. The velocity was so tremendous that ordinary eyes could not perceive the speed of the practitioner, rendering them seemingly vanished. To those with slightly greater prowess, it appeared as a mere afterimage. Only those of comparable strength could accurately track the user's movements. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed. The recruits beheld the spectacle of Rocky and Instructor Balza locked in combat. Balza's right index finger had made contact with the tip of Rocky's sword. Or rather, it was Rocky's blade that had intercepted Balza's piercing strike. The finger gun, another of the Navy's 6 styles, concentrated the user's entire strength into the fingertip, releasing a strike with the power of a bullet, capable of effortlessly penetrating the human body. Incredible! Though Instructor Balza had previously warned the recruits of Rocky's formidable strength, they were nonetheless astonished by the unfolding scene. At the tender age of 18, Rocky, who had not undergone systematic training, astonishingly managed to fend off the assaults of Instructor Balza, a seasoned veteran who had dedicated years to mastering the Navy's 6th style. It was truly remarkable. The battlefield was a swirling tempest of unpredictability, and as the astounded trainees contemplated the unfolding scene, Rocky and Instructor Balza were already engaged in another fierce exchange. With unwavering courage, Balza surged forward, seemingly unperturbed by Rocky's sword, which appeared to him as nothing more than a wooden stick, incapable of inflicting harm. He employed the iron block technique, one of the Navy's 6 styles, a nearly flawless defensive maneuver. Through rigorous physical conditioning, he had imbued his skin and muscles with the hardness of iron, rendering them impervious to bullets and blades. However, a drawback of the iron block technique was the user's inability to move freely. Yet, from Balza's display, it was evident that he had transcended this limitation. The onlooking trainees could not shake the thought that Rocky was destined for defeat. Indeed, with the iron block as a shield, Balza could entirely disregard the threat posed by Rocky's sword, focusing solely on the offensive. Rocky, lacking proficiency in the iron block, faced a grim fate. Should Balza's sharp strikes connect, his defeat would be all but assured. In what felt like mere seconds, Rocky pondered, even if victory eluded him. He could not afford to succumb at this moment. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he devised a strategy to counter Balza's relentless assault. It was time to unleash his swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Rocky employed his unerring swordsmanship, targeting the right eye of Instructor Balza. While iron can render skin and muscle as resilient as steel, Rocky remained unconvinced that even the most delicate part of the human body could be fortified in such a manner. Swish! The sword of Rocky flashed like lightning, aiming directly for Instructor Balza's left eye. Although his speed of movement could not rival that of Instructor Balza, the swiftness of his strike surpassed the pace of Balza's attack by a slight margin. This young man, observing the blade of Rocky approaching his eye, Instructor Balza's expression hardened. He quickly withdrew his right hand to shield his eye, while his left hand launched a direct assault towards Rocky's neck. However, just as Rocky's sword was about to be intercepted by Balza's right hand, it suddenly veered, with the tip aimed straight at Balza's right eye. It turned out that Rocky's true target was never the left eye. He had locked onto the right eye from the very beginning. This is bad. Balza realized that if he did not abandon his offensive to evade, he would undoubtedly be struck by Rocky's blade. Unable to take the risk, he could not ascertain whether Rocky would halt before blinding his right eye. Bracing himself firmly on the ground, his body unexpectedly relaxed, transforming into a blade of grass swaying in the wind, as the air pressure from Rocky's strike swept him aside. The tip of Rocky's sword pierced past Instructor Balza's right eye, causing the instructor to feel the air stirred by the blade's movement ruffle his short hair. What a close call. A fleeting thought crossed Balza's mind. Had he employed the technique of paper drawing to evade, his right eye would likely be irreparably damaged by now. Paper drawing, one of the Navy's 6 styles, allows the practitioner to release their entire body's strength, gracefully maneuvering their form as if painting on paper, effectively avoiding incoming attacks. If the user is also adept in observation Haki, it becomes nearly impossible for any assault from any angle to land a hit. The trainee soldiers, mere spectators, stood transfixed by the spectacle before them. Rocky's recent display had shattered their previous perceptions. The certainty of the swordsmanship was indeed unerring. As Rocky sheathed his sword, a sense of solemnity enveloped him. Moments ago, he had foreseen Balls's final evasive trajectory through observation Haki, had he chosen to target it. Balls's right, I would most certainly have been blinded. Yet, he refrained from exploiting Balls's movements, for this was not a life-or-death battle. There was no necessity for such action. However, while the technique was indeed infallible, it proved futile against an opponent of overwhelming strength. A true master possesses no weaknesses. For instance, when Rocky aimed his unerring swordsmanship at Big Mom's eyes, she merely needed to close her eyes before the blade struck, rendering it incapable of piercing even her eyelid. And she would retaliate with a lethal slap. Seizing the moment while Ballsa was momentarily dazed, Rocky swiftly retreated and, in one fluid motion, executed a slashing strike towards Ballsa. Whoosh! A sharp wave of sword energy sliced through the air, racing towards Ballsa. Good lad, Chief Bogart mused, his impression of Rocky elevating dramatically upon witnessing the sword energy strike. This fellow is truly a master swordsman. Bogart felt fortunate to have discovered such a promising talent. In that instant, Ballsa's mind raced with similar thoughts. He suddenly perceived that even if Rocky were to best him, it would not be of great consequence. Nevertheless, he would never allow Rocky to win without a fight. With a swift motion, Ballsa's right leg swept in a whip-like fashion. Whoosh! Another crescent-shaped slash erupted forth. Raging foot. One of the Navy's 6 styles employs rapid contraction and expansion of the leg muscles to unleash a sharp wave of cutting energy, akin to the sword energy strike. Following this, Ballsa propelled himself towards Rocky with a shave. Chapter 56. Victory. Now let's see how you withstand this. A smirk danced upon Instructor Ballsa's lips as this thought flickered through his mind. He had not anticipated Rocky's swordsmanship to be so formidable, catching him off guard. This time, he was well prepared and would certainly not repeat his past mistakes. 6 seconds had already elapsed, but in the next moment, Rocky was destined to lose. The soldier, holding a stopwatch, focused intently on the 2 fighters in the arena. He could not believe that a commander who had suffered defeat once would falter again. The next wave of attacks from Commander Ballsa would undoubtedly be beyond Rocky's defense. All the onlooking trainees shared this sentiment. They were acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of Commander Ballsa. If he were not exceptionally strong, he would not be qualified to train a battalion. It must have been 5 or 6 seconds, Rocky pondered, as he charged directly at Commander Ballsa with his sword drawn. Faced with such formidable strength, it was impossible for Rocky to evade and last for 10 seconds. Moreover, the scar on his back was a mark of shame for a swordsman, and his pride would not permit him to entertain thoughts of retreat when confronted by a powerful adversary who posed no mortal threat, regardless of the enemy's might. A true swordsman must always draw his blade in the face of opposition. This spirit of confrontation is essential for any swordsman to possess. As Rocky charged towards him, Commander Ballsa felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The courage to face a formidable opponent head-on was a trait that some might never acquire in their lifetime. Suddenly, he understood why Bogart held Rocky in such high esteem. Let him fall gloriously. As Rocky thrust his sword, Commander Ballsa extended his right hand, while his left finger pointed decisively. Although the technique of this attack was identical to the last, anyone could discern that the speed of this assault was several times quicker than before. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed can prevail. Commander Ballsa had little concern for how skilled Rocky's swordsmanship was. As long as he struck Rocky before the latter could land a blow, victory was assured. At that moment, a hum resonated through the air. A sudden surge of formidable and intimidating presence emanated from Rocky, instilling a sense of dread. The Conqueror's Haki. The speed at which this Haki spread was naturally swifter than the assault of Instructor Ballsa. In that fleeting moment when Ballsa was enveloped by the Haki, he found himself momentarily stunned. In the art of combat among masters, every strike is lethal. Often, a single misstep can determine the outcome of a fierce confrontation. Although Rocky's prowess did not match that of Instructor Ballsa, the proximity of their positions rendered Ballsa unable to evade. Even if Rocky's strike lacked the ferocity and swiftness of Ballsa's. Clang! The tip of Rocky's sword collided with Instructor Ballsa's chest, producing a resounding clang akin to metal striking metal, while the front half of his swift blade, capable of slaying thousands, bent under the intense impact. At that moment, Rocky pressed off the ground, utilizing the elastic potential energy of his sword to retreat. As he withdrew, he did not remain idle. He swung his blade with great force. A sharp wave of sword energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards the dazed Balza. Damn it! As the lethal energy approached, Balza swiftly employed a paper drawing technique to evade Rocky's strike. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he charged once more at Rocky. As the saying goes, misfortune comes in threes. After having his 2 prior assaults thwarted by Rocky, he felt a surge of irritation. This time, he unleashed his full strength. Had it not been 10 seconds? Watching Balza charge again, his speed now increased. Rocky gasped for breath. He had just employed both the unerring sword technique and the Conqueror's Haki, depleting a significant amount of his stamina. I have done my utmost, even in defeat. I would have no regrets. Rocky raised his sword once more to meet Balza. Yet, before they could draw near, a sudden series of beeps interrupted the tension. Balza abruptly halted, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the grassy field. 10 seconds had elapsed. Balza stood frozen for a moment, realization dawning upon him. He had lost. As Balza came to a standstill, Rocky understood that the beeping was the timer's signal indicating the end of the countdown. I have triumphed. Rocky exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the playground, gasping for breath. Although victorious, the triumph was far from effortless. Within those fleeting 10 seconds, he had employed every trick in his repertoire, exhausting a significant portion of his stamina. Yet, all of it was worthwhile. He had emerged victorious. In truth, beyond the mere victory in sparring, Rocky's greatest revelation was the stark awareness of the chasm between himself and Instructor Balza. Damn it! Is the System's task of defeating Instructor Balza within a year for Real? That is exceedingly difficult. Rocky felt a surge of frustration, apart from the initial task. Every subsequent challenge had proven daunting. Well done, Rocky, Instructor Balza remarked as he approached, placing a hand on Rocky's shoulder. You are the first recruit who has managed to evade defeat at my hands within 10 seconds. Hearing this, Rocky couldn't help but smile, feeling quite pleased. Is it time to sleep? Instructor Balza cast a glance at the trainees who had fainted from Rocky's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki and coldly commanded, those who have not fainted, wake your comrades. Yes. Balza's order startled the trainees, who were still in shock and disbelief, prompting them to quickly adjust their mindset. Subsequently, the unconscious trainees were gradually roused by their comrades. What? Rocky won. Upon awakening and learning of the outcome, the stunned soldiers could hardly find their words. They never imagined that Instructor Balza would be defeated. By the way, what just happened? At that moment, I suddenly felt like Rocky had transformed into a terrifying force. I didn't even dare to confront him. Me too. That was Conqueror's Haki, explained the soldiers who had remained conscious. What? Conqueror's Haki? Are you saying Rocky possesses Conqueror's Haki? Is that even possible? Didn't you faint? Conqueror's Haki implies that Rocky possesses the qualities of a king. I am utterly envious. What are you chattering about? While others remained on their feet, you fainted. Do you find that commendable? Instructor Balza barked. The trainees promptly fell silent, standing at attention, awaiting Balza's reprimand. Those who fainted stepped forward. Balza's stern gaze swept across the entire training squad. Instantly, nearly half of the soldiers stepped forward to stand aside. You typically do not train diligently, complaining and lamenting. Now you know the consequences, don't you? Balza snorted coldly, fixing his gaze on all the stepping forward trainees. This time, you encountered your comrades. If you find yourselves on the front lines, facing pirates, and are rendered unconscious by a single Conqueror's Haki, what then? Will you be at their mercy? Noticing the silence from the stepping forward trainees, Balza thundered, answer me. How should we respond to that? The stepping forward trainees remained mute. You will run 50 laps. You are not permitted to eat until you finish. Balza bellowed. Upon hearing this punishment, the stepping forward trainees felt as though they had been granted a reprieve and quickly lined up to begin running around the training ground. P.S. Seeking recommendations, comments, and various forms of interaction. Chapter 57. Rules in the Dormitory Dismissed. Instructor Balza glanced at the trainees who had not been knocked out by Rocky and said casually, the fortunate trainees, having been dismissed early, immediately made their way joyfully to the cafeteria. Rocky, you did well. Instructor Balza approached Rocky, grinning, and said, we cannot waste such a promising talent. Let us set a small goal. 1 month from now, you will hold out for 1 minute under my instruction. Instructor, you cannot do this. It is unfair to others if you provide me with special treatment. I am pleased. So what? Instructor Balza's penetrating gaze fixated on Rocky. A subtle smile gracing his face, clearly harboring a grudge for having been bested by Rocky moments prior. Rocky promptly conceded, as long as you're happy. I am fine with it. Instructor Balza let out a hearty laugh and said, come along. I will show you around the mess hall, the training grounds, and the dormitories. Thank you, instructor, Rocky replied, eagerly following. By the way, Instructor Balza, may I inquire about what you meant when you said I would no longer need to focus on my physical training? Rocky asked. Admiral Bogart informed me that you are diligently practicing for over 10 hours daily aboard Admiral Karp's ship. He believes you are quite disciplined and possess your own training regimen. Hence, he suggested I leave your physical training to you. This is a significant vote of confidence. You must not disappoint the goodwill of Admiral Bogart and Admiral Karp. Understanding dawned on Rocky. One could not help but admire Instructor Balza's discerning eye, based on the training intensity of his comrades. It indeed seemed trivial to him. It was far too easy. A few compliments, and you think you're above yourself. Can you not just stay humble? Balza retorted, somewhat exasperated. Ahem, Rocky chuckled awkwardly and replied, that is indeed the truth. If it were a month ago, that level of training would have sufficed. However, for me now, it is rather beneath my capabilities. Instructor Balza nodded in agreement. Given the outcome of Rocky's recent bout with him, it was evident that Rocky's prowess surpassed that of everyone in the 1st Battalion, and by a considerable margin. Rocky, would you like to learn the Marine 6 styles? Balza suddenly grinned like a cunning fox. At your current physical condition, you have already met the criteria to learn the 6 styles. Should you master them, your strength will significantly surge in a short span. I want to learn. I want to learn. Rocky eagerly raised his hand, akin to an eager student thirsting for knowledge. His primary motivation for joining the Navy was to grow stronger, with the core objective being to master both the 2-color Haki and the Marine 6 styles. Imagine if Rocky had known the moonwalk of the Marine 6 styles when he was dealing with the rat. He would not have had to expend all his points to redeem the Conqueror's Haki. He could have swiftly reached the rat's ship to eliminate him with utmost efficiency. Had he been equipped with such skills during his encounter with Buggy, he would not have allowed Buggy the chance to escape. Learning the Marine 6 styles is not overly complex. One simply needs to pass the year-end examination of the 1st Battalion to gain entry into that esteemed location. That location? The Marine Elite Training Camp. Instructor Balza's expression suddenly turned grave and serious. When mentioning the place, he could not help but show respect. For nearly all the distinguished naval leaders currently in service had emerged from the tutelage of that individual. The elite training camp under Admiral Zifa? Rocky gazed up at the towering figure of Instructor Bogart. It is good to know that Zifa is an exceptional teacher. He possesses a remarkable ability to cultivate outstanding students, a feat unmatched by anyone in the current naval headquarters. A hint of pride crossed Balza's face as he spoke of Zifa, for he too was a student of Zifa. However, the elite training camp is no longer located at the naval headquarters. With a sigh, Instructor Balza lamented, ever since the significant upheaval 6 years ago, Zifa's approach to training students has changed. The current method of the elite training camp involves directly going to the front lines to hunt pirates and refine combat skills. Upon hearing this, Rocky could not help but shudder. Had that scoundrel Whitebeard too already severed Zifa's arm? How infuriating. Zifa was indeed a revered mentor in Rocky's eyes. Nevertheless, the current training approach of the elite training camp is actually more advantageous for students eager to grow. Balza reminisced, when I first entered the elite training camp, the qualification to learn the 6 styles of the Navy was determined by the final assessment scores of the 1st Battalion. I entered the elite training camp as the 4th-ranked student, yet I could only learn 2 of the 6 styles. Instructor Balza patted Rocky on the shoulder and chuckled. Now it's different. Due to the need to fight at the front lines, Zifa will impart all the 6 styles. And there will also be opportunities to learn observation Haki and armament Haki. Is that truly the case? Rocky's eyes lit up. Well, it may not be entirely a blessing. Ever since the elite training camp transformed into this format, there have been soldiers sacrificed on the front lines every year, Instructor Balza said gravely. What else would justify calling it an elite training camp? Rocky smiled. There has never been a reward without toil in this world. To become stronger, one must face life-threatening battles. To be a qualified naval soldier, one cannot evade the trials of blood and fire. You are quite open-minded, kid, Instructor Balza chuckled knowingly, pleased with the young man he admired. As they chatted amiably, Instructor Balza took Rocky on a tour of the vast training camp, eventually leading him to a buffet restaurant where they could indulge endlessly. The restaurant boasted a wide variety of dishes, though unsure of their taste. Rocky felt confident they would not be too disappointing. After lunch, Instructor Balza escorted Rocky towards the dormitory. Rocky, I can't help but feel you don't eat much. Instructor Balza remarked with surprise. Generally speaking, individuals of great strength require substantial sustenance, often giving the impression of being voracious eaters. However, Balza observed that Rocky's appetite was quite modest, barely half that of a 1st Battalion soldier. This is quite peculiar. Well, my digestive system is rather efficient, Rocky remarked casually, skillfully deflecting the conversation. He possessed a system that, under the auspices of its energy cultivation techniques, rendered him impervious to fatigue and hunger. Thus his appetite was not particularly voracious. However, such details were best kept from the instructor. As the two conversed, they arrived at the dormitory for the prospective naval soldiers. Instructor Balza first visited the guard to inquire about certain matters, then retrieved a set of bedding from the guardroom, leading Rocky toward the upstairs dormitory. As they traversed the corridor, Rocky noted the remarkable cleanliness of the passageway, which seemed almost immaculate. By the way, Rocky, there is a unique rule regarding the new recruits' dormitories at the naval headquarters. The weakest individual in each dormitory is responsible for maintaining its cleanliness. If you possess greater strength than those in your battalion, do not bully your roommates, Balza suddenly remarked. Chapter 58, Manifesting Glory Before Others. This dormitory 214 will be your new abode. However, the residents are not from our 3rd company but rather from the 4th. It is imperative that you coexist harmoniously with them, Balza advised. Rest assured, instructor, Rocky replied with a smile, his face alight with anticipation. Balza nodded and turned to leave. Knock, 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 Rocky gently tapped on the door. Creak. The dormitory door swung open, revealing a head of short yellow hair that scrutinized Rocky. Upon realizing he was unfamiliar, the occupant inquired, Senior brother, whom are you looking for? I'm not looking for anyone. I am the new member of 214, and we shall be roommates henceforth. Rocky replied with a slight smile, showcasing the backpack containing his bedding. Oh, the short-haired roommate exclaimed. Please, come in. Rocky entered the dormitory with a bag in hand, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a stout fellow with short black hair, whose remarkably fair complexion stood out strikingly. Opposite the rotund individual was a young man with a dark complexion and an average build. His features appeared somewhat aged, yet he seemed to be of a similar age to Rocky. This young man possessed a distinctive head of short green hair. Both of them turned their attention towards Rocky after overhearing his conversation with the youth sporting yellow hair. Nice to meet you. I am Rocky, he said with a smile, casually placing his bag on his designated bed. He was pleased to observe that the dormitory was exceptionally tidy. A mere glance at his own bed revealed that, although unoccupied, it was impeccably clean. Hello, my name is Karen. The chubby roommate was the first to extend a friendly greeting. Soon after, the roommate with yellow hair and the one with green hair introduced themselves as well. Rocky learned that his roommate with yellow hair was named Lawrence, while the one with green hair was called Clint. Rocky, what is your background? Chubby roommate Karen inquired with a grin, her eyes nearly squinted shut. Rocky furrowed his brows and responded, Why do you say that? The training for this year's 1st Battalion is already 5/6 complete. Joining at this point is not something just anyone can achieve, Lawrence elucidated. Indeed, it is now October, and the annual assessment will take place by the end of December. Rocky, does your late arrival mean you will forfeit this year's evaluation? Clint pondered aloud. I see. I am just an ordinary person with no remarkable background. Merely appreciated by Admiral Karp, which is why I was placed here, Rocky replied with a faint smile. To be honest, I will not forfeit the December assessment. I believe I should be able to pass. Rocky's words struck his 3 roommates like a thunderbolt, their eyes widening in unison. Did I hear that correctly? Admiral Karp, exclaimed Curran, his curiosity piqued. The other 2 roommates, eager for a revelation, fixed their gazes on Rocky, awaiting his response. I am not a superhuman. Merely a swordsman with somewhat ordinary strength, fortunate enough to catch Admiral Karp's attention, who invited me to join the Navy, and thus I seized the opportunity. Rocky replied with a light chuckle, though a hint of pride graced his features. Ordinary strength? Do not be modest. You must be a master of the sword, Karun remarked. Quite average, truly. My swordsmanship is rather commonplace. Rocky continued his humble demeanor, relishing the delightful sensation of modesty that accompanied such stature. Ah, Lawrence sighed, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice, when Rocky mentioned he was the new roommate. My first thought was that I would no longer have to sweep the floors. Little did I know I was sharing a space with a swordsmanship expert. It seems I shall still be tasked with cleaning our dorm. You mentioned sweeping? My instructor reminded me earlier that your roommates have been tidying up your space for more than 9 months, and now it is your turn to take over, Rocky smiled, acknowledging the command of his instructor. I shall gladly take on the responsibility of maintaining our dormitory's cleanliness. Not only did he wish to avoid imposing on his roommates, but he also had arranged his physical training on his own terms, affording him ample free time. Thus, a bit of sweeping was of little consequence, considering they all shared the same living quarters. Wow, Lawrence exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. This is an utterly delightful surprise. Rocky is not part of their quartet, henceforth. He can boast unabashedly that he is no longer the one sweeping the floor in their dormitory. The thought alone brings him immense joy. Rocky, I am genuinely curious about the extent of your abilities, Karen remarked, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Despite his corpulent physique, he is the most formidable in room 214. Capable of pinning even the weakest, Lawrence, with a single hand. Engaging in a scuffle upon first meeting seems rather inappropriate, especially considering that their afternoon training is about to commence. With a hint of exasperation, Rocky said that upon his recent return, Instructor Balza had informed him of the schedule for physical training. During this period, he enjoys the liberty to arrange his own time. Yet his roommates are mandated to partake in the physical training sessions. Rocky cast a glance at Lawrence and Clint, hoping they might persuade the stout Karen. However, instead of opposing Karen's desire to engage in a bout with Rocky, the two roommates displayed expressions of eager anticipation. They too were curious to see whether Rocky could indeed surpass Karen in strength or perhaps even subdue him with ease, a scenario they would find most delightful. Come on, Rocky, it's just a fight to determine who is superior. It won't take long, Karen grumbled, noticing Rocky's indifference. Do you genuinely wish to challenge me? Rocky turned to Karen, his tone tinged with mild resignation. Indeed, I am quite eager to face you in combat, Karen replied earnestly, his round visage taking on a serious demeanor, exuding a hint of authority. Let me first assess your fighting spirit, Rocky said. He was reluctant to engage in physical confrontation, having just finished a meal and with his bed yet to be made. Thus, he resolved to employ the formidable conqueror's Haki for this purpose. Assess my fighting spirit? What do you mean? Karen asked, somewhat bewildered by Rocky's terminology. I wish to gauge the steadfastness of your desire to fight me, Rocky explained with a sly grin. Observing Rocky's cunning smile reminiscent of a wily fox, Karen frowned, sensing something amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. There is no need for assessment. Have I not already stated my fervent wish to battle you? Karen impatiently reiterated, his disdain for Rocky's hesitance evident. Let us ascertain just how fervent your desire truly is. Rocky replied with an even broader smile. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Rocky. Lawrence, the weakest among them, immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. Both Karen and Clint gazed at Rocky in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, particularly Karen, who was profoundly shocked. The sensation Rocky emanated felt akin to confronting an insurmountable titan of the seas. The once blazing fire of his fighting spirit flickered and extinguished in an instant. At that moment, he found himself utterly devoid of the resolve to confront Rocky. This ability to instill dread in adversaries was the essence of the conqueror's Haki. Boss, please take me under your wing. I am your loyal subordinate, Clint exclaimed, rushing over to cling to Rocky's leg in jest. Rocky had just finished making his bed when a sudden bell rang out. Upon hearing the sound, Karen and the others immediately perked up, donning their clothes. Karen glanced at Rocky and inquired, Rocky, do you know what this bell signifies? Is it the end of the afternoon break and the commencement of our training? Indeed. Rocky replied. Karen nodded, suggesting, shall we go together? Clint then asked, which company are you in, Rocky? I'm in the 3rd company. We are good brothers with the adjacent unit, Rocky responded as he conversed with his roommates while exiting the dormitory. The distance between the dormitory and the training grounds was brief, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the training field. I'm heading to the training camp. See you tonight. Rocky bid farewell to his roommates as he proceeded towards the female soldiers' training area. Karen and the others were taken aback by Rocky's actions, staring blankly at his retreating figure for a considerable moment. Rocky, that's the female soldiers' training camp, the 3rd company ISNT over there. It turned out that Rocky had a poor sense of direction. I knew it. No one can be perfect. Even someone as strong as Rocky can be directionally challenged. The trio found a peculiar comfort in witnessing Rocky's navigational blunder. I am aware that this is the female soldiers' training camp. I intentionally headed this way. Rocky turned back with a radiant smile. After encountering Shanks and leaving the bar in Marquino, Rocky had spent nearly a month aboard the warship, surrounded solely by men, which greatly troubled him. As a young man with a normal sexual orientation, he yearned for female company, even if just to catch a glimpse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such exhilaration after passing by and discovering the separation of female and male training camps. Therefore, When instructor Balza allowed him to arrange his physical training independently, his first thought was to head to the female soldiers' training camp. Even merely observing was infinitely preferable to spending all day in the company of men. "Rocky, are you running towards the female soldiers' camp instead of training?" the chubby Karen asked. Bewildered, Locke revealed a smug smile, reminiscent of a seasoned driver, and then spoke earnestly. "My instructor has granted me the liberty to organize my physical training. Hence, I have chosen the female soldier training camp. It is not merely to catch a glimpse of the ladies. Primarily, I am right-handed, and thus prefer training on the right side." Karen and the others stared at Locke in a daze, momentarily rendered speechless, their faces betraying an unmistakable envy. "Take me with you. Brother, please take me along. I haven't seen a woman in over 9 months," exclaimed the chubby Karen, rushing towards Locke and grasping his arm. "I truly cannot assist you with that," Locke replied, somewhat awkwardly. "Oh." The chubby one sighed, glancing at the equally envious companions beside him, and with clenched teeth declared, "Come on, let us train diligently. One day, I too shall boldly stride towards the female soldier camp like Locke." Lawrence and Clint nodded in agreement, and the trio, faces etched with determination, sprinted towards the training camp. Observing this scene, Locke's lips curled into a smile. His spirits uplifted as he made his way to the female soldier camp. Upon arriving at the domain of the female soldiers, Locke, having prepared in advance, did not enter directly. Instead, he swiftly circled the area, paying close attention to his surroundings. He noticed that, unlike the dormitory building, there was no sign prominently displayed with the words "male dormitory," no entry for females. This discovery eased his mind, since there were no explicit regulations. He could run towards the female soldier training camp without fear of being expelled, provided he did not offend the instructors there. "Look, why is that boy running over here?" one of the female soldiers remarked. "He can't possibly be a man, can he? What reason would a man have to come over here to run?" "That is definitely a man," another responded. The extraordinary feats of Rocky gradually caught the attention of the young women at the female soldier training camp. Even before their afternoon training commenced, they began to fervently discuss him as if they had discovered a new world. The ladies noticed Rocky, and conversely, Rocky had been observing them as well. It must be said that the beauty of women in the world of One Piece is generally above par. Among 10, 6 or 7 are exceptionally attractive. Gazing at the poised and spirited young women in the training camp, Rocky indulged his eyes. Moreover, he inadvertently became the focus of attention for countless women in the camp, which filled his heart with a slight thrill. This involuntary attention ignited within him a desire to showcase his capabilities, prompting him to run faster and faster, striving to demonstrate his strength through his speed to the female soldiers. This impulse is inherent to men, and Rocky did not suppress this instinct. "Look at that male soldier. He runs so swiftly. Indeed, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. I can barely make out his face now. Ladies, how much do you think he will be punished for showcasing his prowess by running here? He probably won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. However, that guy is indeed impressive. His running speed surpasses ours by far. If he were someone devoid of talent in running, then his strength is truly formidable." Having caught a glimpse of the girls, Rocky's modest wish was fulfilled, and he set aside other thoughts to fully immerse himself in his physical training. His pace gradually slowed as he settled into a sustainable speed. To be frank, running can be quite tedious. Rocky felt this way in his previous life as well. Yet, to become stronger, one must inevitably pay the price. 10 minutes on stage demands 10 years of hard work behind the scenes. Rocky's strength is not merely a stroke of luck. In addition to the divine buffs from the system's energy cultivation techniques, he also exerts tremendous effort. In terms of diligence, it would be challenging to find anyone in the entire Navy headquarters as industrious as Rocky, considering he commits to 18 hours of training every day. Soon, the afternoon training session began, and the instructors entered one by one. They promptly took note of Rocky, this striking figure amidst the crowd. The esteemed instructors were perplexed, unable to comprehend why Rocky was present in the female soldier training camp, running laps around the field. "Is it the magic of love?" commanded a female instructor from a training unit stationed over 100 meters in front of Rocky, who was running in that direction. She then intercepted Rocky as he passed, her expression tinged with irritation. "New recruit, the afternoon training has commenced. What are you doing here instead of returning to your camp to train?" She fixed her gaze upon Rocky, awaiting a satisfactory response. Should Rocky fail to provide an answer that meets her expectations, she would not hesitate to take it upon herself to educate the students in the manner of other instructors. Rock paused as instructed by the female instructor, took a deep breath to steady his composure, and then turned to face her. With a calm demeanor, he began to articulate the carefully prepared words in his mind. "Good day, instructor. I am aware that you have a myriad of questions, and I shall promptly elucidate my situation. I trust that once you are informed, you will no longer pursue this matter further." Chapter 60. Carol, what are they staring at? Have they never seen a man before? Let the training commence. Within the 8 battalions of the female soldiers' training camp, there were always curious glances directed towards Rock, much to the annoyance of the instructors. At the sound of the instructor's reprimands, the female soldiers quickly regained their focus. Those who had made it into the 1st battalion were no fools. To avoid punishment, they diligently concentrated on their physical training. On the other side, Rocky gazed intently at the female instructor before him. To speak candidly, she was exceptionally beautiful, with flowing orange hair, a delicate visage, and piercing eyes that sparkled with vitality. Although her complexion was somewhat dark, her grace and poise more than compensated for it. "Ma'am, allow me to address your first question. I have come here for training. You may wonder what emboldens me to train in a female soldier camp. The answer lies in the permission granted by our instructor, who has allowed me the freedom to arrange my physical training as I see fit. Firstly, the male soldier camp is overcrowded, with an excessive number of recruits, making the training grounds rather cramped. Secondly, the female camp is filled with stunning beauties, and training here is a visual delight. Lastly, upon my entry into the female soldier camp, I observed that there are no explicit regulations prohibiting male soldiers from training here. That is all." Rocky stood at attention, a faint smile gracing his face, exuding a palpable confidence as he awaited the judgment of the female instructor before him. Rocky's words were articulated with clarity and precision, instantly resonating with the female instructor. Yet, she remained perplexed. "Why would your instructor permit you to independently arrange your physical training?" she inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Report, instructor, it is because I excel," Rocky replied confidently. The instructor raised her almond-shaped eyes to glance at Rocky, a smile breaking across her face as she asked, "To what extent do you excel?" "I faced Instructor Balza at full strength and managed to endure for 10 seconds, earning his acknowledgement," Rocky proclaimed, a trace of pride lacing his voice. The instructor paused, digesting his words. She was familiar with Balza, knowing him as the instructor of the 3rd Company in the 1st Battalion, and they had once been comrades in the elite camp. Could this young lad truly withstand Balza's full force for 10 seconds? That was no small feat. A thought crossed her mind. Although the 1st Battalion was the most distinguished within the naval training camp, even the brightest students could scarcely endure under a fully exerting instructor. This young man's ability to last 10 seconds beneath Balza's might indicated his remarkable prowess. Thus, it was understandable that Balza allowed Rocky the liberty to train autonomously. For a powerhouse like Rocky, the training intensity that benefited others would be of little value. However, the instructor pondered whether this young man could truly maintain a rigorous training regimen without the strong oversight of an instructor. Yet, that concern was not within her purview, as Rocky was not her student. "It is not that I disallow you from self-directed training here in the female training camp. But how can you assure me that you will not slacken your training?" she said, her tone measured. "I recognize your potential, and I would hate to see you become mediocre due to a lack of discipline. The issue of diligence is of no concern to you, instructor. My dedication is well known. Otherwise, I would not have achieved my current strength with such ordinary qualifications," Rocky responded with unshakable confidence. In terms of diligence, he felt unchallenged in the naval training camp. The instructor regarded Rocky thoughtfully and replied, "I hope you remember your own words. A man who honors his commitments is the most admirable. Thank you for your understanding, instructor. I shall not disappoint you," Rocky said with a slight smile, continuing with his daily training, running. Rocky runs swiftly and possesses remarkable endurance. When an individual is wholeheartedly engaged in an endeavor, the passage of time becomes imperceptible. For instance, while engrossed in an exhilarating game, one may find that hours slip away in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, an entire afternoon of training had nearly elapsed. Immersed in his physical conditioning, Rocky paid little heed to the beautiful women surrounding him. It was akin to the atmosphere of a male barracks. However, occasionally, a fleeting glance revealed that he was indeed surrounded by captivating ladies, which proved to be a delightful circumstance. Rocky remained oblivious to the fact that he had significantly altered the perception of the female instructor throughout that afternoon. He had trained relentlessly for hours without a moment's respite. The instructor, who had been attentively observing him, was utterly astonished. After all, humans are not machines. They require rest, and even machines need downtime. A continuously firing flintlock would soon have its barrel glowing red, and if it were to persist in this manner, it would soon become inoperative. Yet, why did this young man seem impervious to fatigue? Was it possible that her earlier words had wounded his pride, compelling him to grit his teeth and persevere? But her remarks had been devoid of malice, she mused. Men's pride is delicate and requires nurturing. Thus, she intentionally guided her team closer to Rocky's training area. Upon closer inspection, she found him flush with vitality, brimming with energy, devoid of any signs of exhaustion. It was noteworthy that even she, having overseen the soldiers' training for an entire afternoon, felt a tinge of fatigue. Yet, the young man appeared as if he had merely enjoyed an afternoon of playful leisure rather than enduring strenuous physical training. Our Navy has acquired another anomaly. Balza must feel fortunate. The instructor's lips curled into a smile as she observed Rocky tirelessly training without a hint of weariness. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang out, heralding the conclusion of the afternoon's physical training. The newly enlisted sailors erupted in cheers, dragging their weary bodies towards the mess hall. This moment marked the pinnacle of their day, not solely due to the joy of dining, but also because it signified a period of rest that would precede the evening's theoretical lessons. Compared to the arduous physical training, engaging in theoretical studies felt like an overwhelming delight, even if few dedicated themselves earnestly to the lessons. Sister Lilith, why is that male soldier training with us? After the physical training concluded, the rapport between the female trainees and their instructor transformed instantaneously into a camaraderie of close friends. Despite his monstrous physique, he was, after all, a man. The instructor chuckled softly. Are you suggesting that he came here to train specifically to see us? That is indeed what he claims. Ah, men, look. He is still training. Does he not wish to dine? The female trainees, noticing Rocky immersed in his self-directed physical regimen, suddenly cast their gazes toward another female soldier, Carol, who was similarly engaged in her training. She, too, must have a story. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable for someone like Carol to train with such fervor. P.S. Please refrain from seeking recommendations, comments, or any form of interaction such as rewards. If all goes well, we will launch this Friday. Chapter 61. The challenge the training had concluded, and the female instructors of the 1st Battalion, intrigued by Rocky's appearance, gradually gathered around the only one privy to the situation. Instructor Lilith. Lilith, why did you allow that male soldier to train in our female camp? Inquired a curious instructor. Not only were the instructors gazing at Lilith with curiosity, but several female soldiers also approached, eager to eavesdrop. That fellow belongs to the 3rd Company of the 1st Male Battalion. He wagered with his instructor, Balza, and emerged victorious, thereby earning the privilege to arrange his physical training as he pleases. So, on a whim, he decided to join us in our training camp. Lilith explained with a light chuckle, remarking that Rocky's audacity was unprecedented. Is that even permissible? The others pondered. Lilith, I am quite curious. What was the wager between him and his instructor? Perhaps we could place a bet ourselves. I wish to visit the male camp as well. A female soldier chimed in, raising her hand playfully. Lilith shook her head. His wager is not something most could replicate. He bet that he could endure for 10 seconds against his instructor's full effort. Upon hearing this, the female instructors furrowed their brows, quickly grasping the implication. One naive soldier remarked, 10 seconds? That doesn't sound too difficult, just a few sentences of time. No, Lilith clarified. You would struggle to last even 2 seconds against our full efforts. Your abilities do not compare to that, soldiers. The eavesdropping female soldiers fell momentarily silent. Do you not find it rather awkward for a male soldier to be present in our camp? A female instructor suddenly remarked. My students can't help but glance at him. Even discussing him during their breaks, I find this troubling. Instructor Landis's meaning was clear. She disapproved of Rocky's presence in the female training camp, believing it would hinder her students' focus. However, Instructor Lilith, who held a deep admiration for Rocky, countered, I believe we should not close this door. We ought to invite him to stay. Landis replied coolly, I think we should ask him to leave for the sake of our training stability. A supporting instructor echoed Landis's sentiment, acknowledging the merits of removing him for the benefit of their training environment. I disagree with this viewpoint. That young man has not taken a break since he began training with us today. I believe his spirit can inspire our soldiers to train with greater diligence, Lilith retorted. She had noticed that her company, closest to where Rocky trained independently, seemed to exhibit a heightened morale compared to usual. Then let us hold a vote to determine whether that young man may continue training here in our camp. Instructor Landis expressed his approval. Following a round of voting, the majority of the female instructors favored him. They perceived Rocky, within the confines of the female barracks, as an unpredictable time bomb, a source of instability whose actions were uncertain and could lead to unforeseen complications. Having made their decision, they resolved to prevent that young man from training in their female camp the following day. Noticing the steady stream of departing female trainees and instructors, Rocky exhaled softly and resumed his training. His regimen was distinct from that of others. Bolstered by the system's energy cultivation technique, he did not experience physical fatigue. Yet the process was rather monotonous. Particularly now, Rocky found himself no longer striving to defeat Aaron. As for the annual assessment of the 1st Battalion, he had already surpassed every individual within it, ensuring his success was a foregone conclusion. Without a significant pressure-driven goal, his motivation waned considerably. Loneliness, indeed, is not a favorable companion. Rocky shook his head, setting aside his thoughts to continue training. With a total of 1.5 hours comprising dinner and the subsequent rest period, he resolved to train an additional hour beyond his peers, dedicating half an hour to his meal, all in pursuit of achieving mastery and conquering the vast seas. As he practiced, Rocky suddenly noticed that the training grounds, which he had expected to be utterly deserted, contained another presence, a female soldier. Perhaps it was a kind of unspoken understanding. Rocky had just noticed the female soldier who remained in the training camp, and she immediately approached him. This was simply delightful. As he observed the soldier walking towards him, his heart raced with anticipation for the upcoming encounter, wondering if he might meet a kindred spirit. As she drew nearer, Rocky finally obtained a clear view of her face. She was an exceptionally beautiful young woman, her age indiscernible, likely similar to his own. She possessed long, slender legs and a cascade of light golden, wavy hair. Her large eyes and cherry-red lips contributed to her exquisite and stunning appearance. Yet there was a certain coldness about her demeanor that suggested she was not one to be approached easily. One notable flaw, however, was that the golden-haired beauty's bosom was rather modest. Of course, this observation stemmed from an aesthetic perspective. From another angle, a smaller chest could indeed be advantageous, particularly in combat. Although Rocky would never experience it himself, he could imagine that a heavy chest could hinder one's performance in battle. "Hello, my name is Carol," the golden-haired soldier said softly, her tone light and indifferent as she stood before him. Rocky nodded in response, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. "I am Rocky. A pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. May I inquire if there is anything I can assist you with?" He had just overheard the instructor praising her prowess and wished to ask if she could enlighten him on combat techniques, as he aspired to hone his practical skills. Carol, with an air of nonchalance, replied without the typical charm or endearing demeanor often displayed by others seeking assistance. "Please, specify a time and place. I will do my utmost to assist you," Rocky offered. "The timing is flexible. I am available whenever you are," Carol responded softly. "However, this is a long-term endeavor. If you choose to help me, I hope you can commit fully, accompanying me in battle every day until the assessment at the end of December." "Oh," Rocky nodded, grasping her intention. It dawned on him that this seemingly icy woman was preparing for the annual evaluation. "Pardon my curiosity, which battalion are you in?" "1st Battalion." "What a coincidence. I am also part of the 1st Battalion. It appears we may have entered the elite training camp together." "Indeed, how fortuitous," Carol replied with a hint of indifference, as if merely going through the motions. Yet, observing her expression, Rocky sensed that the lovely woman was genuinely surprised by the coincidence, albeit her manner of expression was somewhat lacking. "By the way, is the entire 1st Battalion composed solely of female soldiers?" Rocky inquired. "Yes, different levels of battalions are separated. This entire area belongs to the 1st Battalion, which is divided into 2 halves. The left side is for male soldiers, and this side is for female soldiers," Carol patiently explained, not questioning why Rocky was unaware of such common knowledge. "Since we both belong to the 1st Battalion, our strengths should be relatively similar. It would be an overstatement to say I could teach you, but if the timing is right, I can accompany you for practice," Rocky suggested. 10 minutes will suffice. A mere 10 minutes of practical combat each day is enough, but I hope you can give it your all during that time," Carol stated. "Absolutely," Rocky affirmed without hesitation. 10 minutes would hardly impede his training. It was a small effort, and he was willing to help. Naturally, giving it his all was not entirely feasible. Despite lacking a sword, his strength was likely beyond what Carol could contend with. "Rocky, are you free now?" Carol gazed at him, her stunning visage revealing a hint of anticipation. "Of course, let us begin." Rocky stepped aside, ready for action. As a note, the text included requests for votes, comments, and various forms of interaction, which have been omitted. Chapter 62. Carol's strength. "Be cautious. I am about to make my move," Carol cautioned. Then, after a brief pause, launched herself toward Rocky with determination. "Whoa." Upon witnessing Carol's movements, Rocky's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Carol's speed of attack was remarkable, estimated to be only slightly slower than his full-force assault. It became clear to Rocky why she sought him as her opponent, judging by the velocity of her recent attack. It was evident that Carol's prowess was undoubtedly among the finest in her unit, perhaps even unparalleled, most likely having exhausted all competition within her own ranks. She sought to challenge Rocky in order to sharpen her skills. This realization invigorated Rocky. It is well known that when two individuals possess similar abilities, the outcome of their encounter becomes largely unpredictable, with various scenarios possible. The stronger participant does not necessarily guarantee victory. Thus, Rocky resolved to give his all. After all, without a sword at his side, a careless defeat would result in considerable embarrassment. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Carol had already positioned herself before him, her delicate, fair fist poised to strike at Rocky's head. Rocky raised his left hand in a defensive block, while his right instinctively formed a knife-like shape, striking directly towards Carol's neck, devoid of any sentimentality. A soft thud resonated as Carol's forceful punch collided with Rocky's left hand, the tremendous recoil causing both to step back. Not only was his speed not significantly inferior to mine, but his strength was also comparable. Rocky's expression hardened as he glanced at Carol, a profound respect welling up within him. The reason was simple. He was a man endowed with a system. And although 80% of his current strength was attributable to his own relentless efforts, the remaining 20%, which he owed to the system, had been indispensable in achieving his present prowess. In contrast, Carol lacked such a system. Her formidable capabilities were the fruits of her innate talent and diligent training. The sacrifices and hardships she endured were not lost on Rocky. He had chosen well. Upon realizing that their initial confrontation had resulted in a stalemate, a flicker of joy ignited within Carol. It had been quite some time since she had felt such an evenly matched struggle, and it thrilled her immensely. Again, she exclaimed, leaping forward once more to engage Rocky. Recognizing that Carol's strength was closely aligned with his own, Rocky also unleashed his full potential. The two engaged in a spirited duel, reveling in the contest. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, during which the combatants remained evenly matched. Carol's mastery of the exquisite combat techniques taught at the naval training camp compensated for her slight deficits in speed and strength compared to Rocky. The absence of blade techniques is my vulnerability. I must devise a strategy to address this. Through this battle, Rocky identified his shortcoming. After their training session concluded, Carol and Rocky made their way to the mess hall. The male and female dining facilities were not situated together. Rocky ventured into the female soldiers' mess hall, discovering a stark contrast in the variety of dishes compared to the male soldiers' hall, though the flavors were quite enjoyable. At this hour, the female mess hall was devoid of patrons, so Rocky's presence, aside from the cafeteria staff, elicited little surprise. He relished a delightful dinner. Following their meal and exchanging farewells, Rocky proceeded to the classroom for his theoretical knowledge course. Meanwhile, in the office of the Naval Training Camp's administrative headquarters, Balza knocked before entering to face a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral. "Balza, what brings you here?" the admiral inquired. "Chief Instructor, today Bogart handed me a little fellow who possesses Conqueror's Haki." "What?" The Chief Instructor's eyes widened in astonishment. Individuals with Conqueror's Haki were exceedingly rare within the Navy. Even someone of Garb's caliber was devoid of such a gift. "Are you suggesting that?" The Chief Instructor regarded Balza with keen interest. "Today, I observed that half of the students in my division were rendered unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki of the student. My intention is to utilize this exceptional talent to enhance our training. I propose introducing a course on Conqueror's Haki intimidation for each company in the 1st Battalion. Aimed at fortifying the soldiers' resolve, Balza articulated. This suggestion is quite innovative. The Chief Instructor mused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Approved. Arrangements will be made for tomorrow. Upon attending the theoretical course, Rocky discovered that returning to the classroom was a delightful experience. The content delivered in the lectures was rich in substance, predominantly focusing on topics that piqued his interest, which made him attentive during the sessions. In contrast, many of his comrades seemed to be taking a more relaxed approach. Perhaps the fatigue from their daytime training rendered them more inclined to use the evening theoretical classes for rest rather than earnest study. Despite their seemingly lackadaisical demeanor, they would likely pass the theoretical assessments at the year's end, and Rocky felt assured he would do the same. He confidently reflected on his journey. Having endured 9 years of compulsory education followed by 3 years of rigorous high school, ultimately securing a place at a prestigious university, He possessed a methodical approach to learning. The theoretical course lasted 3 hours, and by the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, his roommates promptly proceeded to wash up and prepare for rest. Rocky, feeling relatively unburdened, sat on his bed contemplating the day's schedule. The theoretical classes consumed 3 hours daily, along with 3 meals, each taking a minimum of 20 minutes. Even if he devoted every moment to his personal pursuits without rest, deducting 18 hours from his day would leave him with merely 2 hours. These 2 hours were designated for travel and to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, which might still prove insufficient. Thus, striving for an 18-hour commitment each day appeared to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, he faced the dilemma of having studied theoretical knowledge for over 9 months less than his peers, necessitating a significant effort to bridge this gap. Resolute in his thoughts, Rocky decided to forego the mandated 18-hour training regimen for the time being to focus on his studies. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Rocky joyfully made his way to the female soldiers' training camp. Embracing the adage that the early morning holds the key to the day, he promptly commenced his training upon arrival. However, as the female soldiers gradually assembled and the instructors arrived, his training was abruptly halted. The commanding voice belonged not to yesterday's instructor, Carol, but to an unfamiliar figure. "Novice soldier, this is the female training camp, and you are not welcome here. Please return," Instructor Lantis stated with a tone devoid of warmth, yet imbued with a commanding certainty that resonated unmistakably. Rocky was momentarily taken aback. Life is often unpredictable, and one can never foresee what may transpire in the next moment. Since it was the female instructor's request for him to leave, Rocky had no choice but to acquiesce. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the instructor and replied, "Understood. I shall not return." With that, he turned and walked away. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of resentment and disappointment within him. Yet what could he do? The circumstances outweighed individual will. Clearly, Rocky lacked the strength to defy the instructor's orders. Indeed, without power, one is susceptible to being bullied anywhere. Suddenly, Rocky recalled his agreement with Carol, an unyielding promise to meet every day at 6:30 in the afternoon. He declared aloud, unconcerned about what transpired behind him, and pressed on. Stealing his emotions, Rocky returned to the male barracks to continue his training. "Rocky, you rascal, you're late for training." Instructor Balza, noticing Rocky's return to the male training camp, promptly left the ongoing exercises of the third company to approach him. "Report, Instructor, I was not late. I was training at the female camp but was sent back by their instructor," Rocky explained. Instructor Balza's eyes widened, his mouth forming a Na shape in astonishment. "I wonder why I hadn't seen you yesterday afternoon. I thought you had skipped your first day of training. It turns out you actually ventured into the female training camp," Balza exclaimed in disbelief. Rocky's recent actions were not something he had contemplated, but upon reflection, they were undoubtedly the aspirations of countless male soldiers. "By the way, Instructor, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Rocky inquired. Chapter 63. A display of strength. Balza suddenly struck his forehead and exclaimed, "Aren't you endowed with Conqueror's Haki? I will report this matter to the chief instructor of the training camp, and with his approval, we have decided to introduce a new course on Conqueror's Haki for all soldiers in the 1st Battalion. This course aims to bolster the soldiers' adaptability to fear through the baptism of Conqueror's Haki and to fortify their resolve. I suppose I am the one who will be putting in the effort, am I not?" Rocky replied with a resigned smile. Rocky received a slap to the head as Instructor Balza chided him. "What an honorable matter you speak of, as if I were asking you to commit a crime. Do you realize that from now on, all the soldiers of this battalion will be grateful to you?" As if struck by a revelation, Rocky chuckled in response. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind, and he inquired, "Is this assertiveness course aimed at the female soldiers' battalion?" "Naturally, the female battalion is also part of this regiment," Balza affirmed. "Splendid. This time, I shall boldly enter the women's training camp." Rocky grinned with a sense of triumph. "Humph. Let us see how that meddlesome female instructor will thwart me." The male battalion comprised 10 companies, and Rocky devoted the entire morning to conducting the assertiveness course for them. In the afternoon, Instructor Balza led Rocky, brimming with confidence, towards the female soldiers' training camp. Upon the arrival of Instructor Rocky and Instructor Balza at the female soldiers' training camp, they immediately captured everyone's attention. "How dare that brat show up here?" Instructor Lantis furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger crossing her face. "Oh, but who is that accompanying him?" "It's Balza. Why would Balza bring that lad along?" Instructor Lantis was perplexed. The other female soldiers and instructors, who had also noticed this peculiar scene, were equally baffled. prompting several of the instructors to leave their posts and gather around, eager for the unfolding drama. Observing this, Instructor Landis commanded her troops to stand down and approached Balza and Rocky. As the female instructors drew near, Rocky nearly lost his composure. "Instructor Landis." "It has been quite a while," Balza greeted her with a smile. After Landis responded, she pointed at Rocky and coldly inquired, "What business do you have bringing him here?" Balza, taken aback, glanced between Rocky and Instructor Landis, swiftly realizing that it was Landis who had previously expelled Rocky from the female soldiers' training camp. Naturally, Balza sided with Rocky and replied with pride, "I have brought my student here to conduct a lesson for the female soldiers in your camp." At that moment, other female instructors from the 1st Battalion hurried over. "What lesson? Why him? What could he possibly teach?" Instructor Landis regarded Balza with an impassive expression. With a smirk, Balza surveyed all the female instructors present and, with a hint of pride, proclaimed, "My student possesses the rare conqueror's Haki. I brought him here to impart a baptism of strength to the female soldiers, to fortify their resolve." The mention of conqueror's Haki sent a shiver through the female instructors, who were well aware of its rarity. As they considered Balza's words about bestowing a baptism upon the female soldiers using this formidable power, they quickly grasped the implications. It is undoubtedly a commendable act for Rocky to utilize the conqueror's Haki to temper the will and spirit of the soldiers. Furthermore, since it was Balza himself who brought Rocky here, it clearly signifies the will of the higher-ups, leaving the female instructors with no choice but to comply. "Very well. Let us commence with our company," one of the female instructors remarked with a smile. "There is no rush. Before we begin the training, I would like to humbly request permission from all instructors to allow me to train at the female soldiers' camp from now on," Rocky stated. His gaze fixed intently on Instructor Landis, who had forcefully expelled him the previous day. "This young man certainly possesses remarkable brilliance," Landis thought to herself with a slight huff. However, she could comprehend that those who wield the conqueror's Haki are individuals of royal caliber. Their very nature does not align with subservience, making it reasonable for them to clash with authority. Moreover, Landis indeed required Rocky to impart this lesson to her students. Following his instruction, the curiosity of the female soldiers towards him would be satiated, rendering future encounters less extraordinary, thus alleviating any further difficulties for Rocky. "Of course, you shall henceforth be a special instructor for our female soldiers' training camp. You are welcome to train whenever you wish," Landis conveyed, glancing at her comrades who represented their collective voice. Upon hearing this, Rocky could not help but smile. The subsequent days were devoid of noteworthy events. The monotony of training often dulled the spirit. Ironically, what Rocky anticipated the most was his daily combat with Carol. Initially, Carol managed to hold her ground against Rocky, but gradually she came to realize that he was indeed a formidable opponent. After about a week, her combat techniques became ineffective in the face of Rocky's prowess, and his physical growth outpaced hers, leaving her with no opportunity to triumph over him. Yet, Carol was reminiscent of a young Zorro, who, in his childhood, persistently challenged Kuina, facing defeat time and again. Rocky vaguely recalled that Zorro had failed over 2,000 times, yet he remained undeterred, mustering the courage to duel Kuina again. Carol, too, embodied that same indomitable spirit. Although Rocky remains unaware of the reasons behind her newfound strength, it is evident that Carol is a young woman with a story. Carol has not confided in Rocky, and Rocky, fearing the potential for further emotional harm, has refrained from inquiring. A month swiftly passed, and the time agreed upon with Instructor Balza arrived. This time, the challenge set by Instructor Balza was for 1 minute, and unsurprisingly, Rocky was soundly defeated. Despite the considerable improvement in his physical condition and combat techniques over the month, he still fell considerably short in strength and speed compared to his instructor. As time raced forward, November arrived, bringing with it an influx of warriors in the training camp preparing for the final assessments of the year. Many soldiers, like Rocky and Carol, carved out moments before meals to engage in self-directed training. This atmosphere gradually inspired everyone in the camp, motivating Rocky to exert even more effort. After nearly 2 months of relentless dedication, he managed to catch up on most of the theoretical knowledge courses. Consequently, Rocky's understanding expanded significantly, igniting a strong curiosity about certain secrets. The archives and library of the Navy headquarters held much information that Rocky yearned to uncover, such as the illustrated guide to devil fruits. Unfortunately, he lacked the qualifications to access such materials. Only after graduating from the training camp and earning military merit could he borrow those resources. As December came to a close, the assessments commenced. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to editor Xiao Yuan and all the readers who have supported this book through recommendations and donations. Secondly, I kindly request subscriptions. I hope the esteemed patrons of this work will subscribe to the VIP chapters, as investing in this book can yield a return of 60 to 70 coins, while subscribing to the first chapter requires merely 10 coins, a mere pittance. Lastly, I wish to express my thoughts on writing this book. I find immense joy in the craft of writing. Even if I have but one reader, I shall continue my endeavor, and it is unlikely I will abandon it. Though updates may be limited to one chapter per day, should time permit, I aim to write 2 chapters, each exceeding 1,500 words, allowing readers to enjoy over 3,000 words daily. Otherwise, I will provide one chapter of at least 2,000 words. Thank you. Any donations would be even more appreciated. Chapter 64. The assessment begins. Second update. Within the male barracks, each company stood in perfect alignment, awaiting the instructor's address. What does this assessment signify? I trust you all understand its importance. The aspirations you hold dear to join that place and achieve success will largely be fulfilled. Instructor Balza surveyed his students. Nodding as he spoke, I have witnessed your performance throughout the year. Without a doubt, you are the most exceptional group of students I have ever taught. I believe you will excel in the upcoming assessments. Yes, the soldiers of the third company, poised to participate in the assessment, brimmed with confidence. This time, the presence of Haki created considerable pressure for the trainees of the third company. The soldiers of the third company have been training exceptionally hard during this final period, exhibiting a higher level of physical fitness than their predecessors. I shall now announce the examination rules. Although many of you may already be aware, we must adhere to the established protocol. So, I expect you all to listen attentively. Instructor Balza stated calmly. The regulations for this assessment remain consistent with those of previous years and are straightforward. The morning will consist of a written examination, which requires no further elaboration. The afternoon will feature the practical assessment, the highlight of this evaluation. Following the written test, you will gather at the camp, and we will transport you to Demon Island for your landing. As long as you can traverse from the periphery of Demon Island to its central point, you will have successfully completed the practical assessment. During the evaluation, each candidate will carry an identical backpack, which may contain personal items, medical supplies, and cold weapons, all to be coordinated by yourselves. Traditionally, the journey from the edge of Demon Island to its center requires a minimum of 3 days. Therefore, consider carefully what you wish to bring. These are the rules. If there is anything unclear, do not hesitate to inquire. Instructor, may we form teams? At this question, the other soldiers of the third company turned their gazes simultaneously toward Haki, pondering the advantages of teaming up with him. Do you believe that is possible? Instructor Balza retorted, fixing his gaze on the inquirer. The soldier, disheartened, shook his head. Were teams allowed, an entire company could simply march together, overcoming any obstacles in their path. Yet, he had asked out of a faint hope. During the assessment, each individual will wear a wristband that automatically detects the presence of other wristbands. Should we observe 2 wristbands operating within 50 meters of each other for over 5 minutes, those individuals will be deemed to have cheated. Do you understand? Furthermore, this wristband possesses a distress signal feature. All instructors from the training camp will be present on Demon Island, and if you encounter insurmountable danger, pressing the distress button on your wristband will summon the nearest instructor for assistance. However, be warned, doing so will result in immediate disqualification from the assessment, rendering your examination results null and void. Haki was hearing about this rule for the first time, and a sense of trepidation settled within him. Surely, there would be formidable monsters on that cursed island. All I can convey to you is this. Remember that this is a comprehensive assessment, evaluating not only your adaptability and combat skills but also your theoretical knowledge. Reflect upon the potential challenges you might encounter on an unfamiliar medium-sized island. Forethought is the key to being prepared, Instructor Balza reiterated. Once Balza had concluded his announcement, Haki sought out Carol to fulfill their daily combat agreement. After an intense bout of hand-to-hand combat, Haki and Carol made their way to the dining hall together. Do you feel confident? Haki inquired softly, glancing at Carol beside him. If I fail, then not a single soldier from the second company of the 1st Battalion will pass, Carol replied calmly. Hiki. Haki chuckled lightly, a hint of pride in his voice as he remarked, is it my presence that gives you such confidence? Carol blinked her large, watery eyes and replied softly, most of it is due to my own efforts. However, your assistance has also played a part. And how shall I be rewarded? Haki raised an eyebrow playfully. I'll treat you to my cooking when the opportunity arises. It is quite delectable, Carol said, a gentle smile gracing her face at the mention of her culinary skills. Cooking was one of the few talents she possessed beyond her penchant for extravagance. You, cooking? Rocky scrutinized Carol with skepticism, smirking. I don't believe it. If it turns out to be inedible, I won't take the blame. Stop underestimating me. No one who has tasted my cooking has ever said it was unsatisfactory, Carol huffed. A hint of youthful pride evident in her demeanor. Wow, it's the first time I've seen you exhibit such an expression. I previously thought you were just a block of ice, Rocky teased, having grown quite familiar with Carol over the past 2 months. You are truly insufferable. Carol raised her delicate fist, as if to strike Rocky, but then reluctantly withdrew it, glaring at him with mock ferocity. That innocent gaze of hers. We'll revisit this later. If I could defeat you, I'd surely make you regret it, she declared with playful determination. Rocky, by the way, how are you preparing for the literary examination? Carol, with a slight lift of her delicate face and a proud posture, confidently declared, as a young lady of distinction, well-educated and refined. I have received a solid education since childhood. Most of the theoretical knowledge covered in the curriculum is familiar to me from my early years. So I have no concerns whatsoever. Upon hearing these words, Rocky felt a slight surprise and carefully scrutinized Carol. It appeared that this young lady's background was quite extraordinary. His diligent training must have some connection to her lineage, one would presume. Rocky shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and said with a reassuring smile, Seeing you so confident puts my mind at ease. If you were to fail, I would feel utterly embarrassed after accompanying you in practice for over 2 months. Get lost. After dinner, Rocky returned to his dormitory, where his 3 roommates were bustling about. They were frantically cramming theoretical knowledge for their courses, reminiscent of Rocky's own experiences during university, particularly the night before each final exam. Rocky returned to his bunk and began to meticulously contemplate the various scenarios he might encounter during the assessment on Demon Island. He diligently documented all potential situations and thoughtfully devised strategies to address them. After 2 or 3 hours of intense reflection, Rocky had crafted solutions for every conceivable challenge from the moment of disembarkation to reaching the island's core. This was the guide he had prepared, and if deemed useful, others were welcome to make a copy for their own preparations. After sharing the fruits of his contemplation with his roommates, he retired to his bed for some rest. The following morning, the written examination awaited him, and Rocky felt quite confident. As noon approached, the written assessment concluded, and all soldiers from the 1st Battalion gathered in their respective encampments. Rocky observed that today's camp was unlike the usual encampments of the past, which were typically filled with various training equipment. Instead, the site was cluttered with an array of items. It would be inaccurate to label them as mere debris. The majority consisted of medical supplies and an assortment of weaponry, including swords, spears, axes, and other cold arms. Additionally, there were everyday necessities such as pots, bowls, tents, clothing, blankets, and spices. It was as if the naval headquarters had relocated its general store to the camp, following the established protocol. Each trainee soldier received a backpack of identical size. Rocky approached the pile of supplies prepared for the assessment, his backpack in hand. Having made preparations the previous night, he had already decided what to bring. He picked up a tent, a frying pan, a lighter, various seasonings, and some medical supplies. After selecting a standard dagger, he felt ready. Subsequently, all the soldiers from the 1st Battalion, about 500 to 600 in total, along with the instructors from the training camp, over 700 individuals, boarded a large warship bound for Devil Island. Devil Island, a medium-sized landmass situated within the doldrums, boasted a tropical climate, lush vegetation, and occasional monstrous inhabitants. On board the warship, the male soldiers, eager to showcase their prowess before the female soldiers, were filled with excitement. Observing this chaos, Rocky remained unfazed. Frequently summoned by instructors for his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, he had become a familiar figure to nearly everyone in the battalion, eliciting no sense of novelty. Moreover, they were disinclined to compare themselves to Rocky, for he was undoubtedly destined to pass the assessment. What did you bring? Carol inquired as he approached Rocky. Shall we take a look inside your backpack? Rocky replied. The two simultaneously opened their backpacks, sharing a knowing glance and a smile. Their supplies were remarkably similar, primarily consisting of pots, pans, and various seasonings. If others were to witness this, they would surely be incensed by the casual demeanor exhibited by the two, as it seemed they were not taking the assessment seriously. The warship was equipped with sheets of sea stone on its underside, rendering it largely impervious to attacks from massive sea creatures even within the calm waters. After a safe journey lasting several hours, the ship arrived at Devil Island. At this moment, each soldier undergoing the assessment received and donned their wristbands. These wristbands were the latest creation of the brilliant scientist Dr. Vegapunk, designed to be difficult to remove, thus preventing anyone from taking them off and forming teams. As the warship approached a landing point on Devil Island, a colossal rhinoceros was seen peacefully grazing on the shore. Upon noticing the warship's approach, the rhinoceros lifted its head, fixating its gaze upon the vessel. Observant individuals would notice its eyes turning a fierce red, its breathing becoming heavy, with visible puffs of white steam emerging from its nostrils. The rhinoceros was enraged. Rather than fleeing, it stood its ground, its massive size and formidable horns instilling a sense of unparalleled confidence against the imminent invasion of its territory by the warship. The first group of landing soldiers was now permitted to disembark. A commanding officer calmly instructed, disregarding the enraged rhinoceros. Subsequently, the instructors commenced their demonstration, elegantly gliding through the air on moonwalks towards their designated zones of responsibility. The soldiers initially poised to land at the first landing point exchanged glances, none daring to take action. The imposing rhinoceros on the shore posed an obvious threat, rather than risking embarrassment by being pursued during the landings. It was more prudent to proceed to the next landing point. "Let us move forward," Rocky signaled to his companion, Carol. He then proclaimed loudly, "How could we allow this diminutive rhinoceros to obstruct our assessment?" A smile graced Rocky's face as he zeroed in on the furious rhinoceros. With a resonating hum, the overwhelming might of his conqueror's Haki surged forth. In the next instant, the great beast's eyes widened in terror, a cold sweat trickling down its forehead. Stunned for a moment, it turned and bolted in retreat. The chase had begun. Rocky donned his backpack and took the lead, leaping off the warship. Chapter 65, The Easy Assessment, Third Update, Subscription Requested, with Rocky forging the path. The soldiers preparing to land at the first point began to jump off the vessel one after another. Upon landing steadily, Rocky secured his backpack and glanced down at his wrist, where a device reminiscent of a recording pointer indicated a direction deep within the dense forest. Signifying the center of the island, which was the objective of his assessment, Roshi ventured towards the forest in the direction of the finish line. On Demon Island, no path existed. One had to forge ahead through thorns and brambles, armed with nothing but a mere ordinary dagger. However, this was far from a predicament. After nearly 6 months of rigorous training, Roshi's physique had undergone a remarkable enhancement. While his skin may not possess the iron-like hardness of Big Mom, it was certainly resilient enough to withstand the ordinary thorns that might attempt to pierce it. As he delved deeper into the forest, the waning sunlight of dusk struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting an air of profound darkness within the woods. The peculiar calls of various birds echoed around him, intermingled with the rustling sounds emanating from the underbrush, collectively enriching the forest with an aura of mystery. Rocky strode confidently, for he feared nothing. In the woods, there were only a few toxins that he could not withstand, yet those entities usually did not make an appearance during the day. Rocky walked for quite some time, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest grew increasingly dim. His stomach began to rumble. Suddenly, he spotted a bounty ahead, a group of wild boars. Leading the pack was a formidable sow, her weight estimated to exceed 800 pounds, her robust form resembling that of an adult water buffalo. Accompanying her were 7 or 8 piglets, each roughly the size of an ordinary puppy. Upon noticing Rocky, the sow immediately lifted her head and cast a glance in his direction, a fierce glint flickering in her crimson eyes. With a low grunt, she signaled to the piglets, who promptly scurried behind her for protection. "Never mind, I shall not feast upon you," Rocky thought fleetingly, and guided by his instincts, he chose to circumvent them. Since there was a sow with her piglets, it was reasonable to assume that a boar would be nearby. He could easily pursue and hunt the male. As Rocky proceeded forward, he soon sensed an ominous presence. Suddenly, a low growl erupted in his ears, and from the thick underbrush behind him charged a colossal wild boar. Towering over 3 meters in height, its body was cloaked in a mottled gray-brown hue, with bristles standing erect like steel needles, reminiscent of a porcupine. It was as formidable as a tank adorned with spikes. The 2 tusks protruding from its mouth extended a good dozen centimeters. Given the sheer size of this giant boar, it was evident that it reigned as the king of the local wild boar herd. Even creatures with a semblance of intelligence possess a sense of territory, and Rocky had unwittingly intruded upon the domain of the boar king. With its simple-minded nature, the boar king was naturally inclined to demonstrate its might to Rocky. As the massive boar barreled through the underbrush like a bulldozer, Rocky remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with an unexpected delight. Such impatience surely indicated a fevered state, perhaps a sign that its mind had been compromised. He thought to himself that he would graciously assist in its release from this turmoil. A solemn smile reminiscent of the Huannong brothers graced Rocky's face. The Boar King twitched inexplicably, yet shaking its head, it pressed onward, undeterred in its charge towards Rocky. "Darling, are you so eager to meet your demise?" Rocky mused quietly as he retrieved a dagger from his backpack. The Boar King, perceiving Rocky's stillness as a profound insult, roared in fury, its tusks bared, and lunged with great force towards Rocky's frame. With a swift motion, Rocky unleashed his sword. A blade of energy, not overly fierce, sliced through the air as the dagger was wielded. The wild Boar King was instantly struck, blood splattering upon impact, and after a few mournful cries, he collapsed. Meeting his demise completely, Rocky beheld a colossal wild boar, feeling a twinge of regret that he could not consume it entirely. The freshly slain beast, its flesh still warm and sanguine, required no cleansing. Rocky immediately set about preparing to roast meat on the spot. The sizzling sound echoed as glistening droplets of fat cascaded from the golden-brown slices into the flames, intensifying their fervent blaze. A sprinkle of cumin and chili powder elevated the dish to a level of exquisite delight that could bring one to tears. Suddenly, Rocky's attention shifted to the right, where a commotion erupted. Just then, Lawrence, who was sprinting forward, caught sight of Rocky indulging in his roasted feast. Startled, he paused momentarily, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Rocky, help me deal with this enormous creature behind me." By chance, Rocky beheld a scene where Lawrence, clad in tattered garments and smeared with blood, was being pursued by a jet-black leopard, one that was nearly the size of a wild boar. Rocky cast a meticulous glance at the disheveled Lawrence, then surveyed the relentless pursuit of the Black Panther behind him. It was evident to Rocky that the panther was not exerting its full strength. Rather, it appeared to be toying with its prey, Lawrence. Much like a cat that has captured a mouse, the panther seemed inclined to play before indulging in its meal. Being a member of the feline family, perhaps it harbored such peculiarities. Rocky pondered whether the creature was driven by hunger or perhaps a vendetta against Lawrence. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Rocky's expression turned grave. Grasping his dagger, he hastened towards Lawrence, for the stakes concerning his roommate's assessment were too significant to dismiss lightly. "Are you all right?" Rocky inquired. Positioning himself protectively in front of Lawrence, his gaze fixated on the panther with icy resolve. Upon noticing Rocky, the panther abruptly halted, its interest piqued by the figure shielding the beleaguered Lawrence. It gracefully circled Rocky, the two moving in a dance reminiscent of a romantic entanglement. Yet, the panther's true intention lay in seeking an opportunity to strike. Upon realizing the presence of another, it refrained from overstepping, for its defensive capabilities were lackluster. "Since you, wretched creature, have harmed my roommate, and I have witnessed it, I regret to inform you that your time is up." Rocky's voice was laced with cold determination. "Wait. I just caused him to miss his prey. It's only fair he pursues me," Lawrence interjected unexpectedly. "Are you suggesting we let it go?" Rocky furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the reasoning. "Indeed, truth be told, I bear it no ill will," Lawrence replied. Rocky respected Lawrence's wishes and cast a glance at the unperturbed abdomen of the Black Panther, surmising that this creature was exceedingly famished. There lay the meat, a bounty for the taking. Rocky gestured towards the nearby wild boar, indicating it to the panther. In the realm of One Piece, animals possessed a remarkable understanding of human nature. Upon noticing Rocky's signal, the Black Panther surveyed the distant carcass of the Boar King, then shifted its gaze to the two emaciated, yet still defiant, prey before it. In an instant, it took several strides, unleashing its full speed, and darted towards the Boar King's remains. Rocky had previously cleaved the Boar King in two, and the panther rushed over to seize one half, dragging it into the woods. Its speed was astonishing. Lawrence, witnessing this scene, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, realizing that the panther had not exerted its full strength. Had it done so, he shook his head, a wave of trepidation washing over him. "Phew, it's safe now. Thank you, Rocky." Lawrence paused for a few seconds, exhaling deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and felt the tension on his face begin to dissipate, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of pain and fatigue. "I brought a change of clothes with me. I can offer them to you." "No need, Rocky. I am grateful for your earlier assistance, but I must rely on my own strength for this exam." Lawrence took a deep breath and stated resolutely. Seeing Lawrence's unwavering determination, Rocky found it difficult to argue against him, though he yearned to offer further help. Reluctantly, he suggested, "At least have something to eat before you go." The wild boar meat is nearly roasted. No, Lawrence firmly declined. Your aid in my escape was already more than I deserved. I cannot accept any further assistance. Until we meet again, I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Chapter 66. The assessment concludes. For updates, subscriptions appreciated. After a hearty dinner. The night had fully descended. Rocky had no intention of traveling by night. He kindled a fire pit, for many nocturnal creatures fear the flames and dare not approach. Rocky rested for a moment before continuing his training for several more hours, after which he set up his tent and fell asleep. Thus, the first day passed without incident. 3 days later, Rocky reached the heart of Demon Island, bringing his examination to a swift conclusion. Rocky was not the first to arrive. Yet this did not affect his performance. He successfully passed the assessment. Previously, to gain entry to the elite training camp, 1S results were meticulously recorded, with shorter completion times denoting superior performance. These results would determine 1S eligibility to learn the 6 styles of Navy martial arts. However, the rules have since been altered by Zephyr, who now permits any individual who passes the assessment to join the elite training camp. Once admitted, Zephyr personally guides each soldier in mastering the 6 styles tailored to their abilities, theoretically allowing those who learn swiftly to acquire all of the techniques. Rocky, come and sample the dish I prepared, called Carol, who had set up a cooking station at the end of the exam. However, she was devoid of companions. As none of the others were acquainted with her, and Carol always bore an air of aloofness, her icy demeanor repelling others from approaching her. You're just being dismissive, Rocky remarked with a smirk. Carol immediately grasped his implication. Rocky was expressing dissatisfaction with the simplicity of the meal she had prepared in light of their agreement. Amused yet exasperated, she retorted, "Do you think I am that kind of person? This doesn't count. If you don't want to eat, then don't." At this, Rocky's spirits lifted, and he hurried over. "Is it delicious?" he asked as Carol gazed at him with her large, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Rocky calmly consumed his meal, then took a generous sip of water, leisurely stating, "If this were a dish, it lacks sufficient ingredients." "What does that mean?" Carol blinked, her large eyes filled with confusion as she inquired. "Well, too much salt," he replied. The examination on Demon Island lasted a total of 4 days. Those who passed remained at the finish line, unable to return. After lunch, everyone found themselves idle. This sudden cessation of training left them rather bored. And due to their unfamiliarity with one another, there were few common topics to discuss. Observing this, Rocky deemed it an appropriate moment to take initiative. He retrieved his dagger and ventured to the side, chopping down a tree and skillfully splitting its trunk. "Rocky, what are you doing?" Carol, having shed some of her seriousness after passing the examination, transformed into a curious child, watching intently as Rocky worked with the wood. "It's just a little project, but I assure you, you will certainly enjoy it." Rocky meticulously sliced the wood into small rectangular blocks. "Are you making building blocks, Rocky? That's a toy for children," Carol remarked dismissively as she noticed the pieces he was crafting. Luo Chi, indifferent to her presence, continued to slice through the wood until he had crafted 108 pieces. He then began to carve the characters for Z and Wan. However, his craftsmanship was rather subpar, rendering the mahjong tiles unsightly. Such unattractive creations could hardly be deemed enjoyable. With no female companions passing the assessment and Carol not mingling with others, she eventually returned to Luo Chi's side, observing him as he chiseled these grotesque mahjong tiles. "You will soon understand," he remarked. Before long, Luo Chi summoned 2 other friends and introduced the rules of the game. It wasn't long before Carol became engrossed, exclaiming, "Ah, mahjong is truly delightful." What Rocky was unaware of was that the invention of mahjong would profoundly alter the entertainment landscape of the pirate world. Having discovered a means to pass the time, the days flew by, and before he knew it, the assessment had concluded. Upon review, it was revealed that a total of 40 fortunate individuals had successfully passed the evaluation, comprising 29 male soldiers and 11 female soldiers. This outcome silently conveyed a truth within the pirate realm. The vast majority of ordinary women tend to be somewhat weaker than their male counterparts. Regrettably, in Rocky's dormitory, he was the only one who had passed the assessment. Even the formidable Karen, the plump one, had not succeeded. Following the conclusion of the evaluation, all soldiers of the 1st Battalion returned to the warship, with Rocky and the other 39 successful candidates being escorted to the 2nd level of the vessel. The 2nd floor housed an expansive conference room, featuring a round table at its center, around which sat the instructors corresponding to the soldiers who had passed. Above the table, a middle-aged naval officer, bearing the rank of Rear Admiral, presided over the gathering. Rocky's gaze fell upon the general seated at the head of the round table. A figure entirely unfamiliar to him, one who had never made an appearance in the original narrative. He was the chief instructor of the Navy's ordinary training camp. As everyone gathered, he began to speak. The chief instructor cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and spoke in a calm tone. Firstly, congratulations to those soldiers who have passed the assessment. However, do not allow this achievement to elate you for too long. The atmosphere in the conference room grew solemn as all present listened attentively to the commanding officer's address. Since the alteration of recruitment regulations 6 years prior, the annual mortality rate among new recruits at the elite naval training camp has exceeded 20%. Your ability to pass this assessment indicates that you are all astute individuals, capable of grasping the grave implications that accompany this 20%. To reiterate, a mortality rate of 20% means that among every 5 of you, one may very well fall. Now, an opportunity lies before you. You may choose to decline joining the elite naval training camp. Upon uttering this, the chief instructor once again surveyed the room filled with soldiers who had successfully passed the assessment. The expressions of the soldiers grew notably serious. The mortality rate was indeed alarming. Nevertheless, those who had qualified for the 1st Regiment were not ordinary individuals. They would not allow a potential horror to shatter their resolve. Their determination remained unwavering, and not a single soul wavered. Observing this, the training camp's deputy instructor experienced a flicker of joy. In previous assessments, there had always been soldiers who faltered, for no one is devoid of the fear of death. Wavering is an unavoidable reality. The efficacy of willpower training was evidently manifest. It seemed prudent to devise a method for cultivating resolve, rather than relying solely on those endowed with the Conqueror's Haki for assistance in training. A thought crossed the chief instructor's mind. He surmised that the reason no one had faltered during this meeting was primarily due to the 2 months of being immersed in Rocky's Conqueror's Haki. The training over the past 2 months had proven effective. Now, each soldier in the 1st Regiment could face Rocky's Haki with unwavering composure, having honed their reactions to fear, personal resilience, and willpower through this rigorous exposure. Very well, since none of you have chosen to withdraw, I shall refrain from further remarks. I sincerely hope that once you enter the elite camp, you will continue to train diligently and strive to become exemplary naval leaders. Understood, Commander. After the speech of the chief instructor of the training camp concluded, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed significantly. Various instructors began conversing with their respective students. Rocky, I have no doubts regarding your diligence and hard work. I firmly believe that you will continue to exert yourself tirelessly after entering the elite training camp. However, I must remind you of one crucial matter, Instructor Balza said, gazing intently at Rocky, his expression unusually grave. Rocky sensed the gravity of what Instructor Ball was about to convey, prompting him to cast aside all other thoughts and focus intently on the instructor. Upon entering the elite camp, one would inevitably undergo training in the Navy's 6 styles, a matter that requires no elaboration. Following this, you shall be escorted by teaching assistants to the front lines, where you will engage in direct combat against pirates. Your prowess is undoubtedly the most formidable within the 1st Battalion, which has cultivated an immense sense of confidence within you. However, I fear that this overconfidence may lead you to underestimate your adversaries in a real combat scenario, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Underestimate? Rocky let out a resigned chuckle. He had faced the scorn of nearly every foe since his inception. Although he found this dismissive attitude irksome, he could not deny that such underestimations had afforded him numerous advantages, allowing him to grasp the severe repercussions that could arise from belittling one's enemies. Rocky would never belittle others in his lifetime. He chuckled and said, Instructor, you need not worry. My greatest aversion is being underestimated by others, and I would never look down upon anyone in return. Furthermore, I am no stranger to the realities of combat. Before joining the Navy, I was a pirate hunter. Understanding the gravity of such experiences is essential. Instructor Balza patted Rocky on the shoulder and remarked, I believe in you. Now, let us go and enjoy some drinks. Instructor Balza led Rocky and the other 2 soldiers who had passed the assessment towards the dining hall aboard the warship. Following this day, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion who had successfully passed their evaluations would bid farewell to their instructors, as they were to be dispatched to an elite naval training camp. This meal was a farewell gesture, a privilege not afforded to those who had not passed the assessment. In the afternoon, the warship returned to the naval headquarters dock. The soldiers who had successfully passed did not return to the square of the naval headquarters, but instead proceeded directly to another colossal warship. As they approached the massive vessel, They noticed a man standing on the deck. He had short purple hair, and his right arm was a technologically advanced mechanical prosthetic. He stood bare-chested, draped in a justice cloak indicative of a high-ranking admiral. Haki immediately recognized him as the former admiral and current chief instructor of the Navy elite camp, Black Arm Zephyr. Behind Zephyr stood 9 individuals, all relatively youthful, not much older than Haki, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, comprising both males and females. These 9 individuals were presumably Zephyr's teaching assistants, and there were no other soldiers accompanying them. Having listened to Instructor Ball's explanations along the way, Haki understood the training process within the elite camp. Upon entering the elite training camp, soldiers would first be taught the 6 forms of the Navy, without a doubt. Once they had grasped the 6 forms sufficiently, they would undergo a trial led by the teaching assistants, directly engaging in the hunt for pirates. If the assistant-led mission to hunt pirates proved successful, a second trial would follow. Should the second trial also meet with success, the soldiers would then face a third assessment, where they would independently hunt pirates. Completion of this independent pirate hunting assessment would signify the formal conclusion of training at the elite camp. At this point, the soldiers from the elite training camp would be deployed to the front lines as naval commanders. Naturally, most soldiers emerging from the elite training camp would remain at the Navy headquarters, while a select few would be dispatched to major naval division bases located in the first half of the Grand Line for practical experience. Only a tiny fraction, either due to inadequate strength, misfortune, or voluntary requests, would be assigned to the relatively peaceful 4 seas to guard naval branch bases. That man is Zephyr, the overall supervisor of the Navy elite training camp, and he will be your instructor moving forward. Balza instructed Haki and the other 2 soldiers from the 3rd company. Zephyr is truly formidable, Haki remarked involuntarily, as Zephyr exuded an overwhelming presence, instilling in Haki a sense of pressure akin to that of the naval hero, Garp. Indeed, Zephyr is a superpower who has served as an admiral, Balza replied proudly. Even the 9 assistants behind Zephyr possess strength not inferior to mine. But they seem younger than you, Haki could not resist retorting. Are you itching for trouble, you rascal? Balza playfully ruffled Haki's hair. The instructors guided their respective students aboard the warship, where they stood at attention on the deck. Are these the soldiers who passed the assessment this year? Zephyr inquired casually. Although the question was somewhat redundant, the naval training camp instructors did not mind. Responding in unison, report to Instructor Zephyr. These are the soldiers who passed the assessment this year. Please review them. Welcome, little ones, to the Navy elite camp, Zephyr said, retracting his formidable aura, replacing it with a gentle smile, akin to that of a kind neighborly grandfather. This gesture significantly bridged the gap between Zephyr and the soldiers. Unshizo, please escort these young ones to their respective rooms, Zephyr instructed his 2 assistants without further ado. Understood. The soldiers who passed the assessment were escorted away by 2 teaching assistants, while Zephyr approached his former students. Chapter 68, The Simple Elite Camp, Second Update. Shiozwa was a towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, adorned with a thick, jet-black beard and uniquely styled eyebrows resembling outstretched bird wings. His head was somewhat bald, with the remaining hair fashioned into a braid that cascaded down his back. Notably, he belonged to the long-armed clan, possessing arms that were segmented into 3 parts, significantly longer than those of ordinary individuals, and his muscular arms conveyed an awkward impression. Shiozwa guided all the male soldiers who had successfully passed the assessment into the ship's cabin. Upon entering, Haki realized that the interior structure of Zephyr's colossal warship differed from that of Karp's. This vessel immediately began to partition into smaller rooms upon entry. Small doors were situated every 2 to 3 meters along the corridors, each labeled with room numbers, reminiscent of accommodations in a standard hotel. This will be your quarters from now on. Due to the lackluster performance of the other members of the 1st Battalion, only you have arrived. And thus there are ample rooms available, 1 for each of you. Feel free to select, Shiozwa remarked nonchalantly. Upon receiving the directive, the soldiers promptly shouldered their belongings and began choosing their rooms. You have 10 minutes to settle in, after which I will escort you to the training facility. Shiozwa added after ensuring that each soldier had made their selection. Haki pushed open the door to room 21 and began to make the bed. Suddenly, he discovered a note tucked beneath the mattress. It read, Lucky little brother, welcome to take over room 21. As your predecessor, I wish to impart a few pieces of advice. 1. Instructor Shio is a man of violent temperament. Do not provoke him, lest you suffer his wrath. 2. Assistant Ein is knowledgeable, kind, and beautiful. She is your go-to for any issues outside of combat. 3. Teacher Zephyr appreciates diligent students. if you possess abilities. Do not neglect physical training in favor of merely enhancing your powers. 4. If you are fortunate enough to be taught by Assistant Krista, do not let her aloof nature deter you. She is merely a lonely girl yearning for friendship, albeit with a proud demeanor. That's all for now. Too much information would spoil the intrigue. The rest, you shall explore on your own. Good luck. After reading the note, a smirk appeared on Rocky's lips, and he folded the paper neatly, placing it aside. Once he finished arranging his bed, Rocky awaited the gathering of the other soldiers in the corridor. Instructor Sho cast a discerning glance over the impeccably aligned formation of troops and nodded, leading the men to the next level of the ship's cabin. What astonished Rocky and the others was the sight of the lower deck, completely hollowed out. It revealed a vast expanse, reminiscent of a training ground, albeit lacking in training equipment. This will be your training area aboard the ship, where you will learn the coveted 6 styles of the Navy, Sho announced. The soldiers, including Rocky, gazed at the empty space, their imaginations running wild, pondering how they would master the 6 styles in such a barren environment. Now come. I shall show you the kitchen, the bathroom, and the storage room. Sho's curt words abruptly interrupted their daydreams. After guiding them through nearly all the primary activity zones of the warship, Sho declared, "Dismissed. You may now familiarize yourselves with all available areas of the vessel. We will reconvene at the mess hall at 5:30 p.m. for the training ceremony." With that, he promptly departed, eager to reconnect with old friends like Balza. "Is that all? How lackadaisical," Rocky remarked. "Perfect timing. Let's return to the dormitory for a game of mahjong." The previous induction ceremonies had surely been formal, but since Teacher Zephyr had lost his right hand to Whitebeard II, his resolve to eradicate all pirates had seemingly shifted the elite training campus focus. It now appeared that the purpose was not merely to cultivate naval elites but to utilize the students to eradicate pirates, with their education being a secondary consideration. Rocky contemplated his role as a traveler, having witnessed the cinematic masterpiece of One Piece, Film Z, grasping its intricacies while the ordinary soldiers remained oblivious. Their minds clouded with confusion. At 5:30 p.m., the inaugural ceremony of the Navy Elite Training Camp convened in the grand dining hall of Zephyr's colossal battleship. Eschewing any formal rhetoric, Zephyr conveyed a straightforward message: relish this final day of respite, for tomorrow heralds the commencement of rigorous training. Following dinner, the massive warship, laden with the elite recruits of the Navy, set sail towards an undisclosed destination. This incited Rocky's musings on the potential of encountering Whitebeard II once more. Would they face another annihilation? At dawn the following day, training officially commenced. Chapter 69, The Beginning of Training, Part 3. Promptly at the break of day, 40 soldiers who had successfully passed the assessments convened in the expansive training hall below deck. Today marked the initiation of their training, and anticipation buzzed in the air. Zephyr, accompanied by 9 instructors, had already assembled in the training room prior to the soldiers' arrival. Once all the soldiers had gathered, Zephyr cast a discerning glance over the crowd and proclaimed, "From this point forward, you shall be divided into 8 groups, each led by an instructor." He then announced the commencement of the grouping process. The selection was entirely random. The names of the soldiers were inscribed on slips of paper and placed into a lottery box, from which the 8 instructors would draw. Before long, the results of the groupings were revealed, and Rocky found himself under the tutelage of an instructor named Krista. The name resonated in his mind, recalling the note left by his senior brother the previous day, which mentioned this very instructor. According to that elder, Instructor Krista resembled a perpetually youthful girl, possessing a rather peculiar temperament. Rocky and his teammates were led to the presence of Assistant Instructor Crystal. Rocky soon discovered that Assistant Chris was a young and beautiful woman. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, she possessed a striking cascade of light blue straight hair. Her features were exquisite, though not conventionally beautiful. One might describe her as charming. However, her complexion was pale, devoid of any emotional hue, rendering her presence akin to that of a statue. Rock could not help but appraise the figure of Assistant Christo, who possessed a striking physique. "Carol, you and Assistant Christo share a similar aura. I am certain you will become good friends," Rock remarked, nudging Carol with his elbow. Fortunately, both he and Carol had been assigned to Assistant Christo's group. "We are different. I can distinctly sense that my situation with Assistant Christo is not the same," Carol replied, shaking her head. She had also been scrutinizing Assistant Christo closely, as a woman's intuition is inherently keen. While the other assistants and their respective students had already engaged in conversation, Assistant Christo remained gazing blankly ahead, seemingly lost in thought about something of great significance. "Christo, These are your students for this year. Ein, the only non-assistant among the 9 by Zephyr's side, approached and gently tapped Assistant Christo on the shoulder. At last, a glimmer of awareness flickered in Assistant Christo's vacant eyes. She cautiously surveyed Rock and the other 4 before cheerfully stating, "Hello, my name is Christo." After uttering this, she fell silent. Rock and the other 4 stared blankly at Assistant Christa, wondering if an introduction was necessary, as she was unfamiliar with them. Unexplained, you see. Assistant Christa is shy and generally refrains from interacting with strangers. Please be understanding. In a few days, once everyone is acquainted, things will improve significantly. The group was taken aback by her shyness. Now that you are all familiar with your respective assistants, today's training officially commences, Zifa's resonant voice announced, prompting the assistants to begin guiding their students. Upon hearing this, Assistant Christa turned to Zifa with a puzzled expression. "Christa, all has been settled. Rest assured and teach them the Navy's 6 styles. No one will trouble them," Ein reassured her as he approached her side warmly. Assistant Christa remained momentarily dazed. But after some time, she regained her composure and addressed Rock and the others with her melodious voice. "All right, I will now teach you the Navy's 6 styles. Which technique should I start with?" Like a bewildered young girl, Christa glanced at Ein for guidance. "Shave," he replied. "Oh," Assistant Christa exclaimed, tapping her forehead. A delightful smile gracing her exquisite face. She seemed remarkably adept at the shave technique, effortlessly breaking down its fluid motions into smaller components for Rock and the others to observe. "Just like this. Isn't it quite simple? Now give it a try." Rock and the others were taken aback, realizing she had only demonstrated it once. The 5 members of Rocky could not help but glance aside, where the other teaching assistants were meticulously explaining the principles and techniques of shaving to the students. Although the 5 did not grasp the concept, they nonetheless began to experiment on the training room track, adhering to Assistant Christa's guidance. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 members of Rocky made every effort to try, only to find themselves tripping over their own feet. Although they had roughly memorized the essential movements of the shave, the distinction between mental recollection and physical execution proved to be a different matter altogether. "Haven't you mastered it yet?" Assistant Chris blinked her sparkling eyes, biting her lip, her delicate and charming face adorned with a look of perplexity. "Then let us practice a few more times." Loki and the others gazed intently as Assistant Christo demonstrated once more. After several consecutive demonstrations, Assistant Christo gently patted her ample chest and turned to Loki and the others, inquiring, "Have you grasped it?" The 5 members of Rocky nodded in unison, their spirits highly focused as they mastered the intricate steps of the shaving technique. "Let us engage in a game," Assistant Chris said with a playful grin. "We shall play cat and mouse. I will slow my pace to pursue you, and those who are caught must endure 10 slaps on their palms." The 5 of them responded enthusiastically to this unique teaching method. "If you get caught, be prepared for 10 slaps on your palms." Rocky found himself caught by Assistant Chris, who gleefully delivered 10 light taps to his palms, radiating the joy of a child who has just won a game. "Next time, I won't be caught by you," Rocky playfully retorted, mimicking a child's demeanor as he darted away, adopting the swift steps of the shaving technique. "You think you can evade me?" Assistant Chris chuckled mischievously. "I shall catch you. Run, run. I will catch you soon." The atmosphere in the training room was filled with laughter and excitement as Chris and her team dashed about. Although the approach was rather unconventional, it proved effective, as their group learned at a pace surpassing the others. As evening fell, Rocky was summoned by Zephyr for personal guidance. Rocky approached Zephyr with great anticipation. This was precisely what Instructor Balzard had described as personal guidance. Soldiers who had previously received instruction from Zephyr spoke of how he would tailor a unique training regimen in accordance with one's individual circumstances, specifically designed for the mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. Rocky approached Zephyr, gazing intently at the kindly elder, who had surpassed the age of 70. Feeling both anxious and eager. At 19, Rocky was a master of swordsmanship, endowed with the formidable conqueror's Haki. Zephyr, having perused a document akin to a personal dossier, raised his gaze to meet Rocky's. "Is that correct?" "Indeed, it is, Master," Rocky promptly affirmed with a nod. "Very well, let us exchange a few moves," Zephyr said with a smile, rising to his feet. "Certainly," Rocky replied, nodding vigorously. Zephyr gestured towards a room nearby. "There are weapons over there. Feel free to select a long sword of your choice, or you may retrieve your own sword from your dormitory. The decision is yours." Rock hurriedly returned to his dormitory to retrieve the formidable blade, the 1,000 Slaughters. Upon witnessing Rock wielding the enchanted sword, Zephyr spoke up, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Loki could not help but widen his eyes. He had never disclosed to Zephyr that the Thousand Slaughters was a cursed blade. How did Zephyr come to know? Indeed, it was a cursed sword, known as Thousand Slaughters, Loki replied. The cursed blade harms both its victim and its wielder, and it can influence its user. Are you certain you can subdue it? Zephyr's expression turned grave. Upon hearing Zephyr's admonition, Loki blinked. Ever since he acquired the cursed blade Thousand Slaughters, he had never contemplated whether he could tame it. As an inhabitant of Earth, he had yet to adopt the mindset of someone from the world of One Piece. He regarded a sword merely as a sword, incapable of exerting any influence over him. However, given Zephyr's life experience, if he asserted that the cursed blade would affect its user, then it certainly would. System, will I be mentally influenced by the cursed blade? Loki directly communicated with the system, which was the expert in this matter, far surpassing Zephyr. System, you will only know by attempting it. The system then instructed Loki on the method of testing. This testing procedure mirrored that of the original narrative when Zoro acquired the cursed sword Sandai Kitetsu in Logtown, assessing whether he could master it. In the next moment, Loki drew the cursed blade Thousand Slaughters, extending his right hand to hurl the sword into the air while keeping his arm straight. The testing method was straightforward. The cursed blade possessed a spirit, and if it fell autonomously and inflicted a wound upon Loki's right hand, it would indicate that he could not subdue it. The cursed blade Thousand Slaughters twirled gracefully in the air before abruptly descending, embedding itself into the floor, and Loki's outstretched hand remained unscathed. Haki, Loki chuckled, joyfully addressing Zephyr. Teacher, it appears I can wield this cursed blade. Indeed, Zephyr nodded. Then let us proceed. Use your most powerful technique to attack me. All right. Rocky stepped back a few paces, creating distance between himself and Zephyr before launching a direct offensive. Although Zephyr had aged, his prowess had not significantly diminished. After a brief exchange, Zephyr signaled for them to cease. Rocky, your swordsmanship has reached a commendable level, and as your teacher, I find myself unable to offer further guidance. For I am not a master swordsman, Zephyr said with a hint of regret. I understand, Teacher Zephyr. My primary aim is to learn more powerful martial techniques. In a swordsman's battle, aside from swordsmanship, physical prowess plays a crucial role, Rocky replied. You possess keen insight, however. It is my belief that the most vital element for a swordsman lies in possessing an unparalleled sword heart. The greatest swordmasters exude an unwavering confidence that there is nothing they cannot cut through. For instance, the legendary Flying Lion, who audaciously stormed the Navy headquarters single-handedly, Zephyr remarked. Upon hearing these words, Rocky suddenly grasped why Zephyr was an exceptional teacher. By openly addressing the Navy's vulnerabilities and using the tale of the Flying Lion's audacious assault on the Navy headquarters to impart wisdom, Zephyr proved himself to be a true mentor. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Zephyr nodded, a faint smile gracing his features as he continued. Regarding the Navy's 6 styles, aside from the essential shave that everyone must learn, I recommend you focus primarily on moonwalk, iron body, and paper drawing. Moonwalk will enhance your agility, while iron body and paper drawing will establish a solid foundation for your future mastery of observation haki and armament haki. Moreover, even before you acquire these advanced techniques, they will provide you with essential means of self-preservation. Rocky attentively noted Zephyr's words, nodding earnestly in agreement. For Zephyr's perspective resonated deeply with his own. Remember, the 6 styles of the Navy merely represent a combat technique. They do not encompass the entirety of battle. The conflicts we encounter are navigated through the precise coordination of our bodily faculties. When practicing the 6 styles, it is imperative to heed the signals emanating from your own body, rather than rigidly adhering to the experiences recounted by instructors. Experience is but experience, and it cannot be universally applicable. Do you understand? Rocky nodded and inquired, Teacher, I find it difficult to perceive the signals my body sends. How can I amplify the signals from various parts of my body? Zephyr chuckled and replied, One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. I have no method to amplify bodily signals. It can only be achieved through personal effort and heartfelt training. Only by truly feeling can one gradually progress and clearly perceive the signals that the body conveys. Once you can discern these various signals clearly, mastering the 6 styles of the Navy will be effortless for you. Furthermore, upon reaching this level, you will naturally comprehend the ultimate essence of the 6 styles, the return of life. The return of life? Rocky feigned ignorance of the concept, asking in astonishment. It refers to the ability to manipulate one's body at will. For example, If you sustain an injury, you can will your muscles to staunch the bleeding. Or you can control your hair to create any style you desire. Is that truly so remarkable? Rocky exclaimed, filled with longing. Indeed, if you wish to attain such abilities, you must dedicate yourself to learning. As long as you learn swiftly, I will generously impart all my knowledge of the sea, my combat experiences, and everything I have learned throughout my life, Zifa said with a cunning smile, enticing him. I will strive diligently. Rocky took a deep breath, calming his fantasies. Hearing Zifa speak earlier had already conjured visions of himself navigating the vast seas in the future. Meanwhile, as Rocky and his companions diligently trained, Zifa's grand warship traversed the first half of the Grand Line. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. During this month, Rocky had grown close with his team, which included not only Carol but also 3 other men named Dick, Yonka, and Nick. Throughout this period, the 5 of them benefited from the unique teaching methods of Assistant Chris, learning a great deal and witnessing a remarkable transformation in their abilities. Among them, Rocky made the most significant progress. He had initially grasped the Navy's 6 styles: moonwalk, iron body, paper drawing, and shave, within just over 20 days, as Zifa had instructed. Given his already formidable physical prowess, the 6 styles merely required diligent practice of specific movements to achieve muscle memory, allowing him to execute them at will. Coupled with Rocky's immense diligence, failure to learn would have been an injustice. While the others were slightly behind Rocky, their progress was also considerable, particularly today, which marked the completion of a small phase in the elite camp's training. Today, each student in the elite camp had mastered at least 2 of the 6 styles, qualifying them for the first practical trial. Certainly, the students of the elite camp have merely grasped the basics of the Navy's 6 forms, and they remain far from mastering it. Even Rocky, the standout of the elite camp, is currently unable to wield iron blocks while in motion. Teacher Zifa. All the students have at least mastered 2 of the Navy's 6 forms, Ein reported as he entered Zifa's office. Very well, Zifa nodded and stated. The first trial can commence. Instruct the assistant instructors to independently select prey based on the pirate information provided by the nearby Navy branch bases. The prey for Krista's group will be chosen by you. Understood, Teacher Zifa, Ein replied respectfully before exiting the office. In the training room, the new recruits of the elite camp eagerly awaited Ein's return with good news. Their preliminary mastery of the Navy's 6 forms significantly enhanced their strength, igniting an uncontainable desire to confront pirates on the high seas. The first trial officially begins tomorrow, so let's give it our all, rookies. Ein announced as he returned to the training room, surveying the expectant faces and smiling. Yes, the first trial mission is finally here. My fists are itching for action. Many soldiers from the elite camp were overwhelmed with excitement, eager to showcase their skills. Assistant instructor, please select a formidable pirate crew for us. If it's too weak, there won't be enough glory to share among the 5 of us. Assistant instructor, I believe we could attempt to take on a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. It's not that we think we can challenge such a powerful foe. Rather, with you by our side, our safety is assured. If safety is guaranteed, why not aim for something grand? The recruits of the elite camp encouraged the assistant instructors, yearning for a chance to face formidable pirates. The assistant instructors, undeterred, observed the recruits' audacious enthusiasm, reminiscent of their own youthful bravado. Rest assured, young ones, I will select a worthy opponent for you, one of them assured. Krista, I genuinely believe we can go after a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. With Rocky and Carol on our team, we can easily hold our own against the 3 of us, effectively making our group equivalent to at least 6 individuals. Other groups may falter, but we will surely prevail, suggested Nick, a teammate of Rocky, to Assistant Krista. Don't even think about it. I will choose your prey, and I will accompany you, Ein interjected as he approached Krista. Great. Ein will join us. Krista clapped her hands joyfully like a little girl, her delight evident on her face. After nearly a month of interaction, Rocky had come to understand the personality of Assistant Krista. She appeared to be a youthful maiden in the prime of her life, yet her thoughts resembled those of a child aged 7 or 8, with an innocence that was almost overwhelming. While she seemed to be the assistant to Rocky and his 4 companions, in truth, they regarded her as a younger sister. However, there was one perplexing aspect about Krista. She treated everyone kindly, yet forbade Rocky and the others from getting too close. Whenever they showed concern for her, she would become upset, the reasons for which remained a mystery. Thus, Rocky turned to Assistant Ein, earnestly requesting her assistance in finding a suitable opponent for them. He was eager to engage with formidable pirates. You wish for powerful adversaries? I shall select a worthy opponent for you, Ein replied with a smile. Under the dual protection of Ein and Klista, even if they were to face stronger opponents, Rocky and his companions should not be in mortal danger. Indeed, as Rocky's teammate Nick had pointed out, their team was undoubtedly the most exceptional among the 8 elite groups of this session. Having made my selection, your target this time is the Bluebeard Pirates, led by Captain Bluebeard, with a bounty of 63 million berries, and his first mate, Iron Arm Fransky, boasting a bounty of 25 million berries. They command over 50 pirates. After gathering comprehensive information on the pirates from the recent naval base at G8, Ein made her arrangements. We are going out to hunt again. I can hardly contain my excitement, Klista exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Rocky and 4 others gazed at Krista in astonishment. Noticing her beaming smile, it seemed utterly inconceivable that such words had escaped her lips. After all, her mindset resembled that of a mere child of 7 or 8. What experiences had Commander Krista undergone to develop such a demeanor? As Rocky observed the joyous Krista, he discreetly glanced at Assistant Ein. Regrettably, Ein offered no elucidation for their confusion. Chapter 72, Whispers of Warning. Zephyr's decision to train the elite naval recruits in the first half of the Grand Line was twofold. Firstly, the pirates traversing this segment of the Grand Line possessed formidable strength, aligning with the caliber of the elite recruits. Secondly, the navigational routes within this portion were limited to a mere 7, all of which required a log pose to guide the way. Absent a permanent log pose, pirates, upon reaching an island, would be compelled to remain stationary until their log pose fully recorded the magnetic field, thus enabling their departure to the next isle. Consequently, once information on the pirates was gathered, their trajectory could be easily traced, allowing predictions of their subsequent landing point. In stark contrast to the unpredictable routes of the 4 seas, the movements of these pirates remained entirely elusive, making their capture a laborious endeavor fraught with frustration. In the kingdom of Xixilia, at the port of Gangtown, a colossal pirate ship lay anchored. This vessel, devoid of any nearby ships, commandeered a substantial portion of the harbor's prime location. The wooden pirate ship exceeded 50 meters in length and was a classic 3-masted sailing ship. Its main mast adorned with a flag depicting a black background. The flag bore a striking image of a gleaming white skull and crossbones, characterized distinctly by the blue handlebar mustaches adorning the skull. This was the ship of the Bluebeard Pirates. Gangtown sat at a pivotal intersection of one of the 7 routes of the Grand Line, and its residents had long grown accustomed to the comings and goings of pirate ships. The passing pirates, provided they possessed a modicum of sense, adhered to an unspoken agreement to refrain from robbing individuals on the primary route islands. Such actions would only invite the Navy to establish a presence at various nodes, ultimately proving detrimental to the pirates' ventures. True to this understanding, the Bluebeard Pirates, despite their ship being docked in Gangtown, engaged in no acts of plunder. At this moment, they were feasting in a tavern within Gangtown, blissfully unaware that danger was silently encroaching. The elite recruits were undertaking their trial missions, with the assistance of soldiers from the naval branch. The 5 members of the Rocky crew, accompanied by Assistant Chris and Assistant Ein, embarked on a small military vessel dispatched by the G8 branch, heading towards Port Town. Based on intelligence received by the G8 base, Ein deduced that the next landing point of the Bluebeard pirate crew would be Port Town, thus they set their course directly for it. Outside the docks of Port Town, the small warship surged forward against the wind. At that moment, the dockworkers noticed the approaching naval vessel drawing nearer across the water. What was happening? Why was the Navy here? It seemed likely that they were attempting to encircle the Bluebeard pirate crew. How could a single small warship possibly take down the notorious Bluebeard? Quickly, we must inform the Bluebeard crew and urge them to leave at once. The dockworkers spontaneously rushed to the tavern where the Bluebeard crew was gathered to deliver the warning. Logically, the dockworkers had no financial ties to the Bluebeard crew, nor were they allies. They had no obligation to alert the pirates. However, the harsh realities of life for those at the bottom often exceed the imagination of those who remain oblivious to their plight. If the dockworkers had seen the Navy's arrival and failed to inform the Bluebeard pirates, it would have been a swift and decisive end to the matter. Yet, the captain of the Bluebeard crew was none other than the infamous Bluebeard himself, with a bounty of 63 million berries on his head. He was a formidable and ruthless brigand. The Navy had only dispatched a small vessel, suggesting their strength was likely lacking. Thus, the chances of a failed encirclement of Bluebeard were high. If the beleaguered Bluebeard managed to escape, he would surely conclude that the people of Port Town had betrayed him by leaking information to the Navy. At that moment, The citizens of Port Town would face dire consequences. Though this was not a certainty, who would dare to gamble on such a fate? Reluctantly, they felt compelled to warn the Bluebeard pirates. Inside a tavern on the main street of Port Town, all members of the Bluebeard crew were indulging in a lavish feast. Their captain, Bluebeard, sat at the innermost table, his upper body bare, displaying a robust physique. His rugged face was marked by 3 strands of sky-blue facial hair, featuring distinctive whiskers above his upper lip and a goatee beneath his chin. Before Bluebeard lay a large jug of fine wine and generous portions of meat. As he conversed with his crew, occasionally sipping wine and chewing on meat, suddenly the tavern door swung open forcefully and a dockworker rushed in, breathless. "What is the matter, you ruffian?" barging in without regard for the gentlemen who are enjoying their drinks. A captain of the Bluebeard pirate crew rose to his feet, addressing the dockworkers who hurriedly approached, panting heavily. "This is bad. This is bad. The Navy has arrived. They must be here to hunt you down." The Navy? Bluebeard, seated at the back, keenly seized upon this phrase. His brow furrowed as he set down the wine jug, his piercing gaze fixed upon the dockworkers. How many Navy personnel have come? A small warship. Damn it. A mere small warship dares to hunt me? Bluebeard? Those Navy fools truly underestimate me. In a fit of rage, Bluebeard smashed the wine jug and drew the curved sword at his side. No. Just last time, I defeated a small warship. The Navy wouldn't send just one small vessel to deal with me. Suddenly halting, he turned to his first mate, Iron Arm Franski, and commanded, "Franz, take the brothers to investigate what this batch of Navy is truly up to." Chapter 73, Battle Planet has been confirmed. That pirate ship belongs to the Bluebeard pirate crew. Yonka leaped down from the crow's nest of the Navy warship, excitement radiating from him. Haha. We finally caught him, the Bluebeard pirate crew. No one stopped me. This time I will showcase my skills. Nick and Ike were thrilled, but Rocky and Carol remained less enthused. Pirates were human too, and they could not simply be killed at will. Let us all share our thoughts on the current situation. How do you propose we eliminate the Bluebeard pirate crew? Unaddressed Rocky and the others. Our combined strength has reached a crushing level against them. I believe we can charge in directly and defeat them, Nick asserted confidently. Nick, that plan is clearly unfeasible. They won't foolishly wait for you to kill them, I countered. I think we should simply guard the pirate ship and, when they return, we can catch them all at once. Ike's proposal was quite reasonable. Yet I felt it necessary to add that our warship must remain concealed. We need to hide quietly. Otherwise the pirates won't be foolish enough to return and set sail right under our noses. Yonka concurred. Rocky, what is your perspective? I then turned to Rocky. I believe our foremost priority is to gain the cooperation of the local residents. If they assist us, we need not wait by the pirate ship. We can directly seek out the pirates' hideout in town. However, this could lead to clashes in the town center, damaging the residents' property. Moreover, the locals may not necessarily cooperate with us. Considering this, I leaned towards Yonka's suggestion. We should wait on the pirate ship for their return. Suddenly, a chime echoed in Rocky's mind. System notification. Task to hunt the Bluebeard pirate crew has been triggered. Time, 1 week. Reward, 10 points. The sudden triggering of the system task left Rocky utterly bewildered. What was wrong with him? Was he unwell? Assistant Chris observed the change in Rocky's expression and, unable to comprehend his childlike demeanor, quickly inquired. I have a feeling that this task may not be as straightforward as we initially thought. Perhaps our assumptions were overly simplistic. Rocky said, regaining his composure and addressing his teammates with a sense of resignation. Yonk, Nick, and Ike furrowed their brows in unison, casting their gazes upon Rocky as they chorused. Which aspect encountered an issue? I thought our plan was quite solid. The system task could not divulge the details to them, and Rocky found himself at a loss for explanations. It's just my intuition. As you all know, I was once a pirate hunter, and I possess some experience in tracking down pirates. I suddenly feel that this hunting mission will not be easy. What kind of reasoning is that? Yonk, Nick, and Ike protested, while Carol remained silently attentive, listening intently. At that moment, I glanced at Rocky and addressed the group. Unfortunately, I must inform you that Rocky's intuition is indeed correct. Why? I relayed the intricate dynamics between the pirates of the Grand Line and the local residents to the crew, prompting a collective realization among them. Does this mean that our whereabouts may have already been discovered by the pirates? Nick exclaimed in astonishment. Based on past experiences, it's quite likely. Generally, the most prudent strategy is to arrive at a location first, establish a stakeout, and wait for the pirates to arrive, unelucidated. Then why are we not moving on to the next location to set up a stakeout instead of coming to this port town? I queried, but abruptly fell silent. Ein had previously explained that due to her involvement and the relative strength of their group compared to others, the challenges they faced would be significantly greater. This is the essence of real combat. Only under circumstances where the next possible event is entirely unpredictable can your abilities be honed. Sweating and training will minimize bloodshed in battle, and these experiences will ultimately become invaluable lessons for you, Ein remarked with a smile. Other teams would envy such opportunities. What should we do then? Engage in independent contemplation, unify your strategies, and then act decisively. Our role as your assistants will be to ensure your safety. We will not participate directly in your actions, Ein stated. After a thorough discussion among Rocky and the other four, they devised a combat plan, fundamentally centered on the principle of exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. According to the assistant from Ein, it is highly probable that their whereabouts have now been discovered by the crew of the Bluebeard pirates. Considering the perspective of the Bluebeard pirates, the approach of naval warships to encircle them would undoubtedly incite a degree of panic. However, given that Rock and his companions are aboard merely a small military vessel, the notorious Bluebeard, with a bounty of 63 million berries, may not feel an overwhelming sense of fear. He might choose to send someone to assess the situation and wait for the opportune moment to act. The plan devised by Rocky and his companions was to feign weakness when Bluebeard's men arrived for inspection, luring Bluebeard into a trap for his eventual demise. Chapter 74. Encounter within the tavern located on the main street of Gangtown. Frank spoke. It is imperative that you venture forth and ascertain the strength of the Marines aboard the approaching naval vessel. Understood. I shall take my men at once, Frank Suki replied, nodding. He set aside his meat and goblet, rising to survey the pirates indulging within the tavern, and announced, "Brothers of the 1st Division, accompany me." "Frank, bring the din mushy," Bluebeard interjected nonchalantly. "Of course." Frank Suki responded with a smile, gesturing with his hand. "Remember, Frank, as my first mate, I will not tolerate your demise in the field. Exercise caution and ensure your safe return," Bluebeard admonished. "Rest assured, Captain, I am fully aware of my limits," Frank Suki reassured. "Brothers, let us depart." He led the loyal members of the 1st Division out of the tavern. Upon exiting, Frank Suki promptly instructed a trusted pirate. "You shall follow us disguised as an ordinary citizen with the din mushy. Should we encounter any dire emergencies, contact the captain immediately." "Understood, first mate," the pirate replied promptly. "Brothers, onward." Frank Suki unsheathed his curved blade, leading with fervor towards the dock of Gangtown. A small warship lay anchored at the dock, from which Rocky and 4 other elite soldiers undergoing trials disembarked, accompanied by Assistant Instructor Ein and Assistant Instructor Christoph, who donned civilian attire. "Good sir, do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of this band of pirates?" Nicola inquired, pointing at Bluebeard's massive vessel. The dock worker glanced at Rocky and his companions, noting their youth. "Though you wear the uniform of a naval major, I must advise you to return. The notorious pirate Bluebeard is a ruthless killer. Do not throw your lives away in vain. Our safety is not your concern, good sir. We merely ask for information regarding the location of Bluebeard's crew," Nicola persisted. With a heavy sigh, the dock worker replied, "Listen to reason, young ones. I have no intention of misleading you. You must leave swiftly to eradicate Bluebeard's crew. You are woefully insufficient. At least several more warships are required. Could you not simply disclose the whereabouts of Bluebeard's crew?" Nicola pressed. "I am sorry, but I do not know. You may inquire with others," the dock worker said, shaking his head in resignation before walking away. The residents exhibited palpable fear towards Bluebeard's crew. Confirming Assistant Instructor Ein's suspicions, Nick returned to the side of Rocky and spoke with a tinge of regret. Rocky expressed his understanding, acknowledging that circumstances often outweigh individual will. After all, the villagers of Kikoja and over 20 other villages had once endured under Aaron's tyranny, struggling to survive not out of a lack of desire to resist, but rather due to the prohibitive cost of rebellion. Given that the residents of Gangtown do not align themselves with our cause, we must proceed with our operational plan. In truth, this may work to our advantage. Our sole course of action is to forge ahead. I have faith that the Bluebeard pirates will inevitably seek us out, for we are but 5 fledgling naval majors. A faint smile played on Rocky's lips. According to our investigations, it appears that most pirates are exceedingly concerned with their bounty. To augment their bounties, pirates resort to villainy, seeking to manifest their threat level and thus elevate their notoriety. The 5 elite soldiers of Rocky, all holding the rank of major, deliberately donned their justice coats for this mission, aiming to attract attention. Upon spotting the 5 young naval majors, The pirates of the Bluebeard crew immediately sought to eliminate them, for the bounty would surely surge if they succeeded. Look at that group ahead. Isn't the one leading them the vice captain of the Bluebeard crew, Iron Arm Frankie? Young pointed out at the approaching crowd. Only 5 naval majors have come to eradicate us. It seems the naval commander has yet to learn from our previous ambush. Frankie remarked with a smirk. Indeed, to vanquish the Bluebeard crew, they would require at least a naval rear admiral. A pirate behind Frankie laughed heartily. Listen up, lads. Here lies our chance to prove our strength and elevate our bounty. Let us unite and take down these 5 naval majors, so the Navy understands the might of the Bluebeard crew. Kill. As the Bluebeard crew launched their assault, Rocky and his comrades could not help but smile. Hold your horses. We must adhere to the plan and lure Bluebeard out first. This is merely a vice captain. His death bears little significance. Until Bluebeard is eliminated, the Bluebeard crew shall not perish, Rocky cautioned his eager teammates. Their strategy was to conceal their full strength, merely overpowering the scouts sent by the Bluebeard crew, and then enticing Bluebeard himself. Rest assured, Rocky, we know our limits. Leave Frankie to me. No one dares to contest him. Nick shouted, charging forward. Nick, you schemer. Why should Frankie belong to you? I want him too, Yunk exclaimed, rushing ahead as well. In that moment, Frankie, the behemoth, had seemingly transformed into a coveted prize, and it could no longer restrain himself, leaping into the fray. Rocky and Carol remained stationary, while Nick and his companions should be able to execute their plan. Chapter 75, Rocky takes action. As the pirates and Navy were about to clash, the townsfolk hurriedly fled the streets. You 3 ruffians, fight somewhere else. Keep the collateral damage away from the townspeople, Carol shouted. Nick and his companions surveyed their surroundings, noting that the cautious townsfolk had already vacated the area, leaving the streets clear for their confrontation. Have you come rushing to your demise? Iron Arm Franski sneered, raising his right hand. Boys, open fire and take them down. The pirates behind Franski immediately brandished various firearms, aiming at Nick and his companions. What? These wretched pirates prefer melee combat, don't they? Nick gritted his teeth, swiftly preparing to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. The array of flintlock pistols unleashed a torrent of gunfire, a veritable storm of bullets raining down upon them. Nick and his companions leaped aside, realizing they could not utilize iron blocks in this situation, leaving them vulnerable to the bullets' onslaught. Observing the 3 Navy colonels in a desperate retreat, Franski erupted in laughter. Taking cover, Nick and his companions seethed with anger and shouted at Franski, "You cowardly pirate, dare to face me in a one-on-one duel. Come out, and I shall confront you." Franski chuckled coldly. As soon as the Navy shows their faces, my lads will unleash a barrage of bullets. After all, defeating a Navy colonel would increase their bounty, and the means of achieving that would be as effortless as possible. What should we do? Nick exchanged glances with his companions, not anticipating such a considerable dilemma upon engaging in actual combat. What? Aren't you Navy majors? Are you afraid to show yourselves? Franski guffawed, continuously mocking them. I can't stand this any longer. Yonk cast a glance at Nick and Nick. While you stall them, I will take a detour and eliminate them. After careful consideration, Nick and Nick found merit in Yonk's proposal. If they could ambush Franski's crew before they realized what was happening, it would prevent any alert to Bluebeard. In that case, even without drawing Bluebeard's attention, they could capture a crew member, extract information about Bluebeard's whereabouts, and eliminate him effectively. Indeed, we can flank them and swiftly eradicate Franski's gang. Nick nodded in agreement. We're altering our battle plan without consent. Let's consult Rocky and the others, Nick suggested. All right, you engage with Franski's crew, and I will speak with Rocky. After Yonka finished speaking, he promptly took out his communicator and contacted Rocky, who was several dozen meters away. Once the connection was established, Yonka swiftly relayed the new battle plan to Rocky. Any strategy we can conceive, Frankie might also anticipate. He may have already informed Bluebeard to take an alternate route to eliminate us. We merely need to remain in place. There is no need for such complications. After some contemplation, Rocky replied, given that there is a gap in our simultaneous assault, they might also alert Bluebeard. If Bluebeard fears our might, he may not come to rescue his first mate. This was not a baseless concern from Rocky. The system had assigned a task pertaining to the elimination of Bluebeard, indicating that vanquishing him was far from a trivial matter. Rocky felt compelled to approach the situation with utmost seriousness, contemplating every possible scenario that could allow Bluebeard to escape. What if we allow Bluebeard to launch a surprise attack on us? If we are indeed caught off guard, we would lose our initiative, and I believe that is unacceptable. Yonka declared without hesitation. Let us cast our votes. Both Nick and I find this plan viable, Yonka suggested. Rocky let out a sigh and agreed to proceed as you suggested, but insisted that we should not take a detour. What do you mean? Yonka questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Rocky stepped forward, unleashing his conqueror's Haki. The air vibrated as his aura swept over Frankie and his crew, causing all but Frankie to collapse instantaneously. I see. Let that pirate scoundrel know our might. Nick and his companions swiftly emerged from their concealment, executing their techniques with such speed that they became mere shadows. Frankie, shaken from the daze induced by Rocky's powerful presence, noticed the movements of Nick and his comrades and was taken aback. He could not discern the trajectory of the three Marine majors. Frankie shook with realization and exclaimed, "We've been deceived. These three Marine majors are formidable opponents in disguise. Alert the captain." Yet, no one responded to him. Unbeknownst to Frankie, he was deep in thought. These adversaries possessed strength comparable to that of the captain. Even if the captain were slightly stronger, they had 3 members, no, 5. Frankie trembled at the realization. Despite their numerical advantage, confronting foes of such speed, capable of becoming mere afterimages, rendered firearms nearly useless. Although they were many, they would likely be dispatched with ease. Moreover, a lone captain could not withstand the onslaught of 5 adversaries of similar strength. This was a conspiracy. They were targeting the Bluebeard pirates. Frankie's heart raced with trepidation. While the Bluebeard pirates had established their reputation among the residents of Gangtown, they were indeed insignificant compared to the colossal Marine forces. Informed the captain. We have fallen into an ambush. Retreat quickly. In the midst of his thoughts, Frankie resolved to shout as he turned to flee. To his shock, he discovered that all his comrades had already collapsed behind him. What in the world is happening? Frankie stared in disbelief at his fallen crew. His eyes wide with astonishment, utterly stunned. Chapter 76. The weak and cunning Frankie, how enviable. Rocky's conqueror's Haki. Nick and the others gazed at the pirates strewn across the ground with admiration. Fortunately, Frankie wasn't knocked out by Rocky's overwhelming presence. Otherwise, we would not have needed to intervene. Frankie is mine, Nick shouted, propelling himself forward with all his might. Nick, you rascal. Yonk and it quickly followed suit. You were the one who insisted we come out, weren't you? Before Frankie could emerge from his dazed state, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this utterance, a chill ran down Frankie's spine, compelling him to instinctively turn his head. To his astonishment, a Navy major had approached him. Raging kick. Nick raised his right leg and delivered a powerful blow to Frankie's waist, akin to how Kizaru dispatched a supernova on Sabaody Archipelago. This strike sent Frankie soaring through the air. However, the true essence of the raging kick lies not in such a crude application. It is characterized by delivering a vacuum/akin to a recent handheld device. Nick acted in this manner because there were 2 comrades behind him, who were also fixated on Frankie. Should he eliminate Frankie, Yonko and Nick might very well join forces to retaliate against him. Whoosh! Frankie's body soared through the air, colliding with a building at the roadside. Suddenly, Carol appeared before Frankie and unleashed a kick. Whoosh! Bang! He crashed into a large tree beside the street, which snapped in half upon impact. Nick, refrain from kicking towards someone else's property, Carol remarked in a matter-of-fact tone. Upon hearing these words, Rocky and the others exchanged knowing glances, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Ahem, how formidable. Fransky coughed up blood, clutching his waist as he struggled to rise. Now it's my turn, isn't it? A foreign voice echoed in Fransky's ears. Huh. At this, Fransky's eyes widened in alarm, a gasp escaping his lips. Damn it. Another kick sent Fransky soaring through the air, colliding violently with a nearby tree, which cracked upon impact. Stop. I surrender. This time, Fransky did not attempt to stand or wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he discarded his curved dagger and raised both hands, trembling as he shouted. WTF, you're so pathetic, it's not even my turn yet. Ick's furious voice resonated behind Fransky. Don't hit me, I've surrendered. You Navy men can't mistreat prisoners. Fransky quickly turned to Ick, pleading. Ick frowned at these words, aware that the Navy indeed had regulations against mistreating captives. Although he was tempted to disregard the rule to vent his frustration, the assistant instructor was watching closely. How infuriating. Ick gritted his teeth, refraining from attacking Fransky, and inquired. Where is your captain? Lead us to him. Can reporting the captain redeem me? Fransky exclaimed, filled with excitement. Ick nodded in response. Wonderful, wonderful. Fransky babbled, I'm injured. I can't stand. Please, officer, help me up. I'll take you there. The captain trusts me. He is still at the tavern drinking. We can catch him off guard. Upon hearing this, Ick's eyes lit up as he squatted down to assist Fransky. At that moment, Fransky suddenly revealed his fangs. His hand moved to his waist, and in an instant, a dagger appeared, swiftly aimed at Ick's side. Having believed Fransky's words and let his guard down, Ick was caught off guard by this sudden attack, unable to evade in time. Humph. Observing this scene, Kristoff swiftly raised his right hand, pointing his slender finger at Fransky. Whoosh. A surge of energy shot forth, striking Fransky. It was an advanced technique of the finger gun, flying finger gun. With remarkable force, the air bullet was propelled forth, akin to a shooting finger gun. Simultaneously, a wave of Conqueror's Haki swept over Fransky, momentarily freezing his movements. At that instant, the air bullet from the flying finger gun struck Fransky's wrist, sending the dagger flying from his grasp. Die for me. Rocky's Conqueror's Haki instilled fear, while assistant instructor Krista's flying finger gun thwarted Fransky's stealthy assault. Ick, realizing the situation, furiously launched a kick towards Fransky's head. Thud. Fransky was sent flying by Ick's strike, soaring 30 to 40 meters before crashing to the ground before Rocky, blood frothing from his mouth as he struggled in a dazed state. To eradicate the roots of the problem, a smirk curled on Rocky's lips as he flicked his sword, unleashing a sharp beam of light, and in the next instant, Fransky's head was severed from his body. Thank you, Rocky. Ick exhaled deeply, still shaken, as he turned to Rocky with heartfelt gratitude. Assistant Krista, I am also grateful for your life-saving intervention. Ick directed a thankful gaze towards Assistant Krista standing nearby. It is of no concern. You are under my protection, and I will never allow these wretched beings to harm you, Assistant Krista replied, her face breaking into a smile, her tone unwavering and reassuring. Upon hearing these words, Rocky and his companions were deeply moved. At that moment, Assistant Ein reminded everyone, pirates are not reasonable beings. One must exercise extreme caution in similar situations in the future. Nick, Young, Ick, and Carol nodded in silent agreement, etching this moment into their hearts. Without further ado, let us hasten to find Bluebeard. With that, Rocky strode forward with purpose. Chapter 77. The escape splendidly executed. Truly remarkable. That group of pirates just collapsed. Were they frightened into unconsciousness? These 5 naval majors are indeed extraordinary. Their movements were so swift that I could barely discern them. Huh. You are not the only one who couldn't see them clearly. I too found it difficult. The residents of Gangtown, hiding nearby, watched in awe as Rocky and his companions battled Fransky. Upon witnessing their victory, they erupted in cheers. Hey, my friend, you seem a bit too excited. One individual patted a man beside him, who was trembling uncontrollably and appeared dazed. This man was the pirate previously instructed by Fransky to hold the phone. Masquerading as an ordinary citizen, he stared blankly ahead, the scenes of the battle replaying in his mind. Shattering the formidable image he held of the first mate and utterly dismantling his will to fight. The 5 naval majors were terrifying. The first mate seemed like mere fish on a cutting board, helpless before them. Their strength surpassed any naval majors they had encountered before. A conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. The Bluebeard pirates must have caught the attention of the Navy, who dispatched at least a captain-level powerhouse disguised as majors to eliminate them. With this thought, the pirate trembled and hurriedly sought refuge in a nearby shop. Once inside, although the surroundings were empty, his heart raced wildly. He shakily retrieved the transponder snail to call Captain Bluebeard. The call connected. The terrified pirate swallowed hard, his voice quivering with a hint of sobs. Captain, it's terrible. A grave situation has arisen. Listening to the urgent and fearful voice emanating from the phone, Bluebeard furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He immediately instructed his subordinates, do not panic, speak slowly, what has transpired? The first mate is dead. He was directly killed by the Navy. What? Bluebeard sprang to his feet, disbelief etched on his face, scarcely able to trust his own ears. This shocking revelation caused the other pirates in the tavern, who had been feasting heartily, to halt their activities and gaze at Captain Bluebeard. Where are you now? I will bring men to avenge Fransky. Bluebeard's expression darkened severely as he spoke hoarsely into the transponder snail. Captain, don't come here. The messenger pirate licked his parched lips and exclaimed anxiously. The Navy has dispatched 5 lieutenants, each possessing formidable strength. Their movements were so swift that I could scarcely discern them. The first mate was eliminated in an instant, unable to even struggle. These naval lieutenants must be more than mere lieutenants. We have been deceived. This is a scheme by the Navy, a conspiracy. Upon hearing this on the other end of the line, Bluebeard was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. 5 naval lieutenants capable of easily dispatching his first mate? How could such a thing be possible? His first mate, Frankie, was a man with a bounty of 25 million berries. This truly was a conspiracy. Gather at the dock. We must find a way to escape. Bluebeard thought for a moment, his anger dissipating, and calmly instructed the talking snail, before abruptly hanging up. He looked up at the pirates who were all staring at him and declared loudly, "Listen up. We are being targeted by the Navy. Conceal your weapons and disperse to regroup at the port. If any suspicious individuals cross your path, eliminate them." "Understood, Captain. Let's go." The pirates of the Bluebeard crew began to flee in succession. Bluebeard drew his large sword and entered the tavern's inner sanctum, mercilessly slaying the owner and the staff who had heard his earlier words, before departing the tavern with his bloodstained blade, vanishing into the narrow alleyways. Meanwhile, Rocky and his companions awakened a pirate. "You will lead us to your captain's hideout," Rocky said, pointing his sword at the roused pirate. "Do you see these individuals beside you? You can choose not to guide us, and I will simply slay you, allowing them to take your place." The pirate, initially taken aback, quickly replied, "I will lead. I will show you the way." The 5 members of Rocky swiftly arrived at the tavern where the pirates had taken refuge. At this moment, the establishment was devoid of life, its interior in disarray. Subsequently, they stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of the tavern owner and a server. Witnessing this grim scene, their expressions turned somber. Ick appeared dazed, evidently unaccustomed to encountering death. Meanwhile, Nick and Young exuded an aura of lethal intent. Had Bluebeard been present, they would have undoubtedly dispatched him without hesitation. Carol, on the other hand, wore a particularly dark expression, revealing her familiarity with such sights. "We should first summon the naval soldiers from G8 base to apprehend the unconscious pirate minions." Rocky broke the silence. "We ought to pursue the pirates," Young declared. "We have lost the trail of the pirates. How can we pursue them?" Rocky replied, gazing at Young with a hint of indifference. "Damn it, Young, Nick." And it clenched their fists tightly, but were compelled to contact the soldiers stationed on the warship at G8 base to retrieve the pirates who had been incapacitated by Rocky's conqueror's Haki. "What should we do now?" Nick inquired, looking towards Rocky. At this juncture, there was an implicit trend of deference towards Rocky among the 5. Although Rocky was the strongest among them, Young, Nick, and Ick, being elite soldiers themselves, found it difficult to yield to him solely based on strength. However, today's events compelled them to acknowledge that Rocky excelled in the practical endeavor of hunting pirates. Since the pirates of Bluebeard's crew have fled, it indicates their fear of us, of what we might do. Naturally, their instinct is to escape this place as swiftly as possible, Rocky stated. Therefore, we shall wait at the location from which they escape. It is time to return to the dock. Chapter 78. Orson returned to the dock? Young furrowed his brow. Indeed. The members of Bluebeard's crew will likely depart from the dock, Rocky affirmed. What if they choose not to leave by the dock, but instead abduct a local resident and vanish into the mountains to construct another vessel? It countered. Can we capture them in such a scenario? Rocky retorted. Seeing it fall silent, Rocky continued. Since we cannot ascertain their exact destination, we shall wait at the most probable location of their appearance. We must do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. In the world of pirates, technology is remarkably skewed. There exist incredibly powerful artificial beings and pacifists. Yet devices such as phones, computers, or networks are conspicuously absent, with not a single surveillance camera in sight. If the members of Bluebeard's crew are resolute in their escape, the likelihood of Rocky and his companions apprehending them is minimal. It would be wiser to wait at the dock, adopting a strategy of patience. Nick, Young, and it contemplated this notion, finding merit in Rocky's reasoning. Go back to the warship and keep an eye on the pirate ship. I will remain here to await the arrival of the naval soldiers to tidy up this mess, Rocky instructed. I will stay with you, Carol spoke softly. Although he had trained on the warship for nearly a month and had become familiar with the other members of his team, he still felt most at ease in the company of Rocky. All right. Young and his companions returned to the warship to monitor the pirate ship, while Rocky and Carol awaited on the street. The sailors came to escort the pirates of the Bluebeard crew, who had been rendered unconscious by Rocky, back to the warship. This was handled rather well, yet the pirates of the Bluebeard crew were exceedingly cunning. It remained uncertain whether Rocky and his team would successfully complete the trial this time. Assistant Ein and Assistant Krista had been observing closely throughout. After tidying up the remnants on the town streets, Rocky and Carol returned to the warship, where the pirate ship had already been seized by the sailors. Young had climbed up to the lookout tower on the pirate ship's main mast. due to the temporary failure in the siege against the Bluebeard crew. The Navy demanded the cooperation of all ship owners at the dock to assist in fulfilling their mission. Under the Navy's stringent demands, the port of Gangtown was closed off to all vessels. Rocky, what if the Bluebeard crew members actually flee into the mountains and build their own ship to set sail from the other side? Yunk exclaimed as he ran over to Rocky. Do as you wish. We shall determine our own trial, Rocky replied curtly. If you insist on wandering into the deep mountains and forests, no one will stop you. Pirates are not mountain bandits. They only retreat into the mountains when they have nothing better to do. If I were a pirate besieged by the Navy, I would simply gather my subordinates at the dock and, under the cover of night when the Navy's vigilance wanes, seize a sailing ship and escape. Only those cowardly souls who have nothing better to do would fearfully retreat into the mountains. Bluebeard, being a somewhat notable pirate, would certainly not allow himself to bear such a disgraceful experience. He would find a way to escape from the dock. Meanwhile, Bluebeard and his subordinates had secretly gathered by the dock. In a lodging by the dock, Bluebeard and his crew leaned against the window, peering through the curtain's gap at the pirate ship now occupied by the Navy. The original owner of the lodging lay in a pool of blood. Captain, what should we do? One of the officers from the Bluebeard crew inquired. Those Navy bastards killed my first mate and seized my pirate ship. They simply wish to eradicate me. Bluebeard scoffed coldly. I will not allow them to have their way. I will make them watch as I swagger out of here. Captain, what do you mean? All the pirates turned their gaze towards Bluebeard, awaiting his orders. 2nd Division. Set fire to the town. When the Navy sees the flames, they will mostly rush to extinguish the fire and rescue the people. The 3rd Division will follow me to reclaim our pirate ship. Bluebeard declared with an icy tone. Understood, Captain. Act now, brothers. Let the Navy witness our might and understand that the Bluebeard pirate crew is not to be trifled with. Bluebeard let out a heavy snort. Follow me, my comrades. One of the officers from the Bluebeard pirate crew immediately led a dozen members of the 2nd Division, departing from the inn. What is happening over there? Why has thick smoke suddenly begun to rise? Yunk, stationed at the lookout atop the main mast of the Bluebeard pirate ship, was the first to notice the flames engulfing the streets of the small town. Soon after, smoke began to billow from several other locations as well. Yunk was taken aback. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening in shock as he stammered. How dare they? There are so many innocent civilians in the town. This is terrible. A catastrophe is unfolding. The pirates are setting fire to the town. Yunk shouted urgently. Upon hearing his cries, Rocky and his companions immediately leaped onto the mast, where they beheld over a dozen points of fire along the town's main street, as the frightened residents fled in chaos. The Bluebeard Pirate Crew. Chapter 79. The Game, damn it. That scoundrel Bluebeard. The 5 members of Rocky's team were more than capable of entering the elite camp. They quickly discerned Bluebeard's intentions, realizing that he aimed to create a diversion to facilitate his escape. Quick, let us go. We must hurry to rescue them, while simultaneously eliminating some of the arsonist pirates. Yunk shouted, leaping from the pirate ship towards the burning town. Seeing this, Nick and Nick followed suit. Bluebeard's ploy of misdirection relied on the fleeting moment when the arsonists could flee before the Navy arrived. The shorter the time it took for Rocky and his companions to reach the scene, the less opportunity the arsonists would have to escape. As for the remaining pirates who had not set fire, they would have to wait. They could be dealt with later. But missing the chance to extinguish the flames was not an option. Everyone mobilized to combat the fire. Rocky remained more composed than the rest. He returned to the warship to summon the Marines assigned to them from the G8 base. The Marines swiftly formed ranks and surged towards the town, under the command of Rocky and his team during their trial period. Why are we still here? Are we not going? Carol asked, glancing at Rocky. You go ahead. I will follow shortly, he responded. Upon hearing this, Carol immediately jumped from the warship. Misdirection, is it? You wish to flee? Rocky's expression hardened as he surveyed all the small and medium-sized sailing vessels in the harbor. I shall not allow you to have your way. Rocky boldly unsheathed his sword and delivered a fierce strike toward the pirate ship. With a swift motion, a radiant beam of sword light erupted, and a formidable wave of sword energy surged forth. The sound of a resounding crack echoed as the immense pirate vessel was cleaved in two by the force of his strike. How could this be possible? That naval lieutenant managed to sever our pirate ship with a single stroke. Bluebeard himself, leading the 3rd Squadron, was observing their pirate ship from an inn, preparing to seize it back once the Navy had fully committed to extinguishing the flames. Infuriated, the captain of Bluebeard's 3rd Squad could no longer contain his ire and urged Bluebeard, Captain, let us rush in and eliminate that detestable little scoundrel. Yes, Let us turn that little rascal into a sieve. No, Bluebeard replied, shaking his head, his expression dark and foreboding. Those familiar with him recognized that he was teetering on the edge of extreme fury. Yet the dazzling sword light displayed by Rocky had preserved a flicker of reason within him. We shall wait until that brat departs. The docks are brimming with vessels. We need not rely solely on the pirate ship. However, to their utter astonishment, Rocky, it turns out, did not merely target their pirate ship. Every sailing vessel capable of accommodating 20 to 30 individuals fell victim to his ruthless hands. However, Rocky did not cleave them in two with a single stroke. Rather, he severed the mainmast, allowing for future repairs. All the ships in the harbor were of a sailing design, and once the mainmast was cut, their maneuverability was significantly hampered. He was eager to see how the Bluebeard pirates would escape this time. Having accomplished this, Rocky charged toward the area engulfed in flames within the town. Rocky is indeed a formidable person. Adjunct Ein was greatly moved. The decisive act of severing the main mast of all the medium and large sailing vessels was deeply etched in her mind, fundamentally altering her perception of him. Even Chris, who stood beside Ein, displayed an expression of astonishment. No one anticipated that the usually amiable and courteous Rocky would exhibit such audacity. Regardless of the outcome of this trial, the demise of Bluebeard was assured, and resolutely concluded within herself. Chris, keep a watchful eye on our warship. I shall attend to Rocky and his companions. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not hesitate to contact me through the snail. Uninstructed Chris. Several individuals, including Rocky, rushed to extinguish the flames, necessitating the presence of an assistant to oversee the situation. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to Rocky and his companions, it could lead to dire consequences. Albeit the likelihood of such incidents occurring was minimal. Rest assured, I will handle it, Krista asserted confidently, patting her ample chest. The assistant, Ein, soared towards Rocky and the others. Brothers, that scoundrel has destroyed all the suitable sailing vessels while sparing his own warship, and now the warship is devoid of crew. He underestimates us far too much. Do we not dare to seize the warship? Bluebeard, wielding a large sword, led the charge towards the warship, followed closely by the pirates of the 3rd Division, each brandishing their weapons as they surged forward. Ein, look at those pirates rushing towards our warship. Should we eradicate them all? Krista exclaimed, immediately contacting Ein upon noticing Bluebeard and the others advancing. These murderous fiends, committing heinous acts without remorse. Eliminating them would be far too merciful. Besides, they are the prey of Rocky and the others. It would be a shame to kill them. Ein's voice resonated through the communication device. What should we do then? Krista inquired. Let them pass for now. And then we shall engage in a game of cat and mouse. Wait for Rocky and his companions to dispatch them. Ein replied coolly, intending to make these pirates experience a taste of despair. A game of cat and mouse? Sounds delightful. How do we play? Krista's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke into the device. First, we will drive them away, allowing them to escape in small boats. Then Rocky and his crew will return to pursue them aboard the warship. Ein huffed lightly. Let them experience the torment of fate. This approach would not only refrain from hindering Rocky's trials, but also allow the Bluebeard pirate crew to face their own hardships, achieving a harmonious balance. Chapter 80. Krista's strength. Krista nodded earnestly, then leaped gracefully from the 2nd tier of the warship to the deck, landing with poise. Indeed, there were still sentinels aboard the warship, adding an element of intrigue. Bluebeard, noticing Krista's sudden appearance on the deck, smirked. Little girl, cease your futile resistance. This warship is now mine. He bellowed, leading the charge. Your main forces have gone to extinguish the flames. You cannot thwart me. If you are wise, you will jump overboard and spare yourselves my wrath. What do you mean, you? It is just me here. Krista blinked innocently, responding. At this, the pirates exchanged incredulous glances, questioning the absurdity of such a claim. You alone, a delicate little girl, are guarding the ship? Is the naval commander a fool? It is truly just me. Hey, pirates. Would you like to play a game with me? Krista leaped from the deck of the warship, landing on the dock to observe the members of the Bluebeard pirates up close. Her voice, as melodious as a celestial choir, rang out. Let's play a game. All right. Uncle will join you in the fun. Bluebeard chuckled, contemplating whether this was a trap or not. He decided to seize this beautiful girl as a hostage, believing that robbing the warship would then become significantly easier. Indeed, uncles will play with you, he declared, eliciting sinister laughter from his crew, their faces adorned with wicked grins. Witnessing this scene, Kristo's face blossomed with an innocent smile as she joyfully proclaimed, I shall announce the rules of the game. This time, we shall play hide and seek. If I catch you, I shall give you a slap, and then you will be out of the game. With that, she declared, now, let the game begin. As her words faded, her figure vanished from in front of the warship. The members of the Bluebeard pirates gaped in astonishment. How could such a lovely girl simply disappear? Had they just witnessed an illusion? I caught you. Christo's crisp voice echoed amidst the crew. They turned in shock towards the source of the sound. This was no illusion. How was she able to accomplish this? Christo raised her delicate, fair right hand towards one of the pirates. Smack! A resounding slap reverberated through the air. The pirate struck by Christo was sent hurtling backward over 10 meters. Let us continue. She chimed, her figure once again vanishing from sight, appearing before another pirate. It's your turn. Smack! Another thunderous slap followed. The pirate who was hit had no chance to resist and was sent flying. These swift occurrences finally dawned upon the Bluebeard pirates. The once sweet and innocent girl they had underestimated was far beyond their reckoning. You vile woman. What do you intend to do? Bluebeard bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Christo was humiliating his crew right before his eyes, as if she were slapping him directly. Though he could barely catch a glimpse of her fleeting form, he could not remain silent any longer. Playing a game, aren't we? You promised, didn't you? Christo suddenly materialized beside Bluebeard, addressing him with a playful grin. Bluebeard's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively raised his hand, swinging a blade towards her. Bang! Christo's fist collided with Bluebeard's face, sending him sprawling across the dock and into the sea. Hey, don't run away. You cannot escape me. Krista gazed joyfully at the fleeing members of the Bluebeard pirates, her voice echoing like a death knell in their ears. The terror of her power was palpable. The captain had been effortlessly sent flying with a single blow, prompting an instinctive desire to escape. Yet, their attempts to flee were in vain. A minute later, Krista returned to the warship, clapping her hands with delight as she contacted Dine, exclaiming, "It's done, remarkably easy." Emerging from the sea, Bluebeard discovered that none of his crew had perished. However, each one bore the mark of defeat with twisted heads and bruised faces. We cannot seize the warship. We must find another vessel to escape, suggested the captain of the 3rd Division of the Bluebeard pirates. Indeed, Bluebeard nodded, leading his crew to commandeer a sailboat whose main mast had been severed by Haki. This vessel, incapable of sailing with the wind, could only be rowed manually. I comprehend the woman's sinister intentions. Bluebeard shuddered involuntarily. The situation had become evident. She had thwarted their acquisition of the warship yet spared their lives, allowing them to flee in order to drive them away. Once they departed, they would be unable to wreak havoc upon innocent civilians at sea, and when the Navy, dispatched to extinguish the flames of chaos, had the opportunity, they would pursue them with the warship. Row swiftly, lads. Our lives depend on the speed of this boat. Bluebeard's expression turned grave as he joined the rowers. Captain, shall we not wait for the 2nd Division? One pirate inquired. If you wish to wait, do so here. Bluebeard retorted coldly. The pirate quickly withdrew, silenced by the captain's glare. The Bluebeard crew rowed towards Garl Island, guided by a permanent compass they had previously seized. Chapter 81. Pursuit. Captain, I have just realized that our permanent compass points to Garl Island, where there is a naval branch base. The navigator of the Bluebeard pirates said, his expression filled with resignation. It is merely an ordinary naval base. The most formidable there could only be a naval colonel, far less fearsome than that girl we encountered. Bluebeard proclaimed, attempting to bolster morale. The image of being crushed by the young maiden sent shivers down his spine. His self-proclaimed strength felt utterly insignificant in her presence, easily subdued with a mere flick of her wrist. Captain, do you know who that woman was? She was terrifyingly swift. I could barely react. A pirate reminisced, recalling that the woman, devoid of military attire yet possessing formidable strength, had allowed them to escape. He surmised that she was likely not a Navy officer, but rather an operative of the government, potentially affiliated with the infamous Intelligence Assassination Organization, CP. However, he remained uncertain of her specific designation within that hierarchy. Enough distractions, my comrades. Our ability to evade capture now hinges upon the swiftness of our rowing. Bluebeard commanded his crew, urging them to exert themselves more vigorously in their labor. After more than 2 hours of intense rescue efforts, the multiple significant fire outbreaks along the streets of the town had been extinguished. With little time to tend to the injured populace, Haki and his group hastily returned to their warship to pursue the fleeing Bluebeard and his crew. Through inquiries directed at Krista, who remained aboard the ship, Haki and his companions discerned the direction in which Bluebeard's pirate crew had fled. The panicked Bluebeard had indeed chosen a hasty escape route, heading directly towards the direction of the Garl Islands. By consulting their navigational charts, Rocky and her team discovered that the first island along Bluebeard's escape trajectory was the Garl Islands, which were guarded by a naval branch base. Though the Garl Islands were relatively small, the presence of gem mines had prompted the world government to establish a naval base there for protection. There was no chance for Bluebeard's crew to evade capture, and approached, holding a transponder snail, and promptly placed a call. Soon, orders from the G8 branch base were relayed to the Garl Islands base, instructing them to assist Rocky and her team in eliminating Bluebeard's pirate crew. With a pincer movement, victory is assured, Nick proclaimed with a smile. Indeed, their sailboat lacks even a mainmast, as long as we do not sail against the wind. The Garl Islands base's assistance will be unnecessary. We will soon catch up to them, Ick echoed, sharing in the mirth. I advise against your optimism. What if the wind shifts? Rocky jested, chiding them. Moments later, the dreaded shift occurred. Curse be your tongue. This is not my fault. I seldom speak in such a manner, and it has never come to fruition until now, Ick protested helplessly. Just as anticipated, the wind's direction had indeed changed, forcing the warship to tack and navigate against the wind, reducing their speed to that of a creeping tortoise. Yet, blame could not be assigned to any individual. The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line was more capricious than a woman's whims, shifting, without warning, a common occurrence. Fear not, for we still have the Garl Islands base at our disposal. With their cooperation, we shall surely succeed. Bluebeard's crew cannot escape, Ick reassured them once more. Spare us your words. Must you continue to be the harbinger of misfortune? The group retorted in unison. Very well, I shall remain silent, Ick conceded. Ick closed his mouth in frustration. Beside him, Assistant 9 felt a twinge of anxiety. It was she who had allowed Krista to release the Bluebeard crew. If the Bluebeard crew managed to escape, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon her. Meanwhile, through relentless effort, the Bluebeard pirates drew closer to the Gal Island. The Gal Island comprised 3 small isles, with only the largest main island possessing gem mines, where the Navy's Gal Island branch base was also situated. Listen, my comrades. Our sailing vessel lacks a mainmast, and no one suspects we are pirates. We simply need to find a recording or permanent pointer on one of the smaller islands, and we can set sail once more. In doing so, the Navy will never be able to trace us again, Bluebeard proclaimed with excitement. Gazing at the Gal Island that lay before them, the morale of the Bluebeard pirates soared, and they rowed with renewed vigor. Moments later, the ship carrying Bluebeard and his crew docked at the shore of a small island. However, just as Bluebeard was disembarking, a line of Navy soldiers approached from the island's coast, marching in perfect formation towards Bluebeard and his crew. This was clearly not a routine patrol. It was an outright ambush targeting the Bluebeard pirates. Yet, the number of soldiers was not overwhelming, only a few dozen. Against the fleeing Bluebeard pirates, such a force seemed insignificant, leaving one to ponder the reasoning behind their actions. The Navy. Damn it, they must be in league with the pursuing Navy to encircle us here. Men, our only chance of escape lies in defeating this squad of soldiers. Bluebeard shouted to his comrades, everyone, attack. Don't move, pirates. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons at once. A Navy lieutenant stepped forward, brandishing a pistol aimed at the advancing pirates. Behind him, a throng of Navy soldiers raised their flintlock muskets, targeting the approaching crew. How dare you? Bluebeard snarled, drawing his sword and unleashing a fierce slash directed at the Navy. This strike mirrored Rocky's sword attack, exuding immense power. Should the Navy soldiers fail to evade, they would surely be cleaved in two. Foolishness. The Navy lieutenant, undeterred, drew his long sword and charged toward the incoming attack. Clang. The lieutenant's sword clashed with the incoming strike, producing a deafening sound. In an instant, the lieutenant's sword shattered with a resounding crack, meeting the strike in a catastrophic collision. A mere Navy lieutenant dared to obstruct me. Bluebeard let out a furious snort, brandishing his great sword as he lunged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the naval commander. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the rear of the naval ranks. Enough, stand down. Who the hell do you think you are? Bluebeard retorted, but out of caution, he instinctively glanced towards the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the man standing behind the naval formation, Bluebeard's brow furrowed sharply. The figure before him was an imposing man, standing around 2 meters tall, appearing to be in his 30s, with an unremarkable face. His black hair was slicked back, and he wore a magnificent red coat over a white shirt adorned with a pattern of crimson dragons, carelessly fastened with only the bottom 2 buttons. revealing his well-defined chest muscles. A cigar dangled from his lips, and a subtle smile graced his face. This visage was eerily familiar. It was then that Bluebeard's expression softened as he recalled the identity of the man standing behind the naval ranks. It was Ahriman. Ahriman was also a pirate. And in contrast to Bluebeard, he was far more renowned, with a bounty that soared to 130 million berries, making him a formidable figure in the first half of the Grand Line. Ahriman was no ordinary pirate. It was said that his crew was exceptionally powerful, with even his first mate, Katab, boasting a bounty of 80 million berries. However, in the realm of piracy, a pirate's strength could not solely be measured by their bounty. Although Ahriman's bounty far surpassed Bluebeard's, Bluebeard harbored little doubt that he was not significantly weaker. Nevertheless, he halted his advance, assessing the situation before him. The naval officers he faced were likely Ahriman's subordinates, or perhaps Ahriman had already subdued this group of naval personnel. "Ahriman, what are your intentions?" Bluebeard inquired, his tone curt. "Join me as my ally, Bluebeard." Ahriman extended an invitation. Hearing this, Bluebeard scoffed, retorting, "Become your ally? Am I to follow your orders? I am no man to be subjugated. Don't be so hasty in your rejection. You must understand, your current predicament is quite dire." With a cold laugh, Bluebeard asked, "In what way is it dire? Pray, enlighten me. Do you have any idea who it is that is pursuing you?" Ahriman queried, a smile dancing on his lips. "How the hell would I know? But those people are undoubtedly formidable, likely strong enough to be naval commanders disguised to specifically hunt me down." As he spoke, Bluebeard was filled with indignation, yet there was a hint of pride in his tone. For a pirate to be so significant as to warrant the deployment of strong adversaries masquerading as naval officers was, in some respect, a point of bragging rights. Upon hearing this, Ahriman erupted in laughter. "Naval commanders? You overestimate them. Those individuals are merely inexperienced naval cadets, albeit the most skilled among them." "Cadets? Don't you dare insult my intelligence." Upon hearing these words, Bluebeard was seized with rage. He could scarcely believe that the young man who had severed his pirate ship with a single stroke was merely a novice marine. Ignorance abounds. For there are countless formidable individuals in this world, or so he thought. Ahriman let out a dismissive snort and replied coolly, "Since 2 months ago, when I led my brothers to seize this naval branch base, I have become intimately acquainted with the inner workings of the Navy. Just moments ago, the G8 Division ordered us to collaborate with those novice naval soldiers pursuing you to encircle your group. Had I not appreciated your intention to recruit you as a companion, I could have already sent men to bombard you. Do not presume that your mastless sailboat can evade the cannons of naval warships." Hearing this, Bluebeard's face turned a deep shade of iron, nearly unable to trust his own ears. Yet, with Ahriman's presence here, the truth of the matter seemed all but certain. "Do not think that such words will compel me to serve you." Bluebeard scoffed, a sneer curling his lips. "Since you chose not to bombard us earlier, what gives you the right to retain me now? Bluebeard, can you not perceive the obvious situation at hand?" Ahriman regarded him with a mocking smile. "Allow me to elucidate. The current state of affairs is such that you have but 2 choices. Either join me and become my subordinate, and we shall return amicably to drink, or meet your demise here. Choose wisely." Chapter 83. The Power of Conviction. Bluebeard erupted into laughter, his mirth laden with the implication that he would only submit to Ahriman if he were to be slain. "Come then, let me see how you intend to kill me. Do not presume that just because your bounty surpasses mine, your prowess is superior." Noticing Ahriman's silence, who merely regarded him with a keen interest, Bluebeard defiantly brandished his blade towards him, shouting, "Hurry up, let me gauge your strength." Ahriman burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment for quite some time before regaining his composure. "Very well, I admire your spirit. Before we commence our battle, shall we engage in a wager? Are you bold enough? Humph. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Are you a man or a coward, dawdling like a woman?" Bluebeard retorted. At this, Ahriman's expression shifted dramatically, fury flaring upon his visage. However, after a brief moment, he tempered his rage and continued, "Should you defeat me, I shall allow you to leave. Should you lose, you will become my subordinate." "Enough of this prattle," Bluebeard bellowed. "If I win, do I need your permission to depart? But if I were to lose to you, serving as your subordinate may not be such a dire fate." Bluebeard understood quite clearly that if he could not defeat Ahriman, then he and his band of followers would have no way to escape, especially with pursuers at their heels. If he wished to survive, his only option was to agree to become Ahriman's subordinate. "Come," Ahriman shouted with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Bluebeard charged at Ahriman with his sword drawn. In the face of Bluebeard's onslaught, Araman remained unfazed, even wearing a faint smile, standing his ground without preparing to defend himself, as if awaiting his demise. Die. The sight ignited a surge of fury within Bluebeard. Araman's nonchalant demeanor was a clear display of contempt. At last, Bluebeard reached Araman, leaping into the air, gripping his sword tightly, and aimed a fierce slash at Araman's neck. When Bluebeard's blade met the collar of Araman's coat, it produced a sound akin to metal clashing against stone. Yet, instead of witnessing Araman being cleaved in two, the ground beneath him shattered violently, as the force of Bluebeard's strike reverberated through the earth. How could this be possible? Instinctively, Bluebeard withdrew a couple of steps, staring in disbelief at Araman, who still stood there, unperturbed. He knew the weight behind his strike. He had poured all his strength into it. Yet, despite this, he had not even managed to pierce Araman's clothing. What could he possibly do now? His most powerful attack had failed to breach even the most basic of defenses. Witnessing this, the other pirates of Bluebeard's crew stood in stunned silence, jaws agape. Their captain's full-force strike had not even grazed the hem of the opponent's garment. It was utterly absurd. Your swordsmanship is commendable, and your accuracy quite impressive. But your strength leaves much to be desired, Araman remarked coolly to Bluebeard. Then, unexpectedly, Araman moved. Just moments ago, he had withstood Bluebeard's full-force strike without budging. Yet now he was advancing. Bluebeard instinctively braced for defense, but Araman surged towards him, moving faster than Bluebeard could in his peak condition. At this sight, Bluebeard's eyes widened in utter despair. If Araman's defense was extraordinary, he could have fled, but now, Araman's speed surpassed his own. Defeated, Bluebeard truly surrendered. He was completely awed by Araman's display of prowess. However, Araman refrained from attacking Bluebeard. He halted before him, his feet carving deep grooves into the sand. "Welcome, my dear subordinate," Araman said with a warm smile, gently patting Bluebeard on the shoulder. "I knew you held me in high regard and would wish to become my ally. I have already prepared a feast. Let us return to drink." Bluebeard, feeling unexpectedly touched by the consideration shown by Araman, allowed a faint smile to grace his face as he replied, "Yes, Captain." Araman erupted into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around Bluebeard's shoulder as they strolled toward the island, exclaiming, "Brothers, let us return and feast." Upon hearing this proclamation, the Navy and the crew of the Bluebeard pirates eagerly followed suit. "Brother, you possess quite the strength. Might I inquire if you are one of our pirate crew's officers?" The captain of the 3rd Division of the Bluebeard pirates approached the naval commander who had just withstood Bluebeard's strike, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Who are you calling brother?" The naval commander coldly shrugged off the pirate captain's hand. "Come now, brother. Since my captain has joined your pirate crew, I naturally belong to you as well. Are we not brothers?" The 3rd Division captain replied, unperturbed, with a shameless grin. "Get lost. I am a Navy officer." The naval commander retorted icily, "Captain, do we still have Navy members amongst our crew?" The 3rd Division captain's expression turned suddenly grave as he called out to the forward-walking airman. "You speak of Rango. He merely needs some time to adjust to his new identity as a pirate." Araman chuckled as he turned back. Upon hearing this, Rango, the naval commander, exhaled 2 sharp breaths of anger. His fist clenched tightly, yet he refrained from voicing any retort. If they could have resisted Araman's authority, they would have done so long ago. Chapter 84. Rango's judgment as the clock approached 5 or 6 in the afternoon, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. Fierce winds swept through, gathering ominous clouds, heralding an impending storm. Fortunately, the direction of the tempest aligned with the course taken by Rango and his companions, allowing their sailboat to glide swiftly across the waves. The main island of the Gar Islands and 2 smaller islets grew ever closer, and at their current speed, they would reach them in no more than an hour. Suddenly, the phone bug attached to Ein's person buzzed to life. "Hello, good day." Ein answered the call with polite cordiality. "Is this Major Ein? I sincerely apologize. Due to today's sudden inclement weather, our unit was unable to fulfill your request," came an apologetic voice from the phone bug. "What do you mean?" Ein inquired, furrowing his brow. "The Bluebeard pirates, whom you requested we intercept, have been confirmed to have passed the Gar Islands and are fleeing in another direction," the phone bug conveyed. Ein was momentarily rendered speechless. How could the Bluebeard pirates have escaped without pausing at the Gar Islands? This defied logic. Had the permanent pointer seized earlier not pointed towards the Gal Islands, there would have been no necessity for them to flee in that direction. The Gal Islands are home to a naval branch, and it is evident that Rocky and his crew would undoubtedly contact the naval base for assistance in their pursuit of the Bluebeard pirates. Thus, It is clear that the permanent pointer obtained by the Bluebeard pirates must indeed lead to the Gal Islands. However, the current situation reveals that the Bluebeard pirates did not linger at the Gal Islands, but continued their escape. What does this imply? It indicates that the Bluebeard pirates acquired a permanent pointer leading to their next destination while at the Gal Islands. To which direction did the Bluebeard pirates flee? Un inquired through gritted teeth. It appears they are headed towards Water 7, replied the snail. Understood. Thank you, Un said, expressionless as he hung up the phone, muttering. Incompetent fools, a bunch of imbeciles. They couldn't even manage to block a sailing vessel without a mainmast at sea. Truly a collection of buffoons. Un was genuinely infuriated, his chest heaving and his complexion particularly fearsome. Previously, he had intentionally allowed Kristoff to let the Bluebeard pirates escape. While their escape did not significantly impact him, the embarrassment was substantial. Could there be a possibility? Rocky began to speak. Upon hearing Rocky's voice, everyone present turned to him. What possibility? Speak freely, Rocky, urged, feeling a sense of desperation. It would have been exceedingly easy for the personnel at the Gal Islands base to intercept the Bluebeard pirates at sea, yet they failed to do so. I suspect it is highly likely that the Bluebeard pirates have bribed the naval commander at the Gal Islands base. Let us remain calm. It is not that I distrust our comrades, but I have encountered a similar situation before, Rocky said slowly. Once, in my hometown, there was the Arlong Pirates, a band of fishermen pirates from the Grand Line who ruled over my homeland for 7 long years. We reported this situation to the East Blue Navy's 16th branch countless times, yet we never received any assistance in eradicating the pirates. Do you know the reason? It was because the highest-ranking officer at that Navy base, Captain Mouse, was colluding with the pirate captain, Fishman Arlong, to exploit and oppress the people of my hometown. I can assure you that this is true, as I personally slew both the pirate Captain Arlong and the naval officer, Captain Mouse. Upon hearing this, I and the others were left wide-eyed. They were aware that Rocky had once been a pirate hunter, yet they were oblivious to the fact that he had even slain a naval colonel. I find Rocky's reasoning quite compelling. Intercepting a sailboat without a mainmast, when adequately prepared, should be a trivial task for a significant naval branch base. Even a group of inept individuals ought to accomplish it. After all, that scoundrel Bluebeard cannot fly, Nick remarked. The others nodded in agreement, convinced that Rocky's insights were indeed worth exploring. Very well, let us journey to Gal Island ourselves. If the Bluebeard pirates are truly colluding with the naval base at Gal Island, we shall eradicate them together, I stated earnestly. Indeed, everyone nodded in consent. Now, let us convene to discuss our comprehensive battle plan moving forward, I proposed. Rocky returned to his quarters and retrieved the map of the Galleon Islands branch base. The Galleon Islands consist of 3 islands, with the naval branch base situated on the main island. Venturing there could expose us. It would be more prudent to split into 2 groups and explore the 2 subordinate islands first. After assessing the situation, or finding nothing, we can then proceed to the main island. Rocky suggested. Why not directly land on the main island? It's so vast that we would be difficult to detect, Ick interjected. Indeed, why complicate matters? Yolka concurred. It's less likely that we would attract attention from the subordinate islands, and gathering intelligence is easier there. After all, decay cannot remain concealed indefinitely. And until there is evidence to the contrary, it is humane not to suspect our colleagues at the Galleon Islands naval base, Rocky articulated wisely. Rocky has made a valid point. We shall proceed as he proposed, Assistant Ein decisively declared, casting a glance at the assembled group. Thus, Rocky Carroll and Assistant Krista will form one team, while the remaining 4 will comprise another team, each landing on the 2 subordinate islands. That works. Our combined strength is comparable to theirs, allowing for a fair division. However, we must agree in advance not to act independently. Any engagement must wait until we are all present, Yonka remarked, anxious not to miss any opportunity for confrontation. Agreed. The timing is fortuitous, with a great storm approaching. They are unlikely to focus on the 2 subordinate islands, providing us the perfect chance to land quietly, he concluded. Chapter 85 Prelude. Suddenly, torrential rain began to pour, and the tumultuous winds whipped the sea into a frenzy, creating towering waves of 6 to 7 meters. Truly a terrifying sight. Such ferocity of wind and wave would be deadly for ordinary small vessels. Even a momentary lapse in steering could lead to catastrophe. However, for naval warships, it posed a challenge that was not insurmountable. Rocky stood before a window in the ship's cabin, gazing at the tumultuous sea illuminated by the dim light. His heart was restless, having not encountered such a fierce storm in a long time. The last time was when he first traversed into this realm. Although it was merely past 6 in the evening, the raging winds and torrential rains rendered the sky unusually dark, with visibility akin to that of 9 o'clock at night. The military vessel first navigated past the right side of the Gal Islands, and Rocky, Carol, and Krista leaped from the ship together. Among them, Rocky carried an emergency small boat for ease of access to the main island upon assessing the situation. After casting the small boat onto the shore, they found themselves amidst the ferocity of the storm, but without umbrellas, they strolled through the rain-soaked night towards the coastal village. Outside the village, the only sound was the relentless pounding of rain against the ground, creating an eerie tranquility. At this early hour, many homes within the village still glowed warmly with lights. Thud, thud, thud. Rocky and his companions serendipitously selected a brightly lit house and gently rapped on the door. "Who is it? Who are you?" A childlike voice, laced with caution, emanated from within. "Pardon our intrusion. We are merely passers-by. Given the dreadful weather, with the wind and rain so fierce, we find ourselves unable to proceed. We humbly seek refuge in your abode for the night," Rocky replied to the door. The door swung open, revealing a small boy behind it. The child appeared to be around 10 years of age, standing at approximately Rocky's waist height, with a cascade of golden curls adorning his head. His large eyes, framed by eyelashes enviably long enough to evoke admiration from any girl, contrasted starkly with his pallid complexion, which suggested a lack of nourishment. The boy scrutinized Rocky and his companions, noting their drenched appearances, with water droplets clinging to their hair. "Come in, older siblings," he urged, a faint smile illuminating his face as he quickly invited them inside. Upon hearing these words, Rocky and his companions nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the interior of the house. At that moment, they exchanged a knowing glance as they surveyed the interior. Yet they found no adult present. In such inclement weather, how could this child be left alone at home? A rather unsettling thought suddenly dawned upon Rocky, prompting him to inquire directly, "Little one, what is your name? Are your parents not at home?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zach, Alan Zach. My father and mother are away mining," replied young Zach with a beaming smile, as he hurriedly dashed into the house and emerged with 3 towels for Rocky and his companions. "What a good boy Zach is," Carol remarked, her face lighting up as she crouched down to pat the little one on the head. "Your sister is truly beautiful," young Zach observed, his wide eyes studying Carol's delicate features. Carol's smile widened as she pulled Krista closer and addressed Zach. "Where is your mother's room?" "This, sister, and I would like to change our clothes." "Right this way, sister." Young Zach guided Carol and Krista to his mother's room. Once they had entered, Rocky removed his jacket, exposing his bare torso. "Zach, I would also like to change my trousers. Could you please show me where your bathroom is?" Zach led Rocky to the bathroom, where he changed into a pair of shorts, feeling utterly at ease. After Rocky changed into his shorts and stepped out of the bathroom, he noticed that Carol and Krista had yet to leave Zach's mother's room. "Brother, how should I address you?" little Zach inquired, his wide eyes fixed on Rocky. "You may call me Brother Rocky. The sister who just spoke to you is named Carol, and the other sister who has yet to speak with you is Krista," Rocky replied, kneeling down to his level. "Oh, I understand now. Brother Rocky, are you hungry? I was just eating. When the 2 sisters come out, let us have dinner together. I made it myself," little Zach cheerfully invited. "That sounds wonderful," Rocky smiled, shifting the conversation. "Little Zach, you mentioned that your parents went mining and haven't returned yet. Will they be back tonight?" Little Zach sighed, a look of disappointment crossing his face. "No, they won't be back until the weekend. Mom and Dad come back for only half a day on weekends." Upon hearing this, Rocky furrowed his brow. What kind of job requires 6.5 days of work each week? Why would parents choose such a job when there are children at home? Why can't they return more often? Rocky continued to inquire. "I don't know why Mom and Dad only come back for half a day each week. I just know they went mining. I miss them so much and wish I could go mining with them," little Zach said earnestly, hope gleaming in his large eyes. Rocky furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have Mom and Dad always returned home for just half a day each week?" "It hasn't always been this way," he replied. "For over 2 months now, Mom and Dad have been taken to the island by the Navy to engage in mining, and since then, they only come back for half a day each week." Upon hearing this, Rocky couldn't help but widen his eyes. The Navy had taken little Zach's parents? Mining? Connecting the dots to the gem deposits on the main island of Gal Island, Rocky suddenly comprehended what Zach's parents were being forced to mine. But who had granted the naval base of the Gal Island Navy the audacity to openly enslave civilians? Is there no law? Is there no justice? There is a grave issue at the Gal Island Navy base. Chapter 86, Ascending the Main Island. As Rocky pondered the situation, Carol and Christo emerged from Zach's mother's room. Both were clad in refreshing short-sleeved tops and shorts, revealing their fair thighs and arms. Christo, in particular, possessed an exquisite figure that effortlessly captivated Rocky's gaze. "Sisters, come quickly for dinner. I prepared it all," young Zach eagerly invited. "Zach can cook, how delightful," remarked Carol as the two approached the dining table. To their dismay, they discovered only two dishes, a plate of boiled cabbage and another of stir-fried greens, devoid of any meat. The sight caused the three of them to furrow their brows. At Zach's age, he needed nourishment for growth, not this meager fare. "Zach, since your parents were taken by the Navy, have you been without meat at every meal?" Rocky asked, concern etched on his face. "Yes," Zach nodded, replying, "initially. I would go to the beach with the other children from the village to collect sea snails and catch crabs, but recently, we've exhausted the supply." "So, the other children's parents were also taken by the Navy to mine?" Rocky inquired, looking at Zach. Zach confirmed with a nod, saying, "Those over 15 have been called to mine, but I'm only 10. If I were older, I could join my parents. They say mining is easy and the food is plentiful. It's infuriating." Rocky clenched his jaw, nostrils flaring with frustration. He opened his backpack and retrieved the canned fish he had brought. "Wow, canned food," Zach exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the can Rocky produced. Rocky took out all the canned goods they had brought and placed them before little Zach, saying, "These cans are a gift for you, serving as our accommodation fee." "This is far too much," little Zach replied, picking up one box of cans and pushing the rest back towards Rocky. "One box is more than sufficient, thank you, Brother Rocky." Rocky did not respond verbally, nor did he receive the call. Instead, he simply opened a can and handed it to young Zach. "Hurry and eat. Once you are full, you can go to sleep. Perhaps your parents will return tomorrow." "But tomorrow isn't Sunday. They won't be back," young Zach replied, shaking his head. "That is not necessarily the case," Rocky said with a slight smile, as he opened a can for Carol and Krista, offering it to them while he himself abstained from eating. Thanks to the enhancement of his energy cultivation technique, he hardly needed sustenance. He could maintain his bodily functions through practice alone. After their meal, curious about the outside world, young Zach, Carol, and Krista ventured off to engage in conversation and share stories. Rocky stepped aside with the telephone bug to contact Assistant 9. The call was swiftly connected. "Hello, Rocky. What is it?" Assistant 9's voice resonated through the receiver. "Assistant 9, there is a serious issue at the Naval Branch base on Hainan Island. A grave situation," Rocky stated with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Assistant 9 furrowed his brow and inquired urgently, "What has happened?" Rocky recounted the plight of young Zach's family to Assistant 9. How dare the naval forces from the base on Hainan Island enslave ordinary residents? Anger flared on 9's face as he nearly ground his teeth to dust. "I heard from Zach that the naval base was not like this over 2 months ago. I suspect a significant event transpired during that time," Rocky remarked into the phone. "What do you mean, Rocky?" An inquired. "We should make our way to the main island tonight to assess the situation. During the day, we are likely to be discovered." Rocky replied. The phone paused momentarily before responding. "What should we do then?" After ending the call, Rocky approached the window, gazing out at the pitch-black night sky. Noting that the torrential rain had lessened considerably, no longer as ferocious as before. Once young Zach returned to his room to sleep, the trio left him a note along with all the canned fish before departing from his home. The three of them walked with flashlights, with Krista, who feared the dark, and Carol leading the way. You insufferable rascal, Rocky, this must be intentional." Feeling Rocky's piercing gaze, Carol turned back, playfully swatting him with her fair arm. Moments ago, she and Krista had donned rather revealing attire, and now, drenched by the rain, their clothes clung tightly to their forms, accentuating their alluring silhouettes. "Hey, a woman's figure is meant to be appreciated by men. Besides, I won't lose an ounce by merely glancing at you. Moreover, I assure you, my gaze is not even directed at you. Do you not have even the slightest awareness of your own physique?" Rocky rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. Carol feigned another attempt to strike him. Rocky grasped her fair arm and chuckled. "Do you think you can overpower me? Teaching assistant, he's bullying me." Carol looked at Krista with her innocent wide eyes. Bang! Rocky was sent flying by a punch from Krista. As he rose to his feet, he shot a glare at the two women and continued to stride forward. Upon returning to the shoreline, the trio boarded a small emergency boat, setting their course for the main island of Hainan. The main island was faintly visible in the distance, prompting the assistant to quickly extinguish the flashlight. Rocky, rowing the boat by the beam of light, peered into the inky darkness ahead. Suddenly, He discerned an even darker mass looming in the shadows. Is it still far? Please don't turn off the flashlight. I'm frightened, Krista said pitifully. If we keep it on, we still have a slim chance of being detected. If you're truly scared, come here and hold me tight. I shall bestow you with strength, Rocky jested, just as his words trailed off. Rocky felt as if an octopus had enveloped him, wrapping him tightly in its embrace. Sensing the softness pressed against his back, he deemed it inappropriate to take advantage of Assistant Crystal and thus conceded, Assistant, could you please turn on the flashlight again? I am unable to row like this. Chapter 87. The Truth in the Main Dining Hall of the Gal Archipelago Navy Branch Base. The Iron Hunter pirate crew and the remnants of the Bluebeard pirate crew were hosting a banquet together, with all members of the Bluebeard crew present. While a portion of the Iron Hunter crew was absent. Come on, let us celebrate. Drink up. Airman raised his glass to his companion from the Bluebeard crew. Cheers, everyone. Bluebeard proclaimed, lifting his glass after finishing the last morsel of meat from his plate, exuberantly shouting, while the pirates reveled in the dining hall. The Navy personnel stationed at the Gal Archipelago base endured a more dismal fate. Airmen, wary of the possibility that the Navy might turn against them while inebriated, ordered the Navy to patrol during the festivities. Consequently, a few unfortunate members of the Iron Hunter crew were also sent out to patrol, as it would serve no purpose to have the Navy unmonitored. Reflecting on the stormy night, where some indulged in feasting while others trudged through their patrols, it seemed dreadfully unfair. By heavens, there truly is something amiss. In the rain-soaked night, a Navy patrol team discovered flickering flashlight beams on the sea. Quick, turn off the flashlight. Let us investigate, commanded one of the pirates in the patrol unit. Instantly, the Navy personnel extinguished their flashlights, pleased with the response. The pirate nodded contentedly, reveling in his role. As the most ordinary member of the Iron Hunter, he wouldn't typically be chosen for patrol while others celebrated at the base. Yet, being the lowest-ranking member allowed him to oversee the Navy team, satisfying his vanity for leadership. Follow me, the pirate whispered, stealthily approaching the direction of the flashlight's glow. Finally reaching land, it did not seem far, though the rower's arms ached from the exertion. Rocky cast aside the oars, having done all the rowing himself. As their small sailboat reached the shore, the three of them leapt down, landing steadily on the ground. Suddenly, they were illuminated by several beams of flashlight. Who are you? What are you doing here? Speak honestly, or I assure you, my gun is ready to take lives. A powerful voice demanded. The trio squinted their eyes, gazing in the direction illuminated by the light. Before them stood over a dozen naval officers, each brandishing a firearm, their safeties evidently disengaged. Yet, at the forefront of the naval contingent, the one leading the charge was clad in attire resembling that of a pirate. Rocky exchanged glances with his companions, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, there was a significant issue at the naval base of the Gar Archipelago. Didn't you hear what I said? A pirate bellowed. Or perhaps you three lovely ladies are simply too distracted by your own beauty. The pirate grinned wickedly, relishing his good fortune at encountering two stunning women during his patrol that night. What are you waiting for? He commanded the nearby Navy personnel. Seize those three at once. Undeterred by the pirate's presence, Rocky addressed the Navy officers behind him with a question. I am genuinely curious. Why do so many of you heed the words of a mere pirate? Enraged, the pirate shouted, how dare you disregard me? He raised his weapon, preparing to pull the trigger at Rocky. Rocky cast a piercing glare at him. Instantly, the pirate rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The entire naval squad stood in a state of bewilderment, each member rendered speechless, unable to comprehend Rocky's actions. You cannot possibly be deaf, can you? If not, then respond to my inquiry, Rocky demanded, his gaze intense as it pierced through the ranks of the Navy. He is a subordinate of the notorious pirate Airman. If we eliminate him, we shall undoubtedly face Airman's wrath by tomorrow. The squad leader, trembling with fear, dared to glance at Rocky and stammered, where is your commanding officer? I recall that the highest-ranking officer at the Navy base in Gal Island is a brigadier general. Has he failed to safeguard the station? Rocky pressed on with his inquiry. Brigadier General Dade was slain by Airman over 2 months ago. For the past 2 months, we have lived under the shadow of Airman's tyranny, and many of our wavering comrades have already defected to join Airman's Steel Hunters pirate crew, the squad leader lamented. Damn it. Locke and Carol exchanged a glance, both astonished and furious at what they saw reflected in each other's eyes. The naval branch base had been seized by pirates and occupied for over 2 months. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the first half of the Grand Line. However, considering the perpetrator was Aemon, They could somewhat comprehend the situation. From prior intelligence, Locke was aware that Aemon was currently the most notorious pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, with a bounty soaring to a staggering 130 million berries. A figure that signified a significant threat among pirates. That fellow was truly courting death. Locke scoffed, incredulous that Aemon dared to take control of the naval base. His audacity was remarkable. No wonder he wouldn't last long. It was now the 29th of January in the year 1520 of the Sea Garden calendar. A little over 3 months remained until Luffy turned 17 and set sail, and approximately 6 months until the 11 supernovas would arrive at Sabaody Archipelago. Aemon's bounty exceeding 100 million indicated that he had become notorious prior to this year's new generation of pirates. We have grasped the situation. Your previous hardships are acknowledged, and we shall take over from here, Locke stated calmly. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Rocky was amused by the seriousness and solemnity of the Navy squad leader. He waved his hand and remarked, if we are to be precise, you are actually our predecessors. We are merely apprentice Marines in the elite training camp. As for how to deal with this pirate, that is for you to decide. I hope you will keep our arrival confidential, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Rocky flashed a smile at the entire Marine Patrol squad. Yes, we assure you that your information will remain confidential. The squad leader stood at attention and vowed. Chapter 88, Ship Destruction. Ding dong. A system notification echoed in Rocky's mind. Host's inner desires detected, activating system mission, eliminate the pirate Ailman. Time limit, 2 months. Reward, 30 points. The sudden emergence of this mission left Rocky momentarily stunned. It was evident that eliminating Ailman would be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. This unexpected turn of events prompted Rocky to alter their course of action. The three of them departed from the naval squad, seemingly heading towards the horizon, yet in reality, they did not venture far but instead stealthily trailed behind the naval patrol unit. Rocky felt a sense of unease. After all, this operation, including Bluebeard's mission, had resulted in 2 assigned tasks. While covertly shadowing the naval patrol squad, Rocky also began reaching out to Assistant 9. Hello, Assistant 9. We have uncovered the truth regarding the naval base of the Gal Islands. So soon? On the other end of the line, Assistant 9, having just landed on the main island of the Gal Islands with his team, responded. Rock grinned, realizing that their swift discovery was purely serendipitous. Had Chris not possessed a fear of darkness, they would likely have evaded the detection of the naval patrol squad, thus preventing any inquiry into the truth. After all, our team is exceptionally skilled. Rock continued, let us not dwell on that, Assistant Instructor. We have discovered that the base of the Garu Islands branch has been overtaken by pirates. What? How is that possible? Exclaimed Assistant Instructor Ein, instinctively voicing her disbelief. Almost unable to trust her own ears. Yet, it was evident that Rock would not deceive her. She inquired, which pirate crew is responsible? The Iron Hunter's pirate crew. Rock replied, their captain is the notorious Iron Hunter, Araman, with a bounty of 130 million berries. If I recall correctly, he holds the highest bounty among all pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. The telephone snail emitted a sigh, and Assistant Instructor Ein continued. If that is the case, everything is quite clear. The Iron Hunters have set their sights on Bluebeard's strength, intending to recruit them as subordinates. Hence their perfunctory response to us, claiming that the Bluebeard pirate crew had already fled the Garu Islands. Rocky nodded, addressing the phone bug. Assistant, what shall we do now? I propose we summon Teacher Zephyr. It is better to be prepared. Do not rush. Rocky, let me ponder this for a moment, the phone bug replied, followed by a profound silence. Rocky, I have made my decision. I have informed the teacher about the situation at the Gal Islands branch base. He will arrive promptly. Within a day at most. Our current objective is to obliterate the pirate ships of the Iron Hunters. Ensuring their escape is impossible. Understood, Rocky nodded in agreement. Tomorrow morning, we shall convene at the harbor of the Gal Islands Naval Branch Base to collectively annihilate the vessels of the Iron Hunters. The voice of Ein emanated from the phone. Ein, are we merely destroying the pirate ships and not engaging them in combat? Rocky inquired upon hearing Nick's voice through the phone bug. Indeed, Rocky. Prior to our gathering, you must make every effort to avoid any contact or confrontation with the Iron Hunters, Ein cautioned. The Iron Hunters are formidable. Without adequate security, we must not provoke them. Once Teacher Zephyr arrives, you may proceed as you wish. The phone bug once again echoed Ein's voice, evidently directed at the entire trial team. Very well, see you tomorrow. After ending the call, Rocky and his companions continued to shadow the naval patrol squad. Fortunately, The patrol squad had no intention of revealing their presence, returning to the base post patrol to rest. The following morning, the trio of Haki and the assistant instructor unsuccessfully convened at the naval base of the Gull Islands. Loki and his companions discreetly enjoyed a modest breakfast from the provisions carried by the assistant, marking the official commencement of their plan to sabotage the ship. At that moment, within the expansive naval port, only a colossal pirate ship remained, its main mast proudly displaying a flag with a dark background, emblazoned with the emblem of the Iron Hunter's pirate crew. Apart from this, not a single naval vessel could be found in the harbor. The prevailing assumption was that the Iron Hunters had destroyed all naval ships, fearing that the Navy personnel stationed at the base might secretly escape aboard them. Those scoundrels from the Iron Hunters have left us with a singular opportunity. If we can obliterate their pirate ship, they shall find themselves trapped with no means of escape. Nick chuckled ominously. Indeed, while there were guards stationed at the front of the pirate ship, their presence posed little threat to us. Yunk clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in anticipation of Ein's command. Most of the guards protecting the pirate crew were either Navy or scarce pirates, and according to Loki, the Iron Hunters had held a feast the previous night, ensuring they would likely remain incapacitated today. This moment presented the perfect opportunity to dismantle their ship. Let us proceed. I gestured, and the group emerged from the shadows. Who are you? Upon discovering Loki and his companions, the guards, comprising both Navy and pirates near the ship, immediately raised their weapons, aiming at them. Buzz. Haki cast a piercing glance at the individuals around him, his conqueror's Haki sweeping across the vicinity. Instantly, the guards stationed near the pirate ship collapsed, their eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. They were clearly not formidable adversaries. Haki, could you refrain from using your conqueror's Haki next time? I've prepared for so long, yet I haven't savored the thrill of delivering a beating. And you've taken care of everything, Yanka lamented with an expression of helplessness. Isn't it to expedite the resolution of this conflict? Delays can lead to unforeseen complications, Haki replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. All right, leave the destruction of the Iron Hunter pirate ship to me. Allow me to take the lead, Yonka asserted, stepping forward with confidence. Fine, you go ahead, Haki and the others acquiesced, as dismantling a pirate vessel was a trivial task for them at this juncture. Meanwhile, a pirate officer stationed on the Iron Hunter was cautiously peering through a window, assessing the surroundings of the ship. Moments ago, Haki's conqueror's Haki had indiscriminately swept over the entire vessel, and while he had felt the overwhelming pressure, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. For he was an experienced pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million, well-versed in life and death confrontations. However, the recollection of that moment still sent shivers down his spine. It was as if he had faced an insurmountable leviathan, instilling a sense of despair. The officer quickly spotted Haki and his companions. Is it them? Could that unsettling aura emanate from these youthful figures? He pondered, his skepticism lingering, as they appeared exceedingly young. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he observed the Navy soldiers and pirates who lay incapacitated on the docks, with only Haki and his crew standing upright. The situation was abundantly clear. They were the assailants. This is an enemy attack, the officer realized, promptly retrieving his din mushy. Captain, trouble brews. Intruders have infiltrated the naval port and seem intent on assaulting our ship, he relayed urgently to Iaraman. What? Iaraman, still reclined in bed, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was inconceivable that intruders had managed to breach the heavily patrolled waters surrounding Gull Island without detection. Could it have happened last night? He mused, recalling the storm that had raged the previous evening. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he instructed the din mushy, delay them at all costs. I shall be there immediately. I wish to see which audacious fool dares to target my pirate ship. I will do my utmost, the pirate officer replied, his voice lacking conviction. He had already experienced the formidable presence of Haki and his crew, and now he found it difficult to muster the will to engage in battle. Wobble, what do you mean by do your utmost? Are you afraid? The voice of Aliman emerged from the telephone, filled with skepticism. I fear nothing, not even death itself, he declared resolutely. Taking a deep breath, Vapor hung up the phone and grasped a bottle of wine, making his way towards the ship's deck. Meanwhile, on the dock, among Haki and his companions, Yunk was contemplating the most effortless and straightforward method to obliterate the pirate ship of the Steel Hunter pirates. Sinking the vessel would suffice. Haki interjected, recalling the lessons learned from their previous encounter. He realized that merely breaking the main mast of the sailboat would not be effective. Very well, Yunk responded, clapping his hands together. He sprang up from his position and delivered a powerful kick to the hull of the pirate ship. A resounding thud echoed, followed by a splash. As Rocky and his companions encountered Yunk, they found themselves unable to damage a single plank of the pirate ship's hull. Instead, the recoil propelled them clumsily into the sea. "I assure you, our pirate vessel is indestructible," declared Pirate Wapple, who emerged onto the deck. First taking a hearty swig from his flask before bellowing at Rocky and his group on the dock, "You shall not succeed in damaging our ship." At that moment, Yunk awkwardly climbed back aboard from the water. "The world is truly full of wonders. What kind of wood is your ship crafted from? It is astonishingly resilient." "I could not even shatter a single board with all my might," Yunk inquired, gazing at the pirates on the deck. "Do you think I would divulge such information? That is a closely guarded secret of our crew," Wapple retorted, taking another deep gulp of his drink. "Our ship is impervious to destruction. Not even cannon fire can harm it. Even if you were to attempt its ruin, you would find it utterly impossible. Should you doubt my words, feel free to try." Wapple continued, laughing heartily at Rocky and his companions while indulging in his drink. Rocky gazed at the pirate Wapple standing upon the deck of the ship. A slight frown creasing his brow, he turned to his companions behind him and remarked, "I believe this fellow is merely stalling for time. He has likely already informed the Steel Hunter pirate crew. Since, in principle, we shall not engage them until Master Zifa arrives, we must conclude this matter swiftly." Assistant I nodded in agreement and addressed everyone. "Let us all unite our efforts. After we dismantle this vessel, we shall make our hasty departure." Indeed, immediately, upon receiving the command, Rocky and the others swiftly employed their various tactics. Locky swung his sword at the pirate ship, sparks flying from the impact. Assistant Ein also directed a kick towards the vessel, yet she was repelled by the tremendous recoil. However, thanks to her moonwalk technique, she managed to avoid a clumsy fall into the sea like Yonk. Observing the amusement of her companions, Assistant Krista joined the fray, unleashing a punch against the ship, only to be met with the same overwhelming backlash. One by one, everyone attempted to inflict damage, but to no avail. The pirate ship remained unscathed. Not even a splinter yielded to their efforts. Could this infernal pirate ship be crafted from the legendary Atom Wood? Nick fumed while gazing at the colossal vessel. It can't be Atom Wood. Even if it were, it wouldn't be this resilient. It must be due to Aramin's abilities, Assistant Ein remarked. According to naval intelligence, Aramin was indeed a person of power, though the nature of his abilities remained shrouded in mystery, as all who had encountered him had perished. "Our ship is indestructible. You shall never bring it down," laughed the pirate Wapple from aboard the ship. The vessel's formidable strength suggested that only extraordinary means could dismantle it, perhaps through fire. "I refuse to believe there exists a sailboat that fears flames," Nick mused. "Fire would be futile." Wapple guffawed once more. "You shall never destroy our ship. Just wait. Reinforcements are on their way, and your doom is imminent." "Is that so?" Locky glanced up at Wapple on the pirate ship, a sudden idea forming in his mind. "Watch closely." With a broad grin, Rocky leaped effortlessly onto the bow of the pirate ship, seizing the massive iron chain that tethered the anchor and hoisting the colossal anchor from the depths of the sea. Observing Rocky's actions, the few individuals at the dock suddenly grasped the situation. Their intention was to obliterate the pirate vessel to prevent Aramin from escaping. Yet it became evident that merely commandeering the ship would suffice to achieve their goal. "Stop right there," shouted the pirate Wapple, discarding his bottle and brandishing his knife as he charged towards Rocky. Rock turned back for a glance, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Yunk, it is your turn to perform." Chapter 90. Setting sail, Rocky had just forcefully yanked the anchor from the depths of the sea and hurled it onto the deck. Meanwhile, the battle between Yunk and the pirate officer had reached its conclusion. Clearly, the prowess of the elite soldiers from Yunk's naval battalion rendered the task of dealing with a petty pirate whose bounty barely exceeded 10 million, a trivial endeavor. Considering the valuable information he could extract concerning the Iron Hunter pirate crew from this officer, Yunk refrained from taking his life, merely incapacitating him. "You cannot escape. You will not escape." The pirate officer, Wapple, slumped against the low railing of the deck, blood spilling from his mouth as he shouted at Rocky and his companions. His demeanor frantic. "There is no wind now. You cannot possibly navigate such a large pirate ship with just a few of you. I have already called the captain. He will arrive shortly to rescue me. You are doomed. You are all doomed." "Humph. Who told you that without wind we cannot sail this pirate ship?" Rocky replied, a smile creeping across his face as he observed the crazed pirate officer, half beaten. "Look, we still have him. Everyone, quickly, Hoist the sails. I shall demonstrate how to maneuver a sailing ship without wind, Rocky declared, confidence radiating from his countenance. Okay. Carol and the others, uncertain of where Rocky's confidence stemmed from, chose to trust him. They rushed to hoist the sails. Having learned this skill before, it was not an arduous task for them. The pirate officer's attention had been successfully diverted by Rocky, and with a sneer, he mocked, I'll be watching. I don't believe you can navigate this pirate ship. Not everyone is as incompetent as you. Rocky glanced up, noting the impressive efficiency of his comrades. The three main sails of the pirate ship had been successfully raised, ready to set sail at any moment. Watch closely, you pirate scum. Now it is my time to shine, Rocky grinned, drawing the enchanted blade, 1,000 cuts, from his waist. With that, Rocky leapt high into the air, ascending to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Swordsmanship secret, wind. Rocky gripped his sword with both hands and suddenly thrust it forward. Instantly, a tempest arose beneath his blade. It was not merely the sword that summoned the wind, but rather, as the sword sliced through the air, the surrounding space abruptly quickened the flow of air, giving rise to a powerful storm. Although Rocky has mastered the profound art of swordsmanship associated with the wind, the intricacies of its execution are enigmatic and can only be intuitively grasped rather than articulated. He is unable to explain why a mere stroke of his sword can summon a mighty gale. The tempest fills the three sails of the ship, and the immense force of the wind gradually propels the pirate vessel forward. Bang, bang, bang. Rocky lingered in the air with his moonwalk, continuously executing the sword techniques of the wind, propelling the immense pirate ship solely with his own strength. Those skilled in moonwalking came forth to assist Rocky, suddenly inspired. Assistant Ein took the lead, stepping onto the moonwalk to reach the bow of the ship, using the thrust of the moonwalk to push the vessel forward. Although not as effective as Rocky's powerful gusts, it was not to be dismissed. Carol called upon Krista, and together they joined at the bow to aid in pushing the ship. Witnessing this scene, the pirate officers were struck as if by lightning, rendered speechless and deflated like punctured balloons. In truth, Nick, Yonka, and Ik, standing on the deck, felt similarly, despite their lack of moonwalking skills. After numerous efforts from Rocky and his comrades, the massive pirate ship sailed over 100 meters before they finally ceased their exertions, as this unique maneuver was exceedingly taxing on their stamina. Though the distance was not great, it was sufficient to prevent the Steel Hunter pirate crew from boarding their ship. At this moment, the awakened pirates of the Steel Hunter crew, disheveled and armed, rushed into the military port. However, it was evident from their numbers that not all of them had arrived. Seeing the ship now over 100 meters away, Ahriman was consumed by fury, while the other drunken pirate officers began to regain their senses, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was that man. Bluebeard's gaze was intensely fixed on Rocky, who stood on the deck of the pirate ship with a faint smile, leaving a profound impression on him. He even doubted whether he could secure a victory in a one-on-one duel against this apprentice pirate. The remnants of Bluebeard's crew also took note of Rocky and Krista on the deck, their expressions darkening. They would never forget the man who had cleaved their ship in two with a single stroke and the mysterious woman who had effortlessly toyed with them, sending them flying with a mere slap. It seemed as though they were about to confront these foes. Both Bluebeard and the remnants of his crew were filled with anxiety, many losing their fighting spirit entirely, their legs trembling. The trial squad of the Navy elite camp, had I truly exposed myself? Ahriman murmured to himself as he gazed at Rocky and his companions. He could not comprehend which step he had faltered in that had drawn the attention of the trial squad, leading to this exposure. If they had been exposed, the situation had become dire. It was likely that this trial squad had already reported the situation to the chief instructor of the elite camp, Zephyr. That old fellow was a former admiral of the Navy, and he was someone Ahriman felt he could not contend with, based on previous information. Zephyr would take nearly a day to arrive. He wondered if they could deal with the trial squad before Zephyr's arrival. These thoughts flashed through Ahriman's mind in rapid succession. Without hesitation, he issued a command. Bring out the cannons. I must ensure these individuals remain here. Aye, Captain. The members of the Iron Hunter's pirate crew swiftly transported the cannons hidden within the naval port. Just days prior, they had dismantled nearly all Navy warships, stripping them of their artillery. Aboard their pirate vessel, upon hearing Rock and the others mention that Aileyman and his crew had arrived, Pirate Wapple emerged from his seclusion, continuing to shout, "The captain is here. You are doomed. The captain will surely tear you to shreds." Humph. Young clenched his fists, the cracking sound echoing as he stood on the deck, gazing confidently at the Iron Hunters gathered in the naval port, asserting, "Who kills whom is yet to be determined." He then turned to his aide, Ein, and suggested, "Why don't we join forces and eliminate both the Iron Hunters and the Bluebeard crew together?" Ein shook his head, firmly rejecting the idea. "No, the Iron Hunters are formidable. Should a battle ensue, I and Krista cannot guarantee your safety. This is unequivocally unacceptable." However, Yunk remained unyielding, responding, "Just because we do not wish to fight them does not mean they share our sentiment. What if they decide to attack us?" Ein calmly replied, "There is over 100 meters of ocean between us. They cannot cross. If they truly could, this pirate ship is our home turf, and they would surely meet their demise." There was an unusual confidence in Ein's demeanor as he spoke. Chapter 91. Bombarding the pirate ship. Rock dominates the scene. Look. That group of pirates is moving the cannons. What do they intend to do? Do they plan to bombard this pirate ship? Nick questioned, perplexed, glancing at his companions. "Prepare yourselves. It seems we won't be staying on this pirate ship for long," Carol suddenly declared. It was known that she rarely voiced her opinions, making everyone pay special attention and turn to face her. Carol continued, "This ship is incredibly sturdy, as we all know. However, since the Iron Hunters are preparing to bombard it, it indicates that their shells will indeed be capable of damaging this vessel." Everyone recognized the validity of Carol's statement, their expressions turning grave. What would they do if the Iron Hunters bombarded the ship? "Isn't this something we can ask that fellow?" Rock suggested, turning to the pirate officer who had been beaten nearly to death on the deck. The others also turned to look at him. "You're fooling me. The captain would never bombard a pirate ship." The nearly lifeless pirate Wapple scoffed. "See for yourself," Yunk said, nudging his head toward the scene on the shore. Upon witnessing the situation on land, Wapple's face drained of color in an instant, his body trembling in fear as he muttered in a daze. "I'm still on the ship. I'm still on the ship. Why would the captain use cannons? Wouldn't that mean I'd be blown to bits? It is incorrect. The captain must be unaware of my presence aboard the ship, which is why he has chosen to bombard the pirate vessel. Captain, I am still here. I have not perished." In this moment of life and death, the pirate Wapple unleashed an unparalleled strength, gripping the deck railing as he desperately shouted towards the figures on the shore. Hearing this, Rocky and his companions widened their eyes. Could it be that this seemingly indestructible pirate ship possesses means of destruction? Wapple's voice reached them, drawing the attention of Eamon and the others. "What shall we do, Captain?" Carterp inquired, glancing at Eamon. "Let that unfortunate fellow be. We need not concern ourselves with him," Eamon replied coolly. Having received no response, Wapple and Rocky fixed their gazes firmly on the shore. Before Eamon lay crates filled with cannonballs, as he meticulously inspected each one, as if assessing their readiness for use. "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows," Rocky remarked, acknowledging Eamon's prowess as a pirate. Aside from this vessel, he surely had other backup ships prepared. It seemed an impending battle was unavoidable. Eamon cast a serious glance at those around him and earnestly advised, "Life is singular on the battlefield. Comrades cannot afford to be distracted by your safety. You must remember to never underestimate the enemy and to expend all your strength in swiftly vanquishing them. Should you sense an inability to prevail, flee immediately. You are not yet official naval soldiers, and you are not ordinary civilians who require protection. It is permissible to escape. Remember, safeguarding your life is paramount." Eamon's words rang true. Preserving the mountain ensures the continuity of firewood. Fleeing when faced with insurmountable odds is indeed the wisest course. Rocky concurred openly. Meanwhile, at the military port, the pirates of the Steel Hunter crew diligently loaded the cannonballs previously inspected by Eamon. As they gazed toward the distant pirate ship on the sea, a glint of fierce determination flickered in Eamon's eyes. "Fire! Ensure those scoundrels meet their demise at the ocean's depths, for only then can my heart find solace." Eamon commanded expressionlessly. Boom, boom, boom. At the military port, over a dozen cannons lined up in succession, unleashing torrents of flame as cannonballs soared through the air, hurtling towards the pirate ship. The vessel was merely 100 meters from the shore, a large target, and remained stationary, an easy target for the artillery. In such circumstances, avoiding the cannon fire was nearly impossible unless Buggy was aboard that ship. However, Eamon's demeanor did not betray any sense of triumph. He continued issuing commands. "Load the guns, prepare to shoot the birds." Though the pirates behind Eamon were perplexed by his directive, they complied without hesitation. Indeed, in the next moment, just as the cannonballs were about to strike the pirate ship, the figures of Rocky and his companions suddenly appeared in midair. Boom, bang, bang. More than a dozen cannonballs, 4 or 5 of which plunged into the sea, erupted into towering columns of water, reaching heights of 7 or 8 meters. The remaining projectiles struck the pirate ship's hull directly. Once impervious, the formidable vessel now succumbed to the relentless bombardment, its structure disintegrating as effortlessly as paper beneath the onslaught of cannon fire. The pirate Wapple met his demise. Above the pirate ship, Loki, along with Carol and 2 assistants, glided gracefully through the air with a moonwalk, accompanied by Nick and the other 3, who were unaccustomed to this ethereal movement. Upon observing the devastation wrought upon the pirate ship below, Loki and his companions, though they had anticipated this outcome, could not help but be taken aback by the sight. The peculiar abilities of Airman S. Fruit truly were remarkable, Loki mused. Moments ago, Airman had meticulously touched each cannonball, evidently bestowing enhancements upon them. Ordinary cannonballs could never shatter such an indomitable pirate vessel. On the dock, the pirates of the Steel Hunter crew, alongside the remnants of the Bluebeard crew, gazed up in astonishment at Loki and his companions soaring through the sky. Everyone, open fire. I wish to see how they evade this, Airman declared with remarkable composure. Truly, he was a captain who had foreseen their potential use of such an aerial maneuver. The armed pirates began to comprehend why Airman had instructed them to load their guns moments earlier. Were they to shoot at birds? Loki, keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of the Steel Hunter pirates on the shore, realized that the Conqueror's Haki could not be reserved for a surprise attack later in the battle. Listen, pirates, do not entertain the notion of shooting at birds. I will not permit you to treat my brothers, friends, and comrades in such a manner, Loki bellowed at the pirates gathered on the dock. Rocky's actions immediately captivated the attention of all the pirates along the military harbor. They wondered, how could you, perched high above, dare to prevent us from firing? Is it merely through your words? In the next moment, Rocky unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, which swiftly swept over all the pirates at the harbor. Those unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of his aura fell unconscious to the ground, and these incapacitated individuals were none other than the armed pirate lackeys. Chapter 92. Eamon's clever scheme. The Conqueror's Haki of Rocky swept over every member of the Steel Hunter pirates and the remnants of Bluebeard. Some of the more formidable or strong-willed pirates remained conscious, though their expressions were filled with shock and bewilderment. What was happening? Eamon observed as his subordinates consecutively fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back in their heads, and he felt a twinge of astonishment. This awe-inspiring display was indeed intriguing, and he yearned to learn it. This is Conqueror's Haki, explained an elderly man beside Eamon, who was over 60, with graying hair. Though his physique was frail, his height was comparable to that of Krista. Notably, his face bore 2 distinctive scars, one above his right eye, which was not blind, and another on his left cheek, extending 7 to 8 centimeters, giving him a rather fearsome appearance. Just the scars on his face were enough to reveal him as a seasoned pirate with extensive combat experience. He was the vice captain of the Steel Hunter pirates, known as the Phantom Hand, Cat Up. Conqueror's Haki? Eamon's eyes widened, and he felt a surge of energy. Conqueror's Haki. The seemingly handsome young man had the power of Conqueror's Haki. It was said that only those with the qualities of a king could possess it, qualities he himself did not yet possess. Though this did not diminish his aspirations of one day becoming the Pirate King. Captain, it seems our upcoming battle will not be an easy one. I suggest we activate Plan B, Cat Up whispered near Eamon's ear. Make the arrangements, Eamon replied gravely. Then suddenly his expression brightened as he exclaimed, I have just conceived a brilliant idea to alleviate some of our pressure. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the fact that most of the Steel Hunter pirates and the remnants of Bluebeard were incapacitated by Rocky's Conqueror's Haki, Rocky and his companions swiftly descended from the sky, landing on the military port. As soon as they touched down, Assistant Ein released his grip on Nick and turned to Krista, declaring, to capture the thief, we must first seize the king. Krista, let us advance together. Noticing Ein's movement, Krista promptly released her hold on Nick and dashed alongside Ein toward Eamon, who was not far away. The two of them unleashed the full potential of the Marine 6 styles shave, their speed so astonishing that it seemed to defy imagination, transforming them into mere afterimages as they surged toward Eamon. How terrifying is the strength of the elite camp's assistants, Eamon mused, a subtle smile gracing his features as he beheld Krista and Ein appearing before him in an instant. However, capturing me will not be a simple task. Prepare to meet your demise. Christo and Assistant Ein launched their attack without a moment's hesitation. Christo raised a finger and directed it towards Eamon's throat, while Assistant Ein, standing beside her, extended both hands to strike at Eamon. Her slender, fair hands suddenly radiated a purple glow, revealing her devil fruit ability. How dare you directly assault our captain? Aemon's companion, Katup, swiftly maneuvered to position himself in front of Aemon. He reached out and firmly grasped Ain's right arm. Although Katup was initially slower than Ain, the velocity of his offensive maneuver was astonishingly swift, leaving little room for reaction. This was his renowned technique, the ghostly hand capture. Once Katup seized Ain's arm, he yanked it sharply towards himself. A faint sound echoed as Ain's hand, imbued with purple luminescence, landed squarely against Katup's body. Meanwhile, Aemon deftly arched backward, evading the attacks from Christo and Ain. At that moment, Katup, struck by Ain's devil fruit ability, began to regress in age. Aemon had taken control of the entire Gallant Island Navy base, acquiring numerous internal insights, including the knowledge that the assistant of the elite camp, Ain, had consumed the regression fruit, which could reverse the age of any living being by 12 years upon contact. A brilliant idea struck Aemon. If he could utilize Ain's ability to rejuvenate his first mate, Katup, it would exponentially enhance Katup's strength, alleviating their current predicament. What a delightful sensation! Katup exclaimed with exuberance, seizing Ain's other arm and pressing it against himself. This time, his speed surpassed even the last, leaving Ain no chance to react as he captured her left hand. Once again, Ain's left hand, glowing with purple light, became subdued as Katup swiftly tore away her grasp. When Ain's ability was applied to a living being, she could not only impose it but also retract it. Katup, vehemently unwilling to permit the withdrawal of the ability already affecting him, struck Ain squarely in the chest, sending her hurtling backward. Katup erupted in boisterous laughter, his spirit soaring. I have regained 24 years of youth. I am now 43, and this time, none of you shall escape. Before the words had left his mouth, Katapu's right hand swiftly reached out toward Krista, who was engaged in battle with Ailman. Krista paid no heed to Katapu's approaching hand, as she pointed decisively at Ailman's neck, seizing an opportunity to strike. In the next instant, Krista's finger made contact with Ailman's neck, producing a sound akin to metal striking stone. To your astonishment, I possess the power of the hard fruit, rendering my body as resilient as sea prism stone. Ailman sneered and launched a punch toward Krista. At that moment, Katapu's hand grasped Krista's arm, restricting her movements. Paper drawing. Krista noticed Ailman's fist magnifying before her and quickly twisted her body, her neck bending at an extreme angle to evade the incoming blow aimed at her face. Damn it! Ailman could not contain his frustration. Despite having Katapu restraining Krista, he had failed to land a hit, igniting his fury as he charged toward her. Oh no! With Ailman barreling toward her, Krista found herself without any means of escape. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Krista was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 93. All-Out War Truly. The synergy between the captain and the first mate is remarkable. How could these two women possibly rival the captain and first mate? Ailman had 5 formidable pirates by his side, none of whom were rendered senseless by Rocky's conqueror's Haki. At that moment, they stood at a distance, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding spectacle, while Bluebeard observed the fight with keen interest from another location. On the other side, what? The group, including Rocky, was taken aback upon discovering that the 2 teaching assistants had been exploited by pirates and had not fared well in their initial confrontation. Their eyes widened in disbelief, particularly at the revelation that Aemon and Carter had managed to harness the powers of Assistant Ain's devil fruit ability. It was truly astonishing to Rocky and his companions. Don't just stand there. Let's move, Rocky urged, glancing at his teammates. First, let's surround them and eliminate the isolated Bluebeard. Rocky's words roused his teammates from their stupor, reminding them that the battle had commenced. They were not mere spectators. It was their responsibility to confront the rest of the Iron Hunter's pirate crew. Let us unite and take action. Rocky charged directly at Bluebeard, followed closely by several teammates who understood the strategic advantage of focusing their fire on a formidable opponent like Bluebeard. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors Ain and Krista swiftly regained their footing, casting a glance at Rocky's team as they launched their assault on Bluebeard. Instead of intervening, they redirected their efforts toward Ahriman and Carter. As Rocky and his companions advanced on Bluebeard, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki once more, with a singular target in mind, Bluebeard. In an instant, Bluebeard was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming presence of Rocky's Haki, and Rocky's group surged forward with remarkable speed. Are they really all coming for me? Bluebeard thought, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief as he beheld Rocky and his allies charging toward him. He was acutely aware of their prowess, if they overwhelmed him. He doubted he could withstand even a minute before meeting his end. Brothers, don't just stand there. Come help me. Bluebeard shouted anxiously at the remaining members of the Iron Hunter's pirate crew. "Prepare to meet your demise, Bluebeard," Rocky roared as he unsheathed his sword, attempting to disrupt Bluebeard's focus. However, the distance was still a factor. Had they been closer, he would have unleashed his precise sword technique. Bluebeard glanced back at the remaining pirates of the Iron Hunters, who had retreated to the sidelines during the skirmish with Airman and Carter. "A few mere apprentice sailors? Surely you can handle them alone," he scoffed, unwilling to believe that the infamous Bluebeard would fear a handful of inexperienced recruits. The onlookers showed no intention of intervening, instead appearing eager to witness the unfolding drama. Frustration coursed through Bluebeard as he cursed under his breath, realizing these ignorant fools underestimated the strength of this trial team, believing he could easily handle the situation when, in truth, he could not. "Forget the embarrassment. My life is far more valuable. Take this." Without hesitation, Bluebeard produced a small, spherical iron orb, roughly the size of an egg, studded with numerous protrusions. He slammed the orb onto the ground with force. With a resounding bang, the orb exploded upon impact, releasing a thick cloud of white smoke that enveloped the surroundings. A smoke bomb. Bluebeard had resorted to using a smoke bomb, a tool typically reserved for desperate escapes. In a display of cunning, Bluebeard swiftly retreated into the cover of the smoke, making his way toward the remaining pirates of the Iron Hunters. "What a cowardly move," he thought, "and all for just a few apprentice sailors. I've truly humiliated myself this time." Hey, did Bluebeard actually engage with those apprentice sailors? I sense there's more to this than meets the eye. The remaining pirates of the Steel Hunter's crew, upon witnessing Bluebeard rushing towards them while deploying smoke bombs, erupted into laughter. To those who fail to comprehend the true strength of their adversary, such a retreat appears as nothing more than cowardice, a most contemptible act in the eyes of pirates. Yet, there were dissenting voices, albeit drowned out by the cacophony. "Carol, hold your breath and follow me," Rocky urged, faced with the rapidly expanding white smoke. He hesitated not for a moment, turning back to shout before plunging headlong into the obscurity. Just as Bluebeard vanished into the fog, Rocky prepared to unleash his precision swordsmanship. Intending to throw his blade, however, he refrained, instead receiving a buff from the technique that heightened his observation Haki. He sensed no immediate danger within the smoke, though the potential toxicity of the white mist remained uncertain. Hearing Rocky's command, Carol, without a second thought, surged forward. Having known Rocky for several months, she had grown to trust him unconditionally and was confident in her own abilities. Witnessing this scene, Nick and his companions were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why the typically rational Rocky would venture into the unpredictable smoke, yet they followed suit in the next instant. As novices, their lack of combat experience left them little room for contemplation. Much like a chaotic match in a multiplayer game, the directive was simple: charge ahead. Feeling Carol's rapid approach behind him, Rocky's confidence surged. Bluebeard surely presumed he would hesitate, daunted by the shrouded area. Unbeknownst to Bluebeard, Rocky wielded precision swordsmanship, which guaranteed a hit once the opponent was locked in. Every movement of Bluebeard was meticulously tracked by Rocky's observation Haki. After casting the smoke bomb, Bluebeard sprinted with all his might, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon reaching the other pirates of the Steel Hunter's crew. "Bluebeard, you really are a coward. A few younglings have you trembling like this," one pirate mocked. Bluebeard shot him a glare, thinking that if only he were to confront them, he would understand their prowess. However, being a seasoned pirate, he recognized the gravity of the situation and replied seriously, "These youngsters may appear youthful, yet they are remarkably formidable. Each possesses strength comparable to ours. Do not underestimate them." Whether to underestimate them was a matter for later. Now, his actions had instilled fear, and they would surely hesitate to venture into the smoke. "Let us devise a battle strategy. I refuse to believe that we, a seasoned crew, cannot handle a bunch of inexperienced marine rookies." No sooner had he spoken than Rocky's figure emerged from the white fog, breaking into their line of sight. "Holy hell!" the pirates exclaimed, their minds racing with disbelief at the recklessness of these young fools. "We cannot falter in our momentum. Onward." Just moments after being utterly humiliated, the enraged pirate drew his sword and lunged directly at Rocky. Chapter 94, Rocky's Battle with Bluebeard. In a fleeting moment of respite from the skirmish, Airman glanced at his subordinates, who were on the verge of clashing with the trial team. A peculiar emotion stirred within him. Surely this trial team could not be a match for his men. Noticing the offensive maneuvers of Krista, Airman hastily cast aside his irrelevant thoughts. The striking beauty before him possessed a formidable skill that could inflict harm upon his resilient physique, and he dared not underestimate her. Is he running so swiftly, so desperately, to meet his demise? Rocky cast a glance at the rushing pirate from the Iron Hunter crew, a smile curling upon his lips as he tightened his grip on the cursed blade, Thousand Cuts. Judging by the speed of the approaching assailant, it was evident that his strength paled in comparison to Rocky's. Without resorting to his guaranteed sword technique, Rocky could not assure a single fatal strike. But he knew that this adversary could be dispatched in no more than 2 or 3 strikes. Humph. The pirate, seemingly disinterested in prolonging their confrontation, let out a disdainful snort and raised his hefty sword high. Die, he bellowed as he charged towards Rocky. Yet, just as he reached Rocky, his speed surged dramatically, surpassing his previous pace. With a powerful leap, he aimed his massive blade directly at Rocky's head, bringing it down with formidable force. Observing this, Rocky exhibited no extraordinary reaction. He merely unsheathed his sword and positioned it horizontally before him. The pirate, infuriated by Rocky's seemingly inadequate defense against his mighty strike, felt a rush of exhilaration. The man who had frightened Bluebeard would soon meet his end at his hands. He relished the thought of how Bluebeard would react thereafter. Fueled by this duality of emotions, he swung his great sword down with renewed vigor. In the next instant, clang! The clash of blade against blade echoed as the pirate's heavy sword halted mere inches from Rocky's face. With that unimpressive defensive maneuver, Rocky had successfully blocked the pirate's ferocious strike. Moreover, his cursed blade, Thousand Cuts, sliced into the pirate's sword with unyielding precision. Rocky possesses the skill of sword recognition, and with a mere glance, he discerned that the intruder's great sword was nothing more than an ordinary steel blade. As a fine weapon, Rocky's demonic sword, Thousand Slaughters, would undoubtedly prevail in a clash. In the midst of the intense collision, Rocky's demonic sword effortlessly sliced through the pirate's greatsword. As Rocky's sword intercepted the pirate's blade, the latter immediately sensed the immense force emanating from the weapon. This young adversary was engaging him in a struggle, and he felt an undeniable pressure mounting against him. How could this be? Hold your ground. The pirate's heart raced, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Uncertain if a retreat would allow him to evade the impending threat, he could only alter his grip on the sword, clutching the hilt with his right hand while pressing his left hand firmly against the blade's spine, desperately gritting his teeth to withstand Rocky's onslaught. Crack! Crack! Though not overly loud, Rocky was overpowering the pirate, who was wielding his sword with both hands, to such an extent that the ground beneath him bore the marks of his struggle. Your strength is truly pitiable. Observing the pirate's face reddening within moments and his arms trembling slightly, Rocky couldn't help but shake his head. In the next instant, he exerted even more force, thrusting the enchanted sword, Thousand Slaughters, forward once again. Swoosh! Rocky's demonic blade, the Thousand Slashes, effortlessly cleaved through his opponent's colossal sword. Upon witnessing this alarming turn of events, the adversary could do naught but desperately leap backward, striving to evade Rocky's deadly strike. However, Rocky offered no respite. At this moment, the 2 assistant instructors found themselves at a disadvantage, embroiled in combat against the captain and vice-captain of the Iron Hunter's pirate crew. They needed to swiftly eliminate this group of foes and rush to assist their comrades. Otherwise, the 2 most formidable members of the Iron Hunters would remain unharmed, rendering their efforts against these relatively weaker foes utterly futile. Slash! In an instant, Rocky closed the distance with his opponent, sweeping his sword with a swift motion. A spray of crimson erupted as a pirate's head was severed and sent soaring through the air. The pirate, who had just lunged at Rocky, met a swift demise. This entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, with Rocky's final strike taking no more than 2 or 3. The staggering disparity in strength left the remaining members of the Iron Hunter pirate crew in shock, illuminating the reason behind Bluebeard's earlier capitulation. With 5 such formidable adversaries, who among them would not falter? At that moment, Rocky's comrades arrived at his side, urging for a swift resolution as they needed to assist Teach. Leave Bluebeard to me, Rocky declared, as dispatching the recently slain pirate appeared trivial to him. He scarcely glanced back, instead charging towards Bluebeard. It was highly probable that Bluebeard was the 3rd strongest member of the Iron Hunter pirate crew, as his bounty was the highest, second only to the captain and first mate. Although using bounty amounts to gauge a pirate's strength is somewhat flawed, Rocky and his companions had only a rudimentary understanding of the Iron Hunter crew and resorted to this crude method for assessment, leaving the accuracy to fate. Rocky's companions were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, each chose an adversary and charged forth. On the side of the Iron Hunter's pirate crew, the recent vivid memory of Rocky's overwhelming prowess in swiftly dispatching the pirate Rooney Jia lingered in their minds. This compelled them to confront the reality of Rocky and his comrades. It was a fight to the death. Let us engage. In this fateful encounter, only the brave would prevail. And the battle was about to erupt. Bluebeard, prepare to meet your fate. Whoosh. With a resounding roar, Rocky unleashed the full force of the Navy's Six Styles technique, his foot striking the ground with such fervor that it splintered like a spider's web. He surged forward like a bullet from a chamber, hurtling toward Bluebeard. Bang! Bang! In response to Rocky's aggressive advance, Bluebeard opted not to engage in a blade duel. Instead, he drew a preloaded handgun from his waist and fired 2 shots at Rocky. Given the distance between them, Rocky was able to discern the trajectory of the bullets with clarity, making it a trifling matter to evade them. Rocky sidestepped, deftly evading 2 bullets aimed at him. Just 2 bullets? Keep shooting, he said with calm nonchalance. However, he knew that if he advanced further, he could not guarantee his ability to dodge the bullets without the use of his observation Haki. I'm not accustomed to this weapon, otherwise your head would have been blown to pieces by now. Bluebeard snickered, discarding his pistol and gripping his large blade with both hands, bellowing at Rocky, come. His intention was to elevate his own presence, hoping to overwhelm Rocky with sheer force of will and gain a slight advantage in the impending confrontation. However, his calculations were flawed. How could someone lacking the Conqueror's Haki and standing on the same tier as Rocky possibly hope to dominate him in spirit? Such a notion was more absurd than the red Earth continent sinking beneath the waves. A low hum responded to Bluebeard's shout. It was Rocky's Conqueror's Haki, targeting only Bluebeard. In that instant, Bluebeard's expression shifted subtly. Undeniably, the pre-battle clash of wills was won by Rocky. Apologies, but I had to intimidate you before the fight even began. Chapter 95, Bluebeard die? Go to hell. With no way to overpower Rocky's presence, Bluebeard abandoned his pretenses, roaring as he charged at Rocky with his blade raised. With a swift motion, Bluebeard brought his sword down. The force behind his strike was immense, unleashing an invisible wave of cutting energy. Lacking any finesse, he was merely an amateur. Observing Bluebeard's clumsy attempt to unleash his attack, Rocky smiled, effortlessly swinging his sword to release a similar wave of sword energy. The 2 invisible strikes collided, causing a momentary flicker in the air, followed by a sharp sound as they transformed into a gust of wind, scattering debris around them. The ground bore the marks of their fierce clash, with numerous cuts etched into its surface. Seeing such an outcome, Bluebeard furrowed his brow. The energy he had expended to execute his strike had been effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Did this not indicate that his raw strength paled in comparison to this rookie Navy officer? He quickly shook his head, suppressing that thought. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. If he believed in his heart that his opponent would triumph, victory would be impossible. Moments later, they drew closer. Huh. Die for me. Bluebeard swiftly reached for his waist, revealing another finely loaded pistol. He had discarded his first pistol merely to deceive Rocky into believing he was unarmed, setting the stage for a surprise attack. He doubted that, at such close range, Rocky could evade his bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Bluebeard fired 3 shots at Rocky's silhouette. Upon witnessing Bluebeard draw his weapon, Rocky's eyes widened in shock, suddenly feeling an urge akin to that of the infamous Crow brother, ready to upend the table. In that moment, he realized he had been deceived by Bluebeard. What should he do? The velocity of the bullets was astonishing, leaving Rocky with only a fleeting moment to react. Without the luxury of contemplation, he instinctively unleashed his unerring sword technique, aiming for Bluebeard's neck. In that instant, Rocky was endowed with the observation Haki granted by the system, allowing him to perceive the trajectories of the 3 bullets. Whoosh! Rocky abruptly positioned the demon blade, 1,000 cuts, diagonally before him. In a linear trajectory, he connected the paths of the 2 bullets. This singular stroke could only deflect 2 projectiles. Yet, that was sufficient. His body moved with swift grace, akin to a leaf in the wind, veering to the right. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Bluebeard believed he had successfully executed a surprise attack, even allowing himself a moment of relaxation as he stood by, eagerly anticipating the sight of blood blossoming upon Rocky's form. However, when, bang, the 2 bullets collided with Rocky's demon blade, ricocheting off into the air, while 1 bullet merely struck the void. In response, Rocky fiercely swung his sword towards Bluebeard's neck, retaliating for the earlier display of generosity from this old silver coin. Upon witnessing this, Bluebeard appeared as if he had seen a ghost. He swiftly pressed his foot down, shattering the ground beneath him, and leaped backward, simultaneously sweeping his large blade horizontally to obstruct Rocky's advance. But was this effective? Clearly, it was not. Rocky's swordsmanship, characterized by its unwavering accuracy, varies in its stamina consumption depending on the strength of his opponent. When faced with formidable adversaries, Rocky may find himself unable to unleash even a single strike. His energy swiftly depleted. However, against opponents of equal caliber, such as Bluebeard, he requires a mere 15 units of stamina to ensure every thrust strikes true. As Bluebeard's figure was discerned by Rocky through his observation Haki, he leapt upward to evade Bluebeard's sweeping blade. With precision, he thrust his sword forward. Damn it! Block it! Bluebeard, taken aback by Rocky's unorthodox approach and sudden offensive maneuver, found himself at a loss, raising his left hand in a futile attempt to intercept the incoming strike, sacrificing his own defense in the process. With a decisive thrust, Rocky's blade pierced through Bluebeard's arm, continuing its relentless trajectory into his neck. To perish beneath my blade is no dishonor, Rocky gasped, shaking his sword, severing Bluebeard's head, which soared into the air, the eyes wide in disbelief. As if trapped in a nightmare, unable to fathom his demise in mere 2 exchanges. Next, after catching his breath, Rocky did not spare Bluebeard another glance, directing his attention toward another adversary. Having just dispatched Bluebeard, Rocky had executed his precise sword techniques twice, exhausting nearly half of his stamina. Yet, the reward was substantial. A powerful member of the Iron Hunter Pirates was eliminated, and Rocky was now free to assist his comrades. With this victory, the advantage for Rocky's side began to snowball, and it was only a matter of time before they would eradicate the remaining pirates of the Iron Hunter crew and proceed to aid the 2 assistants. Unbeknownst to Rocky, another benefit lay in his recent triumph. By slaying Bluebeard, he had completed a system task, earning 10 points. Coupled with his previously accumulated points, he was now able to exchange them for another sword technique to aid him in battle. Rocky cast a glance at the skirmish involving the teaching assistant and his teammates. The battle on the assistant's side had escalated to a fervent intensity, with both assistants exhibiting remarkable speed and agility, an advantage that Airman and Carter lacked, thus preventing their defeat. On the teammates' front, the combat was overwhelmingly one-sided, particularly with Carol, who, having just caught Rocky's attention, swiftly concluded her confrontation. Well done. Rocky signaled a victory gesture towards Carol and continued, urging her to assist Nick and the others in swiftly resolving their battle before they turned to aid the teaching assistant. Carol nodded in agreement, and the 2 of them dashed towards Nick and his companions. Before long, Rocky and his group had decisively vanquished all members of the Iron Hunter pirate crew. It was akin to a division of labor. You 3 assist teaching assistant Ein, while Carol and I will aid teaching assistant Krista, Rocky stated, surveying his teammates. Not so. Carol shook her head and replied, we should all 5 work together to assist one teaching assistant in concluding their battle first. This way, we can maximize our advantage. Rocky blinked, realizing that he had indeed been careless just moments ago. Fortunately, strength lies in numbers, so it was best to assist Assistant Ein first. From my earlier observations, her situation appeared to be more precarious compared to that of Assistant Krister. This time, no one voiced any objections and immediately rushed towards Assistant Ein. By the way, has anyone sustained injuries? If any wounds could potentially hinder our combat effectiveness, it's best not to act recklessly. If captured and taken as hostages, we would find ourselves in a disadvantageous position. Carol suddenly halted, casting a glance at his teammates. Now that their side was gaining the upper hand, they had to consider whether the enemy would engage them in a straightforward manner. I am unscathed, Rocky replied. Neither am I, Nick added. Look, I've only got a scratch on my face. If that could affect my combat ability, I would withdraw from the elite camp, Young chuckled boisterously. I received a cut from that fellow earlier, but thankfully it does not impede my fighting. It touched his injured hand to his head, signaling to everyone that he was fine. His comrades could see a small gash on his arm, with hardly any blood seeping from it. Good to hear. Everyone, let us move forward together. Chapter 96. The Onslaught of Poison Fog. Assistant Ein, we are here to assist you. Before reaching the battlefield where Assistant Ein and Cadup were engaged, Rocky shouted with a powerful and resounding voice. In the midst of their intense struggle for power, the sound of his commanding call made both Assistant Ein and Cadup step back 2 paces. What? Upon noticing 5 intact apprentice sailors rushing over to aid Assistant Ein, Cadup's eyes widened in disbelief. He immediately glanced towards the crowd lying on the ground at the harbor, where those previously rendered unconscious by Rocky's overwhelming aura remained motionless. The ones who had not been knocked out now lay sprawled on the ground, nearly all of them in pools of blood. Are they all dead? Cadup's eyes instantly filled with rage. Those juniors had always shown him great respect, and their camaraderie had been quite enjoyable. Their bonds were strong. To see them all slain was infuriating. However, the anger quickly flickered away, buried deep within him, as Caddup felt a profound shock instead. How could a 6v5 situation end in total annihilation? Were these 5 young individuals truly mere apprentice sailors? After a brief moment of stupor, Caddup's thoughts raced. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted beyond their control. After all, there were currently 7 opponents, and their 2 assistants could only keep him and Ahriman occupied. No matter which side the remaining 5 supported, they would soon face defeat. Caddup hurriedly retreated several steps, and then looked towards Captain Ahriman. At that moment, Caddup caught sight of the captain glancing back at him. A sudden roar from Haki captured everyone's attention. Caddup and Ahriman exchanged a knowing glance, their synchronization evident as they swiftly communicated through their eyes. The current strategy had failed. A new approach was imperative. Just then, a few more small figures appeared. A sinister smile crept across Caddup's face as he raised his hand, pointing at Haki and his companions, boldly declaring, "Come at me together. I, Caddup, fear no one." This taunt caused Haki and the others to frown slightly. Was he truly attempting to maintain bravado in the face of imminent doom? Impossible. Earlier, during his confrontation with Assistant Ein, Caddup had unleashed lethal moves, leaving Ein hesitant to reclaim the abilities from Caddup, thus placing him at a disadvantage. However, with Haki and several others joining Assistant Ein, it was evident that Ein would seize the opportunity to reclaim Caddup's powers, significantly diminishing his strength when restored to his aged form, making it exceedingly simple to surround and eliminate him. Caddup's impractical bravado at this moment was clearly a trap. What was that old fool scheming? Noticing that Ein remained motionless, Haki and his companions refrained from rushing in recklessly. Afraid to advance? If not, I shall take my leave. Caddup laughed heartily. As his laughter faded, Assistant Ein charged forward. Seeing this, Haki and the others wasted no time in following suit with all their might. Excellent. Now you shall experience the exquisite taste of my prized possessions. As Haki and the others launched their assault alongside Assistant Ein, Caddup displayed no hint of panic, his malevolent grin unwavering. Undeterred by Caddup's blatant threats, Assistant Ein remained resolute. Such psychological tactics held little sway over the strong, their resolve steadfast. Die, Caddup shouted, producing a small glass vial filled with a purple liquid, sealed at both ends with metal caps. In an instant, he hurled the vial towards Haki and his companions. With a crash, the glass shattered upon impact, releasing the liquid within. Yet, as if cursed by the light, the liquid evaporated upon contact with the ground, transforming into a purple mist that rapidly spread throughout the area. The ominous hue of the mist warned Haki and the others to hold their breath and leap back. Die. Die. Caddup shouted with fervor, brandishing several similar vials as he rushed forward, tossing them around Haki and his group. Crash. 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 The vials shattered once more, the purple mist continuing to expand and sealing off their escape routes. Surrounded on all sides by the ominous fog, only the sky remained free from its grasp. Moonstep, Loki, Carol, and Ein, 3 individuals, each lifted one among the trio of Nick into the sky, gracefully gliding as if performing the moonwalk. Old Ghost, do you truly believe that mere toxic mists can thwart our ascent? As Haki and his companions traversed the mist-laden expanse, they approached Caddup with a graceful moonwalk. Is this mere toxic fog? Caddup grinned, revealing a malevolent amusement. Do you believe that the violet haze is the only peril? That purple mist is merely an illusion. The true venom is colorless and odorless, already pervading the air. I pray you bear no wounds. My toxic miasma may lack color and scent, yet it possesses a formidable potency. You may either inhale it or succumb to its effects through an open wound. Otherwise, this toxin shall remain ineffective. Have you inhaled it? Perchance? Oh, by the way, I noticed that one among you bears a small cut upon his visage. Little one, do you not feel an insatiable itch? A compelling urge to scratch? Caddup burst into laughter, his face alight with the triumph of his cunning scheme. Upon hearing Caddup's words, Haki and his companions turned pale, their gazes swiftly darting to the recently injured young Indic, their eyes brimming with concern and inquiry. Young Indic exchanged glances of dread and nodded solemnly. Their wounds itched unbearably, excruciatingly so, to the point that Young had already marred his own face with frantic scratching. They had indeed been poisoned. Haki was taken aback. Just moments ago, driven by a sense of caution, he had refrained from breathing, holding his breath instead. After all, he was the man who had previously held his breath even in the presence of Bluebeard's ordinary smoke. Haki cast a glance towards Carol, exchanging a fleeting look. Have you been poisoned? No. Splendid. Neither have I. At that moment, Nick, held aloft by Rocky, shot a helpless look in his direction, his eyes brimming with regret and a silent apology, as if to say, "Forgive me, I have been poisoned." Damn it. Rocky cursed under his breath. Turning to seek reassurance from Assistant 9, the assistant, equally exasperated, had just been conversing with Carter and could hardly have gone without breathing. Now it seemed, out of our 6, we were left with only 2 capable of fighting. Rocky and Carol exchanged a glance, each comprehending the other's intent. Yunk, I shall take the lead. Ein, you assist. Rocky cast a glance at Carol before approaching Ein's side, taking Yunk from her hands and allowing him to descend to the ground. After all, they were already poisoned, so there was no need to waste energy traversing through the air with moon steps. Chapter 97, Toying with Cat-Up. Rocky and Carol, accompanied by Assistant Ein and Nick, arrived at the edge of the military port. Fortunately, a gentle sea breeze wafted through the air, not strong enough to carry the toxic mist. Upon seeing Rocky and Carol approach the military port, Krista immediately concluded her battle with Airman and made her way to the shore. Rock gently placed Assistant Ein and Nick on the ground, glancing back at Iman and Carter, who remained motionless. Rock had individuals in need of care, just as Iman and Carter did moments ago under the indiscriminate assault of toxic mist. The members of the Steel Hunter pirate crew who were incapacitated by Rock's Conqueror's Haki had also suffered from the poisonous fog. Currently, the two were administering antidotes to the pirates, although the unfortunate souls had yet to regain consciousness. Noticing the unspoken agreement to cease hostilities, Rock felt a slight relief wash over him as he turned his attention to Assistant Ein, expressing his concern. Assistant Ein, how do you feel? Ein's face was slick with cold sweat, her brows furrowed, and her expression bore the weight of pain. Upon hearing Rock's inquiry, she weakly replied, "My head aches terribly, and I lack strength throughout my body." "That's enough, Assistant Ein. Please refrain from speaking," Rock said, casting a glance at the others, his gaze conveying a question. "Is your condition similar?" The other afflicted individuals were not dull-witted. They quickly understood the implication in Rock's eyes and nodded in agreement. Despite the effort it took to do so, a rare glimmer of panic flickered in Rocky's eyes as he glanced at Carol. Carol, equally helpless, shook her head in resignation. Each specialized in their own fields, and when it came to poison, neither Rocky nor Carol possessed any viable solutions. At this moment, with the wind at their backs preventing the toxic mist from advancing, they could breathe the fresh air, hoping that everyone would endure. Rocky let out a deep sigh, then turned his gaze towards Carol and Krista. The upcoming battle rested solely upon the 3 of us. The key to victory lay in one word: delay. The longer we can hold out, the better. Rocky conveyed to Carol and Krista. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to seize the antidote directly from Airman and Catap to save Nick and the others, yet they were simply not capable of overpowering their foes to snatch the antidote. "I understand," Carol nodded, looking at Krista beside her, her voice gentle yet unwaveringly serious. "Krista, in the forthcoming battle, we need not determine a victor. As long as we can prolong the fight until Professor Zephyr arrives, we shall emerge victorious." "I understand," Krista nodded, her intellect in matters of combat far surpassing that of an ordinary child. "That's reassuring. Let us prepare ourselves, for we must engage in battle once more and cannot stand idly by while those 2 scoundrels rescue their comrades." As Rocky's voice faded, he firmly grasped the demon blade, Qianrenjian, and executed a swift spin. Mastering the art of swordsmanship, the great tornado of wind. With a powerful motion, a fierce tornado abruptly emerged, rapidly sweeping toward Carter, Pugh, and Airman. As the tornado surged forth, the swirling purple mist was irresistibly drawn into its vortex, forcefully advancing towards Carter, Pugh, and Airman. Although the true toxic miasma was invisible and intangible, Rocky's formidable great tornado would undoubtedly disperse the noxious fog, coupled with the continuous sea breeze. Rocky believed that this particular area of the military port would pose no further danger to Assistant Ein and his companions. "Charge!" Rocky and Carol rushed towards Carter, while Krista continued her assault on Airman. The old fellow, as the saying goes, a combination of male and female yields double efficiency. "Now, let us demonstrate our prowess." Rocky and Carol approached Carter, yet they refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, they engaged in a war of words. The youth, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Carter scoffed, "Soon you shall pay for your ignorance." "Well, come at me." Rocky gestured dramatically, reminiscent of a scene from a film, directing his words at Carter. Seeing Rocky's comical demeanor, Carol couldn't help but stifle a laugh, quickly clearing her throat to regain her composure. Carter's face darkened with fury, his breaths becoming labored. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. However, he neither charged at Rocky nor remained stationary. He understood that if he stood idle, Rocky would certainly taunt him for his cowardice, yet if he charged, it would grant Rocky undue satisfaction. Carter, a seasoned pirate, was not one to fall for such crude tactics. With a restrained roar, he declared, "You are audacious, boy. I shall allow you 3 moves. Come forth. We are young and strong. Why should you grant us such leniency?" Rocky retorted with a scoff. "Does the old fool lack the courage to face us?" Carter, unfazed by Rocky's provocation, surged towards Airman. He was confident that Rocky and Carol would attempt to thwart him. In this game of who strikes first, victory was assured. Yet, in the next moment, he shouted, "If you're a man, come and face me." Rocky directly initiated the skill duel invitation, targeting none other than Carter. This skill boasts a 100% success rate. Once struck by it, any latent desire for combat against the caster within the target is magnified infinitely. However, this enhancement only amplifies the desire to battle the caster, meaning if Rocky were to challenge someone with whom he had no enmity, that individual would likely only wish to engage in a friendly spar rather than a life-and-death struggle. Yet the current circumstance was different. Carter had abruptly halted his advance towards Airman. His neck stiffly turned, revealing a bewildered expression as he grappled with the sudden surge of malevolence that had overwhelmed his reason. Akin to a nightmare where Rocky transformed into a sworn enemy, his pre-existing desire to defeat Rocky was now magnified beyond measure. "Die!" roared Carter, charging furiously towards Rocky and Carol, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. In his mind, Rocky connected with the system, aware that this skill could indeed be cancelled, though he had never done so before. System cancellation successful. In the next moment, Carter's momentum abruptly ceased, his feet carving 2 deep grooves into the ground of the military port. At that moment, reason returned to him. Although the murderous intent lingered, clarity returned to his eyes, leaving him with a bewildered expression, utterly confused by the recent events. Could it be that Conqueror's Haki possessed such an effect? A fleeting thought crossed Carter's mind. Yet he had no answers. Despite having lived over 60 years in this world, he had never encountered such peculiarities before. "Damn it, here it comes again," Carter muttered, his eyes once more ablaze, as he surged towards Rocky, filled with fury. Chapter 98. The Great Battle with Carter, Part 1, with Eyes of Flame. Carter's scant rationality was once again suppressed by the overwhelming murderous intent incited by the system's skill. However, as he neared Rocky and Carol, Rocky cheekily canceled the skill's effect, restoring clarity to Carter's eyes and allowing reason to regain its dominance. "Do you even know who you're messing with?" "I am the Ghost Hand Carter," he bellowed in anger. Although his rationality had returned, the murderous intent within him had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified. "I couldn't care less about your feelings," Rocky retorted playfully, breaking into a mock song. "I care not for your opinions. I am my own expression. As Lu Sun once remarked, when God wishes to destroy a man, he first drives him mad." Although Rocky's objective was to buy time, he would naturally choose the latter if he could eliminate Carter. "After today, you shall forever remember my might. No, you will not have it tomorrow." Carter seethed as he spoke, disregarding his dignity and charging towards Rocky and his companion. Upon witnessing this, a peculiar smile graced Rocky's face, a smile imbued with anticipation, tinged with a hint of tension, and suffused with determination. Carter found it difficult to comprehend the expression on Rocky's face. He overlooked the myriad emotions displayed, fixating solely on the glimmer of expectation that flickered in his eyes. "What does this mean? Does that brat truly believe he can contend with me, a man 24 years his senior? It seems my infamous reputation has faded from memory." A look of a once great hero, now in decline, crossed Carter's countenance. Over 2 decades ago, in the earlier stages of the Grand Line, he had clashed with the not-yet pirate king, Roger, and back then, their strengths were evenly matched. It was only after venturing into the New World, where the monster Kaido had rendered his body nearly incapacitated, that he retreated to the West Blue to live in seclusion. He was once a king in his own right. It was utterly absurd that Rocky displayed such an expression. It left him feeling profoundly insulted. How dare he? Catup's aura surged dramatically, his speed erupting instantaneously, surpassing his previous pace by a considerable margin. At the same time, an air of formidable dominance emanated from him, inadvertently causing both Rocky and Carol to frown. Approaching Rocky, he extended his right hand, with his index, middle, and thumb forming a claw-like grip as he lunged for Rocky's neck. Despite his arrogance, Cat did not underestimate Rocky, for he was well aware that Rocky had just dispatched several of their crew's officers. Thus, he did not engage in any preliminary testing. He unleashed his full strength right away, executing a lethal strike. How astonishingly swift! Rocky was astounded by Carter's speed. The swiftness exhibited by Carter surpassed even the pace at which he wielded his sword with utmost effort. It was likely that this old bachelor had honed such rapid dexterity over time. However, Rocky had long since prepared himself, for this old fellow was a master capable of engaging in prolonged duels with assistant instructor Ein. Whoosh! Rocky raised the sword that had long been guarding him, positioning the blade before his neck, its edge directed at the outstretched paw of Cap. The flat of the blade faced him. With a resounding clash, Cap's hand met the edge of Rocky's sword, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Undeterred, Cap exerted more force, gripping the blade with his right hand and forcefully thrusting the back of the sword toward Rocky's throat. However, he did not utilize his left hand, as he was acutely aware of Carol, who was preparing to launch a stealthy attack. The old man was indeed proficient in utilizing armament Haki. Without hesitation, Rocky forcefully stomped his feet against the ground and leaped backward. At that moment, Carol's attack commenced. She advanced with swift footsteps, positioning herself beside Cat as he targeted Rocky. And with a firm grip, she delivered a powerful strike aimed at Catup's temple. However, to her astonishment, it seemed as though Catup possessed an uncanny awareness, as he swiftly raised his left hand to shield his temple, effortlessly seizing her incoming fist. In that instant, Catup's right hand, having missed its target, rapidly pivoted toward Carol's neck. Clang! Before Catup's hand could make contact with Carol's throat, Rocky intervened with a swift strike of his sword. Nevertheless, Catup's hand, enveloped in the armor of Haki, remained unscathed by Rocky's blow. What skill is it to intimidate a woman? As Rocky's words echoed in the air, he raised his sword once more, thrusting it directly towards Carter's neck. Humph! Carter let out a cold snort, retracting his right hand to effortlessly seize Rocky's blade, applying force to the side in an attempt to snap it in two. Unfortunately for him, Rocky's weapon was of exceptional quality, one of the few superior blades in existence. Not something Carter could easily break at will. Seizing this opening, both Rocky and Carol launched their attacks simultaneously. Rocky's left hand formed a fist, aimed at Carter's vulnerable midsection, a strike that could incapacitate an ordinary person for quite some time. However, Carol's assault was even more ferocious. She swiftly raised her right leg and delivered a powerful kick between Carter's legs. Damn it! Carter seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as if his lower body had eyes. He noticed the acute angles of Carol and Rocky's attacks. With a sudden release of Carol's right hand and a quick retreat, he evaded the fatal blow. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also gauged the strength of the duo. The old man was skilled in observation Haki. Rocky, with a sense of solemnity, discerned the old man's approximate prowess, yet observed that Carter refrained from launching another immediate attack, seemingly biding his time. "Are you all right, Carol?" Rocky inquired, glancing at her. Carol's right fist bore several angry red marks, accompanied by bruises. She released her grip, her hand trembling slightly, and attempted to clench it again, only to wince in pain as her complexion paled and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. "My right hand is no longer capable of exerting force." That old man, despite Rocky's reluctance to admit it, the reality was undeniable. Carter was indeed slightly more formidable than their combined efforts. "Old man, your claws are quite formidable. You nearly severed my blade," Rocky taunted, drawing Carter's attention. He then turned to Carol with earnest seriousness. "I shall confront him directly, I assure you. I can hold him off for a moment. You seized the opportunity to strike." "Umph," evading one blow and feeling triumphant. "Just so you know, I was only using 80% of my strength before. This time, I shall surely crush your neck," Carter declared, extending 3 fingers on each hand into claw-like shapes as he charged forward. "Old man, do not speak so arrogantly, should you fail to handle me. You will only embarrass yourself," Rocky continued, fully aware that his primary objective was to buy time. "Humph." Carter, fully cognizant of the current predicament, ignored Rocky and pressed on with his assault. Chapter 99, The Great Battle with Carter, Part 2. In the face of Carter's fierce onslaught, Rocky maintained a facade of indifference, merely positioning his sword defensively in front of him, adopting the same lackluster defensive technique as before. Observing this, Carter couldn't help but chuckle derisively within himself. This young lad was too inexperienced, foolishly believing that such a stance could instigate doubt in him. How naive. He had already assessed the boy's capabilities, and now, The opportunity to eliminate this insufferable brat had finally arrived. With that thought, a slight smirk crept upon Carter's lips. Yet, there lingered a hint of caution. For the boy might very well be feigning his demeanor. Die! As Carter approached Rocky, they unexpectedly shouted in unison. However, neither was taken aback, for they had long prepared for various eventualities. Carter extended his hands, swift and precise as if they were firearms unleashed, moving with a speed akin to a cat's agile strikes, nearly imperceptible to the eye. Yet, in the next moment, Carter was astonished to discover that Rocky had evaded him. This was truly perplexing. It was known that during their initial encounter, Rocky's speed had not surpassed Carter's. Yet now, Rocky had deftly avoided the onslaught of Carter's hands through sheer agility. Such an occurrence defied all logic, leaving Carter bewildered. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on this enigma, for he had encountered an even more inexplicable phenomenon. Not only did Rocky successfully evade his lethal strike, but he also launched an attack in return, with both actions occurring simultaneously, the tip of the sword now mere centimeters from his chest. If merely dodging his assault could be attributed to luck, how could one explain the simultaneous counterattack? The movements of Rocky, as perceived through the observation Haki, did not align with this unexpected turn of events. Could the observation Haki have failed? Impossible. It is unfathomable for the observation Haki to falter. There exists only one unlikely possibility. This young man's observation Haki surpasses his own. Caterp could hardly believe it. Perhaps this lad's ancestors had stirred the earth. Faced with Rocky's near ambush, Caterp found it impossible to evade. His instinct for survival compelled him to envelop the area where Rocky's sword was poised to strike with armament Haki, while his hand swiftly reached for Rocky's blade. Plunge. The tip of Rocky's sword had barely pierced Carter's chest by a mere inch or two when it was firmly grasped by Carter's hands, preventing any further advancement. Recognizing the fleeting opportunity to eliminate Carter had vanished, Rocky sprang into action, propelling himself off Carter's body with a powerful kick. Utilizing the recoil, he wrenched the sword free from Carter's grasp and leaped back several meters, landing steadily on his feet. After completing this maneuver, Rocky leaned on his sword, breathing heavily and gasping for air. He was utterly exhausted. Carter's strength surpassed his own, and, to make matters worse, the damned Carter possessed the ability of observation Haki. Consequently, the cost of employing his precise swordsmanship had increased significantly. That seemingly effortless strike had nearly drained him of all his remaining stamina. Meanwhile, the battle on Carter's side was far from over. Rocky hastily glanced up, and as he drew his sword, Carol, who had been lying in wait, sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed her complete trust in Rocky. As he launched his counterattack, she soared forward, executing a thrust with her finger aimed at Carter's head. Her movements fluid and seamless. Recently wounded by Rocky, Carter felt a surge of pain in his chest, weakening his resolve. Yet the intense sense of life and death peril heightened his senses. Thus, when Carol's surprise assault approached, he instinctively sensed the imminent danger. Activating his observation Haki, he swiftly predicted the direction of the threat, while his armament Haki enveloped his vulnerable head. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as Carol was startled to find that her full-force jab at Carter's head had failed to penetrate. Although she anticipated his use of armament Haki, she had executed her ambush with impeccable timing. While this outcome was somewhat expected, Carol found it difficult to accept, having faced a setback earlier. She felt regret but swiftly retreated, denying Carter the opportunity to counterattack. True to her instincts, the next moment saw Carol's left hand appearing precisely where her finger had just struck. Had she not withdrawn in time, the consequences would have been dire. After grasping at emptiness, Carter involuntarily recoiled until he halted upon catching sight of both Rocky and Carol. Thump, 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 feeling his heart race. Carter glanced at his chest wound and confirmed it was not fatal. He exhaled deeply, tensing his chest muscles to staunch the bleeding. Fear. This was the only moment in over 20 years of seclusion that he had experienced such life-threatening peril. The sensation was overwhelmingly hostile, particularly for someone of his age, who longed for more time to live. Very well, you two, Carter growled coldly, his frigid gaze sweeping over Rocky and Carol. The singular thought that consumed him was the necessity to eliminate these two wretches. His focus lingered momentarily on both Rocky and Carol before settling on the currently weakened Rocky. That peculiar tactic had evidently taken a toll. Observing Rocky leaning on his sword, gasping for breath, Carter felt a slight calm wash over him. Without sacrifice, what reward could one expect? Fortunately, this lad was as worn out as a dog. Otherwise, Carter truly believed his worldview would have been shattered. Die. Carter, showing no hesitation, seized the opportunity presented by Rocky's weakness and launched a fierce attack. Upon witnessing this, Carol dashed in front of Rocky, shielding him from harm. What a close call. Observing the situation, Rocky promptly engaged with the system, exchanging for a stamina fruit and promptly consuming it. The stamina fruit, priced at 20 points each, instantly replenished one's energy, enabling one to endure for an additional hour even under extreme conditions. Killing a Bluebeard only yielded 10 points. Truly, they were of little worth. The fruit dissolved instantly in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that revitalized Rocky's weary body. In the brief moment it took to digest the fruit, akin to a short respite, the warm flow coursed through him, rejuvenating him as if he had returned to a state of pure vitality and vigor. Chapter 100. The Navy joins the fray. Old man, cease your actions. In a moment of urgency, Rocky shouted loudly, his voice resonating with vigor, entirely contrary to the exhaustion one would expect from a thoroughly fatigued individual. After his exclamation, Rocky propelled himself forward, landing firmly beside Carol. He had not yet reached the point of requiring Carol's protection, especially as he knew she could not shield him in this instance. The old fellow, Cadup, had been remarkably powerful in his youth. Engaging with someone as formidable as him would likely lead to Rocky's defeat within a minute. However, with Carol providing distraction, Rocky felt confident that he could hold his own against Cadup, buying time until Master Zephyr arrived. Noticing Rocky's sudden appearance beside Carol, Cadup's attention was immediately drawn to him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was astounded to see that the formerly exhausted Rocky now appeared invigorated, not even a hint of breathlessness in sight. What on earth was happening? Cadup felt his worldview shifting. He abruptly halted, his feet crushing the ground beneath him, carving 2 deep furrows into the earth, his wary gaze scrutinizing Rocky. It was all too peculiar. This lad was certainly no ordinary individual. Could it be that he possessed the powers of a devil fruit? Perhaps a fruit with restorative abilities? Cadup furrowed his brow, that singular notion occupying his thoughts. Besides the enigmatic powers of the devil fruit, he could think of nothing else that could rejuvenate Rocky so instantaneously. Even if this young man did possess restorative powers, such abilities surely came at a cost. Cadup refused to believe that he could recover infinitely. Today, he was determined to exhaust this boy, to see him defeated here. A flurry of thoughts raced through Cadup's mind as he solidified his final resolve, his hands claw-like. He surged towards Rocky and Carol with fierce intent. Die. I'll confront you head-on while you flank us, Rocky declared, his eyes fixed on the approaching Cadup, speaking swiftly. Carol nodded in agreement. Attack. The third round of battle was imminent. Katapa lunged forward, seizing Rocky's wrist with one claw, while his other hand guarded his front, wary of Carol's ambush. Katapu, aptly dubbed the ghost hand, displayed a speed in his right hand that was as astonishing as ever, leaving Rocky unable to counter. Such was the prowess honed over 60 solitary years. Aware of Katapu's grasp towards his hand that wielded the demonic blade, Thousand Soul Slaughter, Rocky did not hesitate to flick his wrist, sending the blade soaring from his grip as he deftly retracted his hand. As Rocky's enchanted sword, the Thousand-Man Slaughter, soared forth. His left hand swiftly seized it and thrust directly towards Cardup's chest. Cardup, witnessing this, was taken aback. Most individuals are right-handed. Those who possess equal dexterity in both hands are rare anomalies. The youth before him wielded the sword with his left hand as skillfully as if it were his right. Cardup could not afford to underestimate the power of Rocky's blade, for even with a thin layer of armed Haki covering his chest, he had previously suffered a wound from Rocky's strike. His left hand, which had been guarding him, hastily reached for the incoming sword tip, while his right hand instinctively retracted. As expected, at that moment, Carol's assault arrived. She clenched her left fist and aimed a blow at Cardup's head. Simultaneously, Rocky's right hand also formed a fist, striking towards Cardup. Damn it! Cardup cursed inwardly. It was evident that Rocky's punch would be far more formidable than Carol's. His right hand, which had been retreating, was compelled to emerge once more, meeting Rocky's right fist with a powerful collision, while his head swiftly enveloped itself in armed Haki to withstand Carol's punch. Bang! Carol's fist struck Cardup's head, the force of impact resonating as it clashed against his Haki-imbued skull, sending Cardup's body hurtling backward from the tremendous force. He exerted all his strength to regain his balance, his feet crushing the ground as they carved 2 furrows several meters long, finally stabilizing himself. Did you see that? Old man? This is what they call synergy between men and women, doubling the efficiency. Rocky exclaimed with glee, relishing the moment. Cardup is indeed formidable. Yet he remains powerless against us. You shall all perish. Carter bellowed in wrath, charging once more at Rocky and Carol, invigorated and youthful, his stamina far exceeding that of before. Moments later, however, he found himself once again repelled by the combined efforts of Rocky and Carol. Come on, come on. Come at me. I relish the sight of you despising me yet being unable to defeat me. Rocky laughed mockingly, reveling in the discomfort of others. Beside him, Carol could not suppress a light chuckle at Rocky's cheeky demeanor. In that fleeting moment, she felt that this was the true essence of Rocky. Once more, Cat Up once again charged towards Rocky, and the battle between the two sides remained fiercely contested. Anxiety mounted within Cat Up, for Rocky had formidable backing. If the standoff continued, Zephyr would arrive, and although he and the captain might not perish, they would undoubtedly suffer a severe beating. In the distance, at the Naval Branch base on Hainan Island, Colonel Lang observed the fierce combat unfolding at the harbor with a contingent of sailors. He sensed a glimmer of hope for victory on the naval side. Having noticed the skirmish earlier, he refrained from intervening, believing that leading his team into the fray would merely serve as a sacrifice to the Steel Hunter's pirate crew. However, after watching the escalating conflict, he realized it had reached a critical juncture where neither side could gain the upper hand. It was now their moment to act. The introduction of their third-party force would undoubtedly disrupt the precarious balance of the battlefield. Everyone, heed my command, load your firearms, Colonel Lang ordered, casting a glance back at his soldiers. Yes, came the response, accompanied by the sound of bolts being drawn back. Katup is not invincible. Let us concentrate our fire on that old fellow. With that, Colonel Lang led nearly 100 naval soldiers out from the base. The combat at the harbor was intense, engrossing all attention, and none noticed the advancing Colonel Lang. Quickly, quickly, he urged as his team raced towards the fray. Meet your end, you old scoundrel Katup. As Lang entered the effective range of his firearm, he witnessed Katup being repelled once more by the combined efforts of Rocky and his ally. He shouted to alert Rocky and his companion to refrain from further conflict with Katup. As his voice echoed, Lang commanded his men to open fire on Katup's position. Chapter 101, Zephyr arrives. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had Colonel Lang issued his command than the first volley erupted, with dozens of naval rifles unleashed upon Katup. The pirate, poised for another assault, felt a chill upon hearing the shout, recognizing the imminent danger, and swiftly attempted to evade. Yet, the naval forces had anticipated Katup's movement, and their fire did not converge on a singular spot. The area surrounding Katup became a veritable hail of bullets, sealing off all possible escape routes. Damn it! Realizing that evasion was no longer an option, Kapu stood his ground, enveloping himself in the formidable aura of Haki. However, his mastery of this technique was not particularly advanced, preventing him from achieving the thick, full-body coverage akin to that of Virgo. Though the bullets that struck him would not inflict fatal wounds, they certainly caused considerable pain. You treacherous scoundrels, once I am free to act, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Kapu coldly grunted, swiftly rising to charge towards Rocky and his companion. Engaging them in combat would render the Navy unable to fire upon him. Yet, in the next moment, he discovered that Rocky and his ally had already relocated the instant he was shot at, now poised to join their naval comrades. They were resolutely determined to exhaust his stamina amidst a hail of gunfire before delivering the final blow. You underestimate me, Kapu thought swiftly, casting a glance at Airman, only to find him gazing back. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. In the following instant, Airman deliberately shifted his battlefield closer to Kapu, who immediately sprinted in his direction. Oh no! Upon noticing Kapu's movements, Rocky instinctively clenched his fist. Should Kapu and Airman unite? The presence of Krista would compel the Navy to refrain from firing, allowing Kapu and Airman to team up against her. We must go. Without a moment's hesitation, Rocky and Carol surged forward. The scene of battle swiftly transformed from one-on-one and one-on-two engagements into a chaotic melee of 3 against 2, 5 individuals entangled in fierce combat. Colonel Rango awkwardly realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. He felt powerless to assist as the conflict remained stalemated, leaving him unable to intervene. What can be done? Colonel Rango fretted, tugging at his hair in desperation, yet no brilliant strategy emerged in that moment. He considered entering the fray himself, but his abilities were simply not on par with those of the combatants, and a misstep could easily lead to his incapacitation. As a mere pawn, he felt it more prudent to lead from the back. The Navy could not afford to be leaderless. Do you understand that this squad of Navy personnel has the potential to turn the tide of battle? Glaring with delight, Airman suddenly erupted into laughter during a lull in the fight. Just moments ago, he had conceived an ingenious plan. If those treacherous Navy soldiers wished to meddle, then they would meet their demise. No sooner had Airman spoken than he forcefully struck Krista aside, then with a powerful kick, shattered the cement surface of the dock. Swiftly, he launched a massive spray of debris into the air. Sandstorm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fragments of cement, propelled by a kick from Airman, emitted a piercing sound as they soared through the air towards the naval soldiers led by Colonel Lango. While the smaller pieces quickly fell to the ground, the larger shards, akin to bullets, struck down any naval soldier they hit with devastating force. Utilizing his devil fruit abilities, Airman imbued the debris with an indomitable hardness, rendering them more fearsome than mere projectiles. Upon witnessing Airman's kick sending debris flying, several soldiers from the Navy fell, leaving Losai and his companions in shock amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, it was Colonel Lango's contingent of Navy soldiers who were most astounded. This is utterly terrifying. With an effortless kick, several warriors have already been incapacitated. If he were to unleash a few more strikes, wouldn't it mean the swift demise of our entire squad? Retreat. Take the wounded brothers and fall back. Colonel Lango shouted anxiously, leading his men in retreat, his heart heavy with despair. Indeed, in the face of such formidable strength, we novices should refrain from meddling. The reason these two ruffians are so engaged in combat with us is that they have a backup plan. Their pirate ship may be destroyed, but they surely possess another. You must seek it out and eliminate it. Losai shouted, having come this far, and after inflicting harm upon my brothers, do they think they can simply depart without consequence? Airman bellowed, enduring a strike from Krista as he charged towards the Navy under Colonel Lango's command. He was determined to forcibly shift the battlefield once more, confident in his preparations. Although Airman believed his contingency plans were foolproof, he was unwilling to grant even the slightest opportunity to this squad of Navy soldiers. In terms of agility, Krista might surpass Airman, yet he was willing to endure her blow, knowing that the gap created would take time to close. This brief moment was sufficient for Airman to deliver several powerful kicks to the ground. Before they knew it, Colonel Lango and his squad found themselves in a dire predicament. Damn it, must we simply stand by and watch as Airman mercilessly eliminates those Navy soldiers? Rocky questioned himself, feeling utterly incapable of assisting the naval couple. Despite his deep desire to help, he recognized his own limitations. What should he do? Rocky could once again unleash his conqueror's Haki against Airman, providing even a fleeting moment of delay for the retreating naval soldiers, which would be most advantageous. The observation Haki swept through, yet Airman remained entirely unaffected. He had long since prepared for this encounter, rendering Rocky's conqueror's Haki ineffective. Die, all of you. Airman cackled with a savage glee, his laughter echoing ominously. He forcefully struck the ground with his foot, and the naval soldiers led by Colonel Rango found their retreat hindered, unable to match the speed of the flying debris. How infuriating. Rocky could no longer bear to witness the scene. Undoubtedly, many sailors were destined to meet a tragic end beneath the rubble. However, whoosh. Suddenly, a figure darted past Rocky and his companions, moving with unparalleled speed, swiftly racing from the edge of the naval port to the rear of the retreating sailors in the blink of an eye. The group, including Rocky, was taken aback. The speed was utterly terrifying. Chapter 102, The Performance of Zephyr. Who is it? Who could it be? Everyone who sensed the fleeting figure was struck with astonishment. In perfect synchrony, they withdrew their hands and turned their gazes toward the direction in which the figure had moved. Then, Rocky beheld a cloak emblazoned with the characters for justice, along with the distinctive purple hair that marked its wearer. Teacher Zephyr had arrived. Teacher Zephyr had come ahead of schedule. Surprise! Rocky and Carol could not help but smile as they watched Teacher Zephyr perform. At that moment, Zephyr stood behind a retreating naval squad, his fist clenched tightly as he struck out fiercely at the flying debris. Boom! Accompanied by Zephyr's punch, the air erupted with a tremendous sonic blast. Though he did not directly hit the fragments, an extraordinarily powerful shockwave obliterated all the debris that had been propelled towards him. Not only that, but the formidable invisible force swiftly traversed several meters, reaching Airman's front. Bang! The impact collided against Airman's body, which was akin to steel. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away, his back carving a long trench into the earth. Zephyr's punch was indeed terrifying. The retreating naval soldiers turned in astonishment, gazing blankly at the man standing defiantly behind them. Ha ha ha, cat up, prepare to be collected. Rocky laughed heartily, pointing at the bewildered pirate. Cat up. Rocky's words jolted Carter up from his astonishment, prompting him to hasten towards Airman. Coughing violently, Airman, who had been flung several dozen meters away, sat up while clutching his chest. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Captain, are you all right? Carter rushed to Airman's side, supporting him. Airman's gaze was fixated on the towering figure in the distance, and upon recognizing the opponent's visage, he murmured, "Is this the combat prowess of a former admiral? That old fellow is over 70. With a resigned sigh, Airman returned to reality, reflecting on the formidable strength of the old man's fist. If struck directly, he feared he would not withstand the blow. Observing Zifa's tightly clenched right fist, Airman shook his head in defeat, a hint of fear creeping across his face. "Old man," Airman called out, signaling his unwillingness to continue the fight. Realizing the futility of the encounter with his odds of victory at 0, he needed to present a bargaining chip to secure his life. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zifa moved again. "Damn it," Airman exclaimed, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Old man, I still have chips to play. You cannot kill me. Let us discuss this later. I will grant you time to make your last words." The next moment, Zifa's cold, merciless voice reverberated in Carter and Airman's ears. Bang, bang. Two sharp sounds echoed as Zifa's fist connected with Airman's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, where the earth fractured beneath him, creating a depression in the shape of a human. Airman lay there like a lifeless dog, blood seeping from his body and rapidly staining the ground. Logically, Airman's body, fortified by his fruit abilities, should have been as resilient as steel. Even being struck into the ground by Zifa's punch would not cause any harm. The truth was that Zifa had used his mechanical arm, embedded with sea stone, specifically designed to counteract those with abilities. "And you, despicable scoundrel," Zifa turned to Carter, delivering a punch to his abdomen. The force sent Carter hurtling through the air, landing over 100 meters away, rolling several times before coming to a halt, motionless. The entire process of dispatching Airman and Carter took no longer than 15 seconds. Most spectators remained in shock, their mouths agape. Yet, one person was different. As Zifa sent Carter flying, Carol immediately rushed to the spot where he had landed. Moments later, she returned with the antidote to the toxic mist, dragging the incapacitated Carter along. Witnessing this, Rocky couldn't help but admire Carol's attentiveness, having been engrossed in Zifa's impressive display. Finally, as dust settled, everyone regained their composure. "Thanks to Admiral Zifa for saving our lives." Colonel Lango approached Zephyr, leading his subordinates, and respectfully saluted him in gratitude. Zephyr accepted the gesture with composure, turning his gaze towards the wounded soldiers and stating, "On my warship, there are physicians and medicine. They shall arrive shortly. If you require assistance, you may board the ship for treatment." At that moment, Zephyr's colossal warship had already arrived at the harbor, and upon its docking, Colonel Lango promptly escorted the injured soldiers aboard to receive care. Rocky silently extricated Eamon from the pit of human blood and secured him with sea stone handcuffs. At that moment, Assistant Ein, having largely recovered from the antidote to the poisonous mist, approached Carter. He retracted the ability that had been cast upon him. In an instant, as the ability was withdrawn, the once feeble Carter not only regained his aged state but also coughed up a significant amount of blood before fainting. Time is merciless. For an old man of his years, being struck by Zephyr with such force would leave anyone severely battered. "Hey, old man, your right arm is equipped with sea stone, isn't it?" Eamon, shackled by the sea stone cuffs and rendered powerless on the ground, gasped for breath while gazing at Zephyr. Zephyr, uninterested in responding, turned to Rocky and instructed, "Take him aboard the ship and then send him to impel down." His rage had subsided, and he had no intention of killing. "Old man, I've told you before, no matter how formidable you are, do not think you can capture or kill me," Eamon exclaimed passionately. "Currently, the gem mines on the Jarl Islands are entirely under my subordinates' control. Oh, perhaps you, old man, do not care about those gem veins. But what about the lives of the miners? If something were to happen to me here, my subordinates would immediately ignite explosives, and all the miners would perish. Capturing me is tantamount to committing murder. Those miners are innocent civilians, each with families to support, young and old alike." To his audacity, Eamon even burst into unrestrained laughter. "Do not heed this scoundrel's ramblings, teacher. We should head straight to the mines. At that point, I will unleash my Conqueror's Haki, and those ruffians will all faint." Rocky asserted immediately. "Conqueror's Haki? Former Admiral? Oh, how terrifying." Eamon's pocket suddenly echoed another voice. "Dare to touch my captain, and I will immediately ignite the explosives to obliterate this gem mine." Upon hearing this, Rocky and the others fell silent. Remarkably, Aemon possessed a Den Den Mushi and had already dialed it. "Damn Den Den Mushi, even after 2 of Zephyr's punches, you are still intact. What of the former admiral? He cannot do anything to me." Aemon laughed triumphantly. In his eyes, this was an achievement of great significance. Chapter 103. Rescue. Subscription requested. Compromise. Zephyr did not hesitate for a moment and readily acquiesced. "Release him, and I shall let you go," Zephyr said, glancing at Aemon, who lay on the ground. "Agreed," Aemon replied, looking up at the sky with a hint of a smile. "Have your men bring all the miners to the mine." Rocky crouched beside Aemon and spoke. "Rest assured, although I am a pirate, I am a man of my word." Aemon chuckled with a sly grin. "I don't believe a word you say," he retorted. "Just follow my instructions," Rocky proclaimed imperiously from his elevated position. "Did you all hear that? We shall adhere to the directives of this naval officer." Aemon addressed the speaking snail affixed to his body, its shell, fortified by his powers, impervious to harm. "Yes, Captain," came the response. Shortly thereafter, on the western coast of the main island of the Gal Islands, a naval vessel, repurposed into a pirate ship, had hoisted its sails, poised to set sail at any moment. A contingent of pirates from the Steel Hunter crew stood upon the deck, escorting the miners from the gemstone veins of the Gal Islands. On the shore, Rocky and his companions escorted Carter and Armin to the shoreline. Rocky released the sea stone handcuffs from Aemon, urging him to leave. In unison, Rocky and others proclaimed, "Come at me with all your might, for I shall not cower. I will await you upon the vast ocean." With a boisterous and reckless laughter, Aemon strode towards the pirate ship. Once Carter and Aemon boarded the vessel, it promptly weighed anchor and set sail. As the pirate ship ventured over 100 meters into the sea, numerous emergency boats were lowered, ferrying the previously captured miners and others back to shore. At that moment, the cannons aboard the pirate ship were redirected to target the small boats, ready to fire upon the hostages should the Navy attempt to intervene. Soon, the pirate ship, propelled by the strong winds, drifted far away, while the small boats struggled against the gusts to reach the shore, taking a considerable amount of time. Upon landing, the rescued miners hurried towards the naval squad to express their heartfelt gratitude for the salvation they had received. "This is merely our duty. There is no need for thanks." Zifa, the highest-ranking naval officer present, addressed the miners. "We have a basic understanding of your situation, and I trust you long for the warmth of your families. Please, return home swiftly to reunite with your loved ones. After tirelessly working for more than 2 months, your wages and compensations will be reported to the world government. So rest assured, they will be duly provided. Thank you." This is the true essence of the Navy, the genuine guardians of the people. The rescued miners, already filled with gratitude, were overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing of the promised wages and compensations, leaving many at a loss for words. Zifa, unconcerned with the disarray at the naval base on Garl Island, knew there was little he could do. After submitting the necessary compensation request for the island's miners, he departed aboard the warship with Rocky and the others, confident that his superiors would not deny his appeal. Meanwhile, on Garl Island, young Zack was bent over at the shore, searching for sea snails or crabs to satisfy his hunger. Suddenly, lifting his head, he spotted 2 figures approaching him. "Father? Mother?" A look of confusion flickered across Zack's face, soon replaced by sheer joy as he dashed barefoot towards them. "Father, Mother, you truly have returned," he exclaimed, enveloping his mother in a tight embrace, burying his little face in her chest as he mumbled, "This is truly miraculous. Could it be that Brother Rocky is a prophet?" Following that, Zack and his parents joyfully searched along the coastline, filled with laughter and merriment. Upon returning to the colossal warship of Zephyr, the group found him silent, merely instructing everyone to rest and reflect upon the recent trial, including both their gains and shortcomings. "Did we pass this trial?" Nick inquired anxiously. Casting a worried glance at Assistant 9, he felt a nagging concern that he had not contributed sufficiently, especially since Bluebeard had been vanquished solely by Rocky's efforts. "Why fret unnecessarily? Bluebeard is dead. This trial is concluded, and your entire team has successfully passed," Assistant 9 reassured him with a smile. "Assistant 9, might it be possible for the 3 of us to refrain from teaming up with Rocky next time? We previously overestimated our capabilities. He and Carol possess significantly greater strength than the 3 of us combined. I believe they could form a team on their own," Yonka boldly suggested. "I am well aware of your intentions," Ein replied, casting a knowing glance at Yonka, who was indeed a battle enthusiast. With Rocky's presence, they were unable to showcase their true potential. In teaming up with Rocky and Carol, they had merely been spectators, lacking any sense of agency. No one enjoys such an experience, do they? I shall convey this to Teacher Zephyr later, unstated. For now, our primary task is to return, rest well, and contemplate the insights gained from this trial, identifying areas for improvement. Do you understand? Upon returning to his quarters, Rocky first indulged in a refreshing shower, followed by a delightful meal. After engaging in a few rounds of cards with his teammates, he finally lay down in bed. Beginning to reflect on the issues he had encountered during the trial, he felt it unnecessary to dwell on his accomplishments, as they were already secured. One must focus on the undiscovered to progress further. Following this battle, Rocky's yearning to master observation and armament Haki intensified. At present, he did not perceive any significant deficiencies in himself, save for a slight lack of meticulousness. However, with a detail-oriented companion like Carol by his side, why should he concern himself with such matters? A harmonious pairing of genders, after all, yields double efficiency. Additionally, pursuing pirates across the vast, boundless ocean was exceedingly vexing. It would be splendid if the system could provide a means to lock onto an enemy's direction. Imagine if, upon merely casting a glance at you, the system could generate a life card, thus enabling me to track your every movement. Such a capability would transform the pursuit of pirates into a remarkably effortless and enjoyable endeavor, would it not? Chapter 104, Advancement System. Do you possess a method for tracking individuals? Rocky mentally communicated with the system, articulating his detailed requirements. System, anger mark, capable of generating an enemy life card. Effective against a single target, guaranteed to hit. 100 points can be exchanged for this ability. Rocky, the most expensive swordsmanship secret, Thunder, is merely 100 points. Well, quite the swordsman system. Rocky resolved to accumulate points in order to exchange for the rage mark, determined to make the pirates experience despair. The following day, Rocky and his companions, having completed their first trial, resumed their regular training. Under the guidance of Assistant Ein, they gathered their reflections and proceeded to the training ground. Awaiting Zephyr's summons, Zephyr would personally offer advice based on their insights and shortcomings. Hey, Rocky, what did you note as your shortcomings? Nick inquired, jogging over to Rocky with curiosity. Just Haki. Is that all? Nick responded, surprised. Shouldn't it be more than that? Did I perform poorly in this trial? Rocky replied, suppressing a mischievous grin. You'll end up with no friends at this rate, Nick teased. And you? Rocky turned to Carol beside him. Just like you, she replied. A faint smile graced Rocky's lips. Soon, he was summoned by Zephyr. Upon entering Zephyr's guidance room, Rocky respectfully presented his summary. Why is the section on gains left blank? Zephyr inquired, gazing intently at Rocky. Such trivial gains are hardly worth mentioning, Rocky replied, to which Zephyr, unfazed, regarded his response with indifference. Rocky's diligence is evident to everyone aboard the entire warship. How could a person of such industrious nature set low standards for themselves? Rocky's response is exceedingly reasonable. Do you wish to learn about Haki? Zephyr, having observed Rocky's shortcomings, raised his gaze with keen interest, inquiring if he understands the concepts of observation Haki and armament Haki. Rocky nodded eagerly. Are you aware that the cultivation of observation Haki and armament Haki cannot be forced? Teacher Zephyr remarked with a hint of seriousness. Mastering Haki requires a certain degree of innate talent. As for talent, I have it firmly under control. Rocky flashed a toothy grin. For he was a man endowed with a system. Even if he could not cultivate observation Haki and armament Haki through his own efforts and natural aptitude, he could still acquire the dual-colored Haki by exchanging points within the system. However, he was reluctant to spend those points. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own poverty, or rather, the system's stinginess. Defeating a Bluebeard only earned him 10 points. In comparison, wasn't it far simpler to earn 10 points by working 10 days while resting 18 hours each day? You rascal, Teacher Zephyr chuckled. Coincidentally, Carol is also eager to learn the dual-colored Haki. You two can collaborate. Rocky nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he patted his chest, assuring Teacher Zephyr. With the pairing of a man and a woman, our efficiency will double. Just watch, we shall undoubtedly master the dual-colored Haki. Indeed, I have faith in you, responded Zephyr, offering his encouragement. Now, summon Carol to join us. Subsequently, Zephyr led Rocky and Carol to a secluded corner of the training room, where he demonstrated both observation Haki and armament Haki, elucidating the principles of their cultivation. He also imparted the methods of training, which were remarkably straightforward, akin to the guidance Rayleigh provided to Luffy. The approach was simple: endure the blows. If one were hit, it was considered training for armament Haki. If one evaded, it was regarded as honing observation Haki. Regardless, there was no loss in any scenario. Come on, Rocky, quickly blindfold yourself. I've longed to assist you in your training, Carol said, her face alight with anticipation as she fetched a hefty wooden stick. The memories of their time in the 1st Battalion flooded back. Every afternoon, Carol and Rocky would engage in a 10-minute sparring session. In the initial days, they were evenly matched, but thereafter, the tides turned, and Carol had not triumphed since. Now, the opportunity to retaliate had finally arrived. The mere thought of it filled Carol with exuberance, her spirit soaring. Let us not settle old scores, all right? I aim to help you with your training too. If you hurt me, I shall cry, she teased with a playful huff, revealing a side of her that Rocky had come to recognize as endearing. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed through the air as Carol began her onslaught. In just half an hour, Rocky lost count of how many blows he had endured. Although he possessed an understanding of basic Haki, his limited proficiency rendered him nearly helpless when blinded. Does it hurt? Shall we take a break? Carol inquired with a hint of concern, aware that for the training to be effective, each strike needed to be swift and precise. Rocky is not endowed with the iron-like physique of that perverse Ahriman. Nor does Carol possess the explosive strength that allows for a sudden surge followed by a controlled halt. Thus, despite having trained for merely half an hour, the places where Rocky was struck swelled with bruises. The agony he endured is something Carol could easily fathom. Initially, Nick and a few others gathered to witness the spectacle, even delivering a few blows to Rocky. However, as time passed, they refrained from continuing. This method of training is undeniably quite brutal. Every endeavor begins with difficulty, yet I shall persevere, for I shall recover by tomorrow. Rocky spoke without a trace of concern. With the enhancement of the energy cultivation technique from the system, such minor injuries would heal within a day at most. Soon, it was Rocky's turn to assist Carol in her training. I am ready, Carol declared earnestly, bracing herself for the impending blows. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped up behind her. Carol realized that Rocky had launched his attack. She concentrated intensely, but alas, crack. However, Rocky merely tapped Carol's head gently. In contrast to Carol, Rocky was a master swordsman, adept at controlling his strength, ensuring that he would never lose control in such moments. Before long, 3 or 4 days had swiftly passed. Finally, Rocky and his companions awaited the latest wave of bounties. The news of Ahriman's occupation of the Gal Islands had spread, prompting the world government to revise his bounty. Presently, his bounty surged from 130 million berries to an astounding 200 million berries, a figure unparalleled in the first half of the Grand Line. As the bounty notice circulated, various factions in the first half of the Grand Line became acutely aware of the Steel Hunters pirates. It is noteworthy that a bounty of 200 million serves as a watershed in this region. Consequently, the Steel Hunters pirates gained significant notoriety within the underground world, the pirate community, and the Navy. On an island known as Galcota, more than 6 months later, the pirate supernova Captain Eustace Kidd was leading his Kidd pirates in a landing. At that moment, a newsbird delivered the updated bounty notices in newspapers. Upon opening the paper, Kidd swiftly scanned its contents. What? The occupation of a Navy branch base granted that scoundrel Ahriman a bounty increase of 70 million berries? Kidd's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he believed he had stumbled upon a new frontier. He had been pondering how to elevate his own bounty. Chapter 105. Water City. Following the exposure of the Steel Hunters pirates' exploits, they served as a paradigm for others. Many pirates, harboring a sense of reckless ambition, attempted to assault Navy bases to inflate their bounties. Unfortunately for them, luck was not on their side. However, one pirate crew stood apart. A fledgling band known as the Kidd Pirates. Captain Eustace Kidd, originally from the South Sea, had only just arrived in the Grand Line with a bounty of 50 million berries. He, too, attempted to raid a Navy branch base, but met with failure. Unlike the other unsuccessful pirates, he managed to withdraw unscathed, with his crew suffering minimal losses. This minor triumph allowed his bounty to rise to 85 million berries, while first mate Killer's bounty also increased to 50 million berries. This revelation astonished Rocky. It seemed Kidd had made quite an early entrance into the scene. Thus, Rocky set his sights on a new target, resolved to pursue Kidd in the next trial. As time swiftly passed, a month went by. Rocky and Carol have made significant progress. Unfortunately, they have yet to stabilize their mastery of Haki. Nonetheless, both have experienced moments where they could suddenly wield observation Haki, akin to Duan Yu's 6 Meridian swordplay, which can be somewhat erratic. However, In terms of armament Haki, neither has made any discernible advancement. Upon learning of this situation, Assistant Ein promptly reported it to Zephyr. Thus, Rocky and Carol were presented with their second trial. For certain skills can only be honed more rapidly in the crucible of genuine combat. Rocky, come take a look, said Ein. I have compiled information on these pirate crews, all of whom align with your current capabilities. There are a total of 5 pirate groups, based on intelligence gathered from various naval-based divisions. I have selected a list of targets for your second trial. As Rocky approached, he suddenly became attentive. Carol, may I choose the prey this time? He inquired, casting an expectant glance toward her. Sensing the shift in Rocky's demeanor, Carol nodded in understanding. Assistant Ein, I choose this one, the pirate Eustace Kidd. Very well. Assistant Ein recorded the choice. What grants Rocky the privilege to select his own trial prey? Undoubtedly, it is his striking appearance. In this trial team, whether it be Rocky himself, Carol, or Krista, all possess extraordinary looks. By the principle that beauty equates to merit, it is not unreasonable to make an exception for them. However, the more legitimate reason lies elsewhere. Krista, with an intellect akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, is naturally not suited to make such selections. In contrast, Rocky possesses both the discernment and capability to choose prey independently, and he shares a close rapport with Assistant Ein. Having received information about Kidd from Assistant Ein, Rocky and Carol commenced their analysis of where to stage the ambush. Through meticulous examination of nautical charts and maritime routes, they pinpointed a location, the island of Kalimantan. Loki had roughly estimated that there was a 70 to 80% chance that Kidd would pass through Borneo. Having identified their target, Loki and his 2 companions promptly made their way to Borneo to lie in wait. However, after spending 4 to 5 consecutive days on the island, they found themselves still waiting for Kidd and his band of pirates to appear. This time, they had miscalculated. It seemed likely that the ship of the Kidd pirates had encountered some difficulties, prompting them to venture to Water City for a replacement vessel. Rock gestured towards a maritime map, stating that Water City is situated along another route not far from Ganamandan Island. It is a bustling metropolis renowned for its thriving commerce and world-famous shipbuilding yards. If one were to adopt Kidd's perspective, it is certain that should the pirate ship encounter difficulties, he would seek out the finest vessel available. Consequently, the course would inevitably be altered towards Water City. Mobilizing a naval squad to assist with the trial operation, Rock and his companions set sail for Water City aboard a small military vessel. The thoughts and actions of Rocky and his companions were indeed commendable. However, they overlooked one crucial detail. Upon departing from Borneo and journeying towards the City of Water, they neglected to report to Assistant Ein. A small warship arrived at the City of Water, in stark contrast to the remote and desolate Borneo. The City of Water thrived with an abundance of activity and was visually stunning, particularly the majestic vistas that graced the horizon. The bustling trade and incessant flow of people painted a vivid picture of prosperity. Even the abandoned vessels cluttered the shores. While the ruins held a wealth of usable timber and iron, yet no one seemed to claim them. This small detail reveals the affluence of the city. Although Rocky had read the original work, arriving in the City of Water left him utterly bewildered. Searching for Kidd and his crew in such a vast metropolis was no small feat. Where should he inquire about the pirates' whereabouts? Naturally, the tavern was the place to go. The trio strolled through the streets of the City of Water. The thoroughfares here are rather narrow, embodying the distinctive character of this aquatic metropolis. The primary routes of transportation in the City of Water are waterways, leaving few streets for pedestrians. The locals tend to eschew walking for their journeys. Instead, they often opt to rent a peculiar aquatic creature known as the arrowfish blue. This creature resembles a horse, akin to an equine form within the water. Gliding swiftly and smoothly, easily controlled by its rider, the blue is an indispensable means of transportation for the inhabitants of the City of Water, as well as for visitors who come to explore or conduct business. Rocky inquired about the renowned taverns of the City of Water from the proprietor of the rented blue vehicle, armed with a map purchased from the same owner. They leisurely explored the City of Water and eventually discovered one of these establishments. Carol, you two go shopping. I shall gather some information, Rocky said to Carol. Is Rocky truly so considerate? Indeed, he is. However, Rocky harbors an ulterior motive. Establishments such as taverns are rife with a mixture of individuals, and the striking beauty of Carol and Assistant Krista may render them vulnerable to unwelcome advances. This poses a significant hindrance to their efforts in gathering information. Furthermore, such actions could enhance his standing in the eyes of Carol and Krista, making it a win-win situation. Do you think I do not wish to go? A look of regret adorned Carol's face, her lips pouting in displeasure. Rocky blinked and tentatively inquired, "You forgot to bring money?" Carol nodded in affirmation. Shopping and cooking were among her few cherished pastimes. However, this outing was for a trial mission, and the initially designated location was Borneo, a destitute corner of the world. Hence she had not brought any funds. "It seems we are at an impasse, as I too have limited resources," Rocky remarked, shrugging his shoulders. "Then let us venture into the tavern to gather information. Although my finances are scant, I can still treat you to a drink or two." As Rocky, Carol, and Chris entered the tavern, they were greeted by the resounding voice of the bartender proclaiming, "Good fortune has arrived. I announce that today's expenses will be covered entirely by Mr. Blank." The bartender continued to repeat this announcement. Chapter 106, Blank. Since the tavern had already been reserved, Rocky felt no need to hold back. However, Carol displayed a hint of reluctance. Having spent considerable time with her, Rocky discerned that Carol possessed an air of noble elegance and restraint, marked by a generous and meticulous disposition. He surmised that she had likely been a true noble in her past, unlike the so-called celestial dragons, who could hardly be deemed aristocrats, but rather the dregs masquerading in noble guise. Such refuse ought to remain confined to the dustbin. In the early days of his journey, Rocky had harbored dreams of one day confronting these celestial dragons and the elders with his formidable prowess. Yet, as he immersed himself in this world, he realized its authenticity and complexity. Mr. Oda is truly remarkable. In this tangible reality, Rocky was compelled to confront pragmatic matters. Even someone as formidable as Kaido could not engage the celestial dragons or the elders with impunity. Thus, he chose to bury this yearning deep within his heart, resolving that if he ever attained unparalleled strength, he would unleash his ambitions without reservation. Returning to the present, it was precisely Carol's noble demeanor that prompted her to acquiesce for the sake of Rocky and Chris. Just moments prior, after Rocky had elucidated that everything in the tavern was free, a glimmer of excitement had sparked in the eyes of the ever-hungry Chris. The trio of Rocky earnestly sought out a seat with a splendid view, casually settling down and ordering an array of local delicacies from the Water City. Though they abstained from ordering any beverages, initially Carol was somewhat reluctant, embodying the stereotype of a woman with substantial appetites. However, when the sumptuous dishes were served, she and Krista joyfully indulged in the feast, resembling rustic bumpkins reveling in their bounty. Rocky casually nibbled on some food before wandering to the side to gather information. "Look, Mr. Blank has arrived," someone exclaimed, and the tavern immediately erupted in a flurry of excitement as everyone turned their attention to one spot. Meanwhile, Krista remained engrossed in her meal. The appetite of a true connoisseur is indeed astonishing, as it stems from their high energy expenditure, allowing them to maintain an admirable physique. As Rocky cast his gaze in that direction, he beheld a young man, perhaps 18 or 19 years of age, impeccably dressed in understated luxury. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he possessed an appealing visage, though not quite as handsome as Rocky himself. Surrounding him were a throng of enchanting women, while 4 men clad in black suits flanked him, unmistakably his bodyguards, their expressions grave and silent. In the past, such a sight might have stirred envy within Rocky. Yet now he embraced a more zen-like demeanor. After all, that Blank was neither more handsome nor stronger than he. In the world of pirates, power reigns supreme. Blank navigated through the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers, responding to each cordial greeting with grace. "Fate brings us together, today. I invite you all to indulge in fine drinks. Do not concern yourselves with my expenses. Eat and drink to your heart's content," he proclaimed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This extravagant display of generosity, coupled with the admiration of the masses, was precisely what he relished. Suddenly, Blank's attention was drawn to Krista, who was engrossed in her meal. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what sort of person could be so oblivious as to neglect to support him during his moment of ostentation. As he directed his gaze toward her, he noticed Carol, the stunning beauty seated beside Krista. However, it soon became clear that she, too, was not focused on him, but rather scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Without hesitation, Blank made his way toward the table occupied by Carol and Krista. Observing Blank's approach, Rocky tugged at the sleeve of a companion nearby, inquiring, "Who is this Blank? Are you unfamiliar with Blank?" "My friend, it seems you are from out of town," his companion replied. A polite smile graced Rocky's face as he nodded. Blank, the only son of the wealthiest shipping magnate in the Water City, hailed from a family whose riches surpassed our wildest imaginations. It seemed that everyone in Water City was well acquainted with this Blank, as evidenced by the man beside Rocky, who eagerly opened up a conversation. Although Blank was young and affluent, he was not as ill-natured as many other scions. He was merely a bit lecherous. Moreover, he was quite generous, often renting out entire venues to host lavish feasts for others. The man beside Rocky wished to say more, but Rocky, having no desire to continue, expressed his gratitude and turned to approach Carol. Are the two lovely ladies without any companions? Blank gracefully inquired as he approached Carol and Krista. Indeed. There is no need for your concern, Carol replied, casting a glance at Blank, instantly discerning the underlying implications in his eyes, and politely declining his advances. Blank was taken aback, blinking in confusion, unaccustomed to such a direct rejection from a woman. This encounter promised to be quite entertaining. Furthermore, he glanced at Krista, who had only briefly looked up at him before returning to her meal, an amusing sense of being overlooked washing over him. How strange it felt to be disregarded. He could hardly remember the last time it had happened to him. Such personality, I admire it. Then I shall not intrude upon the two beautiful ladies any further. Blank elegantly signaled to his entourage to depart. Well, Rocky observed Blank's retreat with mild surprise. He had anticipated a more dramatic confrontation. Once Blank had distanced himself, his gaze shifted back to Carol. This woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of noble elegance and possessing an exceptional demeanor, though her physique left something to be desired. The young lady accompanying her appeared rather simple-minded, surely easy to manipulate. Yet her figure was breathtaking, with alluring curves that would captivate any normal man. As Blank's eyes fell upon Rocky, he mused, just an ordinary-looking fellow, is he? Yet, he must possess some skill or connections, otherwise it would be unlikely for him to be accompanied by two women of such distinct allure. Even if he is capable and well-connected, could his abilities rival mine? Could his background be as substantial? These thoughts flitted through Blank's mind before he casually instructed his subordinate, capture a photograph and investigate that young man. Yes, young master. The young acolyte beside Blank swiftly blended into the crowd, making his way towards Rocky. After confirming that there was no trouble on Carol's side, Rocky returned to the previous gathering, continuing his inquiries for information, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been surreptitiously photographed a few times. Approximately half an hour later, Blank's young follower returned to his side. Young master, I investigated. That fellow has no background. Good. Fetch Scarface, Blank commanded. His acolyte immediately departed the tavern with urgency. No opportunity granted to me? Then I shall create one, Blank mused, gently swirling his glass of red wine, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 107. A glance to dismiss the provocateur. Soon, a group of individuals arrived outside the tavern where Rocky was situated. By their attire, demeanor, and the palpable aura they exuded, it was unmistakable to anyone with functional vision that they were a band of ruffians. Leading the pack was a burly man, towering over 3 meters, with a bald head and a scarred face, seemingly intent on flaunting an eccentric style. The scar, a ghastly mark stretching from his left eyebrow to his right jaw, marred his visage and augmented the menacing aura befitting his thug identity. Brothers, observe the appearance of our prey, the scarred man proclaimed, brandishing a photograph that prominently featured Rocky and Carol. Wow, this woman is stunning, one of his lackeys exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Enough with the chatter. This is the individual Mr. Blank desires. Once we gather all the money, we shall proceed to the red light district. Do you comprehend? Move. Over 10 of the scarred man's entourage surged into the tavern. Boss, look, that woman is over there. One subordinate pointed towards Carol's table, then caught sight of Krista. Damn, there's another beauty. Within the tavern, Carol and Krista stood out like cranes among chickens. They are incredibly beautiful. Among all the women I have encountered in my life, these two rank in the top 3. Let us go stir up some trouble. The scarred man swaggered through the tavern with his crew, meandering aimlessly and drawing the attention of most patrons. What is that guy doing here? Damn it. He isn't here to collect a debt from me, is he? Someone mused anxiously. No worries. Today this is Mr. Blank's domain. The scarred man wouldn't dare act recklessly. As anticipated, the bartender promptly approached the group. Today, Mr. Blank has reserved the entire venue. We welcome everyone to dine and drink here, he subtly indicated to the scarred man. Oh, I see. Since Mr. Blank has booked the place, let us indulge freely, the scarred man declared, glancing back at his numerous subordinates. He then strode confidently towards Carol's table. Beautiful lady, this seat is unoccupied, correct? As soon as he uttered the words, he plopped down in the seat Carol had prepared for Rocky. Yes, please vacate the seat, Carol replied coolly, her words concise. Krista lifted her gaze, having just finished a hearty meal. Looking at the scarred man, A look of disdain crossed her face. Her finely shaped brows furrowed as she contemplated whether to deliver a punch to this scoundrel. "Oh," the scarred man stood up and boomed. "Whose seat is this?" At that moment, Rocky rose and cast a glance at Carol. "I was deeply engrossed in conversation, so why don't you handle this?" Carol shot him a glare. "What is the matter with you, my friend? Such an opportunity to stand up for a beautiful lady is something that others would vie for at any cost. Yet here you are, forsaking it all in pursuit of information about a band of pirates? Truly disappointing." With a resigned tone, Rocky uttered an apology and rose to approach Carol and her companion. "My seat," he calmly addressed the scar-faced man, saying, "I kindly request that you step aside. Friend, would you relinquish this spot for me?" The scar-faced man proclaimed loudly, deliberately drawing the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned to Rocky, intrigued by how he would respond. Rocky furrowed his brow at the scar-faced man and, maintaining his composed demeanor, reiterated, "I ask you to leave." Such an attitude suggested that this was a timid individual. And a voice among the henchmen remarked, "Today, the money will come easily. Indeed, the boss probably won't even need to draw a weapon to subdue this fellow. Today's earnings seem effortless," another henchman chimed in softly. However, in the next moment, the crowd was astonished. The expression on the scar-faced man's face suddenly froze. And after a brief pause, he conceded with an apology, "I am sorry for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed. "Boss." The scar-faced man's underlings were left in disbelief, inquiring, "Quickly, go." The scar-faced man urged, his words tumbling out in haste. At this moment, his followers, wearing expressions of embarrassment, reluctantly followed him out. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the tavern were left in shock. "I've prepared my snacks. And this is what you show me?" In the next instant, a new wave of curiosity surged within the audience. Who is Rocky? This enigmatic figure capable of intimidating Scarface with a mere glance? At this moment, observing Scarface hastily exit the tavern, Blank, positioned on the second floor, furiously hurled his glass of red wine. What on earth is happening? The grace and composure that Blank typically exudes had entirely vanished. Absurd, truly absurd. How dare Scarface attempt to toy with him? His loyal subordinate, having been by his side for years, could not have misled him. Thus, the issue lay with Scarface. Curiously, there had been no special exchange of words between Scarface and that young man, merely a fleeting glance, and Scarface had faltered. What in the world is this? If that young man possesses the ability to intimidate Scarface with a single look, how could his subordinate be unaware of it? "My apologies, young master. I will investigate immediately," his subordinate hastily declared, dashing downstairs to confront Scarface. Shortly thereafter, the subordinate returned, visibly shaken. "Young master, it seems those two women will likely go without," he reported weakly. "Explain yourself," Blank demanded. Scarface claimed that the young man wields Conqueror's Haki, a rare talent possessed by only 1 in a million. He dared not provoke him. Additionally, he advised the young master to steer clear of such a youth, asserting that individuals like him, both powerful and brash, are unpredictable in conflict and undoubtedly have a formidable background. "What?" Blank exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, scarcely able to fathom what he had just heard. "The rarity of those who possess Conqueror's Haki is extraordinary. How could I have encountered one?" Blank furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. "Damn it." He sighed deeply. To take money from others, yet be their shield from misfortune. His subordinate, eager to alleviate Blank's distress, suggested, "Young master, could those 3 individuals be nefarious?" "Oh." A spark of realization ignited in Blank's eyes. "Quickly notify the CP agents." "Yes, young master." His subordinate hastened from the tavern once more. "It must be pirates or wanted criminals. Only then could the CP agents justifiably eliminate that young man, and perhaps I might reap some benefits." Blank resumed his contemplation, gently swirling his glass of red wine. Chapter 108. CP? "Let us depart from here," Carol said, lifting her gaze toward Rocky. "Very well." Rocky and his companions rose from their seats and departed the tavern. Even the scar-faced man dared not provoke Rocky, and naturally, the others refrained from intervening. When Rocky and his companions departed from the tavern, they did not extend their greetings to the host, Blank. It was evident that the scarred man was summoned by Blank to play a role in the unfolding drama. After Rocky and his companions departed from the tavern, the patrons within continued their discussions, particularly intrigued by the identities of these 3 enigmatic individuals. Such trifling advantages are not worth the pursuit. Should we encounter them again, we shall simply walk away. "I possess the means to compensate you," declared Carol, patting her not-so-prosperous chest with earnestness. Although Rocky was unaware of Carol's background, Her air of confidence suggested she was likely a petite heiress. Where shall we go next? Carol inquired, directing her gaze towards Rocky. Possessing intellect. She found little need for contemplation with Rocky present. Let us meander aimlessly, Rocky responded, immediately recalling a rather unfortunate reality: they were not well endowed with funds. In his previous life, Rocky had learned through experience that frugal travel was far from joyous. Perhaps we could seek out that scar-faced fellow and extort some money from him? Rocky proposed, suggesting a rather audacious possibility. Agreed, Carol raised her right hand in affirmation. She had been quite displeased moments ago, but with so many eyes upon her, taking matters into her own hands would not have been becoming. Krista, meanwhile, stood by in her usual daze, knowing that her intellect could hardly keep pace with the likes of Carol and Rocky. Why don't you inquire where that scar-faced group has gone? Rocky suggested with a knowing glance towards Carol. With your beauty, they are bound to divulge the information. Carol shot him a sidelong glance, contemplating that such chivalrous gentlemen would never allow a lovely lady to engage in such trivial tasks. Although slightly begrudging, she recognized it as a veiled compliment to her beauty. Once Carol took action, it was a matter of moments before they learned the whereabouts of the recently departed band of ruffians. At that moment, Carol cast a glance at Rocky, conveying a silent message. Such pursuits for money are hardly suited for a lady of my elegance. I would sooner perish than undertake it. You go, or I shall join forces with Krista to insist otherwise. Rock nodded and hastened his pace, quickly catching up to the group of scar-faced individuals moments later. Rocky stepped forward, intending to clasp Scarface's shoulder, but the latter was too tall, so he merely patted him. Who? Scarface turned around. Hand over your money, Rocky said coolly. But there was an undeniable air of authority in his tone that left no room for refusal. Kid, don't push your luck. Scarface's anger flared. He had always been the one to rob others, never had anyone dared to rob him. Even the members of the Franchi family would not dare lay a finger on him. Moreover, they were in broad daylight, surrounded by numerous onlookers. If he were to be robbed, how could he possibly maintain his standing in this water city? All right. The moment Rocky's words fell, he swiftly drew his knife. And in the next instant, the blade was pressed against Scarface's throat. The others were rendered speechless, unable to react. Will you comply? Scarface's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that the young man before him possessed formidable strength, far beyond what he had anticipated, leaving him with no means of resistance. Of course, I will pay. It is only natural to repay debts, and if others owe money to Scarface, I will collect. I will certainly repay any debts I owe you as well, Scarface proclaimed loudly, attempting to twist the situation into a narrative of him merely settling his debts to Rocky. Rocky chose not to expose the lies of Scarface. Instead, he regarded him with a calm gaze and urged him to hasten. Soon, Rocky received the deposit that Blanqui had given to Scarface. For now, I shall let you off the hook, he thought. With the money in hand, Rocky turned on his heels and made his way back, leaving the majority of the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Boss, shall we just take him out? One of Scarface's underlings, feeling humiliated, inquired bitterly. Scarface merely shook his head. If we do not kill him, we are certain to meet our own demise. In this world, it is crucial to possess the ability to endure and adapt. Being bullied by someone stronger than oneself is a most commonplace occurrence. To gamble one's life on a surprise attack is the height of folly, Scarface declared. Our leader is wise. Having secured the money, Carol was revitalized, eagerly dragging Krista along as they ventured forward. However, it did not take long for Rocky to realize that he should never have mentioned the idea of exploring the City of Water. Carol, in a fervor of shopping, was in full swing, purchasing only after deliberating over countless items. Suddenly, just as Rocky was about to comment on the fit of the dress Carol had just bought, he felt a shiver run down his neck, his senses heightened. A murderous intent. He had just detected a faint yet palpable aura of danger. Rocky cast a glance at Carol. I sensed a hint of menace. Did you feel it too? Carol looked at Rocky in confusion, pouting and frowning. Is this not attractive? Well, one cannot discuss serious matters with a woman engrossed in shopping. It's quite lovely indeed. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Rocky guided Carol to stand before a large mirror. However, Rocky's gaze was drawn through the reflection of the mirror towards the source of the ominous intent. Rocky caught a glimpse of a half-hidden face lurking in a distant corner. It could hardly be described as a human visage. Rather, it resembled a ghastly mask. To be precise, it was a mask worn by an individual cloaked in a flowing white robe. Could it be CP9? Rock was taken aback, with just a fleeting glance. He could not ascertain the other's CP level. Fine, even in a face-to-face encounter, he would remain uncertain. However, having read the original work, Rock was aware that the individual must belong to the CP faction. Damn it, why would someone from CP harbor murderous intent towards him? Wasn't he merely an ordinary person who had never committed any wrongdoing? Perhaps the target of the CP was not him after all? Rocky cast a glance at Carol and Christo. Whom does the CP refer to among the two of them? Regardless of whom the CP targets, the current situation remains enigmatic. Rocky swiftly retrieved his phone and chose to contact Assistant Ein. Assistant Ein was responsible for the intelligence gathering of the entire elite camp. If there was something he was unaware of, then surely no one else within the camp would know. Rocky, what is the matter? Came Assistant Ein's voice through the phone. Assistant Ein, we have drawn the attention of the CP personnel during our trial. What? Assistant Ein exclaimed, his tone shifting with astonishment. How could the CP personnel from the remote and impoverished regions of Kalimantan be involved? He inquired with evident perplexity. Oh, Assistant Ein, I forgot to mention. We had not encountered any prey during our days of surveillance in Kalimantan. I suspect the prey has moved to the Water City, hence our arrival here. A profound silence enveloped the line. Rocky, the situation is urgent. Return immediately. Assistant Ein urged with a grave and serious tone. Rocky trembled and inquired, what is happening? We will inform you once you return safely, but it is imperative that you understand this. You may be pursued by the CP organization. Chapter 109. The secret of Krista being hunted by the CP? Rocky blinked, momentarily bewildered. Was the CP organization truly overindulging? However, Assistant Ein would not deceive him. This indicated that they were indeed in a perilous situation. Rocky regained his composure, his gaze lingering on both Carol and Krista for a fleeting moment before he exhaled deeply. Carol did not strike him as the type who could remain carefree in the face of pursuit. The crux of the issue likely lay with Krista. In an instant, Rocky made his decision. It was time to make an escape. What exactly was transpiring? It was utterly unfathomable, and ensuring his own safety was paramount. Being hunted by the CP organization was an exceedingly frightening ordeal. As the covert enforcers of the world government, the might of the CP organization was indisputable. Suddenly, Rocky leaned close to Carol's ear, causing her to momentarily freeze. He whispered, "We are being targeted by the CP individuals. Assistant Ein mentioned that we are likely to be pursued. We must leave swiftly." CP individuals? At first, Carol struggled to comprehend. Cypherpole, Rocky continued. At this, Carol's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Rocky, incredulous. Are the CP individuals so idle that they would come after us? Rocky naturally could not provide her with an answer. He took Carol and Christo by the hand and immediately departed. Had they truly discovered my presence? Bruno from CP9, concealed in the shadows and secretly observing, furrowed his brow as he noticed the departure of Rocky and the two others. Despite the considerable distance, even Christo herself remained oblivious to his presence. How could that young man have sensed him? Had he anticipated this, he would have chosen to disguise himself. Little did he realize, however, that had he donned a disguise, Rocky would have been even more likely to detect him. Upon their departure from the mall, Rocky and his companions promptly boarded the vessel that would take them back to the docked warship. Thanks to Rocky's timely recognition of Bruno, their journey back was remarkably smooth. As they ascended the warship, the trio immediately commenced their return voyage. The ship sailed majestically under full sail, with Rocky and his companions standing on the deck, gazing at the city of water that they had yet to fully explore. Look, that ship appears to be a warship, exclaimed Carol, her delicate, pale fingers pointing towards the shore. There lay a beach littered with the wreckage of decayed vessels, which they had noticed upon their arrival. Following the direction of Carol's finger, they discerned a relatively intact warship amidst the debris. Logically, the ship should be seaworthy. However, it was evident that no one wished to risk approaching it. That must be the ship that Ahriman converted into a pirate vessel, Rocky asserted confidently, having meticulously noted the warship's serial number on their previous encounter. Does this imply that Ahriman might be in the City of Water? Carol blinked her large eyes in surprise. Given that Ahriman had sustained severe injuries, it was almost certain that he would recuperate in the City of Water, as he undoubtedly needed to procure a new ship. This occurred a month ago. So he has likely departed by now, Rocky remarked. Even if he is still here, we are powerless to act. Meanwhile, Zifa's colossal warship was also making its way towards the City of Water. In the afternoon, Rocky and his companions reunited with Zifa's massive vessel. Upon witnessing the safe return of Rocky and his friends, Assistant Ein finally felt a sense of relief. Do not inquire further. In due time, you shall understand. Assistant Ein firmly concluded, silencing Rocky with a single statement. Rocky displayed an expression of helplessness, hesitant to inquire further. Should he press on? The assistant Ein would undoubtedly respond with admonitions about the perils of knowing too much. What, then, should be done about this trial? Are we to be perpetually pursued by the CP personnel? Rocky gazed at Assistant Ein. Let's change locations. After all, we cannot venture into Water City, as it is perilously close to Judicial Island, where numerous CP organization spies lurk. Assistant Ein remarked with a hint of indifference. I fail to comprehend why we, as members of a prestigious naval elite training camp, are being pursued by the CP organization, Rocky muttered to himself, casting a furtive glance at Assistant Ein. Indeed. What reason do they have to target us? Carol chimed in, her tone harmonizing with Rocky's thoughts. Everyone else should proceed with training. This matter does not concern the two of you. Assistant Ein feigned annoyance. Rocky shrugged, reluctantly departing with Carol and returning to the training room aboard the warship. Goodness, Rocky. Have you already completed your second trial? As Rocky and Carol entered the training room, Nick and the other two, who had yet to commence their second trial, eagerly approached them. Rocky succinctly conveyed the events he was about to encounter to Nick and the others. Why do the CP agents dare to pursue us? We are part of the Navy. Yonka expressed his bewilderment. This is truly outrageous. But why should we fear the CP organization? Nick interjected. The CP organization seldom acts without cause, but when they do, they unleash their full might. And the three of us are ill-equipped to withstand their relentless pursuit, Carol remarked. His words laced with a hint of indignation towards the CP organization. I believe the reason lies with Assistant Chris, yet Assistant Ein has not divulged the specifics to us. Rocky added. Let it be. Let it be. Assistant Ein must have her reasons for withholding information. Our current strength is insufficient. It is best we avoid such murky waters. Nick suggested. Indeed, if I were strong enough, such a predicament would not have arisen. Rocky clenched his right fist, feeling a deep sense of frustration. What a wretched situation. I still remember the last time I felt this way was after successfully completing the second system task, slaying the Fishman Raven, and fleeing. Remember this humiliation. It is time to train. Shortly after the trio returned to Zephyr's colossal warship, a grand sailing vessel approached across the sea. At first glance, the ship appeared unremarkable. Yet its flag was truly extraordinary. It bore a white background adorned with black dots at each end of the cross, with an additional black dot at the intersection. Inscribed beneath with World Government, signifying the world government. The vessel of the world government drew near to Zephyr's mighty ship. With a swift movement, a figure leaped from the deck of the world government ship directly onto Zephyr's warship, cloaked in a flowing white robe and masked with a sinister visage. The individual raised immediate suspicion. CP0? Zephyr pondered, observing the enigmatic figure before him. The man shrouded in white did not respond to Zephyr's inquiry. Is that traitor, Krista, aboard your vessel? He queried, his voice betraying his youth, certainly not exceeding the age of 40. Yes, Zephyr replied, maintaining his composure. Might we request her surrender? The man in white asked once more. Absolutely not. Farewell, the robed figure declared with a smile before leaping back onto the world government's ship, which promptly sailed away. Teacher Zephyr, we must ensure Krista does not leave the warship again. Assistant Ein approached Zephyr's side. Do not panic. This was merely a coincidence. The CP cannot constantly send agents to hunt Krista. They have their hands full, Zephyr reassured. Understood, Teacher Zephyr. Chapter 110, The Audacious Kid. The events demonstrated a profound truth. That which is not yours cannot be obtained no matter how fervently you seek it, while that which is yours cannot escape you, regardless of the circumstances. Rocky returned to Zephyr's warship, staying only for a day. Soon after, Assistant Ein received alarming news regarding Kid's reckless actions. The report stated that the pirate Kid, leading his crew, had launched an assault on the Navy base at Garl Island. The Garl Island Navy base sent out a distress signal to nearby Allied forces, requesting reinforcements to annihilate Kid's pirate crew. Upon hearing this news, Rocky couldn't help but chuckle. Kid had left Water City and foolishly exposed his position by attacking the Garl Island base. He was courting disaster. Moreover, Kid had a peculiar talent for timing his misadventures. Following the recent events at the Garl Island Navy base, Colonel Rango had been promoted to the rank of captain. Additionally, the Navy headquarters had dispatched Brigadier General Wild to secure the Garl Island base, elevating his rank to Major General. The current defenses of the Garl Island base had undergone a significant overhaul, with soldiers stationed there being elite troops under Major General Wild's command. Under such circumstances, it was exceedingly unfortunate for Kid to lead his crew in an attack on the Garl Island base. They were doomed. Kid's assault on Garl Island was akin to slapping the Navy in the face. Theoretically and practically, Kid and his crew had no chance of escape this time. Upon receiving the distress signal from Assistant Ein, Rocky, Carol, and Krista immediately set off, with Zephyr's warship altering its course to head toward the Garl Island Navy base. The formidable warship initially took a circuitous route, aligning its path with the route from Water City to Garl Island, before proceeding along that very course. If all went as anticipated, they would encounter the beleaguered Kid and his crew along the way. However, reality often defies expectations. Half a day later, Zephyr's warship entered the military port of the Garl Island Navy base, only to find it eerily quiet. All Navy personnel were engaged in combat with Kid's pirate crew in the mining area. The objective of Kid's assault was clear. They were in dire need of funds to procure a new ship, and the Garl Island Navy base was rich in gems. The battlefield lay in the mining area rather than the military port. The current situation indicated one of two possibilities. Either the battle had not yet concluded, or the Navy had already suffered defeat. This revelation caused Rocky and his companions to feel a surge of anxiety. They had fought for nearly half a day without resolution. Was Kid's pirate crew truly that formidable? Upon leaping from the warship onto the shore of the naval port, Rocky and Carol felt as though they had returned to their home ground. The mine area was uncharted territory for them, yet it was easily located. Not long after setting off in the direction of the mines, they could faintly hear the sounds of battle resonating from that vicinity. Consequently, the trio quickened their pace, sprinting towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, as Rocky and his companions disembarked from the warship, Zephyr's formidable vessel immediately set sail. The Kid pirates' assault on the Garl Island's Navy base could not mirror Whitebeard's frontal attack during Ace's rescue. Their makeshift pirate ship was undoubtedly anchored in some secluded nook of the Garl Islands. As an experienced veteran of the Navy, Zephyr swiftly marked several circles on the map of the main island of the Garl Islands, directing the massive warship to navigate around the islands in search of the Kid pirates' temporary vessel. On the naval side, a dual approach was being employed, and just as Zephyr was poised to discover the Kid pirates' ship, Rocky and his companions arrived at the gem mine area. It appeared that they were the first reinforcements to arrive. Locke cast a glance over the chaotic battlefield. At present, the highest-ranking officer on the naval side remained Rear Admiral Withe. The next in command was Colonel Lango, and beyond them, there were no officers of the rank of colonel or above. As Rocky and his companions arrived, they witnessed Colonel Rango being struck down by a pirate clad in a mask. Rocky recognized this individual. He was the second in command of the Kid pirates, a notorious pirate whose bounty would soon surpass 100 million. A figure that solidified his status as a supernova in the world of piracy. The slaughtering samurai, Killer, after dispatching Colonel Rango, was poised to join forces with Kid to eliminate Rear Admiral Wieldy. Cease at once, in the blink of an eye. The urgency of the moment unfolded. With a thunderous roar, Rocky unleashed his overwhelming conqueror's Haki, sweeping across the battlefield. This time, he did not specifically target the pirates, for there was no time, nor did he possess the inclination to exert control. Consequently, in an instant, as the conqueror's Haki surged across the arena, all who lacked sufficient strength or resolute spirit, be they Navy soldiers or pirates, collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The once tumultuous battleground was suddenly left with but a handful of individuals, most of whom gazed in astonishment towards Rocky. However, one stood apart. The ruthless warrior, Killer, remained untouched by the overwhelming aura. Seizing the moment when Rear Admiral Wild turned his attention to Rocky, he launched a stealthy attack. With a swift motion, Killer wielded his unique scythe, effortlessly slicing through Rear Admiral Wild's throat. A bloodied head was sent soaring into the air. Witnessing this scene, Rocky's eyes widened in fury. Just before arriving, he had heard from assistant instructor Ein that Rear Admiral Wild was their senior, merely 3 years their elder. Rock could no longer suppress the murderous intent within him. With a voice as cold as ice, he declared, Carol, Kira is entrusted to you. Kid, prepare to pay with your life. Following his furious proclamation, Rocky unsheathed his sword with determination, discarding the scabbard. He suddenly stomped on the ground. Bang! The earth shattered abruptly, resembling a spider's web. Whoosh! The figure of Rocky moved with remarkable speed. To an ordinary observer, he would appear as nothing more than a blur. However, a formidable presence like Kid could still discern Rocky's trajectory. Reinforcements? They seemed even more powerful than this general. Yet why was this individual not adorned in naval attire? Kid, bold and audacious, showed no hint of fear as Rocky charged towards him. Who are you? State your name, for I do not slay nameless foes. Kid bellowed at the approaching Rocky. Yet, he did not foolishly remain passive. Should his opponent remain silent, he would not allow himself to be caught off guard. Thus, he extended his right hand, curling it into a claw-like shape. Instantly, the scattered metallic weapons across the battlefield, including knives and guns, swiftly soared towards his outstretched hand. The original narrative does not elaborate on the nature of Kid's devil fruit ability, but it is likely related to magnetism, reminiscent of Magneto. Soon, an abundance of metallic weapons enveloped Kid's right hand entirely. Chapter 111. Two swords. In response to Kid's fierce shout, Rocky exhibited no outward reaction. I have no interest in your ravings. My sole desire at this moment is to eliminate you. Aside from the intention to vanquish Kid, Rocky's mind was devoid of any other thoughts. In truth, his anger did not stem solely from Will's demise. Rather, it was compounded by the grievances he had endured at the hands of the CP organization in Water City, leaving him without an outlet for his frustration. Engaging in a fierce battle now presented itself as an ideal means of release. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Rocky's mind. System, a strong desire detected within the host. Activating system task, eliminate the pirate Eustace Kid. Deadline, 1 day. Reward, 5 points. Upon receiving the system's task, Rocky was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his face. This was the least rewarding task he had ever encountered. What does a meager reward signify? It implies that the task is simple. This indirectly suggested that dispatching Kid would not be particularly challenging. This realization brought joy to Rocky. Just wait, Rango, Will, I shall personally slay this scoundrel for you. I never waste words with the dead. Rocky could not resist responding to Kid, exclaiming, You think you can kill me? Such a delusion. Kid scoffed at Rocky's bold proclamation. As Rocky charged forward, Kid casually waved his right hand. It was evident that, from earlier to now, his right hand had been gathering metallic weapons. Now, his hand had grown to an impressive length of 6 or 7 meters, with a girth of 1 or 2 meters at its stoutest point. Moreover, his right hand was entirely composed of metallic weaponry, undoubtedly rendering it exceptionally resilient. Die! As they neared each other, both Rocky and Kid shouted in unison. Kid swung his massive right hand with force, aiming to strike Rocky. Soon after, their figures intertwined. What does this intertwining signify? Clearly, Kid's mighty strike failed to intercept Rocky's onslaught. It would have been more astonishing had he succeeded. In his quest to vanquish Kid with a single strike, Rocky unleashed his most formidable technique, the unerring swordsmanship. Why bother with tentative exchanges during their initial encounter? Why not conserve one's trump card for a later moment of revelation? Rocky paid no heed. I am determined to eliminate you. Therefore, I shall employ the swiftest and most reliable methods. Kid stared in astonishment at Rocky, who had abruptly altered his attack trajectory, advancing toward him without hesitation, directly repelling all the metallic weapons gathered in his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The metallic instruments amassed in Kid's right hand were suddenly subjected to a tremendous repulsive force, swiftly shooting out in all directions. Alas, this did not deter Rocky. The weapons, propelled violently, lacked sufficient initial velocity. Despite the immense acceleration provided by the repulsion, they could not match Rocky's current speed. What was to be done? Kid gazed at the blade, which loomed larger and clearer before him, his mind struggling to process the situation, driven by the instinct for survival. His left hand instinctively reached out toward the weapon in Rocky's grasp, forming a claw. An overwhelming force of attraction surged forth, abruptly manifesting. Remarkably, it managed to divert the blade that was aimed at Kid's neck. However, Rocky's strength was no less formidable than that sudden force of attraction. Although the abrupt pull had altered the angle of the blade, under Rocky's fierce control, it still struck Kid's body. Thud. The sword cleaved through Kid's left arm, severing it cleanly at the shoulder. Ah! Kid let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In that instant, the excruciating pain pierced through his nerves, prompting his mind to race. He regretted not using his left hand to repel Rocky's knife but rather to attract it. Unfortunately, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Noticing that Rocky was about to swing his sword again, intent on beheading him, Kid was filled with dread. Engaging in close combat with a swordsman of Rocky's caliber was sheer folly. Kid hastily directed his right hand toward the weapon in Rocky's grasp. A purple aura suddenly illuminated around his palm. In that moment, Rocky felt an overwhelming repulsive force acting upon his enchanted blade, the Thousand Slaughters. Rocky gripped his sword tightly, and the tremendous force propelled him backward. Kid seized the opportunity to retreat hastily, while his right hand summoned a gravitational pull, causing all metallic objects in the vicinity to fly toward him, reassembling into a colossal mechanical arm. In the brief moment of being pushed away, Rocky gasped for breath. This was the after effect of employing his ultimate sword technique. He estimated that using the technique against Kid had drained approximately 14 of his stamina. The vendetta for his severed arm must be avenged, Boy, tell me your name. Kid, displaying remarkable fortitude. Despite his left arm being severed and beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead, managed to maintain his composure and engage in dialogue with Rocky. You cannot avenge this grudge. Today marks your end. Rocky regarded Kid with a piercing glare, his murderous intent palpable, yet his gaze had softened considerably. I don't mind telling you. My name is Rocky, an apprentice in the Navy. A smile crept across Rocky's face. Well then, I have fulfilled your soul wish before your demise. So prepare to meet your end. As Rocky's words faded, he propelled himself forward once more. I merely underestimated you. Do not presume that the loss of an arm renders me vulnerable. Kid, facing imminent demise, still clung to bravado. Yet, he possessed a trump card and untested technique. Fire dragon drill. Kid bellowed. The front end of the metallic weaponry composing his right arm began to whirl frantically under his command. Whoosh, whoosh. The immense mechanical arm spun wildly, generating friction that ignited the steel components to a searing heat, causing flammable materials to burst into flames. Soon, the rotating metals glowed a fiery red, and the air surrounding Kid's incandescent arm warped visibly. Quite intriguing. Observing Kid's technique, Rocky felt a twinge of envy. Such effects in a move appeared remarkably stylish. However, before him, it still paled in comparison. Unerring swordsmanship, meet your end, as Rocky and Kid once again intertwined their forms. The piercing brilliance of Rocky's sword light became the final resplendent sight that Kid beheld. Loki stood steadily behind Kid, who had collapsed to the ground. The battle had reached its conclusion. System, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission and earning a reward of 5 points. Loki took several deep breaths, yet felt no sense of triumph over his vanquished foe. If only I had arrived sooner, perhaps they would not have perished. Chapter 112. After the battle, once the skirmish on his side had ceased, Loki instinctively turned his gaze towards Carol. After observing for a while, he realized that Carol had not exerted her full strength in the struggle against her adversary. Rocky was initially filled with curiosity, but suddenly he recalled a certain matter. The reason the second trial arrived so swiftly was due to their cultivation of dominance encountering a bottleneck. This trial was intended to forge them in the crucible of life and death, urging them to strive to transcend the limitations of their dominance training. Rocky blinked. Feeling a surge of regret, he shouldn't have been so hasty in eliminating Kid. However, remorse could not alter the past, so he resolved to accept it with equanimity. Dismissing the troubling thoughts, Rocky retrieved his transponder snail to contact Assistant Ein, exchanging pertinent information. He then indulged in the captivating duel between Carol and Kira. Perhaps it was Carol's striking beauty that enchanted him. Watching her combat Kira filled him with a sense of aesthetic pleasure. He couldn't help but envision himself in Carol's role, contemplating what techniques he would employ if he were engaged in battle with Kira. Thus, the passage of time seemed to fly by. Before long, Assistant Ein arrived with a contingent of Marines. Noticing Rocky engrossed in the fight, she refrained from interrupting. Ein directed her Marines to apprehend the unconscious yet alive pirates strewn across the battlefield. Subsequently, the Navy soldiers from the Gal Islands base, who had been rendered unconscious by Rocky's conquerors Haki, were revived. Upon realizing they had been rescued, the Navy personnel expressed their astonishment, albeit with a hint of confusion. What had just transpired? They had felt an overwhelming dread before losing consciousness. Strangely, the pirates they had been battling had also collapsed. Whatever the case, it was likely a special tactic employed by their superiors. Oh, and there are still pirates in the mine. A Marine from the Gal Islands base reported to Assistant Ein and her squad. What? There are still pirates in the mine? This news quickly reached Rocky's ears. I will handle those pirates. Rocky paused his observation and approached Assistant Ein. She nodded. And Rocky promptly led a squad of Marines from the Gal Islands base towards the mine, their familiarity with the terrain evident. Sir, the pirates may use the miners as hostages. We need to devise a strategy in advance, the squad leader cautioned Rocky. Fear not, I am here. Rocky replied with unwavering confidence. The Navy squad leader was at a loss for words, his brow furrowed in hesitation. After a moment, he continued, Commander Rocky, the terrain in the mine is treacherous, and the pirates are armed. If they use the miners as human shields and open fire, our losses could be catastrophic. I understand. But your concerns will not materialize, Rocky grinned, adding, trust me. The squad leader glanced at his comrades, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. While they respected the prowess of this elite Navy trainee, they remained skeptical about his ability to resolve the current predicament. We'll assess the situation as it unfolds. Be vigilant. The squad leader instructed his fellow soldiers. Yes, sir. For decades, The gem mine at the naval base of the Gal Islands has been excavated, its depths unfathomable. After delving underground, Rocky and his companions arrived at a cavernous hall, choosing to follow a still-active mining tunnel further into the abyss. After more than half an hour, they finally discerned the sounds of mining, accompanied by the harsh shouts of pirates urging the miners to hasten their work. It must be noted that the kid pirates were particularly unfortunate. Originally, the gem veins were meant to be extracted and stored in a warehouse. And once the storage was filled to capacity, a shipment would be dispatched. However, due to the timing of their heist, the latest batch of gems had just been transported away, leaving them no choice but to venture into the mine to seize whatever they could. The pirates and miners were just ahead, so everyone needed to tread lightly. Now, load your weapons, the naval squad leader whispered to his subordinates. There's no need for that, Rocky replied, glancing back at the naval squad, as they readied ropes to bind all the pirates. The naval squad leader looked at Rocky, visibly troubled. As he contemplated how to express that the pirates were hardly fools, they certainly would not allow themselves to be captured so easily. Rocky disregarded the squad leader's skepticism, gesturing for silence before leading his team onward. At last, they encountered the miners working at the forefront of the extraction. Within this auxiliary tunnel, merely 3 pirates were present. Yet the hearts of the entire naval squad raced with trepidation. Suddenly, a wave of conquerors' Haki surged forth. The 3 pirates collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Witnessing this spectacle, the naval squad's eyes widened in astonishment. As they turned to Rocky, they were filled with reverence. So it was you who abruptly halted our skirmish with the pirates. Commander Rocky is truly formidable. Such prowess is remarkable. It is no wonder he was admitted to the elite training camp. How enviable. The members of the naval squad showered him with praise. Seeking to atone for their earlier underestimation of him, Rocky felt a sense of satisfaction but did not lose sight of their mission. Very well. It is now your turn to shine. Hasten to bind those 3 pirates, for there are still many more tunnels to explore. Rocky turned to glance at the naval squad behind him. Indeed, this time, the naval team exhibited no hesitation in responding to Rocky's command, promptly advancing to bind the unconscious pirate with ropes. The miners, witnessing this scene, appeared momentarily dazed. There will be no mining today. I shall take the liberty of allowing everyone to rest, Rocky announced to the miners. Subsequently, Rocky led the small naval squad toward other tunnels, and soon, every pirate within the gem mine was subdued by Rocky and his companions. With the captured pirates in tow, Rocky's group triumphantly returned to the surface. However, upon their return, Rocky was confronted with an unbelievable sight. Carol, who had been engaged in a fierce battle with Kira moments before, was now being held hostage by him. Kira's sharp scythe was pressed against Carol's neck, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he could sever her head from her body. Assistant Instructor, what is happening? Rocky clenched his fists, casting an incredulous gaze at Assistant Instructor Ein, his face a mixture of anger and shock. Kira played the fool to catch the wise Carol. In her quest for maximum honing of her skills, refrained from utilizing her full strength, aligning herself with Kira's level. As a result, she was ambushed by Kira. And we were unable to intervene, Assistant Instructor Ein replied, her expression filled with remorse. Just moments ago, she and Krista had been closely observing Carol's battle. But the ambush occurred too swiftly for either of them to prevent it. Chapter 113, One Sword Style Dragon Flash, let me handle this, Rocky stated. Casting a glance at Assistant Instructor Ein, she nodded, realizing that apart from acquiescence, she had no alternative, though she harbored little hope that Rocky could rescue Carol. Captain Rocky, you could render that pirate unconscious using the same technique as before. The captain of the naval squad, concerned that Rocky might lose his composure, reminded him. Rocky shook his head and remarked, it is of no use against that fellow. The Navy captain blinked, pondering that if this tactic proved ineffective, what alternative could possibly thwart the adversary, apart from yielding? All eyes in the room converged upon Rocky, eager to witness how he might turn the tide or engage in futile antics. Kira, he declared, I offer you a chance. If you can withstand my strike, I shall take it upon myself to grant you your freedom. Do you dare to accept? Rock gazed at Kira, who held Carol hostage. Enough of the nonsense. Return my people and my ship, and I shall release her, Kira commanded, her voice icy and imbued with an air of undeniable authority. What? Do you lack the courage to face me in combat? Rock chuckled lightly, continuing to provoke her. He aimed to ignite the flames of battle within Kira. Unfazed by Roche's taunts, Kira retorted, do not attempt to twist my words. Comply with my demands, or I shall end her life this very moment. Afraid to confront me? Rock swiftly severed the arm of a pirate captive escorted by the naval squad. A blood-curdling scream escaped the lips of the maimed pirate, akin to a slaughtered pig. If you refuse to fight me, I shall eliminate all your men. You shall have no means of escape, Rock stated coldly, his demeanor unwavering. Are you certain you wish to provoke me? Kira's anger simmered as she tightened her grip. The sharp blade of her scythe grazed Carol's pristine neck, drawing forth crimson blood. You win, Rock conceded, sheathing his cursed blade, 1,000 slaughters, and raising his hands. He addressed Carol. Answer me truthfully. Are you afraid I might slay you with a single strike? In that moment, Rock engaged in a silent exchange of glances with Carol. I shall rescue you shortly. I require your cooperation. Do you understand? Carol, perceiving Roche's gaze, quickly grasped his intent and returned his look. No problem, just be quick about it. Receiving Carol's signal, Rock activated his skill, issuing a duel invitation. In an instant, the mysterious power of the system enveloped Kira, amplifying her desire to battle Rock to unprecedented levels. With no other thoughts occupying her mind, she charged at Rock, discarding her concern for the hostage, Carol. The spectacle rendered the audience in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. What just happened? She was unwilling moments ago. Yet Carol exhibited neither confusion nor shock. Instead, a smile graced her lips. She had faith that Rock possessed the means to turn the tide. What manner of sorcery had Rock employed to cause a rational being to lose their sanity? A frown flickered across Carol's face, genuine curiosity welling within her. However, she refrained from inquiring, just as Rock would not pry into her past. Each harbored their own secrets. As fleeting curiosity about Roche's enigmatic methods crossed her mind, a surge of anger filled Carol's heart. That wretched Kira had marred her neck, leaving a scar to haunt her. Rock, eliminate her, Carol shouted fervently. Upon hearing this, Rocky nodded and gestured an OK sign towards Carol from a distance. Kira, since you are willing to engage in combat with me, I shall consider that as your consent to our wager. Henceforth, I shall strike but once. Rocky spoke swiftly, then sheathed his sword and assumed the stance for a Iato draw. Grim Reaper's Harvest. One sword style, Dragon Flash. Locke and Kira simultaneously let out a loud shout. In the next moment, their figures intertwined, with Kira halting a few meters behind Locke. Ding! Rocky sheathed his blade with a crisp sound. Behind him, Kira suddenly erupted with blood before collapsing to the ground. Rocky did not spare a glance at Kira behind him. A gentle smile graced his face as he rose to his feet. He then turned towards an empty direction, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He gasped for breath as if he had just completed a marathon. After a brief moment of adjustment, his breathing steadied, and his expression regained its calm composure. He then turned to Carol behind him, a smile illuminating his face as he gestured an OK sign. Impressive. Is this what they call the legendary Iajutsu? Truly magnificent. One cannot help but acknowledge that Commander Rocky is indeed striking. The members of the naval squad from Rocky's pocket continued to extol his virtues. Although he was aware that their praises might not be entirely sincere, it nonetheless filled him with joy. Soon, it was time to attend to the aftermath. Naturally, Rocky and his companions would not deal with the cleanup. They departed from the naval base on the Gyre Islands and returned to the formidable warship of Zephyr. Rocky, let us head to the training room, Carol urged, pulling him along with enthusiasm. How infuriating. If only I could wield Haki. I would not have been captured by that scoundrel Kira. Remember to write a summary. Assistant Nine reminded the eager duo. I want to forget, Carol replied, waving her hand dismissively as she turned her back to Ein. As they walked towards the training room, Rocky inquired, Is your injury all right? This minor wound should be fine, but I fear it may leave a scar, Carol said with a hint of concern. Trust me, men seldom notice scars on a woman's neck, Rocky chuckled, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Carol's chest, where he noted the modest A cup, prompting him to avert his eyes. Get lost. Carol noticed Rocky's movements and delivered a punch to him. Following this, Rocky engaged in training for over 10 days, but his gains were rather modest. His observation Haki remained erratic, with its effectiveness fluctuating evenly between moments of clarity and confusion. As for his armament Haki, he had progressed from a complete novice to a stage where it too was inconsistent. Albeit with a notably low success rate, perhaps 1 or 2 instances of efficacy out of 10 attempts. Throughout this period, Carol consistently trained alongside Rocky, her mastery of Haki nearly on par with his. However, the disparity in their physical capabilities grew increasingly pronounced, resulting in a widening gap in their overall strengths. In between their training sessions, Rocky meticulously tracked the passage of time, preparing to proactively request a third trial from Zephyr 20 days after the second trial. This was not due to a belief that he had encountered a bottleneck in his Haki training, but rather because of the system task to eliminate Ahriman. The deadline for this task was 2 months, and with 50 days already elapsed, he felt an urgency to attempt its completion before time ran out. Chapter 114. The Devil's Triangle. See, according to his plan, Rocky arrived at Zephyr's office. To be frank, he felt a twinge of anxiety within him. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Rocky pushed open the door to the enforcement office and addressed Zephyr, who was seated behind the desk. Teacher, I wish to undertake the 3rd trial. Zephyr furrowed his brow and replied, Do you think, you little rascal, that your wings have grown strong? Locke shrugged his shoulders, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. In truth, I yearn to vanquish Ahriman. The last time that fellow eluded me, it has gnawed at my conscience ever since, nearly transforming into an inner demon. I am on the verge of losing my composure. Zephyr furrowed his brow into a frown, squinting at Locke as he remarked, Considering your training of late, I do not perceive any psychological turmoil within you. Locke blinked. Well, it seemed he could not deceive Zephyr, an old hand in the game. Master, you must believe me. My intention is not merely to graduate from the elite camp. My sole desire is to eliminate Ahriman, though the reasons for this I cannot divulge to you. Go on. Go on. I permit you to undertake the 3rd trial. Upon its successful completion, you may take your leave. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively, his tone somewhat irritable. To be frank, Zephyr held a deep fondness for Locke as his disciple and frequently offered him guidance. Now that Locke had proposed the 3rd trial, it was crucial to understand that success in this endeavor would signify his graduation from the elite camp, thus leading to an inevitable farewell. The older Zephyr grew, the more he despised witnessing his cherished student venture into the fray before fully spreading his wings. Master, please temper your anger. I simply wish to give it a try. As you know, Ahriman possesses the power of the hard fruit, and my current offensive capabilities are rather insufficient. It is unlikely I could vanquish him. Loki chuckled, expressing his reluctance to graduate just yet. Zephyr, upon reflection, shared the sentiment. Despite Loki's rapid progression in recent days, the formidable fruit abilities possessed by Ahriman were indeed overwhelming, rendering him nearly invincible to ordinary individuals. Go on, go on. Just remember to prioritize your safety, Zephyr advised, grateful for the teacher's support. Loki beamed with a smile as he departed from Zephyr's office. With Zephyr's approval, Loki sought out Assistant 9. Assistant 9, the teacher has granted his consent, Loki exclaimed, joyfully signaling an okay gesture. Understood. I shall promptly look into Ahriman's information for you. Unreplied. Thank you, Assistant 9, Loki responded appreciatively. Rocky hurried to the training room to find Carol. All the arrangements are in place. This time your opponent is that old man named Carter. Are you confident? Rocky inquired. The reason that old man was so formidable last time was because Assistant 9 rejuvenated him. Now, he is merely an old man, and I can handle him. Carol replied with assurance. How about you, Rocky? Your opponent this time is Ahriman. Do you feel prepared? Carol countered. I have some confidence, although I cannot quantify it precisely. Rocky responded. You know I train for over 10 hours each day. Even though I've spent these days practicing Haki with you, my swordsmanship has not faltered. To prepare for Ahriman, Rocky even spent 40 points to exchange for an advanced technique in flame swordsmanship. Carol nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Assistant 9 compiled the latest intelligence regarding Ahriman's Steel Hunters pirate crew. After reviewing the information, Rocky furrowed his brow. The last report from a Navy informant indicated that the Steel Hunters had been sighted 3 days ago at Devil Island, located at the edge of the Devil's Triangle. It is well known that this area is the territory of the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria. One can only hope that Ahriman does not foolishly challenge Gecko Moria. Thank you, Assistant 9, Rocky said, having completed his analysis of the Steel Hunters' next potential location. He then set off with Carol. This time, Rocky, Carol, and Krista would act together, as Zephyr's massive warship first transported them to the nearby Navy base at Gal Island, where they borrowed a swift small warship for their mission. The trio, led by Rocky, embarked on a small military vessel towards the infamous Bermuda Triangle. After 2 days, they reached Devil's Island. It was understood that the record pointer on Devil's Island required 3 days to reach its full capacity. Clearly, if the Iron Hunter pirate crew had set sail after the magnetic storage of the record pointer was complete, they had already departed from the island. After some time, Rocky and his companions confirmed that the Iron Hunter pirate crew had indeed left Devil's Island and entered the Bermuda Triangle. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately set sail towards the treacherous waters. The Bermuda Triangle is notorious for being a haunted expanse. Even during daylight, a thick fog envelopes the area. shrouding it in darkness. The terrifying legends surrounding this region are countless. However, it has been documented that over 100 vessels vanish in these waters each year. And even more horrifyingly, ghost ships laden with the deceased roam the seas. Upon entering the Bermuda Triangle, they were met with the expected thick fog, heavy clouds blanketing the sky, and tumultuous waves crashing against the vessel, instilling a sense of dread. The military ship drifted deeper into the triangle. "Captain Rocky, we have spotted a ship ahead. It appears to be a ghost ship," shouted a naval soldier from the lookout tower, his voice trembling with fear. Rocky leaped directly from the deck to the lookout tower. "A ghost ship?" Carol, intrigued, followed suit and jumped up. "I want to see too. I want to see too." Krista also sprang to her feet and landed firmly within the tower. In an instant, the once spacious lookout tower became quite crowded, and the soldiers' fear dissipated. The trio, Rocky, Carol, and another companion, beheld a ghostly ship several dozen meters away. This colossal vessel, shrouded in mist, revealed its immense silhouette, alongside tattered sails flapping wildly in the wind and various weathered edges. The dilapidated state of the ship and the lush growth of moss indicated that it had been abandoned for many years. "It truly is a ghost ship. I wonder if there are spirits aboard," Carol exclaimed, unperturbed by the notion of ghosts. "Indeed, there is nothing to fear from ghosts," Rocky nodded. Though he thought to himself that it was humanity that posed the greatest threat, he swallowed the thought, deeming it inappropriate to voice. "Quick, let's approach the ghost ship," Carol shouted excitedly, her voice piercing through to the bridge below. Instantly, a crew member emerged from the bridge, gazing up at Rocky and his companions with trepidation. "Are we really going to get closer? That is a ghost ship," he asked, his voice tinged with fear. "I was just thinking of catching a ghost for fun." "Let us move closer," Carol urged with enthusiasm. However, as if responding to Carol's audacious remarks, the ghost ship answered. A haunting melody wafted through the air from the vessel. Suddenly, the deputy officer of the warship, who had come out to inquire, stumbled back in terror, convinced that Carol's disrespect had provoked the spirits. The sailor on duty in the lookout tower trembled, casting desperate glances at Rocky and his friends. Yet, to his astonishment, he saw that the trio's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they beheld not a ghost ship, but a treasure trove. The lookout soldier felt like crying. What was he to do? While these seasoned adventurers remained calm. He was merely a novice. Please do not wear expressions that suggest you wish to investigate further. Do not abandon me here. Rocky's eyes gleamed with recognition as he identified Brooke, while Carol and Christo were entirely consumed by excitement and curiosity. The haunting melody continued to echo through the air. Suddenly, on one side of the ghost ship's deck, a skeleton with a wild, black afro appeared, holding a cup of coffee and humming a tune. The visual impact was utterly astonishing. Although Carol and Christo had mentally prepared themselves, they were still taken aback when Brooke made his entrance, especially Carol, whose body trembled as if shaken by a sieve. "Care for some coffee?" "I have plenty," Brooke remarked, pausing his song to lift his coffee cup towards Rocky and the others on the naval deck, his voice chilling and ethereal as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Carol clutched Rocky's sleeve tightly, exclaiming, "What should we do about this talking skeleton? Surely the contents of that coffee cup are not water from the underworld?" Rocky cast a sidelong glance at Carol, who appeared unusually agitated. "Weren't you just brimming with excitement? What happened? Are you trembling at the mere sight of a skeleton?" Look at Chris, her eyes still glimmering with vitality. He teased, "If you're scared, just cling to me. I shall lend you my strength." In the next moment, he felt Carol leap onto him, wrapping around him like an octopus, holding him tightly. Rocky found himself momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Carol was genuinely trembling in fear. "There is no need to be frightened. I know this skeleton." In the presence of the crowd, Rocky felt it inappropriate to take advantage of Carol's fright, so he gently pried her off him and pointed toward Brooke, who was theatrically attempting to appear fearsome aboard the ghost ship. "Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Rocky, and this is Brooke. I hope for your kind consideration." Brooke widened his eyes in surprise, nearly spilling his coffee. Though, amusingly, Brooke had no eyes. "Do you know me, Mr. Rocky?" The tone of Brooke's voice shifted slightly, tinged with astonishment. "We've had a connection for quite some time," Rocky replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Is he truly not a ghost?" Carol timidly inquired from behind Rocky, pointing at Brooke. "Indeed not," Rocky assured her with a shake of his head. "Would you care to board my ship? I would be delighted to treat you to some coffee." Brooke extended the invitation earnestly this time, having previously only intended to scare off the military vessel with his ghostly fade. "Just a moment, please wait." Rocky said as he hurried back to the cabin to retrieve some fruits and canned goods. Come, let us go have some fun, he suggested to Carol. I'm not going, she replied, shaking her head vigorously. Although she feared neither ghosts nor spirits, skeletons unnerved her beyond measure. Very well then. Rocky conceded, not wishing to press her further. He and Chris leapt onto the deck, landing gracefully on Brooke's pirate ship. Upon arrival, Rocky noted the ship's dilapidated state. As he landed on the railing, he discovered that the deck was riddled with splintered wood, barely offering a stable footing. However, he also noticed fresh signs of damage. Observing Rocky's intense scrutiny of the new markings, Brooke explained, Yesterday, I encountered a band of pirates who were utterly unfazed by my singing, and instead, they boarded my ship in search of treasure. They were quite fearsome, nearly causing my heart to stop. Though, amusingly, I lack a heart. Yesterday? Rocky blinked, intrigued. What did their pirate flag look like? Brooke proceeded to describe it. Loki struck his palm. Indeed, it was the Steel Hunter pirate crew. Bones. Where's the flesh on your body? Krista, seizing the moment while Loki was lost in thought, approached Brooke and poked at his rigid bones. Gazing up at him with innocent curiosity. This is a long story, Brooke began, elucidating his origins to Krista. The revelation sent shivers down her spine. Unfortunately, I am trapped in this devil's triangle, unaware of how Laboon is faring, Brooke sighed, seemingly to himself. Laboon is generally well, Loki interjected, there is just a minor issue. Mr. Loki, are you referring to Laboon, the whale? Brooke inquired. Yes, the great whale, Loki replied. Brooke's mouth fell agape. This time his astonishment was genuine. And had he possessed eyes, they would have surely bulged in disbelief. After all, he had never disclosed his bond with Laboon to anyone. Rock approached and grasped Brooke's skeletal hand, leading him aside. Is there anything you wish to inquire about? I shall endeavor to answer any questions within my knowledge. Though I kindly ask that you refrain from probing into how I came to possess such information, it's a secret. Before long, Brooke gleaned the information he so ardently sought. His concern for Laboon was palpable, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to broach the subject with Rock. Instead, he inquired about Laboon's specific health status and current whereabouts. Upon receiving the details, Brooke was overwhelmed with joy, rendering him momentarily speechless as he leaned against the railing of the pirate ship, achieving a remarkable angle of precisely 45 degrees. Regaining his composure, Brooke addressed Rock. Mr. Rock, I am at a loss to repay your immense kindness. Should you require my assistance in any matter, please do not hesitate to ask. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of that band of pirates from yesterday? Rock, without hesitation, replied, after they departed from my vessel. They made their way to the three-masted ship of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, where their shadows were seized. They are likely hiding within the forest on that ship. Brooke chuckled. That scoundrel Ironman has truly met his demise. Rock murmured thoughtfully, his brow furrowing as he pondered. He hesitated, contemplating whether to confront Ironman aboard the formidable three-masted ship, despite Moria's status as a warlord. His temperament suggested he would not allow Rock and his companions to roam freely on his vessel, given Roche's current strength. He knew he was ill-equipped to face Moria and his allies. A reckless attempt to board could very well lead to their utter annihilation. Rocky was willing to stake his life, yet he hesitated to gamble with the lives of Carol and Brooke. If Mr. Rocky wishes to venture to the terrifying three-masted ship, I can guide you there. I am well acquainted with that area, Brooke offered. Chapter 116. Determination. The terrifying three-masted ship lies within the domain of Moonlight Moria. And I fear that once we land, Moria may take action against us, Rocky replied to Brooke. Isn't the warlord of the sea aligned with the government? Aren't you part of the Navy, fighting on the same side? Brooke inquired, perplexed. I am familiar with Moria. He would not regard us as a threat, Rocky asserted. Upon hearing this, Brooke felt a sense of awe. Mr. Rocky, how proficient are you in traversing? Brooke pondered for a moment before looking up and asking. I am no less capable than you, Rocky answered promptly. Really? I am merely a skeleton, so my weight is quite light, allowing me to run across the surface of the sea. Therefore, I never disturb Moria's men when I land. If you, Mr. Rocky, can achieve the same, I can certainly lead you there. I have battled them for several years and am well versed in infiltrating Ghost Island, Brooke stated earnestly. Then we have no cause for concern. Rocky nodded. Come aboard my warship, we shall depart at once. The three of them leapt from the dilapidated pirate ship onto the warship. Why did you bring a skeleton back with you? Carol, hiding behind the cabin door, pointed a pale arm at Brooke, trembling. Hello again, everyone. I am Brooke, the skeleton who revived after death and is left with nothing but bones, Brooke said, removing his top hat and bowing slightly to the few naval soldiers on the deck. I look forward to your kind assistance. Rocky, is he a human or a specter? Carol asked from behind the door. Hasn't Brooke already introduced himself? He is a human, albeit now a mere skeleton. There is no need for fear. He remains a gentleman, Rocky replied. Suddenly turning to Brooke, he added, do not mention anything about looking at underwear, or I shall shatter your bones and feed you milk until you grow back, only to break you again. Such a terrifying Mr. Rocky, Brooke exclaimed, his mouth agape, and if he had eyes, they would surely have bulged in shock. The information conveyed in the latter part of Rocky's statement is indeed overwhelming. Brooke began to suspect whether Rocky was akin to a tapeworm residing within him. Oh, I assure you, I do not possess a belly. He chuckled. Since it is Mr. Rocky's directive, I shall undoubtedly adhere to it. Brooke solemnly nodded. Suddenly, Carol let out a piercing scream. Her hands emerged from behind the door. In her left hand, she held a mirror, while her right hand pointed at Brooke. Trembling as she exclaimed, look, the mirror reflects nothing of him, yet you claim he is not a malevolent spirit. My dear lady, I assure you, I am no evil specter. My absence from the mirror is due to my being forsaken by the sun, Brooke clarified, casting a glance at Rocky. The warlord, Gecko Moria, has stolen my shadow, rendering me in this peculiar state. Yes, Carol, you are aware that Moria possesses the power of the shadow fruit. Once he seizes another's shadow, that individual, when exposed to sunlight, will vanish entirely, leading to their demise, Rocky elucidated. Carol held complete trust in Rocky. Very well then. But what is your purpose in bringing him back? She inquired once more. That fool, Ahriman, foolishly ventured into Moria's domain and lost his shadow. Now finding himself unable to withstand sunlight, hiding aboard Moria's three-masted ship. To eliminate Ahriman, we must board that vessel while evading Moria's watchful eyes, necessitating a guide. Brooke is a trustworthy guide, Rocky affirmed. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Rocky. I shall exert every effort to assist you, Brooke replied joyfully. Having spent over a decade alone on this dilapidated pirate ship, the solitude was a burden only he could comprehend. The sudden appearance of Rocky, coupled with his unconditional trust, was profoundly moving. Are there any other skeletons on Ghost Island? Carol inquired, directing her question towards Brooke, yet gazing at Rocky. No, I am the sole skeleton in existence. Brooke chuckled. Truly, Brooke, you possess a remarkable mindset, Rocky commended, giving him a thumbs up. Turning to Carol, Rocky asked, are you willing to go? It is quite perilous, and there is a chance of losing your life. I have already pledged to you. How could I possibly refrain? Carol declared, stepping out from behind the door, albeit unable to meet Brooke's gaze. Excellent, Rocky responded, giving Carol another thumbs up. Loki, then, Brooke, please take the lead. Let us set sail for the three-masted ship. Not a problem, leave it all to me, Brooke exclaimed, his voice brimming with delight. If it were possible, a smile would undoubtedly grace his face. Under Brooke's guidance, the warship navigated in a specific direction. Although the course had strayed from the recorded pointer, the ship's navigation remained silent. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air beside the warship. Roshi and his companions hurriedly rushed from the cabin onto the deck, directing their gaze towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, they beheld a glowing red object soaring swiftly into the sky, just a few dozen meters away from the warship. Boom! The radiant object erupted in a resplendent display, akin to a firework. The brilliant light illuminated the fog-laden waters, allowing Roshi and his companions to discern that the origin of the firework was a vessel substantially larger than their own warship. If they listened carefully, they could even catch faint sounds emanating from that direction. The ship has fallen into a trap and is about to be monitored, Brooke suddenly exclaimed. What is happening? Roshi inquired, turning to Brooke. Although Roshi had perused the original work, the sheer length of one piece made it impossible for him to remember every detail, particularly the red firework shell before him. It is a trap devised by Moria. Once this firework detonates, Moria's subordinate, the Ghost Princess, will dispatch spirits to surveil the entire ship, Brooke elucidated. Understood. Roshi quickly dashed into the cockpit, shouting to the helmsman, turn the helm. Steer away from that ship on the right. On it. The helmsman promptly engaged the left rudder, swiftly altering the warship's course. Roshi let out a long sigh of relief. His reaction had been remarkably swift. Even if Perona sent spirits over, it would require some time, so they should remain undetected. Chapter 117. Arrival at Ghost Island. Don't listen to him. Carol's voice suddenly resonated within the cockpit. Rocky turned to look at Carol, his brow slightly furrowed. As members of the Navy, We must treat all pirates equally. The vessel to our left is evidently a pirate ship. How can we possibly turn a blind eye? Carol spoke earnestly. Ordinary merchant vessels typically steer clear of the Devil's Triangle. After a moment of contemplation, Rocky nodded in agreement. Indeed, Carol was meticulous. Having considered numerous aspects that had eluded him, her insights were entirely accurate. Moreover, with several days remaining until the conclusion of Ahriman's mission, there was no urgency. At worst, they could dispatch this band of pirates and temporarily withdraw from the Devil's Triangle, only to return later. Surely, Perona's Spectre could not linger aboard their vessel indefinitely. Adjust the helm and steer us closer to that ship. Let's ascertain whether it is indeed a pirate vessel. Rocky instructed the helmsman. Subsequently, Rocky and Carol made their way to the deck. I apologize for the earlier embarrassment, Rocky said, scratching his head as he addressed Brooke. Mr. Rocky truly possesses a magnanimous spirit, Brooke chuckled softly. This also provides an opportunity for you to witness our prowess, Rocky remarked with a grin. The warship turned sharply, drawing nearer to the vessel, allowing Rocky to discern the stationary black flag with increasing clarity. In the realm of piracy, a black flag had become the conventional emblem. Its mere sight sufficed to confirm the identity of the opposing party. Onward. Rocky glanced at Carol, and the two of them leaped into action. Whoosh. Their figures sliced through the dense fog, landing deftly upon the deck of the pirate ship. It was only then that Rocky and Carol realized the deck was teeming with individuals. Likely due to Moria's earlier trap, this band of pirates had congregated on the deck, conveniently setting the stage for Rocky to ensnare them all at once. Buzz. The overwhelming presence of Rocky's conqueror's Haki swept across the deck. In an instant, only one pirate remained, trembling and gazing fearfully at Rocky and his companion, his legs shaking like leaves in the wind. My apologies for the sudden intimidation upon boarding your ship, Rocky said with an air of regret towards the lone standing pirate. Shall I take the lead, or will you? Rocky glanced at his companion, Carol. I will, she replied without hesitation. It had become increasingly evident to her that the gap between her and Rocky was widening, and she needed to seize every opportunity to hone her skills. A minute later, the skirmish concluded, for the pirate was woefully inadequate, providing no challenge for Carol's growth. At that moment, a naval ship approached. The soldiers aboard immediately leapt onto the pirate vessel, binding all the pirates without mercy. We have accomplished a great feat. Let us return and indulge in some well-deserved relaxation, Rocky proclaimed loudly, a hint of triumph in his voice. He then dispatched several naval soldiers to commandeer the pirate ship, steering it back towards Demon Island. Cursed be it. A lucrative deal thwarted by the Navy. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Unbeknownst to them, within the hold of the pirate ship, a charmingly whimsical white ghost flitted about. Well, since this venture has failed, I shall return. The delightful spirit consoled itself before drifting out of the pirate ship and ascending into the sky, heading in the direction of the naval vessel's recent course. The naval ship and the pirate ship sailed back together, passing Demon Island, and arrived at another naval base nearby by dusk. The next morning, the warship, upon which Rocky serves, set sail once more. As noon approached, on the deck, Brooke gazed into the thick fog and suddenly inquired of Rocky. How much further do you think it is? Rocky, feeling somewhat lost, admitted his inability to see through the dense mist. A little over 100 meters, Brooke replied. This is the rear entrance of the three-masted ship. Once we navigate the surface of the sea, we must find a way to scale the towering walls that rise several dozen meters high. Beyond that lies another inner sea, and once we traverse it, we shall be able to disembark upon Ghost Island. Rock nodded, a faint recollection lingering in his mind. Then let us be on our way. He glanced at Carol and Christo beside him. Brooke, I shall accompany you. You lead the way. Rock looked down at Brooke. Huh? Brooke gazed at Rock in confusion. Give me your hand, Rock instructed Brooke. Rock extended his right hand to grasp Brooke's skeletal hand, noting its cold, unyielding texture, which possessed an unusual quality. Let us proceed. The trio of Rocky gracefully ascended into the sky, effortlessly gliding as if they were soaring. Truly, Mr. Rocky's remarkable mode of travel was nothing short of extraordinary. With a broad grin, Rocky beamed with delight. The four of them swiftly passed over the exterior walls of a three-masted ship and its inner sea, landing steadily upon the eerie Ghost Island. This island was steeped in a chilling atmosphere, adorned with cobwebs, dilapidated structures, and the remnants of sunken vessels. Curiously, the island was shrouded in only a slight mist, allowing for visibility extending several hundred meters. The three of them, Rocky, Krista, and Brooke, could distinctly perceive a colossal, Gothic cathedral-like structure looming before them. What a terrifying place. I absolutely adore it. Krista's eyes sparkled with excitement. Logically, one would expect a girl of her intellect, akin to that of a mere 7 or 8-year-old, to be thoroughly frightened by such a scene. Yet, it was perplexing to observe Krista's genuine intrigue. However, there were even more enigmatic aspects to her character, particularly considering she was being pursued by a clandestine organization. After all, such a predicament is not one typically encountered by ordinary individuals. This territory belongs to the genius surgeon, Hagabak, and it is infested with zombies affiliated with Moria's faction. We risk being discovered easily. Follow me. Brooke gestured with his hand. Several individuals promptly followed Rocky. Those whose shadows had been seized by Moria typically sought refuge in the woods located on the eastern side of Ghost Island, an area under the control of one of Moria's subordinates, Absalom. This individual, Absalom, often found himself absent from his territory, which allowed the shadowless victims to conceal themselves there without fear of detection. Brooke elucidated. Splendid. Let us hasten there, finish the task, and return home, Rocky declared. Onward. Not long after Rocky and his companions followed Brooke, they arrived at the woods on the eastern edge of the ghostly island he had mentioned. Creak. Suddenly, two eerie and spine-chilling sounds echoed from above them. Rocky and the others instinctively lifted their gazes toward the sky, yet found nothing in sight. Rocky and the others exchanged glances, each feeling a shiver run down their spines. Suddenly, Carol let out a sharp scream, instinctively dashing to Rocky's side and pointing to the spot they had just occupied. There's a ghost, she exclaimed in terror. What's wrong, Carol? Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Rocky immediately inquired. It seems it's not a ghost, but I can't quite tell what it is. Just a moment ago, I sensed a humanoid figure reaching out to me with my observation Haki. It wanted to touch my chest, Carol said, crossing her arms defensively. What? I haven't even touched you. Who dares to take advantage of Carol? Rocky erupted, visibly furious. It must be said that women are indeed emotional beings. Carol quickly seized upon the crux of Rocky's words. You jerk. I considered you a brother, yet you think of taking advantage of me. Well, it's not like you're not beautiful. I generally have no interest in others like that. Don't you agree? Rocky hastily replied. All right, enough joking around. I have figured out who our current enemy is. Who? Carol's delicate features displayed her anger. Absalom, you scoundrel. If you dare entertain any wicked thoughts again, do not blame me for severing your filthy claws with a single stroke. Rocky said calmly, his gaze steady as he looked ahead. He forced himself to remain composed, knowing that his mastery of observation Haki was still lacking. He understood that only in a state of utter calm and intense focus could he effectively utilize it. Hearing Rocky's declaration, Brooke cast him a deep, puzzled look, a mixture of confusion and astonishment in his eyes. Who is Absalom? Carol asked Rocky. A peeping Tom of a lecher, Rocky replied, quickly glancing at the assistant Krista. Be cautious, there's an invisible fiend lurking around us. Loki's observation of the Conqueror's Haki was somewhat lacking, failing to capture the presence of Absalom in real time. However, as soon as Loki's words fell, a resounding thud echoed through the air. It turned out that Krista had clenched her fist and unleashed a powerful blow into the surrounding atmosphere, producing a muffled sound. Hiss. Following this unexpected turn of events, Loki and his companions distinctly heard a collective intake of breath from their surroundings. Absalom, we are the Navy. We have not come here to provoke you, Loki stated calmly. First and foremost, I wish to avoid involving your captain, Moria. Let those uninvolved remain out of this. Our focus is solely on Ahriman. Rocky addressed the direction from which Krista had just struck with her fist. Humph. Absalom, who had transformed into a transparent man using the power of the transparent fruit, scoffed inwardly, thinking, it matters not who you are. Daring to board Lord Moria's terrifying ship means you must be prepared to become prey. Gazing at the exquisitely beautiful Carol, the transparent Absalom swallowed hard, his lascivious nature overpowering his reason. This woman is utterly captivating. I must find a way to take her home. With utmost caution, Absalom stealthily approached Carol, fantasizing about savoring the essence of the goddess. Yet, he failed to cast even a glance at Krista, who rivaled Carol in beauty and surpassed her in figure. Instead, he deliberately focused on a nearby grove. In the direction he gazed, a large tree harbored a bat-shaped zombie. Absalom directed his attention toward it. It was not that he lacked the courage to act lewdly towards the voluptuous woman before him. Rather, she simply did not entice him. Yes, that's it. It's not that I fear the strong. Then, Absalom moved quietly once more, and the eerie atmosphere abruptly returned. Silently, he was almost beside Carol. You're courting death. Absalom. With a thunderous shout, Rocky advanced 2 steps forward, drawing his sword and thrusting it into the void beside him. Hiss. Absalom involuntarily gasped in surprise. For Rocky's blade halted mere inches from his throat. If it weren't for my desire to avoid conflict with Moria, I would have severed you in an instant. Do you truly believe yourself formidable, Absalom? Rocky bellowed, simultaneously unleashing his conqueror's Haki, which spread out with palpable intensity. This display momentarily stunned Absalom. Yet as a loyal commander under Moria, he was far from weak. The impact of Rocky's Haki bore little weight on him. However, the next moment, fury flashed across his face. How long had it been? After years of indulgence alongside the moonlit Moria, he had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of rage, Absalom's reason was overwhelmed, and he raised his right hand, wielding a small cannon. Without a trace of hesitation, he fired directly at Rocky. Boom. At such a close range. The cannon's initial velocity was swift, leaving Rocky no time to react. Yet, in the following instant, Rocky felt a tremendous force acting upon him, violently propelling him to the side. As Rocky soared through the air, he twisted his body to glance back. It was none other than Christo, who had swatted him away with a forceful blow. Although Christo's strike was somewhat heavy-handed, it was certainly preferable to being struck by cannon fire, was it not? Damn it. That scoundrel, Rocky is my student. Christo huffed angrily into the air. Clenching her pale fists, Christo's figure abruptly appeared on the opposite side. Bang! Her fist collided once more with the transparent air, producing a dull thud. Absalom, struck by Christo's blow, was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily dozens of meters away. Coughing and gasping, Absalom struggled to rise, his gaze fixed in horror upon the clenched fists of Christo not far off. He was jolted awake. This prey was formidable, and he could not handle it. Very well, you wretches, prepare to face the wrath of the zombie legion. Absalom roared defiantly, casting his eyes toward the bat zombie perched in the nearby tree. As their gazes met, the zombie immediately took flight towards Absalom. It was he who had previously brought Absalom here from the skies. Issuing threats is contingent upon your ability to escape or our willingness to let you go. The voice of Rocky suddenly erupted in Absalom's ears, causing his eyes to nearly bulge from their sockets. When had this young man approached him? A swift flash of sword light pierced the air, and a severed arm, lopped off at the shoulder, materialized from the void, accompanied by splattering blood. Ah! Absalom let out a piercing cry of agony, for his right hand lay gruesomely on the ground. The bat-like creature soaring above halted abruptly, its eyes wide with terror. How dare these Navy men assault Lord Absalom? Did they not fear the wrath of Lord Moria? The bat zombie felt a hollowness in its mind, and indeed, its instincts were correct. For in a fit of fury, Carol had suddenly appeared behind it, delivering a crushing blow to its head. You didn't believe I would hesitate to kill you, did you? Rocky declared, sword pointed menacingly at the kneeling Absalom, who was clutching his severed arm and wailing in pain. Chapter 119, A Reunion with Ahriman. You didn't believe I would hesitate to kill you, did you? As Rocky spoke these words, a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, while a look of disdain was deeply etched into Absalom's mind. The words uttered by Rocky resonated in Absalom's ears with a thunderous impact. Observing Absalom momentarily stunned by his fright, a sense of satisfaction welled up within Rocky. Would he eliminate Absalom? Certainly not. By sparing Absalom, he could ensure that Moria would remain at bay. Once Absalom was dispatched, he would have to face Moria's wrath. Until he had dealt with Ahriman, this was a scenario Rocky was keen to avoid. Severing your right hand is merely a punishment for the offense you committed against my friend. I ask you, do you find my retribution just? Locke placed the sword against Absalom's throat and spoke calmly. Absalom, gritting his teeth, turned his head away, ultimately yielding to the threat of death. A light chuckle escaped Locke's lips as he glanced at Carol, inquiring, is this sufficient? Upon hearing his words, Absalom abruptly twisted his head to face Carol, his heart racing. Let it go, Carol whispered, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If Absalom were to lose another arm, he would likely bleed to death. I will nullify your abilities, Locke declared, seizing Absalom by an area and lifting him effortlessly. Humph. Absalom grunted defiantly, even if you kill me, I shall not relinquish my powers. He was a man of pride, and while he could endure Carol witnessing his current pitiful state, it would be intolerable if other zombies discovered it. How could he continue as a general in his undead legion? He would undoubtedly be ridiculed by Perona and Hogback. However, in the next moment, Absalom felt a chilling sensation in his wrist, followed by an overwhelming weakness throughout his body. To his horror, he realized that his powers had vanished. Once stripped of his abilities, it became apparent that he was a tall man with a lion-like face marred by a multitude of stitched scars, making him highly recognizable. You think you can avoid showing yourself just because you wish to? How naive. Locke chuckled. Moments earlier, he had restrained Absalom with sea prism stone handcuffs. No matter how flamboyant his devil fruit powers were, the sea prism stone rendered them utterly ineffective. Grasping Absalom's weakened form, Locke searched him and discarded any dangerous weapons before leading him and the group deeper into the forest. The woods were cloaked in shadows, devoid of the sounds of insects or birds, creating an eerily tranquil atmosphere. Not long after entering the forest, Locke's group spotted 2 zombies in the distance, indulging in drinks. Why call them zombies? Because no normal human, regardless of their appearance, would be so grotesquely malformed. One was a tree-like figure, riddled with stitched scars, while the other bore the head of a zebra atop a humanoid body, equally scarred. The 2 zombies were pouring drinks when they suddenly twitched their noses and, drawn by the scent, noticed Locke and his companions approaching. Their eyes widened, and they were oblivious to the fact that their cups were already filled. Lord Absalom has lost a hand, and he is being held captive? What could this mean? Was the 3-masted ship about to be turned upside down? The 2 zombies' minds buzzed with confusion. On this side, Absalom fixed his gaze intently on the 2 zombies ahead. He realized that his opportunity for escape had finally arrived. What are you still hesitating for? Get out of my way at once. Absalom shouted at the 2 zombies, suppressing his pain. Yet, how could such a trivial ruse deceive Rocky and the others? Carol, you apprehend him while I deal with those 2 zombies, Rocky instructed. Understood. Carol nodded obediently, accepting the other half of the high stone handcuffs from Rocky. Meanwhile, the 2 zombies exchanged glances upon hearing Absalom's words. Run, they shouted in unison, sprinting frantically into the woods. As they fled, they yelled, This is bad. Lord Absalom has been ambushed. Thinking of escaping? Allow me to demonstrate whose speed is superior. With a chuckle, Rocky swiftly vanished from his spot, leaving only the echo of his footsteps behind. Go to hell. In mere seconds, Rocky swiftly caught up with the zombies, and without hesitation, he unleashed a decisive strike. Whoosh, whoosh. With 2 rapid slashes, the heads of the zombies were severed and sent tumbling away. An urgent cry echoed. This is terrible. Lord Absalom has been ambushed. The 2 headless zombies continued to sprint forward, clutching their severed heads in a manic frenzy. Rocky stood in astonishment. Decapitation does not guarantee death? And they are actually running while holding their own heads? This is absurd. Mr. Rocky, to deal with zombies, one must use salt. Only salt can ensure their complete demise. Brooke shouted from a distance. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Rocky exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. How infuriating it is that his mind could not retain the complete original text. Just a little longer for you to prance about, he muttered as he soared back. Though he hadn't brought any salt, Brooke seemed to have prepared some. After a few more seconds, Rocky returned to Carol and the others. Here you go, Mr. Rocky, Brooke said, handing him a small pouch of sea salt that he had ready. Brooke continued, Mr. Rocky, if you pour the salt into the zombies' mouths, the shadows embedded within their bodies will flee, leading to their ultimate demise. Rock nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Brooke. As Rocky's words faded, he soared into the air once more. A grave situation had arisen. Lord Absalom had been ambushed. The 2 zombies, fleeing for their lives, continued to scream frantically. Their cries soon roused those who had taken refuge in the woods, the ones who had lost their shadows. Let us go and investigate. Who dares to launch an attack on Absalom? He is surely doomed. They urged one another. Hurry, hurry. If we delay, we might miss the spectacle. If I could witness Absalom being thoroughly beaten, I would gladly meet my end. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Remaining in this eerie, terrifying forest, where provisions are meager, attire is wretched, and sunlight is a distant memory, is a life I have long wished to escape. Let us proceed. The news of Absalom's ambush detonated within the hearts of the shadowless, igniting their emotions like a powerful bomb. They surged forth from their hiding places, racing towards the source of the commotion. Die. Rocky swiftly caught up with 2 zombies, poised to strike. Suddenly, he spotted 2 familiar figures among the crowd of shadowless individuals rushing towards him, Aramon and Carterp. Chapter 120. Confronting Aramon with a grin. Rocky directed his smile towards Aramon and Carterp. Then, under the watchful gaze of all the shadowless onlookers, he advanced rapidly and effortlessly subdued the 2 zombies. What on earth is he doing? Does he not realize that zombies are invincible? He must be a newcomer. Well, let us not intervene. He'll learn his lesson soon enough. Swish, swish, Two beams of sword light flashed as Rocky swiftly severed the arms of two zombies, causing them to roll to the ground, clutching their heads. In that moment, Rocky deftly hurled a prepared block of salt into the gaping mouths of the undead. The instant the salt entered, both zombies emitted anguished cries, and to the astonishment of onlookers, two dark shadows erupted from their mouths. What is happening? Is this the secret hidden within the zombies? What are those shadows? Everyone fixated on the two shadows. However, instead of soaring away, the shadows darted directly towards a group of individuals who had lost their own shadows, merging seamlessly into the bodies of two of them. My shadow has returned. One person suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Mine too, my shadow is back. The two individuals who had regained their shadows danced with joy amidst the crowd of shadowless souls. Let's south leave this cursed place. Brother, let us hurry. Yes, I don't want to stay in this damned place for another minute. Let us go. The two quickly made their exit. Witnessing this scene, the others who had lost their shadows experienced a moment of clarity. Though they were aware their shadows had been taken, they had been oblivious to their fate. The situation became clear. Their shadows resided within the zombies. It appeared that the key to defeating the zombies and reclaiming their shadows lay solely in the hands of this young man before them. After all, they had never encountered anyone capable of such feats. They hadn't even realized that their shadows were embedded within the zombies. That young man is astonishing. He truly defeated a zombie. It is incredible. I have been trapped on this island for years, attempting countless methods to vanquish the zombies. Yet this young man is a true hero. The shadowless individuals began to shower Rocky with praise, eager to exalt him to the heavens. Young man, can you help me find my shadow? The zombies overpowered me and took it away. Please help me. I have been stranded on this island for 8 years, with family depending on me, implored an elderly man. I am even worse off. I was trapped here 3 years ago when my son was just a month old. More and more shadowless individuals emerged, surrounding Rocky and pleading for his assistance. Yet, Rocky remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Airman and Carter. Before long, Carol, Krista, and Brooke arrived with Absalom in tow. What? That scoundrel Absalom has truly been dealt with. He has lost a hand. I'm absolutely elated. Finally, it's his turn to face misfortune. Heaven has eyes. Today is a day of great joy. It's like a festival. The sight of Absalom, disheveled and with a severed hand, being dragged by Rocky's companions was indeed a grim spectacle. The shadowless individuals came to a profound realization. Rocky truly stood in opposition to the Moonlight Mariah, and his power was undeniably formidable. This revelation ignited a fervent flame of hope within their hearts, transforming their previous flicker of a desire to reclaim their shadows into an all-consuming blaze. Suddenly, Absalom erupted into laughter. You pitiful souls! Do you genuinely believe this lad can defeat Lord Mariah? He bellowed mockingly. Silence! Carol exclaimed, her anger manifesting as she struck Absalom's wounded shoulder. His anguished scream echoed like the wail of a slaughtered beast, sending shivers down the spines of all present. I promise. If you swarm in here and rescue me from their grasp, I shall compel Lord Mariah to return your shadows and grant you freedom. Absalom, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted once more with urgency. Upon hearing the prospect of reclaiming their shadows, the shadowless individuals found their reason eclipsed by their fervent desire. After all, the odds of success seemed significantly greater on Absalom's side. If you believe his words bear truth, then let us charge forth together, Rocky declared, unsheathing his sword and coldly addressing the gathered crowd. After all, it appears you have grown weary of your current existence. Allow me to send you on your way. After Rocky finished speaking, Carol struck Absalom's wound once more, causing him to scream in agony and drawing the attention of everyone present. Why do we not eliminate this lecher? Carol pointed at Absalom. Because he is an officer under the warlord Gecko Moria, and we fear the power that Moria wields. And you? Do you not have a protector? So, regardless of your numbers, we shall slay as many as you bring. Carol's expression darkened, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. Moreover, whether or not there exists a signed agreement, how will you prove your involvement when the time comes? Even if there is an agreement, would you trust the words of your adversary, fools? Carol's display of authority served as a rude awakening for those restless souls who had lost their shadows, bringing them back to their senses. Observing the once fidgety individuals now calmed, Carol exhaled in relief and delivered another blow to Absalom's wound. Ah! Absalom cried out, nearly brought to tears by the pain, vowing never to cause trouble again. With the situation having eased, Rocky no longer hesitated and declared, firstly, I do not wish to involve all of you shadowless individuals. Those who are unrelated should remain uninvolved. My focus is solely on him and him. Rock pointed at Ayman and Kadup, and the others who had lost their shadows were not surprised. As Rock had been observing Ayman and his companion closely since a moment ago. Ayman, last time you managed to escape. Do you dare to face me in battle this time? Rock declared boldly, unwavering in his challenge. Humph, I wonder who bestowed upon you such courage. Ayman retorted with a scoff. Had it not been for Zephyr's interference in our last battle, victory would undoubtedly have been mine. Since you dare to confront us, how splendid. Without further ado, let us commence. As Roche's words fell, he cast a glance at Carol behind him, preparing to charge alongside her. Do not be hasty, Navy brat. Ayman swiftly halted Rock, continuing, if you lose, you shall obediently divulge the secret to defeating zombies. Understand? A mischievous grin spread across Roche's face. I'm afraid I must disappoint you, for we shall not be defeated. Upon hearing this, Ayman's heart soared with joy. It indicated that if Rock were to lose, he would indeed be willing to reveal the secret to slaying zombies. However, this young man proved to be quite formidable, yet for the sake of his aspirations, Ayman was determined to fight. Anyone can boast, but only those who can deliver are truly impressive. Ayman eagerly charged towards Rock, eager to unveil what had granted him the audacity to challenge him. Chapter 121. The fierce battle with Ayman. Kadup understood precisely what had stirred his captain's excitement. Presently, there were hundreds of shadowless individuals on this island, many of whom were formidable warriors. If Ayman could acquire the method to vanquish the zombies, he could rally these hundreds to besiege Moonlight Moria. After defeating Moria, those who benefited from his immense favor would surely be inclined to follow him, thus expanding his pirate crew once more. In such a scenario, he would possess the confidence to enter the New World and contend against the 4 emperors of the sea. I shall undoubtedly become the pirate king. The more Ayman contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His opportunity for fame lay just ahead, and he was resolute in eliminating the young man before him. Brooke, I entrust that scoundrel Absalom to you. Carol handed the sea stone handcuffs to Brooke. Brooke refrained from taking them, gesturing to Carol. Miss Carol, I too am a wielder of abilities. I cannot accept those cuffs. Upon hearing this, Carol blinked. Ah, right. Brooke is indeed an ability user. Otherwise, he would not be able to exist in this skeletal form. This led her to ponder. If Brooke were to wear the sea stone handcuffs, restricting his powers, would he face immediate demise? This question had once intrigued Rock as well. Consequently, Carol leaned the handcuffs against a small tree. Brooke, please keep a close watch on him, she instructed before hastily pursuing Rock. Mr. Rock should emerge victorious, shouldn't he? Brooke drew his sword and leaned against the tree adorned with Absalom, observing the fierce clash between Rocky and Carol. Release me, and I shall persuade Lord Moria to return your shadow, Absalom offered to Brooke. Ho ho ho, betrayal is beneath the dignity of a gentleman, Brooke firmly rejected. His gaze intently fixed on the advancing Rocky, eagerly anticipating the ensuing battle. Realizing that temptation bore no fruit, Absalom remained unfazed. Adjusting his mindset as he turned his attention to Rocky, secretly wishing for the young man to be felled by a single blow from the enemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, one who had lost his shadow inquired, which side do you believe will prevail? Another replied, it is uncertain, however. The essence of battle lies in momentum, and both sides exhibit formidable resolve. This confrontation promises to be quite captivating. As Rocky and Carol charged towards him, Ahriman was instantly incensed. You two scoundrels dare to underestimate me, he bellowed in fury. Such arrogance. Kartop seethed in agreement. It had only been a little over 2 months since their last encounter. Could it be that in such a brief time, they had grown capable of facing him and the captain? Clearly, that was implausible. No, Captain, there must be trickery afoot, Kartop warned Ahriman. Ahriman, his expression inscrutable, nodded in acknowledgement, his vigilance focused entirely on the approaching Rocky. I understand now, Captain. They intend to use the 2 of them to delay us while their female assistant sneaks in for an ambush, Kartop asserted. Recalling how Rocky and Carol had employed a similar tactic in their previous confrontation, Ahriman nodded, allocating part of his attention to guard against a potential strike from Krista. As Rocky and Carol observed the palpable tension etched on the faces of Ayman and Kartop, they instantly realized that the latter had fallen into their carefully laid trap. Rocky had anticipated this very scenario. Over the past 2 months, his strength had surged dramatically, while Ayman and Kartop, recovering from their ailments, would undoubtedly require time to regain their former prowess. Even with some improvement, it would be negligible. In this delicate balance of power, Rocky found himself presented with the opportunity to eliminate Ayman. Furthermore, given their joint appearance in battle, the cunning and seasoned Ayman and Kartup would certainly harbor suspicions of deceit, inevitably diverting some of their attention to guard against a potential ambush by Krista. Thus, the probability of Rocky successfully dispatching Ayman increased significantly, providing him the confidence to confront Ayman directly. In an instant, Rocky and Carol closed in on Ayman and Kartup, the impending clash looming ominously. Furious iron fist. Ayman bellowed. His right hand tightly clenched into a fist as he hurled it towards Rocky, while his left hand remained poised at his waist to guard against Krista's stealthy assault. One sword-style ultimate, Flame Slash. As Rocky unsheathed his sword, a brilliant flame materialized between the scabbard and the blade in an instant, with a resounding whoosh. As Rocky swung his sword, the flames that danced upon it surged dramatically, transforming into a colossal inferno. Ahriman, endowed with the powers of the hard fruit, initially stood his ground, relying on his indomitable physique to withstand Rocky's strike. However, he soon found himself unable to evade the impending blow. Clang! The blade of Rocky struck Ahriman with a crisp clang. Boom! As the sword met Ahriman's body, a massive burst of flames erupted upon impact. Simultaneously, Ahriman retaliated with a powerful right fist aimed squarely at Rocky's head. However, Rocky, having mastered the observation Haki, discerned Ahriman's intent and deftly twisted his neck to evade the fierce assault. With Ahriman's strike missing its mark, would Rocky grant him another chance? Certainly not. Ahriman's body, impervious and unyielding, felt the force of Rocky's strike, prompting him to leap back from the overwhelming recoil. At that moment, flames engulfed Ahriman's clothing, igniting him in a fiery blaze. Swordsmanship secret, Gale. As Rocky retreated, he unleashed another slash. With the arc of his sword, a gust of wind, neither too weak nor too strong, surged forth, igniting the flames on Ahriman's body into a ferocious blaze. It's burning, it's burning, it's burning. Enveloped in flames, Ahriman let out blood-curdling screams akin to a slaughtered pig. In that instant, he could no longer concern himself with Rocky's offensive and collapsed to the ground, rolling in desperation. Seizing the opportunity of his adversary's misfortune, Roshi advanced and relentlessly struck at the rolling Ahriman on the ground, the sound of metal clashing echoing continuously. It must be said that Ahriman was indeed as resilient as a tortoise. Despite the prowess of Roshi's sword, it could not breach his defenses. To defeat him, one would need to employ nature-based attacks or utilize shock techniques to bypass Ahriman's impervious exterior and devastate his fragile innards. Unfortunately, Ahriman's garments had been entirely incinerated. And although Roshi unleashed his fiery sword techniques once more, they could inflict pain upon Ahriman but could not touch his essence. Ahriman roared in fury and agony, abruptly flipping over to stand, launching a frenzied pair of punches that forced Roshi back. He glanced at himself, noting that his clothes had been reduced to ashes. Not a single hair remained, and his skin was charred, every inch marred. This is the consequence of underestimating me. Roshi grinned, his gaze calm as he regarded Ahriman. Chuckling softly, the spectators, those who had lost their shadows, watched in astonishment as Roshi triumphed over Ahriman, their mouths agape. Can a sword truly conjure flames? Their worldviews had been irrevocably altered. Chapter 122. Trapped in despair while the battle raged on for Roshi, news of Absalom's ambush reached Perona and Hogback. In Perona's astonishing little courtyard, she, adorned in Gothic Lolita attire, huffed in disbelief, exclaiming how useless Absalom was. Kuma, take good care of my body, she instructed the towering masked puppet zombie beside her. Noticing Kuma's lack of response, Perona grew slightly irate. Do you understand? Yes, Kuma replied cautiously. Perona's frustration flared, exclaiming, don't answer. It's not cute at all. Kuma's eyes widened in alarm, cold sweat trickling down as he nodded vigorously. I must go rescue that fool Absalom. You need to carry my body to bed and then awaken Lord Moria. With that, Perona commanded assertively. Negative spirit. In the next moment, Perona's body slumped weakly. Held securely by Kuma, 3 adorable, ethereal white spirits immediately surged from Perona's astonishing courtyard, darting toward the desolate woods where Absalom lay. Rocky spoke, yet Ahriman paid him no heed. The pain was unbearable. His body was engulfed in burns, every inch of his skin marred, as relentless waves of agony coursed through him, igniting his nerves. He felt as though he might faint from the torment. Yet, he fought to maintain his consciousness, aware that should he succumb, Rocky could effortlessly sever his head with a single stroke. Save me. Katup, please come to my aid. Ahriman cried out, enduring the pain as he called to Katup, who stood nearby. Damn it. Katup cursed inwardly, unable to focus on rescuing Ahriman. In less than 2 months, The woman before him had reached a level of skill that matched his own. Her progress was astonishing. Don't call for help. Do you think your first mate can break free at this moment? Rocky chuckled, yet he did not advance to attack Ahriman immediately. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Ahriman glanced aside. And indeed, he saw Carol and Kat locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. How is this possible? How can this be? He muttered in disbelief. His inner defenses shattered by Rocky. He lost faith in his own survival. You know you cannot escape. After all, my assistant has yet to make her move. Rocky pointed to Krista, who stood not far behind. Hearing this, Ahriman's face turned ashen. Why? Why is fate so cruel to me? He raged, looking skyward in fury. Embrace your destiny, Ahriman. Just look at your suffering. Life is agony for you. If you cease to resist, I can grant you a swift end, Rocky coaxed gently. Impossible. Ahriman bellowed defiantly, his voice brimming with stubborn resolve. I will survive. I must survive. I will become the pirate king. To him, villains were unworthy of dreams. Rocky raised his sword, the blade once again entwined with flames. Suddenly, as Rocky heard a peculiar sound, a chilling laughter pierced the air. The moment the sound emerged, it sent a jolt through him, prompting him to swiftly turn his head. Indeed, 3 charmingly depicted white spirits were gliding through the sky. Damn, Perona has arrived. Upon noticing the spirits approaching, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Even Carol and Krista were no exception. Just moments ago, Rocky had introduced them to the 3 peculiarities of the Moria pirates. In simpler terms, these 3 oddities serve as the Moria pirates' primary support. Among them, Absalom possesses the ability to render others invisible during combat, while the brilliant surgeon Hodback can create zombies. And then there is the ghost princess Perona, a support character endowed with the ability to instill a state of despair, once touched by Perona's negative spirits. Regardless of one's identity or the strength of one's resolve, one would instantaneously succumb to an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, rendering them incapable of fighting. This ability surpasses even that of Sugar, a subordinate of Doflamingo. Moreover, the duration of this despair is quite prolonged. During this period of despondency, one is utterly unable to retaliate or inflict damage, while the adversaries, provided they do not act recklessly, can effortlessly tear one apart. Despair, despair, despair. The 3 negative spirits softly chanted and danced in the air, quickly multiplying from 3 to 4, 5, 6, and finally, a total of 8. Witnessing this scene, Rocky felt an immense pressure weighing down on him, his mind racing with thoughts. If Perona's negative spirits were not dealt with, their group would likely face utter annihilation. Despair, despair, despair. The negative spirits softly sang as they launched their assault toward Rocky, Carol, and Krista. It was over. This group was doomed. No one could withstand the ghost princess's negative spirits. The shadowless individuals across from Luffy watched in despair as the negative spirits launched an assault on his group, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had ignited within them. With the negative spirits restraining them, Caterp quickly assisted Ahriman to retreat to safety. Both Ahriman and Caterp had their shadows seized by Moria. To ensure the survival of 2 formidable zombies, Moria would not eliminate Ahriman and Caterp, for their demise would also spell the end for the zombies created from their shadows. Hey, brother, hurry and reveal how to vanquish the zombies. If you do, you shall be our savior. A voice suddenly cried out from the crowd of shadowless souls. They were anxious. Luffy and his crew had provoked the Moria pirates too severely, having already severed one of Absalom's arms. Thus, the Moria pirates would not spare the lives of Luffy's group. If Luffy were to perish, the method to eliminate the zombies would become a permanent secret, a fate that the shadowless individuals were desperate to avoid. Indeed, brother, please share the method with us. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, another voice echoed in agreement from the crowd. Their pragmatism was evident, although their actions were selfish. One could hardly deem them wrong. However, their insistence only sealed the fate of Luffy and his companions. Yet, Luffy's group ignored their pleas, focusing intently on evading the attacks of Perona's negative spirits, which were relentless and even targeted Brook. Despite being besieged by the negative spirits, Luffy's crew maintained their composure and did not scatter, for they understood that fleeing would only lead to being taken down one by one. Chapter 123. The Avengers' delight noticing that none of Luffy's group responded to them. The shadowless individuals ceased their clamoring for Luffy to disclose the method to eliminate the zombies. Most of them were seasoned souls who comprehended Luffy's current mindset. Perhaps when Luffy and his companions were truly on the brink of defeat at the hands of the negative spirits, they would reveal the secret to vanquishing the zombies. The shadowless crowd anxiously observed the tug-of-war between Luffy and the negative spirits. Ironically, just moments ago, they had hoped that Luffy would lead them against the Moria pirates. Now, they wished for Luffy's swift defeat. Supported by Caterp to the side, Ahriman watched as Luffy's group was pursued by the negative spirits. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, nearly forgetting his discomfort. "Cheer for me," Ahriman said, glancing at Caterp. "Excellent work, Princess of Ghosts." Caterp awkwardly responded. Upon hearing Caterp's cheer, Absalom, who was also keenly observing Luffy's pursuit, snapped back to reality. "Hey, what are you all standing around for? Come here and free me at once," Absalom shouted, enduring the pain as he called out to the shadowless individuals. Upon hearing his plea, several of the shadowless rushed towards him, soon followed by a throng of others. Their hopes for victory on Losai's side had utterly dissipated. To them, it was evident that Perona was destined to triumph, and Absalom would surely be rescued next. However, providing timely assistance was far more valuable than mere accolades. If they saved Absalom now, it would be splendid if he, out of gratitude, were to implore Moria to restore their shadows in the future. Although the likelihood of such a favor seemed slim, it was certainly better than having no hope at all. Yet, they were overestimating their chances. The sea stone handcuffs were as unyielding as diamonds, far beyond their capacity to break. Many shadowless individuals surrounded Absalom, attempting various means to liberate him. But none could shatter the sea stone restraints. "Damn that little punk. Once I escape, I shall dismember you," Absalom seethed as he observed Losai fleeing in disarray, pursued by the relentless negative spirits. He was confident in his eventual salvation, for Perona's negative spirits had never failed, unless Losai's group possessed extraordinary endurance. Compelling Perona to exhaust her energy through constant evasion would be a formidable challenge. Moreover, Perona was likely already dispatching word to Moria. Indeed, Perona did notify Moria. After placing her body upon the bed, Kamasi hurriedly made his way to Moria's quarters. At that moment, he had just arrived. Kamasi, the personal servant of Perona, was well known to the guards stationed outside Moria's chamber. "Kamasi, what brings you here?" A few guards obstructed his path. "There's a grave situation. We must rouse Lord Moria at once." Kamasi urgently explained the severity of the circumstances. Upon hearing that Absalom had suffered the loss of an arm, the guards' faces turned pale with fear, though, of course, their faces could not truly blanch. What if Lord Moria unleashed his wrath upon them upon waking to such news? Neglecting their concerns, they swiftly set about rousing Moria, aware that failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. Soon, Moria was awakened. Upon hearing Kamasi's account, Moria erupted in fury. His previous failure in the New World against Kaido had culminated in the annihilation of his pirate crew, leaving him as the sole survivor. Disheartened, he retreated from the New World, returning to the first half of the Grand Line, where he accepted an invitation from the world government to become a warlord of the sea. It was then that he encountered his current three subordinates, Perona, Absalom, and Hogback. Over the years, he had collaborated with these three in managing a zombie army. Though their relationship appeared to be that of captain and crew, they were bound by a brotherly bond, each one a cherished confidant of Moria. "Gather the zombie army. I demand retribution for their blood debts," Moria bellowed with a chilling intensity. "Yes, master." Kumasi and several other guards promptly informed the zombie legion on Ghost Island. Moments later, hundreds of animal zombies and general zombies surged toward the woods where Luffy and the others were situated. Although Luffy and his companions were unaware of the approaching storm, they could surmise that Moria would soon arrive with his undead forces. Yet, they felt helpless against Perona's troublesome negative spirits. "You lot are quite formidable," one of the negative spirits suddenly declared. Following this, the speaking spirit abruptly split into multiple forms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With Luffy's group already strained by two negative spirits each, Perona's restraint proved bewildering. "Haha, they're doomed. They're absolutely doomed," Ahriman exclaimed, forcing back his pain while reveling in Luffy's misfortune. The sight of Luffy struggling filled him with delight. "Honestly, I do not deserve to live in this world. I wish for nothing more than to perish," Brook lamented, suddenly collapsing to the ground. He had fallen prey to the attack. Observing Brook's predicament, the shadowless individuals shackled by Absalom's sea stone handcuffs rushed toward Brook. Capturing this skeleton would be an accomplishment, would it not? The situation quickly escalated. The three negative spirits that had previously besieged Brook immediately turned their attention to Luffy and his companions. It must be said that Perona's tactical acumen in battle was lacking, as she directed the three freed negative spirits to individually assault Luffy's group rather than coordinating a unified attack. However, the truth was that Perona was merely toying with Luffy and his friends. While she harbored disdain for Absalom, he was still her ally. I may look down upon him, but I will not allow others to bully him. Thus, she intended to make Rocky and the others gradually experience despair, indirectly avenging Absalom. My physique is far from satisfactory. Not even appealing to my closest friend, I wish a chasm would open beneath me to swallow me whole. Carol, too, lay on the ground, disheartened, having succumbed to the same fate. Oh no. The four despondent phantoms surrounding Carol immediately soared toward Rocky and Christo. How infuriating. Are we truly destined to perish here? A wave of negativity surged within Rocky, yet he continued to evade with all his might. Chapter 124, A Desperate Counterattack. Christo is in peril. After being pierced by the despondent specters, Carol was swiftly ensnared by another group of shadowless beings. Witnessing this, Rocky felt a pang of sorrow but found himself unable to assist, preoccupied with his own survival. The forthcoming battle promised to be even more brutal, as two additional phantoms would soon converge to eliminate him. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he still failed to devise a strategy against the despondent specters. There was no need for the phantoms to strike him. Rocky was already sinking deeper into despair. Absalom, who severed your hand? Inquired a despondent specter, hovering before Absalom. That brat. Absalom glared at Rocky, wishing to point him out, but his weakened state rendered him powerless, shackled by sea-stone cuffs, leaving him utterly drained. I understand, the specter replied. Subsequently, the four phantoms that had besieged Carol surged toward Christo, neglecting to split their forces to confront Rocky. This was fortuitous, as Christo possessed greater strength than Rocky. Had those additional phantoms chosen to attack Rocky, it would have undoubtedly been the final straw for him. Meanwhile, a sudden cacophony of low growls erupted from the distance. The shadowless onlookers immediately turned toward the source of the ominous sounds. Their curiosity was met with shock. A dark line, stretching several dozen meters long, approached ominously, obliterating everything in its path, be it solid rock or towering trees. The entire zombie legion had mobilized, and leading the charge was a tall figure resembling a demon, none other than the warlord of the Seven Seas, Gecko Moria. Moria had returned with his army of the undead to exact revenge. The sheer magnitude of the scene left all the shadowless spectators feeling a chill run down their spines. Hundreds of animal zombie soldiers, along with general zombies, composed a legion whose guttural roars alone could shatter one's psyche. Lord Moria has arrived. A despondent specter gazed towards the impending doom. Faced with the certainty of his demise, Rocky relinquished his restraint. Come on, bring it on. I'll slay one of you, he bellowed. You shall meet the most woeful end. A negative specter retorted. Suddenly, Chris, overwhelmed by guilt, confessed, I caused the death of my comrades. I am a harbinger of misfortune, unworthy of existence in this world. Upon hearing these words, Rocky felt a jolt in his heart. Turning to face Chris without a hint of evasion. No more fighting. I refuse to continue. At that moment, a negative specter passed through Rocky's form from behind. Yet, Rocky remained undisturbed within. Just moments ago, he had ascended to the despondent realm of the great Usopp. In such dire circumstances, it was inevitable for anyone to succumb to despair, to become as despondent as possible. Thus, Perona's negative specter became ineffective. Gala Gala Iman laughed heartily, his gaze fixated on Rocky, who had been traversed by the specter. The other observers sighed in resignation. They had to concede that Rocky and his companions were indeed formidable. Yet they remained utterly powerless against the Spectre Princess's negativity. This realization deepened their despair. Even if they discovered a means to vanquish the zombies, could they truly withstand the might of the Moria pirates? The harshness of reality was undeniably grim. Rocky stood resolutely, unlike those who, after being struck by the negative spirit, uttered despairing words and cowered on the ground. Suddenly, the atmosphere was filled with astonishment. After a while, Rocky remained silent. All the spectators who had lost their shadows were wide-eyed, mouths agape, staring blankly at Rocky. Even Perona's own negative spirit was left dumbfounded. Even from a distance, Moria, who was hastening towards the scene, witnessed the moment and was equally bewildered. Why had the negative spirit failed? What was happening? Realizing that he had not been affected by the negative spirit, Rocky felt a sense of enlightenment. After all, He was a time traveler, a possessor of a system, a person who had unlocked extraordinary abilities. Indeed, he had been rendered speechless by Perona's overwhelming presence. Rocky harbored no trace of arrogance. His heart was filled with bitter laughter. Even if he were immune to the influence of the malevolent specter at this moment, he was powerless to save everyone in the arena. That scoundrel Moria was charging forth with an overwhelming legion of zombies. Unless fate intervened, they would soon be torn asunder. Yet, would this lead to surrender? Life is a relentless struggle against adversity. Even in death, I shall seize a morsel of flesh from you. Rocky was contemplating this very thought. The human heart is eternally inscrutable. Just moments ago, when he was struck by the malevolent spirit, he was at his most despondent, thus remaining unaffected. All my companions perished because of me. I truly do not deserve to live in this world. Chris, who had been anxiously crouching on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet. He extended his right index finger and forcefully aimed it at his own left chest. Goodness, Chris genuinely intended to take his own life. Witnessing this scene, Rocky's mind nearly faltered. What was happening? Could the power of the malevolent spirit be so overwhelming? Why would Chris contemplate suicide? Yet, there was no time for Rocky to ponder these questions. He had to prevent Chris from harming himself. What could he do? At this moment, there was a distance of over 10 meters between Rocky and Chris. No matter how swift Rocky might be, it was impossible for him to intervene before Chris could pierce his own chest. Almost instinctively, Loki unleashed the full force of his conqueror's Haki. Due to time constraints, he did not focus solely on Krista. The overwhelming energy of the conqueror's Haki swept across the arena. Krista was caught in its wave, her movements momentarily frozen. At that moment, Loki charged forward with all his might, unable to halt his momentum, ultimately colliding with Krista and sending her soaring through the air. Rocky embraced Krista from behind, his hands firmly grasping hers. With a thud, they fell to the ground, rolling several meters before coming to a halt. Krista, what are you trying to do? Rocky shouted fiercely into her ear, his voice resonating powerfully. I'm a harbinger of misfortune. I will bring death to my companions. Just let me perish, Krista replied, her tone devoid of any emotion. No, you are not. Look at me. Am I not alive and full of vigor? Rocky quickly countered. Am I not considered your companion? We have shared several months together. Have you not yet acknowledged me? Rocky exerted all his efforts to divert the conversation. His companion, Christo, appeared vacant, murmuring, I am your partner, and so is Carol. We are both alive and well. We are about to perish, and it is I who has brought about your demise. Christo spoke in a mechanical, detached manner. How can that be? Even the 7 warlords of the sea cannot harm us, Rocky retorted. Just look. He gestured towards the rear. Chapter 125. Striding away with assurance, Christo retained a flicker of rationality, and upon hearing Rocky's words, turned to follow his. Before them, a majority of the spectators, stripped of their shadows, alongside numerous zombies rushing in with Moria, had succumbed to Rocky's conqueror's Haki, rendered unconscious. Even Perona's negative spirits were not immune to the overwhelming force of his Haki. As Rocky arrived, he keenly observed the scene. After his conqueror's Haki swept across the area, the negative specters dissipated into thin air. It seemed that Perona's personal will could not withstand the onslaught of his Haki. This realization brought a sense of fairness to Rocky, along with a tinge of regret for not employing his conqueror's Haki sooner. Nevertheless, the situation had significantly shifted in his favor. Moria and several general zombies, who were hastily approaching, found themselves still 100 meters away from Rocky, hindered by the time it took to engage in conversation with Krista. Meanwhile, Carol and Brooke, suppressed by those who had lost their shadows, were fortunate indeed. Most of their captors had been rendered unconscious by Rocky's conqueror's Haki, allowing them to escape with relative ease. It was truly a moment where despair transformed into salvation in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of Chris's hesitation, Luffy swiftly lifted her and slammed her onto the ground, then instantly appeared before Absalom. We shall not perish, Luffy assured Chris confidently. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pointed his sword menacingly at Absalom's head. Witnessing this, Carol and Brooke immediately understood Luffy's intent and hurriedly moved closer. Even the not-so-bright Chris discerned Luffy's plan, her large eyes reflecting surprise, joy, and confusion. Moria, shall we converse? Luffy called out to the approaching Moria. Moria merely snorted in response, offering no reply. You can't possibly believe your attack is swifter than my sword, can you? Is it a trait of the warlords of the sea to be so arrogant? Luffy chuckled. He swiftly swung his sword towards Moria, then quickly sheathed it, maintaining the blade firmly against Absalom's neck. Throughout this sequence, Luffy's expression remained unchanged, as if the preceding strike had been executed with nonchalance. However, after Luffy's sword stroke, an invisible, translucent blade of energy shot towards Moria. A nearby General Zombie, witnessing this, rushed forward to shield Moria from the impending strike. Yet, with a swift sound, the zombie was cleaved in two by the energy. Still, the blade of energy did not dissipate. Ultimately, Moria extended his right hand and shattered the attack with a claw. Observing this, Luffy's warning proved effective. Though Moria was exceedingly arrogant, he was also a formidable opponent with a keen grasp of the battlefield. Upon parrying Luffy's move, he realized that even his fastest shadow spear could not save Absalom before Luffy severed the latter's head. "What do you desire?" Moria halted, gesturing for the General Zombie behind him to cease as well, then fixed a stoic gaze upon Luffy. He pointed towards Ermin and Katap, then indicated Brook and his shadow. "Very well," Moria replied without hesitation. Despite Ermin being a pirate with a bounty of 200 million and shadows being exceedingly valuable, especially that of the skeleton, which possessed significant power, even the old man's shadow being quite impressive, none of this compared to Absalom's life. Moria was a rogue to outsiders but fiercely loyal to his own, evidenced by his 3 devoted subordinates. After all, Perona, who had spent 2 years with Mihawk, still cherished thoughts of Moria, highlighting his charismatic leadership. "No, no," Ahriman shouted in a frenzy, unable to accept the situation. Just moments ago, Rocky was in a dire predicament with no glimmer of hope for survival, and now, due to a single utterance from Rocky, Moria intended to take his life. This overwhelming disparity could easily be fatal for someone with a weak heart. Ahriman was thrown into disarray, his mind consumed solely by the urge to flee. He urgently bellowed at his companion, "Caterp, run. Quickly take me away." Caterp, however, shook his head with a face ashen as death. "Captain, we cannot escape. We must at least try. That lad was in dire straits just moments ago." Yet he turned the tables in an instant. Ahriman cried out in anguish. Caterp remained unmoved. "Captain, we lack the leverage and strength he possesses. How can we replicate his miracle?" Ahriman raised his hand and struck the ground in frustration, momentarily forgetting the pain as he vented his despair. "I refuse to accept this. Moria, deliver to me what I seek." Rocky spoke calmly. Moria commanded several General Zombies, who promptly dragged the now compliant Ahriman and Caterp toward Rocky. Meanwhile, he reached out to the colossal zombie, Ryoma, who harbored Brook's shadow, extracting it with ease. Once Brook's shadow was seized, Moria loosened his grip, allowing the shadow to soar back to its owner. As the shadow returned to Brook, he instantly appeared rejuvenated, as if he had shed over a decade. "Ah, Mr. Rocky, I am profoundly grateful." Brook bowed deeply, expressing his boundless appreciation. "Do not mention it. This is merely our shared destiny," Rocky replied with a subtle smile. As the 2 General Zombies began to draw Ahriman and Caterp closer, the latter 2 displayed a sudden surge of defiance. In perfect synchrony, they launched the 2 General Zombies away and dashed toward the dense woods. "Humph." Moria grunted in anger, extending his hand to grasp the 2 General Zombies, whose shadows belonged to Ahriman and Caterp. Upon seizing the zombies, Ahriman and Caterp, in their flight, faltered momentarily before crashing to the ground, emitting cries of anguish. The bond between shadow and body meant that inflicting harm upon the shadow could also injure the original. Such was the extraordinary nature of Moria's ability. Seeing Ahriman and Caterp fall, Rocky, who had been in pursuit, swiftly caught up to them, dispatching them with a single strike each. In an instant, both met their end. Ding dong. A system notification echoed in Rocky's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission to eliminate the pirate Ahriman. You have earned 30 reward points. We encourage you to continue your diligent efforts." During Rocky's pursuit of his target, Moria had intended to rescue Absalom. However, Carol, in perfect synchrony with Rocky, approached Absalom while Rocky was engaged in his lethal endeavor. She extended her delicate, alabaster finger and pointed menacingly at Absalom's neck. Should Moria dare to make a move, Carol's origami gun would unhesitatingly pierce Absalom's throat. Rocky glanced over at Moria with a faint smile gracing his lips and said, "It has been a pleasure collaborating. This place does not suit me. Farewell." Rocky and his companion swaggered towards the shore, where Rocky spared Absalom any hardship, directly tossing him to Moria. The group then employed their moonwalk technique, swiftly crossing the inner sea towards the warship anchored outside the fearsome 3-masted ship. "My dear subordinate, rest assured, I shall avenge you," Moria declared as he helped Absalom to his feet, determination etched upon his face. Chapter 126. Departure. kidnapping Krista. Subsequently, Rocky and his crew effortlessly returned to the warship moored outside the terrifying three-masted vessel. Set sail at full speed. Leave this place, Rocky commanded, and the warship, in sync with the trial mission, immediately embarked on its journey. Brooke, I shall send you to the Devil's Triangle, to the Island of Demons. From there, your voyage shall be your own to orchestrate, Rocky expressed to Brooke. Mr. Rocky, encountering you is truly a delightful occurrence, Brooke replied with a smile, despite lacking a face. If the course of history remains unaltered by my hand, you shall soon meet an intriguing group of companions, Rocky added, casting a mysterious smile at Brooke. Teasing is momentarily gratifying. Let the teasing continue. Brooke nodded earnestly. I am exceedingly joyful today. May I request permission to sing a song? Brooke inquired politely. I wish to hear Bing Sake. Rocky raised his hand. That aligns perfectly with my wishes. Brooke cleared his throat and began to sing. Yaho-ho, yaho-ho, bringing Bing Sake to your side. Like the sea breeze, unfettered, riding the waves with pride. As Brooke disembarked on the Island of Demons, his journey took on an air of uncertainty, leaving Rocky to ponder whether Brooke would cross paths with Luffy. Oh, would Luffy even encounter Nami? Watching Brooke depart, Rocky felt an unsettling calm within him. He had no desire to disrupt the original trajectory of the Straw Hat Pirates, yet now that it was altered, he would accept it. Before long, the warship returned to Zephyr's colossal vessel. In this trial, Rocky had ventured into the terrifying three-masted ship and vanquished airmen, successfully completing the third trial alongside Carol. This achievement meant they were ready to set forth, having graduated from the elite Navy training camp. While graduation bore certain advantages, it also heralded farewells. Rocky had yet to formulate his future plans, so he clung stubbornly to Zephyr's ship, with Carol doing the same. Zephyr was pleased with their decision. Thus, the days of elite training for Rocky and Carol became lively, filled with practice, observing fellow trainees, and subtly applying pressure on their peers. One day, a month later, Carol pulled Rocky into a corner. Rocky, let us graduate together, she finally mustered the courage to say after much hesitation. All right, Rocky readily agreed. In terms of strength, he and Carol had already surpassed their peers in the elite camp, rendering any further stay unnecessary. They had acquired knowledge beyond that of the average individual, having nearly mastered the dual-colored aura. Thus, let us together seek out Master Zephyr. Rocky nodded and accompanied Carol to Zephyr's office. Teacher, the world outside is vast, and I yearn to explore it, Rocky earnestly expressed to Zephyr. Upon hearing these words, a smile involuntarily graced Zephyr's face. You rascal. Even your plea for graduation sounds so eloquent. It's no wonder you managed to win Carol's heart. At Zephyr's comment, Rocky stiffened. Who told you that, teacher? I shall go and break his legs, Carol exclaimed, shaking her fist in indignation. Zephyr blinked and shifted the conversation. Regarding your letters of recommendation for the third trial, I have already composed them. He retrieved 2 envelopes from his drawer and handed them to Rocky and Carol. Thank you so much, teacher. They chorused in unison. Here are some insights from my experiences that you may find beneficial. Zephyr then pulled out a rather substantial notebook from his drawer and passed it to Rocky. Although he had many thoughts he wished to convey to Rocky and Carol, he struggled to articulate them and ultimately chose to encapsulate his numerous pieces of advice within the pages of the notebook. Carol's eyes involuntarily glistened with tears, emotion swirling within her gaze. Rocky felt a lump in his throat, sensing the profound love that Zephyr had for them. Rocky took the notebook from Zephyr's hands, clenched his fists, and earnestly spoke to Zephyr. Rest assured, teacher, I shall strive diligently to become your most outstanding and cherished student. Very well, off you go. Remember to return and visit your teacher when you have the time, Zephyr replied with a smile, waving goodbye to Rocky and Carol. Goodbye, teacher. In unison, Rocky and Carol bowed respectfully to Zephyr before departing from his office. As Rocky and Carol emerged, the other teaching assistants bid farewell, and comrades prepared a send-off party for them. Rocky, are you all leaving? I wish to join you, Krista exclaimed. Her words left the entire gathering in astonishment, with Rocky himself no exception. In that fleeting moment, all eyes converged upon Rocky, conveying a shared sentiment of bewilderment. Young fellow, how did you manage this? Rocky himself was bewildered, unaware of the underlying reasons. If Teacher Zephyr were to agree, it would bring me immense joy. Regaining his composure, Rocky immediately spoke, insisting that they must not betray the pure-hearted essence of Krista. Krista, do you no longer wish to remain aboard this warship? Ayn inquired, approaching her side. Rocky is my companion, and I must protect her, Krista replied earnestly and resolutely. In that instant, Ayn was taken aback, as were the other teaching assistants. Companion. How long had it been since Krista had uttered the word companion? Lachi, this fellow, has truly entered her heart. All the teaching assistants cast their gazes upon him. Young man, you are remarkable. In the past, after the incident with Krista, they employed countless methods, yet no one could penetrate the barriers of her heart. She remained lost and bewildered, akin to a 7 or 8-year-old child. Rocky was utterly at a loss for words. After a moment of confusion, he began to comprehend the entirety of the situation. It was likely that Perona's negative spirit had forcibly stirred Krista's inner turmoil. At that moment, Rocky had just proven to her that she was not an ill-fated individual and that her comrades would not perish because of her. Thus, Krista acknowledged Rocky as her ally. Krista, since you are willing to accompany Rocky, we will not hinder your choice. However, we must consult Teacher Zephyr first, shall we? Unremarked to Krista. Go ahead, Krista. Strive to protect your companions. Likewise, your comrades will endeavor to safeguard you. Zephyr's voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Instantly, they all turned their gaze towards Zephyr. His eavesdropping warmed their hearts. Indeed, Teacher Zephyr was deeply concerned about them. All right, I will certainly protect my comrades diligently, no matter how formidable the adversary may be. Krista declared with determination, clenching her fair fists. Chapter 127. Secrets. The farewell gathering continued, and after a delightful feast, everyone engaged in joyous games. Rocky and Carol were called aside by Zephyr. What I wish to discuss with you pertains to Krista, Zephyr began with a grave seriousness. The expressions of Rocky and Carol instantly turned grave. Having previously endured surveillance by the CP organization together, they were acutely aware that Krista harbored a significant secret. Krista was once a member of CP too. Zepha's words struck like a bombshell. Both Rocky and Carol were momentarily taken aback. Yet they quickly nodded and listened attentively as Zephyr recounted the tale. Once, Chris, during a crucial mission, faced failure and was marked for elimination by the CP organization. However, the fools failed in their attempt to terminate her, and I fortuitously encountered the injured Chris, rescuing her aboard my vessel. Although her severe wounds healed swiftly, the harrowing experience rendered her devoid of certain memories, transforming her into a blank slate. Subsequently, upon discovering her proficiency in the Marine 6 styles, my curiosity regarding her background was piqued, leading me to investigate and ascertain her true identity. To ensure her protection and facilitate her adjustment to a new life, she became one of my students, training alongside the elite recruits of that cohort. My other students treated Chris with kindness and in her innocence. She embraced them as her dearest companions, leading to a significant transformation in her life. Yet, misfortune continued to plague Chris. During a trial, she was discovered by members of the CP organization, who promptly initiated a relentless pursuit, resulting in the demise of her entire trial team, save for herself. This profound trauma caused Chris to retreat into herself, gradually evolving into the figure you now see. I wish to convey that Chris is a pitiable girl, Rocky. I believe that you will grow increasingly formidable, and I hope you can safeguard her. Rest assured, teacher, I shall protect my comrades. I would not fear standing against the entire CP organization, or even the world government. Rocky declared with utmost seriousness. Zephyr smiled at Rocky, nodding in affirmation. Now, cheer up. Go back and play games with them, Zephyr remarked jovially. Come on, teacher, Rocky's invented Mahjong, and it's incredibly fun. Carol chimed in. Oh, never mind. That is a game for the youth, Zephyr replied, shaking his head in refusal. Observing this, Rocky exchanged a knowing glance with Carol. You should pull the teacher along. He won't be able to refuse you. Understanding Rocky's unspoken message, Carol stepped forward, grasping Zephyr's robust arm and urging him to join. Come on, teacher. On the expansive deck of Zephyr's formidable warship, all the assistants and the elite recruits of that cohort, including Zephyr himself, bid farewell to Rocky, Carol, and Chris as the trio departed on the military vessel. Farewell, take care. The ship carrying Rocky and his companions set sail towards the naval headquarters. As the vessel navigated far from shore, the sadness of parting gradually faded. Carol pulled Rocky onto the deck. Rocky, do you know why I wanted you to graduate alongside me? Carol inquired. Rocky cast her a glance. You never told me. And I am not a worm in your belly. How could I possibly guess? Carol took a few deep breaths, organizing her thoughts before addressing Rocky. My family is in trouble, and I need to step up, but I fear I may not be able to withstand the pressure. I need your assistance. What happened? Rocky inquired seriously. Let me explain briefly. The reason I have been training so diligently and with such urgency to grow stronger is due to an impending duel that will irrevocably determine my family's fate, Carol stated. Oh, This duel can only be fought by the core members of our family, and I was not originally meant to bear the burden. However, a formidable individual has unexpectedly emerged from the opposing family's younger generation. Despite my brothers and my own rigorous training from a young age, we still fall short in comparison. It was only after examining the cultivation talents of all the core members of my generation, regardless of gender, that it was revealed I possessed the highest potential. Thus, I must take on this responsibility. Rocky nodded, understanding the weight of Carol's burden. The fate of an entire family rests upon your shoulders. Do you not fear? Although I have been trying my utmost, I am uncertain if I can prevail against my opponent, which is why I may need to ask you for a favor. Carol continued, but hesitated. What kind of favor? Please, go on. There is no need for formality between us. Rocky grasped Carol's hand, affirming, we are the best of partners. If I find myself unable to defeat that person, I hope you would agree to marry me, Carol said. Looking up at Rocky with a hint of difficulty in her expression, Rocky was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Marry you? Is this a veiled proposal directed at me? Rocky, have you ever experienced anything like this? At that moment, she was utterly bewildered. It's fine. If you're unwilling, I won't force you, Carol replied. Before anything is even set in stone, you speak of willingness, Rocky remarked, gently pinching Carol's delicate face. Perhaps you could triumph over your opponent. Just give it your all. And what if I cannot overcome them? Carol gazed at Rocky, eagerly seeking to understand his true intentions. For if Rocky were to refuse, her family would likely seek out a young warrior for her, a prospect she was not keen on. Of course, I am willing. Why would I not be? You possess such beauty, admirable character, and are a refined lady. I quite like you, Rocky responded with ease. As for you, if you do not care for me, we can simply part ways after I assist you. Thank you, Rocky, Carol exclaimed as she threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rocky stood there like a statue, momentarily lost in thought, before gently patting Carol on the back. After a considerable time, Carol managed to compose herself and released Rocky from her embrace, her eyes still glistening with tears. Nevertheless, her features remained exquisitely delicate, unblemished by makeup, untroubled by the prospect of tears marring her visage. On a serious note, what if I find myself unable to overcome my adversary? You must prevail, otherwise I may be compelled to marry someone unfamiliar, perhaps a man in his 40s or 50s. Carol's eyes brimmed with tears. Oh, you, such a person. Are you not placing the burden of pressure upon me? Rocky feigned displeasure. I apologize. Carol's eyes once again filled with tears. Locke pulled Carol into his embrace, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, my dear. I shall not disappoint you. Get off, Carol exclaimed, breaking free from Locke's grasp and delivering an annoyed punch to him. We haven't even begun. I truly hope your opponent is formidable, as it would allow me to gain such an exquisite wife as you without effort, Locke replied with a cheeky grin. I swear. If it weren't for my inability to defeat you, I would certainly beat you to a pulp, Carol retorted through gritted teeth. Are you implying you wish to engage in domestic violence? Begone, Carol scolded Locke, yet a hint of a smile graced her lips. The naval ship would take several days to return to the naval headquarters, and during this time, Locke and his companions dedicated themselves to rigorous training. Rocky and Carol share a common purpose, while Christo aspires to grow stronger swiftly in order to safeguard her companions. In the midst of their diligent endeavors, time slips away, and before they realize it, Rocky, Carol, and Christo have returned to the naval headquarters. Chapter 128, Meeting the Parents upon the fleet's arrival at the naval headquarters. Rocky and Carol did not immediately present Zephyr's letter of recommendation. Instead, they opted for an extended leave, subsequently journeying together with Christo to Carol's hometown, an island in the first half of the Grand Line known as Fopu. The journey from the naval headquarters to the kingdom of Fopu took a week, during which the trio devoted themselves to rigorous training. Upon reaching the realm of the kingdom of Fopu, they did not head to the capital but rather to a port city named Hapamart. According to Carol's own account, her family, the Bach clan, is currently led by her father, Don Bach, who holds the title of Count in the kingdom of Fopu. The private estate of the Bach family is adjacent to the port city of Hapamart and encompasses a considerable area, including a small island in the sea known as Gold and Silver Island. The predicament lies with this Gold and Silver Island, situated at the boundary between the territories of the Bach and Comer families. Historically, during the zenith of the Bach family's power, the island belonged to them. Conversely, when the Comer family held greater strength, the island fell under their dominion. However, in recent decades, the strengths of both families have remained relatively equal. rendering the ownership of Gold and Silver Island a contentious issue. Following several bloody confrontations, the leaders of both families convened and resolved to determine the island's ownership through a martial contest every 20 years. The last contest was won by the Comer family. Recently, the Comer family discovered a gold mine on Gold and Silver Island. While the island itself is not vast, the gold vein is also limited, likely allowing for extraction over a few decades. Should the Bach family lose this time, the Comer family will undoubtedly mobilize all available resources for mining, thereby regaining their strength. This would likely result in the Bach family losing again in the next contest 20 years hence, effectively severing their ties to Gold and Silver Island. It is crucial to note that the island harbors more than just gold mines. Otherwise, the two families would not hold it in such high regard. Thus, the only way for the Bach family to regain their former glory is to find a means to triumph over the Comer family in this imminent battle. The trio, Rocky and his companions, arrived at the port of Hapamart, where a splendid carriage awaited them on the shore. Once aboard the luxurious carriage, they swiftly made their way to the estate of Count Barchi, perched upon a seaside cliff. The estate was vast and imposing, staffed by numerous attentive servants. Within its grounds, towering trees and exotic blooms adorned the garden, reflecting the deep-rooted heritage of an illustrious noble lineage. Upon entering the manor, Rocky and his companions ascended the winding path, ultimately beholding the castle perched atop the cliff, a magnificent edifice in Gothic style, rivaling the grandeur of the Hogabak mansion aboard the three-masted ship. "Your home exudes an impressive aura," Rocky exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. It was his inaugural visit to such an expansive castle, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the opulent, yet decaying lifestyle of the aristocracy that was whispered about in tales. "Let us proceed. I shall introduce you to my father," Carol announced, her demeanor brightening as she returned to her familiar surroundings. Moments later, the trio arrived in the castle's grand hall. Though it was evident that Carol's father would not be receiving them there, they traversed through the hall and arrived at an adjoining chamber. "Father, mother, your daughter has missed you dearly." Upon spotting a middle-aged man pacing the room, Carol rushed towards him with fervor. Roche scrutinized Carol's parents with great care. They were impeccably dressed, exuding an extraordinary aura and an air of authority befitting their elevated status. Carol's father was tall and well-proportioned, with a sword hanging from his waist, unmistakably a martial noble. Carol's mother radiated a gentle grace, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze, yet Roche sensed a formidable strength within her. It was evident that Carol's mother hailed from a family of martial nobility, having cultivated her skills from a young age. After a brief moment of intimacy with her parents, Carol turned to introduce Roche and Krista. "This is Roche, my comrade from the elite camp, a fine companion from my trial team. And this is Krista, who was once an assistant instructor at the elite camp and is now also my good friend," Carol said, gesturing towards Roche and Krista as she spoke to her parents. "Hello, Uncle Tang, Aunt Lily," Roche greeted with a smile, and Krista followed suit, emulating his approach. Roche had previously sought advice from Carol on the etiquette of greetings. The Carol family, being of martial nobility, often interacted with lower-ranking soldiers, placing great importance on formalities in official settings. Yet they maintained a casual demeanor in daily life. "Well, good young man, good young lady. Carol can be quite unruly at times, and I appreciate your care for her," Count Tang expressed his gratitude. They then engaged in customary pleasantries before the conversation took on a more relaxed tone. Perhaps Carol had mentioned to her parents that if she were unable to win, she would resolve her predicament by having Roche marry into their family. During their casual chat, Count Tang occasionally inquired about Roche's lineage. It was only when Roche revealed that he came from a modest fishing family that Count Tang's concern seemed to ease. From the concerned expressions on Count Tang and Lady Lily's faces, Roche surmised that if he were to marry Carol, it would likely be a lifelong commitment. It was possible that Count Tang and Lady Lily wished to preserve their daughter's reputation, or perhaps they believed that if Carol were to marry him after winning a battle, the Comer family might retract their agreement. To be honest, this left Roche feeling quite uneasy. As a friend, he felt a deep sense of pity for Carol, contemplating such a hasty marriage. Fortunately, the intended groom was himself. Yet, Roche felt unprepared. He liked Carol, indeed, but merely as a friend. As Carol's friend, Roche had to consider the implications of such a union for both parties. He did not foresee any personal issues, but he was uncertain if he could provide Carol with the happiness she deserved. This dilemma weighed heavily on him. He sincerely hoped that Carol could triumph over her adversary, thus alleviating all their concerns. Before long, lunchtime arrived, and Carol's brother, Rain, and her younger brother, Drac, returned, drawn by their cherished sister, in honor of welcoming Carol. The meal was abundant yet not ostentatious. Observing Carol's joyful demeanor, it was clear that the dishes were her favorites. After the meal, Carol pulled Roche aside. "I sense you are not entirely happy. Are you worried about the prospect of our potential marriage?" Carol inquired. "No," Rocky replied. "How can you presume to be inferior without truly understanding your opponent's prowess?" "I am aware," Carol said, her voice heavy with sorrow. "From a young age, I have come to realize that despite my earnest efforts, I likely cannot surpass him. I apologize, Rocky, I deceived you." Carol gazed at Rocky, revealing the truth. "If you were to marry me and fight for our family, should we lose, it would be bearable. However, if we were to triumph, the Comer family would scrutinize our union. Once we divorce, they would promptly rescind their agreement. This was an arrangement established long ago, and seeking external aid in such a manner is not permissible." With a quiver in her voice, she continued, "I have been selfish. If you win, you will be tethered to me for life. I had suspected this all along, yet I do not mind," Rocky confessed. "What troubles me is the thought of you marrying me, only for me to be unable to provide you with happiness. I am still uncertain how to love someone. You marrying me would be the greatest gift you could offer," Carol asserted. "Even if you do not love me, I will harbor no grievances. This choice is mine." She lifted her gaze to Rocky. She was the cherished jewel of the Bach family, whose members were unwilling to sacrifice her happiness for a political marriage. Yet, she was prepared to contribute to her family's cause, thus training in the naval headquarters for several years. However, the intelligence she had gathered indicated that the adversary was formidable, and her chances of victory were slim. Having invested so much already, Carol was reluctant to see her years of effort go to waste, and coincidentally, she had Rocky, who was stronger than herself, by her side. She had also considered Rocky's perspective. Her appearance was acceptable, her character satisfactory, her lineage respectable, and her physique decent. Although Rocky was exceptional, marrying her would not be a loss. Chapter 129. Testing the water system. Is it possible to teach the swordsmanship of certain victory to others? Rocky pondered within. System, impossible. Rocky sighed softly, wishing that the art of the certain strike could be imparted to Carol. With a touch of optimism, perhaps victory could still be within reach. Turning to console Carol, he remarked, "I shall do my utmost." Carol nodded, a faint, strained smile gracing her lips. "What are you two whispering about over here?" Rocky and Carol turned around to see Carol's brother, Rain, approaching. "What's the matter, Rain?" Carol inquired, looking at her brother. "The Camber family S-hounds are quite perceptive. The moment you returned, they sensed it. A challenger has arrived to test your strength," Rain explained. Carol nodded, finding the notion agreeable. "Then let us confront him." Rain smiled. Soon, the three of them made their way to the grand hall of the castle. "Rocky, should you be called to battle and emerge victorious, what do you wish to pursue in the future?" Rain placed a hand on Rocky's shoulder. "While still youthful, I dream of traversing the world with my sword in hand, experiencing its splendor," Rocky replied, half jokingly, yet with a touch of sincerity. "But life in the Navy is not as liberating," Rain remarked, surprised. "When my strength is sufficiently formidable, I shall attain the freedom I seek," Rocky answered calmly, revealing a life plan he had long contemplated. Exploring the world sounds quite intriguing. A glimmer of longing appeared in Rain's eyes. Indeed, familiar places lack allure. The world beyond is vibrant, filled with diverse customs, delectable cuisines, breathtaking landscapes, and thrilling adventures, Rocky articulated. "And what about when you grow older?" Rain continued his inquiry. "I do not know. I have not pondered that," Rocky blurted out. Rain couldn't help but chuckle at this response. If Rocky were to become his brother-in-law, Rain questioned whether he was truly suitable for his sister. Yet, he recognized Rocky as a genuine individual, at least devoid of pretense, a quality that many fail to embody. Subsequently, Rain ventured alone into the castle's grand hall to meet the visiting dignitary, a renowned general from the kingdom of Fop, named Nipton. Both parties were acutely aware of the purpose of this meeting, to assess Carol's capabilities on behalf of the Camber family. Given the mutual interest in this endeavor, Rain and Nipton exchanged pleasantries before proceeding directly to the castle's training grounds. "Carol, you should concede to him in the upcoming match," Rocky advised her. "Why?" Carol looked at Rocky, convinced that revealing her potential strength, which could surpass that of the Camber heir, would deter any trickery. "Carol, Rocky's reasoning holds merit. This battle serves merely to gauge each other's strength. Victory or defeat bears little significance," Rain interjected. "If you were to lose, the other party would refrain from employing more aggressive tactics. Thus, whether it be you or Rocky who fights next, it would ensure a more secure outcome," Rain continued. Carol nodded in agreement. Together, they arrived at the training grounds. Rocky beheld the formidable adversary of Carol, a figure enveloped in silver armor. His visage obscured by a mask that rendered his face indistinguishable, save for a pair of eyes gazing downward, towering at approximately 3 meters. He bore a colossal iron sword at his waist. "Nipton, I am prepared," declared the towering brute before Carol, who stood unarmed. "Miss Carol, exercise caution," Nipton murmured softly, exuding an air of restraint. "Let us commence." The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Nipton, despite his bashful demeanor, exhibited a combat style that belied his character, bold and aggressive. He swung his massive sword towards Carol. In contrast, Carol displayed remarkable agility. In their initial encounter, she deftly evaded Nipton's sweeping strike, delivering a powerful punch to his armored chest. The clang echoed as Nipton was momentarily pushed back, yet his momentum remained unbroken. He retaliated with a horizontal sweep of his sword, forcing Carol to retreat, before launching another fierce slash. This time, however, Carol leaped gracefully into the air, propelling herself skyward with a swift kick, resembling a cannonball as she descended upon Nipton's rear. Moonstep. Upon noticing her movement, Nipton instinctively extended his left hand to shield his neck, simultaneously exerting force to pivot rapidly, wielding his great sword in a fierce backward arc. Carol, with a deft maneuver, utilized her right foot to hover momentarily in the air, then struck forth with both hands, evading Nipton's obstructive left hand and landing a double-fisted blow upon his helmet. The resounding clang reverberated as Nipton was sent flying back a meter or two, stumbling precariously. The sheer magnitude of Carol's prowess had evidently reached astonishing heights. The members of the Bocce family stood in stunned silence, their minds racing to comprehend the immense dedication and effort Carol must have invested to attain such strength. Their hearts swelling with empathy. Rocky's focus diverged from the others, his gaze fixed intently upon the towering figure akin to an ironclad colossus. This man was indeed formidable. Carol's fist struck against his head. Despite the armor's protection, he merely staggered, indicating a remarkable resilience. If Rocky were to employ the hardening of his Busashoka Haki in place of armor, he mused, even standing in the arena to endure 2 of Carol's blows would surely send him flying. However, while this behemoth possessed great bulk, his offensive capabilities were lacking. His strikes wielded considerable force, yet they were executed with such sluggishness that, without a strategic approach, he would scarcely touch even the fleeting silhouette of Carol. Thus, the outcome of this confrontation seemed distinctly clear. Carol was destined to prevail. "Miss Carol, you are truly impressive. Might I remove this cumbersome armor?" Neptune queried, casting a glance at Carol, who was poised to launch another assault. Carol nodded in acquiescence. Instantly, Neptune discarded his armor, hurling it to the ground where it embedded itself in the earth, a testament to its substantial weight. The onlookers displayed expressions of dawning realization. It was no wonder this fellow was so robust, impervious to their strikes. Neptune stripped away the marine armor from his arms and legs. Yet the steel mask upon his face remained. The spectators beheld his well-defined musculature, indicative of explosive power. "Come forth, Miss Carol," he beckoned. Carol leapt forward. Now unencumbered by the heavy armor, Neptune exhibited remarkable agility. His attacks remained grandiose, yet his speed had noticeably increased. Consequently, Carol's advantage in nimbleness had been significantly diminished, and Neptune was no longer as resilient as before. After nearly 2 hours of combat, adhering to the prior instructions from Rocky and Rain, Carol feigned exhaustion and yielded. Achieving her objective, Neptune, observing Carol's discontented expression, offered an apologetic remark before promptly taking his leave. Chapter 130, Assassination? As Carol's battle concluded, Rocky and Rain swiftly approached her. "How do you feel? Is victory within reach?" "If this continues, I could win," Carol replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Then it seems you cannot defeat Don Comer," Rain sighed, expressing regret. Rocky also sighed. "Carol, you must be exhausted. Please return and rest," Rain said to Carol. "I'm sorry." "Rocky, I'll head back for a shower," Carol replied with a faint, strained smile towards Rocky. Rain and Drac accompanied Carol on her way back. "Carol, we shall forego Treasure Island. I will speak to Father about it." Rain gently ruffled Carol's hair, filled with concern. "Indeed, while Treasure Island holds great significance for our family, it pales in comparison to your happiness, dear sister. You have sacrificed enough for the family," Drac added earnestly. "Do not worry about me. I actually have quite an affection for that fellow, Rocky. I would not regret becoming his wife." Carol shook her head, indifferent yet slightly worried about Rocky. feeling it was rather unjust for him. Though it may appear to outsiders that Rocky benefits from the situation, as Carol hails from nobility, she understands that to Rocky, nobility holds no true esteem. Upon hearing Carol's words, Rain blinked and shifted his perspective. What about Rocky? Does he truly wish for this? He seems somewhat reluctant. However, his concern lies in not knowing how to bring me happiness. But is that truly a problem? Carol remarked, a subtle smile gracing her face. My silly sister. He is clearly rejecting you. He simply cannot articulate it. So he offers a flimsy excuse instead. Unfortunately, you have misunderstood his unspoken words, Rain said with earnestness. Carol was taken aback. Rocky is not that kind of person. A man knows another man best. His hesitation to marry you likely does not stem from your beauty or meeting his expectations, but rather from being too familiar with you, Rain asserted, resting his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? Carol looked up at Rain, uncertain about matters of the heart, knowing her brother and younger sibling had their insights. Most likely, Rain confirmed, casting a knowing glance at his brother Drac. Yes, sister, he might fear that refusing would put you in a difficult position, Drac added. What should I do now? A look of confusion crossed Carol's face. I shall speak with him, Rain declared, thumping his chest confidently. Leave it to your elder brother. Very well, Rain. Go and have a word with Rocky, Carol said, fatigue evident in her voice. I shall return to rest. Drac, please escort your sister back. Rain instructed before promptly making his way to Rocky. Rocky, come, I have something to discuss with you. Rain found Rocky and led him to his room. Rocky, first. Take a look at this. Rain handed Rocky a rather substantial notebook. Though perplexed, Rocky patiently continued to read. The document meticulously chronicled the various sources of illicit wealth amassed by the Comer family, including forced prostitution and human trafficking. Rain, what do you mean? Rocky inquired, gazing at him. The Comer family had committed numerous heinous acts, and their demise would be of little consequence. A fierce intent for vengeance flickered in Rain's eyes. Is it truly as you say, Rocky? The relentless struggle for noble interests. Rain nodded. If the head of the Comer family were to perish, I possess a means to ensure our effortless victory in the contest for Gold and Silver Island. The malice emanating from Rain sent shivers down Rocky's spine. How can one trust such unilateral claims? Rocky replied coolly. Moreover, do you not concern yourself with Carol's safety? I find it hard to believe that the Comer family would fail to conceive similar tactics. Had you not appeared, I would not have envisioned such a scheme. The conflicts among nobles require a semblance of honor, and treachery of this nature is seldom employed. Rain responded calmly, furthermore, as a naval officer. Is it not your duty to uphold justice and eradicate evil? How hypocritical it is to advocate for righteousness while resorting to such underhanded methods. I find myself lacking in comparison. Loki hesitated for a moment, then turned to Ryan and inquired, how many days remain until the duel between the two great families? 12 days, Ryan replied. I shall dedicate half of that time to investigate the Comer family, if they are deserving of their fate. I would not mind aiding your family indirectly, Loki declared. I will send you the Comer family's information shortly. In the meantime, you may utilize our family's informant embedded within their ranks. Ryan patted Loki on the shoulder before departing. Loki couldn't help but marvel at how well protected Carol was. He perceived in her an innocence and purity. Perhaps this is the manner in which the nobility interacts, he mused, yearning increasingly for formidable strength. Only by being sufficiently powerful can one disregard the trivialities of the world. Upon locating Krista, Loki returned with her to their temporary residence within the castle. Krista, would you be willing to kill a good person for the sake of your companion? Loki could not restrain himself from asking. Yes, Krista replied instantaneously. But he is a good person. Loki protested, discontent. There are those who can and cannot be killed. Aside from companions, all others are fair game, Krista responded calmly. It was hard to believe such words could emerge from a girl of merely 7 or 8 years. However, recalling Krista's past as a member of CP2, Loki found a sense of understanding. Let us hope the head of the Comer family is a villain. Otherwise, I shall have to capture and thoroughly thrash that Ryan fellow. Loki clenched his fists, resolute in his determination. At 8 o'clock that evening, Neptune arrived at the Comer family estate. The heir, the eldest son of the Comer patriarch, received him with warmth. After Neptune had satisfied his hunger and thirst, the heir inquired, how did the battle this afternoon go? It appeared that I won, yet in truth, I lost, Neptune replied. However, Miss Carol is no match for Dawn. Does this imply that the Bark family is already aware of their impending defeat in this duel? The heir pondered, stroking his chin. Neptune, do you know what measures they have prepared? I do not. But Miss Carroll arrived at Bark Manor accompanied by her comrade from the Navy. Neptune responded. Comrade? How many? Well, just one man. Is it the one named Loki? The heir queried, having scrutinized Carroll's recent intelligence. Yes, indeed. His name is Loki. I sense he is quite powerful. I cannot compete with him, Neptune admitted. I understand now. Neptune, thank you for your assistance. The Bark family will not forget your help, the heir promised. Thank you, Neptune acknowledged, retreating discreetly. Once Neptune had departed, the heir swiftly made his way to his father's chamber. Father, what if an outsider obstructs us from obtaining Treasure Island? You have become a mature heir to the family. Act according to your own judgment, said the head of the Comer family. Understood, father. Chapter 131. The pot falls from the sky. Shortly after Rocky returned to his room, Rain's associates delivered the information pertaining to the Comer family. Rocky skimmed through the text, hastily selecting only the most crucial information. For instance, the primary territory of the Comer family is another city within the kingdom of Fup, known as Stewfort. Early the following morning, Rocky escorted Krista to Carol's residence. Having developed commendable habits during his time at the naval training camp, Carol was already awake and did not indulge in slumber. What is the matter? Carol inquired. We intend to assess the strength of your adversary, just to alleviate any concerns you might have, Rocky replied. Carol contemplated this and nodded, acknowledging the need for caution. Until we meet again. Oh, by the way, are there any culinary delights at Stewfort? I'd like to sample them. Carol pursed her lips and shook her head. I'm not quite sure. I've never been there throughout my life. You should explore it on your own. Around midday, Rocky and Krista arrived at Stewfort, unadorned and without any deliberate attempts to disguise themselves. Thus, upon their arrival, their presence quickly became known to the eyes of the Comer family. Soon after, the news of Rocky and Krista's arrival reached the heir of the Comer family. Perfect timing, I was just about to seek them out, the heir exclaimed with a radiant smile. Having received tacit approval from his father the previous day, he had already devised a meticulous plan for their demise and eagerly anticipated its execution. Initiate Plan A. Should it fail, we shall immediately proceed to Plan B. The heir dialed a number, speaking into the receiver. Understood. Meanwhile, Rocky and Krista wandered through the bustling streets of Stewfort. Rocky and Kristo each held a skewer of delicacies reminiscent of candied hawthorn. Kristo, if you wish to inquire about a certain family, how would you proceed? Rocky inquired. I would simply ask those who are knowledgeable, Kristo replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon reflection, Rocky recognized the truth. The clandestine networks of the CP organization were intricately woven across the globe. What was there to know? A simple inquiry would yield the answers he sought. It appeared he had perhaps overestimated his own capacity for gathering intelligence. With a resigned smile, Rocky accepted this reality. Yet, a rather desperate scheme lingered in his mind, to capture a couple of tongues from the Comer family to extract information. He planned to visit the tavern shortly to gather more insights. Thus, with these thoughts, Rocky continued to meander through the streets, accompanied by Krista, when suddenly, Rocky sensed an imminent danger approaching from his left, and he swiftly turned his head. Whoosh! Rocky watched intently as a bullet whizzed past him. Bang! The bullet struck a nearby male pedestrian, erupting in a bloom of crimson. Rocky was slightly taken aback. This detail had escaped his notice. Upon witnessing her fiancé's sudden demise from a gunshot to the head, a beautiful woman immediately let out an incredulous scream. Rocky had no time to consider the feelings of the pedestrians on the street. He abruptly turned his head toward the direction from which the bullet had come. Yet he saw no sign of the shooter. A missed shot, and the assailant swiftly retreated. What a professional assassin. Could it be that trouble arrives with a pillow offered for rest? Roshi was at a loss for reasons, unable to convince himself to confront the Comer family. Flee, flee. The pedestrians on the street, suddenly regaining their senses, quickly scattered like startled birds. I apologize. Roshi helped the weeping woman to her feet and cast a glance at Kristo. Unfortunately, Kristo, with her usual naive demeanor, was utterly incapable of acting without the unspoken understanding shared between Roshi and Carol. Please escort this lady to a safe place. Roshi instructed Kristo. Rocky surveyed his surroundings, his right hand gently resting on the hilt of his sword. Soon, a squad emerged from one side of the street. Clad in uniforms and armed with firearms, they were not naval officers, but rather the peacekeeping forces of the kingdom of Fopu. The group quickly approached Rocky. What was happening? A commanding officer, drawing a handgun from his waist, swiftly chambered a round and pointed with his left hand at the lifeless body of a man on the ground. Inquiring of Rocky, a bullet came from the left, aiming to strike me. I evaded it. He stood beside me, did not, and thus he perished. Rocky replied calmly. His gaze steady. Evaded a bullet? The peacekeeping officer chuckled, casting a glance at his comrades. This young man claims he can dodge bullets? I have a handgun here. Let us see if you can indeed avoid it. If you can, I shall concede your assertion. Very well, Rocky responded with a grin, surveying the onlookers on the surrounding buildings. An opportunity to showcase his prowess had presented itself. Here. The officer handed the handgun directly to Rocky. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. For the sake of speed, let it not be unbroken. In that moment, Rocky felt as though he had transformed into a formidable deity. With his left hand, he raised the pistol to his own head and fired a shot. The handgun erupted in a spectacular explosion. Damn. Rocky has always been known for interpreting his enemies with the utmost malice. Yet, this time, he found himself unexpectedly surprised. He had remained steadfast in his position, determined to prevent anyone from directly accusing him of murdering the innocent man lying on the ground. Now, however, his adversaries were employing all manner of tactics to ensnare him. As the handgun discharged, Rocky effortlessly evaded the shrapnel that exploded from it. Unfortunately, some soldiers of the peacekeeping forces were not as fortunate. An enemy attack. That little brat is the foe. The commander shrieked in alarm. Bang, bang, bang. The peacekeeping soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at Rocky and unleashed a hail of gunfire. With a powerful sweep of his conqueror's Haki, all the peacekeeping soldiers collapsed, rendered unconscious. Come forth, Rock said softly. How audacious of the bandit to brazenly draw a gun and murder innocents in broad daylight. Now he has cruelly slain peacekeeping soldiers. A devil such as he deserves to be executed 100 times over. A man emerged from behind a building, accompanied by several others. Locke fixed his gaze upon them. These individuals were impeccably attired, far from the common folk. They were the esteemed members of the Comer family, come to administer justice. Among the onlookers, a conspirator shouted loudly. Surely, the esteemed members of the Comer family will vanquish this nefarious brigand. Another conspirator exclaimed. Suddenly, two piercing screams echoed through the air. Krista returned to Locke's side, each of her hands grasping a person, both of whom hung their heads in defeat. Roshi sensed the presence of the two individuals that Krista had brought forth and realized that they were lifeless. One must admit, Krista executed her task splendidly. The members of the Comer family, witnessing Krista approach Roshi with the two deceased figures in tow, could hardly contain their agitation as their eyes twitched in disbelief. These two were indeed the very individuals they had summoned to stir the atmosphere, and now they were dead. Was it not said that there was only one? Why then? Was there an additional casualty? The heir of the Comer family fixated on the enchanting Krista, his eyes betraying his unease. This could be attributed to Krista's taciturn nature. Just yesterday, Neptune had completely disregarded such a reticent and expressionless maiden. What does it matter if there is an extra one? Together with Dawn. We can certainly manage this predicament, remarked a somewhat disheveled-looking man amidst the Comer ranks with a chuckle. Upon hearing his words, the heir felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Chapter 132, A Fierce Collision. Hey, why don't we find another place to engage in battle? Rocky gazed at the individuals across from him. Engaging in combat here could potentially devastate the entire street. Very well. Upon seeing the other party acquiesce, a faint smile graced Rocky's face. Both sides promptly relocated to a beach outside the town. No need for further conversation. Let us proceed directly to the confrontation. Rocky drew the cursed blade, 1,000 cuts. Remember, the one who will take your lives goes by the name of Don Comer. A robust man in his 30s, with short, curly brown hair and a thick beard, bellowed at Rocky as he brandished a gleaming silver greatsword and charged forth. Beside him trailed another man, over 40 years of age. Frail in stature, of unremarkable appearance, and possessing a somewhat sleazy demeanor, with yellow hair. Klista, which one do you wish to confront? Rocky inquired nonchalantly, casting a glance at the beautiful lady beside him. Either will suffice. I can handle both, Klista replied, flashing a smile at Rocky while eyeing their adversaries. Very well. Then I'll leave the brute to you, and I shall take on the one with the unsavory appearance. Upon finishing his words, Rocky immediately brandished his sword and approached the grotesquely featured individual. Ha, running so swiftly. Are you that eager to meet your demise? Rocky's opponent, a man with an unsightly appearance, smirked in a way that rendered his visage even more grotesque. Though his words dripped with mockery, as soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly pressed his hands against the ground. In an instant, the golden sands of the beach were shrouded in a layer of gray muck, accompanied by a foul stench. Rocky swiftly propelled himself into the air. A natural type, no wonder he exuded such confidence. Observing the grotesque man, now transformed into a massive sludge. Rocky felt a twinge of surprise. Having perused the original narrative, he faintly recalled that this swamp fruit belonged to a supernova 2 years hence. Afraid, are you? You cannot possibly strike me. The lewd man, Billy, erupted into a triumphant laugh. I truly fail to comprehend your joy in possessing such a trivial natural fruit, Rocky remarked, shaking his head, his disdain unmistakable. You scoundrel, how dare you look down upon me? Billy seethed with anger. Swamp Gatling gun. Billy extended his right hand towards the airborne Rocky. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Countless sludge projectiles, akin to bullets, were unleashed. Had they sparked, one might liken them to a Gatling gun. The sludge bullets hurtled towards him at an alarming speed, but with a swift motion, Rocky propelled himself several meters upward, evading the barrage of muck. Too slow. Rocky gently shook his head. Clang. Rocky unsheathed the cursed blade in his grasp, swiftly descending from the moonlit sky towards the lecherous man, Billy, on the ground. Prepare to meet your demise. The lascivious Billy incessantly flailed his arms in an attempt to align his aim with Rocky's silhouette, yet he perpetually lagged a beat behind. Not a single vile bullet found its mark on Rocky. Whoosh. Rocky approached the lecherous man and executed a swift strike with his sword. With a resounding thunk, the blade cleaved him in two, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Rocky was somewhat astonished. It was all too effortless. Were they here to jest? He turned to face the members of the Comer family, who stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity, hardly able to trust their own eyes. It was indeed Billy, a foe whom even Don Comer could not contend with, yet he had been effortlessly slain by a single sword strike. This was utterly absurd. Witnessing the shock etched on the faces of the Comer family, Rocky was taken aback. Could it be that these individuals were unaware of his mastery over armament Haki? This was truly unexpected. Rocky was indeed amused by their antics. However, they were unaware that Rocky possessed the ability to wield Haki. Although the Comer family had their methods to inquire about Rocky's exploits, the elite naval training camp had only a handful of promising candidates. And the reach of the Comer family had yet to extend to uncovering matters aboard the Zephyr ship. Rocky turned to glance at Christo's battle. There was no doubt that Christo was overpowering the fellow named Don. Rocky approached the members of the Comer family, wielding a sword devoid of blood. Despite the absence of crimson stains on his blade, his presence instilled a palpable fear. What do you intend to do? Should you dare to slay us? You shall incur the wrath of the entire Comer estate, ultimately positioning yourself against the entirety of the kingdom of Fop. You will surely meet your demise. With a soft chuckle, Rocky replied, I harbor no desire to kill you. I merely wish to impart a lesson. Do not frivolously resort to murder as a means of resolving your issues, for you lack the strength to do so. The Comer family members fell silent, apprehensive that any further provocation might prompt him to dispatch them all with a single stroke. Before long, the battle on Cristona's side had concluded. Don lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless wretch. Rocky, should those individuals be eliminated? Cristona inquired, gesturing towards the Comer family members before Rocky. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the Comer family turned ashen. No need. They have already paid the price. Rocky gently shook his head, then turned to the remaining Comer family members. Should you wish to trouble me further, ensure your necks are clean before you come. With that, Rocky took Cristona's hand and departed. After the departure of Rocky and his companion, what shall be done? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the heir of the Comer family. With Don having been murdered, who could possibly emerge victorious in the upcoming duel against Carol in 11 days? Did this not imply the irrevocable loss of Treasure Island? Returning home would surely result in his father's wrath. Alas, he let out a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, clenching his fists in agony until his palms bled. Regret consumed him. Had he not entertained the notion of silencing others, he would not have provoked such formidable adversaries and would not have descended into such despair. As evening descended, Rock carried Chris to the carriage, returning to the Carroll family's estate. Upon hearing of Roche's return, Carol's brother, Rain, immediately rushed to Roche's room. Have you managed to resolve the situation? Rain rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing at Rock. Indeed, we have dealt with that fellow Don, who would have faced Carol next. The upcoming contest is practically assured. Rock replied with a calm demeanor. Splendid. Rock, you are a benefactor of the Bocce family. Rain exclaimed, grasping Roche's hands in excitement. What is it, Rock? Have you completed your investigation? Carol's ethereal voice suddenly interjected. Having just learned of Rock and Chris's return, she hurried over. Not only have I completed the investigation, but that scoundrel Don is dead. Victory in the upcoming contest is virtually guaranteed for our family, Rain said, his face alight with enthusiasm as he addressed Carol. What is going on? Carol's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Rain, her gaze filled with indignation. Rain, did you send Rock to do this? Yes. It was a clever strategy. After all, the Comer family members are not worth mourning. Rain laughed heartily. But what if the Comer family escalates this matter? Rock could lose his chance at a naval career. How could you act so recklessly, Rain? Carol retorted, her voice laced with anger. Rest assured, I had already dispatched someone to accompany Rock and the others. This time, the Comer family acted first, bringing their demise upon themselves. The logic is firmly on Roche's side. Rain said with a smug grin. Chapter 133. Return to headquarters. Subscription requested. The tale of Rocky and Christo vanquishing Dayan swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom of Fopu, sending tremors through its upper echelons. The nobility was acutely aware of the impending duel between the Bachi and Comer families. With the most formidable contender from the Comer lineage now slain, it signified their assured defeat in the contest for the coveted gold and silver island. Upon learning that the perpetrator was a comrade of Carol, many nobles eagerly anticipated the wrath of the Comer family. Unfortunately, their wait was in vain. Rain conducted his affairs with meticulous precision, possessing irrefutable evidence of the Comer family's initial aggression. Should the Comer clan choose to escalate matters, Rain's intervention would merely expose the entire affair as a farce. The Comer family had no choice but to swallow their pride and relinquish the island. After all, this generation of their direct descendants lacked any daughters, rendering it impossible for them to emulate Carol by marrying a strong outsider. In the aftermath, it was rumored that the furious head of the Comer family succumbed to a grave illness, leaving his heir to assume control. All of this was now irrelevant to Rocky. 11 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Bachi family emerged victorious in the duel, reclaiming the gold and silver island lost for 2 decades. On this day, the Bachi family rejoiced, their estate resonating with an atmosphere of jubilation. Following a lavish feast, Rocky sought out Carol. With matters concluded, would she accompany him back to the Navy headquarters? Rocky gazed at Carol, who was adorned in an exquisite long dress, radiating beauty. My parents no longer wish for me to pursue a career in the Navy. Carol's delicate brows furrowed slightly. What do you think? Rocky inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. I have been tense for several years. I am weary and yearn for a respite, Carol replied with a smile. I understand. You look truly lovely today. Shall we take a photograph together? Certainly. The following morning, Rocky and Christo set off to return to the naval headquarters. Take care, Rocky, Christo. Once I've rested at home, I will come find you, Carol called out in an unladylike manner, waving vigorously at the departing cruise ship. Goodbye. Noticing Carol turning away, Rocky guided Christo into the cabin, feeling little emotional upheaval. After a while, Rocky took out a deck of cards, only to realize that Carol was no longer by his side, rendering him unable to play the game. This left Rocky with a sense of emptiness, and he quietly put the cards away. Christo, do you have dreams? Rocky inquired, gazing at the demure and gentle beauty beside him, who was munching away. Dreams? You mean those longed-for aspirations that remain unattainable? If so, I desire a family. But since that is impossible, I wish for companions, and I already have some. Do you feel happy now? Rocky asked. Happy, Christo replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she sweetly smiled while savoring her rice crackers. Rocky took a deep breath, a smile gracing his face, as he anticipated that the days ahead would be filled with even more splendor and joy. Rocky resolved to cease his daily check-ins from that day forward. His strength had reached considerable heights, and his progress in cultivation had begun to wane. The value of dedicating 18 hours daily to training paled in comparison to the time he could spend with Krista. Perhaps in doing so, her memories would resurface. Krista, do you know how to fish? Krista shook her head. I shall teach you. The cruise ship swiftly reached its destination, and Rocky accompanied Krista aboard another vessel, heading to a naval base along the Grand Line. After a journey of over 10 days through this naval base, Rocky and Krista finally arrived at the naval headquarters. Rocky first ensured that Krista was settled before making his way alone to the headquarters with Zephyr's letter of recommendation in hand. However, Rocky was uncertain about where to submit such a letter, so he initially headed to the training camp, specifically to the 1st Regiment under the command of Instructor Balza. Rocky observed his junior disciples tirelessly training on the field, and he felt a profound sense of reflection. The instructor, Rocky called out with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Instructor Balza immediately turned his head. Rocky, Instructor Balza exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy illuminating his face. and then he opened his arms wide. Rocky embraced him briefly. Instructor Balza patted Rocky's shoulder several times, feeling the solidness beneath his touch, and remarked with a smile. Much sturdier now. A smile graced Rocky's face. Graduated? Inquired Instructor Balza. Rocky nodded. Good lad, impressive. Instructor Balza exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he patted Rocky on the back. Rocky graduated from the elite camp in just over 3 months. An astonishing achievement that few in the entire Navy can claim. The unwillingness to graduate without truly acquiring substantial knowledge means that those who do so have reached a level of mastery. Attention! All units, cease training. Instructor Balza commanded the regiment engaged in drills. Instantly, the entire regiment halted in unison, turning their gazes towards Balza. Behold, this is the senior I often speak of. In merely 3 months, he has graduated from the elite camp, Balza proclaimed with pride. Senior, do you have any secrets you could share with us? A soldier inquired aloud. Indeed, Rocky, please impart some of your wisdom to them, Balza urged. Rocky nodded and began to speak. I wouldn't exactly call it experience, but rather some personal insights. Firstly, theoretical courses are of utmost importance. Acquiring a substantial amount of theoretical knowledge can cultivate your confidence in facing any situation, which is vital. Secondly, physical training is essential. Diligence is key. You may have heard about my regimen of resting 18 hours a day. While this suits me, it may not be appropriate for you. Discover your own limits and strive to push them daily, even if just a little. Over time, you will notice significant progress in yourself. Additionally, remember to reflect and summarize after each battle. Applause erupted among the soldiers in the unit. Continue training. Instructor Balza addressed the troops, pulling Rocky aside. Is there something you wish to discuss? Instructor Balza inquired. Instructor, you must trust me. I primarily came to see you, and secondly, to ask where I should submit the recommendation letter from Teacher Zifa, Rocky replied with a smile. I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts, Instructor Balza jested, playfully slapping Rocky. Subsequently, Instructor Balza recounted some details regarding the previous assignment. In the end, Rocky realized that Zifa had intentionally omitted instructions on how to present the recommendation letter, intending for all the elite camp soldiers to return to the training camp to reconnect with their former instructor. After bidding farewell to Instructor Balza, Rocky hurried towards the headquarters building. The thought of becoming a naval commander and leading his subordinates out to sea filled him with anticipation. Chapter 134, Newcomers at Base G4. With Zifa's recommendation letter in hand, Rocky entered the headquarters building. After completing a series of formalities, Roshi proudly ascended to the rank of Navy Commander at the G4 base. Initially, with his distinguished status as the top graduate of the elite naval training camp, securing a position at the naval headquarters would have been effortless. However, the incidents in the kingdom of Fopu reached this place, casting a shadow over his reputation. The naval headquarters, while ostensibly disapproving of his unilateral actions, harbored an understanding. After all, is it permissible for others to take a life while forbidding one from defending oneself? Nevertheless, the faade of propriety must be maintained. Thus, Roshi honorably assumed his role as a Navy commander at the G4 division, donning his naval uniform with pride. Rocky eagerly donned his attire, draping the cloak of justice around his shoulders, and approached a full-length mirror. Wow, who was that strikingly handsome figure reflected within? Rocky was quite pleased with his attire. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was his hairstyle. He currently sported a neat, short haircut. Nevertheless, it was acceptable, though he lamented the absence of a mobile phone to capture a selfie. This thought prompted him to venture to the main street, where he found a photography studio. He took a snapshot and, on a whim, purchased a camera. Subsequently, armed with identification and a considerable amount of luggage, Rocky and Cristo boarded a naval vessel bound for the G4 division base. This ship served as a pirate transport for the G4 division, tasked with ferrying temporarily detained pirates to the imposing prison of Impel Down, adjacent to the Navy headquarters. Contemplating the likelihood of minimal interaction with these individuals during his future tenure at the G4 division base, Rocky chose not to engage with them further. Observing that Cristo accompanied him, the other passengers understood that Rocky was a man with family, thus refraining from making any jest at his expense. The journey was uneventful, devoid of any unruly pirates. 3 days later, Rocky and Cristo arrived at the G4 division base. After ensuring that Cristo was settled, Rocky donned his formal attire and, with identification in hand, proceeded to the main building of the G4 division to give his report. Following a straightforward handover, Rocky was escorted to an office. He gently rapped on the door, and a clear, melodious voice beckoned from within. Come in. as Rocky pushed the door open. The first sight to greet him was a stunning young woman with golden, cascading waves of hair, her age indeterminate yet undeniably youthful. While Rocky cast his gaze upon the golden-haired beauty, she too was scrutinizing him with keen interest. This enchanting figure not only possessed an appealing visage, but also boasted an exquisite figure that appeared even more alluring in her uniform. Noticing that the golden-haired maiden continued to assess him without any inclination to extend a warm welcome or offer answers to his silent inquiries, Rocky felt a peculiar tension in the air. Rocky smiled and spoke. "I am Rocky, the newly appointed colonel. I look forward to your guidance." "Colonel Rocky, the G4 Division Base extends a warm welcome to you." The blonde lady extended her slender, fair right hand. "I am called Tauka." Rocky grasped his right hand. Although one would expect the maiden's hand to be delicate and soft, Rocky instead felt the calluses. "Colonel Tauka, what a melodious name you have," Rocky smiled. "Those fellows have all gone to attend to their duties," Tauka noticed as Rocky cast a glance at the vacant desks. "Come, Colonel Rocky, your desk is over here." Tauka rose and led Rocky towards one side of the office. Rocky observed that she was not wearing high heels, indicating that Colonel Tauka was prepared for immediate duty. "Has Colonel Rocky arrived?" A rich voice emanated from a lounge within the office. "Yes, Colonel Rocky is here," Colonel Rocky responded loudly. "That's splendid. Please extend my welcome to him," came another voice from the lounge, followed by silence. Who was inside? Rocky felt perplexed. What crucial matter could be occupying the individual inside? To the extent that they could not emerge to greet a new colleague? "It's Major General Leonard, our superior," Tauka replied. Then, Tauka suddenly leaned closer to Rocky's ear and whispered, "Major General Leonard has recently been withdrawn after an encounter with a pirate crew and is now drowning his sorrows in drink." Rocky blinked and murmured, "Drinking won't solve the problem, will it?" "Indeed," Colonel Tauka replied, a look of resignation etched on his face as he sighed. "We have advised countless times, yet to no avail. Which pirate crew is so formidable?" Rocky could not help but inquire. Tauka, with a hint of wistfulness on his countenance, responded, "The magician pirate crew." Upon hearing these words, Rocky furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, "Is the captain of the pirate crew the magician Basil Hawkins?" "Ah, Lieutenant Rocky. It seems you have quite the preparation in place," Colonel Tauka remarked, slightly taken aback. Indeed, Rocky chuckled. "Has he truly done any preparation?" "Certainly not. For the past few days, aside from training, he has been occupied with frolicking alongside Krista. The notion of preparation is utterly out of the question, especially without any system tasks assigned to him. His awareness of the magician Basil Hawkins stems from the fact that he is one of the notorious worst generation, renowned in the original narrative alongside Luffy. Is it already time for this fellow to make his entrance? A shiver ran through Rocky's heart as he calculated the time. It was already May 6th, and Luffy had set sail a day prior. The magician pirates were truly enigmatic. They seemed to possess the uncanny ability to foresee our capture attempts, always managing to elude us just in time. Colonel Polka lamented, having previously attempted to apprehend the magician pirates, only to meet with inevitable failure. After all of his subordinates in the office had faced defeat, the formidable Major General Leonard took matters into his own hands, only to find himself outwitted by the magician Basil Hawkins. It wasn't that Hawkins was overwhelmingly powerful, rather, it was his infuriatingly unpredictable nature that left one exasperated. Rocky nodded. The magician Basil Hawkins was exceptionally skilled at playing tarot cards. Through divination, he could foresee danger and frequently evade the Navy's pursuit, which was hardly surprising. Next, Rocky tidied up his desk and cleaned the office. As noon approached, two individuals returned to the office. They began with polite self-introductions and handshakes. One was a tall man with a full beard named Maha. The other was a young man with short golden hair named Edward. "Is Leonard still sulking with a drink?" Edward initiated a common topic. "What do you think?" Colonel Tauka chuckled helplessly and made a small complaint. Just now, Colonel Rocky arrived, and the chief didn't even bother to come out and welcome him. "That's where the chief is in the wrong," Maha nodded in agreement, then turned to Rocky. "Colonel Rocky, please don't take it personally. The chief is generally a very amiable person, but he's been withdrawn lately and needs an outlet. Once he's had his fill of drink, he will come to apologize personally. I just got here. Who am I to criticize the chief?" Rocky chuckled, shaking his head. Chapter 135, Hammering the Superior. Subscription requested, withdrawing and needing to vent? Why not just have a fight? Rocky said weakly. In the Navy training camp, expressing the need to vent essentially meant wanting to brawl. Winning would refresh one's spirit, perhaps leading one to forget those withdrawn feelings. Even in defeat, The need to vent would have been alleviated during the fight. Rocky, do you think we haven't tried? Edward's face bore a deep sense of resignation. The chief, Leonard, is impervious to persuasion. Once he makes a decision, not even a herd of oxen can sway him. He is resolutely against fighting us. I have a way to get him to spar with me. As for whether it will serve as an outlet, I'm not sure. Rocky replied. Are you certain? Colonel Taka looked at Rocky, raising an eyebrow with caution. Just make sure you don't resort to personal attacks. Not at all. The process will be entirely gentle, Rocky smiled reassuringly. Then you should give it a try, Edward encouraged Rocky, adding silently to himself that it was unlikely to succeed. Given Leonard's stubborn temperament, Rocky approached the entrance of the office break room and gently rapped twice on the door, without awaiting a response from Major General Leonard. He promptly pushed the door open and entered. Major General Leonard, who was nursing a drink in solitude, lifted his gaze to meet Rocky's eyes. Rocky observed the man before him, his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes betraying a certain disarray, while his unkempt beard added to his rugged appearance. General Leonard, shall we engage in a bout? Rocky extended his hand in invitation, subtly employing the skill of dual invitation. Very well, General Leonard responded almost as if compelled by fate. Discarding his bottle and rising from the sofa. He was a towering figure, robustly built, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Colonel Toka and Edward, witnessing the spectacle within the confines of the office, were left utterly bewildered, their minds racing in confusion. What on earth is happening? Colonel Toka approached Rocky, gently prodding him in the side with his finger. It's simple. I'm handsome, and any man who lays eyes on me in this state feels compelled to fight. Rocky jested. If you want to tell me, then so be it. Colonel Toka retorted, turning her head away, unwilling to engage further. As the belle of the office, she felt deprived of the recognition she deserved, leaving her in a state of discontent. After arriving at a secluded area behind the main building, Rocky and Major Leonard found themselves in a desolate space. Rocky, you have just graduated from the elite training camp, haven't you? Leonard inquired, his fists cracking as he clenched them, feeling somewhat rusty after days of inactivity. Indeed, Rocky affirmed with a nod, pride evident in his voice. I am currently the strongest of this elite training camp, so be cautious, Leonard. I know you possess some skills, Major Leonard replied nonchalantly. Graduating at this time undoubtedly indicated that Rocky was among the most exceptional from the elite ranks. However, do not let it go to your head. I am your senior. Having graduated 4 sessions before you, he added. Come on, I don't even know why I feel compelled to spar with you, Leonard stated, his curiosity piqued. Beside them, Toka, Edward, and Maha shared the same intrigue. What need is there for a reason to fight? Rocky chuckled lightly, discreetly setting aside his demon blade, 1,000 slaughters. Now, Major Leonard, please enlighten me. No sooner had he spoken than Rocky unleashed a swift shaving technique, as the junior naturally took the initiative against his senior. The 3 onlookers were momentarily stunned by Rocky's rapid approach. Quick, so fast. To them, he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Though all 3 were colonels, their rank a step above Rocky's, they felt overshadowed. Major Leonard's pupils contracted as he instantly regarded Rocky as a genuine adversary. He had long suspected Rocky's strength. Yet the prowess demonstrated in that shaving move exceeded his expectations. Finger gun. As Rocky lunged forward, he aimed a single finger at Major Leonard's throat. In the face of Rocky's astonishing speed, Leonard's body instantly became as pliable as parchment. Just before Rocky's fingertip made contact, his neck effortlessly swayed to the side, as if the air displaced by Rocky's finger gun had nudged it away. In that moment, Rocky's other hand sprang into action. Again, it was a finger gun, once more targeting Leonard's throat with equal swiftness. As Leonard attempted to evade with his agile movements, it appeared as though Rocky had anticipated his trajectory. The clash reverberated through the air. Rocky's left index finger made intimate contact with Leonard's neck, producing a crisp sound. Leonard took a quick step back, retreating 2 paces. You little rascal, do you look down upon your senior? Leonard gazed at Rocky, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Just at the last moment, Rocky had retracted his hand, curling his finger to deliver a light jab with his knuckle. This could be interpreted as Rocky's disdain for Leonard, believing he could not evade the attack, or as a manifestation of his fear that Leonard might underestimate him and inadvertently sustain an injury. Leonard wished to embrace the former interpretation, yet he could not deny that he had indeed failed to evade. This sentiment was unsettling, instantly consuming Leonard's thoughts and causing him to momentarily forget about Hawkins. No. As Rocky's words echoed, he launched a second round of assault. Is this not the most effective method of diverting attention? This time, having learned from his previous experience, Rocky clenched his fists, refraining from using finger strikes. Humph. In response to Rocky's advance, Leonard let out a slight grunt. During the first round, he had opted for defense rather than offense, granting his junior brother a semblance of dignity, lest he suffer an embarrassing defeat. However, in the second round, Leonard felt no obligation to show mercy. Thus, as Rocky's rapid punches came hurtling toward him, Leonard met them with a solid fist of his own. Bang! Both fighters staggered back 3 steps, resulting in a stalemate. What a remarkable young man. Leonard's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was genuinely interested, eager to gauge the extent of Rocky's prowess. Have I truly reached a level comparable to that of a major in the division? Rocky felt a surge of surprise within him. He had yet to draw his sword, and if he did, he was certain he could easily subdue Major Leonard. Come on, Leonard bellowed, this time taking the initiative to assault Rocky. His attack was straightforward, characterized by bold and unrefined strikes, delivering straightforward and powerful punches. The sound of their blows echoed, a cacophony of flesh meeting flesh, as their figures moved with such swiftness that they became nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Colonel Toka and his companions, observing from the sidelines, were filled with excitement. All right. If this continues, there will be no food left in the cafeteria, Colonel Toka remarked. Having noticed the passage of time, he called out to the 2 combatants who were deeply engrossed in their duel. Rocky and Leonard exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, they were both consumed with thoughts of how to outmaneuver one another, oblivious to the ticking clock. Let us call it a day. We shall continue this another time, Leonard laughed heartily. Rocky, I believe you are only 19 this year, correct? I, your senior, fall short of your prowess, at your age. You could probably take on 10 of me. Colonel Toka and his companions were left speechless. The battle between Rocky and Leonard truly astonished them. Who would have thought that a mere rookie, freshly graduated from training, could exhibit such strength? Well, let us proceed to dine. With a grand gesture, Leonard strode confidently towards the cafeteria. Rocky silently stepped aside to retrieve the demon blade, Qianzhan. Leonard noticed Rocky's action and suddenly froze. Indeed, Rocky was a swordmaster. Just moments ago, he had matched Leonard without even wielding a sword. Did this imply that Leonard would be at a disadvantage should Rocky draw his weapon? Upon observing the remarkable expression on Leonard's face, Toka and the others quickly grasped the situation. The trio exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Could it be that their leader, Leonard, was unable to best a newly arrived lieutenant colonel? They felt as though their worldview was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 136. Proving oneself at the pinnacle of the G4 Navy Division's base, in the office of the esteemed Major General John, the highest authority of the entire division. Major Leonard stood upright, awaiting the chief's admonition. Has he emerged? Major General John inquired with a hint of indifference. He has, Leonard affirmed with a nod. Then promptly regroup and capture that scoundrel Hawkins. Major General John gazed at Leonard, his eyes revealing a stern intensity. I shall do my utmost, Leonard replied, a touch of helplessness in his tone. If he were truly capable of dealing with Hawkins, he would not have previously succumbed to despair at the hands of the man. I understand this mission is challenging. All officers at the G4 division are at your disposal. You must find a way to apprehend Hawkins. This is crucial for the reputation of our G4 division, John emphasized. Understood, sir, Leonard responded, standing at attention and saluting. Go now, I await your good news. Yes, sir. Leonard departed from Major General John's office and returned to his own. Toka, where is that scoundrel Hawkins currently operating? Leonard inquired, directing his gaze toward Colonel Toka. He is still on Sillen Island. However, the recording pointer for Sillen Island can reach full magnetic capacity in just 5 days, and theirs is already maxed out, Toka explained. Damn it, still on Sillen Island. This is an outright affront to us, Leonard exclaimed, nearly roaring in fury. Boss Leonard, allow me to give it a try, Rocky offered, rising with an unusual confidence. Leonard scrutinized Rocky, furrowing his brow in contemplation. No, you are currently the most vibrant member of our office. I cannot allow you to confront the malignant Hawkins. Anyone's mentality could be shattered by him. Indeed, Rocky, we understand you are a newcomer eager to prove yourself. But this mission against Hawkins exceeds your current capacity. This is not a reflection of your strength. We have great confidence in your abilities, Toka added in support. Though Hawkins' strength is not particularly formidable, with a bounty of merely 100 million berries, he possesses an uncanny ability to seemingly foresee the future. Colonel Edward also remarked, moreover, that fellow possesses an exceptionally peculiar fruit ability. Even if you inflict wounds upon him, he can transfer the damage. With a serious expression, Toka conveyed this to Rocky. The last time when Boss Leonard took matters into his own hands, He was rendered mute precisely because he utilized Boss Leonard's strength to eliminate several innocent civilians. Rocky appeared humble and eager to learn. Once several experienced colleagues fell silent, he spoke up. I have a secret weapon against Hawkins, although I cannot foresee the future. I have always possessed a keen intuition, Rocky stated confidently with a smile. If you doubt me, Leonard, you may test me. I will remain in this office while you hide anywhere you wish, and I will find you effortlessly, Rocky proclaimed with assurance. Upon witnessing Rocky's confidence, Leonard and the others were momentarily taken aback. Is intuition truly capable of such feats? Rocky, do you rely on scent? Major General Leonard inquired skeptically. No, it is intuition. Scent is too ephemeral. A gust of wind can erase it. If you wish to test me, you may hide further away in a place where scents dissipate, Rocky continued. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall give you this chance, Leonard replied, glancing at Rocky before conceding. You three, keep a close watch on Rocky. Do not allow him to leave this office for 2 hours, and he is not to consult anyone along the way, Major General Leonard instructed the trio. Rest assured, Chief. Rocky lacks the means to incite us against him, Colonel Tauka chimed in playfully. With that assurance, Leonard promptly exited the office. He moved briskly. Not like a headless chicken without direction, but rather with a newfound purpose sparked by Rocky's mention of the hiding challenge. Leonard suddenly had an excellent idea, one that would serve a dual purpose. Firstly, as a lieutenant colonel, Rocky was permitted to independently command a warship on patrol missions. Secondly, Rocky's capabilities matched his own. Thus, Leonard recognized that he could not confine Rocky solely to office duties. Consequently, Leonard decided to visit the shipyard to select a warship for Rocky and recruit some crew members, a fitting gesture from a senior officer to his junior. This would prevent any future grievances from Rocky when meeting Zifa. Without hesitation, Leonard, true to his decisive nature, strode purposefully towards the shipyard. Before long, he arrived at the docks, and to verify whether Rocky had deceived him, he took a detour to the seaside plaza. The sea breeze rendered any lingering scent non-existent. If Rocky relied on scent, he would undoubtedly fail. Upon reaching the shipyard, Leonard quickly selected a brand-new standard-class corvette and completed the handover procedures on Rocky's behalf. As a major general, he expedited the process with remarkable efficiency. Over an hour later, Leonard had everything arranged. Yet the matter of the troops under Rocky's command posed a challenge. Leonard retrieved his communicator and placed a call to his office. Hello. Has Rocky made any preparations while in the office? The telephone bug emitted a voice from Tauka, tinged with a hint of confusion. What preparations? If he isn't making preparations, how could he possibly know where I am at this moment? Do you genuinely believe he finds people through mere intuition? Major General Leonard countered. Tauka paused momentarily, then continued. Doubt aside, Rocky is indeed unprepared. Then what is he doing? Major General Leonard inquired with curiosity. It would be best if you remained unaware, Tauka replied. Speak quickly. Leonard insisted, raising his voice. Rocky is playing a card game called Do de Jeu with Edward and the others. They seem to be enjoying themselves, Tauka said meekly. Those three rascals. Tell Rocky that if he can't find me shortly, he will face the consequences, Major General Leonard remarked nonchalantly. Understood, Chief. I will relay your message. Tauka promptly hung up the phone. That rascal Rocky truly incites my ire, Leonard muttered through clenched teeth. Here he was, a major general, coming to assist in selecting ships and soldiers, while a mere lieutenant colonel dares to play cards in his office. Rocky, you must find your way here, otherwise I shall ensure you are utterly dismantled, Major General Leonard declared in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed he could not best Rocky in a game. Chapter 137, The Strike. Time flies during joyous moments. After 2 hours of playing Go de Jeu, Rocky had lost nearly 100,000 belly, though he had lost a trivial sum. The camaraderie forged with Edward and the others was invaluable. It's time. Let us seek out Major General Leonard, Rocky remarked, glancing at the wall clock as he gathered the playing cards. He stepped through the door, followed closely by Tauka and the others. They remained by Rocky's side, attentive yet silent. Unlike the convoluted route taken when leaving with Leonard, Rocky headed directly toward the dock after exiting the base building. How could he be so certain that Major General Leonard was in that direction? After all, he was a newcomer, still unfamiliar with the vast layout of the division's base. The answer lay in the system's provision of a life card for Major General Leonard. Do you recall the pursuit skill Rocky had been fixated on? This was it, the unparalleled pursuit skill, Fury Attack Mark. Once a living target is marked with Fury Attack, the system generates a temporary life card for them. Thanks to the life card's unique property of always pointing toward its owner's location, who could possibly evade him? Rocky, accompanied by Toka and the others, made their way towards the dock. Soon, they arrived before a small, handcrafted warship. Rocky scrutinized the warship meticulously, circling it on the shore to ascertain that Rear Admiral Leonard was indeed aboard. "Is this the ship I shall command in the future, Admiral Leonard?" Rocky inquired with enthusiasm. Inside the compact quarters of the vessel, Leonard suppressed his astonishment, replacing it with a beaming smile as he stepped onto the deck. "Indeed, Rocky. I have come to trust your uncanny intuition," Leonard laughed heartily. Rocky is indeed fortunate to possess such a remarkable ability, for when his subordinates achieve success, he too reaps a portion of the rewards. Upon witnessing the beaming face of Major General Leonard gracing the deck of the warship, the trio of Toka stood in astonished silence, rendered speechless by the sight. Roshi had just spent the last 2 hours frolicking with them, and upon emerging, he had not inquired about anyone. It could be said that he was likely unaware that this direction led to the dock. The fact that he managed to find it only heightened their belief that something supernatural was afoot. After a brief moment, the trio of Toka came to their senses and had to concede that Roshi was indeed an enigma. "Now, may I proceed to apprehend Hawkins?" Roshi cast a glance at Major General Leonard, a subtle smile gracing his features. "It is undoubtedly your responsibility. However, have you meticulously considered the entire plan for capturing Hawkins?" Leonard inquired, his expression turning serious. "Rocky, if I can meet him, I will intuitively pinpoint his next move." "Excellent!" Leonard exclaimed loudly, his heart racing with excitement. "Is Hawkins about to face a formidable opponent?" "Hawkins is currently on Sillen Island. Once you encounter him, feel free to command all my men as you wish. This time, we must capture Hawkins," Leonard said to Rocky, his admiration unmistakable in his eyes. Rocky nodded earnestly, gesturing towards the warship where Leonard was stationed. "This will be my future vessel. But what about the soldiers aboard?" he inquired with a light-hearted chuckle. Leonard, with a grand sweep of his hand, replied jovially, That's a trivial matter. Initially, he had worried that acquiring some troops from other colonels for Rocky might encounter resistance. However, Rocky had already demonstrated his capability in capturing Hawkins, and he surmised that merely asking would elicit a plethora of soldiers eager to join Rocky's crew. After all, this was a golden opportunity for glory, one not to be overlooked. "Leonard, why not let me serve as Rocky's second-in-command? I believe it would be a perfect fit," Colonel Edward jested. "You young rascal, don't entertain such foolish notions. What sense is there in a distinguished colonel serving as a subordinate to a lieutenant colonel?" retorted Major General Leonard, spitting in jest. "Boss, good fortune should be shared among those present. How about this? We each select a few soldiers from our ranks to bolster Rocky's crew," suggested Tauka with a grin. "Humph. You all are just a bunch of schemers, but I suppose that could work. It's merely unfortunate for the others that they are absent," Major General Leonard replied with delight. "All right, I shall promptly summon my younger brothers." Edward beamed, his face radiant with a broad smile. Every competent leader ought to advocate for the welfare of their soldiers, ensuring they are well-fed and cared for. Soon, the trio brought all their naval personnel to Rocky. Collectively, they numbered around 200. It was quite unusual for a naval colonel to command merely over 60 men in the 4 seas. Typically, a colonel could easily defend a naval branch base with over 100 soldiers. However, this was not the case here. This was a significant naval division base along the Grand Line. Naval lieutenants, colonels, and brigadiers served as the backbone of the base, often required to lead ships on duty. Given the limitations of ship specifications, their crews were naturally restricted in size. Each of the 3, Edward, Tauka, and Leonard, selected 15 personnel from their fleets, thereby swiftly assembling Rocky's entire crew. 45 individuals were sufficient to operate a small warship, and they had been chosen to match their respective roles on board. After accounting for non-combat roles such as cooks, ship's doctors, and helmsmen, Rocky's fleet proudly featured 2 naval majors, each leading a 20-man squad. Observing his subordinates standing before him, Rocky felt a surge of excitement within. "My name is Rocky. In the time to come, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall work together, and I am thrilled about it. However, as a newcomer, I welcome your guidance should I falter in my duties." Rocky addressed his subordinates with a commanding voice. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Leonard eagerly urged Rocky to set sail. Although the hour was late, Rocky, ever amenable, ascended the warship and unfurled the sails. However, he took a slight detour to fetch Christo aboard the vessel. Christo, possessing stunning beauty, an alluring figure, and an extraordinary presence, captivated the attention of every naval soldier on the ship as soon as she stepped on board. Rocky briefly introduced them, and the soldiers aboard readily accepted the notion that Krista was Rocky's partner. Of course, their acknowledgement was merely verbal. In their hearts, they regarded Krista as Rocky's woman. Many naval soldiers secretly felt that Rocky's decision to bring Krista on board was a burden and could potentially affect morale. Nevertheless, they also understood that if they had such a beautiful girlfriend, they would undoubtedly wish to keep her by their side at all times. Rocky observed the peculiar behavior of his soldiers, but chose to disregard it, instead feeling a sense of anticipation. Their expressions would undoubtedly be fascinating when they witnessed Kristoff's prowess. Chapter 138, Encounter with Hawkins. Hawkins was located on Westland Island, which fell under the jurisdiction of the G4 Navy Division's base. Captain Rocky set sail from the G4 Division base, his vessel equipped with a permanent compass pointing to all the islands within this maritime expanse. Fortuitously, the weather was splendid today, with a robust sea breeze filling the sails, and within half a day, Rocky reached the eastern coastline of Westland Island. According to reports, Hawkins was at a tavern. However, visiting the tavern seemed futile, as locating the pirate ship would ensure success. Pirate vessels invariably require a harbor to dock. Rocky meticulously examined the topographical map of Shileen Island, meticulously marking several circles along the coastline. If Hawkins were indeed a seasoned pirate, he would anchor his ship at those designated spots. The warship immediately navigated along the coastline, heading towards the locations that Rocky had outlined. Now, let us rewind a few hours to a tavern in the town on Shileen Island. Hawkins drew forth a deck of tarot cards, engaging in divination to determine the course of the afternoon. Mystical golden tendrils sprouted from his being as he placed each tarot card upon the outstretched branches. A frown creased his brow. Noticing this, a pirate officer beside him understood that something might transpire that afternoon. However, he refrained from inquiring, knowing well that interrupting Hawkins during his divination was ill-advised. After a brief moment, Hawkins gathered the cards. "What troubles you, Captain?" the ever-watchful pirate officer promptly asked. "If we do not leave by evening, our ship will be in peril," Hawkins replied calmly. "Though there is no immediate threat, I sense a subtle danger lurking, which is peculiar, as I cannot discern what it truly is." "Captain Hawkins, a subtle danger suggests it may not be significant, correct?" the officer cautiously confirmed. In recent days, they had provoked the naval base of the G4 Division severely. While this had been a source of amusement, they were well aware of the serious repercussions from the Navy. "The danger may be slight, yet it is strange that I cannot decipher its nature," Hawkins remarked, his expression inscrutable as he glanced skyward. "Human efforts are finite. Fate often outwits our calculations. Should we depart now, then? If the danger is minor, perhaps we should stay a while longer, as the crew has just begun to revel," the officer suggested. "We can wait a bit longer," Hawkins responded in a low, resolute tone. Seeing their captain remain composed, the officer felt reassured and promptly returned to the table. After some time, Hawkins rose, surveying his reveling crew in the tavern. "It is time to go," he stated, devoid of hesitation or sentimentality. The members of the magician pirates swiftly gathered their belongings and exited the tavern. They made their way directly along the shortest route to the seashore, where they spotted a small warship approaching from the distance. "The captain truly is formidable." Observing the approaching warship on the horizon, the members of the magician pirate crew gazed upon their captain with genuine admiration and reverence. Their eyes turned towards Hawkins, who, despite maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, exhibited a subtle furrow in his brow upon closer inspection. Since earlier, Hawkins had been deeply engrossed in thought, nearly racking his brain. Yet the source of the faint sense of danger eluded him. "Set sail towards the southeast," he commanded. Upon hearing Hawkins' orders, the pirates of his crew sprang into action with remarkable coordination. "Raise the anchor. Hoist the sails." The sea breeze, ever elusive and capricious, shifted as the pirate ship unfurled its sails, blowing from the northwest towards the southeast. With full sails, the magician pirate ship embarked on its journey to the southeast. On the other side, on the deck of the warship stood Rocky, accompanied by Krista and a young naval lieutenant named Clint. "Colonel Rocky, have you seen? The magician pirates are exceedingly cunning," Lieutenant Clint lamented, gesturing towards the distant pirate ship. His tone bore an unmistakable hint of resentment and a touch of indignation. "Once the ship draws closer, should I catch sight of that scoundrel Hawkins, I shall exact vengeance on your behalf," Rocky replied calmly, gazing into the horizon. The warship had already set sail, its speed swift and resolute. Meanwhile, the pirate ship's velocity began to increment from a standstill, and as it gradually matched the pace of the warship, the distance between them steadily diminished. A look of resignation crossed Clint's face as he hesitated for a moment before responding, "I hope so." He could hardly believe Rocky's assertion that he could avenge them upon spotting Hawkins. Just days prior, Major General Leonard had personally engaged Hawkins. It was not merely a matter of sighting him, but rather a confrontation, and yet he had failed to apprehend the rogue. Could a newly appointed naval colonel possibly surpass a naval major general's prowess? Clint was left to doubt the veracity of Colonel Edwards' words when he summoned him earlier. Could he truly achieve significant merit under the guidance of such an inexperienced newcomer? He shook his head in dismay, relinquishing any hope for glory. After a brief interval, the distance between the warship and the pirate vessel diminished to a mere 200 or 300 meters. "Colonel Rocky, the enemy ship has entered the cannon's range. Shall we commence bombardment?" Lieutenant Clint inquired. Rock gently waved his hand, indicating that artillery fire would prove futile at such a considerable distance. The accuracy of the cannons was merely a matter of chance. Moreover, they were up against Hawkins, a man who seemed to possess the foresight of a premonition. It would be remarkable if they managed to hit him, let alone achieve any form of delay. Clint had observed the profile of Rock and found himself harboring a greater respect for him. Previously, while aboard Colonel Edwards' vessel, he had attempted to bombard Hawkins' pirate ship from an even closer range. Despite firing several rounds from multiple cannons, not a single shot found its mark. The one round that held the potential to strike was intercepted before it could reach its target. Locke peered through his telescope, fixated on the distant pirate ship, noting with irritation that damned Hawkins had yet to reveal himself. Summon a few vociferous warriors, Locke instructed Major Krent at his side. Though puzzled, Major Krent promptly obeyed Locke's command. Moments later, several naval soldiers gathered behind Locke. "Magician Basil Hawkins, renowned far and wide, do you dare to face us?" The soldiers bellowed in unison. Their voices reverberated through the air, reaching Hawkins in the ship's hold. "This naval commander possesses some intrigue," Hawkins murmured, rising to the deck. Shortly thereafter, Locke caught sight of Hawkins. Chapter 139, The Grand Performance. Hawkins appeared before Locke, who smiled and immediately activated a Fury attack marker via his system. The system responded, and Locke felt a wave of relief. Through the temporary life card, he could distinctly sense Hawkins moving westward. This time, regardless of where Hawkins attempted to flee, his time was limited. Unable to contain himself, Locke extended his right index finger toward Hawkins on the pirate ship. He then retracted his finger, raised his thumb, and gestured toward the sea. Meanwhile, aboard Hawkins' pirate ship, Hawkins held a telescope, observing Locke on the deck. Noticing Locke's provocative gesture, Hawkins frowned. Until now, he had failed to discern anything remarkable about Locke, merely noting that the naval commander was quite young and somewhat handsome. However, he now recognized that this naval commander exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence. Hawkins let out a cold chuckle, dismissing Locke's bravado. He casually handed the telescope to a nearby officer, instructing, "Remember that commander, and find out who he is." "Understood, Captain," the officer replied, taking a careful look at Locke through the telescope. "Ready, shout." The pirates on the deck of the ship roared with malicious delight. "You worthless navy. Do you truly believe you can capture us with just one warship? Dreams are for fools. Go back and fetch your admiral, then we might consider it." Hawkins retreated to the ship's hold, as the pirates on deck erupted in laughter. Their taunts echoed across to Locke's warship, igniting the fury of the naval soldiers, many of whom gritted their teeth, especially Major Krent. Just days prior, while pursuing Hawkins' pirate crew alongside Colonel Edward and several other commanders, he had endured similar ridicule. Taking a deep breath, Major Krent suppressed his anger and turned to Locke. "Commander Locke, what shall we do next? My objective has been achieved. Abandon the pursuit. Steer towards the coast of Sheeling Island. The day is waning, and we shall rest well tonight." Rocky calmly commanded. Major Clint, witnessing Rocky's indifference to the mockery, felt a renewed respect for him. Soon, the warship altered its course, heading towards the coastline of Sheeling Island. Meanwhile, aboard Hawkins' pirate ship, the mischievous pirates were discontented to find that the warship had not pursued them. They speculated that the warship had exerted itself to chase them, only to realize that it was unable to match the agility of the pirate vessel, ultimately resigning in despair. The news of the warship's withdrawal reached Hawkins as he entered the cabin. "This pursuer was unlike the foolish ones of the past," Hawkins remarked. "We must ascertain his identity and take the next encounter more seriously." "Indeed, Captain Hawkins." At the small town on Sheeling Island, the warship docked. Rocky summoned all naval soldiers, regardless of their ranks, to disembark. This day marked the inaugural formation of his fleet, the Rocky Fleet, and a celebration was in order. The group made their way to a tavern, which Rocky had reserved entirely. It is said that Rocky, being quite affluent, had not spent the wealth he had accumulated from the previous 3 trials aboard the pirate ships. Before the meal commenced, Rocky ceremoniously gathered all the naval soldiers for a photograph. Observing his subordinates indulging in their feast, Rocky secured his camera, intending to develop the photos upon his return once the mission was complete. Engaging in the perilous work of capturing pirates, Rocky, despite his formidable strength, could not guarantee the survival of each subordinate in the forthcoming battles. At the very least, a memento was necessary. While the festivities continued, Rocky remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Hawkins' position. After 7 o'clock, he noticed a slight change in the direction indicated by the temporary life card. He refrained from probing further immediately, waiting for a moment until the direction stabilized. By 9 o'clock, the steady direction had shown no variation, indicating that Hawkins had remained stationary. Rocky approached the map, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The direction indicated by the life card led to a solitary island. Yet it was evident that reaching it within such a brief span of time was implausible. This signified that Hawkins had returned to Ceylon Island. According to the nautical chart, the waters in this region plunged to depths of 1,000 meters. Dropping anchor would not reach the seabed, and even if the sails were furled, maintaining stability on the surface would be an impossible feat. Rocky chuckled for a moment and promptly reached out to Leonard to devise a plan for the capture the following day. Early the next morning, Rocky and Krista rose exceptionally early. When the clock struck 7, Rocky noticed that all the soldiers aboard the warship were still slumbering and promptly roused them all. Subsequently, the soldiers assembled on the deck, initially yawning and appearing rather lethargic. However, the morning sea was shrouded in mist, cool and damp, and they swiftly regained their alertness. From this day forth, their daily routines must undergo a transformation. Though Rocky's voice was not loud, the certainty it conveyed was unmistakable to all who listened. Sweat more in practice to bleed less in battle. Now that you have become my subordinates, I must take responsibility for your safety. Henceforth, our fleet schedule will entail no training during duty hours. However, on days off, I will ensure that you adhere to a regimen of early rising and consistent training. Do you understand? Understood. What did you say? I can't hear you. Understood. A subtle smile graced Rocky's face as he glanced at the invigorated naval soldiers. Go wash up, he instructed. The sailors gathered on the deck began to make their way to the cabin in succession. Clinton, I find this Colonel Rocky rather difficult to engage with, remarked another major, named War, jabbing Clinton lightly. Clinton offered a non-committal smile. A strict demeanor isn't necessarily a bad thing. From what I've observed since yesterday, Colonel Rocky appears quite capable. Whether he is capable or not remains uncertain. But I cannot fathom rising this early without any mission at hand, Moore complained. Clinton shrugged, choosing not to respond. Within the washroom, groups of naval soldiers busied themselves with their morning routines. What do you suppose Colonel Rocky will decide today? Moore inquired. I have no idea. It's likely we'll return to the base. Is there any alternative to going back? The magician pirate crew has fled. Who knows if they possess a permanent log post, and we cannot ascertain where they will dock next, a seaman remarked. Intrigued by the topic, Clinton chimed in. You all appear to be cut out for the role of mere foot soldiers. This is Colonel Rocky's inaugural mission. Even if we cannot achieve victory, it is imperative we spend ample time out at sea. When we return, we can at least claim we did our utmost. Indeed, it must be so, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing, came the agreement. The answer will soon be revealed. Once the naval soldiers finished their ablutions, the galley crew promptly commenced preparations for breakfast. However, after breakfast concluded, Colonel Rocky showed no intention of setting sail, leaving the naval soldiers somewhat perplexed. Colonel Rocky, how shall we proceed with today's agenda? Clinton inquired. Rocky and Krista sat on the railing, fishing. Do not rush. Let us take a moment to rest until our team is assembled, Rocky replied calmly. What do you mean by assembled? Clint inquired, taken aback. Are the crew members on the warship always gathered? Could it be that Colonel Rocky, on his inaugural mission, requires coordination with others? He considered that capturing the elusive Hawkins indeed necessitated collaboration. However, was it not the case that there was currently no intel on Hawkins? Clint hesitated to ask further, wary of appearing impatient. Without a second thought, he cast aside this curiosity and returned to the cabin to play cards. Chapter 140. The performance begins. In reality, Major Clint underestimated his own curiosity. It was not long after he entered the cabin that he emerged once more. At that moment, the telephone bug on Rocky's person chimed at that moment. I have arrived, came the voice of Colonel Edward through the device. This familiar tone sparked a glimmer of recognition in Major Clint's eyes. Was Colonel Edward also participating in this operation? Do not proceed yet. I will notify you when everyone has assembled, and we shall tighten the encirclement together, Rocky communicated through the bug. No problem, Colonel Edward replied with a generous tone. Observing this exchange, Major Clint felt a surge of emotion. Judging by Colonel Edward's demeanor, it was clear that this mission was led by Lieutenant Colonel Rocky. Major Clint realized he had underestimated Lieutenant Colonel Rocky once again, deepening his admiration. After a while, Colonel Maha and Colonel Toka also called in to inform Rocky of their arrival at the designated location. Once it was confirmed that all three had reached their destinations, Rocky commanded the fleet of 4 ships to immediately constrict the encirclement of the magician pirate crew. Major Clint, receiving the order, promptly summoned all combat personnel from the ship's hold, preparing for the impending confrontation with the magician pirate crew. Are we about to engage in battle with the magician pirate crew? This left the naval soldiers aboard Rocky's vessel in a state of confusion. Hadn't the magician pirate crew departed from Shilling Island just the evening before? What manner of combat was to unfold? Locke, indifferent to the inquiries of the warrior, believed that curiosity was unnecessary for one in his position. Obedience to orders was the true path. The warship promptly set sail, navigating along the coastline encircling Shilling Island. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship within the bay, the members of the magician pirate crew remained in deep slumber. It was early morning, past 7, and even the Navy personnel, lacking any missions, had yet to rise. However, Hawkins was a cautious individual, and the lookout stationed atop the mast of his ship was manned around the clock, ensuring that there was always someone alert and vigilant. The pirate stationed in the crow's nest was the first to spot 2 Navy vessels approaching on the horizon. Unable to resist the urge, he rubbed his eyes and peered again. Those 2 ships were indeed naval warships, not merchant vessels. Why had the Navy arrived? A sense of unease crept into his mind. He abandoned his telescope and descended the mast, making his way towards the cabin with a calm demeanor, exhibiting no signs of panic, as though he were a law-abiding citizen with no cause to fear the Navy. Truth be told, he had encountered such scenarios numerous times before, and under the captain's guidance, they had always managed to evade the Navy effortlessly. With the captain at the helm, why should there be any alarm? On Hawkins' ship, nearly every crew member revered him, aspiring to emulate his composed and unflappable nature in times of crisis. The vigilant pirate sauntered into the cabin, waking a fellow officer to relay the news of the Navy's approach. How many warships are there? How far are they from us? The officer inquired nonchalantly. 2 small warships, roughly 3 to 4 nautical miles away. It was foggy this morning, so I didn't spot them at first. Had the weather been clear, I would have noticed them sooner, replied the vigilant pirate. Of course, 2 additional Navy vessels were also approaching along the coastline, obscured from view by the island's silhouette. No problem, I will notify the captain at once. The officer of the magician pirate crew immediately proceeded to gently knock on the door of Hawkins' cabin. Captain, there is a minor situation. The Navy has arrived, approximately 3 to 4 nautical miles away. Hawkins, awakened by the knock, immediately came to attention, overhearing the officer's report. Come in. Hawkins, a seasoned pirate, exuded confidence in his abilities, yet he maintained a semblance of vigilance. Rather than leisurely dressing, he sat bare-chested on his bed and began to draw tarot cards for divination from his pocket. This time, his movements were swift as he laid the cards upon a bundle of straw. Observant crew members noted that Hawkins' divination differed from his usual practice. As soon as he placed the first card, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. With each additional card drawn, the crease deepened, causing a surge of concern within one particular pirate officer. Having served on the ship for an extended period, he always stood guard during Hawkins' readings, both to ensure his safety and to absorb the outcomes. However, this was the first instance he observed such a pronounced frown on Hawkins' face during a divination. Something significant was imminent. The enemy was approaching. From the current perspective, landing appeared safe, yet landing would render Hawkins a sitting duck, prompting his rare murmuring of uncertainty. The recent readings illuminated a stark realization. Should they set sail now, regardless of the direction chosen, they would inevitably confront their foes. What to do? Hawkins' mind raced, weighing the options. Set sail towards the east. After a brief moment of hesitation, he reached a resolution and instructed the pirate officer. Aware that this situation was far from simple, the officer promptly exited Hawkins' quarters to relay the commands. The captain's orders within the magician pirates were akin to a royal decree. No one dared to question Hawkins' directives. The crew sprang into action, swiftly raising anchor and hoisting sails, directing the ship towards the east. At that moment, two warships lay to the southeast and northeast of the pirate vessel. Upon noticing the ship's eastward course, both warships sprang into action, moving southward and northward to intercept Hawkins' vessel. As the pirate ship sailed further, the crew soon realized that they were not only met with the two warships ahead, but also flanked by another two approaching from either side. This revelation heightened the tension among the magician pirates. Meanwhile, Hawkins had dressed and made his way to the deck. He raised his telescope to survey the encircling warships. And on the right vessel, he spotted a distinctly familiar face, the naval commander who had pursued him the previous day. Could this be the same commander still stationed at Siren Island? "Captain, what should we do now?" a cadre inquired, prompting all the pirates on deck to turn their gaze toward Hawkins, their eyes glimmering with hope. "We are not fated to perish today. It is of little concern." Hawkins replied coolly, his voice devoid of emotion, exuding a calmness that instilled confidence in others. Yet, was the reality truly as Hawkins asserted? In truth, he discerned the pallor of death etched upon the faces of several subordinates, though he himself remained untouched by such dread. Chapter 141. Hawkins' magnificent performance moments earlier. The warship of Haki continued its voyage along the coastline. The warriors on deck, poised for battle, had spotted two naval vessels on the distant horizon. This sight ignited a fervor within them, accompanied by an insatiable curiosity. Had the elusive magician pirate crew truly returned to this very place? How did Colonel Haki come to know this? Soon, the result was revealed. A pirate ship, familiar to them, emerged from the concealment of the peninsula. It was none other than the vessel of the magician pirate crew. Indeed, the magician pirate crew had made an appearance. Colonel Haki was formidable. At that moment, every naval soldier on the deck of the Haki warship held a profound admiration for him. With this revelation, there was no longer a need to rally morale for the impending battle. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the naval warriors on the deck were filled with exhilaration. As time progressed, the situation became increasingly clear. On the sea, four warships surrounded a single pirate vessel. Unless an unforeseen incident occurred, the magician pirate crew would be unable to escape this time. What unexpected turn could possibly arise? Could the ship of the magician pirate crew fly? Certainly not. Thus, the demise of the magician pirate crew was inevitable. As the encirclement tightened, it was disingenuous for the pirates not to feel anxious, despite their captain's assurances. "Captain, what should we do?" inquired a crew member, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, standing beside the composed Hawkins. "Do not worry. Simply sail forward. I have my own methods to escape this encirclement," Hawkins replied calmly. His voice carried a hint of confidence, which, though not as robust as usual, brought joy to his crew, akin to the comfort of a calming elixir. Soon, Hawkins' pirate ship entered the range of the warship's cannons. Fire! One of the warships commenced its bombardment on the magician pirate ship. In the next moment, the remaining three warships immediately followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Four warships, equipped with over a dozen cannons, unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the central pirate ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen cannonballs sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound of friction as they hurtled towards Hawkins' vessel. Observing this scene, all on the Navy's side, except for Haki and Krista, were overwhelmed with joy. Finally, the magician pirate crew, which had evaded capture for so long, was destined to meet its end today. With such a dense barrage of cannonballs, even if the cannons had a low hit rate, it was improbable that none would strike their mark. As long as a single cannonball hit Hawkins' ship, it would undoubtedly suffer repercussions, placing them at a greater disadvantage. And as for blocking the cannonballs, that was an impossibility. With cannonballs flying in from all directions, merely witnessing such a tense situation sent shivers down one's spine. How could anyone discern which projectiles would hit and which would miss? Thus, preemptively intercepting the cannonballs destined for the ship was out of the question. Krista did not share in the excitement, for she remained indifferent to the unfolding events. Haki was not particularly enthusiastic, as he was not fond of this approach. While it appeared to be stable, in reality, it lacked true reliability. The effectiveness of this method hinged significantly on the enemy. Against a feeble adversary, it could yield remarkable results, but against a formidable foe, it proved utterly futile. Loki possesses a superior strategy. All he needs to do is traverse to Hawkins' pirate ship using the moonwalk technique and eliminate 90% of the crew with his conqueror's Haki, thereby concealing his own merits. However, he cannot resort to such a method. If he were to do so, he alone could vanquish the entire magician pirate crew, leaving no accolades for his comrades. Moreover, his meticulous involvement in every affair would hinder his growth as a lieutenant. as his subordinates would remain stagnant. As he observed the barrage of over 10 cannonballs hurtling toward them from all directions, the pirates of the magician crew felt a surge of anxiety, despite their captain's reassurances. They trembled in trepidation, wishing to flee at once. "Only 6 cannonballs are destined to strike our ship. We must intercept them," Hawkins proclaimed, abruptly halting his divination. He swiftly identified the 6 cannonballs that would hit the pirate vessel, prompting his officers to act immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannonballs detonated beside the pirate ship, sending towering waves soaring over 10 meters high. The cannonballs that should have struck the ship were intercepted with precision, as torrents of water cascaded down from the explosions. Everyone on the Navy side turned their hopeful gazes toward the magician pirate crew. To their astonishment, when the water curtain fell, they discovered that Hawkins' ship remained utterly unscathed. The vessel continued to sail at remarkable speed, ruthlessly signaling the Navy's first round of cannon fire a dismal failure. How had Hawkins' crew achieved such a feat? The Navy could not fathom it, left profoundly shaken by Hawkins' actions. Seizing the opportunity while the Navy reloaded for a second volley, Hawkins' ship closed the distance to the 2 naval vessels ahead. This rendered the cannon fire impractical, as the accuracy of the artillery could potentially harm their own ships. In an instant, Hawkins transformed a dire situation into one of opportunity, showcasing his remarkable prowess. Truly, he is a rising star among the new generation. Observing Hawkins' ship resolutely advancing through the flames of battle, Loki felt a deep admiration. Each discipline has its own expertise, and in this regard, he acknowledged his inferiority to Hawkins. However, although Hawkins had recently executed an impressive maneuver, successfully guiding his ship to evade over 10 cannonballs and temporarily extricate himself from peril, it did not dampen the morale of the Navy soldiers. The spirit among the Navy remained high. Under the command of Colonel Edward and Colonel Toka, their ships would soon intercept Hawkins' vessel, leading to a close-quarters battle. The Navy harbored unwavering confidence in their capability to engage the magician pirate crew, believing that 3 naval colonels, a lieutenant colonel, and over 100 soldiers could certainly contend with a single pirate crew. Thus, despite the Hawkins pirates having narrowly escaped the cannon fire, their fate still seemed grim, at least from the Navy's perspective. However, it was not long before Rocky detected an anomaly. Hawkins appeared poised to showcase his prowess once again. At this moment, Hawkins' vessel was merely 100 meters away from the 2 warships ahead. Under such circumstances, a boarding confrontation seemed inevitable. Yet, the ship of the magician pirates did not lower its sails. In stark contrast, the warships commanded by Colonel Edward and Colonel Taka were already in the process of furling their sails, preparing for the imminent clash. Naturally, both commanders had noted the peculiar behavior of Hawkins' ship, yet they were unable to comprehend his intentions. What on earth was Hawkins plotting? Chapter 142. The Mastery of Hawkins. Clearly, Hawkins was no madman. Could it be that he genuinely intended for his ship to collide with the warships? Would such a reckless maneuver grant him an escape? It seemed unlikely. Or did he possess some ingenious strategy? Colonel Edward gazed at the approaching pirate ship, his brow furrowed in concern. He then cast a sidelong glance at Colonel Taka aboard the neighboring warship, silently inquiring whether she understood Hawkins' tactics. Colonel Taka, a formidable warrior in her own right with keen instincts, sensed Edward's gaze and turned to look. After a moment of contemplation, she blinked her large eyes, seemingly grasping the situation, and shook her head in dismay. What in the world was Hawkins up to? Colonel Edward prided himself on his composure and decorum. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The dimensions of Hawkins' ship were comparable to that of Edward's warship, with Hawkins' vessel being slightly larger. If a collision were to occur, Edward was uncertain which ship would withstand the impact better, as such an encounter was unprecedented. Desperation had taken hold. Brace yourselves. If they seek to collide, let them come. Who fears whom? Edward roared, issuing commands with fervor. In truth, much like the 2 naval commanders, many pirates in the magician pirates' crew were equally baffled by Hawkins' audacious maneuver. Captain, we're about to collide. Our ship will surely sink. The crew shouted anxiously. If we are impeded, then we shall crash through. Our ship will not sink, Hawkins stated with unwavering conviction. Given Hawkins' assurance, the other officers had no choice but to trust in this unbelievable assertion, promptly ordering the crew to hold on tightly. Though they had never experienced a ship collision, they could only imagine the intensity of the impending impact. Boom. The fully sailed pirate ship surged forward at remarkable speed, colliding violently with Colonel Edward's warship, producing a resounding crash that scattered splinters in every direction. The ferocious impact sent both pirates and naval soldiers tumbling across their respective vessels, despite their prior preparations. Their strength proved inadequate to withstand such a forceful blow. Most of the naval soldiers aboard Colonel Edward's ship were left dazed and disoriented, rendering any attempt to board the pirate vessel for close combat impossible. Moreover, the warship began to take on water. Similarly, the Hawkins pirate ship also sustained significant damage, though it did not spring any leaks. However, the majority of its crew found themselves incapacitated at that moment. Nearby, Colonel Toka, with her keen eyes, swiftly recognized the opportunity that had presented itself. Fire! She commanded without hesitation. Bang! 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 The naval soldiers aboard Colonel Toka's warship, already prepared for battle, immediately opened fire. In an instant, a deluge of bullets rained down upon a substantial section of the pirate ship's deck. Many pirates caught in this onslaught fell, succumbing to pools of blood. It appeared to be a resounding victory. Yet, the fully sailed pirate ship, propelled by favorable winds, managed to push past the damaged warship and continue its forward course. Consequently, the area from which the naval soldiers aboard Colonel Toka's ship could fire became increasingly restricted. Witnessing this, Colonel Toka clenched her teeth in frustration. This is dire. She thought quickly, then ordered a cessation of fire. Drawing her long sword from her side, she leaped onto the railing of the deck and landed firmly on the deck of Hawkins' pirate ship. At that very moment, Colonel Edward discerned the unfolding situation and leapt directly from his warship onto the deck of the Magician pirate cruise vessel. The distance between the Magician pirate ship and the two warships was now stretching to over 20 meters. This gap was insurmountable for the soldiers on Colonel Toka's ship. And for Colonel Edward's crew, it was an even greater challenge as they struggled to regain composure, their plans for immediate engagement thwarted. The gunfire had lost its efficacy. One could say that Hawkins had forcefully carved an escape from the brink of disaster. Unless the two colonels could intervene, he would indeed evade peril. The warships of Haki and Colonel Maha are still sailing ahead at full speed. Captain Haki and Colonel Maha stood on the decks of their respective warships. They beheld in astonishment as the Hawkins pirate crew audaciously thwarted the blockade of two warships in such a reckless manner. To be frank, they were utterly impressed by the prowess displayed by Hawkins. Haki could not help but exclaim a profanity in exasperation. I am utterly impressed. Truly, I am in awe. Haki initially believed that Hawkins' last move was a checkmate, yet unexpectedly, it was revitalized by an impressive maneuver. Astonishing. Ding. Suddenly, a soft chime resonated in Haki's mind. System. Acknowledging the host's intense desire, the system task has been activated. Capture the pirate Hawkins. Reward. 10 points. Haki blinked, realizing that the requirements of this mission were unlike any he had encountered before. However, he had no time to delve into the details. For if he did not act swiftly, Hawkins might indeed escape. Such a failure would be an unparalleled blow to morale, and capturing Hawkins would become an impossible feat thereafter. Christo, let us go, Haki exclaimed with urgency. No sooner had he spoken than his figure darted from the battleship. Christo followed closely by his side, both of them employing the moonwalk technique as they swiftly surged toward Hawkins' pirate ship. On the warship of Haki, all the prepared naval soldiers stood in a daze, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Their minds were momentarily blank as they found themselves at a loss for words. Initially, they had regarded Krista as a mere burden. However, at this moment, Krista swiftly demonstrated her prowess through her remarkable moonwalk, proving her strength to be even greater than that of a naval colonel. Colonel Maha, aboard the adjacent warship, had not opted for the moonwalk to rush over for support. Was it out of reluctance? Clearly, that was not the case. It was evident that he was simply incapable of doing so. Clunet. It seems that Colonel Haki is even younger than us. His wife also appears to be younger. How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? Nor murmured, casting a glance at Clunet. Why concern ourselves? The strength of Colonel Haki is a blessing for us. Being alongside a formidable leader promises a bright future ahead, replied Major Clunet, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He could already envision himself ascending to the rank of colonel or even higher. Meanwhile, Colonels Edward and Toka had just landed on the deck of the pirate ship. The pirates who had narrowly escaped gunfire immediately surged forth in a frenzied rush. Bang! 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 The pirates under Hawkins did not engage in close combat with the two naval colonels but opted for gunfire instead. There was no cover on the deck to shield them from the bullets. Left with no choice, Colonels Edward and Toka had to leap into the sea. Yet, they did not truly plunge into the water. Instead, they dangled from the side of the pirate ship by their weapons. Get those two naval colonels off the ship, and we can break through and escape this calamity. Hawkins commanded his cadre. The officers before him promptly split into two groups. rushing towards the sides of the pirate ship to attack the two naval colonels who had evaded gunfire. Upon hearing the gunfire cease and sensing the heavy footsteps of the approaching officers, Colonels Edward and Toka quickly realized their time was limited. They understood that their current duty was to devise every possible means to halt the pirate ship. In unison, they concluded that the simplest and most effective solution was to bore a hole near the ship's waterline. Without hesitation, they drew their swords and simultaneously allowed themselves to plunge into the sea. Splash! Colonel Edward thrust his blade into the hull of the ship, however. As he penetrated the pirate vessel, he was met with a formidable resistance. He twisted the blade in his grip and focused his gaze. To his astonishment, he discovered that the area near the waterline of Hawkins' pirate ship, which appeared to be wooden, was in fact reinforced with a layer of steel. This revelation explained Hawkins' audacity to collide with the warship. Time was fleeting. The two colonels, thwarted in their attempts to breach the vessel, were momentarily delayed, allowing the officers of the magician pirate crew to rush to the railing of the deck. Stop! Splash! 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 Several officers leapt into the sea without hesitation. They could not allow the two naval colonels to continue their struggle in the water. Should the ship suffer a breach, it would spell disaster. While fighting in the sea is challenging for the average person, both the pirate officers and the two naval colonels were adept at navigating the waters. Bolstered by their formidable strength, even amidst the buoyant waves, they were capable of combat. Nonetheless, the ocean still constrained their combat abilities, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, on the deck, Hawkins sensed an impending danger, an instinctive awareness that, despite his lack of divination, he could feel emanating from above. He swiftly looked up and beheld Rocky and Kristoff descending from the sky with incredible speed. His entire being froze. Two formidable adversaries capable of soaring through the air at such velocity had arrived. Hawkins felt a chill run down his spine, an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, they were at sea. Stay calm. Remain composed. Hawkins compelled himself to regain his composure, meticulously analyzing the situation. The two powerful figures were approximately 200 to 300 meters away, and at their speed, they would reach him in mere seconds. Hawkins understood that if he did not seize this fleeting opportunity to capture a hostage, his fate was sealed. With haste, Hawkins advanced to the edge of the ship's deck. In an instant, his body began to transform into straw, soaring to a height of 6 or 7 meters. His form resembling a ghastly giant made entirely of stalks of straw. Seizing the moment, he swung his right hand with great force. Grasping several 3-inch-long black spikes that glinted ominously with a chilling light, razor-sharp. The power behind his swing was immense. Should he strike his target, they would likely be torn to shreds. Within the depths of the sea, Colonel Tauka suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat looming on the horizon. It was not a manifestation of the color of observation Haki. Rather, it was a finely honed instinct cultivated through years of combat training. Without a moment's hesitation, Colonel Tauka, braving a strike from a pirate lieutenant, plunged headlong into the water. Beneath the surface, she employed the moonwalk technique, a method of movement that is notoriously challenging to master, requiring extraordinary physical prowess, as leveraging one's strength in the air is a formidable task. At present, Colonel Tauka could barely execute the moonwalk, managing only a step or two in the air with utmost exertion. However, the dynamics changed underwater. Utilizing momentum in the water proved exponentially easier than in the air. She swiftly descended, evading the clutches of several pirate lieutenants who clung to her like gum. Then, with a powerful thrust, she surged forth from the water, utilizing all her strength to execute the moonwalk in the air, landing deftly upon the deck of the pirate ship. Could Hawkins permit Colonel Tauka's audacious leap from the sea to the pirate vessel? Clearly, he could not. Yet, he refrained from launching an attack. For two figures had arrived in the air. Rocky and Krista gracefully landed on the deck of the pirate ship, interposing themselves before the drenched Captain Toka. At that moment, the pirate officers who had previously besieged Captain Toka also leapt onto the deck from the sea. In the next instant, Colonel Edward and the pirate officers attacking him simultaneously ceased their assault and ascended onto the deck. The pirate officers returned to Hawkins' side, and Colonel Edward approached Rocky. "You are surrounded. Will you surrender outright or follow the proper procedures?" Rocky brandished the cursed sword, Shinrin-jan, directing it at Hawkins and the pirate officers aboard the ship. "Humph." Hawkins scoffed disdainfully. Behind him, numerous armed pirates immediately aimed their weapons at Rocky and his companions. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets surged toward Rocky and his group. Rocky swiftly gestured for no evasions, then, with remarkable speed, drew his blade towards the trajectory of the incoming bullets. A roaring tempest suddenly erupted. The sheer force of this wind was overwhelming. While it did not directly deflect the bullets, it considerably diminished their velocity. As the bullets slowed, it became a trivial task for Colonel Edward, a seasoned naval officer, to evade them. With a few agile movements, he and his companions effortlessly dodged all incoming fire. Although the pirates' assault had been neutralized by Rocky and his allies, the hurricane unleashed by Rocky was a formidable force to reckon with. Except for Hawkins and a few pirate officers who managed to maintain their stance, the weaker pirate minions were sent sprawling by the violent gusts. In battles of our caliber, it is best for the little ones to refrain from participation, Rocky remarked calmly. Hawkins, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have a welcoming gift for you, which I hope you will accept, he said with a sly grin. Raising his enchanted blade, Rocky unleashed a powerful strike towards the mast of the pirate ship. With a swift motion, a visible yet intangible sword energy cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the mast with devastating intent. Hawkins, witnessing this fierce assault, felt a tremor run through him. Just a glance was enough for him to realize that none aboard his vessel could withstand such a cutting force. Even he could only endure it. However, the mast could not be allowed to suffer damage. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkins leaped into action, extending his hand to intercept the strike. With a swift slice, Hawkins' straw arm was severed, and from the severed end, a cut straw effigy tumbled out. Miraculously, Hawkins' severed hand regrew in an instant. Meanwhile, a slave confined in the hold of Hawkins' ship suddenly bled profusely from the chest and collapsed lifelessly. Thus revealed was Hawkins' extraordinary ability to transfer injuries. How astonishing! Colonel Edward fixed his gaze intently upon Hawkins' monstrous form. This was their first encounter, as he had never faced Hawkins in combat before. As Hawkins intercepted the initial strike, Rocky chuckled, embodying the essence of a villain, and unleashed a second sword strike. The second wave of sword energy surged forth, effortlessly gliding past the towering mast of the pirate ship, leaving a slender gash in its wake before slicing through a white cloud and vanishing into the distance. The main mast of the pirate ship emitted a mournful creak, and under the caress of the sea breeze, it began to tilt precariously. With a thunderous crash, the mast succumbed to its fate. The colossal main mast of the pirate ship crashed into the sea, sending forth massive waves that drenched everyone aboard. Chapter 144, The Battle Commences. Witnessing the main mast severed by a single strike and plummeting into the ocean left all the pirates on Hawkins' ship momentarily stunned. It was only when the mast truly plunged into the depths, splashing that immense torrent of water over them, that they snapped back to reality. At that moment, fear began to proliferate within their hearts, spreading like wildfire. Many, unable to withstand the pressure, had already succumbed to despair. After all, their hope of escape rested upon a seaworthy vessel. Otherwise, when the naval soldiers from the 4 warships approached, they would be effortlessly subdued. Should they surrender immediately or continue to follow the established protocol? Rocky, with a smile, inquired once more. His voice was gentle, yet it exuded an icy chill. Even in the midst of summer, it sent shivers down the spines of Hawkins' crew. What should they do? Instinctively, they turned to their captain, Hawkins. A myriad of pleading gazes fell upon him. However, Hawkins remained motionless, unresponsive to anyone, as the immense pressure caused cold sweat to bead on the backs of the pirates. Indifferent to those around him, Hawkins' mind raced, desperately seeking a breakthrough. Alas, despite his composure and intelligence, he could not discern a path to salvation today. He stood no chance against the lieutenant before him, and the other pirates in his crew likely shared the same fate. I must remind you, swords do not discriminate. If you choose to follow the protocol, most of you may meet your demise, Rocky remarked to the pirates, his expression unchanged, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Faced with the absence of hope, Hawkins sighed. Kill, he roared. Upon hearing their captain's command, the pirates behind him, brandishing their swords, surged forth to attack. Since the captain commanded them to kill, they would do so, for countless experiences had proven that the captain's orders were seldom erroneous. At that moment, Colonel Polka's warship caught up to the pirate vessel, which, lacking sails, had significantly lost speed. One by one, the naval soldiers leaped onto the pirate ship, temporarily halting the pirates' onslaught. They were valiant and undaunted, for a formidable soldier breeds a host of courageous warriors. With a strong figure like Lieutenant Rocky aboard the pirate ship, the encirclement of Hawkins was all but assured, and now was the time to seize glory. Krista, you must not engage. Rocky suddenly turned to Krista beside him. Why not? Krista furrowed her delicate brows, a look of perplexity gracing her exquisite visage. You are not a member of the Navy at present. Should you take action against these pirates, it would be tantamount to usurping the achievements of other naval officers. To put it simply, these pirates are not your quarry. You must not encroach upon their bounty. Loki whispered softly into Kristo's ear. Understood, Kristo replied obediently, nodding her head. She extracted a bag of grilled rice crackers from her pocket, tore it open with a satisfying rip, and began to indulge in the treat, even offering one to Loki. This momentarily shifted the atmosphere around Loki to one of amusement. Amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, the sight of someone savoring snacks was indeed peculiar. Colonel Edward and his companions could only shake their heads in quiet dismay, feeling inadequate in comparison. Hawkins, you are an astute individual. Why then do you choose the path of combat? Surrendering could prove advantageous for both parties, Loki said. A faint smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze intently upon Hawkins. That is merely your one-sided sentiment, Hawkins retorted with a dismissive huff. Since there is nothing left to discuss, let us commence the battle, Loki declared, casting a glance at Colonel Edward and Colonel Taka, conveying a silent message for them to join him. Understanding Loki's intent, both colonels nodded gratefully and promptly charged towards Hawkins in unison. Why did Rocky decide to hand Hawkins over to Colonel Edward and Colonel Taka? After all, Hawkins was his discovery, and the entire operation was initiated by him. The primary reason lies in his current rank of lieutenant colonel. Even with this substantial achievement, his promotion could only elevate him to colonel. Conversely, by entrusting the task of capturing Hawkins to Colonels Edward and Taka, they might seize the opportunity to ascend to brigadier general. Thus, it was more prudent to do a favor for colleagues, considering they would continue to work together in the future. As the two naval colonels charged towards Hawkins, the pirate officers behind him immediately attempted to intervene. Hey, pirates, look this way, your adversary is me. Rocky called out sharply, springing into action. Shave. Rocky's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he arrived before a pirate officer. The officer's reflexes were equally swift. He instinctively raised his sword for defense. Crack! The curved blade in his hand shattered, revealing an increasingly distinct sword edge before his eyes, growing larger by the moment. The pirate officer widened his eyes in a futile attempt to escape, but alas, the events unfolded too rapidly for him to react. Yet, in the end, the blade halted firmly before him, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Realizing he had not been slain, the pirate officer emitted a strange sound, his body succumbing in a limp manner, collapsing onto the deck, devoid of any will to fight. It was utterly terrifying. This officer, having followed Hawkins for some time, had encountered numerous naval captains, certainly more than 8, but none instilled fear as profoundly as the naval lieutenant before him. And you? Will you surrender or follow the process? Rocky, wielding his cursed blade, coldly addressed the remaining pirate officers. Instantly, those officers, under the pressure of Rocky's sword, broke into a cold sweat. They exchanged glances, pondering the futility of continuing to fight given the vast disparity in strength. In that moment, thoughts of surrender surged in their minds. Fools, if captured by the Navy, you'll be mercilessly imprisoned for life. Rather than endure a lifetime of darkness in a cell, it is better to fight with all your might. Hawkins' voice echoed with frustration. Despite facing both Colonel Edward and Colonel Toka, he still held the upper hand, his focus partially diverted to the battle unfolding here. Was Hawkins genuinely concerned for his subordinates? Indeed. Yet, he harbored selfish intentions as well. Only by having these pirate officers detain Rocky could he fully confront the two naval colonels. Furthermore, if he could successfully take one naval officer hostage, perhaps he could secure his own salvation. This was the only method he could conceive for his escape. Hawkins' words carried significant weight aboard this pirate ship. The officers, upon hearing his rallying cry, momentarily paused, then cast aside their earlier thoughts of surrender and charged at Rocky with their weapons drawn. Chapter 145. Capture again. Subscription requested. Since you remain obstinate, I shall have to persuade you with reason. The figure of Rocky shifted with astonishing speed, akin to a fleeting shadow. He darted effortlessly among the ranks of the pirate officers, who, despite their earnest attempts to obstruct him, found themselves utterly powerless. Clang! Locke halted behind the pirate officers, sheathing his sword with a crisp sound. In his wake, the pirate officers collapsed one by one. However, none of them perished. Locke had wielded the back of his blade. Times have changed, and Locke has ascended to the rank of a frontline naval commander. Under normal circumstances, they are not permitted to eliminate pirates, unless unavoidable situations arise. Although Locke himself struggles to comprehend the rationale behind imprisoning pirates, deeming it a waste of resources, this method proves to be quite effective in instilling fear. For the unending solitude of confinement is far more terrifying than death itself. Rock turned to gaze at the fallen pirate officers, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that his first mission was destined for a triumphant conclusion, and if all went well, he would soon ascend to the rank of Captain Rock. Meanwhile, The battle between Hawkins and Colonels Edward and Toka raged on, with Hawkins maintaining the upper hand. His attention was still partially drawn to Rock's skirmish. Upon witnessing Rock effortlessly dispatch his crew, Hawkins faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Colonels Edward and Toka advanced with haste. Hawkins quickly realized the gravity of the moment. His success in suppressing a naval captain hung in the balance. Die. Hawkins, transformed into a scarecrow, roared fiercely, his movements accelerating. His enormous hands, crafted from straw and wielding 3-inch nails, swept towards Colonels Edward and Toka. To their astonishment, Hawkins had not exerted his full strength until now. Edward and Toka, having never directly engaged Hawkins before, were taken aback. Their understanding of Hawkins's combat prowess was based on the accounts of Rear Admiral Leonard, who had previously clashed with him. Regrettably, while Leonard possessed the capability to overpower Hawkins, it did not guarantee that the combined might of Edward and Toka would achieve the same result. Damn it. Faced with Hawkins's powerful and swift attack, Toka and Edward were forced to shift from offense to defense. The clash was immediate, with a resounding clang followed by a crash as they were sent flying by Hawkins's sweeping arms. At that moment, Hawkins unleashed his full speed, darting towards the airborne Toka. Observing their recent confrontation, he noted that the female colonel appeared somewhat weaker than her male counterpart, having sustained injuries while evading his earlier strikes. In such dire circumstances, one naturally targets the vulnerable. Damn, what to do? Toka thought, watching Hawkins charge towards her. She desperately twisted her body, leveraging the immense power provided by her moonwalk to launch herself into the air, preparing to confront him. With his hands clasped together, Hawkins thrust the 3-inch nails towards Toka with ferocity. I must block this, Toka exclaimed, raising her sword to intercept Hawkins's attack. Bang! Colonel Toka was hurled away by a tremendous force, crashing through the wooden planks of the deck and becoming ensnared within them. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkins extended his right hand, swiftly reaching out towards Colonel Toka. As the 3-inch nail drew nearer, Colonel Toka instinctively sought to evade it, yet it was too late. Am I to perish? How utterly disheartening. I have yet to don the esteemed cloak of justice and have not yet walked down the aisle in a wedding gown. Help! Colonel Toka instinctively cried out in desperation. No sooner had her voice faded than a figure appeared before her with astonishing speed. Clang! Rocky held his sword in his right hand, effortlessly blocking Hawkins' assault with the blade positioned before him. Are you all right? Rocky turned to glance at Colonel Toka, who was currently entangled on the deck. I'm fine, Colonel Toka shook his head. Be careful. Hawkins launched another attack, this time with heightened ferocity, fueled by his anger. Just moments ago, Hawkins was incensed. Rocky had dared to turn his back and express concern for another in his presence, seemingly disregarding him entirely. Furthermore, Hawkins' furious strike was meticulously calculated. Should Rocky choose to evade, Colonel Toka behind him would be at risk of the attack. As for not dodging, that was out of the question. The colonel had no eyes in the back of his head, and the warning from the female colonel could not possibly match the speed of Hawkins' strike. However, Hawkins was mistaken. How could Rocky possibly evade? After all, he possesses the ability of observation Haki. In a swift motion, just as Hawkins' 3-inch nail was about to seize Rocky's head, Rocky's left hand reached out first, grasping the nail with impeccable timing. Instantly, Hawkins' offensive momentum came to an abrupt halt, intercepted with precision. Witnessing this scene, Hawkins widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished. The 3-inch nail, shaped like a 4-sided pyramid, with its edges exceptionally sharp, how could it be caught by mere hands? A grin spread across Rocky's face as he turned to meet the astonished gaze of Hawkins, proclaiming, "This world is vast, and there exists a wondrous power known as Haki, which I wield. Your recent display was nothing short of magnificent, and I cannot be stingy. Allow me to show you my performance." As Rocky's voice faded, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, deftly lifting his sword to deflect Hawkins' right hand. With a swift motion, a strike so rapid that Hawkins could barely perceive it slice through the chest of his straw figure. Gurgle! The wound widened, and from it tumbled a severed straw doll. I am eager to see how much more you can endure, Rocky exclaimed with a bemused smile. The sound resonated in Hawkins' ears like a death knell from the depths of hell. He hastily withdrew his hands to block Rocky's onslaught. Alas, his left hand, ensnared by a 3-inch nail, was firmly grasped by Rocky's left hand, leaving him no choice but to relinquish it. With a fierce breath, Hawkins unleashed a simultaneous strike with both hands towards Rocky. However, it proved utterly futile. As Rocky swiftly evaded Hawkins' assault, he positioned himself behind him and struck with his sword, causing a puppet to burst forth. If you're truly my brother, come and strike me. You might just unleash a toy puppet. Loki amusingly shook his head, continuing to brandish his sword around Hawkins. Before long, after perhaps 5 or 6 strikes, the straw man doll began to bleed. At that moment, Loki no longer hesitated. He swiftly appeared before Hawkins, positioning his sword against Hawkins' neck, thus subduing him. Ding! A delicate chime resonated in Loki's mind. System, congratulations, host, on successfully capturing the pirate Hawkins. You have earned a reward of 10 points. Rocky was elated, initially believing that he would not be able to secure those 10 points. Just as Colonel Maha arrived on the pirate ship, Rocky had just subdued Hawkins. Colonels Edward and Toka exchanged glances, their faces etched with helplessness. Just moments ago, Rocky had provided them with an opportunity, yet they failed to seize it. Locke cast a glance at Colonel Maha, then at Colonels Taka and Edward. Retracting the cursed blade he had positioned against Hawkins's neck. Seizing his collar, he tossed him aside carelessly. Oops, my hand slipped. Why don't you try again? Chapter 146. The triumph. A chorus of jeers erupted from the naval soldiers as they witnessed Locke release Hawkins, unable to contain their disdain for the lieutenant colonel's woefully inadequate performance. This is intolerable. Surely, Hawkins must feel utterly humiliated, they chuckled derisively. Colonels Edward, Taka, and Maha exchanged bewildered glances, their faces soon breaking into resigned smiles. However, unbeknownst to them, Hawkins felt a flicker of joy within. Just moments ago, gripped by Locke, he had plunged into despair, seeing no glimmer of hope. Yet now, a sliver of possibility emerged. Though scant, the potential of a human being can be formidable. With renewed determination, Hawkins began to gather the 3-inch nails that Locke had earlier cast aside, taking deep breaths to steady himself. The scene began to unfold with an overwhelming advantage against him. Locke had already destroyed all of Hawkins's cursed puppets, and now the 3 naval colonels coordinated their assault. It is worth noting that 2-1 does not merely equate to 3. The 3 colonels swiftly subdued Hawkins, who, now rendered despondent, was shackled with sea stone handcuffs and confined to a temporary prison within the ship's hold. Following this, Colonels Edward, Taka, and Maha ascended to the deck. Thank you ever so much for your assistance this time, Locke, Taka expressed warmly, casting a grateful glance towards him, her radiant smile akin to the blossoms of spring. And how do you intend to show your gratitude? Locke inquired with a subtle smile. What sort of gratitude do you wish for? Taka's eyes glimmered with a mischievous spark. Rocky blinked, feeling a hint of helplessness. He was not yet well acquainted with Colonel Taka and the other 3 colonels, making it difficult to engage in banter. Unexpectedly, he thought to himself that it would be best to wait until he had formulated his thoughts. Rocky shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. You must remember this well. If you forget, I shall also retain no recollection. Colonel Taka smiled subtly. By the way, Rocky, who is this? Colonel Edward glanced at the ravenous Krista, who had been standing beside Rocky. This is my sister, Krista. I am her companion. Loki and Krista simultaneously spoke, and the air fell into an abrupt silence. Colonel Edward and the other 2 stood momentarily in astonishment, before breaking into knowing smiles. Do not misunderstand. Krista is truly my sister, Loki declared with a raised chin. Sister, we understand now, Colonel Edward and the others echoed in unison. A resigned smile graced Rocky's lips as he realized that the trio did not believe him. Rocky, your sister Uebu plays with such finesse. I presume she must have graduated from the elite camp? Colonel Taka inquired, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. However, upon noticing Rocky's lack of immediate response, she quickly recognized her misstep and promptly sealed her lips. Rocky's eyes darted around as he pondered deeply. No, it was I who taught her. My sister is a singularly rare prodigy of cultivation, though lacking in social graces, which is why I have always kept her close. Very well. You may say whatever you wish, we shall not inquire further, Colonel Maha remarked. They were all reasonable individuals, well aware of the dismissive tone in Rocky's words. Since the other party was unwilling to divulge more, they chose to refrain from further questioning. Thus, the 4 warships merrily sailed back to the G4 Division base. As midday approached, the 4 vessels returned to the G4 Division base, towing the pirate ship. The main mast of Hawkins' vessel had been severed, rendering it impossible to ascertain the identity of the pirate crew merely by its appearance. Consequently, when they arrived at the shipyard, the personnel at the base remained oblivious to the fact that the 3 naval colonels had successfully captured Hawkins. When Hawkins was escorted from Colonel Edward's warship, it was as if a fuse had been lit. The entire shipyard erupted in excitement. It should be noted that Hawkins had recently become quite the sensation within the Navy. particularly at the Hainan Division base. For days, the prospect of capturing Hawkins had been the topic of conversation among the personnel at the G4 Division base. Edward, well done. You've actually captured Hawkins. Do remember to invite me to the celebration when you are promoted to brigadier, exclaimed a naval colonel who disembarked from another warship, making his way towards Colonel Edward while jubilantly shouting. We're not there yet, Colonel Edward replied, his joy evident. It wasn't solely my accomplishment. Colonels Taka and Maha contributed significantly. I merely played a minor role. Of course, all of this hinged on the efforts of Colonel Haki. Had he not discovered Hawkins' whereabouts and devised the operational strategy, they would not have had the capability to apprehend him. Colonel Edward pulled Colonel Rocky closer and addressed the colonel named Blonde. Colonel Rocky, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Colonel Blonde approached, and Rocky amicably shook his hand. Let us go. Take this fellow to the prison. Colonel Blonde laughed heartily. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on the faces of the inmates when they learn of Hawkins' capture. Soon, Rocky escorted Hawkins to the temporary prison at the G4 Division base. They then returned to the office together. Leonard, splendid news, we have triumphed. Before even stepping into the office, Colonel Edward bellowed enthusiastically. What? The office door swung wide open, revealing Major General Leonard, who appeared so exhilarated that he even used the shave technique. Has Hawkins truly been captured? He asked, a glimmer of anticipation on his face as he looked at Colonel Edward. Indeed, he has. Colonel Edward nodded earnestly, acknowledging that Rocky had successfully encircled the entire Hawkins pirate crew and graciously attributed the victory over Hawkins to the three of us. Rear Admiral Leonard let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of ease gracing his face as he approached Rocky. Rocky, you have performed exceptionally well this time. Rear Admiral Leonard remarked, patting Rocky on the shoulder. Your contributions are substantial, and I will personally report to Admiral John. I am confident that you will become the youngest naval captain at our G4 Division base. Rear Admiral Leonard expressed with delight. As Rocky's junior, he has achieved considerable success, and he genuinely feels joy for him. After all, within the Navy, there exist small factions, and as disciples of Zephyr, they are inherently aligned with one another. This is also thanks to Captain Leonard. Had it not been for the opportunity you provided me, I would not have been able to accomplish such merit, would I? Rocky smiled slightly. You rascal. The appreciation on Major General Leonard's face deepened. This young disciple of his not only possesses formidable strength but also understands the intricacies of human relationships quite well. If all goes as anticipated, he will soon become a major general, just like himself. Chapter 147, The Revelation of Krista. Around 5 p.m., the workday has come to an end. Rocky did not return home with the others from the office. He hurried away alone. He had spent the afternoon in solitude, while Krista must have been going stir-crazy at home. Colonel Edward and a few others left the office in jovial spirits alongside Major General Leonard. Who exactly is the sister Rocky mentioned? Her prowess must rival his. She could not possibly be one of his prot-gs, Colonel Edward remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Rocky has a sister? Major General Leonard inquired, turning to the group with a look of intrigue. Indeed, Rocky's sister is exceptionally skilled. Although I have yet to witness her in action, Colonel Maha interjected. He proceeded to recount the incident where Rocky and Krista used Moonstep to apprehend Hawkins. I suspect Rocky's sister graduated from the elite camp as well. Nevertheless, Rocky has erred in this matter. He should not favor Krista simply because she is his sister. Every elite sailor ought to dedicate themselves to the noble cause of justice, Major General Leonard asserted with conviction. It might not even be Rocky's sister. She could be his fiancée, Colonel Toka suggested. I sensed a dependency in Krista's gaze towards Rocky. Yes, Rocky referred to Krista as his sister. Yet she herself claimed to be his partner, Colonel Edward added. Partner? Major General Leonard furrowed his brow. Well, it is unseemly to speculate about others behind their backs. I'll simply ask Rocky directly tomorrow. You are right, Chief. Upon returning to his quarters, Leonard did not linger for long. After changing into casual attire, he exited his room. By checking the residency records of the officers' apartments, Leonard easily located the residence where Rocky was staying. He purchased a bottle of wine and some meat dishes from the mess hall, then made his way to Rocky's abode. Knock, knock, knock. Major General Leonard gently rapped on the door, but no one responded. Patiently, he waited at the entrance. He remained there until around 8 or 9 in the evening, when Rocky and Krista returned, carrying fishing rods and a bucket. Upon seeing Major General Leonard waiting at his doorstep, Rocky's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Rocky exclaimed as he hurried toward him. Hearing Rocky's voice, Major General Leonard immediately lifted his gaze. Suddenly, His pupils constricted, and a shiver ran through him. He had encountered a very familiar face. "Krista, the assistant instructor, what brings you here?" Major General Leonard looked at Rocky in bewilderment. It's a long story regarding the wine and snacks you have," Rocky replied, noticing the items in Leonard's hands. "Shall we head inside?" Rocky hurriedly opened the door and graciously welcomed Leonard into his abode. Once inside, he poured wine and laid out a sumptuous spread, and the three of them settled down to dine and converse. Impressive. Upon hearing Rocky's tale, Major General Leonard gave him a thumbs up. Back in the elite camp, many had sought to engage with Assistant Krista, but to no avail. Yet here you are, managing to whisk her away from the elite camp. "Brother, I am truly in awe." Leonard expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. "Brother, you jest. It is merely fate at play. I hardly possess the prowess you attribute to me. However, I must apologize for making you wait so long. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor." "Nonsense, it was my oversight for not informing you beforehand." Cheers. The gathering continued until past 11 in the evening, and a slightly tipsy Leonard finally took his leave. As he walked along the path, the initially inebriated Leonard suddenly regained his composure. He hastened back to his quarters and retrieved a finely crafted telephone bug from beneath a shelf. This peculiar device, adorned with an intricate metallic exterior, was quite the marvel. "Hello, Labor, this is Leonard." He dialed with the bug. "It's been ages since I heard your voice. My old friend. How nostalgic. But you certainly have a knack for timing. I am in the midst of important matters. Spare me the pleasantries, I have something to report." Leonard stated. "Hold on. Go ahead," the telephone bug responded. "I have discovered Krista's whereabouts." Leonard exclaimed. The name Krista sounds somewhat familiar. Remind me?" The device inquired. "Fool. Has your memory deteriorated to such an extent?" Leonard retorted, slightly irritated. "Just jesting. Isn't Krista still in Zephyr? What do you need to report?" The bug replied. "If she were still in Zephyr, why would I need to report? Krista has emerged. She is now in the company of a recent graduate from the elite camp named Rocky," Leonard disclosed. "You should orchestrate a coincidence, or perhaps it need not be coincidental. I shall ensure a decisive strike." "Understood." With that, the connection was abruptly severed, concealing the telephone bug. Major General Leonard approached the window and gazed into the inky night sky. Truth be told, although his time with Rocky had been brief, he found himself rather fond of this junior. Could he truly deliver a fatal blow? Rocky is also a man shrouded in secrets, Leonard mused, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. "No, I must devise an infallible rationale. Should this plan falter, I would rather avoid being pursued by that fellow Rocky." Leonard shook his head. Just yesterday, he had witnessed Rocky's extraordinary intuition firsthand. However, whether it truly qualifies as intuition remains a matter of debate, as it has always been Rocky's perspective. Rocky's residence. Rocky, the newcomer, is undoubtedly a former student of Master Zifa. He evokes a sense of familiarity within me. Yet this sensation is one I find quite distasteful. Moreover, his gaze upon me is rather peculiar, Krista remarked to Rocky. Although Krista's mental state currently resembles that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl, she was once a highly trained and composed member of the formidable CP organization. Through her specialized training, she possesses an acute intuition regarding the sense of her kind. How could this be? Rocky furrowed his brow. Despite his incredulity, he could not dismiss the possibility, for Krista is incapable of deceit. Does Brother Leonard truly harbor some issues? Rocky blinked, his gaze towards Krista laden with curiosity. After all, Brother Leonard is acquainted with Krista. Why would he react so strangely? Could it be that Krista was once the object of Brother Leonard's affections? Or perhaps Brother Leonard is, in fact, affiliated with the government, also part of CP? Chapter 148. Breaking the Stalemate. Speculation is futile. Rocky currently possesses far too little information. Only by taking the initiative to investigate can more secrets be unveiled. Let us follow Brother Leonard and ascertain whether he is indeed problematic. Without hesitation, Rocky immediately spoke to Krista. "All right," Krista replied with a nod of agreement. Rocky and Krista immediately opened the door and hurried outside. Previously, in a bid to prove himself, Rocky had placed an anger mark on Leonard, prompting the system to generate a temporary life card for him, which had remained unpurged until now. This was precisely the moment it would prove useful, following the guidance of the life card. It wasn't long before Rocky and Krista spotted Leonard's figure as they pursued the direction he had departed. Initially, Leonard appeared to be like any typical inebriated individual, his gait somewhat unsteady. However, as he rounded a certain building, he abruptly transformed, striding purposefully towards home. entirely unlike someone merely tipsy. There was indeed something amiss with Senior Leonard. Observing Leonard's hurried pace toward his residence, Rocky let out a sigh. Fortunately, he was not very familiar with this Senior Leonard. Thank goodness for that. Rocky and Krista did not follow immediately. They trailed Leonard, soon arriving at his residence. Leonard opened the door and entered. Before long, Rocky and Krista stood at his doorstep, with Rocky pressing his ear against the door to listen intently. The perception of every formidable individual is remarkably acute, provided they consciously attune themselves to their surroundings. Although Leonard had once been a competent CP, years of covert operations within the Navy had dulled his caution. He was completely unaware of his exposure and thus did not consider the possibility of being eavesdropped upon. Hence, Rocky and Krista listened to the process of his report to the CP organization. Although they did not hear it very clearly, they were able to infer the general meaning. It was indeed true that. Rocky gently shook his head, leading Krista back home. Along the way, he was filled with a sense of regret. It was his insufficient strength that prevented him from adequately protecting Krista, leaving her vulnerable to the attention of others. Upon returning to their residence, Rocky took a shower. During the bath, he refrained from his usual habit of humming a tune and instead immersed himself in contemplation. Surely, Leonard would devise a means to send him out on a mission where he would inevitably face a well-prepared ambush from the CP organization. This was absolutely unacceptable. Rocky possesses a keen self-awareness. His current abilities pale in comparison to those of the entire CP organization. Therefore, he must avoid falling into their rhythm and passively receiving their blows. It is imperative to devise a strategy to break the deadlock. The essence of this solution is not difficult to conceive. Leonard wishes to send him away, so he shall take the initiative to depart. By doing so, he will retain control over his destination, thereby minimizing the risk of an ambush by the CP organization. However, the challenge lies in formulating a suitable reason for his departure, which poses quite a conundrum for Rocky. He then attempts to shift his perspective. Leonard will undoubtedly direct him toward a specific location. At that juncture, he can deliberately choose to abstain, citing his own desire to engage in alternative pursuits as his rationale. After pondering this possibility, Rocky deemed it feasible. His reasoning was not without merit. In the original narrative, when Luffy passed through Logtown, the notorious smoker had the opportunity to apprehend him. However, he was thwarted by Luffy's father, Dragon. Subsequently, Smoker abandoned the Logtown Navy base in pursuit of Luffy and his crew, following them all the way to the Grand Line's Alabasta. This rebellious maverick, who disregarded orders, ultimately received a promotion to the rank of Navy Commodore. Rocky believed he could certainly follow in his footsteps. What significant event might unfold soon that would ignite his anticipation? Rocky pondered carefully over the current timeline. Luffy has now set sail, and if all goes as anticipated, he has likely already encountered Kobe. This implies that, at most, within a month, Luffy will arrive at the Grand Line. Ah, ace. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Rocky's mind. He calculated the current time. Even if Blackbeard had not yet managed to escape with the dark fruit from Whitebeard's ship, that moment was fast approaching. In the time that followed, he anticipated his promotion to the rank of colonel, after which he would request a few days of leave. Awaiting the revelation of Ace's tumultuous incident at the G2 base, derived from the cover story. Then he could boldly pursue Ace without hesitation. Yes, Rocky applauded his own cleverness. However, his genuine intention was not to capture Ace, but rather to eliminate Blackbeard. More precisely, Rocky sought to prevent the impending war at Marineford. The devastation promised by such a conflict was too severe, with both the Navy and the pirates suffering immense casualties. In the end, it was the ambitious and ruthless Blackbeard who stood to gain, which particularly irked Rocky. Perhaps I can alter the course of the future. Rocky contemplated the idea of shadowing Ace and seizing the opportunity to eliminate Blackbeard during their confrontation. After all, he was not a devil fruit user and thus had no fear of the treacherous powers of the dark fruit. The following day, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. And on the third day, commendations from headquarters arrived at the G4 base. However, this splendid news was not announced until the assembly the following Monday. As expected, Rocky had successfully ascended to the rank of the youngest Navy colonel at the G4 distribution base. Colonel Polka, having performed admirably, was promoted to Rear Admiral. Colonels Edward and Maha received substantial military accolades. Although they did not experience a direct promotion, this achievement would undoubtedly shine brightly on their resumes. And with a bit more perseverance, ascending to Rear Admiral would soon be within their reach. The next day, Colonel Rocky and Colonel Toka jointly hosted a celebratory banquet. At this festivity, all the mid to high-ranking officers from the G4 Division's base were present, and Rocky seized the opportunity to showcase himself in front of everyone. Rock, youthful and formidable, is a protege of Zephyr and a notable figure brought to the Navy headquarters by Rear Admiral Karp. His connections speak volumes, heralding a promising future. Thus, at the celebratory feast, Rock was inundated with goodwill, even earning the respect of Rear Admiral John, the commander of the G4 distribution base. In no time, Rock supplanted Hawkins as the most celebrated individual at the G4 base. Colleagues from various departments were filled with curiosity about the true nature of Rock. These details, while trivial, reflected his joyful demeanor, yet beneath the surface, he was far from tranquil, for he sensed that Leonard was poised to strike. Consequently, he had prepared a leave request, citing the reason of introducing Krista to his parents, a remarkably compelling excuse. After all, others did not perceive Krista as his sister, but rather as his girlfriend or fiancée, thus serving his purpose well. However, Roche's preparations proved unnecessary. For the day following the celebration, Ace's infiltration of the G2 base in search of Blackbeard's whereabouts was exposed. The G2 base felt deeply humiliated by this breach, and after their attempts at embellishment, they distorted the truth into a narrative of Ace's assault on the G2 base, which they claimed to have successfully repelled. The reason Rocky received this news so promptly was that the G2 base understood the futility of concealing it and thus chose to disseminate it proactively. Although they felt a sense of humiliation, they could not passively witness the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates wreaking havoc in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 149, Departure. Upon receiving the message from Ace, Rocky hurriedly made his way to the lounge area of Leonard's office. "Leonard, do we need to apprehend Fire Fist Ace?" he inquired directly as he entered the room. Leonard furrowed his brow, gazing at him with a hint of exasperation. "Rocky, do you truly believe you can capture the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Who can say whether it's even feasible? One must at least attempt to ascertain the outcome." A confident smile spread across Rocky's face. However, Leonard shook his head gently upon hearing this. "Apprehending Fire Fist Ace is not suitable for you at this moment. While your strength has indeed grown formidable, a man of Ace's caliber can only be subdued by a vice-admiral. Nevertheless, do not be disheartened, for there is another task that is exceptionally well suited for you." Leonard looked at Rocky, his gaze filled with earnest hope. Rocky first furrowed his brow slightly, but upon sensing Leonard's eager gaze, he reluctantly relaxed his expression. "What task do you have for me, Boss Leonard?" "I shall obey your command." Leonard, with a smile gracing his lips, replied, "The pirate gang of Capone Beach, a formidable opponent." "Not a problem," Rocky responded, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm, his chest swelling with pride. "Where is he located?" "On Sabaody Island." "What a coincidence." Rocky grinned widely. "I just apprehended Hawkins on Sabaody Island. It seems this place truly brings me good fortune. Capone Beach is also a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Thus this mission will not be a simple endeavor. One must exert utmost effort and never underestimate the opponent." Leonard gazed at Rocky, his eyes reflecting concern and encouragement. "Will I have someone to assist me on this mission?" Rocky inquired. Leonard regretfully shook his head. "This will be a significant test of your abilities, Rocky. You must give it your all." Rocky nodded solemnly and assured Leonard, "Rest assured, Boss Leonard, I will exert every ounce of my effort." "Very well, let us not tarry. We shall depart tomorrow," Leonard decisively proclaimed. Subsequently, Rocky exited Leonard's office, a cold smirk lingering in his heart. The following morning, the warship Rocky departed from the naval port. This time, the gaze of everyone aboard transformed, imbued with deeper respect and trust towards Rocky. After leaving the division base, the warship did not head towards Shieling Island, a fact unbeknownst to the others on board. Rocky had informed them that their destination was not Shieling Island at all. Uncertain of where exactly to seek Ace, Rocky relied on his instincts and set his sights on an island named Dream Island, situated along the maritime route of the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Through his understanding of the original narrative, Rocky was aware that Ace would encounter Luffy in Alabasta. Although Rocky did not know Ace's current direction, it was inevitable that Ace would eventually head towards Alabasta. Thus, by operating in the waters of Alabasta, whether he would encounter Ace or Blackbeard would depend on his efforts and fate. As the warship sailed, noon approached, with warm sunlight cascading from the sky onto the ocean, where the azure waters danced with gentle sea breezes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing the ship to tremble. Major Clint rushed out from the cabin. Though the surrounding sea remained calm, turbulent waves encircled the warship. From the lookout tower atop the mainmast, one could discern a giant dark shadow beneath the water. Lieutenant Colonel Rocky, it's bad. It's a Sea King. We might be, oh no. Lieutenant Colonel Rocky is about to face an attack from the Sea King. Major Clint reported urgently as he emerged from the cabin. Only medium and large naval vessels are equipped with sea prism stone at their hulls, which significantly mitigates the threat of Sea Kings. However, this reality poses a dire challenge for those aboard smaller ships. After all, the highest-ranking naval officers on smaller vessels typically lack formidable strength, which makes them vulnerable to harassment by Sea Kings. Conversely, the officers aboard larger ships are generally very powerful, rendering any encounter with a Sea King tantamount to courting death. Alas, such contradictions exist within this world. Do not fear, Rocky replied calmly, approaching the railing. As he spoke, his demeanor remained composed, and he strolled forward with an air of nonchalance, instilling immense confidence in the surrounding naval soldiers. Suddenly, the surface of the sea ahead surged upwards, forming a colossal water mound, revealing a massive dark silhouette within. With a great splash, the mound ascended several dozen meters before collapsing, unveiling a gigantic Sea King before the astonished eyes of the crew. This creature resembled a dragon but lacked horns. A colossal fish, adorned in a mottled grayish-brown hue and covered in seemingly impenetrable scales, emerged from the depths. Strangely, the scales atop its head were a charred black, fractured as if seared by flames. This magnificent creature was immense, dwarfing even a battleship. One of its eyes was larger than an entire person, roughly the size of a square table. Behold, this giant denizen of the deep. Though, in the hierarchy of such creatures, it could be considered relatively small. With a fearsome visage and a gaze brimming with hostility, this marine behemoth let out a deafening roar directed at everyone aboard the warship. In an instant, it lunged forward, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth poised to strike. Monstrous beast, Rocky suddenly shouted at the Sea King, unleashing an invisible, intangible force of Conqueror's Haki. As the monstrous fish was swept by Rocky's overwhelming presence, its assault came to an abrupt halt, fear evident in its enormous eyes, and it promptly turned to flee into the depths of the ocean. You have some sense, Rocky thought, releasing his grip on the sword and allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Impressive, exclaimed Major Krent, recovering from his initial astonishment. He was not deliberately flattering Rocky. Rather, he was genuinely taken aback by how Rocky had effortlessly intimidated the Sea King with merely a glance. The other naval soldiers on the deck watched Rocky with wide-eyed curiosity. This is a power known as Haki. What I employed just now was the Conqueror's Haki, Rocky elucidated. What? Conqueror's Haki? Major Krent's eyes widened in disbelief, having heard that such a mysterious power could only be possessed by those with the qualities of a king. With a cryptic smile, Rocky turned and made his way back to the cabin. As Major Krent and the others observed Rocky's retreating figure, a wave of admiration washed over them. Their instincts told them that following such a leader was undoubtedly a wise choice. Chapter 150. A clever scheme at the G4 Navy Division Base. In Major General Leonard's office, he stood by the window, gazing into the distant sky. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Calculating the time, Rocky's fleet should have already reached Shieling Island. The extra time was ample for them to have been eliminated several times over. Yet, why had no report of success arrived? Not only had the joyous news failed to come, but neither had any reports of distress. Since no one within the CP organization possessed Conqueror's Haki, it was implausible for Rocky's fleet to have been completely annihilated in one fell swoop. If they had indeed been ambushed by formidable foes, there was no reason they would not call for assistance. The current circumstances suggested that Rocky's fleet had not encountered any such ambush at all. This unsettling tension was quite displeasing. Returning to his desk, Leonard took a sip from his teacup, seated himself, and closed his eyes to feign rest. The only sound in the office was the unmistakable rhythm of his own heartbeat. Suddenly, the private communication snail he had deliberately activated began to ring. With lightning speed, Leonard retrieved the snail, his movements almost phantom-like. The snail whispered, "Has there been an issue with your information? We have yet to receive any word. Please wait a little longer." Leonard replied softly before hanging up, cautious of revealing his location. What on earth was Rocky up to? Had he not gone to Shieling Island? Leonard put away the communication device, furrowing his brow. The passage of time during moments of anticipation always felt agonizingly slow. As the clock finally approached 5 or 6 in the evening, Leonard could no longer contain himself and dialed the fleet commanded by Rocky. The moment the connection was made, Rocky swiftly exclaimed, "By the way, Leonard, I almost forgot to report to you. Shortly after setting sail, I witnessed a merchant vessel being attacked by Fire Fist Ace. I couldn't just stand by, so I pursued him directly. You can leave Becky to the others. Leonard's eyes widened in disbelief, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Rocky, do you realize how grave a mistake it is to disobey orders? His voice was laced with anger, shock, and a touch of disappointment. This is my error. I acknowledge that. But can I, as a Navy officer, simply ignore the sight of a pirate committing violence? Rocky retorted defiantly. Leonard, the rear admiral, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What an unfortunate twist of fate that Rocky should encounter Fire Fist Ace. How infuriating. Poor Leonard remained oblivious to the fact that Rocky had seen through his scheme, believing instead that it was merely an incredible coincidence. What was the outcome of your pursuit? Leonard inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Hiki, Rocky replied, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. You know, I possess a unique intuition, Leonard. I have already locked onto Fire Fist Ace. Once I ascertain his exact location, I will contact the other divisions to execute a significant strike, aiming to capture him directly. Upon hearing this, Leonard blinked in astonishment. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. If Rocky succeeded in enabling the Navy to apprehend him, it could potentially elevate Leonard's rank to Rear Admiral. A sense of ambition stirred within him. However, faced with the demands of the CP mission, Leonard was compelled to relinquish this enticing prospect. Rocky, you must return promptly. Fire Fist Ace is not someone you can capture. Leonard's tone turned grave. If you return now and proceed to West Lynn Island to apprehend Becky, I shall overlook your prior insubordination. And what if I refuse to return, Admiral Leonard? Rocky's voice turned serious as well. Leonard, the Rear Admiral, gritted his teeth, rendered speechless. Behind Rocky stand the formidable figures of Zephyr and Cap, rendering any trivial matters inconsequential against him. If, dear Leonard, this is your arrangement, I must decline it. Farewell. Rocky abruptly terminated the call. You listen to the busy signal emanating from the phone book as Leonard nearly crushes the device in frustration. Rocky abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Major Clint and Major Noel beside him in a state of astonishment. In their eyes, admiration mingled with helplessness. Do you think my defiance of orders appears rather dashing? A smile danced upon Rocky's lips as he glanced at his 2 junior comrades. Upon hearing his query, the pair first looked bewildered, then vigorously shook their heads, only to realize their mistake and nod instead. A sly grin crept across Rocky's face as he addressed them. I possess the capital and strength to defy orders. You should not emulate me. Clint and Noel nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Rest assured, while our disobedience may incur certain repercussions later, I assure you it will be entirely worthwhile. With that, Rocky strode towards the deck, having just been fishing with Chris. Earlier, Colonel Rocky had announced that he had received news regarding the Fire Fist, yet they had no inkling of it. Noel cast a helpless glance at Clint. Not to worry. Just follow Colonel Rocky's lead. Clint laughed heartily. But do you even know how we ought to proceed? Noel replied, on the verge of tears. Colonel Rocky, what shall we do next? Clint inquired, catching up to him on the deck. When we reach Dream Island, I shall unveil my plan to you. It will be a brilliant scheme, and Fire Fist will undoubtedly come, Rocky declared with confidence. After 3 days of sailing, Rocky's fleet finally arrived at their destination, Dream Island. This locale boasted affordable transportation and thriving commerce, crowned by a fantastical city where a myriad of characters converged. Colonel Rocky, what exactly is our plan? Clint asked, approaching him. To be frank, the pressure on their subordinates had been mounting over the past few days. The G4 Naval Division base incessantly bombarded the ship's onboard phone, attempting to coax Rocky back to reason. Yet, Rocky resolutely refused, ordering that any calls from the G4 base be summarily terminated, leaving the other soldiers aboard the vessel somewhat anxious. Locke retrieved a blank sheet of paper and, armed with a pencil, began to sketch the visage of Blackbeard as it lingered in his memory. Who is this individual? Is he our target? Major Moore could not restrain his curiosity. Moments later, Locke ceased his drawing. He had a penchant for art in his past life and had once self-taught himself to paint. Although his rendition of Blackbeard was not particularly accurate, it surpassed the works of many amateur artists. Let us find a brother among us who can masquerade as this figure. We shall prepare to stage a grand performance, Locke declared. What sort of performance? Major Moore trembled at the thought, sensing that the ensuing events would be far more audacious than mere disobedience to orders. This character is a formidable pirate. We will impersonate him and wreak havoc on Dream Island, subsequently spreading the news. Fire Fist Ace will surely come when he hears about it, Locke proclaimed with confidence. Chapter 151, The Great Gain from Performance. On the streets of Dream City, a naval soldier disguised as Blackbeard trailed behind Locke and Krista, both of whom were heavily made up and unrecognizable. The soldier, named Lorenz, turned to Locke and whispered, "Colonel Locke, must we truly proceed in this manner? I am rather apprehensive. Fear not, I shall shield you from any repercussions. Remember, when the time comes, be as audacious as you can, be as overbearing as necessary. You must exude the aura of a villainous king," Locke softly instructed. "I shall do my best," Lorenz replied, still feeling uneasy. And do refrain from addressing me as Colonel. We must not give ourselves away," Locke continued to emphasize. "Understood, Locke," Lorenz instinctively responded, then corrected himself. "Oh no, Locke." Locke then glanced at Krista, who wore a white hood and large sunglasses, revealing only her fair visage, which rendered her all the more alluring. "Have we spotted a jewelry store? Shall we make our move?" Lorenz inquired quietly. "I shan't bother with selection. This shall suffice. When we enter, remember to stride with arrogance." Giving the impression of having no regard for anyone, Locke replied. With a resounding crash, Locke kicked the jewelry store's glass door open, shattering it into countless shards that littered the ground. Lorenz, playing the part of the faux Blackbeard, instinctively recoiled before quickly regaining his composure and swaggering into the store. At that moment, the tremendous noise of the door being kicked open drew the attention of all employees and customers within the store. "Pirates! A robbery! Bring forth all valuables!" Rocky approached a glass counter and, with a swift motion, cleaved it in two, the surface remarkably even, leaving onlookers astounded. He felt no psychological burden from his actions, as he intended to compensate for the damage. After all, a glass display case, a door, and a few other items were hardly of significant value. "If you wish to resist, consider whether your resolve is stronger than the sharpness of my blade," Rocky proclaimed with a menacing grin, exuding unrestrained arrogance. "Please, noble sirs, have mercy. We are willing to bestow upon you all our valuable jewelry." A middle-aged man, around 40, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and finely tailored attire, hurriedly approached Rocky and his companions with reverence. "Your compliance has spared your life," the indifferent Lorenzo, known as Blackbeard, remarked with a nonchalant expression, as if this were merely a trivial matter to him. The jewelry store manager, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for your mercy. I shall have all our valuables packaged and brought to you immediately." He then turned to the customers behind him, apologizing. "I sincerely apologize for the inadequate service. We shall compensate all of you for your distress." Following this, the manager directed his gaze toward the attractive sales staff, urging, "Do hurry. Pack all the jewelry for these esteemed gentlemen at once." The trio, Rocky and his companions, awaited the clerk to package their purchases. After a brief moment, a hearty laughter erupted from outside the jewelry store. Compelled by curiosity, they turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, only to behold a towering man striding purposefully toward the shop. He stood at an impressive height of nearly 3 meters, with a muscular build, a bald head, and a fierce countenance. Trailing behind him were 4 henchmen, all clad in black suits and ties, presenting an air of sophistication, yet their leader donned a distinctly ominous appearance. The faux-bearded Lorenz cast a sideways glance at the approaching figure, smirking with disdain. He considered the man merely a petty local bully, while he himself was a pirate who could kill without a second thought. Upon hearing the word pirate, the bald giant chuckled and instructed his subordinates, "Eliminate them." The 4 henchmen swiftly drew their firearms from their waists, their movements precise and practiced, revealing their familiarity with weapons. Under ordinary circumstances, Lorenz would have trembled at the sight of a gun aimed at him. However, with Colonel Rocky and Krista by his side, he felt emboldened. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel and lick the tiles clean, and I shall let you depart," the bald man taunted, eyeing the trio with a smug grin. "I detest having guns pointed at my head," Lorenz replied, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the towering brute. With a snap of his fingers, the bald man commanded, and in an instant, his henchmen fired their weapons. For bullets hurtled toward Lorenz, but then the onlookers perceived a fleeting shadow, a mere flicker, before they witnessed Rocky, who had been steadfastly by Lorenz's side, teleporting to shield them. Rocky released his grip, and 4 bullets clattered to the tiled floor, producing a sharp sound. The bald man and the other individuals within the jewelry store stood in stunned silence. Having dared to take action against Brother Blackbeard, their fate was sealed. Rocky's voice was frigid. "Misunderstanding." The bald man hastily gestured with his hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his gleaming forehead. A man capable of catching bullets with his bare hands was truly not someone he could afford to provoke. Bang! Rocky raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending the enormous bald man hurtling out of the jewelry store. He soared through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground. Had Rocky not been concerned about damaging the shops across the street, the bald man would have been propelled even further. Nevertheless, even in this scenario, the bald man met his demise. Such a local thug, armed and notorious for his nefarious deeds, was undoubtedly deserving of his fate. And as for you all, in a swift flurry, Rocky unleashed a barrage of kicks, sending the four men clad in black suits hurtling through the air, lifeless upon impact with the ground. "Are my treasures ready?" Lorenzo inquired, casting a glance at the trembling employees and manager of the jewelry store behind him. "Why, yes, they are prepared." "Please, take them," the manager stammered, his voice quaking with anxiety. Lorenz cast a glance at Rocky, who promptly approached to retrieve the already packaged jewelry. "Shall I simply dismiss what transpired earlier? If you seek vengeance, remember that I am known as Blackbeard." Very well, whatever you say goes," the jewelry store manager nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. "Hey. Ha. Come on, lads, let us depart." With a grand gesture, Lorenz led Rocky and Krista out of the jewelry store. Outside, the stage was set for the appearance of Major Clint and Major Noir, who had been awaiting their cue. According to the script, the infamous Blackbeard did not engage. It was merely his subordinate, Rocky, who subdued the two naval majors along with several naval soldiers. "They are but two naval majors. I, Blackbeard, hold no regard for such insignificant naval officers. Remember, if you wish to apprehend me, you must at least send an admiral from the Navy." "Hey, ha. The trio departed, leaving an indelible impression on all who witnessed the scene on the streets of Dreamland City. That evening, the jewelry stolen from the shop was returned, accompanied by a sum of money. The following day, the shop owner discovered the returned jewelry, perplexed and hesitant to inquire about the circumstances. On a personal note, my university life has come to an end. Today marks the beginning of my internship. As a computer science student, I am now what many refer to as a programmer. The internship is intellectually demanding, requiring considerable time to acquire new knowledge, as I must rely on this profession to sustain myself. Thus, updates may not occur twice a day as before. At most, there will be one daily update. This should not greatly inconvenience anyone, as I only have a handful of devoted readers. For those who enjoy my work, I encourage you to revisit it when it has had time to flourish. Thank you for your understanding and support. Chapter 152, The Rise of Blackbeard. Gathering of forces, astonishment gripped the audience as two naval lieutenants were subdued in broad daylight by pirates. A small column in the Grand Line daily reported this startling news. The tale of pirates effortlessly defeating two naval officers lacked the sensationalism necessary for widespread attention, resulting in limited coverage. Nevertheless, within the circles of pirate hunters, the Navy, and the pirates themselves, the figure of Blackbeard garnered significant interest. Early the next morning, the Navy updated the bounty for the pirate Blackbeard, marking the official commencement of his notorious career. Unlike other bounty notices, this one bore no photograph of Blackbeard, but rather a hand-drawn illustration. The bounty was modest, set at 35 million berries. Had the Navy known of Blackbeard's former allegiance to the Whitebeard pirates, the reward would likely have been far greater. In the port city of oilseed flowers, situated in the desert kingdom of Alabasta on the first half of the Grand Line, Blackbeard Teach and his remaining 3 subordinates feasted heartily in a tavern. "Captain, the emergence of this bounty is truly bizarre. Could it be the work of the Whitebeard pirates?" inquired Van Oka. "My father's crew would never resort to such tactics to draw me in. It seems we have already offended someone upon our arrival in this part of the Grand Line," Blackbeard replied, shaking his head. "Regardless of who it may be, nothing will deter me from my aspirations. Ha. Let us proceed to Dreamland Island and uncover who is orchestrating this charade," Raphael suggested, gazing at Blackbeard. "Absolutely," Blackbeard asserted with conviction. "Fortunately, the adversary has only subdued 2 naval lieutenants thus far. If that individual continues to act under our name against the Navy, our plans could be jeopardized by that scoundrel." Those familiar with the original narrative of One Piece are aware that Blackbeard's scheme involves eliminating a renowned pirate to showcase his prowess, thereby seizing the opportunity to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Subsequently, he intends to infiltrate the notorious Impel Down prison to recruit formidable inmates as allies, thereby forming a robust pirate crew. The deliberate invocation of his own name appears to be a calculated move, while the disruption of his plan seems merely coincidental. However, such coincidences must not persist. Blackbeard's gaze is sharp. On an island named Gaia, situated between the enchanting Dream Island and the Marine G4 base, lies a town known as Magic Valley, a haven for those who yield to depravity, a lawless territory ungoverned by the authorities. Here, piracy reigns supreme, with brawls, murder, and arson occurring as routinely as one partakes in meals. Cloaked in a dark robe, Port-Gas-D, Ace roams the streets, clutching a newspaper and laughing heartily. That scoundrel Teach has finally shown himself, Ace exclaims, brimming with excitement. He scrutinizes the newspaper multiple times, confirming that the incident transpired on Dream Island. Without delay, Ace enters a shop that sells log poses, verifying that Dream Island is not too distant from his current location on Gaia Island. He effortlessly acquires a permanent log pose pointing to Dream Island, then strides to the shoreline, boarding his specially crafted small vessel. With a roar, the rear of the vessel emits a fiery blaze, propelling it forward with astonishing speed, leaving a frothy white trail on the surface of the sea. Aboard the warship Rocky, the telephone device buzzed once more. Colonel Rocky had no intention of returning. A soldier answered the call, but as he began to hang up, the device insisted, "Hold on. This call is not for that purpose." Shortly thereafter, Rocky was summoned to the telephone device. "Hello, Chief Leonard. What new orders do you have?" Rocky inquired with a lackluster tone. "So, the pirate known as Blackbeard has risen to power by stepping on your subordinates? What were you doing at that moment?" Leonard demanded loudly. Though the matter seemed inconsequential, the Navy was determined to locate the two naval majors who had been used as stepping stones by Blackbeard. Upon investigation, it was revealed that these two majors were, in fact, subordinates of Colonel Rocky from the G4 base. How could those from the G4 base possibly end up here? Consequently, Rocky's unauthorized actions were exposed, perfectly aligning with Leonard's intentions to apply pressure on him. "Rest assured, Chief Leonard, this matter concerns the honor of our G4 base. I shall capture that Blackbeard and bring him to justice," Rocky stated, visibly irked. "You need not concern yourself with this. You have no authority here. This falls under the jurisdiction of the G8 base. Get back here immediately," Leonard bellowed in fury. "No need for further discussion, Chief Leonard. My decision is final and unchangeable. I will apprehend Blackbeard." Rocky hung up the phone once more. It was infuriating. Leonard, listening to the busy signal from the phone, was genuinely enraged and couldn't help but slam his fist onto the desk, shattering the solid wooden surface. "Colonel Rocky, our unauthorized actions here have already been exposed. Perhaps we should retreat, or else we might find ourselves facing a military tribunal," Major Neuer lamented as he stood before Rocky. "The duty of a soldier is to obey. This matter does not concern you. You are merely following my orders. When we return, I shall take full responsibility for everything," Rocky replied dismissively. "Truly, Colonel Rocky, I admire this quality in you." Major Clint laughed heartily. "However, it has been 2 days, and we have yet to see any sign of Fire Fist Ace," Neuer remarked, visibly troubled. "Do not fret. Bullets take time to fly. Fire Fist will arrive from elsewhere in due course." Rocky gestured for Major Neuer to cease his worrying. "Now, let us go fishing." On the third night following the Blackbeard incident, a fiery streak raced across the sea towards the harbor of Dream Island. It was Ace, traveling tirelessly toward the destination. Colonel Rocky, I've spotted it. A true streak of fire on the water." A naval soldier, stationed at the lookout atop the mainmast of the warship, rushed into Rocky's cabin, excitedly waking him. "Aha!" Rocky grinned widely. "Go wake up Majors Clint and Neuer. Let them witness this miracle." Chapter 153. Meeting Ace. At present, Krista was sleeping soundly, and Rocky couldn't bring himself to wake her. For a restful beauty, sleep is of utmost importance for a woman. As for the two rough men, Clint and Neuer, waking them was a simple task. When they were roused from their slumber, still bleary-eyed, Rocky hoisted one of them into the air. The night wind howled, and a chill rushed in, awakening them fully. Loki swiftly advanced towards Ace, who was aboard a specially crafted vessel bound for Dream Island, employing the elegant moonwalk. Although it was night, the main port of Dream Island was ablaze with light. Ace anchored the boat in a quaint corner and suddenly sensed an unusual presence behind him, prompting him to turn and gaze upward. Bang! Bang! The night sky resonated with the crisp sounds of Loki's footsteps as he landed gracefully before Ace. "Fire Fist Ace, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. My name is Loki." Rocky gazed intently at Ace, as if he were the epitome of beauty. As he beheld Ace's familiar yet unfamiliar visage, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. When he watched One Piece on Earth and witnessed the Marineford War, Ace's sacrifice to save Luffy had left him unmoved. However, after observing the subsequent growth of the trio, reflection brought forth an overwhelming wave of emotion. The bond between Ace and Luffy akin to that of brothers, stirred an envy deep within him. "Do you know me?" Ace inquired with a smile, removing his hat. "You are quite renowned, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 500 million berries. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. I am aware that your purpose here is to eliminate the disgrace of your crew, Blackbeard Teach." "Allow me to speak candidly," said Haki. "The recent incident involving Blackbeard was orchestrated by my subordinates to lure you and the man himself into the open. Let us join forces, Ace." Haki extended his right hand in invitation. "Together, we shall vanquish Blackbeard." Upon hearing Haki's rapid-fire declaration, Ace remained focused on the crux of the matter. "Teach was once one of my crew. He has violated the unbreakable code that forbids harming one's comrades aboard a pirate ship. As captain, it is my duty to deal with him. I care not who you are, so do not interfere," Ace stated earnestly, gazing intently at Haki. "You are being reckless, Ace." Haki shook his head. "Are you so certain you can take down Blackbeard Teach alone?" "Indeed. No matter how formidable Teach may be, I will personally bring him to his end," Ace replied, brimming with confidence. Observing Ace's demeanor, Haki could not help but find it amusing. It bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the headstrong Luffy. "Ace, do you know what devil fruit Blackbeard has stolen? It is the Logia-type dark fruit. If wielded correctly, its power far surpasses your flame fruit," Haki said, his expression serious. "What is the dark fruit?" Ace inquired, a hint of humility in his tone. "The unique ability of the dark fruit is that it renders the powers of other devil fruit users ineffective, akin to the effects of sea prism stone," Haki explained. "Then I simply need to avoid the influence of the dark fruit, right?" "Your words suggest you doubt my ability to defeat that scoundrel Teach," Ace replied, a look of disbelief on his face. With a sense of resignation, Haki caressed his cheek, yearning to confide in Ace that he possessed the ability to glimpse the future. Witnessing Ace's defeat at the hands of Teach. Yet, would Ace even believe such a declaration? "Indeed, I doubt your capability to triumph over Teach. Your devil fruit powers pale in comparison to his, and your martial prowess may not surpass his either. Thus, let us unite." Haki reiterated his invitation. "No," Ace replied. "I appreciate your informing me about Teach's abilities, but I do not require your assistance. That is all. Farewell." With a wave, Ace turned on his heel and departed without looking back. "Impressive, Colonel Haki, you truly managed to bring Ace into the fold," remarked Major Clint, displaying an understanding demeanor as he observed Ace's exit. "Of course, I had it all calculated." A proud smile graced Haki's face. "Colonel Haki, are we not aiming to capture Ace?" Major more timidly interjected. "Capture Ace?" Haki chuckled, shaking his head. "I never intended to apprehend him. Firstly, we cannot capture him. Secondly, consider the ramifications if the Navy were to succeed in capturing Ace. Given the Whitebeard pirates' nature, they would undoubtedly come to his rescue, leading to a direct confrontation between our Navy and the Whitebeard pirates." Major Clint interjected immediately. "Well said," Haki affirmed, patting Clint on the shoulder. "Such a clash would yield significant losses in combat strength for both the pirates and the Navy, ultimately benefiting other pirate factions. To contend with a formidable crew like the Whitebeard pirates, our Navy must assemble the strongest lineup and strike directly at their territory. Should all 3 admirals mobilize, no matter which Yonko crew we target, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Employing a strategy of lightning warfare, systematically depleting their forces, annihilating a Yonko would not pose a significant challenge, alas." Haki sighed, clenching his fists. "The endeavors that the current naval magnates shied away from shall henceforth be entrusted to me." "Shall we return now?" inquired Major Corinth. "Indeed. We shall first retreat to rest and recuperate our energies," Haki replied as he led the 2 back to the warship. He had just marked Ace with the Fury tag, and the system had already generated a temporary life card for him. Henceforth, Ace's movements would be laid bare before Haki, and he harbored no fear of being unable to thwart Ace. He firmly believed that fate would conspire to bring Ace and Teach together. Haki merely had to stay closely behind Ace, and he would inevitably encounter the fierce battle between Ace and Teach, thus compelling a forced alliance with Ace. Meanwhile, after confirming that Haki was currently on Dream Island, Major Leonard promptly informed the CP organization. An assassination squad formed by the CP organization stealthily made their way towards Dream Island, equipped with well-furnished vessels, approximately 2 days away from their destination. Unbeknownst to Haki, the Blackbeard pirates were also hastily approaching Dream Island aboard their makeshift and humble ship, estimating a similar arrival time of 2 days. Chapter 154. The arrival of CP the next day, an invigorated Rocky, guided by Ace's life card, was in search of Ace alongside Krista within the bustling streets of Dream City. Although aware that the previous Blackbeard incident had been orchestrated by his subordinates, Ace had still not departed from Dream Island. As Rocky had surmised, this fabricated Blackbeard affair could attract not only Ace, but potentially the real Blackbeard himself. Rather than aimlessly scouring the vast ocean for Blackbeard, it was wiser to wait here and hope for a stroke of luck. On a vibrant thoroughfare of Dream Island, a flustered waiter, neatly attired, was sprinting down the street, vociferously exclaiming, "Catch that wretched scoundrel, that freeloading rascal." A few dozen meters ahead, a young man was dashing away, devouring the last morsel of his meal, his countenance radiating joy as if this escapade brought him immense delight. After swallowing his food with satisfaction, Ace let out a contented belch and quickened his pace, vanishing around a street corner. "Ace!" A sudden voice echoed behind him, startling him profoundly. "Ah, Rocky, what a coincidence. We meet again." Ace turned around, a smile illuminating his face. "Ace, I have a favor to ask of you," Rocky said with a serious demeanor. "What is it?" "Speak your mind. If all goes as anticipated, the CP will be coming to trouble us in the next few days." Rocky indicated Krista beside him and continued. "If we find ourselves unable to withstand them, I implore you to intervene." He and Krista had remained on Dream Island for several days without departing. Should the CP personnel arrive, they would be left with no choice but to confront them. Rocky felt no confidence in this battle, and new preparations were essential. "What is your identity?" Ace's brow furrowed, realizing the nature of the CP and understanding the gravity of provoking them. "The Navy." "What? The Navy?" Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. "Does that seem unlikely? I am a naval commander, and it was Admiral Karp who led me to join the Navy." "You must have heard of Karp, the legendary naval hero," Rocky said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Oh, that old man, it seems we are quite fated." When the conflict with the CP escalated, I intervened. Ace's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Karp's name, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much." Rocky expressed his gratitude sincerely. Beside him, Krista mimicked Rocky's gesture, thanking Ace as well. "In return, I will assist you in locating Blackbeard. Ace, rest assured. I am the king of hide and seek. I possess a unique ability that allows me to find anyone I have laid eyes upon, regardless of the distance." "Just like how I found you today," Rocky chuckled lightly. Ace looked astonished. "Impressive. Such a remarkable ability, you will undoubtedly be an exceptional naval officer. So, in the coming days, let us spend time together. If we encounter Blackbeard, I shall not intervene. The grievances between you two must be resolved by yourselves." Rocky patted his chest in assurance. "Have you just had your fill? Shall we go for a few more drinks?" "Blackbeard?" Ace hesitated. "Fear not." Rocky grinned widely. "That fellow Blackbeard is incredibly confident. He would never anchor his ship outside the port when arriving at Dream Island. He will surely land openly at the port. My subordinates have secured all 3 ports of Dream Island, and once he lands..." Rocky retrieved a communication device from his person, assuring me that I would receive news promptly, so there was no need for concern. "Haha, I shall graciously accept your kind offer." Time swiftly passed, and another day had elapsed. During this interval, Rocky and Krista remained closely in tow with Ace, though not entirely within arm's reach. They maintained a distance of a couple of 100 meters, ensuring they could offer swift support if necessary. It was around 8 or 9 o'clock that morning. Rocky and Christo sauntered down the street, with Christo holding a skewer of candied hawthorn in her left hand and a refreshing beverage in her right, indulging in their delightful treats. Suddenly, an eerie sensation washed over Rocky, causing the fine hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. A tremendous peril was imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, Rocky unleashed his observation Haki to its fullest extent. He swiftly discerned that if he did not evade, a powerful projectile, akin to a flying finger gun, would strike his head with alarming force. Clang! In an instant, Rocky drew his sword and struck with precision, perfectly intercepting the incoming projectile of the flying finger spear. With a resounding clash, the two forces met and nullified each other. Rocky was taken aback by the immense force emanating from the sword. The utilization of the flying finger spear to such an extent was indeed remarkable, indicating that the wielder's prowess was at least somewhat superior to his own. Simultaneously, Krista abruptly turned her head. Another fierce attack of the flying finger spear whizzed past her small head. Thud! The attack, which Krista had deftly evaded, struck an unfortunate soul in front of her. This hapless individual was sent flying by the sheer force of the attack, and a gaping wound the size of an arm was clearly visible on his back. having pierced through his body. Even another unfortunate person on the street met a grim fate as a result. You damn bastards! If you wish to fight, let us do so in an uninhabited place. I shall gladly oblige, Rocky declared, his brows furrowed in anger. He then grasped Krista's hand and strode purposefully toward the beach outside the street. The hidden CP members did not continue their assault. Instead, they found amusement in the audacity of this man who dared to challenge them head-on. How utterly foolish. Chapter 155. An instantaneous kill. By the seaside, all CP members revealed themselves. The palpable tension between Rocky and the members of CP cast an uncomfortable atmosphere over those who had been leisurely enjoying their time on the beach. Clad in light attire, they felt as if they had suddenly been thrust into the chill of autumn or winter, leading them to hurriedly distance themselves from the unfolding scene. Yet, curiosity compelled some to linger, their gazes fixated on the peculiarly dressed CP members. This time, there were 6 of them, each varying in height and build, all adorned with masks that obscured their identities, draped in flowing white robes. Their masks bore the grotesque visages of demons and monsters, evoking an irresistible urge to either remove them or shatter them, much like Ming's glasses. With so many of you, dare to engage in something exhilarating? One at a time. Let us see what you're made of, Rocky remarked with a grin, surveying the CP members. Do you truly believe we are mere playthings? In moments like this, do you expect us to grant you any leniency? One CP scoffed derisively. If you choose to relinquish the woman beside you, we might consider sparing you. Given your naval affiliation, another CP added with a smirk. Indeed, if you hand her over, we shall grant you a path to survival, chimed in yet another CP in agreement. Let the battle commence. Surrendering my companion is unequivocally out of the question. I have long anticipated this grand slaughter, and I hope you possess the strength to withstand my wrath. In our initial encounter, I shall claim the life of one unfortunate soul among you as retribution for your audacity in confronting us, Rocky stated with a nonchalant air, as if articulating a foregone conclusion. Ha! One CP erupted in laughter. Absurd, utterly absurd. Let us not waste time with this fool. Let us finish him off quickly so we can return. Onward. In a heartbeat, the 6 CP members lunged towards Rocky and his companion with ferocity. Krista, you handle 3. And I shall take on the other 3, Rocky instructed his companion, Krista. With a serious expression, Krista nodded. We won't perish, will we? Indeed, Rocky affirmed with earnestness. That's a relief. Rocky and Krista faced the approaching CP members with unwavering courage. The battle was imminent. In the blink of an eye, Rocky arrived before the 3 CP members. Death. Rocky took a deep breath, unleashing his swordsmanship with unwavering determination, focusing on the seemingly weaker of the 3 CP members. Clang, clang, clang. Uft. Rocky withstood the assault of 3 CP members, bolstered by his armored Haki. In a swift motion, his long sword plunged into the neck of one adversary, blood gushing forth and instantly staining the man's white robe. In the next moment, Rocky could no longer endure the formidable onslaught of the 3 CP members, and his body was sent flying. The dagger embedded in the neck of the fallen CP member was forcibly extracted, causing blood to erupt like a geyser. You. The CP member, whose life was slipping away, raised his right hand to point at Rocky, his eyes fixed in disbelief. How could this be? This guy is merely a novice who recently joined the Navy, yet he possesses such strength. The CP organization, intent on eliminating Krista, had thoroughly investigated Rocky, who was always at Krista's side. They were well aware of his background, which prompted them to prepare 6 individuals for what they believed would be a straightforward task, only to find themselves facing death instead. Witnessing their companion fall at the first encounter, the remaining 2 CP members were taken aback and instinctively took 2 steps back. Rocky forcefully suppressed the urge to cough up blood, feigning injury as he burst into laughter. If you wish to continue, I wouldn't mind burying you all right here. The 2 CP members, observing Rocky's imposing presence, furrowed their brows. They sensed that Rocky might be at the end of his rope, merely appearing strong while being weak within. However, the gruesome corpse of their comrade lay silently on the beach, a testament to Rocky's terrifying prowess. What should they do? Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 CP members made up their minds. Come here, let's deal with this troublesome fellow. They shouted to the 3 CP members who were still engaged in combat with Krista. Upon hearing their comrade's call, the other 2 CP members abandoned their assault on Krista and charged toward Rocky. Their strength was comparable to Krista's, and having previously attacked her as a trio, she had already sustained minor injuries. Now, Krista was left to confront a single CP member, Yet he was tenaciously entangled with her, preventing her from providing support to Rocky. Nevertheless, she remained calm, knowing that Rocky had a backup plan. For against one? Haha. Rocky continued to chuckle, sending chills down the spines of the CP members facing him. In this round, another one of you shall perish. His gaze swept across the 4 CP members preparing to besiege him. Is it you? Or perhaps you? That kid's body isn't made of iron. After sustaining our full force strikes, I reckon he is gravely injured, merely holding on, one CP member remarked. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 4 of them charged at Rocky from the front. The phone on Rocky's person suddenly rang, surprising both CP and Rocky, prompting them to momentarily cease their actions. Chapter 156, Another Life Lost. Noticing that 4 CP members were about to besiege Rocky, Ace leaped from the shadows, prepared to intervene. Despite Rocky not having emitted the prearranged distress signal. Just moments ago, while 3 CP members were attacking Rocky, Ace had been anxiously concerned for him. He had not anticipated that Rocky would be capable of swiftly eliminating one of them. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every event comes at a cost. Rocky possesses the ability to eliminate an opponent in an instant, yet he simultaneously endures the assaults of the 3 attackers, making it painfully evident that he has sustained injuries. The hesitation exhibited by the 2 CP agents prior was merely a manifestation of their confusion amidst the chaos. At present, with 4 CP agents converging upon Rocky, Ace realizes that he must intervene. Otherwise, Rocky may be struck down in a single blow, unable to even emit a distress signal. Just then, Rocky's transponder snail began to ring. Did this not signify the imminent arrival of Blackbeard? In the arena, the 4 CP agents fixated their gaze upon Rocky, eagerly anticipating the moment he would answer the call. Their intentions were not to wait for Rocky to respond. They had no desire to squander time on a lifeless body. However, they were acutely aware of Rocky's formidable prowess and hoped to seize the fleeting moment of distraction as he answered the call to launch a surprise attack. Albeit the odds of success seemed exceedingly slim. Are you all truly plotting to ambush me while I attend to this call? Rocky gazed upon the 4 CP agents before him, a hint of pride lifting his delicate features. The fact that they were willing to tempt fate with such improbable odds was a testament to his own prowess, was it not? However, he would never make such a blunder. A phone call that could reveal its contents served no purpose in this scenario. Meanwhile, the battle between Krista and her adversary had escalated to a fever pitch, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Ace, having emerged from the shadows, could not retreat into obscurity again. He cast a glance at Rocky, who had yet to commence a new round of combat, and strode toward Krista. At long last, there you are, cursed naval woman. Ace bellowed in the direction of Krista, his fury palpable. Krista and her opponent instantly paused, synchronously turning to face the source of the sound. At that moment, Ace was still shrouded in his dark cloak. It seems you 2 naval officers are indeed quite unpopular. There is someone here who wishes to see you dead even more than I do. As he spoke, Ace removed his hood, revealing his visage. The realization that this sudden assailant was Ace, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, left Krista's opponent momentarily stunned. Hey there, my friend, let us make a deal. Ace addressed Krista's adversary. I wish to personally end this woman's life. Kindly yield her to me. Krista's opponent found himself at a loss for words. Unsure whether Ace was genuinely intent on killing Krista, he hesitated to relinquish her. It appears you are unwilling, Ace remarked coolly. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. If you happen to be harmed in the process, I trust you will forgive me. No. Fire Fist Ace. This woman is of great interest to our world government. The world government? Ace scoffed. You dare use the world government to threaten me, a pirate? I have serious doubts about your mental faculties. As negotiations fell through, Ace decided to act decisively. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. Fire Fist. With a powerful swing of his right fist, Ace unleashed a massive conflagration that resembled a fiery dragon, rushing forth with unstoppable momentum. Krista and her opponent, recognizing the danger, wisely avoided his fiery assault. Ace's intention was not to harm anyone with this strike, but rather to carve out the battlefield. I have a request. If you would be so kind as to oblige, I wish to witness you eliminate this woman, Krista's opponent proposed to Ace. Such a beautiful woman. How could I so casually end her life? No, I intend to ravage her thoroughly before delivering the final blow. Do you truly believe I would allow you to witness such a process? Ace spoke coldly. His fearsome reputation was well known, but most people were only familiar with him due to his bounty and his position as the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. The majority were utterly unaware of his true character. The opposing CP agents were no exception, Their primary mission did not involve dealing with pirates, and they could hardly fathom that Fire Fist Ace would appear here, so their understanding of him was limited to his notorious name. Even when Ace uttered words that contradicted his nature, the CP agents failed to perceive the incongruity. Yet you, how dare you reveal your allegiance to the world government before me? Do you not realize that the very presence of the world government disgusts me? Ace sneered. He then raised his fist towards Krista's recent adversary. Boom. The searing flames surged forth instantaneously. The CP agent was taken aback, hastily darting to the side to evade the attack. The immense fiery fist swept across the ocean's surface, vaporizing a substantial area of seawater and creating a cloud of white mist. Witnessing the destruction wrought by Ace's seemingly casual punch left the CP agent involuntarily swallowing hard. However, would Ace grant him a chance at life? Certainly not. With a swift motion, Ace extended his hands, aligning his index and middle fingers, and aimed at the spot where the CP agent stood. Instantly, a flurry of small fireballs, each the size of cherries, shot forth from his fingertips like a blazing Gatling gun. The CP agent hurriedly maneuvered to evade, but the barrage of fireballs sent sand and dust flying across the beach. Ace relentlessly pressured the CP agent's movements with his fiery projectiles, forcing him further towards Krista. As the CP agent fled, he felt the tide of the battle turning against him, yet he was at a loss for options. Unbeknownst to him, Krista had already made her move. With Ace's fireballs blocking his escape routes, Krista's ambush became a matter of effortless precision. Thud. Krista employed her paper gun, piercing her finger directly into the CP agent's heart. The agent lifted his gaze, astonished at Krista's sudden appearance. However, Krista paid him no mind. She swiftly withdrew her finger, her speed akin to that of a cat's phantom-like strikes, rapidly tapping at his heart. In a mere second or two, the CP agent's heart was reduced to a mass of pulpy flesh, and he was irrevocably dead. Chapter 157. The arrival of Blackbeard. Ace and Krista dispatched their foe in a mere 2 minutes. During this brief interlude, the battle on Luffy's side had yet to commence. They watched with curiosity as Krista, aided by Ace, forced the CP agents into a cautious pause. Then, they were left dumbfounded. It seemed that Fire Fist Ace was aligned with Luffy's crew. With 3 adversaries remaining against their own dwindling number of 4, a decisive victory was becoming increasingly elusive. Why did Fire Fist Ace find himself entangled with the Navy? The CP members were beside themselves with frustration. Ace did not overly assist Luffy. They were rendered powerless in this situation. They were acutely aware that behind Luffy stood the formidable figures of Garp and Zifa, both fiercely protective and unafraid of confrontation. Without concrete evidence, they could not strike against Luffy. What could they do? Should they simply concede? Alas, they had no choice but to swallow their indignation. Fortune favored you this time. One of the 4 CP members tossed a remark at Luffy and his companion before decisively turning away, followed promptly by the other 3. As they pivoted, they noticed 4 figures approaching from a distance. The brows of the CP members furrowed. The demeanor and gait of these newcomers suggested they were not allies of Luffy, nor were they on the side of the CP. Was there another act in this grand performance? Teach. You scoundrel, you've proven difficult to find. Ace fixed his gaze upon Blackbeard. Captain, long time no see. Blackbeard boomed, laughing heartily. I'm so glad I came. Seeing you brings me joy. I am no longer your captain. Refrain from using that title indiscriminately, Ace replied, his tone cool and laced with a palpable intent to kill. You must know why I have come to find you, Teach. Although I committed the grave sin of killing a comrade, that bastard Sachi had it coming. Blackbeard stated nonchalantly, as if his actions were justified. I am not interested in your justifications. I only know that you have slain a comrade, and blood must answer for blood. As soon as Ace finished speaking, he lunged forward. Blackbeard reacted swiftly. His sharpshooter, Van Augur, aimed and fired at Ace. Bang! The shot was remarkably precise, striking Ace directly in the forehead, creating a gaping hole the size of an apple. Yet, to Ace, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, it was of little consequence. The crimson flames engulfed him momentarily, and the hole in his forehead healed seamlessly. Teach, your companion is quite rude, Ace declared, extending his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers towards Van Augur. Rapid bursts of fire erupted, forcing Van Augur to retreat in disarray. Witnessing this, the 4 CP members quickly grasped that Ace harbored a far greater animosity towards this newly arrived group than towards them. Moreover, the audacity of this group to confront Fire Fist Ace indicated their strength was at least on par with his, if not superior. Consequently, this meant that Ace could not intervene in the battle between them and Chris. A turn of events. It seemed this mission might still have a chance of success. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 CPs launched another assault on Rocky and Krista. This time, their intentions were unmistakable. Just as they were about to retreat, Rocky revealed signs of fatigue. It was evident that the previous wave of coordinated attacks had inflicted significant damage upon him, and the effort required to eliminate one of them had taken a considerable toll. His earlier bravado was merely an act. Damn it! As he beheld the 4 CPs charging towards him, Rocky felt a deep sense of despair. The cursed Blackbeard had arrived at the most inopportune moment. During his earlier confrontation with the 3 CPs, he had sustained minor injuries from their combined onslaught. Fortunately, due to his increasingly formidable physical prowess, bolstered by the energy cultivation techniques of the system, he was on the verge of transforming into a high-impact, resilient assassin. However, the recent use of a guaranteed strike technique against an opponent slightly stronger than himself had drained about half of his stamina, leaving him utterly exhausted. Krista, we are outnumbered this time and have no trump cards left. All that remains is to fight with all our might. Rocky gasped, his voice laced with resignation. Recently, he had exhausted all of his accumulated points to exchange for the Skill Fury mark. At present, he had no means to acquire stamina fruits to sustain himself. With no options left, he felt cornered with no way out but to fight. Suddenly, a chime resonated in his mind. System detected the host's intense desire. Activating system task. Eliminate any 1 CP. Reward, 20 points. Time limit, 1 hour. Upon receiving the system's task, the expression of helplessness on Rocky's face transformed into one of shock and then elation, his heart brimming with gratitude. A timely aid is always more impactful than a mere embellishment. This is fantastic. If he could eliminate a single CP to complete this system task, he would gain 20 points to exchange for stamina fruits, which would undoubtedly allow him to survive this ordeal. How wonderful it is to have the system at his side. System, I adore you, Rocky exclaimed. His spirits lifted as he broke into hearty laughter. Come at me all at once. From now on, I shall take down one of you with each strike, Rocky declared, pointing his sword at the 4 CPs, brimming with confidence. Humph. The 4 CPs collectively scoffed, entirely unconvinced by Rocky's threat. You shall perish, little brat. They retorted as they charged forth, displaying their cunning by splitting their forces. 3 of them advanced towards Rocky while the 4th directed their assault at Krista, not seeking victory, but merely to hold her back. Chapter 158. The retreat of the CPs in the blink of an eye. The 3 CPs converged upon Rocky. Rocky took a deep breath and unleashed the unerring sword technique. Empowered by this extraordinary skill, his observation Haki underwent a profound transformation. In an instant, Rocky foresaw the impending attacks from the 3 adversaries before him. He immediately braced himself, exerting every ounce of his armament Haki to shield the vulnerable parts of his body. Meanwhile, the sword in his grasp surged forward, aiming directly for the throat of one particular CP agent. This target, perceiving the imminent threat, swiftly turned his head to evade the strike. However, in the next heartbeat, Rocky's sword trajectory shifted abruptly, now aimed at the direction of the evading head. Such a swift change of tactics was not mere reaction, it was a calculated maneuver. A series of muffled thuds echoed, thump, 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 as Rocky was sent hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings. In midair, he coughed up blood, a sight both tragic and harrowing. Rocky's mastery of armament Haki, after all, remains insufficient, unable to withstand the majority of the inflicted damage. However, Rocky employs a strategy that inflicts self-harm while simultaneously delivering damage to his adversaries. The unfortunate CP who fell victim to Rocky's assault is far worse off. A grotesque wound gapes open on his neck, flesh spilling forth, with blood gushing uncontrollably. It appears he is beyond saving. This young man is truly terrifying. The other 2 CPs, who had evaded Rocky's attack, were left in a state of shock. However, their astonishment quickly transformed into swift action. As soon as Rocky was sent flying, they immediately pursued him. Swiftly, the speed of these 2 CPs was remarkable, and they were on the verge of catching up to Rocky. How is it possible that the fellow whose throat I have slit is still alive? Rocky let out a desperate roar, understanding that only by eliminating that particular CP could he obtain the system's task reward, and thus have a chance at a dramatic comeback. Die. In the blink of an eye, a swift CP closed in on the uncontrollably flying Rocky. With precision, he aimed for Rocky's head and delivered a powerful punch. Whoosh. Rocky could feel the fierce gust of wind striking his face. The boxing match was imminent. Every individual possesses an innate instinct for self-preservation, akin to the involuntary act of closing one's eyes when faced with a punch directed at the eyes. In a flash, Rocky cast aside the demon blade with his right hand to shield his head. Bang! Another resounding blow struck him. This time, Rocky was forcefully knocked from the air, crashing onto the beach and creating a deep crater. Lying in the sandy hollow, he felt a searing pain in his right hand. He attempted to move it, only to discover that, apart from his mind, which remained active, his entire body seemed paralyzed. "Your life truly is tenacious," chuckled the assailant, standing at the edge of the pit, gazing down at Rocky. "I am eager to see if you can withstand my next strike." As the assailant spoke, a sudden chime resonated within Rocky's mind. "System, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Reward, 20 points. Exchange for stamina fruit and use it." Rocky's thoughts surged in a roar, rapidly communicating with the system, just as the assailant's fist loomed larger before him. Suddenly, Rocky felt a surge of warmth coursing through his entire being, sweeping over him at an astonishing speed. Instantly, all his negative afflictions vanished without a trace. He was momentarily invigorated and in peak condition. Bang! Rocky raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful blow to the CP that had attacked him, forcing the opponent back with great force. The assailant was sent flying, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be possible? Seizing the moment of his adversary's dazed state, Rocky forcefully struck the ground and rose from the pit. In an instant, he darted to the edge of the pit to retrieve his enchanted blade. At this juncture, both CPs regained their composure, yet their faces remained etched with astonishment. "The world government has truly underestimated me, dispatching merely 6 ineffectual agents to eliminate me. What a farce." Rocky laughed heartily, endeavoring to impose greater psychological pressure on the 2 CPs. "The mission has failed. We must retreat," one CP declared decisively, his voice ringing out. The other CP, upon hearing this, immediately turned to flee into the distance. However, it seemed that such an outcome had long been anticipated by Rocky. He chose not to pursue the 2 CPs who had previously besieged him and instead charged toward Krista. The CP engaged in battle with Krista also sought to escape, but she held him back. Rocky joined the fray alongside Krista, immediately tipping the scales of battle in their favor. Although their adversary fought with wild desperation, attempting to escape, all efforts proved futile in the face of Rocky's unwavering swordsmanship. After a single exchange, the opposing CP succumbed to Rocky's blade. Earlier, 2 CPs had fled in haste, and now they had reached the port. They hastily boarded a merchant vessel departing from Dream Island, finally releasing a collective sigh of relief. That young Navy officer was extraordinary. One moment he appeared on the brink of death, and the next he was invigorated, in peak condition. "I suspect he possesses the powers of a devil fruit," one CP remarked to his mission partner, a hint of trepidation evident beneath his mask. The other CP immediately turned to him, their eyes locking in mutual understanding as they affirmed, "Indeed, the intelligence was flawed, leading to our mission's failure." Chapter 159, Ace vs. Blackbeard. With the battle concluded, Rocky erupted into hearty laughter. "Krista, look. Although we both sustained minor injuries, we have not lost our lives, which proves that you do not betray your comrades." Rocky grasped Krista's hand earnestly. "Indeed." Krista beamed, nodding enthusiastically. All right, let us quickly turn our gaze yonder. It promises to be a breathtaking clash. And missing even a second would be a loss." Loki and Krista sat directly on the beach, their gaze fixated on the fierce battle between Ace and Blackbeard. Krista retrieved a pouch of senbei from her belongings, for her fondness for snacks always compelled her to carry a couple of packs. As the clash unfolded, Blackbeard's 3 lackeys stood at a distance, their expressions betraying their fear of being caught in the fray. Suddenly, Lafitte's attention shifted, and he noticed Loki and Krista in the distance. The pair, a man and a woman, appeared to be allies of the fiery Ace. Uncertain, Lafitte inquired of his companions, "Is that so? I previously witnessed Ace fighting alongside that woman." Van Oka squinted, observing, "They seem quite at ease, as if they possess unwavering confidence in Ace." Lafitte scoffed, "They cannot fathom the true terror of our captain." A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled the moment Blackbeard had overwhelmed him with sheer strength. "Watching the captain fight with such fervor stirs my own desire for battle, yet that man and woman are undeniably formidable." Van Oka mused, his enthusiasm unquenched. "Heh." Poison Q lifted his head from his slumber, his bleary eyes widening into a grin. "We are 3, while they are but 2. And we are fresh while they are weary. Most importantly, I am Poison Q. Ha. Then I shall make my move," Van Oka declared, raising the long rifle he had been gripping, aiming it at Loki's brow. Bang! A sharp sound pierced the air. Bang! Another report followed. Bang! A final shot rang out. The intervals between the 3 bullets were scarcely 0.3 seconds, and they were not aimed at the same spot. One shot targeted left, the other right. This trajectory was calculated by Van Oka based on his observations of Loki's previous combat performance. Provided Loki's reaction and movement speed aligned closely with Van Oka's estimations, at least one of the 3 bullets would find its mark. Do not doubt Van Oka's accuracy. He could strike a flying goose from a distance 1.5 times the effective range of his firearm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The specially crafted bullets sped toward Loki with remarkable velocity. In that moment, Loki sensed an impending danger. In the next heartbeat, he unleashed his observation Haki to its fullest extent, immediately detecting the first bullet hurtling toward him. Under ordinary circumstances, Loki would have merely tilted his head to evade. However, he was acutely aware of Van Oka's prowess with firearms. This man was undeniably among the elite marksmen in the world. Rocky did not dare to underestimate him. He raised his hand and struck with a sword, deflecting a bullet, while simultaneously his observation Haki detected another bullet. At that moment, Krista instinctively tilted her head, burying it against Rocky's chest, and in perfect harmony, Rocky pulled her closer into his embrace. Whoosh! The bullet whizzed past. At that instant, Rocky sensed yet another bullet's presence. This time, neither he nor Krista flinched or reacted. The bullet flew straight by them. After a brief pause, they heard 3 distinct gunshots. It was unfortunate that they had evaded the bullets, yet one thing was certain: the 2 had indeed been provoked. Van Oka shrugged, his expression not betraying any concern. You 3 rascals have truly orchestrated your own demise. The voice of Rocky resonated from afar, closely followed by the figures of Krista and others. He had initially intended to rest for a while before confronting the trio, only to find that they had taken the initiative to attack him first. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Van Oka promptly raised his spear. Although he knew he could not strike his opponent, at the very least, he could deplete their mental fortitude. Could he not? However, at the moment he lifted his weapon, a tremendous wave of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings. In an instant, it engulfed Van Oka and his companions. Leaving them momentarily stunned, Van Oka even forgot to pull the trigger. How dare they continue to tempt fate? The thunderous roar of Rocky resounded, shaking the very core of their beings. Lafitte and his companions involuntarily shuddered, feeling as though they were in the presence of an insurmountable leviathan of the deep. The aura emanating from this formidable figure was indeed terrifying. His current demeanor did not suggest that he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Toxic Q. It's your turn to act, one remarked. Indeed, I would rather not witness the disgrace of us 3 being bested by merely 2 foes. Lest the captain cast us out of his pirate crew, Lafitte chuckled lightly. Despite his seemingly nonchalant expression, a closer inspection revealed the tension in his grip on the slender cane, veins visibly straining. Toxic Q, too, shed his earlier despondency, rising swiftly from his near-lifeless steed. He hastily produced 3 small vials from his person, distributing one to each of his companions and offering one to his ailing mount. If he dares to approach, let him do so at his peril. Chapter 160, The Climax of Battle. Toxic Q, renowned as the god of death, while a physician, possessed remarkable expertise in the art of poison. Hence, he spoke with confidence, asserting that Rocky and his companion would find no way to escape. As the 2 figures drew nearer, Toxic Q hurled a transparent vial, which shattered upon the sandy shore. The vial contained nothing but emptiness, and upon breaking, it spilled forth no substance. Yet, in that moment, Rocky sensed an undercurrent of menace. Through his observation Haki, he discerned a multitude of minuscule, sesame-sized particles materializing around the shattered vessel. With this heightened perception, Rocky could distinctly feel the movement of these tiny specks. Astonishingly, the vial had contained entities of life, translucent and colorless in nature. A tumultuous wave surged within Rocky's heart as he felt his understanding broaden once more. The world of pirates was indeed extraordinary, filled with countless wonders he had yet to discover. However, even if those creatures were living beings, it mattered not. Rocky remained resolute in his capacity to confront them. Observing the fervent determination etched upon your faces, I could not help but feel compelled to demonstrate the extent of your folly. Prepare yourselves. Behold, the wind of thermal oblivion. With a deft motion of his enchanted blade, a fierce gale erupted, distinct from the ordinary winds. This tempest was imbued with searing heat, reaching astonishing temperatures of several hundred degrees Celsius. Such was Rocky's prowess, as he had ingeniously fused the martial arts of fire and wind to forge this formidable technique. As the wind of thermal oblivion swept forth, Although its temperature began to plummet rapidly upon its release, it still surged forth towards the swarm of diminutive insects unleashed from the vial. Rocky was able to distinctly perceive through his observation Haki that the small insects had all been scorched to death, or rather, boiled alive. A scorching wind rushed towards him, causing the trio of Poison Q to feel an overwhelming discomfort, as if they had been abruptly thrown into an oven. The searing wind swept past, instantly turning their skin a furious crimson, a sight both horrifying and surreal. Despite the intense agony coursing through their bodies, the three had no time to utter a cry of despair, for Rocky was already charging forward. Die, he exclaimed, executing his sword technique, one sword style, wolf bite. As he approached Venoka, he unsheathed his demonic blade and leapt forward, resembling a ferocious alpha wolf pouncing upon its prey. Venoka, merely a sniper, lacked proficiency in close combat. He was akin to a fragile marksman. With Rocky closing in and Venoka unable to evade, how could he possibly avoid Rocky's onslaught? Thud! Loki thrust his sword into Venoka's chest. With a swift motion, he gently twisted the blade before violently withdrawing the cursed weapon. Venoka's heart was reduced to a gruesome mass, rendering him utterly lifeless. Meanwhile, Krista had engaged in combat with Poison Q. Although Poison Q possessed a background in medicine, his physical skills paled in comparison to Krista's prowess. With her first strike, she sent him sprawling over 10 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. His horse, in a panic, abandoned its master and fled in terror. It is your turn now. Go join your companion. Loki directed his gaze toward Lafayette. Upon feeling Loki's stare, Lafayette was engulfed by a chilling sensation. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected upheaval transpired. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat enveloped Rocky, intensifying to the point where his hair felt as if it might catch fire. From the corner of his eye, he beheld a colossal fireball ascending with grandeur, reminiscent of a nascent sun. In light of this, Rocky abandoned his pursuit of Lafayette and leaped forward. Krista, in perfect harmony with him, released her grip and followed closely, dashing into the distance. Within mere seconds, they found themselves several hundred meters away from their previous position. Glancing back, Rocky beheld Ace cradling a gargantuan fireball, its diameter surpassing 200 meters. The edges of this inferno had already reached the surface of the sea, and in an instant, copious amounts of seawater began to boil and evaporate. Numerous innocent fish and shrimp surfaced, while some crabs turned a vivid red, as if they had been cooked. The Flame Emperor, Ace was unleashing his ultimate move. Not to be outdone, Blackbeard, too, summoned forth a swirling mass of pure black mist, devoid of any color, which surged skyward until it reached a height of over 100 meters. This towering column of darkness began to spread outward, swiftly obscuring half the sky. Ha ha ha. Ace, what a pity that we must determine a victor between us. Allow me to demonstrate through action, which is mightier, the sun or the boundless darkness. With that, a thunderous clash erupted as the infinite flames collided with the endless shadows. The resulting shockwave transformed the previously tranquil sea into a tempestuous fury. Along the coastline, countless trees were uprooted, and the very earth trembled beneath the force of their confrontation. The grand duel between the forces of nature astounded all fortunate enough to witness it. Chapter 161. The Battle Against Blackbeard. The boundless darkness and the endless flames collided, creating a breathtaking spectacle that would be etched into the memories of all who beheld it. This fierce struggle endured for over 2 minutes. Ultimately, as the sun dipped beyond the horizon, the all-consuming darkness extinguished all traces of fire. Panting heavily, Ace fixed his gaze intently on Blackbeard, his expression bleak. Ha ha ha. How unfortunate. Ace, you cannot defeat me. Join me, Ace, and become my right-hand man, aiding me in my quest to become the Pirate King. Blackbeard exclaimed, his arms outstretched in exuberance. You will never become the Pirate King, Teach. I only recognize Whitebeard as my king. Ace retorted with a scoff. Then I'm afraid, Ace, that you must pay the price. Blackbeard sneered. Dark water. Blackbeard extended his right hand towards Ace, who stood not far ahead. Instantly, a swirling vortex of dark mist materialized in the palm of his hand, measuring merely half a meter in diameter. However, with the emergence of the shadowy whirlpool, an overwhelming force began to manifest, drawing Ace's body uncontrollably towards it. Having expended all his strength in the previous battle to unleash his ultimate move, the Flame Emperor, and nursing prior injuries, Ace found himself utterly unable to resist the pull of Blackbeard's dark waters. As Blackbeard summoned Ace closer, he firmly grasped Ace's shoulder with his right hand and delivered a swift strike to Ace's neck with his left. Ace, a man of extraordinary physical prowess, felt the blade nearly sever his neck, yet he remained conscious. Ace, why do you persist? Blackbeard chuckled, shaking his head as he prepared to strike once more. This time, Ace could not withstand the blow. His eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard boasted, lifting Ace triumphantly. At last, my plan has taken its most crucial first step. Ace, my captain, do not hold this against me. I have no other choice. Blackbeard reveled in his glee. Upon hearing this, Ace smirked inwardly. His fainting spell was merely a ruse. Once he regained his strength, he would launch a surprise attack to eliminate Blackbeard. Hey, Blackbeard, did you truly believe the battle was over? Suddenly, the voice of Haki echoed through the air. Blackbeard turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, spotting Haki and Krista approaching slowly. Although the atmosphere lacked any overt hostility, Blackbeard felt a twinge of unease. He immediately scanned his surroundings. Moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Ace, the aftermath of which had wreaked havoc, transforming the golden sands into a barren white wasteland, and reducing the palm trees to mere ashes. Fortunately, Haki and Krista had managed to vacate the epicenter of the conflict just in time, escaping unscathed. In contrast, the unfortunate duo of Poison Q and Lafitte were not so lucky. It was Lafitte's quick thinking that allowed him to whisk the injured Poison Q away. Otherwise, Poison Q might have ended up as a charred delicacy. Nevertheless, they too were not entirely spared from the chaos, as the residual flames had incinerated their garments, leaving their skin marred and scorched. Simultaneously, Blackbeard's gaze fell upon the charred remains of Van Oka, a sight both tragic and grim. Damn you, perish! Blackbeard bellowed in fury. Dark water. He activated the devouring power of the dark fruit once more, attempting to draw Haki towards him. Yet, despite the immense gravitational force exerted upon him, Haki exhibited not a shred of panic. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Did Blackbeard dare to attract him? After all, he was a formidable warrior, both resilient and capable of immense output. Locke gestured subtly to Chris, who was beside him, indicating that she should merely observe the unfolding drama. He then coldly addressed Blackbeard, declaring, "Since you have chosen your own demise, I shall reluctantly accompany you on this journey." Blackbeard let out a raucous laugh, unabashed and defiant. "You're merely a naval captain, and you dare to threaten me? Have you not witnessed my triumph over the notorious pirate, Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 500 million berries? Fool, prepare for your inevitable demise." In response to Locke's audacious claims, Blackbeard remained unperturbed, exuding confidence. This echoed Whitebeard's words during the War of the Best. Blackbeard's greatest flaw was his overwhelming arrogance. Single sword style, dragon flash. With a thunderous roar, Haki unleashed his ultimate sword technique, precisely targeting the thick, short neck of Blackbeard. In an instant, a dazzling sword light erupted as Haki was drawn before Blackbeard. Realizing too late the swiftness of Haki's strike, Blackbeard hastily raised his hand in defense. Yet, it was utterly futile, for Haki had invoked the indomitable sword art. With a piercing sound, the deed was done. Haki thrust his sword into the stout neck of Blackbeard, and with a delicate flick of his wrist, the blade cleaved through flesh, causing a gushing torrent of blood. Ack! Blackbeard emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In the next moment, one could distinctly observe a surge of dark mist emanating from his neck, which immediately stemmed the flow of blood. Yet, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, continuously lamenting, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." This was the consequence of Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. Although the dark fruit is classified as a Logia type, the user's body cannot transform into an element, signifying that the wielder cannot evade certain attacks, as other Logia users do, by elemental transformation. Despite this limitation, the dark fruit possesses a unique trait. It can absorb anything, including harm. However, during the absorption of damage, the user experiences pain that is magnified several times over, as if it were inflicted upon an ordinary person. Humph! With a cold chuckle, Haki effortlessly lifted the unconscious Ace from the ground and leaped back to Chris's side. He refrained from delivering a final blow, for Blackbeard, though arrogant, was not a fool. This man possessed an exceptionally indomitable spirit. Otherwise, he would not have endured for so many years aboard Whitebeard's ship. Thus, Haki hesitated, fearing Blackbeard's potential for a desperate retaliation. After all, Blackbeard had once been a formidable fighter, capable of matching the likes of red-haired Shanks in combat. Chapter 162. Ignoring the writhing Blackbeard on the ground, Haki departed with Ace and Chris in tow. As Blackbeard, drenched in sweat from the pain he had absorbed, raised his head, he caught sight of the trio moving away, his expression devoid of emotion. "Captain, we have suffered a significant loss. Van Oka has been slain, remarked Lafitte and Poison Q as they approached Blackbeard. Suddenly, Blackbeard erupted into laughter, his demeanor surprisingly joyful. Indeed, encountering setbacks on the path to pursuing one's dreams is inevitable, but no one can deter me. My aspirations shall not be extinguished. Witnessing Blackbeard's countenance, Lafitte and Poison Q were filled with admiration. What is our next course of action? Lafitte inquired. Naturally, we shall leave this place and seek new prey, Blackbeard replied, striding purposefully in the direction Roki had taken. Although his plans had been disrupted, they remained viable. As long as he could capture a pirate significantly threatening to the government, he could still achieve his goal of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, Ace will undoubtedly continue to be a thorn in our side, Lafitte remarked, his brow furrowing. He had witnessed the true power of Ace's ultimate technique, the Flame Emperor, and wished to avoid any further encounters if possible. Haha, Ace is merely my defeated foe. He poses no real threat, Blackbeard responded dismissively. But Ace is accompanied by a man and a woman. Poison Q expressed his concern. They are not members of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace will no longer rely on their strength. Absolutely, Blackbeard asserted with unwavering conviction. He understood well that this was the pride of all Whitebeard pirates. Let us depart. Loki and Krista, accompanied by Ace, made their way to a port on Dream Island. Along the journey, Ace awoke, yet he remained reticent, failing to utter a single word before their arrival. Upon reaching the port, the summoned soldiers returned to their warship. Their first act was to destroy the ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Subsequently, Loki and Krista boarded the warship with Ace, which then set sail, departing from Dream Island. Within the ship's infirmary, Ace was receiving treatment. The presence of the naval doctor instilled a profound unease within him. After all, he was a pirate, a notorious one at that. The fact that Loki had not imprisoned him but was instead providing medical care struck Ace as exceedingly strange. His pride left him feeling rather discontented. In truth, the naval doctor attending to Ace was equally apprehensive. He had heard tales of the formidable prowess of the man known as Fire Fist. The tense and awkward treatment process unfolded slowly. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing his shower and meal, Rocky made his way to the deck. He dialed the number of his esteemed mentor, Zephyr. Teacher, today Chris and I encountered an assassination attempt by CP. Zephyr responded with evident delight. Rocky, you have grown. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a teacher to be concerned about such events befalling their student. However, the very fact that Rocky was able to call him suggested that he had successfully navigated through this crisis. I have not slackened in my training these past few days. My strength has significantly improved, which enabled Chris and me to overcome this ordeal, Rocky declared with pride, his chest puffed out and chin held high. Of course, he omitted the involvement of Ace in this matter, as Zephyr was not akin to Carp. What are your current thoughts? Zephyr inquired. Teacher, I wish to take a leave of absence, Rocky replied. I can ascertain that there are high-ranking officers within the G4 Navy base targeting me. Though I am unaware of their identity, I hope you can assist me in requesting this leave, as I wish to investigate who this individual is. During this time, I also intend to engage in rigorous training, for the forthcoming final wave of retaliation from CP will undoubtedly be formidable. The youth possess their own aspirations, and the teacher would not intervene. You may proceed as you wish. I will assist you with your leave request. How long do you wish to take? Rocky pondered for a moment and replied, 2 months should suffice. Very well, Zephyr chuckled. The reason for your leave has already been arranged by the teacher, a wedding and a honeymoon. Sounds good, teacher. Are you going to find me a wife? Rocky and Zephyr engaged in idle conversation for a while longer before the call was disconnected. Rocky arrived at the infirmary. At that moment, Ace's injuries had been attended to, with most parts of his body wrapped in white gauze. Rocky cast a knowing glance at the ship's doctor, who promptly exited the infirmary. My decision to save you is purely an act of gratitude, for you extended your hand in my most perilous time. I have already taken leave, which signifies that I am no longer a member of the Navy during this respite. We are friends. Rocky unfastened his naval uniform and discarded it upon the hospital bed. Ace, you are my friend, Rocky smiled warmly. It is only natural for friends to support one another. Ace nodded, and the heaviness in his heart dissipated in an instant. Preferring to avoid serious discussions, he suggested, perhaps we could converse about your brother, the new pirate from the East Blue, Monkey D. Luffy. Rocky chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes brightened momentarily, only to furrow in concern. How do you know about Luffy? He is merely a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Rest assured, as long as I do not encounter him during my service, I will not pursue him and his crew. My interest in him stems from the fact that my homeland is also the East Blue, Rocky replied as he peeled an apple. Moreover, if all goes as planned, a familiar acquaintance of mine is aboard Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. Just recently, Luffy set sail and defeated the East Blue pirate captain, Captain Creek, which caught the attention of the Navy, leading to a bounty of 30 million berries being placed on his head. Very few in the Grand Line are aware of this event. Only a select few who closely follow East Blue news are in the know. Chapter 163, Town of Magic Valley. The warship sailed across the ocean. Following Rocky's instructions, the vessel first directed its course towards the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island. He needed to release Ace, not for any particular reason, but simply because he lacked the strength to compel him to remain on the ship. The next day, the warship arrived at the town of Magic Valley. Rocky, Chris, and Ace ascended to the deck together. Krent, I kindly ask you both to navigate the warship back to the G4 Division base, Rocky said, playfully patting Major Krent on the shoulder. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Major Krent was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he finally responded, leaning closer to Rocky to whisper, Colonel Rocky, are you not returning with us? What will happen to Fire Fist Ace? Of course, Ace will remain here with me, Rocky replied with a smile. Surely, you don't think I would simply capture him? He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berry, and my current abilities are not quite sufficient. Rocky chuckled, seemingly unconcerned about Ace's presence. Major Krent immediately understood and ceased further conversation. However, it was then that Major Noir spoke up. Rocky rudely interrupted him. But enough of that. While I acknowledge the validity of your thoughts, if you wish to avoid being consumed by flames, it is best not to dwell on them. By the way, I will take the blame for this mission, so there is no need for you to worry. Although I will be temporarily departing from your side. Remember to maintain your daily training. The enemies our warship will face in the future will likely be exceptionally formidable. I am leaving now. As Rocky and his companions leaped from the warship onto the shore, all the naval soldiers aboard watched them depart with a peculiar sentiment. Their time spent with Rocky had led them to feel as though they were not true naval officers. It was an undeniably strange sensation. On the shore, Ace waved his farewell. Thank you for your care, Rocky. Farewell, and take care. Rocky and Krista waved back to Ace, unwilling to hold him back. Ace was an astute individual and did not require reminders of Blackbeard's terrifying nature. He would undoubtedly pursue the capture of Blackbeard with resolve. Where shall we go next? Krista inquired, looking up at Rocky. We are in search of a fellow named Baggies. Rocky replied with a grin. I wish to engage with him, if possible. I am to intercept Blackbeard. Indeed, but where shall we find him? Krista asked. Ahead lay a town, a peculiar locale where countless wayward souls congregated. A place shunned by both the government and the Navy. The individual they sought was a notorious figure, a champion of combat in that disreputable place. They hoped he would be a man of brawn rather than intellect. Perhaps after proving his mettle, they could win him over. Shortly thereafter, Rocky and Krista arrived at the entrance of Magic Valley town. Before they could step onto the streets, the sounds of curses and brawls reached their ears. Such violence was commonplace here. No one paid it any mind, and even a fatality would elicit little more than indifference. For those who gathered in this place were hardly virtuous. Look, that woman is stunning, exclaimed a middle-aged bald man from within a tavern, noticing Rocky and Krista approach. He instantly turned to his companion of similar age. Are you still a child? Anyone bold enough to stride this way is certainly not benign. Best keep your thoughts to yourself lest you provoke a formidable adversary and lose your life. His companion, without even glancing, retorted, I am well aware. But that woman is truly beautiful. Her face and figure are beyond reproach. I would love to have her beneath me, or perhaps above me would suffice. Ah, such lowly aspirations you hold. I must see for myself how beautiful she truly is. His companion, skeptical yet intrigued, followed the direction of the bald man's gaze and set his eyes upon Krista, instantly captivated. You were right this time. But such an exquisite woman is even more reason to tread carefully. Observe the lad beside her. The sword at his waist suggests he possesses considerable skill. Uncertain if there exists anyone more audacious than myself to test the mettle of that fellow, the bald, middle-aged man lamented. No sooner had he spoken than he beheld a young man with azure hair emerge from a tavern across the street, intercepting Rocky and his companion. The youth strode with an air of arrogance, his demeanor haughty as he brandished a handgun. My friend, your companion is quite lovely. Why not allow her to join us for a drink? He proposed, simultaneously chambering a round into his firearm. I am curious as to why you perceive me as easily cowed. Do you believe I would saunter this way with my female companion if I lacked the means to defend myself? Rocky inquired nonchalantly, his curiosity piqued. How has such a thick-headed fool managed to survive this long? Huh. No matter your prowess, can it surpass the efficacy of my firearm? The azure-haired youth sneered, his gaze fixated on the exquisite blade at Rocky's waist. No matter how swiftly you draw your sword, can it rival the speed of a bullet fired from my gun? You may attempt to find out, Rocky replied, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he gripped the hilt of his blade. Huh. You are remarkably self-assured. The blue-haired youth scoffed, then turned his attention to Krista, standing beside Rocky. My dear, if you agree to share a couple of drinks with us, I shall spare this foolish man. In response, Krista disregarded the blue-haired youth entirely and delivered a swift kick to his midsection. Whoosh. The blue-haired youth's body soared backward like a cannonball, landing over 100 meters away and rolling for several more, his fate uncertain. An eerie silence enveloped the street, where one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 164. Bakious with a single kick, Krista dispatched the instigating azure-haired youth, her countenance betraying no sign of emotion. Cold and detached. This was not an intentional affront to the nefarious elements of Magic Valley Town. It was simply a reflection of Krista's inherent disposition. Even aboard the warship, she rarely bestowed a favorable glance upon her fellow naval officers. Rocky and Krista paid no heed to others as they strode forward, the people on the street silently parting to grant them passage. Meanwhile, they surveyed their surroundings, observing the palpable unease among the townsfolk in the area. At last, as Rocky and Krista moved farther away, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Goodness, that woman is formidable, exclaimed the bald man, unable to contain his admiration. Among all the women I have encountered over the years, she undoubtedly ranks as the most impressive. However, I suspect that the young man by her side possesses considerable strength as well, perhaps even surpassing hers. His companions nodded in agreement, equally astonished. Rocky and Krista strolled aimlessly through the streets of Magic Valley Town. Different environments cultivate distinct customs, and as Rocky meandered through the town, he began to grasp the local culture. This place exuded authenticity, where if one were to irritate another, confrontation would ensue without hesitation. To be honest, Rocky found himself drawn to this straightforwardness, a quality that many men aspire to. After wandering around and sampling the local delicacies, he felt there was no further need to linger. Excuse me, is there a self-proclaimed champion of combat here in Magic Valley Town? Rocky inquired gently, stopping a man who was approaching. The man, having observed Rocky and Krista, recognized that they were not to be underestimated and chose his words carefully. The simple-minded, muscle-bound fellow often seeks out newcomers to challenge. If you're looking for him, just wait at the town's entrance. He makes it a routine to confront passers-by after his meals. The man replied candidly. Thank you very much, Rocky nodded, offering a warm smile in return. After expressing his gratitude, he took Krista by the hand and turned towards the town's entrance. Upon their return, the townsfolk who had previously witnessed Krista's formidable prowess now regarded her and Rocky with newfound caution, their voices noticeably softened in their presence. Rocky casually chose a tavern to take a seat, not bothering to look around, for after all, Bacchus was indeed a local celebrity. Before long, they were greeted by the self-proclaimed champion of the fighting arena in Magic Valley, Bacchus. The man was indeed as others had described, a towering figure, robust and imposing. Standing at approximately 4 meters, he was a mass of muscle, with arms thicker than Rocky's thighs. Upon sighting Bacchus, Rocky immediately rose and made his way toward the tavern's exit. Krista quickly stood up to follow, but Rocky insisted on remaining silent. I am the champion of this town's fighting arena. If anyone here harbors any disdain for me or questions my title, step forward and let us settle it in combat. Bacchus bellowed heartily, his piercing gaze radiating confidence as it swept across the crowd. The residents of Magic Valley had grown accustomed to this boisterous brute, choosing not to engage with him. This was, of course, due to the undeniable fact that they could not match Bacchus in strength. After all, any man with a shred of pride would resent being overshadowed in any regard. Rocky approached Bacchus, who immediately sensed his presence and turned around. Bacchus furrowed his brow slightly but scrutinized Rocky with keen interest. New to Magic Valley Town, are you? No wonder you question my title as the champion of combat. Bacchus mused to himself. But you, arrogant fool, ought to weigh your own worth before stepping into the ring. Your physique is hardly enough for me to take notice. I suggest you return and devote several years to training your body before challenging me, he declared, punctuating his words by stamping his foot, which shattered the ground beneath him. Ha ha, that rascal Burkiss is about to get beaten. Someone chuckled, watching the spectacle unfold without offering a warning. Burkiss isn't a bad sword, after all. Rocky nodded slightly. Yet, instead of backing down, he lifted his own foot and casually stomped down, at a pace neither hurried nor slow, simply ordinary. Boom. This seemingly nonchalant stomp created a crater far larger than the one Burkiss had made, though Burkiss had proclaimed himself the combat champion of Magic Valley Town. His strength was respectable. He had just witnessed that Rocky's foot, though initially dropped casually, had suddenly surged with power upon landing. This method of exertion sent a shiver through Burkiss. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and his spirit ignited with fighting intent. Hey, my apologies for my earlier rudeness, Burkiss said with a broad, good-natured grin, clenching his massive fist and raising it towards Rocky. Let us have a match. If you lose, you follow me from now on. Deal? Rocky responded coolly. I doubt you will prevail. Burkiss blinked, contemplating that losing would only affirm that his opponent was stronger. Following someone superior could be advantageous. I accept your challenge. I'm eager to begin. But if you lose, what then? Against you, I will not lose, Rocky replied with a smile. Whether one will lose or win can only be determined in battle. Prepare yourself. Burkiss, with a spirit of fair play, shouted before launching himself at Rocky like a swift bulldozer. Yeah, Burkiss bellowed, exerting all his strength as he swung his right fist towards Rocky's head, the wind whistling around his fist. However, before his punch could connect, Rocky delivered a swift kick that sent Burkiss flying. The outcome was immediately clear. Chapter 165, A Shocking Event. Rocky's kick was executed with remarkable precision. Although Burkiss was sent flying, he miraculously did not collide with any buildings nor injure a single pedestrian. Had onlookers been attentive to this detail, they would have recognized the terrifying mastery Rocky possessed over both power and accuracy. Unfortunately, this realization eluded them. Nevertheless, all witnesses were left in awe of Rocky's prowess, particularly for his swift defeat of Burkiss. Coughing lightly, Burkiss slowly rose to his feet, his right hand resting on his chest. At that moment, the fierce determination in his eyes had noticeably diminished. Reflecting on their recent encounter, Burkiss conceded that he was vastly outmatched by Rocky, with no hope of victory. Exhaling sharply, Burkiss approached Rocky with quick strides. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he was a man of his word. Having promised to stand by Rocky, he was committed to that promise. Boss, was that kick your signature move? Burkiss inquired with a grin as he stood beside Rocky. Taken aback by the question, Rocky blinked and gently shook his head. However, this response did not dampen Burkiss's spirits. Rather, it brought a sense of relief to his countenance. Following a leader who was only slightly stronger than himself was one thing, but aligning with someone who far surpassed him was an entirely different matter. Boss, do you possess a unique training regimen? How is it that you lack visible muscles yet wield such immense strength? Burkiss asked, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Want to learn? Rocky replied with a broad grin. Instantly, Burkiss's eyes lit up, and he erupted into boisterous laughter, resembling a fool in his delight. All right, let us go. Burkiss led Rocky back to his home, which he proudly claimed was a spacious courtyard he had acquired through less than noble means. Rocky and Chris were not surprised. They each settled into their respective rooms. Subsequently, Rocky embarked on a rigorous period of training. Naturally, during this time, he subscribed to every type of newspaper available in Magic Valley Town. He even contacted Major Clint at the G4 Division, instructing him to remain vigilant at the base and to notify him promptly should any significant events arise. As the days passed, after over 10 days of training in Magic Valley Town, a piece of news ignited the first half of the Grand Line. A bounty of 100 million berries had been placed on the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, for defeating the warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile. Once this news broke, it swiftly captured the attention of all, even reaching the ears of the powerful figures in the New World. Following this incident, the other prominent members of the Straw Hat Pirates also made their appearances, each boasting impressive bounties of their own. To his slight surprise, Rocky spotted a familiar face among the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, the little thief cat, Nami. Gazing at the newspaper, Rocky alternated between sighing and smiling, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Boss, what's wrong? Buggy noticed Rocky's unusual demeanor and hurried over, lowering his head to discern what the newspaper had reported. Will the future truly change because of my presence? Rocky let out a sigh, a wave of profound unease washing over him. He had painstakingly endeavored to make Ace aware of Blackbeard's formidable strength during their fierce confrontation, hoping to alter the course of Ace's destiny, which seemed destined to fall into Blackbeard's clutches. Surely, Ace would not still succumb to Blackbeard's grasp, would he? Boss, what is it that lies ahead? Is it merely a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries? I firmly believe he cannot possibly match your prowess. Even with just one hand, Buggy grinned, amusement dancing in his eyes. In recent days, Rocky had dedicated himself to rigorous training and frequently engaged in combat with Buggy. Yet, he found himself unable to overcome even Rocky's single-handed and single-footed efforts. Time waits for no one. He must persist in his training and cultivation. Rocky shook his head in resignation. If the wheels of history were to continue on their predetermined path, then the impending conflict at the summit would soon be upon them. Should this battle prove unavoidable, he must exert himself to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he could very well meet his demise amidst the chaos. After all, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were not to be trifled with. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. On that fateful morning, Rocky received a call from the G4 Navy base. "Colonel Rocky, something significant has transpired at our base," Major Clint announced. "Spare me the pleasantries and get to the point." Rocky replied curtly. Although his tone remained relatively light, his heart raced, for Major Clint's demeanor was anything but casual. "Colonel Rocky, the Blackbeard you instructed us to monitor has arrived at the base. However, he is not here to cause trouble. He has brought along another pirate crew to demonstrate his strength in an attempt to replace Crocodile as one of the 7 warlords of the sea." "What?" Rocky exclaimed, his body jolting in shock. "Which pirate crew has he captured?" he inquired urgently, his heart pounding. "It is none other than the recently renowned Straw Hat Pirates, Colonel Rocky. You must be aware that just days ago, their captain, Monkey D. Luffy, defeated the former warlord, Crocodile." Goodness! Loki could not help but utter a curse filled with frustration. His mind was a tempest of confusion, leaving him at a loss for words. He had gone to great lengths to prevent Blackbeard from seizing Ace, all in a bid to avert a catastrophic war. Yet, Blackbeard had not captured Ace. Instead, he had ensnared Luffy. Was this not a recipe for chaos? Would Dragon not come to Luffy's rescue? Would Ace remain indifferent to Luffy's plight? Would Whitebeard simply stand by and watch his beloved son engage in a reckless confrontation with the Marines, risking his very life to save his brother? Would Shanks remain unmoved by the emergence of a new era that cost him an arm? Blackbeard was, without a doubt, on the verge of igniting an even greater catastrophe. Rocky could hardly bear to envision the magnitude of the impending conflict, with so many formidable powers entwined. Such a cataclysmic battle would surely alter the very fabric of the world's order, a prospect that instilled sheer terror within him. Luffy must not be subjected to public execution. Yet, could this be avoided? The Navy headquarters remains oblivious to the connection between Luffy and Ace, as well as Luffy's bond with Shanks. They might well resort to executing Luffy to assert the authority of the world government, especially since he has just triumphed over a warlord of the sea. Chapter 166. Setting sail again, what should be done? With Luffy captured, there are only 2 possible outcomes, either imprisonment in the underwater prison, impelled down, or a public execution. I have realized the gravity of the situation. Rocky abruptly ended the call, disregarding the sentiments of Captain Clint. Luffy is the grandson of Garp and the son of Dragon. This is the information the Navy possesses about Luffy's lineage. They likely remain unaware of his ties to Ace and Shanks. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates hails from the Vinsmoke family, which should protect him from public execution, given that the bounty specifically demands his capture alive. However, it is improbable that the fate of Luffy would be altered for the sake of one Sanji. What course of action will the Navy take regarding Luffy? Rocky crouched down, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. He endeavored to align his thoughts with those of the world government as he pondered the dilemma. Should they eliminate Luffy? It was highly likely that Garp would erupt in fury, and Dragon would undoubtedly follow suit. The world government would certainly be reluctant to sever ties with Garp, given his illustrious contributions and his continued status as a formidable force within the Navy. However, the world government was undeniably eager to engage in a decisive confrontation with the Revolutionary Army. In comparison to the seemingly invincible pirate emperors reigning over the seas, the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army to the world government was significantly greater. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Army currently possessed not only the capability to confront the world government head-on, but also the potential to be utterly dismantled should the opportunity arise. The prospect of annihilating the Revolutionary Army was one the world government would welcome with open arms, even if the Revolutionary Army did not mobilize in full force. Eliminating its leader would still be a considerable victory. Faced with the choice of incurring Garp's wrath or obliterating the leader of the Revolutionary Army, which option would the world government ultimately pursue? Rocky sighed and rose to his feet. Under normal circumstances, the world government would undoubtedly opt for a public execution of Luffy. Such an occurrence must be averted, and Rocky resolved himself to this conviction. Were he to maintain an omniscient perspective, he would eagerly anticipate a grand showdown between the two emperors of the sea, the Navy headquarters, and the warlords of the sea. How exhilarating that would be. With this determination, Rocky dismissed all other thoughts and returned to his room to gather his belongings. To thwart this impending disaster, it was imperative to rescue Luffy and his crew. However, Rocky knew that he could not accomplish this feat alone, nor could he lead the charge. Among those he could rally in the first half of the Grand Line, only Ace was willing to engage in this affair. Soon, Rocky and his companions finished their preparations and made their way to the port of Magic Valley Town. After waiting through the afternoon, they finally spotted a pirate ship sailing towards them in the distance. Before long, the vessel arrived at the port, its sails furled as it prepared to anchor. "Let us proceed." Rocky softly uttered a command, prompting the trio to leap gracefully from the dock onto the deck of the pirate ship. The pirates aboard, preparing to dock, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Rocky and his companions. However, they quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons as the atmosphere on the deck became charged with tension. "What do you intend to do?" A pirate officer brandished his curved sword, directing it at Rocky and his companions. "Are you the captain of this vessel? If not, fetch your captain. I have matters to discuss with him," Rocky replied coolly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing several pirates to succumb to unconsciousness under its weight. Witnessing his subordinates collapse around him, the pirate officer broke into a cold sweat. Overwhelmed by the bizarre and terrifying nature of such power, which was paradoxically wielded so openly, he instinctively averted his gaze, no longer daring to meet the eyes of the young man before him. Unbeknownst to him, Rocky had merely held back. Had he unleashed his full conqueror's Haki, the pirate officer would have been unable to withstand its force. "Why are you standing there? Hurry!" As soon as Rocky's words fell, a middle-aged man burst forth from the cabin, brandishing a large blade with a menacing aura. He wore a leather triangular black hat and was draped in a dark cloak, with a white shirt that was fastened only at 3 buttons, revealing his well-defined pectoral muscles. Trailing behind him was a cadre of over 10 pirates, all armed and poised for battle. Upon seeing the countenance of this pirate captain, Rocky rummaged through his memory and immediately recognized him as Quinn, with a bounty of 48 million berries. "Quinn, I have temporarily commandeered your pirate ship. Should you have any objections, kindly refrain from expressing them," Rocky declared with an imposing air, his demeanor resolute. "Humph," Quinn scoffed, casting a glance at the unconscious pirates sprawled on the deck. He deduced that the trio before him possessed considerable strength, yet he remained confident that he would not be defeated in a confrontation. This arrogance seemed to be an inherent trait among lower-tier pirates, who often believed they could rival the 4 emperors or even attain the title of Pirate King. With unwavering confidence, Quinn said nothing further and charged directly at Rocky, aiming a powerful strike at his head. Faced with Quinn's formidable downward slash, Rocky remained impassive. He did not evade, but simply raised his right hand with nonchalance. Seeing Rocky's casual gesture, Quinn's fury ignited, compelling him to exert even more force into his strike. However, when the blade met Rocky's hand, everything came to an abrupt halt. Without any flash or explosion, Rocky effortlessly pinched the edge of Quinn's sword between 2 fingers, halting the descent of the blow. Quinn stood in stunned disbelief, instinctively trying to withdraw his weapon, only to realize in shock that Rocky's grip was unyielding, rendering him unable to reclaim his blade. "Earlier, you declined my offer for forgiveness. Do you now acquiesce?" Rocky inquired softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His seemingly effortless display had indeed served to intimidate the pirate. Chapter 167. The cunning pirate Rocky spoke without any notable Donghai accent, which, in theory, should have allowed the pirate captain to comprehend him. Yet, he remained silent, still reeling from the astonishment of Rocky pinching his blade between 2 fingers. It was an absolute display of dominance. The overwhelming circumstances loomed larger than any individual, with dozens of his brothers at stake. Captain Quinn dared not act on his fleeting bravado, fearing the demise of his entire crew. "Your Excellency, I am curious about your intentions in commandeering my ship," Quinn conceded. "I do not require your lies for my own gain," Rocky remarked, casting a glance at Captain Quinn and the pirates behind him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To be candid, he regarded these pirates with disdain, knowing they would be of no use in the impending conflict. "I have requisitioned your vessel to seek out an individual. During this time, As long as you remain compliant and refrain from causing trouble, your lives will be spared. Now, I have spoken my piece. Who is in favor? And who opposes? Rocky surveyed the pirates aboard once more. At long last, Captain Quinn managed to regain his composure, though he dared not meet Rocky's gaze. Yet, to claim he bore no animosity towards Rocky would be an outright falsehood. Your Excellency, we have come to the town of Magic Valley as our ship's fresh water and supplies are dwindling, and we require provisions, Captain Quinn stated. Upon hearing this, Rocky furrowed his brow. Time was of the essence. I will allow you to take 10 men, and I shall grant you 20 minutes. Should you fail to return with provisions, do not expect to come back at all. Rocky declared, his tone imbued with authority. Men, let us go. Captain Quinn selected 10 crew members and swiftly disembarked, heading towards the main street of Magic Valley. Now, it was up to these individuals to make their own choices. Standing upon the deck, Rocky watched as Captain Quinn's figure receded into the distance. Captain Quinn, let us procure some potent poison and eliminate that wretched boy. One of the pirates beside Quinn glanced back at the ship, then pondered before speaking. He had already contemplated the reality that their entire crew might not stand a chance against the young lad. To eliminate him, they could ambush him while he slept. But that method was fraught with uncertainty. After much deliberation, it seemed that poisoning was the most reliable approach. Quinn heard this, but hesitated to respond immediately. He had considered this possibility, yet the risk of being discovered while administering poison was daunting. As the orchestrator, he would surely meet a grim fate if caught. This gamble, staked with his very life, was not one Quinn relished, despite often speaking of risking everything. Captain, those 3 youngsters appeared to be barely in their 20s. Their experiences must be limited, and they might not even suspect that we would resort to poisoning, a crew member suggested. Initially, Quinn hesitated, but upon hearing his subordinate's words, he suddenly resolved to act. He would not engage in any folly. He would follow Rock's instructions to the letter. His first encounter with Rock had been marred by his underestimation of the latter, leading to a rash confrontation. Now, seeing his men belittling Rock once again, he recognized the folly of repeating past mistakes. A true man can endure. This time, encountering a challenging predicament, they might have to swallow their pride. Becoming the Pirate King is not an endeavor achieved in a single day. After he uttered these words, the pirates following him fell into silence, each feeling a deep sense of indignation. Why should they bear such humiliation? Clearly, there was an opportunity to eliminate Rock and his companions. Observing their reactions, Quinn remained unfazed. He had anticipated this sentiment when he spoke. Although this decision might tarnish his image in the eyes of his crew, he pressed on. Soon, Quinn and his comrades procured various supplies and returned to the pirate ship. It was then that the crew marveled at Captain Quinn's shrewdness. During their boarding, Rock had ordered them to unload all cargo for a thorough inspection, even requiring them to remove their clothing. Any poison they might have harbored with the intent to harm Rock should have been discovered by now. The absence of any lethal substances intended for the demise of Rock and his companions brought Rock a sense of joy. Finally, he had encountered a crew with a semblance of intelligence. Captain Quinn, please announce our departure, Rock said, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Quinn. The situation was progressing favorably. Set sail, Quinn called out loudly. The pirate ship burst through the waves, hoisting its sails. My lord, in which direction should we navigate? Quinn approached Rock respectfully, accompanied by another man. Rocky raised his hand and pointed in a particular direction. The individuals accompanying Quinn immediately discerned the precise angle indicated by Rocky and hastened back to the control room, where the pirate ship adjusted its course toward the location of Ace. They must catch up. Rocky gazed at the distant azure sky, his heart still heavy with uncertainty. The life card merely indicated the direction of its owner, yet it could not specify the exact location. Utilizing Ace's life card, Rocky commandeered the pirate ship and navigated the vast ocean for 3 days, ultimately identifying the island where Ace resided. During this interval, Captain Clint remained at the G4 Division base, attentively monitoring the movements of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hearing his report, Rocky learned that the Straw Hat Pirates were currently being held temporarily at the G4 branch base. Chapter 168, Audacious and Reckless, attempting to hijack the criminal's ship. Luffy commanded the pirate ship to halt before a medium-sized island known as Amber Island. He instructed Krista and Bucky to remain aboard the vessel to prevent the crew from absconding, while he himself leaped ashore, swiftly traversing the island guided by Ace's life card. At this moment, it was noon, and the main thoroughfare of Amber Island was sparsely populated, with most taverns and eateries bustling with patrons. Halt! Stop right there. As Rocky rounded the corner of the street, he faintly discerned urgent cries echoing nearby. A familiar sensation flickered in his mind, reminiscent of the first encounter with Ace, who had been pursued for dining and dashing. The direction of the sounds aligned precisely with the indications from his life card. Without a moment's hesitation, Rocky strode forward, racing towards the source of the commotion. After just a few strides, he indeed spotted Ace, cloaked in a shroud of black robes. At last, he had found him. Locke breathed a sigh of relief, as the weight that had long lingered in his heart finally settled. Ace, Rocky shouted eagerly, upon hearing the call. Ace immediately turned his gaze towards Rocky, and upon suddenly spotting him, was taken aback in astonishment. He swiftly altered his course and ran towards Rocky, with the restaurant attendant who had previously solicited money still trailing behind him. Rocky currently possesses no money, otherwise he would have settled the bill for Ace. The two shared a silent understanding and quickened their pace, leaving the unfortunate restaurant server far behind. Rocky, it appears you have something rather urgent to discuss with me, Ace remarked as they halted atop a building on the town street. Removing his black hooded cloak, Ace revealed his face. Luffy has been captured. The entire Straw Hat pirates have been wiped out. They have all been apprehended by the Navy, led by Blackbeard, Rocky stated earnestly. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of incredulity crossing his features, before he feigned a smile and replied, "Surely you jest. This cannot be true. However, there is no need for deception. Do you wish to rescue Luffy? I can provide intelligence, and I may also intervene if necessary," Rocky declared with utmost seriousness. Ace nodded immediately, but then raised his gaze to ask, "I am curious as to why you would share this information with me. Considering you are with the Navy and Luffy is a pirate, I would rather not witness a global conflict. It would result in countless casualties." Rocky sighed deeply and replied slowly, "I share this because I do not wish to see such devastation." Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes gleamed with understanding as he connected the dots. "Without further ado, we must leave at once," Ace proclaimed, his decisive nature propelling him forward. "Do you know which direction to go?" Rocky chuckled helplessly. "Follow me." Before long, Rocky and Ace returned to the seaside, boarding the pirate ship, which promptly set sail towards the G4 Division base. On board, the ship's captain and crew regarded the newly arrived member with keen interest. They held no doubts about Rocky's prowess, thus their curiosity about the individual whom Rocky esteemed so highly grew. After a chance encounter with a reckless sea creature, the pirates aboard the ship recognized Rocky's influence. Even the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Firefist Ace, had joined their ranks. The pirates were thoroughly impressed, some even contemplating following Rocky in the future. On the morning of the second day, the phone snail rang. Rocky swiftly retrieved it, and the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Krent echoed from within. "Colonel Rocky, the warship escorting the Straw Hat Kid Luffy has set sail. Major Leonard, along with our G4 base's General John and several formidable experts, are aboard the ship." Lieutenant Colonel Krent expressed his confusion. "I cannot fathom why so many elite forces are required to escort a mere rookie with a bounty of only 100 million berries to the Navy headquarters. The background and influence of the Straw Hat Kid Luffy are beyond your imagination. By the way, what has become of the pirate Blackbeard who captured him?" "Unknown," came the reply. Major Clonet's rank was insufficient, leaving him unaware of certain matters. Upon learning this, Rocky abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Major Clonet was left utterly speechless. Rocky had just clarified the origins of the Straw Hat's captain, Luffy, stirring his curiosity to an insatiable degree. "Leonard, oh Leonard, I have been vexed about how to deal with you, but it seems that fate has intervened." A faint smile graced Rocky's lips. If Leonard were not aboard the warship escorting Luffy, determining the vessel's course and location would indeed pose a significant challenge for Rocky. However, that issue is now moot, as the system retained a temporary life card created for Leonard. Guided by the life card, Rocky swiftly directed the pirates to alter the course of their ship. Pirate vessels, being generally more nimble than warships, could traverse waters with greater speed, and at present, Rocky's position lay between the G4 base and the naval headquarters. With a general sense of the direction in which the warship escorting Luffy was headed, Rocky and his crew were likely to intercept the transport vessel. Yet, the prospect of rescuing Luffy remained uncertain. Chapter 169, The Hijacking. With the guidance of the life card, locating an individual becomes remarkably straightforward. After 2 days of arduous travel, Rocky and his crew finally intercepted the naval convoy transporting pirates from the G4 Division to the naval headquarters. Under the azure sky, one could discern a large warship approaching from the distant sea while standing on the deck. According to regulations, such a formidable vessel could only be commanded by officers of the rank of Rear Admiral or higher. However, this mission entailed more than just that. The G4 base was home to 1 vice admiral, 3 rear admirals, and 10 brigadier generals. This time, they mobilized the vice admiral, 2 rear admirals, and 6 brigadier generals, effectively depleting the entire G4 base. The operational plan was exceedingly straightforward: to maneuver the pirate ship alongside and engage in a boarding battle. Rocky instructed the pirates accordingly. The pirates before Rocky displayed expressions of distress. They had spent considerable time navigating the seas and were well aware that the imposing vessel ahead was a formidable naval warship. Despite their acknowledgement of Rocky and his crew's prowess, they understood that cannonballs do not discriminate. Should their pirate ship be destroyed, they would face certain doom in the vast ocean. The nearest island was at least a 3-day swim away, leaving them with no escape. Humph. Weren't they boasting about becoming the pirate king? It was merely a naval ship. Rocky shook his head and coldly remarked, "Dying here is certain. Venturing forth may not guarantee death." Captain Quinn gritted his teeth and commanded his crew, "Men, we fight." The pirate ship continued its reckless course toward the enormous naval vessel. Meanwhile, atop the towering mast of the warship, 4 naval soldiers stood vigilant, ensuring they could promptly detect any potential threats from all directions. Upon spotting the approaching pirate vessel, one soldier's spirits lifted immediately. However, he refrained from sounding the alarm right away. The soldier's stamina was finite. It was impractical to prepare for battle at the sight of every pirate ship. After all, the pirate ship was still a considerable distance away, and observing its movements would reveal whether it posed a threat to the warship. Minutes passed, and with resolute determination, the soldier finally pulled the alarm. The shrill sound reverberated throughout the entire ship. The senior officers aboard the warship swiftly emerged from their comfortable quarters onto the deck. The soldiers stationed on the deck promptly presented binoculars to the officers. "Take a look at the pirate flag on that ship. Which crew dares to be so audacious?" exclaimed Rear Admiral John, peering through the binoculars. A naval colonel on duty promptly took the binoculars to investigate. "Report to Rear Admiral John that pirate crew claims to be the Great Cutlass Pirates, led by a captain known as Cutlass Quinn, with a bounty of 48 million berries." 48 million berries? Rear Admiral John's brow furrowed. How could a pirate with such a meager bounty dare to launch an attack on a large naval warship? Had they lost their wits? Given the unusual circumstances, he instinctively sensed something amiss. "I suspect this pirate ship harbors ill intentions. There may be a conspiracy at play." Rear Admiral John mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "You are correct, Admiral, yet I believe the Great Cutlass Pirates' intentions may be rather straightforward. They likely aim to assault the warship to elevate their threat level against the Navy and thereby increase their bounty, as pirates are often preoccupied with their own bounties," suggested Major Leonard. "I concur with that assessment, even if the circumstances were different. One could argue that there exists no pirate along this great route that could pose a threat to our formidable fleet," another major declared with unwavering conviction. This proclamation filled Vice Admiral John with elation. Although he had ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral, he had never relaxed his training. Indeed, his strength had grown even more formidable. Coupled with the 2 majors aboard, 6 brigadier generals, and several naval colonels, even facing the 7 warlords of the sea would not lead to defeat. John, having achieved the rank of Vice Admiral, was undoubtedly a figure of both intellect and emotional acumen. He could discern the underlying implications in the words of the 2 majors beside him. "If these pirates are so blind to their own folly, we shall seize them effortlessly and cast them into impel down. It has been many years since I last engaged in combat. Let us strike together this time." Vice Admiral John beamed at his subordinates. His intent was not to usurp credit from his crew, for at his rank, there was little room for advancement. That was not his aim. He simply yearned for the thrill of action once more. "No problem, Vice Admiral John. I shall instruct my men to refrain from bombarding the pirate ship and wait until they draw near for our playful onslaught." Leonard promptly chimed in with a grin. A vision flickered in John's mind of their group storming the pirate vessel, ambushing the crew with overwhelming force. And a smile crept upon his lips as he nodded in agreement. The pirate ship and the warship continued to close the distance, now merely 300 to 400 meters apart, well within cannon range. Damn it, these Navy dogs are infuriating. Under normal circumstances, they would have opened fire on us by now. Why is there no sign of action this time? One pirate mused. "This is splendid news," laughed Buggy. Unperturbed by the impending confrontation, Loki remained silent beside them, having already completed his disguise. If one were to merely gaze upon his visage, it would be impossible to discern his true identity. Moments later, the pirate ship drew perilously close to the naval vessel, merely a few dozen meters apart. At this juncture, Ace, without a hint of hesitation, charged forth from the pirate ship and leaped onto the deck of the warship. "I am Fire Fist Ace. Surrender the Straw Hat crew to me, or else the ship shall be destroyed, and all on board shall perish," Ace proclaimed, raising his head defiantly towards the gathered naval commanders, his voice resonating with unparalleled authority. Chapter 170. The spectacle begins as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace was notorious throughout the world. During his time traversing the first half of the Grand Line, the world government had openly extended an olive branch, inviting him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Naturally, Ace declined, resolutely choosing to confront Whitebeard in the New World. Yet, as fate would have it, he was soon captivated by Whitebeard's charisma and came to regard him as a father. Though Ace was merely in his 20s, he possessed the prowess befitting a commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, his strength beyond question. Such a formidable individual, why would he forge a connection with the previously obscure pirate rookie, Straw Hat Luffy? This left Commodore John and his compatriots at a loss. However, Ace afforded them no time to ponder. With a resounding boom, golden flames erupted from his form, and although Commodore John was still at a distance, he could already feel the searing heat wash over him. "Release Luffy and his crew, or you shall all meet your doom beneath the waves. My words are final. Choose wisely," Ace declared, standing his ground, exuding an intimidating presence towards the naval forces. "This is intolerable." A naval soldier, unable to contain himself, swiftly chambered around and aimed at Ace. Bang! Remarkably, the shot found its mark, striking Ace squarely in the forehead and creating a gaping hole the size of an egg. Yet, to Ace, it was of no consequence. Such insolence from a mere pawn. "Prepare to fall," Ace bellowed, his voice reverberating with fury. In an instant, his overwhelming conqueror's Haki surged forth, sweeping across the naval vessel. Bang! 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 90% of the naval soldiers aboard could not withstand the might of this Haki, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing Ace's formidable presence, Commodore John's face turned ashen. His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. "Do not engage. Allow me to confront this little ruffian." Commodore John removed the justice coat draped over his shoulders, adjusted his tie, and cracked his knuckles. "Though I have not fought in years, I shall make you understand that challenging the Navy head-on comes at a bloody cost." As soon as Admiral John finished speaking, he leapt forward, resembling a fleeting specter as he charged towards Ace. Such unnecessary chatter. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace eschewed any elaborate techniques and simply threw a punch at the oncoming admiral. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted from Ace's fist, forming a fiery appendage that rivaled the size of a giant's hand. Faced with Ace's renowned technique, the flame fist, Admiral John dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly evaded the onslaught, sidestepping the ferocious fire fist. The colossal fiery fist struck with tremendous force, shattering the main mast of the warship, which subsequently toppled into the sea, causing the vessel to shudder violently. Fortunately, the lesser crew members aboard had already been incapacitated by Ace's conqueror's Haki. Otherwise, chaos would have surely ensued. The battlefield was a whirlwind of action. Admiral John's speed was remarkable. In an instant, he had darted to Ace's side, raising his right fist aimed squarely at Ace's head, delivering a powerful blow. His fist was enveloped in armament Haki, and had it connected, Ace would undoubtedly have sustained significant injury. Yet in the next moment, Ace stood his ground, extending his own right hand to meet Admiral John's punch. Bang! Ace staggered back 2 steps, while Admiral John was propelled backward by the immense force. A grin spread across Ace's face. Recently, after his fierce battle with Blackbeard, he had realized the inadequacy of his strength. He and Luffy had discussed methods to counter Blackbeard's abilities. Truth be told, Luffy was uncertain about how to counter the powers of darkness, as the user of the dark fruit could not become an element, and thus, armament Haki seemed futile. Nevertheless, mastering armament Haki was undeniably advantageous, prompting Luffy to encourage Ace to learn it, which Ace took to heart. During his recovery, he had dedicated himself to honing this skill. While aboard Whitebeard's ship, he had observed fellow crew members practicing armament Haki without deliberately avoiding him, and through observation, he had gleaned the essentials of its practice, though he had not previously prioritized it. Having faced a considerable setback, he now understood the significance of armament Haki. Coupled with his innate lineage, his talent was exceptional, and upon contemplation, he had nearly mastered it. Thus, he was able to hold his own against Admiral John in their exchange. In that recent clash, both combatants had exerted their full strength, and Admiral John immediately recognized that he was outmatched by Ace. Leonard, Marcus, you two join me in dealing with this little rascal. The rest of you, focus on eliminating that pirate ship." Admiral John commanded without hesitation. He did not even consider calling for reinforcements, knowing it would be futile. Distant help could not extinguish the flames of immediate peril. Understood. On board the warship, the other commanders took their orders. Generals Leonard and Marcos promptly approached Vice Admiral John to lend their support, while the remaining brigadiers and those colonels who had not succumbed to the overwhelming presence of Ace surged towards the pirate vessel moored alongside the warship. "Ha ha ha. Finally, it is my turn to take the stage," Bikes exclaimed with uncontainable excitement as he witnessed the Navy officers leaping onto the pirate ship. "Fool, remember our agreement." Rocky bellowed urgently, fearing that Bikes, in his reckless enthusiasm, might harm the naval commanders. In uttering this warning, Rocky deliberately altered his voice, showcasing his mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. While he may not be an expert in the profound secret of life return, he was certainly familiar enough with it. And changing his voice was a trivial task. "I remember," Bikes casually replied as he plunged into the crowd. "I leave this to you." Rocky glanced at Krista, who was now sporting a cap and large dark sunglasses, revealing only her fair cheeks, making her likely unrecognizable. Krista nodded in acknowledgement, and Rocky leaped onto the warship, unsheathing his sword, yet eschewing the notorious demon blade Thousand Slaughter, and refrained from employing the Navy's 6 styles during his leap. Chapter 171. The death of Leonard. The naval officers who had landed on the pirate ship were astonished to see Rocky attempting to leap from the pirate vessel back onto the warship, their expressions reflecting a sense of mockery. "Do you truly look down upon us so? We are a formidable force standing in your way, and you believe you can reach the warship?" 2 naval brigadiers immediately charged towards Rocky's trajectory, intent on intercepting him. Bang! Bang! Rocky surged forward, swiftly toppling the 2 men to the ground with a mere flurry of punches. The underlying reason for this was primarily that Rocky refrained from employing the Navy's 6 style, resulting in a movement speed that was not particularly swift. A person whose mobility is not notably rapid cannot possess an exceptional overall strength. Moreover, the 2 naval brigadiers, whose prowess was inherently inferior to Rocky's, found themselves utterly unprepared, leading to their immediate defeat. When generals confront generals and soldiers face soldiers, it is best for lesser figures such as yourselves to refrain from obstructing my path. Rocky faced no hindrance whatsoever. He deliberately glanced back at the naval commanders trailing behind him. A chill ran through these naval leaders, for, judging by his recent display, Rocky had indeed become formidable to the extent that they found themselves utterly incapable of contending with him. Their involvement was akin to delivering a meal. It would be far more prudent to engage in direct combat. With little effort, Rocky traversed from the pirate ship to the colossal naval vessel. At this moment, Ace was embroiled in a fierce battle with Rear Admiral John and 2 other brigadier generals. The 3 adept fighters from the Navy were momentarily able to constrain Ace. In truth, they could not genuinely suppress him. Yet, every battle hinges on the trifecta of timing, location, and camaraderie. Fighting aboard this warship inevitably limited Ace's freedom of movement. Should he unleash his full power recklessly, the ship might succumb to the depths, and that fool Luffy, being a devil fruit user, would surely meet his demise. After casting a glance at the battle involving Ace, Rocky dashed straight into the ship's cabin, intent on bringing Luffy and his crew out. The 3 individuals under Rear Admiral John immediately took notice of Rocky's presence, their expressions filled with astonishment. With so many captains and vice admirals already aboard the pirate ship, how could this man have breached their defenses to reach the warship? However, his ability to do so was a testament to his formidable strength. "Leonard, intercept that young man," John commanded without a moment's hesitation. Following his orders, Rear Admiral Leonard promptly released Ace and charged towards Rocky. Upon witnessing that General John had summoned Leonard to confront him, Rocky could hardly contain his excitement. Previously, he had lamented the absence of an opportunity to eliminate Leonard, and now, as if by fate, it had presented itself before him. Truly, one might traverse the world in search of something only to find it effortlessly bestowed upon them. "Young man, who are you? It seems you are a formidable pirate in your own right. Yet why does your name remain unrecorded upon these vast seas?" As Leonard charged toward Rocky, he scoffed derisively. With bated breath and suppressed claws, all was for the sake of this moment to soar high. Rocky chuckled, proclaiming that after this battle, the name of Yasuo, the swift swordmaster, would undoubtedly resonate across the oceans. The youth's bravado was truly a mark of ignorance. If only he would surrender forthwith and abandon his plans. I might allow him to depart unscathed, declared Major Leonard with unwavering conviction. You foolish chatterer. Rocky could no longer restrain himself. Did Leonard truly believe that the rest of the world was filled with fools, while he alone was the clever one? Rocky boldly launched his assault. Observing the increasingly impatient Rocky charging towards him, Leonard's lips curled into a slight smirk. God, in his desire to bring ruin upon man, first drives him to madness. It is only by rendering a person utterly insane, stripping them of their reason, that one can most effortlessly deliver the fatal blow. Die. With a swift movement, Major General Leonard transformed into a mere shadow, hurtling towards Rocky with remarkable speed. Shave. Great tornado. Rocky gripped his sword tightly, and with a swift motion, a powerful gust of wind erupted before him, fierce enough to lift an ordinary person off the ground. The rushing wind struck Leonard's face, causing him to feel an increase in resistance, compelling him to decelerate. After utilizing the Navy's sixth form, his speed had surged dramatically. But Rocky was unable to employ the same technique to enhance his own velocity. He could only devise a means to diminish Leonard's pace. The initial clash transpired in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Major Leonard had already closed the distance to Rocky. With a sharp sound, a brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air. Leonard's figure halted behind Rocky, blood spilling from his chest, revealing a horrifying wound several centimeters long. Despite having employed armament Haki, he found himself grievously injured by a single stroke. A wave of fear washed over him. The unassuming swordsman before him, this so-called Tempest Swordmaster, was indeed a master of the blade. Swordsmen were renowned for their destructive power, and to engage with one, particularly when their strength surpassed your own, was a recipe for despair. Humph, you underestimate me. You shall pay with your life. The voice of Rocky echoed, sending a chilling shiver down Leonard's spine. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively retreated, stumbling back until he reached the edge of the deck. In a swift motion, he produced a set of keys from his person and hurled them into the sea with a flourish. If you dive in now, you might still retrieve them, he said, a smile creeping onto his face. Although he was no match for the self-proclaimed swordmaster of the Gale before him, this maneuver would surely turn the tide in his favor. You damn bastard, Rocky exclaimed, charging towards Leonard, poised to leap into the water to retrieve the keys. Witnessing this scene, Leonard felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, as if everything was under his control. However, as Rocky approached him, he suddenly struck, employing a lethal sword technique that swiftly ended Leonard's life. In this dire confrontation, Rocky naturally exerted his full strength. Such a high-stakes battle left no room for error, and Leonard's decapitation was entirely justifiable. Watching Leonard's severed head sink into the depths of the ocean, Rocky shook his head lightly. The keys to the sea prism stone handcuffs were of little value to him. As long as he could rescue the captive, any locksmith would suffice to free him, a truth well understood by Rocky, a member of the Navy. Chapter 172. Rescuing Luffy and his crew. After dispatching Leonard, Rocky exhaled softly, a sense of relief washing over him. At last, the thrill of victory. He kicked Leonard's lifeless body off the deck, observing as it slowly descended into the sea, a faint smile playing on his lips. To be a sailor means to embrace the possibility of dying in battle. Leonard, having been slain by Rocky's guise as a pirate, would ultimately be remembered as a hero. With Leonard gone, only 2 naval officers remained aboard the warship, both entangled by Ace. Rocky strode confidently into the ship's cabin. Fully acquainted with the intricate layout of naval vessels, he made his way directly to the prison tier where the inmates were confined. The sharp sound of his footsteps echoed through the lowest level of the ship's confinement area. As Rocky traversed the path, he cast his gaze upon the criminals confined within their cells. It was evident that this transport mission was not solely aimed at Luffy and his crew. He also encountered other pirates. Before long, Rocky discerned the location where Luffy and his companions were imprisoned, situated at the end of the corridor. Rocky possessed keen eyesight. Despite the dim surroundings, he discerned every detail, casting his gaze upon each prisoner in the holding area, in search of that singular countenance he knew so well. At last, he found her, Nami. The Navy had spared no expense in the confinement of these pirates, ensuring that each offender was sequestered in a solitary cell. Luffy beheld Nami, seated cross-legged upon the ground, her slender arms shackled and suspended against the wall. It has been quite a while, Nami. Rocky, filled with fervor, spoke out, eager to rescue Nami at that very moment. This time, he did not attempt to alter his voice. His familiar tone was immediately recognized by Nami. The rest of the Straw Hat pirates, hearing his words, were equally taken aback and quickly turned their gazes toward Rocky. Even the other prisoners confined within the cells suddenly perked up, striving to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. The cell's soundproofing shielded them from the chaos of the battle outside, yet they felt the tremendous upheaval when Ace shattered the main mast of the warship. They speculated that something must have gone awry with the ship, and perhaps someone would come to mount a rescue. Nami raised her eyes to Rocky. Though the face before her felt unfamiliar, she was certain that the voice she had just heard belonged to him. "Linus?" she inquired. Clever and astute. She understood the necessity of concealing Rocky's true name to protect him, opting instead for the name of someone only she and Rocky would recognize. Indeed, Rocky nodded, immensely relieved by Nami's quick wit. He then swiftly drew his sword. "Linus?" The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were left in confusion. A friendship strong enough to risk one's life for a daring rescue must be profoundly intimate, yet it was peculiar that Nami had never mentioned him before. They had only heard her speak of a dear friend who was a Navy officer and a master swordsman. Zoro had always been particularly intrigued by this, as Nami often insisted that he could never surpass her friend named Rocky. With a swift motion, a flash of sharp sword light sliced through the air. With a crisp clang, the iron door confining Nami was cleaved in two. Rocky approached her, executing two precise strikes to sever the thick iron chains binding her with Haki-infused cuffs. "These cuffs lack a key, and I cannot unlock them. First, let us rescue you, and then we shall devise a way to free you from them," he said, supporting Nami as he spoke. Nami gazed at Rocky for a long moment, her heart full of gratitude. She understood the magnitude of his resolve in making this decision. A multitude of words swelled within her, yet they coalesced into a single, heartfelt expression of thanks. "Thank you, Rocky." With a grin, Rocky moved to Robin's cell. Ladies first. Following the same efficient method, he easily breached Robin's small cell, liberating her as well. Soon, Rocky had successfully rescued the entire crew of the Straw Hat Pirates. The situation is dire, and a great battle awaits us outside. We must move. With that, Rocky brandished his sword and stepped forward. Along the way, many other imprisoned pirates cried out for him to rescue them. Such a feat, however, was simply impossible. Apart from the prisoner's confinement at the bottom of the ship, Rocky firmly sealed the door of the cell, significantly enhancing the soundproofing. "During the imminent confrontation with the Navy, I hope you will refrain from harming any naval personnel, for I too am a member of the Navy, albeit currently on leave," Rocky remarked in a soft voice, his tone lacking severity. At that moment, Luffy and his crew realized that the young man named Linus was indeed Rocky, Nami's acquaintance from the Navy. They all solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us proceed. I hope our pirate ship, which may grant us escape, has not yet been sunk," Luffy exclaimed with a beaming smile, issuing the captain's command. "Oh." Rocky supported Robin, twisted Chopper, and grasped Luffy, rushing out of the cabin alongside the others who could walk. The Straw Hat Pirates beheld the fiery Ace, who was engaged in battle with Admiral John and a commander. "Ace." Luffy was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared to encounter his brother in this place. "It's impossible for me to handle this alone, so I brought him," Rocky explained. Hearing Luffy's call, Ace turned his gaze toward them. Upon seeing his lively brother, the weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. "Damn it." Admiral John and the commander seethed with rage at the sight of Luffy and his crew's rescue, yet they found themselves powerless to act. "Reclaim the pirate ship. Everyone retreat," Rocky shouted, pulling Nami and Robin while escorting Chopper, leading the way as they leaped from the warship back to their pirate vessel. Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie promptly followed suit, carrying the weary Luffy as they jumped onto their ship. Upon their return to the pirate ship, the balance of warfare tipped decisively in favor of the pirates. One by one, the naval commanders were either hoisted and thrown back onto their warships or cast into the sea. Soon, the battle on the pirate vessel came to a swift conclusion, and the ship immediately unfurled its sails, preparing to set sail. Ace, having noted the end of the skirmish, chose not to linger any longer. How could Rear Admiral John and another captain hope to detain Ace? He effortlessly returned to the pirate ship, set sail. The pirate vessel promptly navigated the winds and ventured into the distance. Rear Admiral John hesitated momentarily but ultimately relinquished the thought of preventing Luffy and his crew from departing. For the naval forces were, at present, indeed outmatched by their adversaries. Chapter 173. Aftermath. Not only did we escape, but we also encountered Ace. Truly, today is a joyous occasion. Luffy lay sprawled on the deck of the pirate ship, gazing at the seagulls soaring in the sky, grinning foolishly. Observing Luffy's silly smile, Ace's lips curled into a faint grin as he stepped forward to face Luffy. "Roshi, thank you," Ace expressed. "Ah, Ace, you need not take this matter to heart. My act of saving Luffy was merely a spontaneous decision, I primarily aim to rescue Nami, Roshi replied with a cheerful demeanor. I understand your implication. You fear that should we cross paths on the battlefield in the future, it would be challenging for both sides to act. Worry not. Should we encounter each other at sea as adversaries, I shall not hold back, Ace chuckled. Upon hearing this, Rocky nodded and broke into a hearty laugh. When the time comes, I shall not hold back. I will capture the entire Whitebeard pirate crew and become the new hero of the Navy. You truly are a boastful one. Do you have any idea how formidable my father is? Ace chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. He vividly recalled his early days aboard the Whitebeard ship, when even in his sleep, he could not successfully ambush the man. However, you are always welcome to challenge us. Should you be defeated, we shall spare your life. Rocky, what are you talking about? Navy? Pirates? Are you actually in the Navy? Buggy approached Rocky, scratching his head in confusion. Haha. Rocky grinned widely. I am not merely a Navy man. I am also a Navy colonel. Buggy gasped in astonishment, his face a picture of disbelief. To everyone's astonishment, Rocky was a naval officer, and by following him, would I not also become one? Buckeye blinked, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he silently contemplated making his exit. You had previously pledged to accompany me. Should you wish to depart, you may do so. Provided you can best me in combat, I shall grant you your freedom. It seemed as though Rocky had eyes in the back of his head, for he immediately turned to Buckeye with a smile. No, no, no. I merely feel parched and seek a glass of water. Buckeye swiftly gestured, his survival instincts kicking in, stemming from the memory of his previous inability to defeat even a single-handed Rocky in Magic Valley Town. Eureka! This time, it will surely succeed. A jubilant cry erupted from Usopp on the deck. He had been tirelessly crafting a key to the Seastone handcuffs, having attempted several versions without success until now. Upon hearing this, everyone aboard the pirate ship turned their attention toward him. Ahem! The Seastone handcuffs in Nami's hands clicked open. Splendid. They are truly unlocked, Nami exclaimed, raising her arms free from the cuffs, rubbing the spots where they had been confined, her face radiating joy. Ha ha ha, I am truly magnificent, Usopp shouted with glee, eager for all aboard the ship to witness his remarkable achievement. Usopp, please assist me in unlocking these cuffs as well. I wish to fight that naval officer named Rocky. Zoro approached Usopp. Why should you be the first to be freed? Naturally, I should be released first. Everyone is hungry, and I still need to prepare a feast to celebrate. Sanji leaped in front of Zoro, ready to argue. Are you looking for a fight, you green-haired fool? Zoro retorted without hesitation. Bring it on, who is afraid? As anticipated, Zoro and Sanji engaged in a scuffle. Robin approached Usopp with a gentle smile, and he promptly fashioned a key to release her from the Seastone handcuffs first. Observing the camaraderie of the Straw Hat Pirates, a smile crept upon Rocky's lips. Dreams, friendship, and adventure. These three elements had perpetually drawn Rocky to one piece while he was on Earth. Rocky cast a glance at Krista beside him. Although Krista typically refrained from speaking much in public, he undoubtedly cherished her friendship. Rocky, do share your experiences in the Navy. In exchange, I shall recount the joys of our piratical ventures. Nami approached Rocky after changing into a new outfit. Very well. On board the warship, Admiral John remained silent for an extended period before finally picking up the phone to dial the Navy headquarters. In the office of Marshal Sengoku, he sat at his desk alongside his longtime partner, the Navy hero Garp. Sengoku had been closely following his good friend Garp these past few days, fearing that the old rascal might stir up trouble, especially since Luffy was his own grandson. Suddenly, the phone on Sengoku's desk rang. Hello? Sengoku answered. Marshal Sengoku. I have failed the mission. The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, and his crew were intercepted during transport by a group of pirates led by Fire Fist Ace. The voice of the transponder snail stated emotionlessly. What? What? Both Garp and Sengoku exclaimed in unison, astonished. The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, was captured by a group of pirates led by Ace. Admiral John repeated painfully. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the marshal's office grew eerily still. With remarkable speed, Garp rushed to Sengoku's side, forcefully pressing down the hand that held the transponder snail, effectively ending the call. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. This is the worst news I have heard in quite some time. I can hardly contain my excitement. Let me pursue Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, Garp exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face, although the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were particularly pronounced. You rascal, you can take your leave, Sengoku shouted impatiently. At our age, one should not be so fiery. Allow me to pour you a cup of tea, Garp said cheerfully, picking up a teacup to brew tea for Sengoku. feeling delighted, as Sengoku had once done the same for him. Get lost, and do it now, Sengoku growled, wishing he could physically subdue his old partner if he had the strength to do so. Ha ha, I've already told you not to be so hot-headed. Kapu placed the tea before Sengoku and retrieved a package of senbei that Sengoku had previously given him. Then he let out a hearty laugh and turned to depart from the office. Chapter 174. Duel of the Swordmasters. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Coupled with Usopp's inherent dexterity, he quickly became adept at the process of forging sea stone keys after several attempts, even discerning subtle patterns, and soon liberated all the sea stone handcuffs of the Straw Hat Pirates. Rocky silently collected the few lost sea stone handcuffs and keys. Restoring his once feeble state to vibrant energy, Luffy hurried to express his gratitude to Rocky. A round of pleasantries was unavoidable, followed by a time of celebration. Thanks to the thorough preparations made prior to their departure a couple of days ago, the ship was well stocked, affording Sanji the opportunity to showcase his culinary prowess. It must be noted that Sanji's cooking skills are truly exceptional. The joyous pirate feast lasted from the afternoon until midnight, characterized by an array of delectable dishes. Initially, the members of the Big Blade Pirates felt somewhat constrained, aware of Rocky's true identity as a Navy officer, which created an awkward atmosphere. However, they eventually relaxed and even grew excited, realizing that many notable figures were present at the banquet, thus enhancing their future bragging rights. By midday the next day, everyone gradually awoke, with Zoro being the first to seek out the early rising Rocky. Upon witnessing Rocky in the midst of training, Zoro felt a surge of emotion and waited patiently for Rocky to complete his set of movements before approaching him. Having heard from Nami that Rocky was a remarkable swordsman, Zoro had longed for the opportunity to duel with him, and now that chance had finally arrived. A faint smile graced Zoro's face, his keen eyes shimmering with anticipation. Haha, who would have thought that one day I would actually compete in swordsmanship with Zoro? Rocky mused to himself, uttering words that Zoro found somewhat perplexing. Yet his eyes sparkled with fierce determination, just as I hoped. However, in this battle, we shall merely determine superiority. Roki chuckled, and Zoro nodded in agreement. It was a perfect statement to hear from Roki. Ever since yesterday, when Roki effortlessly sent the naval officers charging onto the pirate ship back to their warship, Zoro recognized the formidable strength Roki possessed. He even felt that he himself fell short in comparison to Roki. However, a swordsman must possess a resolute sword heart. Regardless of how powerful the adversary may be, one must have the courage to draw their sword. A swordsman devoid of such a spirit could never aspire to the pinnacle of their craft. Soon, the other slumbering crew members were awakened, making way for the duel between Roki and Zoro. How splendid! A swordsman's duel. Upon being roused, Luffy, carefree as ever, laughed heartily and clapped in anticipation of the upcoming battle. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, I have prepared delightful orange juice and delectable snacks for you, Sanji announced as he approached Nami and Robin, holding a tray. Thank you, Sanji-kun, Nami and Robin said in succession as they received the treats. The impending battle was indeed something to look forward to. Nami rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Roki's figure in the arena. Once, she believed Roki was unparalleled in strength until she later encountered Luffy, the fool, and Zoro, the dimwit. The one to lose will undoubtedly be the green-haired one. I noticed Roki's agility and speed yesterday. They are beyond our current capabilities, Sanji remarked with unusual seriousness. Nami nodded, a smile gracing her face. Roki is indeed formidable. The duel between swordsmen was about to commence. Facing Zoro, Roki decided not to employ his unerring sword technique, opting instead to rely on his own martial arts and swordsmanship in this contest. Though most of his skills were honed with the assistance of the system, the theoretical knowledge provided was merely a foundation. All practical application was forged through his own rigorous training. Receive this, Zoro exclaimed as he lunged forward, wielding 3 swords. Despite Zoro's fierce onslaught, Roki remained composed, perceiving Zoro's current attack speed as somewhat sluggish. Yet, even with this perceived slowness, Zoro swiftly closed the distance between them in an instant. The clash of their blades echoed as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Zoro was on the offensive, delivering strikes with incredible rapidity, his 3 swords dancing in perfect harmony, leaving Roki to defend with great effort. Their swordplay was nearly on par. Yet Zoro's true prowess lay in his adept manipulation of all 3 blades simultaneously. Suddenly, Roki retreated a couple of steps, distancing himself from Zoro. In a mere contest of swordsmanship, I may fall short, but if your strength is limited to this, you currently do not stand a chance against me. Rocky spoke earnestly. At that moment, he neither wielded the armament of Haki nor the perception of Haki. Zoro nodded, suggesting that their duel would culminate in the next strike. The three-sword style ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. Zoro positioned his three swords evenly, each separated by an angle of 120 degrees, and then, with astonishing speed, he charged towards Rocky, spinning the blades in a whirlwind of motion. The wind. With a swift motion, Rocky drew his blade, unleashing a tremendous whirlwind that surged forth to meet the charging Zoro. In the blink of an eye, Zoro pierced through the vortex, advancing to stand before Rocky. However, the execution of his three-sword style technique was momentarily hindered. An opening lay before him. With resolute determination, Luachi activated his observation Haki, anticipating Zoro's forthcoming assault. He deftly sidestepped, swiftly drawing his sword. In the next instant, all three of Zoro's blades met only air, while the back of Luachi's sword struck heavily against Zoro's chest. "I concede," Zoro quietly admitted, sheathing his three swords. Addressing Luachi with genuine respect. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face as he cast a fleeting glance at Luffy. Recalling his promise to not lose again after his defeat to Mihawk just days prior. "You haven't lost. My swordsmanship is indeed inferior to yours. It's merely that you cannot surpass me at this moment," Luachi gently countered, shaking his head. Though he possessed a system, his swordsmanship was still nascent. And losing to Zoro was entirely justifiable. "In the grand scheme, I am slightly your senior in age, so it stands to reason that I might currently outmatch you." Luachi smiled, placing a friendly arm around Zoro's shoulder. The duel concluded. It was time to indulge in revelry. "Everyone, let the festivities continue." Chapter 175. Separation the following day. Luachi arose early to practice on the deck. As a man endowed with the advantages of a system, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his lack of swordsmanship compared to Zoro, leaving him with no choice but to strive for improvement. Before long, Ace also awakened, stepping onto the morning deck to inhale the crisp air. After completing a series of movements, Rocky paused and sauntered over, languidly leaning against the ship's railing. "What are your next intentions? Do not tell me you plan to seek trouble with Blackbeard all by yourself." Rocky supported himself with his hands, gazing into the horizon where the sea and sky met. Ace stood with his back against the railing and shook his head, although Rocky could not see it. He sensed it through his observation Haki. Now, Blackbeard had become one of the Shichibukai, pirates sanctioned by the world government with legal plundering rights. With the prestige of the Shichibukai and his formidable strength, he would surely be able to gather a reliable crew once more. Ace stood alone, and his prowess was inferior to that of Blackbeard. It was impossible for him to defeat him now. "I must make a journey to Fishman Island to inform Dad that the Whitebeard pirates will declare war on the Shichibukai." "Blackbeard," Ace declared. "This matter should not be delayed," Rocky added, for he understood that once Blackbeard amassed a formidable cadre of allies, he would undoubtedly strike at the underwater prison housing the most dangerous criminals. There was no alternative. To assemble a force capable of contending with the Yonko, one must search the depths of the underwater prison. In the four seas and the first half of the Grand Line, such powerful figures were nearly non-existent, even if they did exist. They were difficult to find and even harder to recruit. Is it conceivable that the Whitebeard pirates would venture to the first half of the Grand Line? Rocky pondered. Ace shook his head. Once the Whitebeard pirates set sail for the first half of the Grand Line, their territory in the New World would inevitably be affected. This is not due to the other Yonko crews. They understand that the Whitebeard pirates can easily eliminate a Shichibukai without the risk of returning. Hence, they would not dare to confront Whitebeard directly. However, many brash rookie pirates enter the New World daily, each brimming with confidence, convinced they can topple one of the Yonko. Should Whitebeard depart, they will undoubtedly cause chaos on his territory. Very well, Rocky nodded, his mind already formulating the next objective. His strength had improved since before. Yet against Blackbeard, he would likely still be outmatched. However, he could still obstruct him. Strike when the enemy is weary, pursue when they retreat. Although Rocky is no longer in a phase of rapid strength enhancement, he still perceives himself as progressing. He confidently believes that his rate of improvement surpasses that of Blackbeard. By disrupting Blackbeard's development while simultaneously advancing his own, he can significantly impede Blackbeard's growth. Given our current pace, we shall arrive at Water City by noon today, where we can part ways. It would be the perfect opportunity for Luffy and his crew to procure a ship, Rocky stated. After enjoying lunch, Rocky and his companions boarded the pirate ship, setting sail back to the G4 base. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. And as the pirate ship approached the G4 base, Rocky signaled for his warship, the Rocky, to emerge from the base to greet them. In the vast expanse of the ocean, on the shores of an unnamed small island, a warship and a pirate ship coexisted harmoniously. Next, we shall engage in some honorable endeavors. It is possible to continue our maritime journey as pirates who do not prey upon civilians. Otherwise, should I hear of your crew committing any acts of village or town slaughter, prepare yourselves for a lifetime in prison. Rocky admonished the captain of the Great Blade pirate crew, Captain Quinn, before their departure. Yes, 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 Quinn nodded vigorously, his respect and eagerness evident. Although he had only spent a few days with Rocky, he realized that the gap between their strengths was as vast as heaven and earth. The thought of continuing a life of crime, only to be pursued by a formidable naval officer like Rocky, filled Quinn with resolve to seek a different way of life. Let us depart. Rocky and Krista leaped directly from the pirate ship onto the warship, followed closely by Bakis. Colonel Rocky, what shall we do about this pirate ship? Major Noir inquired as he approached Rocky. Let them off this time. Set sail back to base. Rocky issued his command, prompting the naval soldiers aboard the warship to spring into action with remarkable efficiency. Moments later, the warship surged forward, its speed surpassing that of the pirate ship by more than double. Observing this spectacle, Bakis couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of Rocky's subordinates, recognizing their superiority over the disorganized band of pirates. Boss Rocky, will you arrange a role for me next? Bakis asked with a foolish grin. From now on, you shall accompany me, handling all the menial tasks and serving tea. Do you understand? Rocky replied. Understood. Bakis nodded with a smile, his countenance radiating joy. Throughout his life, he had pursued but a few aspirations, primarily the relentless quest for strength, to evolve into a true champion of combat, the kind no adversary could vanquish. Upon realizing that Rocky's dedication to training surpassed his own, and that his prowess was significantly greater, Bakis found himself genuinely admiring Rocky, deeming it a commendable choice to follow such a formidable leader. Upon returning to the cabin, Rocky promptly initiated contact with Zephyr. He sought to ascertain the current whereabouts of Blackbeard, who had recently ascended to the status of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and required Zephyr's assistance in concocting a plausible reason to pursue him. Chapter 176. The Operation Zephyr truly was remarkable among the serving naval officers. Nearly half of those holding the rank of Rear Admiral or higher were his former students. Thus, Rocky felt assured that requesting Zephyr to investigate Blackbeard's precise movements and to facilitate an opportunity for him to probe further would bear fruitful results. The military vessel meandered back to the G4 branch base. Presently, the G4 base was enveloped in an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity. This was undoubtedly a consequence of the recent failure in escorting Straw Hat Luffy to the underwater prison, Impel Down, which had also resulted in the loss of Rear Admiral Leonard. Rocky returned just in time to attend Leonard's funeral, where he merely made an appearance. As soon as the funeral concluded, orders were issued, assigning him the task of investigating whether the infamous Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had interfered in the nation's internal affairs. This was indeed a matter of notable significance. After a day of recuperation at the G4 division base, the warship, the Rocky, set sail once more. From Zephyr, he learned that Blackbeard had been wandering aimlessly in the first half of the Grand Line, without a specific location to call home, which confirmed Rocky's suspicions. During Blackbeard's previous encounter with Ace, Rocky had already marked him for pursuit, and the system had generated a temporary life card for him. The reason for instructing Zephyr to track Blackbeard's movements was that the life card, in essence, could only indicate the direction of its owner, failing to pinpoint their exact location. Moreover, as the distance increased, any changes in the opponent's position would render the card's directional guidance increasingly ambiguous, making it difficult to ascertain whether the opponent had made any movements at all. With confirmation that Blackbeard was indeed on the move, Rocky had no choice but to follow the life card's guidance in pursuit of him. On the 4th day since parting ways with Ace, one of the New World's emperors, Whitebeard, issued a proclamation to the world, declaring that the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Blackbeard, was the sworn enemy of the Whitebeard pirates, who would undoubtedly bring forth a tempest to annihilate Blackbeard Teach. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the world. To dare declare war against a warlord of the sea, wholly disregarding the world government, truly exemplified the audacity of the Whitebeard pirates. The news swiftly reached Blackbeard's ears, and he immediately grasped that he had but one path left to tread, to seek allies in the underwater prison, Impel Down. In the vastness of the ocean, whether in the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, or the New World, no one would genuinely wish to join Blackbeard's crew anymore. It was inconceivable that anyone would be foolish enough to oppose Whitebeard, the man hailed as the strongest in the world. Along with his formidable crew that had dominated the New World for years, that was a path leading to certain doom. Blackbeard promptly altered his strategy. But before initiating his tactical maneuvers, he cast his gaze upon a new pirate crew in the waters near Water City, located in the first half of the Grand Line. Aboard a medium-sized sailing vessel, which notably lacked a pirate flag, Blackbeard pursued a ship ahead of him across the vast ocean. The vessel before him was of a similar size to his own, yet it possessed a rather peculiar appearance, resembling a European castle. Had Haki been present, he would have recognized this pirate ship as belonging to the Flame Tank Pirates, captained by the notorious Haki, a user of the fortress fruit. This extraordinary fruit granted its consumer the ability to transform their body into a fortress, capable of housing smaller beings within. Blackbeard aspired to raid the underwater prison. Having an individual with such powers to assist him in transporting numerous people would undoubtedly simplify the endeavor significantly. On board the Flame Tank pirate ship, an informant approached Haki, declaring, "Father, it is confirmed. The leader of the pursuing vessel is the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Blackbeard Teach." Haki, biting down on his cigar, replied, "Once we reach the next island, I shall have a word with this new warlord and assess his worth." "Yes, father." A day later, the clash between the newcomer Haki and the newly minted warlord of the sea, Blackbeard, concluded on an unnamed island, resulting in a devastating defeat for Haki, who subsequently surrendered to Blackbeard. This day marked a moment of great exhilaration for Blackbeard, who promptly contacted the world government, announcing his successful capture of the pirate Haki, who was delivered to the underwater prison, impelled down. The Navy and the world government welcomed Blackbeard's fervent pursuit of pirates, thus readily acquiescing to his actions. Consequently, Blackbeard's prison raid plan embarked on its inaugural step, as he boldly advanced towards impelled down. Haki, guided by the instructions of the life card, relentlessly pursued the trail of Blackbeard. With each step, his apprehension grew, for Blackbeard's current course aligned ominously with that of the Navy headquarters. Without a moment's hesitation, Haki promptly reached out to Zephyr, who informed him that Blackbeard had captured the notorious pirate gang, Becky, and was personally escorting them to impelled down. Haki conveyed his predictions regarding inevitable future events to Zephyr. Unfortunately, Zephyr was not particularly concerned, merely stating that the defenses of impelled down were impenetrable, beyond the capabilities of a man like Blackbeard. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the necessity for precaution and agreed to assist Haki in finding a way for him to reach the underwater prison. Haki longed to inform Zephyr that the second warden of the underwater prison, Rain of the West Flow, would betray them. However, upon consideration, he refrained from sharing this information, fearing it would only deepen Zephyr's skepticism. Today marked the beginning of a swift journey, racing against the notorious Blackbeard to reach the underwater prison. Haki issued a resolute command. He must find a way to thwart Blackbeard, for otherwise, the seas would undoubtedly descend into chaos. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, after Luffy's tumultuous escape from Impel Down, the pirates released during that upheaval eluded capture by the Marines for 2 long years. Additionally, formidable adversaries like the formidable red-haired Shanks and the unparalleled Bondi Wald posed significant threats. If not curtailed, the ensuing turmoil at sea would be catastrophic. Chapter 177. An encounter in Impel Down. On the morning of the 3rd day, the Haki warship arrived at the Justice Gate, the essential passage leading to the underwater prison. Impel Down. The Justice Gate loomed grandly, soaring into the heavens, its true height obscured from view, leaving one in awe of its magnificence. Upon witnessing the colossal gate of justice aboard the ship, all present were struck by the formidable power of the world government, capable of constructing such a magnificent edifice. On this journey to the underwater prison, Zifa had already paved the way for Luachi, who, upon arriving at the Gate of Justice, was granted entry by the Sentinels. Crossing through the Gate of Justice, the warship advanced toward the depths of the underwater prison. Haki stood steadfastly upon the deck of the warship, peering through his telescope into the distance, yearning to behold the tranquil visage of Push City. Soon thereafter, the vessel approached the shores of Push City, and to his relief, Haki did not spot the pirate Blackbeard aboard his infamous ship, signifying that he had arrived before the notorious marauder. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Haki casually cast aside the telescope and, as the warship drew near, leapt onto the small square before the grand gates of Push City. As Haki disembarked, he was immediately approached by naval soldiers stationed at Impel Down to verify his identity. After completing all necessary handovers and confirming that Blackbeard had yet to reach the underwater prison, Rocky promptly ordered the soldiers aboard the warship to disembark and adopt the guise of station troops at Impel Down. Once everyone had left the vessel, Rocky gathered them aside for brief instructions. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the assembled soldiers. I can assure you that we are about to face a formidable battle. Are you prepared? Ready. The soldiers responded in unison. That is excellent. But remember one principle. Kings shall engage kings, and soldiers shall engage soldiers. Do not meddle in the battles of formidable foes. Focus solely on your designated duties. Yes, they affirmed. After this battle, we shall have a respite. Rocky nodded, addressing all his subordinates. Now, disperse. Enjoy a good meal and drink, but remain ever ready for combat. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a subordinate on guard duty hurriedly reported to Rocky that a non-military sailing vessel was approaching the waters. Typically, only naval ships escorting prisoners from various bases arrive at Impel Down, so a common sailboat could only belong to Blackbeard. All hands, prepare for battle. Rocky immediately summoned all his subordinates to gear up for confrontation. Colonel Rocky, why are you so anxious? Brigadier General Alof, the commander of the stationed forces at Impel Down, approached Rocky with a light-hearted demeanor. General, you do not understand Blackbeard. He is an ambitious fellow, and his purpose in coming here is most likely to stage a prison break, Rocky replied earnestly. Alof stifled a laugh, well trained to maintain composure regardless of the amusement. Unless he could no longer contain himself. This is Impel Down, after all. With Warden Magellan and Chief Guard Shiryu of the Rain, I do not believe Blackbeard, a mere member of the 7 warlords of the sea, possesses the strength to execute a prison break, Alof remarked calmly after regaining his composure. Alof's statement held some merit. In the original narrative, Blackbeard's crew was annihilated by Magellan alone, had it not been for Shiryu's betrayal in providing them with an antidote. Blackbeard's pirate crew would have been obliterated. However, that was the original tale. Currently, Blackbeard had already suffered several defeats at the hands of Rocky and Ace, and his circumstances surrounding this prison break were dire. He must have been thoroughly prepared to unleash his full strength from the outset. With his nearly invincible dark fruit, Blackbeard could absorb Magellan's venom. Under such conditions, could Magellan, a man capable of suffering from diarrhea for 10 hours straight, truly contend in combat against Blackbeard? Who could match the might of red-haired Shanks? If a true battle were to commence, it is entirely plausible that Magellan could fall victim to Blackbeard, who would subsequently acquire Magellan's venomous devil fruit, rendering him invincible against all foes within the depths of the underwater prison. Although this possibility may seem slim, it is far from implausible. Once one comprehends the full extent of Blackbeard's devilish powers, such skepticism may dissipate. Rocky uttered this sentiment nonchalantly, sensing a lack of rapport, and he was disinclined to further elucidate his thoughts to this brigadier. In the blink of an eye, Blackbeard's ship arrived at the makeshift square before the grand entrance of the underwater prison. Ha! I have come to liberate my lawless comrades, Blackbeard bellowed, his laughter echoing through the air. Let us commence, he shouted without hesitation. Behind him stood a man whom Rocky recognized all too well, the notorious pirate. One of the supernovas from the original tale, the crew leader, Becky. Upon receiving Blackbeard's command, Becky transformed into a colossal fortress, towering majestically in the square. The castle's grand doors swung open, and a torrent of pirates clad in black suits surged forth, brandishing firearms, while cannons were hastily rolled out. The sight left the stationed soldiers of the underwater prison utterly astonished. Is this the infamous Blackbeard, a warlord of the sea, declaring war on the underwater prison? Has he lost his mind? Yet, Blackbeard was far from insane. This was, in fact, his meticulously devised plan. However, with Becky's participation and the considerable entourage he had amassed, he felt compelled to act immediately at the gates. Had he been alone, his standing as a warlord might have allowed him to visit the prison for reconnaissance, striking at an opportune moment. Yet, lacking reliable support made him feel uneasy. It was far more prudent to escalate the situation, thereby amplifying his notoriety in hopes of competing for the title of either Emperor or Fifth Emperor in the future. Chapter 178, Clash. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, akin to rain pelting against banana leaves. The onslaught caught the Blackbeard pirates off guard, resulting in significant losses as many of Becky's crew succumbed to the Navy's barrage. In a frantic response, the fortress that Becky had transformed into hastily closed its gates, pivoting away from the front line of the stationed soldiers. Upon witnessing a concealed group of Navy soldiers emerge from the shadows, ruthlessly gunning down the majority of his minions, Blackbeard's eyes widened in disbelief. He had previously gathered intelligence indicating that the garrison at the underwater prison was lethargic, with combat capabilities inferior to those of the Navy across the seas. Why then was this counterattack so swift and precise, seemingly anticipating his intentions? Their prowess rivaled even the most elite forces of the Navy headquarters, if not surpassing them. Had he been deceived? Similar to the situation with Blackbeard, Brigadier General Alov was taken aback. Fortunately, Rocky's team had already prepared for battle, delivering a significant blow to Blackbeard's men as they emerged, thereby diminishing their morale. Had it not been for this, the garrison would have been easily annihilated by Blackbeard. And even if he were to survive, he would inevitably face a military tribunal. Brigadier General Alov cast a grateful glance at Rocky, appreciating his decisive action moments ago. Rocky paid no heed to Brigadier Alov's gaze and strode directly from behind the scenes to the forefront. "It's you." Upon suddenly spotting Rocky on the military front, Blackbeard's pupils constricted. He recognized Rocky, the scoundrel who had thwarted his previous attempt to capture Ace. However, this impudent rascal was, astonishingly, a member of the Navy. If he was indeed part of the Navy, why had he aided Ace the last time? The underlying intricacies eluded Blackbeard, yet they ignited a simmering fury within him. He still vividly recalled how Rocky had personally slain his meticulously selected partner, the sharpshooter Vanoka. "Welcome back, Teach. To be frank, you shall not succeed in this prison break," Rocky declared with a smile. "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard laughed heartily, and after his laughter subsided, he extended his right hand toward Rocky. "Join me as my comrade, and together we shall turn this world upside down. In due time, you shall have whatever your heart desires." In Blackbeard's view, since Rocky had collaborated with Ace, he could very well align himself with him. If he could draw Rocky into his ranks, the prison break would undoubtedly be much simpler. Moreover, he considered himself a magnanimous man. Even though Rocky had previously slain his ally and deceived him once, he was willing to overlook past grievances. Much like he sought to invite lawless criminals into partnership with Impel Down. Upon hearing Blackbeard's proposition, Brigadier Alov immediately cast an incredulous glance at Rocky. "What are you thinking? You are a pirate, and I am a Navy officer. Our positions are fundamentally different. My mission this time is to thwart your escape from the underwater prison." Rocky was amused by Blackbeard's antics. "Unwilling, are you?" Blackbeard's demeanor darkened instantly. "Then we shall settle both old scores and new." No sooner had Blackbeard spoken than a surging black mist erupted beneath his feet. Time was of the essence for a prison break. He dared not linger. Knowing the Navy headquarters was alarmingly close. "Choose your opponents wisely. Do not overexert yourselves," Rocky advised his companions, the reckless Buggy, and Majors Krent and Noyle. As for Krista, she had long since entered the gates of the underwater prison as per Rocky's instructions, lying in ambush. Should Blackbeard indeed breach Rocky's initial defense, Krista would be there to intercept him. Onward, Rocky brandished the demon blade and charged towards Blackbeard. Being well-versed in the original narrative, he was acutely aware that Blackbeard's dark fruit ability allowed him to absorb damage. To vanquish Blackbeard, a swift and decisive strike was imperative. Thus, he resolved to employ his infallible swordsmanship, eschewing any superfluous tactics. Meanwhile, Admiral Alov had already contacted the warden of the underwater prison, Magellan. Unfortunately, Warden Magellan was indisposed due to a bout of gastrointestinal distress and unable to engage in battle at that moment. Nevertheless, his orders had been issued, releasing the first chief guard, Rangi Shilio, from the 6th level of the prison to join the fray, along with mobilizing the beast guards within the prison to address the pressing crisis. Additionally, Admiral Alov dispatched a plea for assistance to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, confident that reinforcements of Vice Admiral caliber would soon arrive. Rocky yearned to vanquish Blackbeard with a single, decisive strike. Similarly, Blackbeard harbored the intent to eliminate Rocky in one fell swoop. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his situation. Alone, and with only a few lackluster allies, he had embarked on a daring prison break. Should he find himself cornered without the ability to unleash the inmates and muddle the waters, he would undoubtedly face the overwhelming might of the Navy's reinforcements. In such a scenario, not only would he lose his companions, but he would also jeopardize his own life and fortune, extinguishing any semblance of his dreams. After all, he did not entertain the belief that once imprisoned and impelled down, he would have any chance of escape. The infamous Golden Lion had managed to flee due to his ability as a float fruit user, granting him the power of flight, making him impervious to the swirling currents in the gates of justice. One sword style, Ayajutsu, Dragon Flash, Dark Emperor. Rocky executed the lunar step, deftly evading the colossal sphere of black mist conjured by Blackbeard, and fiercely slashed toward Blackbeard's neck. Splatter. The blade of Roki successfully struck Blackbeard's neck, blood splattering forth. At that moment, Roki did not exhibit the agility of a nimble assassin as he had previously. Instead of swiftly retreating after his strike to prepare for another onslaught, he remained beside Blackbeard like a brute, gripping the hilt of his sword with fervor, attempting to sever Blackbeard's neck entirely. Only by decapitating Blackbeard could he ensure the pirate's death, for any ordinary attack would undoubtedly be rendered ineffective by the powers of his dark fruit. Moreover, Roki's strength was, in fact, inferior to Blackbeard's. The exertion of employing his evasive technique had drained him significantly, leaving him uncertain if he could land another blow. He was left with no choice but to gamble everything, charging forth recklessly. Chapter 179 Magellan. Blackbeard let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It is well known that the pain inflicted upon him by his own dark fruit ability magnifies any injury he sustains, rendering it several times more agonizing than that experienced by an ordinary person. Thus, it is understandable that he would emit such a dreadful cry after Roki's blade struck his neck. In the throes of his agony, his instinct for survival kicked in, compelling him to unleash all his might in a desperate punch to Roki's chest, forcefully propelling him backward. Loki had been resolutely committed to delivering a single, decisive blow to Blackbeard. In his reckless offense, he neglected any form of defense and was struck by a powerful punch from Blackbeard, sending him hurtling through the air. As he soared, Loki beheld the side of Blackbeard's neck grievously slashed open, blood gushing forth like a torrent unleashed from a broken dam. Infuriatingly, Blackbeard did not collapse immediately. Such resilience is the hallmark of the formidable beings in the world of pirates. Bang! Luo Chi fell heavily to the ground, his body quaking violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Despite this, his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon Blackbeard. Surrounding Blackbeard's neck was a swirling black mist, which, with each anguished cry, began to coalesce and restore his neck. Damn it! Rocky gasped for breath as he rose from the ground, acutely aware of his own limitations. If only his strength were greater, if only his speed were swifter, could he have severed Blackbeard's head with a single strike? Presently, he found himself unable to vanquish Blackbeard, hindered by the constraints of youth. He was far too young, reminiscent of Luffy 2 years prior, lacking the requisite power to contend with such formidable foes. If only he were granted a little more time, he would undoubtedly evolve into an unparalleled swordsman of lethal prowess. At that moment, Blackbeard was equally tense. While he endeavored to tend to the wound upon his neck, his gaze remained fixed on Rocky, refraining from launching any offensive maneuvers during his recovery. How terrifying this young man was. Previously, when Blackbeard encountered Rocky, he had merely witnessed him hastily rescuing Ace, which had led to a misunderstanding regarding Rocky's true strength. However, based on the decisiveness and force of Rocky's recent assault, it became clear that he was an exceptionally powerful swordsman. Blackbeard could not guarantee his ability to defeat Rocky while distracted. Thus, he focused entirely on mending his injuries. Rocky took a brief respite, during which Blackbeard successfully healed all the wounds on his neck. This, however, drained a portion of his physical strength and mental energy. Once more, as the figure of Rocky surged forth, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Blackbeard. Shave! Blackbeard erupted into raucous laughter, enveloped in swirling black mist. A tornado formed from the darkness surrounded him, and the ground beneath was increasingly suffused with this ominous fog. To strike at Blackbeard, one must penetrate that layer of black mist. However, Rocky understood that this veil was no ordinary fog. It was akin to a black hole. Anything consumed by the black mist would be crushed and absorbed. Yet, this force was not invincible. Otherwise, Blackbeard could easily dominate the world, rendering all formidable foes powerless against him. Frustration mounting, Rocky raised his hand, unleashing a fierce sword aura. Whoosh! The sharp strike surged forward. Such a blow could effortlessly cleave wood and shatter stone, even severing the massive mast of a pirate ship with ease. Yet, when confronted with the black mist, it merely parted the darkness momentarily. In the next instant, the mist reassembled, akin to water flowing back together after a blade's cut. Blackbeard, dismissive of Rocky's efforts, pressed onward, relentlessly advancing toward the entrance of the great prison. Shielded by this formidable shell, he felt impervious, leaving Rocky powerless to intervene as he watched helplessly. Was there truly no way to thwart this scoundrel? Rocky gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with anger and frustration. Regardless of whether his sword unleashed wind or fire, it would be effortlessly consumed by the black hole due to its lack of endurance and magnitude. Easily reaching the threshold of the great prison, Blackbeard extended his hand, the black mist creeping towards the door crafted from sea prism stone. Although the door was exceptionally sturdy, impervious even to Rocky's mightiest strike, it succumbed effortlessly to the all-consuming black hole, shattering under its relentless force. "Callisto, do not intervene. You cannot stop him," Rocky shouted urgently. Previously, he had instructed Callisto to remain hidden within the door, prepared to launch a surprise attack should he fail to hinder Blackbeard's entry. Upon hearing Rocky's warning, Callisto immediately ceased her actions, refraining from targeting the figure shrouded in mist as he approached the prison entrance. "Great prison, here I come," Blackbeard bellowed with triumphant laughter, striding towards the elevator leading down into the depths of the prison, unperturbed by the group of individuals awaiting him at the entrance. Leading this assembly was Hannibal, the vice-captain of the prison, flanked by a multitude of beast guards and several distinct prison wardens. "Captain, allow me to handle these individuals." A sinister voice suddenly echoed from behind Blackbeard. Rocky glanced over and was astonished to discover it was Blackbeard's ship's doctor, Poison Q. Just moments ago, he had employed his toxins to force the station troops in the square into the sea, thus halting the external skirmish and following Blackbeard and Rocky into the grand prison's entrance. As Poison Q's words fell from his lips, he had already hurled several glass vials, which shattered upon impact, releasing a frightening plume of purple smoke. The potency of this gas was immediately apparent, prompting Rocky to rush to the front of Hannibal and the others, preparing to utilize his wind sword technique to blow the toxic mist back. However, at that moment, a door at the prison's elevator entrance was abruptly pushed open, revealing a towering figure, exceeding 3 or 4 meters in height, clad entirely in black, with horns adorning his head, resembling a demon. The warden. "Everyone retreat." Magellan, clutching his abdomen with one hand, waved his other hand dismissively, and those behind him immediately distanced themselves without a hint of hesitation. Magellan had arrived. Rocky exhaled deeply and executed the technique known as shave, charging toward the venomous Q. Unable to yield against the formidable Blackbeard, he declared, "You shall not escape me this time." In Chapter 180, Consecutive Slaughters, Magellan observed the swirling black mist and prepared for battle, his hands transforming the toxic liquid into a potent weapon. The purple venom dripped onto the floor of the great prison, hissing ominously, a sight that instilled fear. "Aha!" Blackbeard's voice resonated from within the dark vortex. "Magellan, do you intend to thwart me? I welcome the challenge. I would dread mistakenly hindering the wrong individual." No sooner had Magellan's words faded than he launched a fierce assault. He exhaled a cloud of poison, a purple mist that, while similar in hue to that of the venomous Q, was notably lighter. Upon contact, Magellan's toxic vapor consumed the other, continuing its advance toward Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Rocky had broken through, employing his shave technique to reach the venomous Q in the blink of an eye. "You, the one who released the poison, managed to evade me last time. This time, fortune will not favor you." Suddenly, the voice of Rocky erupted in Poison Q's ears, startling him to the core, causing his entire being to tremble. He had been intently focused on his captain, Blackbeard, when Rocky's swift approach caught him completely off guard. "No." Poison Q quickly waved his hand, shouting. But before he could finish his words, his head soared into the air. Ding! Rocky sheathed his blade, having effortlessly dispatched the poison-wielding Q with his remarkable prowess. After eliminating the threat, he paid no heed to the clash between Blackbeard and Magellan, recognizing that their combat abilities were closely matched, and thus, their confrontation would likely endure for some time. Just moments ago, following the demise of Poison Q, Lafitte and Becky's crew had entered the Grand Prison, while all the Navy forces stationed in the plaza before the prison were forced to retreat into the sea to evade the toxic mist. "Becky, Lafitte, it is now your turn," Rocky declared, casting a glance at the adversaries aligned with Blackbeard. Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible aura emanated from him. Buzz. This intangible presence swept over Becky's crew in an instant, causing all of Becky's pirate subordinates to roll their eyes and collapse in a faint. This was the Conqueror's Haki. Becky, taken aback by Rocky's overwhelming display of Conqueror's Haki, had never encountered such a mysterious technique before. "This Navy officer is formidable. We must join forces," Lafitte exclaimed, glancing at Becky and the assassins, Gotti and the peculiar gunman, Vitek, who stood beside him. "Agreed." The other three nodded in unison. The peculiar gunman, Vitek, produced a specially crafted pistol and fired 3 shots at Rocky without hesitation. Loki effortlessly evaded with the foresight of his observation Haki, yet a frown creased his brow. Continuing down this path was not a viable strategy. He would forever be hindered by the marksman, unable to focus on his offensive maneuvers. The recent battle with Blackbeard had drained nearly half of his stamina, leaving him unable to engage with these 4 adversaries as he would have liked. It was imperative that he preserved some energy to cope with unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he cast a glance back, observing the prison guards and their beastly counterparts dutifully following Magellan's commands, taking refuge behind him. Roki cast several glances, yet those individuals remained fixated on Magellan, who was locked in battle with Blackbeard, oblivious to his gaze. "Krista," he murmured softly. In an instant, a graceful figure swiftly approached his side. "We shall fight together," Roki declared, turning to the girl beside him with a gentle smile. He truly wished for Krista to remain unscathed, believing that such beauty should be preserved. Krista nodded obediently, turning to face Roki, her expression now mirroring the icy demeanor of the 4 opponents before them. Onward, with a resounding crash. The ground shattered as 2 figures surged forth. Becky's pupils constricted sharply. She instinctively tightened her grip on her pistol, discerning the formidable strength of their adversaries merely from the speed of their assault. This battle was destined to be arduous. Moments later, Roki found himself engaged with Becky and Lafitte. Lafitte exhibited commendable agility, managing to withstand a couple of Roki's strikes, while Becky, lacking in similar prowess and having refrained from transforming into a fortress, was swiftly felled by Roki's armed Haki sword, his fate uncertain. After a brief exchange, Lafitte too succumbed to Roki's relentless onslaught, meeting his end with a decisive strike. Having concluded his skirmish, Roki glanced to his side and was greeted by Krista's sweet smile and sparkling eyes, revealing that her battle had already reached its resolution. "Let us assess the situation outside," Roki suggested to Krista as he made his way toward the small square outside the main prison door. Just before exiting, he noticed the square enveloped in a purple mist, unmistakably the toxic gas unleashed by Poison Q moments earlier. A quick survey of the square revealed it was devoid of any souls. Everyone had been driven to the sea. Explaining the influx of Blackbeard's pirates rushing through the gates of the prison, the wind began to stir. Rocky swung his sword forward, and with a whoosh, a gust of wind arose, carrying the toxic mist away into the distance. Upon witnessing the favorable effects, Rocky wielded his sword multiple times, dispersing the toxic mist that lingered over the small square, allowing the colors to become visible once more. However, whether other poisonous substances remained was beyond his knowledge. "Is that you, Rocky?" Basques, concealed beneath the water, inquired as he noticed the toxic fog being swept away by the strong winds. "Please remain below for the time being. I need to ascertain whether it is indeed safe," Rocky replied as he stepped out of the Grand Prison's entrance and into the small square. Adept in the Marine 6 styles, he had made significant progress in mastering the profound essence of life return. With a mere sensation, he could discern if the air was still tainted with lethal toxins. After a thorough examination, Rocky swiftly retreated. He still sensed danger within the square, and his body instinctively warned him. "Damn this poison," Rocky exclaimed, observing the puddles scattered across the ground. It was likely that the toxins emanated from these very spots. He sighed, realizing that if the wind did not disperse them quickly, he would be at a loss regarding how to deal with the insidious toxins. As he lacked the stamina to continuously employ his sword techniques to evaporate the water. "Do not come up just yet," Rocky called out once more. Chapter 181. Shire's betrayal. Rocky and Krista returned to the Great Prison. At this moment, the battle between Blackbeard and Magellan raged on, both sides unleashing their full fury. Magellan transformed into a colossal being composed entirely of venom. Gazing upon the crimson giant of poison, Rocky couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that he had no means to confront such a formidable opponent. On Blackbeard's side, he was enveloped in darkness, no matter what attack Magellan launched. He effortlessly absorbed it into a black hole. For the time being, Magellan found himself at an impasse against Blackbeard, who, in turn, could not defeat him. Their battle had reached a stalemate, persisting from earlier until now. The outcome hinged on who could endure longer. Given the current circumstances, Magellan was a man prone to debilitating diarrhea for 10 hours a day, clearly not in peak physical condition, and he would likely struggle against Blackbeard in a war of endurance. However, at that moment, Blackbeard's stamina was surely waning as well, and with Rocky and his companions present, Blackbeard was destined to lose. "Blackbeard, your dreams shall be shattered," Rocky couldn't help but shout. Upon hearing this, after a brief exchange with Magellan, Blackbeard turned to glance at Rocky. To his shock, he discovered that all his underlings lay defeated behind him, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Haha. Don't look so surprised. While you were battling Magellan, I took care of your little brothers," Rocky chuckled. "You were surrounded, all alone. Therefore, your dreams are destined to perish here. This was a strike both lethal and psychological. Blackbeard surveyed his surroundings, realizing that not a single one of the numerous men he had brought remained standing. As for himself, he found himself flanked by the prison guards, and only by eliminating them could he hope to rescue anyone from the great prison. In that instant, Blackbeard felt the world dim around him. His stamina had dwindled significantly, while the enemies still stood strong. As long as I breathe, my dreams will not end, Blackbeard roared, dark mist swirling around his feet. This mist resembled black holes, mercilessly consuming the very ground of the prison. Suddenly, Blackbeard had a flash of inspiration. Why must he take the elevator to descend directly into the great prison? He could easily consume the ground as if devouring a gate, descending into the first level of the great prison. Although the individuals confined in this level were mere novices, releasing them would undoubtedly bolster his plans for wreaking havoc within the prison. Furthermore, this act of consumption went entirely unnoticed by Haki and his companions, as their vision could not penetrate the black mist enveloping the ground, rendering them oblivious to both the sounds and vibrations generated by the act of devouring. Though Magellan had not detected Blackbeard's covert consumption of the earth, his attacks continued to rain down, forcing Blackbeard to raise his hand in defense. However, as time elapsed, Blackbeard was horrified to discover the terrifying thickness of the ground between each layer of the prison. Despite the speed of his black hole's consumption, he had yet to create a single opening. This was under the condition that no one else had noticed. One could only imagine the obstacles he would face when attempting to traverse from the first to the second level, significantly hindering his progress. Thus, even with this method, he could not persist to the sixth level of the Grand Prison before the Navy reinforcements arrived. In that moment, Blackbeard felt his plans teetering on the brink of failure. Damn it! If this plan were to falter, he was at a loss as to what to do next. At the very least, he could not advance into the new world while Whitebeard still lived. But even if Whitebeard were to perish, where could he find formidable allies to venture into the new world and contend with the other emperors? Damn it! Blackbeard's teeth were nearly ground to dust, as a wave of helplessness surged from his heart, effortlessly shattering his steadfast resolve. He made the decision to retreat. Just then, the elevator doors of the great prison opened. A tall man wearing a pilot's cap, smoking a cigar, and wielding a magnificent sword emerged from the elevator. His piercing gaze swept across all those present on this level of the prison. Hey, let me out to kill. Don't tell me that the enemies are all dead, Shiryu remarked nonchalantly. The warden of the great prison, Shiryu of the Rain, had arrived. Upon seeing Shiryu, Blackbeard felt a jolt of realization that his plans had utterly collapsed, and he might not even escape. Hey, are you the notorious Blackbeard, captain of the 7 warlords of the sea? Shiryu inquired, cigar clenched between his teeth, addressing the figure shrouded in black mist. You are quite audacious, but I admire that. So, what do you say? Care to join me in turning this world upside down? Blackbeard seized the opportunity, extending an olive branch. Although he perceived Shiryu's words as mostly jest, he refused to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. Indeed, I desire freedom, but your situation is quite dire, Shiryu chuckled. Ha ha ha. Now that's what makes it challenging. Isn't this the very life we both seek? Blackbeard laughed heartily, feigning a life of unbridled freedom. Shiryu, do not make a grave mistake. Magellan's voice cut through the air, icy and resolute. What constitutes a grave mistake? Shiryu turned to face Magellan, a sinister smile curling his lips. My decisions have always been the right ones. Magellan fixed his gaze on Shiryu, choosing silence over further words. Heh. This grand prison is indeed dreadfully dull. One cannot even kill a man. Shiryu gently caressed the hilt of his esteemed blade, muttering to himself before turning to Blackbeard. Come forth. Blackbeard. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's eyes brightened, followed by an overwhelming joy. Ha ha ha. Welcome, Shiryu, my comrade. Madman. Haki observed Shiryu from a distance, an array of frustrations coursing through his mind. He could not fathom Shiryu's thought process. Under such circumstances, who in their right mind would wish to join Blackbeard? Well, Shiryu was certainly not a man of reason. He was a demon of slaughter, having longed to escape his skin and wreak havoc upon the seas since being imprisoned by Magellan for his heinous crimes. Chapter 182, Confrontation with Shiryu. Do you even comprehend the words you speak? Magellan's unwavering gaze bore into Shiryu, his fists clenched, his expression dark and foreboding. To openly betray him, the warden, and ally with Blackbeard, who sought to break into the prison, was a blatant act of defiance. Heh, Shiryu sneered, drawing forth his renowned blade. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene, revealing the blade's blood-red hue, exuding an alluring yet sinister aura. I have long overstayed my welcome here. With that declaration, a smirk graced his lips. With a swift motion, Shirya's blade sliced through the form of a guard beast. The bloodied guard beast clutched its throat, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide in shock as it gasped in agony. The other guard beasts and prison guards present were struck with terror. In that moment, Shirya resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell. Hehehe, what a thrill. Shirya held his blade aloft, gazing at the other guard beasts and the prison guards, savoring the taste of blood that had splattered upon his lips. Hey, Shiryu of the Rain. Rocky, sword in hand, pointed the tip toward Shiryu, declaring, I have heard it is due to your presence alongside Magellan that this underwater prison is deemed an impregnable fortress. Yet I find you to be nothing more than a cowardly wretch. Oh, a bold challenger? Shiryu slowly turned to face Rocky, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, brimming with murderous intent. You have successfully captured my attention, thus, let the slaughter commence with you. With the famed blade in hand, Silu approached Rocky step by step, a manic smile adorning his face. For an ordinary individual, such a sight might evoke sheer terror, for the aura emanating from Silu was undeniably imposing. Yet, Rocky was no ordinary man. His confidence surpassed that of anyone else. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. Ding dong. A sudden chime echoed in Rocky's mind, a long-forgotten system notification. The system declared, detected the host's innermost desires, activating system task. Eliminate the pirate Shiryu of the Rain. Reward, 100 points. Upon receiving this mission, Rocky instinctively blinked. The presence of this system was remarkably faint. Admittedly, it was his own lack of ambition that contributed to this, as system tasks required a host's murderous intent to be activated. To be honest, despite encountering numerous challenges lately, Rocky had yet to truly harbor any murderous thoughts towards anyone. Even Blackbeard had not evoked such feelings. His previous desire to slay Blackbeard stemmed solely from a wish to thwart his prison break. Had Blackbeard not attempted the breakout, Rocky would have been indifferent to him. He recalled watching One Piece from a godlike perspective, where he had harbored a modicum of admiration for Blackbeard, who, like a wolf, had endured for 2 or 3 decades in pursuit of his dreams. Thus, Rocky was genuinely curious about the path Blackbeard would take next, pondering whether he might, through some extraordinary means, ascend to the rank of a Yonko. Yet, the very thought of Shiryu of the Rain infuriated Rocky. This man was a lunatic who had no rightful place in this world. However, one must consider, did the high reward points not imply that Shiryu was exceedingly formidable to defeat? Rocky felt a profound sense of helplessness. Although reality dictated that he was indeed no match for Shiryu, the system blatantly indicated that Shiryu was exceedingly difficult to defeat. Was this not a blow to his confidence? Come at me, little brat. I shall grant you 3 moves, Shiryu said with an air of composure. Upon hearing these words, Rocky's brows furrowed deeply. How dare the enemy underestimate him? Blast it! Was it merely due to his age or his rank of colonel? Rocky overthought the matter. These were not the case at all. It was merely Shiryu's excessive confidence, as he was reluctant to eliminate such a promising young spirit with a single stroke. Without uttering a word, Rocky's figure shifted. His speed was astonishing, executing the technique to its utmost limit. The distance between Shiryu and Rocky was already minimal. And in the blink of an eye, Rocky had closed the gap and stood before Shiryu. One sword style. Aye. Whoosh. The blade gleamed briefly. Thud. Rocky's sword struck the sword sheath held in Shiryu's left hand, instantly cleaving it in 2. Thus, the momentum of Rocky's attack did not wane. Shiryu had no choice but to pivot and counter with his renowned blade in his right hand. The clash of the 2 esteemed swords rang out. Although Rocky's demon blade could not rival the quality of Shiryu's famed sword, he had enveloped his blade in the armor of Haki, and this collision resulted in neither being shattered. Indeed, Shiryu regarded Rocky, feeling the force transmitted through the blades, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement as he involuntarily exclaimed. Most swordsmen, upon encountering an exceptional junior, harbor intentions of mentorship. However, Shiryu was different. His excitement stemmed solely from the realization that he had finally encountered a worthy opponent, promising an exhilarating battle ahead. This fellow's strength far surpasses mine. Having merely tested the waters with the initial strike, although Rocky had severed Shiryu's sword sheath, he had to concede that he was indeed outmatched at present. Thankfully, he had refrained from employing his guaranteed sword technique. Otherwise, his stamina would have faltered. Yet, this fellow merely triumphed due to his youth. If I were of his age, slaying him would be as effortless as dispatching a mere chicken. Rocky reassured himself, suddenly launching into a second strike. He wielded the sword sheath in his left hand with dexterity, thrusting it forward. The tip of the sheath pressed against Shirley's neck, and the two combatants' Haki clashed, producing a resonating sound akin to metal striking stone. With Rocky's current mastery of Haki, he could not breach Shirley's defensive armor. Another move, Shirley stated calmly. Clisto. With a low exclamation, Rocky prompted Kristoff to spring into action. Simultaneously, Rocky unleashed his third move, lifting his right foot to strike at Shiru's waist. Bang! Shiru, fortified by his armament Haki, stood firm against Rocky's assault, locking in a stalemate. However, in the next instant, Kristoff arrived. Boom! With all her might, Kristoff delivered a crushing blow to Shiru's head, shattering the equilibrium and sending him tumbling to the ground, rolling several times. Do not flaunt yourself before me. Now, it will be 2 against 1. Let's see if you can continue your bravado. Rocky grinned at the now somewhat disheveled Shiru. Chapter 183, Blood Battle. Truly astonishing. Rocky and Kristo successfully repelled Shiryu, a scene that left the guards of the Great Prison and the Beast Wardens utterly astonished. Who is Shiryu? He is a living legend within the depths of the underwater prison. In recent years, every individual who has come to work in the Great Prison has heard various rumors surrounding Shiryu's formidable exploits, and many have even witnessed him personally execute death row inmates. They are acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this man, who possesses the ability to slay criminals confined in the 6th level of the infinite hell, engaging them in honorable one-on-one combat without resorting to ambushes or other despicable tactics. The fact that Shiryu was thwarted by 2 seemingly young individuals truly astonished the guards of the Great Prison. When Rocky stood up to confront Shiryu, the guards held no expectations for him and had no intention of assisting him, as they recognized that no one on their side could possibly withstand Shiryu. They believed Rocky and his companion were merely walking to their demise. Any attempt to delay the inevitable would only prolong the outcome for a fleeting moment, rendering it futile. Was there truly still a glimmer of hope? Deputy Warden Hannibal trembled with excitement, his gaze fixed intently on Rocky and Kristo, who were engaged in battle with Shiryu. Although a flicker of hope ignited within him, he forced himself to adopt a pessimistic outlook, fearing that this hope could be shattered in an instant, plunging him into despair. Warden Hannibal, let us assist the 2 Marines. With our lives on the line, we should be able to hold the Chief Warden at bay for a while. One guard sighed, clenching his teeth as he spoke with evident reluctance. Hannibal felt a surge of joy at being addressed as warden by this guard. But before he could respond, the battle on Rocky's side reignited. Shiryu steadied himself, raising a hand to touch the back of his head before examining it closely. Though there was no blood, his expression remained menacing. So you wish to fight 2 against 1? Shiryu's voice was ice-cold as he brandished his renowned blade. Slowly advancing towards Rocky and Kristo, his murderous intent palpable. Hold him off in the front while I attempt a sneak attack from behind, Rocky whispered to Kristo. The reason he instructed Kristo to strike from the rear was a matter he had contemplated deeply. In essence, it could be summarized in a single phrase: the strong possess their dignity. Zoro once stated that wounds on one's back signify a swordsman's shame. During the war at Marineford, all scars were sustained on the front, with not a single mark upon the back. Katakuri's image as an indomitable man is forever unblemished, his back never having touched the ground. These details reveal that formidable individuals invariably uphold their pride and dignity. They refuse to allow their backs to be wounded. Although Rocky could not assert with certainty that Scylla would possess such dignity, the odds seemed to be somewhat in favor of that possibility, did they not? Chris never doubted Rocky's words. She nodded and prepared to spring forth to attack Scylla at any moment. Allow me to demonstrate what a sword strike truly entails. As Scylla's words echoed, he immediately sprang into action, his speed surging dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Rocky, wielding his sword with a single hand. Whoosh! The sharp glint of the sword sliced through the air. Rocky's pupils dilated sharply, although he had anticipated this moment. He was still taken aback by the dazzling brilliance of the sword light. Swiftly, the force was overwhelming. It imparted an indomitable sensation. Indeed, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, practitioners of swordsmanship found themselves nearly equal in their skills. The ultimate techniques became a contest of whose comprehension of the profound principles of swordplay was superior. In contrast, ordinary attacks were merely a matter of brute strength and swiftness. Reminiscent of the legendary Haki during the Marineford War, who could effortlessly cleave through colossal icebergs from dozens of meters away with a mere stroke. In that instant, both Rocky and Krista responded simultaneously. With the instinct of a swordsman, Rocky raised his sword to guard in front of him, the armament Haki instantly enveloping the blade in certain areas before him. Shiri's target for this strike was Rocky, and with Chris' presence beside Rocky, he did not intentionally maneuver behind Shiri. Instead, he leapt in place, delivering a kick to the back of Shiri's head. Clang, crack, thud. Indeed, Rocky could not withstand Shiri's full-force assault. The renowned sword in Shiri's hand first severed the cursed blade, Seninzan, from Rocky's grasp, and then, without losing momentum, it struck Rocky's chest. Compared to Shiryu, Rocky's mastery of the armament Haki is still lacking, leaving him vulnerable to a single strike that leaves him bleeding profusely, with a terrifying wound. At this moment, Rocky's left-hand attacks and Krista's ambush have already come into play. Bang, bang. The sound of two crisp metallic clashes reverberates through the air. Rocky sprang away from Shiryu, landing several meters away, gasping for breath. Moments ago, he had delivered a powerful punch to Shiryu's face, using the recoil to propel himself back. Krista had aimed a kick at Shiryu's nape, but he blocked it with his left hand, causing her to also retreat with the force of the impact. Thus, the first round of battle concluded with Rocky wounded, signaling his side-S defeat. Shiryu, consumed by a murderous intent, showed no mercy, charging at Rocky with ferocity. At that moment, a crimson fruit materialized in Rocky's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly consumed it, then brandished his broken sword to confront his foe. Having dispatched Leonard earlier, he had received a point reward from the system, which he wisely exchanged for stamina fruit. As Shiryu advanced towards Rocky, Krista immediately dashed forward, utilizing her full speed with the technique known as shave, matching Shiryu's pace. In an instant, Shiryu was upon Rocky, with Krista closely behind him. The sounds of battle echoed, clang, squelch, boom, boom. A horrific wound marred Rocky's front, while Shiryu endured a couple of blows, but they were of little consequence to him. However, he was astonished by Rocky's resilience. To withstand two of his strikes and remain standing was a testament to an extraordinary vitality he had never witnessed before. Shiryu, your opponents are not merely those two, but all of us. Hannibal bellowed in fury. Behind him trailed several guards and more than a dozen beast-like jailers. After a brief deliberation, they resolved that they could not allow Rocky and his companion, who had come to aid the Navy, to perish under Shiryu's sword. Oomph. Shiryu scoffed dismissively at Hannibal's outburst, casting a glance at the group behind him. Is it so easy to wish for death? I shall grant your desire soon enough. Chapter 184. A collective assault on Shiryu. Despite his harsh words, Shiryu did not immediately target Hannibal and his entourage. He was intrigued by Rocky's ability to withstand two of his blades without succumbing. He was determined to see how many strikes it would take to fell Rocky. Moreover, eliminating him, the strongest defender on this side, would be a strategic advantage. Seeing Shiryu charge at him once more, Rocky exhaled deeply, remaining calm and unafraid. Having just consumed the stamina fruit, his energy would remain replenished for a short duration. This meant he could finally unleash his ultimate technique, the unerring swordsmanship. This move will bring your end. With his hands firmly gripping the sword, Shiryu swung it down heavily towards Losai. This seemingly simple move was underpinned by his extraordinary observation Haki, allowing him to predict Losai's imminent actions with unwavering certainty, ensuring that his strike would undoubtedly find its mark. Coupled with the unparalleled strength of his hands, he contemplated the possibility of cleaving Losai in two. As Shiryu launched his attack, Chris and Hannibal, among others, rushed towards him with a singularly straightforward objective, to prevent Shiryu from slaying Losai. Shiryu was well aware of the impending onslaught, yet his speed was remarkable. Apart from Losai and Chris, the rest were simply unable to keep pace. As long as this sword strike proceeded without a hitch, he could effortlessly dispatch Losai and subsequently deal with the pursuing group one by one with ease. However, just as the famed blade sliced through the air, Shiryu's pupils suddenly constricted. To everyone's astonishment, Rocky had deftly sidestepped the attack. His body glided like a soft sheet of white paper, swiftly evading the strike, suggesting he would undoubtedly escape the thrust of the sword. Moreover, while evading, Rocky simultaneously launched an offensive. The angle of his attack was exceedingly cunning, as if he had anticipated this very approach, deliberately choosing a position to sweep his sword across. Whoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shiryu's sword cleaved through the air, its force carving a deep chasm into the floor of the grand prison. Meanwhile, Rocky's sweeping strike effortlessly sliced through the fabric of Shiryu's attire at the abdomen, a testament to Shiryu's formidable Haki. Otherwise, he would have been disemboweled. Of course, had Rocky's enchanted blade not been severed moments earlier, a thrust could have inflicted considerable damage, even against Shiryu's Haki defenses. What on earth is happening? It was as if the boy had transformed into a different person. In a moment of instinctive combat reflex, Shirey forcefully pushed off the ground, the earth crumbling beneath him as he leapt backward with great agility. Unfortunately, in his retreat, he collided directly with the edge of Krista's blade. However, Shirey's combat prowess was remarkable. He instinctively shielded his back with Haki just in time. Bang! Krista's kick landed squarely on Shirey's back. If not for his timely preparation, his spine would have surely been shattered. As for Hannibal and his companions, they were utterly incapable of keeping pace with Krista's assault, arriving a moment too late to seize the opportunity to strike Shirey. Nevertheless, they understood their role was never to significantly impede Shirey. Once he was sent flying by Krista's kick, they lunged forward like hungry wolves. It mattered not that they could not land a blow. Their intention was to be a nuisance. After all, he would have to remain vigilant against their presence. Otherwise, he would not escape unscathed from their attempts. Hannibal and the others maintained this mindset, justifying their presence in the face of danger as a means to prevent Rocky and Krista from perishing at Shirey's blade before them. Sent sprawling by Krista's kick, Shirey let out a suppressed grunt midair, his frustration boiling over. He had been so resolute in his intent to slay Rocky with a single stroke. Yet instead of vanquishing his foe, he found himself in a most humiliating retreat. This feeling of impotence was one he had not experienced in a long time. "You will all perish," Shirey bellowed, gripping his sword tightly, and with a fierce sweep, he unleashed a visible wave of sword energy, aimed to thwart the relentless pursuit of Hannibal and his companions. Faced with the approaching sword strike, they were at a loss. Instinctively, they raised their weapons defensively before them. "Let me handle this." In a flash, Rocky transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting to the front of Hannibal and the others, meeting the terrifying sword intent head-on with a swift strike of his broken sword. Bang! Hiss! Shiru's formidable sword energy was successfully intercepted by Rocky. However, he too was pushed back by the force of the attack, his right hand trembling slightly, and the wound he had just staunched with sheer muscle strength reopened. Indeed, Shiru's raw power was impressive. Well done. Noticing that the dreadful sword attack had been thwarted, Hannibal and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you intend to kill us all?" Rocky observed Shiru, who had just landed and was regaining his composure, and chuckled softly. "Humph." Shiru's crimson gaze fixed intently on the two terrifying wounds on Rocky, which had now ceased to bleed. Alongside his fury, a hint of envy stirred within him. It was the highest profound truth of the Navy's 6 forms, life restoration, allowing for unparalleled control over one's body, even halting bleeding. Unabashed, Shiru cast aside all other thoughts, inhaling deeply, and launched a full-speed assault toward Rocky. He believed that the extraordinary posture with which Rocky had narrowly evaded his previous heavy sword strike must have taken an immense toll. There was no way Rocky could maintain that state now. In other words, Rocky was undoubtedly at the end of his rope. His earlier exchange of sharp words was merely a fade, a tactic to buy time. Shiru was convinced of his deduction, revealing a faint smile as he charged at Rocky. The next strike would surely succeed. Chapter 185, The Rescue, The Lament of Death. Shiru unleashed his signature move, a blend of physical prowess, domineering aura, and swordsmanship, soaring forward with unstoppable momentum. Impossible. Shiru halted not far behind Rocky, his expression despondent. That little brat had dodged again. Could it be that the Navy brat's observation Haki surpassed his own? This was unfathomable. If that were the case, the Navy brat should not have been struck twice before. What was happening here? Shiru panted heavily, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, yet he could not comprehend the situation, desperately wanting to voice his confusion. Rocky gasped for breath, his body seemingly inexhaustible in stamina, yet he was engulfed in a state of distress, the pain intensifying to an unbearable degree, leaving him drenched in sweat. However, compared to Rocky, who still had the opportunity to catch his breath, Shiru found himself in a far more dire predicament. He had scarcely paused for a moment when Krista and Hannibal, along with their entourage, pursued him relentlessly. Damn it! Shiru leaped away from his previous position. Although Krista and her companions posed no real threat, their presence was certainly irksome. He glanced back at Rocky. At this moment, Rocky appeared to be at the end of his strength, struggling to stand as his body swayed slightly, seemingly on the brink of collapse, yet somehow unable to fall. Despite his dire condition, he managed to evade 2 of Shire's lethal assaults. Humph! Shire grunted in frustration and launched another attack. With a swift motion, he swung his sword through the air, the blade's energy cleaving a deep gash into the prison floor beneath them. Damn it! Shire could not help but curse, showing no signs of pause as he charged at Rocky once more. This time, however, Chris and Hannibal had learned their lesson. Why should they trail behind Shire like mere shadows? They positioned themselves beside Rocky, encircling him, knowing that Shire would have to breach their defenses before he could reach his target. "Step aside. You cannot withstand Shire," Rocky exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. Although he was in a precarious state, he believed that if he could endure the momentary, excruciating pain, he could evade Shire's sharp assaults. However, if these inadequately skilled individuals stood in his way, attempting to protect him, they would merely offer themselves as sacrifices, easily dispatched by Shire one by one. "No. You are gravely injured, my lord. I cannot bear to watch you fall to that scoundrel Shire," Hannibal declared earnestly, wielding his dagger with unwavering resolve. Even though he was but a minor figure in the face of Shire's might. Foolishness. In the blink of an eye, Shire lunged forward once more, his sword slicing through the air and striking down a prison guard, just as he intended to press forward. The combined attacks from Chris and the other guards forced him to retreat a couple of steps. "Time and again, I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you all." Shire scoffed at the foolish guards surrounding Rocky, who, despite their fear, stood resolute as long as Hannibal remained steadfast. Yet, at that moment, Rocky leaped from the protective circle formed by the guards, boldly confronting Shire. Shire's eyes brightened, and he instinctively increased the force of his strike. Unfortunately, he swung his sword through empty air once again. "You know how to evade," Shire exclaimed, a mix of frustration and amusement evident in his voice, his teeth grinding audibly. Rocky, weary of engaging with Silu, felt a pervasive pain throughout his body, rendering speech a torment. "Come again." Silu unleashed another deadly attack, yet Rocky, nimble as a monkey, deftly evaded each strike. It was akin to the predicament faced by the less agile Yu Lao San when confronted by the light-footed Duan Yu. Utterly unable to contend with his opponent, the prison guards and Krista, who had risked their lives to protect Rocky, regained their composure and resumed their earlier tactic of restraining Silu, relentlessly pursuing him and denying him a moment's respite. Thus, the battle reached a stalemate. As long as the effects of Rocky's stamina fruit persisted, he remained invulnerable, provided he could endure the pain. After a while, a voice pierced through the tension, forcefully disrupting the heated equilibrium of the clash. "Silu, haven't you resolved this yet?" rang the deep, resonant voice of Blackbeard. Instantly, the guards were jolted to attention. Turning to look, they were met with the sight of the warden, Magellan, sprawled on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. Defeated, the warden Magellan had actually been vanquished. The revelation struck Hannibal and the others like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned disbelief, as if their once unshakable convictions had crumbled in an instant. Never did they imagine that the previously balanced tide of battle would falter at Magellan's hands. Rocky was somewhat prepared for the situation. Yet he was taken aback by how swiftly Magellan had been defeated. It had only been close to an hour. Reinforcements from the Navy headquarters would take at least 2 to 3 hours to arrive. Facing Blackbeard and Shiryu, they would undoubtedly struggle to last more than an hour. Was this fate's decree? Ha ha ha. Do you wish to continue your futile resistance? Blackbeard sneered at Rocky and his group, the dark mist beneath his feet silently creeping towards them. Was death imminent? Such a thought involuntarily rose in the hearts of all the defenders. The fear of death began to spread within them. Many trembled, their lips quivering. Words unspoken, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Ha ha ha, no one can stop me now. Shiryu, the feast of slaughter begins. Let us rescue our comrades and embrace rebirth. Just as Blackbeard and Shiryu were about to strike, a figure suddenly burst through the gates of the great prison, shouting loudly, "Boss Rocky, we are saved. Reinforcements from the Navy have arrived." At these words, a tremor ran through everyone inside the prison. Blackbeard, Shiryu. The defenders' emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, initially frozen in shock, then gradually softening into expressions of relief and finally smiles. Blackbeard, did you not claim that no one could stop you? Rocky said with a serious demeanor, though an involuntary smile betrayed him. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. How could the Navy arrive so swiftly? Chapter 186. Ingenious scheme. Blackbeard had prepared extensively for this operation, having already ascertained the journey time from the Navy headquarters to the underwater prison. Before the operation, he had even inquired about the fact that all 3 admirals were stationed at the Navy headquarters, thus there was no reason for them to arrive so quickly. Given this information, only one conclusion could be drawn. It was a ruse. Those arriving were not genuine reinforcements. Blackbeard and Shiryu exchanged glances, having not interacted much before. Yet they shared a remarkable understanding. In an instant, their eyes aligned in agreement. Without hesitation, they dashed towards the prison's gates. As they stepped out, they indeed spotted 3 naval ships approaching from the distant sea. At this moment, The vessels were approximately 1 to 2 nautical miles from the prison, too far to discern which admiral was leading the fleet. However, for the sake of prudence, it is unlikely that only a single formidable general would arrive. In other words, Blackbeard and Shiryu are utterly incapable of defeating the Navy reinforcements that are hastily approaching. If they were to commence their retreat now, there might still be a chance for their escape. As Blackbeard surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the warships stationed around the great prison, as well as the sails of the vessel he had arrived on, had all been stripped away. Rocky's subordinates and the naval soldiers of the original prison guards stood upon the masts of their respective warships, each wielding a sharp blade. The destruction of all the warships had been wrought by their hands. A grin of triumph spread across Rocky's face, his mirth barely contained. Blackbeard, Shiryu, now that all the ships have been obliterated, let us see how you intend to escape today. Even if Blackbeard and Shiryu possess other means of flight, I have my own method to ensure one remains here. After all, I still have yet to utilize my bug-level skill, the dual invitation. Upon witnessing this, the other guards of the prison felt a weight lift from their hearts, their expressions relaxing. They watched Blackbeard and Shiryu with keen interest, eager to see the fate that awaited the two, and filled with anticipation for the impending epic battle. Damn it! Shiryu gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes darting about as he struggled to conceive a plan, ultimately glancing towards his newly found ally. I have a way, Blackbeard replied nonchalantly. Though his gaze remained fixed on the 3 approaching warships, he was reluctant to believe that those vessels had originated from the Navy headquarters. He cursed himself for not counting how many ships were stationed near the underwater prison when he had disembarked. Had he done so, he could have accurately assessed whether those 3 ships were indeed part of the prison's fleet. Since there is still a way, let us hasten our departure, Shiryu urged. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's brow furrowed. What if those 3 ships are not from the Navy headquarters? We could be deceived. And if they are? Shiryu countered. Given the magnitude of this incident, at least 2 admirals would be dispatched. Surely, you do not believe we can eliminate 2 Navy admirals? He considered it likely that, under normal circumstances, Sengoku would send additional vice admirals or pacifists to accompany them. Let us go. Blackbeard bit down hard, resigning himself to abandon the prison break plan. Before departing, he cast a final glance back at Rocky, supported by Kristoff, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The setbacks of this operation were largely attributable to that naval brat. Had he not been present, success would have been all but assured. What are you staring at? Rocky called out jovially, his spirits high. Humph. Blackbeard ignored him, striding alongside Shiryu toward the shore of the prison's front square. You do not intend to slip away, do you? The show has only just begun. As Rocky prepared to activate his dual invitation skill, Buggy approached him and uttered a word. Rocky hastily swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips and instead uttered, "There are no ships left here. I wonder how you plan to flee." Even if you had vessels, the Navy headquarters has undoubtedly anticipated this and will dispatch Admiral Akiji. When that occurs, an ice age will descend upon this sea, rendering your escape impossible. You would be wise to accept your fate, fools. Ignorance is indeed foolishness, little brat. I assure you, I shall make your existence unbearable. Blackbeard interjected unexpectedly. Then, Rocky and his companions beheld Blackbeard retrieving a den mushy from his person. Moments after the call was placed, a submarine emerged from beneath the waves, its surface encrusted with sea prism stone, effectively safeguarding it against Sea King's attacks. Blackbeard had long harbored the intention of breaking into the underwater prison to rescue his comrades, and upon becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he had meticulously prepared for this endeavor. Let us go. The submarine S-hatch opened, and Blackbeard along with Shiryu leaped inside. As the vessel gradually descended into the profound depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, 3 naval ships approached the surface. The guards of the prison gazed in astonishment at the trio of vessels, none of them expecting the truth to be thus. It became evident that not a single admiral was aboard these ships, nor even a vice-admiral. Only Rocky's own crew and the prior naval garrison from the prison remained. This scene of reinforcements was nothing but a mere fade, as the true reinforcements were still some distance away. It seemed that divine providence had intervened. A gust of sea breeze had swept away the toxins from the small plaza before the prison, allowing some of the guards hidden within the waters to be saved. Upon realizing the dire situation within the prison, this strategy came to light. Chapter 187, A Major Incident. Who devised that clever strategy just now? Step forward immediately. Locke's gaze swept over his subordinates, a subtle smile gracing his face. firmly convinced that the ingenious solution had originated from one of them rather than the battle-weary garrison of the maximum security prison. Colonel Locke, that is I. Major Clint leapt down from the deck of a warship, his face radiant with triumph. Well done, Locke exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder with unwavering certainty. You have truly accomplished something significant this time. Prepare to treat the brothers to a celebratory feast. Of course, Major Clint nodded, leaning closer to Locke's ear and whispering, Colonel, should I not attribute this achievement to you? After all, your promotion is a more arduous endeavor than mine. You rascal, Locke chuckled, shaking his head, my promotion is assured. Especially given the wounds I bear. Besides, do I strike you as the type to covet the accolades of my subordinates? Rocky continued to extol the virtues of his subordinates before turning to the deputy warden of the great prison, Hannibal. Hannibal, let us proceed to assess the condition of Warden Magellan. Hannibal nodded in agreement, having previously waited outside while medical personnel attended to Magellan, as they awaited the arrival of 3 naval vessels on the surface. Your injury is of no concern, Rocky declared nonchalantly, confident that the wound was under control and not bleeding, deeming it prudent to ascertain Magellan's safety first. After more than an hour, naval reinforcements finally arrived, comprising 2 admirals, Akiji and Kizaru. Had Blackbeard not fled, he would certainly have been subdued. How's Warden Magellan's condition? Akiji inquired of Hannibal. By the grace of the heavens. Warden Magellan is no longer in mortal danger and is expected to recover shortly, Hannibal reported. Akiji nodded, his demeanor becoming more composed. During Warden Magellan's convalescence, I request that Deputy Warden Hannibal assume the role of warden of the great undersea prison. This was not merely Akiji's suggestion, but a directive from the world government. Upon hearing this, Hannibal's eyes brightened. A long-held dream was on the verge of realization, filling him with immense joy. He promptly responded, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the management of the great prison, ensuring its swift return to normalcy and recovery from the repercussions of this incident. That is commendable, Hannibal. In the interim, while Warden Magellan recuperates, the Navy will station 3 generals here, Akiji added. I will ensure their proper accommodation, Hannibal affirmed with a nod. Akiji then turned to Rocky, greeting him with a smile. Colonel Rocky, how fares your injury? Rocky shook his head. He knew that such an injury would take others a month to heal, but he was different. With the enhancement of energy cultivation techniques, he could recover in just a few days. Akiji nodded and remarked that he had heard Rocky was also a student of Zephyr. In terms of seniority, he was, in fact, Rocky Sr. Upon hearing Akiji's words, Kizaru, who was nearby tending to his nails, turned to glance at Rocky. You did remarkably well this time, he praised. Of course, I cannot bring shame to my teacher. In the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku exhaled deeply after reviewing the mission report submitted by Rocky. Fortunately, the prison break had been thwarted. Otherwise, the power dynamics of the Grand Line would have undoubtedly shifted, affecting the entire world. Contemplating this, Sengoku immediately called his old friend Zephyr. You truly have trained an exceptional student. If it weren't for him, the entire Grand Line would have descended into chaos. On the other end of the line, Zephyr instantly grasped that Sengoku was referring to Rocky and became animated. He had been taken aback when he first heard about the incident. Zephyr couldn't help but marvel at Rocky's keen instincts. That guy has an incredible sense. He initially warned me that Blackbeard might attempt a prison break, and I didn't believe him, thinking Blackbeard was not foolish enough to openly orchestrate such an event. Sengoku paused, a smile spreading across his face. We have gained another talented officer in the Navy. This is excellent news. When you return to headquarters, remember to seek me out, and we shall enjoy a meal together. Huh, you're quite the busy one. Well, if not, just come to my office. I'll treat you to fine tea and some rice crackers. The next day, newspapers reporting the monumental prison break incident were dispatched from the World News Agency's various bases to every corner of the globe. In an instant, the world learned of the failure of former warlord Blackbeard's attempt to infiltrate the undersea prison and the valiant act of Marine Colonel Rocky in thwarting his nefarious scheme. The newspaper also included 2 brand new bounty notices. Blackbeard, having lost his status as a warlord, saw his bounty escalated to 500 million berries by the world government. Concurrently, a bounty of 480 million berries was issued for the former warden of the underwater prison, Shiryu of the Rain. Upon the release of this newspaper, the world was indeed shaken. Particularly, those who were deeply concerned about the situation in the Grand Line were alarmed. With Blackbeard losing his warlord status, he had forfeited the protection of the world government. What would become of the Whitebeard pirates, who had declared war on Blackbeard long ago? The Whitebeard pirates had refrained from taking action, possibly due to the world government's influence. If that were the case, Blackbeard's prospects seemed grim indeed. After Blackbeard and Shiryu escaped from the underwater prison in a submarine, they immediately distanced themselves from the Navy headquarters and concealed themselves in a certain island nation within the first half of the Grand Line. This was primarily to evade detection and to contemplate their next move, as the choices available to Blackbeard on the vast seas had significantly dwindled. Chapter 188, The Second Great Incident. In Apple Village of the East Sea, Walker, the village chief, clutched a newspaper in his hands, exuberantly calling out to the villagers. "Come quickly, everyone. Look, Rocky has made the headlines." "What do you mean Rocky is in the newspaper? What is going on? Let me see. I want to see too." Remarkably, that fellow Rocky managed to thwart a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. "Dad, what does 7 Warlords of the Sea mean?" "Well, it refers to exceptionally powerful figures within the government. Let us go share the good news with the Odo family. They must not know their son has achieved such greatness." Yes. I can't wait to see how thrilled Odo will be." The world government announced the thwarting of Blackbeard's surprise attack on the underwater prison, and the news spread far and wide, reaching nearly every corner of the globe. In a certain area of the East Sea, high above in the sky, several small islands floated serenely, not constructed from clouds, but rather solid land suspended in midair. This was neither the Sky Island of the Grand Line nor a forbidden zone of the Sky Islands. What allowed this particular island to float? This phenomenon was attributed to a man who lived in legend, a pirate renowned alongside the Pirate King Roger in the New Worlds for Emperors, the Golden Lion, Shiki. After escaping from the underwater prison, Golden Lion Shiki first sought out Whitebeard in the New World, then retreated into hiding. No one in the vast ocean knew where he had gone. In truth, he had remained in the East Sea, meticulously concocting a plan he claimed could obliterate the entire East Sea, and now, after 20 years, his scheme was ripe for execution. Thus, he was ready to make his move. In the aerial archipelago of Merville, within Shiki's base, he held a newspaper that reported Rocky's thwarting of Blackbeard's assault on the prison. Blackbeard. Golden Lion scrutinized the visage of Blackbeard, finding it vaguely familiar, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing Shiki's frown, his aide, Dr. Indig, promptly handed him another newspaper, which detailed Whitebeard's crew declaring war on Blackbeard. It recounted how Blackbeard was a former member of Whitebeard's crew, guilty of the heinous crime of murdering his comrades aboard the ship, thus expelled from the crew. Just a mere rookie from the Whitebeard pirates, daring to attack the underwater prison. How foolish. The Golden Lion Shiki burst into hearty laughter. The moment has come. It is time to announce to the world that I have returned. Boss, what kind of announcement do you have in mind? Inquired the cadre, Dr. Indig. Isn't it simple? Replied the Golden Lion with a chuckle. Just take a stroll around the Navy headquarters. At this suggestion, Dr. Indig and another cadre, a gorilla, were instantly enlightened and exclaimed in unison, impressive, as expected of the boss. The Golden Lion envisioned in his mind the scene of formidable figures at sea hearing of his resurgence and achieving vengeance, which caused him to laugh joyously. Let us proceed to the Navy headquarters. It is said that since the Golden Lion departed from the East Sea and entered the Grand Line, on clear and cloudless days, islands have occasionally been seen soaring through the skies. Many believed they were hallucinating, yet under the scrutiny of countless eyes, they were compelled to accept the reality that islands were indeed flying, reigniting the tales of aerial islands in the waters of Gaia Island as a topic of casual conversation. After days of sightings of these flying islands, news agencies began reporting on them, with seasoned individuals speculating that the legendary sky pirate, the Golden Lion, had returned. This conjecture sent ripples of excitement throughout the Grand Line. The name Golden Lion? Many of the younger generation remained unaware of its significance. However, the high-ranking officials of the world government and the various kings of the underworld were taken aback. The Golden Lion was a man whose name was on par with Whitebeard. Upon entering the New World, could he become the 5th Emperor of the Sea? Perhaps the entire power dynamics of the Grand Line would undergo a significant reshuffle as a result. While this remained a mere speculation, there was an undeniable sense of impending change among the astute individuals on the Grand Line. Yet, amidst the vast ocean, there were those who were not only unperturbed by the Golden Lion's return but were, in fact, eagerly anticipating it. This included Blackbeard and Shiryu of the Rain. In this current world, the Whitebeard pirates had long since declared war on them, indicating that they could not seek new formidable allies. Furthermore, they could not join any of the other 3 emperors aside from Whitebeard, as the power of the latter 3 was immense. Their involvement would only lead to being consumed without a chance to reclaim autonomy. However, the Golden Lion was different. As a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard possesses an intimate understanding of the legendary Gold Lion. Following the cataclysmic battle at Eitwall against Roger, Gold Lion's crew was decimated, leaving fewer than one-tenth of his original men. Subsequently, in a reckless act of defiance, he challenged the Marine headquarters directly, resulting in his defeat and subsequent imprisonment in Impel Down. Believing their captain would never return, his remaining followers lost all hope, leading many to retreat or seek new allegiances. After he severed his own feet to escape from Impel Down, Gold Lion found himself utterly alone. In a world where formidable individuals are scarce, it was improbable for Gold Lion to find capable allies out of thin air. Thus, joining forces with Gold Lion could easily lead to a reversal of roles. Furthermore, with Gold Lion's audacious spirit, he would undoubtedly confront Whitebeard head-on to accept Blackbeard and Shiryu into his ranks, considering he is a man bold enough to single-handedly infiltrate the Marine headquarters. However, a more plausible explanation lies in the fact that a ship's rudder had been lodged in Gold Lion's head, diminishing his intellect. This assertion is supported by substantial evidence. Gold Lion was once a formidable swordsman, yet after amputating his own feet, he insisted on wielding two renowned swords as makeshift legs, forsaking the use of his hands for combat. It is noteworthy that he is a user of the float fruit, granting him the ability to fly, thereby rendering the use of his legs unnecessary. Chapter 189. The Emergence of Gold Lion's Dominance. On August 15, 1520 of the Sea Circle era. Today marks the day of Rocky's commissioning ceremony. His significant contributions in thwarting Blackbeard's ambitions have led the Marine headquarters to recall him from the G4 Division base. Currently, Rocky holds the rank of Rear Admiral at the Marine headquarters. Though merely a Rear Admiral, few at his age have attained such a rank, making him a rarity within the ranks of the Marine headquarters. Moreover, while the title of Rear Admiral may appear modest, it carries considerable weight across the seas, often wielding more influence than that of a Commodore. The promotion was seamless, and there were no changes among Rocky's upper echelon. Major Krent and Major Noir were both elevated to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, and even Buggy, Rocky's self-appointed bodyguard, now holds an official commission as a lieutenant. Additionally, Rocky's following has expanded significantly, boasting over 100 subordinates due to the assignment of a medium-sized warship from the headquarters, as fewer personnel would complicate operations. Upon the conclusion of the commissioning ceremony, Rocky, accompanied by his subordinates, promptly proceeded to the shipyard of the Marine headquarters, where they were guided to view their new warship. Rocky first proceeded to complete the handover formalities, ensuring that the original warship's designation, the Rocky, would be carried over to this new vessel. Subsequently, he approached the ship, surveying it meticulously from top to bottom and side to side, scrutinizing the silent companion. To his astonishment, he discovered that the bottom of the ship was fitted with sea stone plates. This revelation indicated that he could navigate this vessel through the comm belt. Moreover, he could traverse the comm belt directly from the Grand Line back to the East Blue. However, even though he felt a surge of emotion, it soon reminded him of his longing for his mother's homemade egg noodles, as it had been nearly a year since he last returned home. Suppressing his emotions, Rocky donned a renewed smile. "Come, let us explore our new companion." With a grand gesture, Rocky effortlessly leaped from the dock floor directly onto the deck of the warship. Once all his subordinates had boarded, he instructed Colonel Noel and Colonel Krent to organize the selection of quarters and arrange various duties for future missions. The medium-sized warship was indeed exhilarating. Rocky wandered through the ship's cabin, thoroughly satisfied. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder when he would attain the prowess to modify his own vessel, much like Vice Admiral Carp. He gazed enviously at Carp's distinctive dog-headed warship in the distance. The standard naval vessels all bore a striking resemblance. Rocky yearned for a unique ship of his own, one that would send pirates fleeing at the mere sight of it. The thought alone was exhilarating. Suddenly, a deep and jarring alarm echoed through the dock, startling everyone present. An air of tension and unease enveloped the area. "Quick, go see what is happening," Rocky commanded urgently, then leaped from the warship's deck to the ground, sprinting towards the dock's entrance. What could be the cause of this? For the naval headquarters to trigger an alarm, the impending crisis must be significant. Could it be the Golden Lion? Rumors had been circulating along the Grand Line about the Golden Lion's imminent return, yet no concrete evidence had emerged. Soon, Rocky dashed out of the dock, and he immediately noticed the dappled sunlight on the ground, indicating that something in the sky was obstructing the sun's rays. Rocky immediately lifted his gaze to the sky, where a floating island resembling a pirate ship, complete with sails and oars, hovered above. Even more astonishing was the sight of a dozen or so large and medium-sized naval warships encircling this island vessel. Indeed, it was none other than the infamous Golden Lion. This breathtaking spectacle could only be orchestrated by the powers of his float fruit, perhaps rivaled only by Fujitora's gravity fruit. Yet, it was clear that Fujitora would not possess the same audacity. This could only be the work of Golden Lion. What an ostentatious scoundrel! Rocky grunted in irritation. Despite his displeasure, he couldn't help but envy such a flamboyant entrance. That individual, surrounded by so many naval ships, surely did not intend to use them to obliterate the Navy headquarters, did he? Gazing at the warships suspended in the sky, Rocky murmured to himself. If all those ships were to fall, the Navy headquarters would surely sustain catastrophic damage. At that moment, Rocky's subordinates and other naval soldiers previously stationed in the dock rushed out, bewildered. What was that in the sky? What was happening? Why were those warships floating high above? At an altitude of hundreds of meters, Golden Lion surveyed the Navy headquarters below. Consider this a warning, he proclaimed with a flourish. As soon as his words fell, he casually pressed his right hand downward. Instantly, all the airborne naval ships plummeted as if gravity had been reasserted. Whoosh, 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 run. The naval soldiers on the ground initially froze in shock before reacting frantically to evade the impending disaster. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the warships crashed down, obliterating a significant portion of the Navy headquarters. Witnessing this scene, Golden Lion erupted in hearty laughter from above. The Navy, however, quickly regained their composure, adjusting their cannons to target the floating island vessel above. Unfortunately, after the ships descended, Golden Lion maneuvered his floating fortress higher into the sky, rendering their artillery utterly ineffective. At the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp stood at the window, helplessly watching as the ships descended and wreaked havoc upon their base. Their teeth clenched in frustration. Faced with such a direct aerial assault, they found themselves bereft of viable options. They could not simply obliterate the falling vessels. Even if they managed to destroy them, it would only widen the area of devastation. It seemed that the seas were on the brink of yet another tumultuous upheaval. Sengoku sighed deeply. Chapter 190, Taking the Initiative Shock. The Navy headquarters has been destroyed. The pirate captain, Golden Lion, returns to the fray. The following day, a newspaper successfully ignited the flames of the Great Rout. This was due to the recent rumors regarding the return of the Golden Lion, which compelled the major factions along the Great Rout to purchase the newspaper daily. Consequently, upon its release, the news swiftly spread throughout the Great Rout. At the base of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the old man exclaimed, "The Golden Lion has truly resurfaced." Oh? The ailing Whitebeard took the newspaper from Ace's hands. This fellow. Whitebeard squinted, reminiscing about how 20 years ago, that man had proclaimed he would return to show the world the true terror of pirates. One wondered what scheme he was concocting now. Alas, this world is no longer of our time. Time waits for no man. With a glance at the 4 drip before him, Whitebeard sighed deeply, reaching for a nearby bottle of liquor. "Father, it's not wise for you to drink now." 2 beautiful doctors promptly interjected, stepping forward with playful indignation. "Just one sip. Just one sip." Whitebeard quickly raised the bottle and took a hearty swig, his face immediately lighting up with a radiant smile. He surveyed his crew still aboard the ship. These were his beloved family. Should the Golden Lion dare to tread upon his territory in the New World, he would not hesitate to send this old acquaintance to the depths of the sea. As for the remaining 3 emperors, they remained unfazed by the Golden Lion's return. They understood that he was now a solitary figure, aged and lacking the strength and influence to contend with them. However, various factions along the Great Rout felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that the Golden Lion might target them. In a port city of an island nation along the first half of the Great Rout, Blackbeard and Shiria were indulging in meat and drink when they suddenly heard someone outside hawking newspapers. Blackbeard quickly acquired a copy. Haha, that old fellow, the Golden Lion, has truly returned. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched the newspaper, laughing heartily. After being stifled for so long, he had not anticipated a reliable opportunity to turn his fortunes around. Now, at last, a chance had arisen. His plan was to join the Golden Lion and seize the initiative. Very well, Shiria nodded, speaking calmly. I have heard that the Golden Lion was once a formidable swordsman, a force to be reckoned with before the rise of Haki. I am curious to see just how powerful this old man truly is. Let us go. I have lingered here long enough. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the office of Rear Admiral Squirrel, Rocky stood before the desk, looking obedient. Senior brother. I wish to pursue Blackbeard. Rocky was assigned to the naval headquarters, where his immediate superior was none other than Rear Admiral Squirrel. Fortunately for Rocky, Squirrel was rather amiable, for he was well-connected. Moreover, Squirrel was a student of Zephyr, making him a senior to Rocky. You seem to have forgotten the pain of past wounds. Don't tell me you're unaware of Blackbeard's location. Even if you do know, with both Blackbeard and Shiryu together, their formidable strength makes it futile for us to engage. Are you going to throw yourself to the wolves? Squirrel shook his head. I am aware that such tasks are typically suited for admirals, but they are all preoccupied. We cannot simply stand by and watch Blackbeard and Shiryu roam freely at sea. Besides, I have an inkling of Blackbeard's next destination, and I will not act recklessly. Pray, enlighten me on where Blackbeard intends to go, Rear Admiral Squirrel said. Interlocking his fingers in front of him, his interest piqued. He will be seeking the Golden Lion, Rocky declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Squirrel furrowed his brow, then blinked as he contemplated Rocky's words, eventually conceding that there was some merit to his assertion. The Golden Lion was indeed a flamboyant rogue. His pirate ship frequently spotted in the skies, making him relatively easy to track down. With a smile, Rocky added, "Thus, I possess a degree of confidence in this mission." You make a valid point. Very well, I shall grant you a month's time. Yes. Rocky stood at attention and saluted, his face beaming with joy. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Enough. Off you go. I have matters to attend to. Squirrel waved him away, indicating his dismissal. Such was Squirrel's serious demeanor. Exiting Squirrel's office, Rocky felt a sense of relief. He had just received a new warship and could not allow it to gather dust in the dock. Soon enough, an official order from Rear Admiral Squirrel arrived, and Rocky set sail from the naval base with his subordinates. Captain Rocky, are we truly going to confront Blackbeard and Shiryu? Those two are exceptionally formidable, and our ship's crew might not be enough to satiate their appetite. Bucky approached Rocky, scratching his head innocently. Despite his propensity for trouble, he recognized that if Rocky struggled against Blackbeard, he would stand no chance. No, my true target is the Golden Lion. Rocky gazed up at the distant clouds in the sky, a slight smile gracing his lips. The inhabitants of this world tend to form erroneous estimations of its strength, largely due to the former renown of the Golden Lion. He vividly remembers a particular theatrical release from 2 years past, when a still unassuming Luffy managed to vanquish the Golden Lion. While one might attribute this feat to the protagonist's aura, it nonetheless suggests that the current prowess of the Golden Lion is not particularly formidable. However, it would be remiss to claim that his strength is insignificant. The primary factor at play is that he does not wield his sword with both hands. Were he to do so, his might would surely overwhelm the Straw Hat crew with ease. Thus, Rocky mused that if the Golden Lion were to persist in employing his footsword technique, he might just possess the capability to defeat him. Chapter 191, Encounter with a Pirate. Ding dong. Suddenly, a gentle and melodious notification sound echoed in Rocky's mind. The system announced, detected host's inner desire. Activating system task. Eliminate the pirate Silver Lion. Time, unrestricted. Reward, 50 points. Upon receiving the system task, Rocky felt indifferent at first, but upon scrutinizing the reward, he was taken aback. He distinctly remembered a previous task that involved eliminating Rain Shiryu, which offered a reward of 100 points. Now, the system was offering a mere 50 points for the elimination of Silver Lion. This perfectly aligned with Rocky's own analysis. Silver Lion could be slain. In that instant, Rocky brimmed with confidence. He was determined to see Silver Lion. He coveted the float fruit that Silver Lion possessed. To be candid, Rocky was an ordinary individual with no grand ambitions. As he stood at this juncture of his life, his deepest yearning was to attain a level of strength that would afford him freedom, enabling him to explore this magnificent and fantastical world alongside his loved ones and relish life. He held no interest in power games or monetary pursuits. His sole desire was to travel with his family, indulging in leisurely delights, without the burden of saving the world. However, should he encounter injustice, he would not hesitate to draw his blade in aid. To achieve this goal, he required extraordinary capabilities, and the float fruit seemed to be the only source of such power. Captain Rocky, in what direction should we set sail? Asked Major Noyle, approaching him. East-southeast, 36 degrees. Rocky replied without a moment's hesitation. Previously, when Silver Lion had launched a surprise attack on the headquarters, Rocky had meticulously scoured the skies for Silver Lion, ultimately catching sight of him and marking him for a furious assault, which led the system to generate a life card. Understood. Major Noyle responded promptly, taking the data Rocky provided and heading toward the ship's control room. As a seasoned member of Rocky's crew, he was well aware of Rocky's uncanny ability to predict others' locations and executed his orders without question. Captain Rocky, that fellow Silver Lion is floating in the air. Even if we find him, how do we strike? Bucky's inquired, filled with curiosity. I don't know, Rocky replied, understanding Bucky's intention to assist, yet he simply shook his head. It was a question he had contemplated, but no solution had emerged. He could utilize the moonwalk to board Silver Lion's ship, but bringing his subordinates along was utterly unfeasible. The battleship sailed across the vast sea, navigating the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, where sunny skies could swiftly give way to torrential downpours and fierce gales. On the ship's railing, Rocky and Krista were seated, engaged in fishing, with a bucket beside them containing several fish of various species. Suddenly, Rocky, a commander, spotted a pirate ship. A naval soldier standing watch at the mainmast of the warship shouted down to Rocky. Rock nodded, leaping down from the railing and returning to the cabin to retrieve a stack of bounty notices along with various documents. Subsequently, he sprang from the deck to the lookout tower atop the mainmast. The stationed naval soldier promptly handed his telescope to Rock. The Munder pirate crew, led by Captain Scorpion Munder, had a bounty of 70 million berries. After glancing at their pirate flag and cross-referencing it with the documents, Rock confirmed their identity. A pirate crew of moderate size, he furrowed his brow, deciding that this task could be entrusted to Bacchus, Krant, and Noel. Having made his decision, Rock descended from the mast and instructed someone to summon the trio. 70 million is but a trifle. Do you believe you can handle it? Rock presented the bounty notice to them. Of course, such a small crew poses no challenge, Krant, the lieutenant colonel, chuckled. Even if we cannot defeat them, we still have Brigadier Rock, don't we? Arrange your own personnel. From here on, you will command entirely. Consider it a temporary leave for me, Rock instructed before approaching Krista, who was seated by the railing. In the brief moment he had been away, Krista had caught a large fish. This fish is bigger than all the ones you caught earlier, Krista beamed with a radiant smile. Humph, Rock replied dismissively. I shall catch one even larger. I doubt it. Just watch. I specialize in overcoming all doubts. On the other pirate ship, the astute crew had also noticed the naval warship trailing closely behind them. Lord Munder, we are being pursued by a naval vessel. You imbecile, remember to report accurately. Include the distance of the enemy ship and its size. Do you understand? Yes, Captain. I will remember next time. The Navy had dispatched only one warship, approximately 7 to 8 nautical miles behind them. It was a medium-sized vessel, matching their speed. And unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it should not catch up. That is more like it. Munder nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Since the Navy wishes to pursue, let them. After all, they won't find any reward waiting for them at the end. Captain, are we truly going to ally with the Golden Lion? I believe with your strength, you could easily defeat the 4 emperors and become the Pirate King. A pirate officer seized the opportunity to speak to Mondor. He certainly did not wish for Mondor to join the ranks of the Golden Lion, as he held a position of authority on Mondor's ship. However, should Mondor align himself with the Golden Lion, his status within that crew would undoubtedly regress to that of mere cannon fodder. Mondor, possessing a bounty of 70 million, was no fool. He comprehended the sentiments of his subordinates and sighed inwardly, realizing that these simpletons, even if not explicitly articulated, grasped the underlying truth. Becoming the Pirate King was no trifling matter. We may not even be able to contend with a naval major. And the 4 emperors of the New World are impervious to the admirals of the Navy. To defeat them and ascend to the title of Pirate King is an arduous endeavor. It is far wiser to seek refuge beneath a grand tree and relish the spoils of life. Chapter 192. The Golden Lion emerges. It is not necessarily a good thing that the warship has grown larger, Pakistan remarked, gazing at the distant pirate ship. He was eager for a confrontation, yet the warship could not catch up to the pirate vessel, and those pirates were rather cowardly, unwilling to halt and engage in battle. Had it been their previous smaller warship, its swifter speed might have enabled them to pursue the enemy more effectively. No matter. Colonel Corinth observed the pirate ship ahead with a faint smile. Our ship possesses more supplies. If they wish to continue fleeing, their endurance will not outlast ours. Once they seek a place to land, we shall strike. Moreover, it is possible that the Mondor pirate crew may, over time, grow bolder and desire a confrontation with us. Which would be even better. That is a valid point. But have you noticed that the pirate ship has not deviated from our warship's course? Could they be seeking the Golden Lion? Colonel Norse suddenly interjected. Corinth replied, indeed, they may very well be in search of the Golden Lion. The Mondor pirate crew might be intent on joining his ranks. Should we inform Captain Rocky of this development? Pakistan glanced back at Rocky, who was leisurely fishing by the railing. No need, Colonel Corrant gently shook his head. Previously, Brigadier Rocky stated he could handle the Golden Lion. So even if this batch of pirates were to ally themselves with him, it would not significantly impact our forthcoming operations. Indeed, our captain is truly formidable, Pakistan remarked sincerely. Thus, the warship continued its pursuit of the pirate crew across the vast ocean. 2 days later, aboard the pirate ship, discontent echoed among the members of the Mondor pirate crew. Many officers urged the captain to engage in battle with the naval warship trailing them. The relentless feeling of being pursued was profoundly frustrating. However, Mondor firmly dismissed their suggestions. As time passed, noon arrived, and the clouds dissipated, revealing a clear sky. In the distance, amidst the horizon of sea and sky, a floating island ship came into view. Captain, look! The flying island ship of the Golden Lion. Upon witnessing this scene, the pirates stationed aboard the ship hastily rushed to the cabin to inform Mondor. A colossal vessel floated effortlessly in the sky, truly deserving of the illustrious reputation of the Golden Lion. Mondor gazed enviously at the majestic ship suspended above him, yearning for a potent devil fruit of his own. Alas, such treasures are elusive and rarely encountered. His desire to join the Golden Lion stemmed from this very aspiration, for within a formidable pirate crew, the likelihood of obtaining a powerful devil fruit is significantly heightened. Quickly, my lads, steer our ship closer to the Golden Lion's vessel. Let us signal him at once. He must be able to see us, he commanded. After issuing his orders, Mondor turned to glance at the naval warship that clung stubbornly to their trail, now approximately 3 to 4 nautical miles away from his pirate ship. Humph, dare to pursue me? Soon enough, I shall ensure your ship meets its doom. On the main mast of the warship, the vigilant naval soldiers also caught sight of the Golden Lion's ship in the distant sky. Upon receiving the news, Rocky immediately set aside his current tasks and seized the standard-issue longsword provided by his department, making his way to the second level of the warship. Krista followed closely behind him, both faces solemn and prepared for battle. Inside the vessel, the Golden Lion sat regally upon a throne designed specifically for him, surrounded by numerous instruments and bustling meteorological experts. My Lord Golden Lion, one of his subordinates reported, a warship is in pursuit of a pirate ship below, and the latter has sent out a distress signal. Oh, the Golden Lion tilted his head to observe the scene displayed by the instruments. Casually picking up an empty Sky Island sound shell, a unique shell capable of recording sound. He then carelessly tossed the sound shell out of the ship. Watching as it floated down towards the pirate vessel, the sound shell wobbled as it descended, eventually caught securely by Mondor. A shell? Mondor pondered, 3 question marks seemingly hovering above his head, utterly baffled by the Golden Lion's decision to drop a mere shell. What does this mean? He glanced around at his fellow pirates, who, like him, had never ventured to the Sky Island and were unaware of the significance of the sound shell. On the ship, the Golden Lion observed the scene aboard the pirate vessel through an instrument. That fool doesn't know how to use a sound shell, he scoffed. However, he understood. After all, most people had never set foot on a Sky Island, with many believing it to be merely a mythical realm rather than a tangible reality. My Lord Golden Lion, we have discovered something. A subordinate approached, holding up a bounty notice, one for Mondor. A bounty of 70 million, which is quite substantial even in paradise. The Golden Lion nodded, contemplating the possibility of extending a gesture of goodwill by taking the distressed Mondor under his wing. He then floated gracefully down towards the pirate ship. His golden form was unmistakable, drawing the attention of both the Navy and the pirates alike. The sight of him soaring freely through the air was a source of envy for many, yet the presence of this figure instilled fear in all except Rocky and Krista. The Golden Lion had made his appearance. Rocky felt his breath quicken and his heart race, excitement coursing through him. The Golden Lion, a legendary pirate. What a remarkable feat it would be to have him perish by his own hands. Mondor, look, that warship has turned around. Could it be that the commander aboard is a fool? One of Mondor's crew members noticed the warship still tailing the pirate vessel and couldn't help but chuckle, eager to share the observation with the others. Upon hearing this, Mondor turned to glance at the pursuing warship, momentarily at a loss for words. In his view, the commander of that warship was not merely foolish, he was undoubtedly a fool. The Golden Lion, a figure whom even the admirals of the Navy could not contend with. This fool dares to pursue. Firstly, I am not a eunuch. Writing this book was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. To be honest, my skills are lacking. What I initially envisioned as an intriguing tale has turned out rather mediocre. Currently, I am in my third year of university, majoring in software engineering, and I do not intend to pursue further studies. Therefore, I must prepare to seek an internship. Yet I am rather inexperienced and have missed the opportunity to secure a summer internship. Consequently, I am now focused on my studies and preparation for the autumn recruitment, which has left me with little time to write, resulting in infrequent updates. If I manage to find a job during the autumn recruitment, my time will be even more limited, as my prospective role as a programmer often entails long hours. The notorious 996 work culture is indeed prevalent in my field. Thus, I am eager to conclude this book swiftly. This is crucial, as leaving everyone hanging is rather uncomfortable. This book lacks a formal outline. I write as inspiration strikes. However, I anticipate it will be approximately 700,000 to 800,000 words. The recent introduction of the floating fruit is acceptable, as the protagonist initially gains rapid advancement with the aid of a system. Bestowing the floating fruit upon him at that stage would be excessively advantageous, as the protagonist faces off against the creatures of the new world. Adding a floating fruit buff would indeed enhance the challenge, wouldn't it? I expect to finish this book within a month. Although it feels rushed, I have included in the synopsis that, aside from achieving invincibility, I will strive to deliver everything else. Thus, today's update will still come in the evening. I have been studying all day and have not been slacking off in my writing. Chapter 193. The battle begins. The Golden Lion descended upon Mondor's ship, and all the pirates under Mondor's command watched him with palpable tension. This legendary pirate, clad predominantly in golden hues, exuded no menacing aura at this moment, resembling rather a neighborly elder. The Golden Lion's feet were his two famed swords, making it quite inconvenient for him to stand. Thus, he instinctively settled himself upon the pedestal beneath the mast. "You must be the captain of this ship," the Golden Lion remarked, observing Mondor, whose attire distinctly set him apart from the rest. "Indeed, Lord Golden Lion, I am Mondor, with a bounty of 70 million berries," Mondor replied promptly, bowing respectfully. He quickly glanced at the Golden Lion, relieved to see no sign of disdain on his face, and he fabricated a response. "In my youth, I often heard tales of your greatness. I have long admired you, and this opportunity is to join your ranks. I wish to assist you in becoming the king of these seas." "You admire me?" The Golden Lion's heart swelled with delight at Mondor's words, a smile spreading across his face. What a straightforward declaration. It has been 20 years since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. You, lad, are quite perceptive. Upon hearing these words, Mondor's face immediately brightened with a sincere smile, his heart racing with anticipation as he gazed at the Golden Lion. "However, the weakling is of little consequence to me. To join my ranks, you must prove your worth," the Golden Lion remarked, his smile fading slightly. Although he was in need of recruits, he preferred quality over quantity. Indeed, Mondor thought to himself with a bitter smile, yet his expression remained cheerful. He pointed towards the warship relentlessly pursuing the pirate ship. "Once that vessel catches up, I shall deal with it. What do you think of this plan?" "What is the rank of the commander of that warship?" the Golden Lion casually inquired. "A Navy Brigadier General," Mondor promptly replied. "A Brigadier General?" the Golden Lion scoffed. "Such a lowly rank can be dispatched with a mere flick of my foot. It's utterly pathetic. You see, Lord Golden Lion, that officer is actually a Brigadier General from the Navy headquarters, far superior to a typical base commander," Mondor fabricated with ease. The distance between the warship and the pirate ship was too great. Although they had telescopes, they could only discern that Haki was a Brigadier General without seeing his face and had no idea whether he was from the headquarters or another base. However, at this moment, Mondor felt he had no choice but to spin a tale to secure his place under the Golden Lion. Fortunately, he was bold enough to boast before him without feeling significant pressure. The Golden Lion furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, said, "We'll see how you perform." Upon hearing this, Mondor exhaled deeply, relaxing his tightly clenched fists. He turned to glance at the approaching warship, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. The path to wealth and glory hinged on this very moment. If he could eliminate this warship, he would secure his place in the Golden Lion's airborne pirate crew, indulging in a life of luxury and pleasure under his command. This was exhilarating. Mondor could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in battle. Before long, the warship caught up to the anchored pirate ship. Due to the unique circumstances of this confrontation, Haki refrained from ordering an early bombardment. As the two sides closed the distance, Mondor and the other pirates finally caught a clear glimpse of Haki and his crew. This Navy Brigadier General looked somewhat familiar, Mondor thought as he scrutinized Haki. He felt a sense of déjà vu, but could not place where he had seen him before. At this moment, the arrow was on the string and could not be held back. He drew his long knife, a fierce grin stretching across his face. "You foolish fool. Do you not see that Lord Golden Lion has already graced my ship with his presence? How dare you pursue us?" With his knife pointed at Rocky, Mondor declared, "Since you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Come on, what are you waiting for? Others have already declared war." Rocky glanced at the three companions standing beside him. Finally, it is my turn to take action." Upon hearing Rocky's command, Bacchus couldn't help but laugh heartily, propelling himself from the second deck of the warship directly onto the pirate ship. Colonel Krent and Colonel Noir silently followed suit, leaping towards the pirate vessel alongside Bacchus. "Come on, you scoundrel. How dare you call Captain Rocky a fool? If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I would lose all face for following the great Rocky." Bacchus landed firmly on the deck of the pirate ship and immediately launched an assault on Mondor. As the hulking figure of Bacchus charged towards him, Mondor scoffed, casting a nonchalant glance at Rocky and mocking, "You truly are foolish. With a bounty of 70 million. I hold the lives of naval officers in my hands, and you send a mere lieutenant to confront me? I suspect you are not even a real naval officer. Your brigadier must have been purchased. Whether you can handle him is not for you to decide. It will be revealed through battle. Bacchus, give him a thorough beating." Rocky said calmly. "Understood, Captain Rocky," Bacchus replied in the midst of his charge, his fist, akin to a sandbag, aimed squarely at Mondor's chest. Noticing Bacchus's fist hurtling towards him, Mondor's pupils contracted suddenly. Although the large brute's approach was slow, the speed of his punch was astonishing, loaded with tremendous power. How could this be? Yet, Mondor's reaction was swift. He raised his hand to slice at Bacchus's fist. Clang! With a resounding crack, Bacchus's fist collided with Mondor's blade. Empowered by the armament Haki, Bacchus shattered Mondor's sword and, maintaining his momentum, struck Mondor squarely in the chest. Bang! Mondor was sent reeling by Bacchus's powerful blow. Blood spewing from his mouth as he was thrown backward, crashing through the railing and plunging into the sea, utterly disheveled. Is the pirate with a 70 million bounty really this weak? Can't even withstand a single punch? Bacchus scratched his head in mild disbelief, glancing towards Rocky. Had Mondor not underestimated him, he might have absorbed Bacchus's punch, sustaining injuries, but certainly would not have been reduced to falling into the sea. His initial disdain for Bacchus, viewing him merely as a muscle-bound brute lacking in combat prowess, had led to his downfall. It is important to note that Bacchus is also a prodigious talent, having effortlessly mastered the armament Haki during his time with Rocky. If he lacked potential, the original Blackbeard would never have chosen him as a companion. Chapter 194, The Destruction of Mondor's Pirate Crew. Noticing that Bacchus's gaze was directed towards him, Rocky immediately responded with an encouraging look and gave him a thumbs up. Simultaneously, Colonel Krolant and Colonel Neuer seized the moment of confusion among the pirates and swiftly incapacitated two individuals suspected to be officers of the Mondor pirate crew. Amidst the battle, the audacity to divert attention to trivial matters was astonishing. Do you believe yourselves to be formidable? I cannot fathom how your pirate crew has survived this long, surely. Your bounty does not stem solely from preying on innocent civilians, does it? Colonel Krolant sneered, his foot planted firmly on the face of a pirate as he looked down with disdain. Just moments ago, Mondor had mocked Rocky's rank of brigadier general as a mere purchase. Krolant had held his breath in indignation. After delivering his scornful remarks, he did not wait for the pirate beneath his foot to react, swiftly delivering a kick to the pirate's head, rendering him unconscious. You lot. Colonel Krolant glanced at the remaining pirates, his confidence radiating as he declared, "Let us confront this together." His presence was overwhelming. In contrast, Colonel Neuer, unlike Krolant's flamboyant demeanor, quietly executed his duty, systematically dispatching every pirate within his sight, letting his actions speak volumes. Suddenly, with a tremendous splash, a column of water erupted as Mondor ascended from the sea, leaping back onto the pirate ship. Upon his return, he dared not cast another glance in Rocky's direction, fearing that Rocky would seize upon his recent blunder to humiliate him further. You're quite formidable, aren't you? However, you shall never defeat me. Just now, I was caught off guard and only exerted 70% of my strength, Mondor remarked to Bacchus, before approaching one of his subordinates and snatching the curved sword from his grasp. Oh, upon hearing this, Bacchus's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. I too only exerted 70% of my strength. It seems neither of us has fought at full capacity. This upcoming battle will be exhilarating. At Bacchus's proclamation, Mondor's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart sinking. This behemoth had not fought with his full strength? This cannot be true. How could a mere Navy lieutenant possess such formidable power? No, no, this lieutenant's status must be a ruse. He appears simple-minded, yet he likely harbors cunning schemes. He must have exerted all his strength just now. He seeks to undermine my confidence. I must not fall for his trickery. Mondor mused, concocting scenarios in his mind. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Bakis charged forward, brimming with excitement like a frenzied beast, his imposing stature exuding an aura of invincibility. I can do this. Mondor inhaled deeply, gripping the curved sword tightly as he leapt from his position, descending with ferocity towards the oncoming Bakis, his blade poised with unparalleled might. Die. As Mondor plummeted from above, Bakis assessed the force of the impending attack, raising his right hand to shield his head, his arm instantly enveloped in the armor of Haki. Clang. Mondor's heavy blade struck down upon Bakis' robust arm, the immense force driving Bakis' limb downward by several centimeters. Yet, with his extraordinary strength, Bakis resisted the tremendous pressure, halting the descent of his arm. You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? A glimmer of fury flashed in Bakis' eyes as he clenched his left fist and unleashed another powerful punch aimed at Mondor's chest. Suspended in midair, Mondor could not employ the moon steps like Rocky, and with Bakis' punch coming at such velocity, evasion was impossible. With a resounding thud, Bakis' fist struck Mondor, sending his body hurtling backward like a severed kite. Bang! Mondor crashed through the wooden hull, tumbling inside the ship's cabin, coughing violently. He could not suppress the blood that surged forth, his chest feeling as though it had been struck by a leviathan, an excruciating pain enveloping him. He stared at Bakis in horror, a wave of regret washing over him. It dawned on him that he had been the one boasting. While this colossal figure was genuinely formidable, fuming at Mondor's treachery, Bakis charged forward, navigating the debris of the shattered wooden planks until he located Mondor. Grasping Mondor by the neck with a single hand, he lifted him effortlessly. With a mere twist, Mondor's life could be extinguished. After securing Mondor, Bakis rained down several punches upon him, each strike landing with brutal force, leaving Mondor incapacitated, motionless like a lifeless dog. Rocky, I've dealt with this fellow, Bakis announced, turning to Rocky with a beaming countenance. Well done. Rocky replied with a smile and a nod of approval. Satisfied, Bakis retrieved handcuffs from his person and secured them onto Mondor before unceremoniously tossing him onto the naval vessel, where soldiers promptly arrived to bind and detain him. During Bakis' confrontation with Mondor, Colonel Clint and Colonel Noyle had also subdued the other suspected officers aboard the pirate ship. You lot, Colonel Clint exclaimed, stepping on the chest of a pirate officer as he surveyed the advancing pirate henchman. Surrender, and you may yet live. Resist, and I cannot guarantee I won't accidentally take a life in the fray. Yield, you have no escape. Colonel Noyle echoed, halting his assault to address the pirates. Ha ha ha, your captain is no match for me. Do you truly wish to resist? Bakis cracked his massive knuckles menacingly. The pirates trembled, instinctively assessing the disparity in power between the two sides, realizing that resistance was futile. After all, the naval vessel was brimming with soldiers, and the rear admiral had yet to make his move. If Golden Lion did not intervene on their behalf, they had no glimmer of hope for victory. The pirates under Mondor's command looked toward Golden Lion, their eyes pleading. Clapping his hands, Golden Lion rose to his feet, exclaiming, "What a splendid capture performance! Well done, Navy." The Golden Lion ascended into the air, showing no intention of rescuing the Mondo pirates. Chapter 195, The Golden Lion Strikes. As the Golden Lion ascended coldly, despair enveloped the pirates aboard the ship. They did not dare to voice their complaints, for such actions would lead to swifter death. The atmosphere grew quiet, both parties tacitly refraining from speech. Suddenly, a blade clattered onto the deck, shattering the silence. I surrender, declared the pirate who had dropped his weapon, raising his hands as he approached Captain Colonel Krelt and his companions. Instantly, the other pirates, disheartened, discarded their weapons and followed suit towards the Navy. Surrendering to the Navy? The Golden Lion, suspended in the air, regarded the pirates' actions with disdain. He reached out to touch the mast of the pirate ship. To be a pirate without the resolve to die in battle is utterly pathetic. With a flick of his hand, the entire pirate ship soared into the sky. Captain Buggy, Colonel Krelt, and Lieutenant Noyle reacted swiftly, leaping back to their warship. You are not true pirates. Allow me to show you the terror of genuine piracy. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, flipping his right hand, causing the pirate ship to tilt dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. Many pirates, caught unawares, plunged into the sea, while a fortunate few managed to hold on tightly and remain suspended on the ship. Unfortunately, the Golden Lion had no intention of granting them respite. He swiftly waved his hand, sending the airborne pirate ship into a violent sway. Soon, all pirates aboard the vessel found themselves falling into the sea. Farewell. The Golden Lion extended his index finger, swiftly pointing downward, and the suspended pirate ship plummeted toward the ocean at an astonishing speed. Run. The pirates who had just fallen into the water either swam desperately outward or plunged beneath the waves. Boom. The energy from the ship's descent exceeded all expectations, crashing into the sea with a force that created towering waves. Countless pirates were knocked unconscious, succumbing to the depths. However, a fortunate few managed to evade this onslaught. Just then, the Golden Lion extended his hand upward once more, and the severely damaged pirate ship, now barely intact, began to ascend again. What an exemplary fleet of the Navy, the Golden Lion mused, casting his gaze toward Captain Rocky's warship. You are a disciple of Zephyr, are you not? The Golden Lion inquired, looking down upon Rocky. Rocky nodded. The disciple of an old acquaintance. I must see you off. As the words left the lips of the Golden Lion, he gestured towards the warship, and the remnants of the pirate ship immediately soared towards it. Though the vessel lay in ruins, its remains were still quite formidable. Despite being significantly smaller than the warship, a direct collision could inflict considerable damage, potentially leading to its immediate submersion. Bang! Whoosh! The silhouette of Rocky vanished from the second level of the battleship, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended into the air. With a graceful step reminiscent of the moonwalk, he propelled himself towards the impending wreckage of the pirate ship. This time, he wielded two swords. With a swift motion, the sharp gleam of his blades sliced through the air, cleaving the airborne remnants of the pirate vessel into several pieces. The great tornado of the essence of wind. Rocky wielded a long sword in each hand, and with a graceful flourish, he summoned a tempest in the air. A mighty whirlwind emerged, intercepting the debris from the pirate ship that had been hurled towards him, sweeping it away into the distance. As the force of the whirlwind gradually waned, the remnants of the pirate vessel fell, creating considerable splashes in the water. Yet they had drifted far enough from the warship to pose little threat. Rocky's recent maneuvers swiftly quelled the unrest among the troops. As the soldiers aboard the warship gazed up in admiration at him, who stood poised in midair. Not bad for a young lad, Golden Lion remarked. Observing Rocky's graceful suspension above the ground with the moonwalk technique, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. A seasoned observer, he could discern that Rocky was merely in his 20s. Yet possessed such formidable prowess, indicating a rare talent coupled with diligent training. Zephyr has indeed nurtured another fine seedling. Golden Lion extended his right hand towards Rocky, proposing, Young man, would you care to accompany me and become my right-hand man? Together, we could reign over this world. Rocky chuckled lightly in response. This sentiment sounds oddly familiar. Didn't you express something similar to Roger over 2 decades ago? Upon hearing this, Golden Lion's expression darkened. He was taken aback that Rocky was aware of the events from over 20 years prior, yet his astonishment was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by a surge of anger. Unable to restrain himself, he lifted his hand to touch the ship's helm embedded in his skull. On rainy days, a dull ache would plague him, and over the years, he had sensed a transformation in both his temperament and intellect, all stemming from the Battle of Ightwall over 2 decades ago. Prior to that fateful battle, Golden Lion had invited Roger to join him as a partner, but Roger's refusal ignited the conflict that would lead to the Battle of Ightwall. Rocky's words unmistakably conveyed a rejection of his goodwill, executed with a rather crude use of illusion. Then you may perish, roared the Golden Lion, as he raised his right foot and unleashed a fierce kick directed at the location of Rocky's ship. With a swift motion, a razor-sharp sword aura surged forth, cleaving the very sea beneath it. Numerous unfortunate fish met their demise as they swam unsuspectingly into its path. Witnessing the ferocity of the Golden Lion's attack, Rocky felt a pang of despondency. In terms of sheer strength, he was no match for the Golden Lion, who wielded his blade with his foot. It seemed that within the theatrical realm of the Pirate King, Luffy's protagonist Halo was overwhelmingly potent. Previously, Rocky could effortlessly defeat Zoro, and likely posed a similar threat to Luffy. However, with the passage of time and a slight enhancement of his own abilities, Rocky still found himself lacking the confidence to overcome the Golden Lion solely through brute force. Fortunately, Rocky possessed the divine skill of unerring swordsmanship, granting him a fighting chance against the Golden Lion. Chapter 196, The Golden Lion's Isolation. The dual swords in Rocky's hands trembled slightly, instantly enveloped in the armor of Haki. Whoosh! Rocky vanished from the second tier of the warship, and in the blink of an eye, ascended into the air. Stop right there. With his twin swords crossed, Rocky intercepted the furious sword energy slashing towards him. Even before contact, the chilling blade of wind howled, akin to a lacerating knife. Sizzle! Rocky intercepted the slash, forcefully pushing it backward. The residual force of the strike was substantial, showing no signs of abating. This was anticipated by Rocky, who promptly reduced the strength of his right hand while amplifying the force of his left. After all, the slash was rigid and unyielding. Under Rocky's guidance, it slightly altered its trajectory. His maneuver relied on finesse rather than brute strength, lacking the dramatic flair of Whitebeard's 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jaws, who had bravely withstood Mihawk's strike during the Summit War. However, it proved to be more efficient. Although the blade's energy veered off course, it still had a considerable distance to travel before reaching the warship, allowing the attack to graze past the vessel. Boom! The blade of energy sliced through the sea's surface, continuing until it weakened at the horizon, showcasing the might of the Golden Lion. Excellent, it's been thwarted. The naval soldiers aboard the warship exhaled in relief. The earlier display of the energy slash had been utterly astonishing, something they had never witnessed before, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with fear, devoid of any urge to resist. All hands, set sail and depart from this place, commanded Colonel Clint in a booming voice. What? Captain Rocky is still fighting here. How can we leave first? Protested Bucky, the first to voice dissent. This is the order from Brigadier General Rocky, and I am merely relaying it. Colonel Clint surveyed the crew, recognizing the perilous situation. The residual effects of the battle could devastate the warship. They had to leave immediately, lest they hinder Brigadier General Rocky's efforts. Though reluctant, the soldiers aboard the warship had to concede that their presence would be of no assistance to Rocky's battle. They had already fulfilled their duty by calling for reinforcements from the nearest naval base, though that had proven futile. After issuing his command, Krista leaped from the second level of the warship, landing on a large piece of debris from the pirate ship that had just been destroyed. Initially, 2 pirates who had miraculously survived and crawled onto the plank were swiftly dispatched by Krista upon her arrival. On board the warship, Colonel Clint and Bucky observed Krista's descent onto the debris, realizing her intention was to stay and support Rocky. They dared not intervene, knowing that no one could change Krista's resolve but Rocky himself, so they refrained from futile efforts. Meanwhile, Rocky in the air sighed in relief. Ah, it's been blocked. A faint smile crept across the Golden Lion's face, revealing a hint of unexpected delight. Very good, he clapped his hands and remarked, let's continue. However, before the Golden Lion could finish his sentence, Rocky had already activated his moonwalk technique, propelling himself toward him. You dare to strike at me? The Golden Lion was momentarily taken aback by Rocky's advance. Why is it acceptable for you to attack while I must remain passive? You are but an outdated relic of the past. With a resounding shout, Rocky confronted the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. In terms of momentum, he not only held his ground, but seemed to surpass the Golden Lion's formidable presence. Truly, such youthful audacity. The Golden Lion couldn't help but reflect on this. Yet he refrained from countering Rocky's advance, remaining suspended in midair, calmly awaiting the onslaught. An opportunity. Without hesitation, Rocky unleashed his unerring swordsmanship, targeting the neck of the Golden Lion. In an instant, he appeared before the beast, both swords drawn. Too slow. The Golden Lion, observing the blades approaching, had already formed a judgment regarding Rocky's prowess. He effortlessly discerned that Rocky aimed to strike at his neck, yet he made no effort to thwart the attack. Instead, he casually leaned aside. However, do not be deceived by the lioness' nonchalance. This slight shift was surely enough to evade Rocky's meticulously prepared lethal strike. Yet, just as the Golden Lion began to twist his body, Rocky's dual swords altered their trajectory. The lion's pupils dilated in surprise, secretly commending Rocky for this unexpected maneuver, and he hastened to evade with a significant burst of speed. But to his astonishment, the trajectory of Rocky's swords continued to shift. The Golden Lion's eyes widened as he abruptly activated his abilities, accelerating his evasive action. Still, Rocky's blades remained steadfast in their pursuit. Akin to 2 dragons playing with a pearl, with the swords representing the dragons and the lion's neck as the coveted pearl. The Golden Lion felt as if he were encountering a specter. Ultimately, with no avenue left for escape, he hastily resorted to using his armed Haki for defense. Clang! Clang! Rocky's dual blades struck the neck of the Golden Lion, instantly leaving 2 crimson lines across his throat. However, These were merely superficial wounds. The Golden Lion, having navigated the seas for many years, wielded an overwhelming mastery of armament Haki that rendered Rocky's blades ineffective. Missing his mark, Rocky swiftly retreated, employing moonwalk, his heart heavy with regret. This decisive sword technique had drained over half of his stamina, yet it merely startled the Golden Lion, if it could even be deemed a fright. Ah, if only the Golden Lion had been a tad slower, perhaps burdened by senility. Not a bad effort, the Golden Lion remarked, his murderous intent bubbling to the surface as he examined the wounds on his neck. He mused that had he faced Rocky at the latter's age, he would have easily subdued him. Now it's your turn, he bellowed, raising his leg to unleash a flurry of 4 strikes against the ocean below. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The formidable sword energy cleaved through the water's surface, creating a square-shaped opening of over 10,000 square feet. In that instant, the Golden Lion plunged downward, descending into the fissure his sword strikes had carved in the sea. With a swift lateral kick, he dislodged a massive volume of water from the ocean, then quickly extended his hand to control it. The enormous body of water began to levitate at his command. Lion's might, water vortex, he roared. The suspended mass of water morphed into the shape of a lion, ferociously charging toward Rocky. What does he intend? Rocky pondered, unable to decipher the Golden Lion's maneuver. Despite the massive volume of the water, it posed no threat to him. The colossal water lion surged toward Rocky, detonating upon impact, drenching him thoroughly. Is he not a devil fruit user? The Golden Lion stared in disbelief at Rocky, who remained suspended in midair despite being soaked. It was utterly confounding that Rocky had managed to strike him without the aid of a devil fruit ability. The Golden Lion furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. Having traversed the seas for years, he had encountered countless storms and tempests. Yet he could not fathom how Rocky had accomplished such a feat. He dismissed the notion that Rocky's superior observation Haki had enabled his remarkable performance. After all, at such a young age, one should not possess such profound mastery. Could it be that I am truly out of touch with the times? Chapter 197, The Assault. Certainly. The momentary withdrawal of the Golden Lion was fleeting. He observed Rocky, drenched and appearing utterly fatigued, and understood that the extraordinary technique Rocky had just employed had significantly drained his energy. This realization brought a smile to his face, making him feel considerably more at ease. At that moment, Rocky also came to comprehend the Golden Lion's previous actions and promptly dismissed them from his mind. However, as Rocky turned his gaze back, he noticed a small sailing vessel emerging on the distant horizon. Golden Lion, do you see who approaches from behind? Rocky inquired of him. Oh. The Golden Lion pivoted to gaze at the small sailboat on the horizon. He was supremely confident in his own abilities and harbored no fear of a surprise attack. As he turned, he confirmed that indeed, a small sailboat was making its way toward them, yet it remained far enough that even its flag was barely discernible. Rocky had no intention of allowing the Golden Lion to scrutinize his movements. He merely sought to seize the moment when the Golden Lion's attention waned to launch another assault. Rocky swiftly appeared beside the Golden Lion, drawing forth his twin blades once more. The Golden Lion slowly turned, choosing not to evade. As his feet danced in a flurry, engaging Rocky in a fierce battle, the air resonated with the clashing of swords, slicing through the clouds above, leaving traces of human artistry in their wake. After a bout of combat, Rocky leveraged his momentum to spring back, gasping for breath. He had discerned that the Golden Lion's prowess and speed and footwork surpassed his own, though not to an insurmountable degree. This indicated that in their confrontation, the Golden Lion's advantages lay in his masterful use of armament Haki and observation Haki. Indeed, resorting to that method was disheartening. Rocky sighed inwardly, yet resolutely exchanged for a stamina fruit within the system. Kid, you possess considerable strength, yet you cannot best me. Do you truly wish to stubbornly continue this fight? The Golden Lion, with an air of bravado, extended his right hand in a second invitation. Join me as my right-hand man, and I shall nurture your talents. How touching. Rocky replied, a smile gracing his lips, yet his tone remained earnest. Golden Lion, I appreciate your admiration, and you are indeed a magnanimous pirate. However, a pirate is still a pirate, and I am a Navy man. We are inherently at odds. Such a foolhardy individual, refusing to see reality. The Golden Lion shook his head. I wouldn't shed a tear even if I were placed in a coffin. Enough of this chatter. Let us commence with her. Before he finished speaking, he plummeted towards the sea, his target unmistakably the silent companion of Rocky, Krista, standing upon a wooden plank. You, a legendary pirate. Could you not show some decency? Preying on a woman is beneath you. Rocky shouted, propelling himself downwards with moonwalk. I am a pirate, a true pirate. Do you think you can reason with one? The golden lion laughed heartily. Krista gazed up at the descending golden lion, displaying no hint of anxiety or fear. Calmly, she made her decision. As the wood beneath her feet splintered, she surged forward to meet the golden lion head-on. What? The golden lion furrowed his brow. This young woman was charging towards him rather than fleeing? If that is the case, I might as well send her on her way early. The golden lion swung his sword with fervor. However, his preparation was lacking, rendering him unable to unleash his full might. Nonetheless, he employed his formidable observation Haki to ensure his strike would land squarely upon Krista. In an instant, Krista found herself before the golden lion. And as the lethal slash approached, she clenched her fist to meet it head-on. With the augmentation of armament Haki, her fist collided with the sword's aura. In that moment of impact, Krista's body twisted with remarkable agility, and then, suddenly releasing her grip, she allowed the temporarily halted strike to graze her form, cleaving through the ocean with a powerful force. Having immersed herself in the Navy's 6 powers for years, Krista had mastered them to a level of profound understanding. Even grasping the concept of life return, her control over her body was so refined that she could execute nearly any inhuman posture. In a remarkable display of agility, she evaded the slash while propelling herself skyward with the moonwalk, delivering a kick just as she reached the height of the golden lion. At that moment, Haki, who had been relentlessly pursuing the golden lion, arrived as well, drawing his twin swords to strike at the golden lion. This showcased the extraordinary synergy between him and Krista. Surrounded by foes, the golden lion remained undaunted, instantly enveloping his vital points with armament Haki as he directed his feet towards Haki and Krista. With a resounding impact, Krista's kick struck the golden lion's neck. Haki struck the helmet atop the golden lion's head with his twin swords. Meanwhile, the golden lion executed an aerial split, each of his feet landing blows on Haki and Krista. In the next moment, the golden lion cradled his head in despair, plummeting helplessly toward the vast sea below. The airborne ship became unstable and began its descent as well. Just moments prior, Haki's peculiar sword strike was not intended to sever the helmet atop the golden lion's head. Rather, it merely served to transmit a jarring vibration into the golden lion's skull. The golden lion clutched his head in agony. His overwhelming conqueror's Haki suddenly surging forth, sweeping across the surroundings with ferocity, causing distant seagulls to falter and plummet toward the ocean. As he descended, cold sweat enveloped his forehead, and an unusual pain throbbed in his head, nearly rendering him unconscious. Instinctively, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki to intimidate his adversaries, preventing them from delivering a finishing blow. The might of the golden lion's conqueror's Haki was formidable, causing both Haki and Krista to momentarily freeze, failing to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Particularly Haki, whose head buzzed from the experience. He had always been the one to intimidate others with his conqueror's Haki and had never before felt the weight of a more powerful Haki bearing down on him, leaving him utterly stunned. As the golden lion approached the ocean's surface, he finally opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Instantly, his falling body, along with the ship that had been accelerating downward, halted. Surviving was a stroke of fortune. The golden lion gasped for breath, relishing the beauty of life. In the distance, aboard a small sailboat, Blackbeard and Shiryu gazed at the sky in disbelief as the golden lion was struck down by Haki and Krista. Blackbeard, in particular, was astonished. Having witnessed the golden lion's prowess during his time on the Whitebeard's ship, he knew that the man in his prime was nearly equal to Whitebeard himself. Yet, in this moment, even without his legs, he should not have been so easily defeated. But here lay the undeniable truth before them. Despite their astonishment, the prevailing emotions for Blackbeard and Shiryu were joy. They had initially intended to join the Golden Lion's fleet, but given the current circumstances, it appeared he was not as formidable as they had presumed. Instead of aligning with him, they contemplated his demise, aiming to seize the float fruit using the powers of the dark fruit, thus establishing their own airborne pirate crew. Instantly, a gleam ignited in Blackbeard and Shiryu's eyes. Chapter 198, The Performance of Blackbeard Whoosh. The pain has returned. The golden lion, clutching his head, flailed about like a headless fly, his conqueror's Haki erupting chaotically around him. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through his mind, rendering him incapable of rallying his spirits. The golden lion was reaching his limits. They had to act swiftly. Otherwise, if his corpse fell into the sea, the power of the fruit would escape immediately. Blackbeard was in a state of urgency. Typically, When a devil fruit user perishes, their powers do not immediately detach from their body, allowing Blackbeard to utilize the abilities of the dark fruit to extract the essence of the fallen fruit and recreate a new devil fruit. However, should the body of the user fall into the sea, the ocean's rejection of devil fruit abilities would cause the powers to instantaneously reincarnate into another fruit, thus thwarting Blackbeard's intentions. "Let us go," Blackbeard exclaimed, grasping Shiryu with one hand while the other summoned a swirling darkness that voraciously consumed the air. Moments later, Blackbeard and Shiryu soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the dark mist enveloping Blackbeard's feet was continuously expelling high-pressure air currents, propelling them aloft. Having coveted the dark fruit for many years, Blackbeard had meticulously charted its developmental trajectory, despite never having obtained it until now. With a newfound necessity for flight, he had ingeniously devised this technique. As Blackbeard and Shiryu ascended, Rocky immediately took notice. "Damn, that pure darkness. It must be Blackbeard and Shiryu," Rocky muttered in disbelief. Feeling a surge of frustration, he had anticipated this outcome, knowing that Blackbeard and Shiryu would inevitably seek the Golden Lion. Yet, the probability of their direct encounter seemed exceedingly slim. "I cannot allow Blackbeard to reap the rewards after I have painstakingly weakened the Golden Lion." Rocky gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Krista beside him. The two exchanged a knowing nod. Boom, boom. Krista's figure erupted with energy as she launched toward the Golden Lion's current position. Rocky swallowed the stamina fruit he had previously exchanged for and followed suit. The Golden Lion was in a state of mental collapse, the excruciating pain in his mind preventing him from attaining clarity. Nevertheless, his instinct for survival remained intact, prompting him to evade danger through erratic movements. Though Rocky and Krista's moonwalks were formidable, the aerial domain ultimately belonged to the Golden Lion, rendering them unable to catch up. "Ha ha ha, we meet again, Navy brat." The distant, boisterous laughter of Blackbeard heralded his arrival with eager anticipation. "Last time, you scoundrel, you thwarted my efforts. Fortune shifts. And this time, victory shall be mine. Ha ha ha." As Blackbeard's words echoed, he extended his left hand towards Rocky and Krista, conjuring a long pillar of dark mist that surged towards them with astonishing speed. Instantly, both Rocky and Krista sensed an immense threat, prompting them to swiftly evade together. Boom. The dark mist column unleashed a tremendous explosion upon impact. Fortunately, Rocky and Krista reacted swiftly enough to evade the blast, or else they would have been caught in the fierce detonation. It seems that scoundrel Blackbeard has indeed developed his devil fruit powers quite well. Loki gazed intently at the sight of the recent explosion, gritting his teeth in silence. The technique employed by Blackbeard was likely a manipulation of darkness, allowing him to consume and compress the air, subsequently releasing it to create an explosive force akin to Bartholomew Kuma's Ursa's shock. Seizing the opportunity while Loki and Krista were momentarily incapacitated, Blackbeard and Shiryu unleashed a powerful jet of air directed toward the Golden Lion. Sensing imminent danger, the Golden Lion continued to evade. However, Blackbeard was not like Loki. He possessed the means to restrain his foe. "Cease your movements, old man," Blackbeard commanded, extending his right hand, which promptly manifested a swirling vortex of darkness. Dark water. This technique was a unique ability of the dark fruit, capable of drawing in its user from a distance with formidable gravitational force. Any user of such powers found it impossible to escape this pull and could only endure it. Ace had once fallen victim to this very tactic. At the moment the dark vortex formed on Blackbeard's hand, the Golden Lion's momentum faltered significantly, his advance obstructed greatly. Nevertheless, the Golden Lion pressed on. As Blackbeard remained at a distance, the gravitational force insufficient to halt him entirely. Forward, Loki and Krista swiftly approached Blackbeard and Shiryu, employing the moonwalk technique. "This time, you shall not thwart our plans." Blackbeard cast a glance at the duo before releasing his grip on Shiryu. Long ago, when Blackbeard resolved to seek out the Golden Lion, he and Shiryu had commenced their research into aerial combat techniques. Blackbeard developed methods to harness the power of the air for flight, while Shiryu, leveraging his formidable physical prowess, mastered an aerial walking ability akin to the moonwalk. His earlier insistence on being carried by Blackbeard was a ruse to conceal his strength for a sudden assault. Come. Let us see if you have made any progress these days." Shiryu unsheathed his renowned blade, revealing a bloodthirsty grin towards Loki and Krista. With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, aiming to strike Loki. Damn it! Faced with Shiryu's assault, Loki dared not underestimate the threat and committed himself entirely to the confrontation, while Krista, unable to deter Blackbeard alone, joined forces with Loki to besiege Shiryu. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed heartily upon witnessing Loki and Krista ensnared by Shiryu, his expression reflecting the confidence of a man who had firmly grasped the situation. Come to me. Blackbeard approached the Golden Lion, his gravitational pull intensifying, rendering the Golden Lion unable to resist as it was drawn towards him. This is bad. Rocky watched as Blackbeard caught up with Golden Lion, filled with both anger and frustration, yet utterly powerless to intervene. In the next moment, Blackbeard seized Golden Lion's right hand and unleashed the abilities of the dark fruit, absorbing the powers of the float fruit from Golden Lion. Instantly, the ship in the air became unstable once more, beginning its descent, while the Golden Lion's base far in the East Sea also started to plummet. Golden Lion, perish! Blackbeard bellowed with laughter, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful punch aimed at Golden Lion's neck. Chapter 199, The Awakening of the Golden Lion. With a resounding thud, Blackbeard's fist struck Golden Lion's neck with tremendous force, producing a sharp crack as Golden Lion's head tilted to one side. Following that devastating blow, the previously howling Golden Lion abruptly fell silent. Damn it! Rocky watched this scene, nearly exploding with fury. He had painstakingly managed to weaken the Golden Lion, only for that scoundrel Blackbeard to seize the opportunity. This was not the most infuriating part. What truly gnawed at him was his desire for the float fruit. If Blackbeard were to snatch it away, retrieving it would be akin to scaling a mountain. The float fruit. Shiri also turned to observe Blackbeard confronting the Golden Lion. If all went as expected, the float fruit would fall into Blackbeard's hands and subsequently be passed on to him, making him the next aerial swordmaster. Upon this realization, Shiryu felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress a smile. Blackbeard himself was equally exhilarated. The float fruit was paramount for him to reclaim his standing among the four emperors and pursue his strategic objective of becoming the Pirate King. However, just as Blackbeard was about to erupt in laughter, the Golden Lion twisted his body, directing his gaze at Blackbeard. So it's the brat from the Whitebeard Pirates. You think you can kill me? I am the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's eyes locked onto Blackbeard, a murderous intent boiling within him. And the overpowering conqueror's Haki surged forth. Blackbeard, a man of unwavering will, remained largely unaffected by the Golden Lion's conqueror's Haki. However, the Golden Lion had more than just Haki at his disposal. He swung his legs, launching two renowned swords toward Blackbeard's abdomen. Blackbeard widened his eyes, unleashing a powerful burst of air beneath him, propelling himself upward just in time to evade the Golden Lion's assault. Yet, it seemed that Blackbeard's movements had already been anticipated by the Golden Lion. With a swift motion, the Golden Lion struck Blackbeard's wrist with a resounding thud, causing Blackbeard to wince in pain and loosen his grip, inadvertently releasing the Golden Lion's right hand. The moment Blackbeard relinquished his hold, the power of the float fruit returned to the Golden Lion. The ship that had been plummeting in the distance immediately halted, as did the descent of the Golden Lion's base far away in the East Sea. Stepping aside, the Golden Lion raised his right hand to touch his neck, which had just endured a full-force blow from Blackbeard, resulting in a fracture. He was now completely immobilized, only able to tilt his head. Although the Golden Lion had previously possessed strength at the level of the four emperors, he was still a man, and his body could not compare to the likes of Big Mom or Kaido. It was not surprising that Blackbeard's punch had caused a fracture under such circumstances. Nevertheless, the Golden Lion, through this misfortune, found relief from the pain in his head, regaining clarity of thought. This is no longer your era, Golden Lion. Blackbeard, unaware of the impending doom, mistook the Golden Lion's moment of lucidity for a final flicker of life. He spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally. A new era has dawned. You outdated relics are no longer relevant. You have grown old, your strength diminished, and your fruit's abilities countered by me. How could you believe I cannot kill you? I was merely careless before, Golden Lion. As Blackbeard's voice faded, he extended his right hand towards the Golden Lion, conjuring a dark vortex that exerted a formidable force of attraction upon him. However, this time, the Golden Lion remained suspended in mid-air, resolute as a rock. Now fully aware and adept in the use of the float fruit's abilities, he effortlessly resisted the relatively mild pull. In the next moment, the two renowned swords beneath his feet began to levitate. The Golden Lion gazed at them with fondness, reaching out with both hands to grasp one of each. Instantly, a transformation enveloped him. Those familiar with the Golden Lion's past would recognize that the legendary flying swordsman, who once instilled fear across an era, had returned. Blackbeard, having witnessed the former splendor of the Golden Lion, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting drastically. In this imposing stance, the golden lion resembled a majestic lion, exuding an overwhelming aura that dissuaded even the most audacious from contemplating battle. Blackbeard's countenance darkened with regret. As he grasped the situation, his earlier violent strike to the golden lion's neck had likely restored him from a state of excruciating pain to his former self. Meanwhile, upon observing this remarkable scene, Haki, Chris, and Shiryu instinctively ceased their combat, their attention riveted on the golden lion. The golden lion had returned. Haki scrutinized the dual-wielding swordsman, a shiver coursing through him. The golden lion was once hailed alongside Roger and Whitebeard, his prowess beyond question. Now, with the revival of his dual-sword stance, even if his strength were somewhat inferior to that of the current Whitebeard, it would certainly not be by a significant margin. Blackbeard had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Haki could not help but smile, yet a flicker of concern arose within him. Was the golden lion's formidable demeanor merely a fleeting glimmer before his demise? After all, Blackbeard had already warped the golden lion's head. In the next moment, the golden lion raised his right hand, exerting himself in vain. However, the once bulging, iron-like muscles had now withered significantly, and his skin no longer possessed the youthful tautness it once did. He could not help but feel melancholic. I have indeed aged. But the golden lion lifted his gaze towards the distant Blackbeard, his eyes ablaze with intensity, easily capable of dispatching a wretch like you. In a flash, the golden lion moved. He transformed into a mere shadow, instantly appearing before Blackbeard. Such speed could only be rivaled by the Marine Admiral Kizaru. With a swish, two gleaming arcs of light cut through the air. Blackbeard barely had time to react before two gaping wounds marred his chest, blood gushing forth. Ah, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Upon sustaining injury, Blackbeard instinctively utilized the powers of the dark fruit to absorb damage, resulting in his agonized wails. Not a true man. The golden lion scoffed at Blackbeard's pitiful cries after receiving merely 2 sword strikes, raising his hand to sever Blackbeard's right arm with a single stroke. He refrained from outright slaying Blackbeard, for the humiliation inflicted upon him demanded that this wretch suffer a slow, excruciating demise to satisfy his own sense of retribution. You old fool! Shiryu roared, immediately launching himself towards the golden lion with the moonwalk technique, while Haki and Krista exchanged knowing glances, refraining from intervening. Chapter 200, Blackbeard vs. the Golden Lion. The collaboration between Blackbeard and Shiryu against the Golden Lion was indeed a spectacle to behold. Haki rubbed his hands together in excitement. The clash between Shiryu and the Golden Lion would undoubtedly be a legendary confrontation, and witnessing it firsthand would greatly enhance one's swordsmanship. Do we have any snacks? Haki suddenly glanced at the demure Krista beside him. Yes, Krista gently nodded, a smile gracing her face as she produced a pack of snacks to share with Haki. Merely spectating here is rather exhausting, Haki sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. If he were to descend to the sea, he would miss this thrilling battle. And the distance from the Golden Lion's ship to the battlefield rendered it impractical to watch from there. I shall likely waste this stamina fruit, Haki lamented. When suddenly an idea struck him. Krista, lend me your hand. Haki addressed Krista while sheathed his twin swords, extending his right hand. Krista turned to meet Haki's gaze and immediately understood his intention. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she reached out, embracing his hand and leaning against him. No longer relying on the moonstep to draw power from the air, she clung to Haki, thus conserving her energy. Meanwhile, as Haki conversed with Krista, Shiryu had already advanced to the front of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, filled with arrogance, believed that Shiryu could not possibly surpass him, and did not make any preemptive moves to obstruct him. At the moment Shiryu captured the Golden Lion's attention, Blackbeard reattached his severed right hand to the wound, where dark mist swirled around. He screamed in agony as his severed hand was restored. Golden Lion, the former world's greatest swordsman before Mihawk. I shall see if your famed blade has lost its edge. Shiryu bellowed before launching his attack. Come on, kid, the Golden Lion retorted. And their combat took on a ceremonial air, reminiscent of a junior challenging a senior after a cataclysmic event. In an instant, Shiryu's figure flickered, and he unleashed a slash. This strike traveled at a speed far surpassing that of his previous attacks utilizing the moonstep. As the slash approached the Golden Lion, he nonchalantly waved his right hand. With a whoosh, the blade's light flashed, and the strike shattered upon impact. Child's play, the Golden Lion scoffed, shaking his head. Shiryu was momentarily stunned by the outcome, but quickly grasped the situation. The strength behind his slash had been considerable, and there was no way the Golden Lion could have casually deflected it unless he had used the powers of the float fruit to suspend himself in the air, rendering him unshaken. With this realization, Shiryu regained his confidence, charging towards the golden lion for close combat. Clang! Clang! The two clashed fiercely in the air. Shiryu was completely suppressed by the golden lion, reminiscent of Rocky's earlier battle against him. The experience was far from pleasant. During this time, Blackbeard finally utilized the powers of the dark fruit to fully restore his severed right hand, leaving him utterly exhausted and drained of stamina. Why did that old fool get defeated by a mere Navy brat with such strength? Blackbeard pondered, casting a fleeting glance at the battle between Shiryu and the golden lion before rushing towards the latter. In the meantime, he stole a glance at Rocky and Krista, who were spectating the unfolding drama. In the short span of less than a month since their last encounter, their powers had certainly not grown to a level capable of matching his own, allowing them to observe the struggle from the sidelines. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to act as a fisherman reaping the benefits of the clam and the snipe in conflict. Blackbeard approached Shiryu, extending his right hand to conjure a dark vortex, an immense gravitational force ensnaring the golden lion's movements. However, this proved futile. The golden lion, now in a position of advantage, did not evade. Instead, the pull of Blackbeard's power only accelerated his offensive momentum. Your devil fruit ability is indeed peculiar, the golden lion remarked, noticing Blackbeard's reasserted right hand, his brow furrowing as he turned to attack. With both swords drawn, he charged toward Blackbeard's hands. Silently, the golden lion's blade struck the dark vortex enveloping Blackbeard's hands, their tremendous cutting force immediately devoured by the darkness, leaving Blackbeard unscathed and prepared. Oh, it can even absorb slashes. The golden lion's eyes sparkled with the discovery of a rare treasure as he forcefully altered his sword technique. One blade intercepted the assaulting Shiryu, while the other swept across. Shiryu, advancing from behind, was thwarted by the golden lion's counterattack, while Blackbeard, positioned directly in front of the golden lion, simultaneously absorbed the golden lion's energy with one hand and defended against the attack with the other. Unfortunately, the golden lion's strikes were swift and cunning. In a sudden change of tactics during his horizontal sweep, he thrust forward, landing a blow to Blackbeard's waist. The unexpected pain diminished Blackbeard's gravitational hold, allowing the golden lion to leap and deliver a powerful kick to Blackbeard's chest, sending him sprawling, before turning to confront Shiryu alone. Now that I've discerned your battle patterns, boy, your demise is imminent. The golden lion unleashed a ferocious assault upon Shiryu. Moments later, Blackbeard rejoined the fray, reigniting the fierce clash. Chapter 201. Turning Point. Blackbeard surged forward once more, only for the golden lion to retaliate fiercely, casting him aside to focus on Shiryu. Undeterred, Blackbeard relentlessly charged, attempting various strategies time and again, yet to no avail, only to see Shiryu to sustain minor injuries at the hands of the golden lion. This old coot is remarkably powerful. It seems I must wager my life. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, resolute. From the prior skirmishes, he discerned that unless he risked everything to neutralize the golden lion's floating fruit ability, he and Shiryu stood no chance of overcoming the golden lion in the air. Now, Blackbeard charged again, calling out a warning to Shiryu. While this also indirectly alerted the golden lion, Blackbeard was filled with confidence. If he could break free, triumph would certainly follow. In the next moment, Blackbeard appeared before the golden lion, employing his dark water to actively draw the golden lion toward him. Seeking your own demise, the golden lion countered, thrusting a sword towards Blackbeard's neck. Now's the moment. Blackbeard decisively extended his right hand, aiming to seize the golden lion's approaching legendary blade. However, the golden lion's sword suddenly shifted direction, lunging toward Blackbeard's left chest. This change of trajectory was precisely what Blackbeard had anticipated. He harbors a secret. His vital point lies solely above the neck, while his left chest is of no consequence, for his anatomical structure is unlike that of others. Thus, Blackbeard did not contemplate obstructing the strike from the golden lion. With both hands, he lunged at the golden lion, unleashing a tremendous gravitational pull. Thrust. The golden lion's sword pierced Blackbeard's left chest. Yet simultaneously, Blackbeard successfully grasped him, activating the powers of the dark fruit, absorbing the abilities of the float fruit. Is it truly worth it, young man? The green lion cast a silent gaze at Blackbeard, before swiftly driving his renowned blade into Blackbeard's left chest. Were Blackbeard a normal man, his heart would have been utterly crushed. But he is no ordinary man. Pain, agony. Blackbeard howled desperately. Yet his hands remained firmly clutched around the golden lion's left arm. At that moment, Shiryu, who had been lurking behind the golden lion, arrived. Wielding his sword with only his right hand available to the Golden Lion, with his left arm ensnared by Blackbeard, who had lost the powers of the float fruit. The Golden Lion found himself significantly weakened in the air, unable to utilize his strength effectively. He longed to kick Blackbeard away, but the powerful attraction exerted by Blackbeard rendered him akin to a nail affixed to a magnet, and with his short legs and lack of leverage, escape was impossible. Thus, the Golden Lion was constrained in his battle against Shiryu. After several exchanges, he bore yet another wound. This ignited a vicious cycle. As the injured Golden Lion's strength diminished further, leading to a relentless retreat against Shiryu, and more injuries accumulated upon him. At this rate, I shall perish here. The Golden Lion's mind raced, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope, yet found none. Blackbeard and Shiryu, invigorated by the prospect of victory, felt an exuberant sense of anticipation, exerting themselves even more vigorously against the Golden Lion. However, I believe it is now time for my performance. The voice of Rocky suddenly erupted in the ears of the three, startling them. Blackbeard abruptly turned around to see Rocky and Christo rushing toward him hand in hand. Curse be it! Blackbeard cursed inwardly. Who would that naval brat decide to eliminate first? He quickly contemplated this question in his mind and concluded that the most vulnerable targets were himself and the Golden Lion, as both were utterly preoccupied. The naval brat would undoubtedly choose to strike me first. Blackbeard ground his teeth in frustration, and, just before Rocky could deliver a lethal blow, he released the Golden Lion and retreated to the side, gasping for air, his anger overshadowing even the pain of his injuries. As Blackbeard let go of the Golden Lion, the latter's float fruit abilities returned to him, allowing him to fully engage Shiryu. Just then, Shiryu had been wholly focused on his offensive, leaving his defenses wide open. And he was struck twice by the Golden Lion's swords, leaving his chest in a gruesome state. Fortunately, at that moment, Blackbeard's support arrived, from a distance. He unleashed a column of black mist, directly halting the Golden Lion's ferocious assault on Shiryu. Shiryu seized the opportunity to retreat and regroup beside Blackbeard. However, they soon realized that Rocky and Christo, who had been so vociferous moments ago, had not launched any attacks. They had been deceived. The Golden Lion glanced back at the approaching Rocky and Christo, then at Blackbeard and Shiryu. It was evident that both groups aimed to eliminate him. Yet they had not allied. Truly, heaven was aiding him. Golden Lion, why don't we temporarily join forces to eliminate those two bastards? And then we shall settle our scores? Rocky suggested with a smile directed at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of discomfort. The Golden Lion, was expected to rely on the strength of a mere former member of the Whitebeard Pirates and a former warden of Impel Down? How disgraceful! If word of this spread, where would his dignity reside? Nevertheless, he found himself in a precarious position, with multiple wounds bleeding profusely and a throbbing headache. In such a state, he truly could not contend with Blackbeard and Shiryu, not to mention the ever-watchful Rocky and Christo. Should he falter against Blackbeard and Shiryu? It would not merely be a matter of loss of face. He would become a stepping stone for their rise to fame. Such indignity was intolerable to the Golden Lion. Thus, he turned to Rocky and spoke, "Your calculations are astute, but I shall agree to your proposal this time." Blackbeard and Shiryu, standing nearby, gritted their teeth in disbelief. How could the two factions that had just clashed now conspire together? Do you not have any sense of pride? Blackbeard and Shiryu contemplated forming an alliance with the Golden Lion to first eliminate Rocky and Christo, the disruptors. But the Golden Lion would certainly not acquiesce to such a suggestion. After all, Blackbeard and Shiryu posed a greater threat to him. And the Golden Lion would undoubtedly prefer to join forces with Rocky to eliminate them first. Following that, whether he vanquished Rocky and Christo alone or made his escape, he would have a far better chance of success. Retreat. Blackbeard let out an unwilling cry and departed the battlefield alongside Shiryu. Rocky and Golden Lion observed Blackbeard and Shiryu returning to their small sailboat, maneuvering to leave. Those two must be feigning their departure. Intending to return once we determine the victor, Rocky remarked, gazing at Blackbeard's distant vessel. "It matters not. They cannot catch me," Golden Lion chuckled. "You are overestimating yourself." Golden Lion, the outcome of this battle can only be one of life or death. With those words, Rocky launched his assault. Chapter 202, The Legend's Conclusion. "You arrogant fool." Golden Lion scoffed, dismissing Rocky's provocation with disdain. Though injured, his wounds were not severe. He merely needed to grit his teeth and endure for a moment while striking, as this injury would scarcely impact his prowess. How could he possibly be unable to vanquish Rocky? Seeing Golden Lion remain stationary, awaiting his attack, Rocky felt a surge of exhilaration. In the next instant, he closed the distance to Golden Lion, decisively unleashing a dual sword strike aimed directly at the helm above Golden Lion's head. At this moment, despite Golden Lion's strength, the helm above him presented a significant and fatal vulnerability. Though Rocky's prowess may not be formidable, he wields a swordsmanship that guarantees precision. Can I not endure this misfortune twice? The Golden Lion, discerning that Rocky's assault was aimed at the helm above his head, chuckled inwardly and raised his two swords to strike at Rocky. His attacks were meticulously calculated. Should Rocky attempt to reach the helm, he would inevitably be pierced by his blades, and with a swiftness surpassing Rocky's, his demise seemed certain. In the blink of an eye, their skirmish concluded. Rocky, in the midst of his offensive, hurled one sword towards the helm, striking it decisively, while the other remained poised before him, warding off the Golden Lion's onslaught. This attack did not rely solely on a long sword, thus maintaining a safe distance from the Golden Lion, whose strikes were already difficult to land. Moreover, with a sword held defensively, Rocky emerged victorious in this exchange. The helm atop the Golden Lion's head was struck once more, sending a jarring pain coursing through his mind. Yet before his reason slipped away, he exerted control to propel himself into the distance. My methods extend beyond this. A smile graced Rocky's face as he silently expressed gratitude to the system. Come back to me. Rocky initiated a dual invitation with a flourish of his skill, causing the Golden Lion to momentarily falter in its flight before veering back towards him. At this moment, the consciousness of the Golden Lion was in disarray, rendering it incapable of controlling its own body. The float fruit. Rocky was filled with exhilaration, gripping his other sword tightly, his palm slightly damp with sweat. As the disoriented Golden Lion approached, Rocky prepared to strike, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Goodness gracious! As Rocky swung his sword, the Golden Lion deftly sidestepped, immediately retaliating with a dual-handed strike. Caught completely off guard, Rocky was struck twice before he could react, leaving him startled and forcing him to retreat in a frenzy. Rocky looked apprehensively at the Golden Lion, who had not pursued the advantage. At that moment, the latter's gaze was unfocused, appearing somewhat disoriented. Could it be that the Golden Lion had fought me solely on instinct? A shiver ran down Rocky's spine, leaving him utterly astonished. As he contemplated this possibility, he became resolute. He recalled how, on the Sky Island, Luffy had unconsciously battled Enel to avoid the effects of his observation Haki, yet could only defend himself passively without the ability to counterattack. Indeed, the legendary pirates were formidable. However, no matter how powerful he was, today he would meet his demise here. Rocky tightened the muscles in his front, staunching the flow of blood from the wound inflicted by the Golden Lion. Before launching another assault, he cast a furtive glance at the distant ship, where Blackbeard and Little Red remained still, which brought him a measure of comfort. Prepare to meet your end, Golden Lion. With a swift motion, Rocky appeared before the Golden Lion, directly employing his unerring swordsmanship. Anticipating the instinctive counterattack of the Golden Lion, he deftly evaded it, then lunged forward with a piercing thrust. Clang! Rocky struck precisely at the left chest of the Golden Lion, yet his attack failed to penetrate. Astonishingly, even in a state of disarray, the Golden Lion managed to shield its vital points with its Haki. Rocky blinked, an inexplicable tremor coursing through him. Yet he swiftly thrust his sword towards the helm atop the Golden Lion's head. Once more, the helm was struck, causing the Golden Lion to shudder violently, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. As he loosened his grip, the two renowned swords he held clattered to the ground, and he clasped his head in despair, wailing in anguish. In the next moment, Rocky swung his sword, and the Golden Lion's head rolled away. Simultaneously, the spaceship suspended in the air and the Golden Lion's base far in the East China Sea began to plummet rapidly. With a sigh of relief, Rocky glanced at the descending vessel, dismissing it from his mind, for those aboard were hardly virtuous, and the sea below harbored no ships. Their descent mattered little. At that moment, the pirates aboard the ship remained unfazed by their impending fall. They had become accustomed to such events, indifferent to the chaos, confident that the Golden Lion would stabilize the ship in due course. Oh no, the Golden Lion has been slain by that Navy officer. We are doomed. Some aboard the Golden Lion's ship, peering through telescopes at the distant battle, expressed their alarm. Impossible. That is the Golden Lion. He is not facing a Navy admiral. How could he possibly perish? Fools, do you think I would deceive you? We must devise a plan quickly. If this ship crashes into the sea, we shall all perish. Instantly, chaos erupted aboard the Golden Lion's grand vessel. However, none of this concerned Rocky. The sound of a system notification echoed in Rocky's mind. System, congratulations, host. for completing the task and receiving a reward of 50 points. System, quickly extract the flotation fruit. Rocky hastily communicated with the system in his mind, while extending his right hand to grasp the headless corpse of the golden lion. System, extraction successful, consuming 20 points. A flash of golden light appeared, and a beautiful golden fruit manifested in Rocky's left hand, resembling a pineapple, yet adorned with intricate black spiral patterns. Feeling the tangible weight of the fruit, which was not overly heavy but distinctly real, Rocky was overjoyed. He had finally obtained the flotation fruit. "Rocky, you might find use for these 2 swords," said Callisto, approaching him with 2 renowned swords that had accidentally fallen from the golden lion. With a beaming smile, Rocky glanced at the exquisite blades in Callisto's hands, his eyes lighting up once more. These swords were no ordinary weapons, possessing the system skill of sword recognition. He could instantly discern that both blades were of the great sword caliber. "The golden lion truly is my lucky star, bestowing upon me such treasures." Rocky's lips curled into a grin. Chapter 203, Intimidation. On the distant small sailboat, Blackbeard and Shiryu stared in shock, holding a telescope, their expressions frozen like statues. Moments ago, they had witnessed Rocky decapitate the golden lion with a single swing of his sword. This completely shattered the image they had of the golden lion. Perhaps they would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. "That little brat is unbelievably lucky." Blackbeard gritted his teeth in resentment. In his view, Rocky's ability to defeat the golden lion stemmed from the latter being gravely injured and recklessly wandering about in a weakened state. "We must seize the flotation fruit," Shiryu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He already possessed most of what the golden lion had, and obtaining the flotation fruit would elevate him to the status of the next sky pirate. The allure of soaring across the seas and skies was irresistible to anyone, Shiryu included. "Yes, let's take the fruit." Blackbeard clenched his fists and nodded. Before he could finish his sentence, he grabbed Shiryu, and a swirling mist enveloped them, propelling them upwards towards Rocky. Although both Blackbeard and Shiryu had sustained injuries, Blackbeard had absorbed the damage through his abilities, leaving him with only significant fatigue. Meanwhile, Shiryu had numerous wounds, but none were life-threatening. This was the foundation of their audacity to take risks. Thus, even though Rocky was poised to consume the flotation fruit, they still believed they could eliminate him and seize it afterward. The flotation fruit was worth the gamble for Blackbeard and Shiryu. "Rocky, Blackbeard and Shiryu are coming again," Callisto warned Rocky, who was engrossed in the flotation fruit. "Oh?" Rocky lifted his gaze, following the delicate direction of Chris's slender finger, and caught sight of the 2 rapidly approaching figures of Blackbeard in the distance. With a swift, almost ethereal motion, he brought the fruit to his lips and took a vigorous bite. Whoosh! Locke cast aside the remaining half of the float fruit with a flourish, closing his eyes to concentrate intently on the sudden surge of mysterious power coursing through his body. "Let me float." In a moment of clarity, he channeled this enigmatic force into the 2 exquisite swords in his hands. To his astonishment, when he released them, the swords did not plummet to the ground. "Ha! With this ability, there is no corner of this magnificent world that I cannot explore," Locke exclaimed joyfully, reveling in his exhilaration. Beside him, Callisto couldn't help but smile at his delight. However, at that moment, Blackbeard and Shiryu were drawing ever closer, with only a few hundred meters separating them. "I have just consumed the float fruit and have yet to master its wondrous capabilities. That rascal Blackbeard's dark fruit happens to counter mine, so it would be wise to avoid confrontation with him this time." With a resolute thought, Locke reached out and grasped Callisto's slender waist, guiding himself toward the warship on the surface of the sea. "This won't do. I am far too inexperienced with the float fruit, and my speed is disappointingly slow." Hearing the explosive rush of air behind him, Locke felt a pang of frustration. Just moments ago, the golden lion could soar faster than Blackbeard. Yet with the float fruit in his possession, his speed had diminished considerably. Blackbeard and his companion were swift, propelled by the high-pressure air currents emitted by Blackbeard's dark fruit, while Shiryu's moonwalk was no match for his own. If he could merely disrupt Blackbeard, he might find a way to escape. How could he possibly harm Blackbeard? There was still some distance between them. Suddenly, inspiration struck Locke like a bolt of lightning. Flying swords. As Rocky pondered deeply, he was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, completely captivated by his own ingenuity. A flying sword, with a clear line of sight. He could strike down foes from 1,000 meters away. Such a divine technique, combined with Rocky's innate skill of Fury Mark, would enable him to pursue his enemies like the target fruit of the second Duncan from Fishman Island, unleashing an attack akin to a tracking missile. Moreover, the float fruit could levitate any inanimate object, regardless of its weight. Imagine hurling a mountain at someone. Who could withstand that? Ha! Rocky couldn't help but laugh aloud, exclaiming, "I am invincible! I am invincible! What a fool! You think you are invincible just because you have acquired the float fruit? Utterly foolish!" Shiryu retorted sharply. The float fruit rightfully belonged to him, and he was understandably displeased that Rocky had devoured it. "You foolish brat! Now that you have become a power user, let me show you what the most fearsome fruit ability in history truly is." Blackbeard sneered. He was genuinely pleased. For Rocky's sudden acquisition of the float fruit had inflated his ego, making it all the more advantageous for him to kill Rocky and reclaim the fruit. Humph. Let us see the truth unfold. Without hesitation, Rocky hurled his self-made military sword backward. Whoosh. The sword, imbued with incredible speed, sliced through the air and lunged toward Blackbeard. "You think such petty tricks can thwart me?" Blackbeard scoffed, unleashing a gust of air beneath his feet, swiftly moving to the side. Under normal circumstances, this maneuver would suffice to evade the unchanging trajectory of the flying sword. However, the sword was under Rocky's control. Furthermore, he possessed a temporary life card for Blackbeard, allowing him to ascertain Blackbeard's position in real time. Even without turning to observe Blackbeard's movements, he could relentlessly pursue him. The flying sword twisted and lunged forward, piercing through Blackbeard's chest. This surprise attack caught Blackbeard off guard. Believing Rocky was fleeing and could not redirect the sword, he suffered a significant loss. The blade plunged into Blackbeard, leaving him momentarily stunned. He halted, darkness swirling around him as he extracted the sword from his wound, the black mist enveloping the injury. The agony of absorbing the damage was excruciating, rendering him unable to pursue Rocky further. Shiryu wished to chase after him, but he lacked the speed to match Rocky, ultimately resigning himself to failure. After a moment, Blackbeard successfully absorbed all the damage, sweat pouring down his brow and panting heavily, his stamina significantly depleted. Should I continue the pursuit? That boy's flying sword isn't particularly fast. I just need to knock it down before it gets close, Shiryu declared with conviction. We must continue the chase. We cannot let this coveted float fruit slip away. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, manipulating the high-pressure airflow to propel himself and Shiryu in pursuit of Rocky. At this moment, Rocky had returned to his ship, swiftly commanding the soldiers aboard the warship to gather all the swords together. He proceeded to examine each one with a discerning hand. Moments later, Blackbeard and Shiryu soared above the warship. Today, I am in a good mood and have no desire to trouble you. However, should you insist on hostility, I would not hesitate to consign you to your doom, Rocky declared as he ascended slowly from the deck, surrounded by dozens of standard naval longswords floating around him. Impressive indeed. Blackbeard spat out in frustration before retreating with Shiryu towards the distant small sailboat. Witnessing their hasty departure, Rocky exhaled in relief. It was not that he wished to keep Blackbeard and Shiryu here, rather, he simply could not manage it at this moment. The floating swords, though they exuded an aura of elegance and might, indeed, they were quite striking, were beyond his capacity to control simultaneously. Ultimately, his proficiency with the float fruit was still lacking. And perhaps in the future, with greater mastery, he could conjure a sword formation reminiscent of those in mythical tales. As Blackbeard and Shiryu fled in disarray, the soldiers on the warship remained engulfed in unparalleled astonishment. Brigadier General Rocky astonishingly vanquished the Golden Lion and acquired the elusive float fruit, further intimidating the former warlord Blackbeard and the previous warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, into retreat with sheer force of presence. This feat is truly remarkable. They could scarcely fathom that Rocky possessed such extraordinary prowess. Lacking the eloquence to express their astonishment beyond exclamations of disbelief, they stood in stunned silence. Let us return to headquarters and proclaim our glory. Rocky soared to the main mast of the warship, caressing it gently, and in an instant, the entire vessel ascended into the air. A collective realization dawned upon the soldiers aboard, who promptly erupted in synchronized cheers, brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 204. The Challenge of Naming. Brigadier General Rocky, how did you acquire such formidable abilities? I have heard that when a devil fruit user perishes, their fruit immediately reincarnates, scattering across the globe. As Rocky descended from the sky, a naval soldier could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone aboard the warship turned their gaze toward Rocky, equally intrigued. At this juncture, I must express my gratitude to my delightful companion, Krista. With a beaming smile, Rocky introduced Krista to the rest. Earlier, Krista had brought along a fruit, and by an extraordinary stroke of luck, after I vanquished the golden lion, his devil fruit abilities were reborn within that very fruit. Krista always had an assortment of snacks with her, a fact well known among the soldiers aboard the warship, and Rocky's explanation was readily accepted. After so many days of arduous missions, everyone had worked hard, and once we returned to headquarters to showcase our accomplishments, our fleet would be granted a grand holiday. Rocky quelled the boisterous discussions and shifted the topic. Hooray! This proclamation instantly ignited a cheer throughout the crowd. The soldiers aboard the warship grew even more exhilarated. While the task of boasting at headquarters was a matter for Brigadier General Rocky alone, this holiday was something everyone could relish. All right, everyone may take their leisure now. With a wave of his hand, Rocky made his way towards the infirmary. Despite his current triumph, he bore numerous injuries, having merely held it together until now. The acquisition of the float fruit abilities was indeed a remarkable boon for Brigadier General Rocky. The naval crew, initially thrilled to pilot the warship, found the task monotonous. Confined to gazing at the endless expanse of the sea while maintaining focus, which was genuinely exhausting. Now, with the warship soaring through the skies, they were relieved of the helm. Let us play cards, Rocky exclaimed, pointing towards a distant expanse of pristine clouds. Krista, who was fervently replenishing her energy, looked up at the clouds and smiled gently. To her, they resembled a heart rather than a puppy. Would you like to experience the sensation of walking among the clouds? Krista naturally looped her arm through Rocky's. This is inconvenient. I have a better method. Rocky gestured to a renowned sword floating at his waist, which promptly shifted from a vertical position to lying flat. Rocky grasped Krista's hand and leaped onto the slender blade, which, despite its delicate form, was easily balanced by their impeccable control. The next moment, the blade soared forward, and Rocky and Krista glided through the air like celestial lovers riding the wind. Alas, they were not clad in flowing white robes. Otherwise, their aura would have been truly remarkable. As the sword wove through the mist, Krista seemed to recall something, her face lighting up with an innocent smile. Upon returning, no one would dare to harbor malice towards you again. You can live like an ordinary girl, free from the constant anxiety and tension that once plagued your days. In the future, I shall take you on journeys around the world, indulging in the culinary delights wherever we go, Rocky said with a smile as he gazed at Krista. Thank you, Rocky, she suddenly exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm embrace, burying her face in his chest. Looking down, Rocky exhaled deeply, a smile naturally curving his lips. It seemed he had finally quelled Krista's inner turmoil. His desire to return to the headquarters with great fanfare stemmed from two motives: a genuine wish to showcase his accomplishments and to impress the members of the CP organization. He was no longer the timid little Navy recruit who cowered after a beating. A strong person must not be insulted. Possessing the powers of the float fruit, Rocky now wielded the ability to obliterate worlds, demanding respect even from the world government. After leisurely wandering through the skies, Rocky and Krista returned hand in hand to the warship. Hello? Rocky, what is it that you seek from me? Zifa's voice emanated from the transponder snail. Teacher, I have something to convey to you. Please brace yourself and do not be overly astonished. Ha! Zifa chuckled. I am a serious man. Astonishment is not in my nature. I have slain the golden lion and acquired his float fruit abilities. What? The transponder snail's eyes bulged, and Zifa, training students in the Grand Line, leaped to his feet in his office. Incredulity etched across his face. Rocky, did you kill someone with the same name as the golden lion just to play a trick on me, hoping to see me make a fool of myself? Zifa paused, addressing the transponder snail. He knew Rocky was unlikely to deceive him about such matters. Yet, the odds of Rocky actually having killed the golden lion were far slimmer than the possibility of him merely jesting. It truly is the golden lion, the infamous pirate renowned alongside Whitebeard, the one who lost his legs, Rocky replied with a grin, pride radiating from his expression. Zifa on the other end of the line took several deep breaths, and after a considerable moment, he managed to regain his composure and asked, Seeing you grow to such heights brings me great joy. By the way, aside from sharing this good news, do you have anything else to discuss? As expected of a teacher, I would like you to inform Admiral Sengoku that I intend to return to the Navy headquarters in a most ostentatious manner. Loki, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke to Zephyr. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr grasped the essence of Loki's words and cautiously responded, For the sake of Christo, your wisdom is commendable. Dear teacher, it is only through such a conspicuous display of my abilities that the CP organization will regard me with caution. Very well. I shall take this call on your behalf. Rocky subsequently engaged in an extensive conversation with Zephyr, during which Zephyr ascertained that Rocky's triumph over the Golden Lion was largely a stroke of luck. This revelation alleviated his concerns, as he recognized that his disciple was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Once Zephyr concluded his call with Rocky, he promptly reached out to Sengoku, who was stationed at the naval headquarters. "Hello, Sengoku. Do you recall my student named Rocky?" Zephyr inquired straightforwardly once the call connected. "I do indeed. That lad was recently promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. His actions in thwarting Blackbeard and safeguarding the underwater prison have become well known throughout the naval headquarters. That young man has certainly made a name for himself. What is the matter? Has he achieved another remarkable feat?" A broad smile spread across Zephyr's face as he replied, "Indeed, Sengoku. This time he is to be awarded the rank of Major General. Do tell, what extraordinary accomplishment has he achieved this time?" Sengoku's curiosity was piqued by Zephyr's announcement. "He has vanquished the Golden Lion." "What?" Sengoku could not contain his astonishment and rose abruptly from his seat. "Is that true?" At that moment, Carp, who was enjoying tea in Sengoku's office, unexpectedly sputtered, spraying tea everywhere. He grasped his cup so tightly in disbelief that it shattered in his hand. "Indeed, not only that, but he has also acquired the abilities of the Golden Lion." Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless by the shocking news. Chapter 205. The world takes notice. During the day, Rocky's warship soared through the skies, only to descend onto the ocean's surface at night. It took several days to arrive. Yet the return journey lasted merely a day and a night. "Look, there, a warship is flying in the sky." "A flying warship?" "The Golden Lion. The Golden Lion has returned. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm." The low, piercing wail of the alarm immediately resonated throughout the naval headquarters, causing a collective shiver among both the families of the stationed military personnel and the Navy officers at work. Was it yet another air defense drill? This thought flickered through many minds, yet hesitation was absent as they swiftly exited their quarters, instinctively glancing around while making their way to the air defense tunnels. Incredibly, there was indeed a vessel floating in the air. "Over there. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hurry. Retreat to the air defense tunnels. Quickly." The Navy officers and residents moved swiftly into the air defense tunnels, and once temporarily secured, they strained their ears to gauge the surrounding sounds. A mixture of shock and delight coursing through them. Following the prior aerial assault on the naval headquarters by the Golden Lion, the headquarters had constructed concealed air defense tunnels and conducted several drills for the residents. Thus, their quick reaction upon the alarms sounding had saved their lives. At that moment, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp stood before the window of the highest building in the naval headquarters, gazing at the approaching warship. Sengoku held a transponder snail, bombarded by incessant calls, nearly overwhelming the creature as various departments reported their readiness for evacuation and defense. Even with the Golden Lion's imminent threat, the current situation suggested that the naval headquarters would be well prepared to confront the Golden Lion without concern. The defense measures were commendable, and the previous air defense drills had proven effective. Satisfied, Sengoku returned to his desk and took a sip from his teacup. "Rocky has truly grown at an astonishing pace," Vice Admiral Garp remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Just last year, he had brought Rocky from the East Blue, and in less than a year, the young man had developed to such an extent. "If this little fellow continues to grow, he will become a cornerstone of our Navy," Sengoku asserted with confidence. In terms of combat capability and various applications, Rocky's float fruit was even more formidable than the natural type fruits possessed by the three admirals. Time was drawing near. It was time to unveil the truth to everyone. Sengoku glanced at Rocky's warship, now approaching the naval headquarters and nearing the range of their specialized cannons. The unaware defense forces would soon open fire on Rocky's vessel. Sengoku retrieved another transponder snail and dialed it, prompting an announcement throughout the naval headquarters. "This is Sengoku. Please remain calm. This incident is merely a drill. This is a broadcast recorded long ago by Admiral Sengoku, now playing on a loop within the Navy headquarters," bringing a sigh of relief to those who were previously unaware of the truth. Some individuals harbored feelings of resentment, recalling how the earlier commotion had terrified them. However, they were also perplexed by the execution of this exercise. What method could have achieved such a feat? Could it be that Dr. Vegapunk has invented something new? The marvels of this technology were indeed astounding, as the vessel lacked visible wings or propellers yet soared through the air. Patience is key. Once the ship docks, Admiral Sengoku will surely provide a thorough explanation. Even if he does not, we could always visit the dock for a closer look. Soon, amidst the throngs of onlookers, Brigadier General Rocky's ship approached from the distance, halting its flight above the dock before gently descending. Lo and behold, that is Brigadier General Rocky. Wasn't he dispatched on a mission? It seems improbable that he would collaborate with Admiral Sengoku for such a display, while the uninformed merely recognized Rocky. The other commanders under the command of Vice Admiral Squirrel were aware that Rocky had recently sought a task from him. Even if Dr. Vegapunk had developed new technology, it would be unexpected for Rocky to be the first to test it. What could possibly be going on here? Surely not. Almost every resident and officer within the Navy headquarters witnessed Brigadier General Rocky's ship gracefully descending onto the surface of the dock. During this time, all personnel aboard the vessel stood on the deck, subtly striking poses they deemed most impressive to bask in the public's admiration. Now, I shall announce momentous news. The voice of Admiral Sengoku resonated once more through the broadcast. The notorious pirate Shiki, known as the Golden Lion, who escaped from the underwater prison impelled down 20 years ago, has been slain by Brigadier General Rocky. As you can see, the fortunate Brigadier General not only vanquished the Golden Lion, but also acquired the powers of the float fruit. As the broadcast concluded, the crowd erupted in jubilant astonishment. Is it true? That scoundrel, the Golden Lion, has truly been defeated? It must be true. Would Admiral Sengoku deceive us? Ha ha ha, the Golden Lion is finally dead. My joy knows no bounds, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Brigadier General Rocky. Splendid, splendid. Let's abandon work for today and return home for a celebration. The emotions of everyone at the Navy headquarters were ignited by this joyous news, especially those who had suffered under the tyranny of the Golden Lion or had lost comrades to his treachery. The soldiers aboard the battleship Rocky gazed with delight at the jubilant residents of the headquarters and their fellow commanders, their faces beaming with pride, almost bursting to exclaim, "Brigadier Rocky is truly remarkable." Soon, this momentous news was relayed directly to Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, by the naval headquarters. Upon receiving the information, Morgans was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the overwhelming revelation. This was indeed a significant scoop. After hanging up the phone, Morgans, filled with excitement, promptly instructed his subordinates to draft a report on this astonishing news that would send shockwaves around the globe. By the following morning, countless copies of newspapers were printed at news agency bases worldwide, dispatched by their respective delivery birds to every corner of the earth. Before long, the entire world was aware of the explosive news that the Golden Lion had been vanquished and that the powerful Goma Goma fruit had fallen into the hands of Brigadier Rocky at the naval headquarters. The revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Rocky's ascendance, riding the coattails of the Golden Lion's downfall, made him a household name, basking in unparalleled glory. At the temporary base of the Four Emperors in the New World, Marco hurriedly handed a newspaper to Whitebeard, who was currently seated on his throne receiving intravenous treatment. "What is all this fuss about?" Whitebeard chuckled. "The Golden Lion has been defeated." "Oh?" Whitebeard replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. That fellow had recently launched an airstrike on the naval headquarters, appearing quite lively, yet he has been taken down. As Whitebeard perused the newspaper, he noted, "Rocky? Only 20 years old? A remarkable young lad has emerged from the Navy." Turning to Ace, who had leaned in to glimpse the paper, Whitebeard inquired, "Is this the young naval officer you mentioned who aided you?" "Indeed, Rocky is quite a decent fellow," Ace replied candidly. "A new era is on the horizon," Whitebeard mused, as he retrieved a large bottle of liquor from beneath the intravenous stand and took a hearty swig. With this remarkable achievement, Rocky successfully ascended from the rank of brigadier to major general, thereby breaking the naval headquarters record for military ranks, becoming the youngest major general in the history of the naval headquarters. Naturally, this promotion brought great joy, and Rocky granted all the soldiers aboard his warship a 2-week leave. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to take Krista back to the East Sea. However, before returning home, Rocky had other intentions. Hand in hand with Krista, he traversed the Red Earth continent, hastening towards an island in the New World known as Punk Hazard. Rocky spent a day in Punk Hazard with Chris. Yet he was unable to find any trace of the person he sought, nor did he encounter another individual. "It seems I was mistaken. That damn Momonosuke has yet to make an appearance and won't do so for another 2 years. Thus, we shall wait." Postscript. Final thoughts. Upon obtaining the float fruit, the trajectory of the world remained unaffected, continuing to unfold in accordance with the original narrative. Luffy and his crew were sent flying by Kuma upon arriving at Sabaody Archipelago. with a promise to reunite in 2 years. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. During this interval, Rocky devised a means to acquire a position as an inspection officer, embarking on a delightful journey around the world with Krista. As the 2-year mark approached for Luffy and his crew, Rocky returned to the Navy headquarters, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the Straw Hat Pirates. Once the Straw Hat crew entered the New World, Rocky began to trail them, harboring hopes that this time they would encounter Momonosuke. "Who is this Momonosuke?" Krista inquired. "A wretched little brat, yet these past 2 years have granted me perspective. There is no need to kill him. I possess far more despair-inducing methods." Rocky replied with a sinister grin. "Indeed, the course of history is immutable. Luffy and his crew were successfully lured to Punk Hazard, a place that remained unscathed by the fierce battle between Admirals Akiji and Akainu, untouched by the flames of conflict. Rocky stealthily followed Luffy and his crew into Punk Hazard. "Ha! I have finally located this little rascal." Rocky raised his hand and pointed, causing a dagger to plummet from a hidden warship amidst the clouds above. It soared forward at an astonishing speed, swiftly darting beneath the legs of T-Nosuke. "Ah!" T-Nosuke screamed in agony, realizing that his manhood had vanished. Satisfied, Rocky exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he vanished back into the sky, directing the warship to soar elsewhere. Synopsis: transcending into the world of pirates. Armed with a Swordmaster System, mastering the Navy's 6 powers, the 3 forms of Haki, the float fruit, the essence of swordsmanship. The Skyward Swordmaster is destined to be invincible in this realm.